One day, an unspeakable calamity descended, plunging Earth and humanity into a disaster worse than anything imaginable, as mankind faced the overwhelming beings from other dimensions known as the enigmatic civilizations. Humanity tried its best to stop it, but things only got worse. This was the calamity humanity had to bear. Even humanity's most advanced weapon, nuclear weapons, could not stop the tide of disaster. Against the monsters, such weapons were mere tickles, and they ravaged the human world like dancers in a bar. But in the darkest night of despair, a new light of hope had a chance to ignite and shine. As people resigned themselves to fate, the heavens bestowed a 13th zodiac saint. Initially, there were only 12. Blessed by the gods, they were hailed as saints, wielding divine power. But in every story, there's always a unique character, and Legion, the 13th zodiac, awakened without the blessing of the gods. To quell humanity's worries, the source of the calamity, Crimson Red, must be eliminated. And so, the 13 gathered at the demon tower, where the demon resided. But after some time, it seemed the red-eyed demon had been dealt with, though only 12 of the zodiac returned. This caused a heated public debate, with everyone wanting to know why the hero Legion hadn't returned. Before the press, the representative of the 12 tearfully claimed that Lion had chosen death to ensure peace for humanity. A complete fabrication, of course. Lion did risk his life, but that doesn't mean he sacrificed himself. The truth is, the team was on the verge of defeating the Crimson Homunculus. But in his final moments, Zion was abandoned by his comrades to fight alone, despite his grievous wounds. Not only that, one of the remaining 12 returned and backstabbed Jian with a dagger, pushing him into the abyss, trapping him in the worst possible place with no way out. As if that weren't enough, they left him a terrifying monster for company, fearing he'd be lonely. A severed left arm, a paralyzed right, a dagger wound, and a hulking beast ahead. In that state, Jian's chances of survival were less than zero, hanging between life and death by a thread. You'd think our protagonist would just die here, ending the story before it even began. But of course, with unwavering resilience and determination, Jian bravely took up his sword and continued to fight. This battered and broken body is nothing to Legion. A main character can't just wither away like this. As long as the villains remain, the hero must live on. And as long as those treacherous scoundrels draw breath, Jian will never rest. Rewind to the day before entering the tower, a worried man trying to appear strong said, "The seer has foretold that you will die tomorrow." The atmosphere was grim. "I feel like the king has sentenced me to death." Lion thought seriously, confused and afraid. I looked to see if his eyes were telling the truth. Lion asked with a hint of jest, "So you're in charge of my funeral?" Hearing that, the other man was furious, but all he could do was sneer. He thought to himself, "Of course." I chuckled at his words, but his nonsense has truly gone too far. I don't care about my death prophecy on this mission, especially not from some charlatan's ramblings. Legion's voice was resolute and cold, "Because I have never been defeated in battle." He raised his greatsword to his neck, radiating a murderous aura as he advanced. "All right, let's move out and destroy that red-eyed bastard." A grand staircase leads to a massive door of dark, imposing architecture, both oppressive and mysterious as Legion awaits their decision. He asked, "Will you come with me?" He thought to himself, "Today will be like any other day. I will always win and return." That's what I thought, but the scene shifts to a crowded room, a press conference about the events inside the Demon Tower, where reporters fire off a barrage of questions. Why did only 12 return? 13 entered the Demon Tower, but where is the last one? The atmosphere was tense as everyone wondered and worried about what happened inside the Demon Tower. 13 people confirmed to have entered. So the press questions whether the 13th person sacrificed himself to save everyone. Someone anxiously asks, "Did he sacrifice himself to save the rest of you? Please explain." Sir Grivik spoke with a pained and grave voice. After the great battle with the Red Eye, he sacrificed himself to save everyone. Save us. Everyone was in shock and disbelief. With the strongest of the Zodiac gone, humanity was falling into despair. The crowd hung their heads, their eyes glazed over as they asked, "Is he really gone? What do we do now? Is humanity doomed? We have to run, as fast as we can." Sir Grivik tried to remain calm, encouraging everyone, "Don't worry, everyone. Now is not the time to fall. We still have very strong people." His voice filled with rage and emotion, he boomed, "The will of the strongest will be passed on to you all." He added resolutely, "Together, we will destroy the remaining monsters." His powerful words silenced the chaotic crowd. He emphasized, "With the remaining 12, with all the strength we have," Sir Grivik, with explosive energy, declared, "We will win." The crowd, invigorated by the speech, was ready for action. as Sir Grivik and the entire hall raised their fists beneath a red banner emblazoned with a four-leaf clover. Right here, the sacrifice of the heroes everyone praises is accurate. In the fight against Red Eye, a monster of immense ferocity. Suddenly, a sword flashed, severing its head, and the thought continued. We, the heroes, have won. I did die, that's true. But there's one thing, the most important thing, that no one knows. I wasn't killed by a monster. Lion stood tall as if nothing had happened, his sword now stained crimson with fresh blood after the massacre. Suddenly, Lion collapses forward, betrayed by his so-called comrades, pushed into the abyss. There were only 12 people in the Red Eye dungeon, and Lion managed to turn back, trying to identify the culprit. But all he saw was a blurry shadow. He only knew that one of them had kicked him down. Ligon reached out, grasping for something to hold on to, recalling that he thought he was dead. His body floated in a void, falling and fading away. But 20 years later, in a dark tower surrounded by glowing cracks and hazy smoke, a place known as the Tower of Demons. The ground cracks open, and a blinding orange light spreads from the fissures with violent tremors. The earth continues to split, beams of light erupting from the cracks, sending debris flying. A massive explosion erupts, a blinding white light amidst the flying debris. A powerful light spirals down, a vortex of immense energy surrounded by streaks of orange and gold, creating a fierce sense of motion. On one fateful day, Legion was reborn. He stands at the epicenter of the energy blast, unleashing his inner power. His rage spirals out of control, creating a devastating storm. Legion bit his lip. Traitors. His eyes were filled with stern vigilance. I don't know who you are, but I swear I'll kill you by any means necessary. I have returned. Massive rocks are shattered and split. Smoke and embers fill the air. Amidst the wreckage, twisted metal and debris lay scattered as Jimin and Hyung took cover, utterly bewildered. What is that? Hyung asked in shock as Jimin stammered a response. What is that? It looks like someone over there is powerfully punching a monster in the jaw and then kicking it. Hyung was shocked and bewildered, unable to believe what he was seeing. Even high-level awakened ones would be terrified. Looking at the man standing atop a mountain of monster corpses, enthusiastically beating them down, even he had to admire him. He's crushing them like flies. Lion notices Hung's group and glances at them indifferently. From Hyung and Jimin's perspective, they only saw an extremely bright white light descending from the sky, the energy emanating from Leon's leg. He rushes forward, ready to strike, but they narrowly dodge the attack, terrified. All that remained was rubble and dust as Jimin and Hyung screamed in terror. Wait, why are you attacking us? Lion, caught off guard, exclaims, So, it's humans. Lion sighed in relief. So, that's all over with, right? The two of them breathed a sigh of relief. They were alive. Jimin and Hyung were arguing intensely. Jimin says fearfully, Hyung, I think he came from the tower. Isn't this a terrifying wrecking machine? Hyung replies, Jimin, what do you think the tower is? That you dare say a normal person could survive coming out of there? He must have just stumbled into this area when the tower collapsed. The two looked down at a large hole in the ground with stunned expressions. Jimin and Hyung instinctively backed away from the monstrous wolf, its red eyes blazing, its fangs bared in a menacing snarl. Jimin and Hyung are terrified and panicked. It can't be. The wolf boss has appeared. The two others scream, urging him to run, but Legion stands confidently before the wolf boss. Its eyes revealed a terrifying bloodlust. A violent red light erupted, revealing a wolf-like creature facing off against our intensely glowing protagonist. The wolf boss spews fire that spreads throughout the city as Jimin and Hyung clutch their heads, grimacing in pain. The wolf spews forth a powerful pillar of fire, swirling across the ground and obliterating everything in its path. The firestorm spreads, engulfing everything. The city is consumed in flames, a scene of devastation, smoke rising in deep red hues. Jimin and Hyung frantically covered their heads, sweat pouring down their faces. Hyung trembled. Are we even alive? Suddenly, he looks up in astonishment as Lion stands firm, bare-chested and muscular. The surroundings were still ablaze, but the spot where he stood remained untouched. Jimin and Hyung were stunned. What did he tell us? But now Lion suddenly seems angry. He growls, This mutt jumped way up high, preparing to strike. Lion taunts, Underestimate your opponent and you'll just end up sitting down like a dumb dog. He descends from above with immense force, arm raised, ready to strike the target below. A massive wolf is slammed into the ground, its face contorted from the impact. Jimin and Hyung scream in shock as he lands with a flourish after the devastating blow. Legion stands before the giant beast as Lion glances down at the kneeling figures, asking, This is really over, right? With a serious tone, Lion says, Now let's see. Jimin and Hyung say in a panic. Yes. Lion's voice was terrifying and dignified. Go on then, they both said, dumbfounded. Where are you going? Lion asked, his voice light and carefree. Go buy me some food. Jimin and Hyung were stunned, unsure how to react. Leon even ordered more clothes. At a fast food restaurant with a clear sign, a satisfied sigh echoed. A figure happily slams an empty bowl on the table as Jimin and Hyung stare in disbelief at the massive bill. Jimin shouts in disbelief. He ate $10,000 worth of food at a fast food restaurant. He devoured 120 servings by himself. Lion calmly said that since they were broke, he held back. Jimin's anger grew with each word. What do you mean? Earn it back. Lion, still calm, teased softly. Did I say something wrong? You promised to buy me anything to thank me for saving your lives, even another ramen. Hearing this, Hyung couldn't help but shout, as Jimin asked with a bit of curiosity and confusion, But who are you, an apostle or a divine captain of the core troops? What were you doing around the tower? Lion casually replies. I'm here because I came out of the tower, Jimin replied, surprised. Huh? You came out of the tower? Lion replied. Forget about that, there's something I want to ask you. He gazed at the boy before him, probing slowly. Who was he? You don't seem like an ordinary person. Why do I sense magical power within you? Hung couldn't help but interject, reasonably replying, Of course, it's because he's a disciple. Aren't you also a disciple awakened by the blessing of a god? Jimin puffed up with pride at the words, but Lion Jian scoffed, Those gods are all damned. Why should I worship those bastards? Lion stared into the spoon, seeing a reflection of a different face, his eyes widening in surprise. He was sweating, shocked, and he jumped to his feet in alarm. Is the mirror here? The staff member asks. It's over there. Lion frantically tears off his shirt, unable to believe what's happening. What is this? Lion asks, staring at his reflection in disbelief, his body fully healed. Lion recalls being covered in blood, pinching his face in disbelief. Those wounds should have been difficult to heal, damaging his strength in the process. Lion thoughtfully examines himself, then looks at his left arm. Confused by the mark there, he wonders, what is this symbol? A glowing green serpent begins to materialize, becoming clearer with each moment. Lion felt a sudden pain and cried out, clutching his left hand with his right. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed, You have tasted death. You have achieved the impossible. Existing skills will be transferred to the new body, and all achievements from the tower will become your experience. You have reincarnated your zodiac skill. All unique skills and traits you once possessed will be transferred and evolved. You can now wield the power of the Serpentarius. A giant snake head glowing with neon blue energy appears behind him, fangs bared, as Lion looks on with sharp, questioning eyes. Finally, he closed his eyes, beginning to feel that energy. And when Lion Jian opened them, he found himself in another dimension. He was face to face with a colossal serpent, its forked tongue flicking as it fixed its venomous gaze upon him. Lion was anxious and cautiously reached out toward the snake. Lion presses his hand against the giant serpent's head, a powerful light emanating from his palm, a massive energy connecting him to the snake before him. Lijian bolts awake, startled and confused, scratching himself, cold sweat pouring down his face. Jimin leaned in, concerned. Are you okay? Lion waved his hand, confused. Did you see a snake around here? Jimin says, bewildered. I didn't see any snake. I just saw you take off your clothes and run to the mirror, grab your wrist, and scream. Lion suspiciously looks at his palm. Can't others see it? Suddenly, he feels a familiar surge of energy. Suddenly, a system notification appears, declaring him the Serpent Bearer's master. Somehow, he's now standing within the system's space. It continues. Lion, the 13th god and master of the Serpentarius constellation, you have crushed all the works. Forced super regeneration. Any injury to your body will be healed, and your body has been reborn. There is a small penalty. A 50% reduction in physical strength, remaining time 10:32 hours. Lion crossed his arms, puzzled, wondering if his change in appearance was due to the super regeneration skill. I've never heard the other saints mention anything like this. He glanced back, thinking warily, more importantly, I can't sense the presence of any gods. He muses that whatever the case, his body has been restored, so it's not all bad. Lion thinks back to the past, secretly resolving that what he needs to do now is kill the saints who ran away and stabbed him in the back. Lion gritted his teeth, flexing his muscles and intimidating those around him, thinking that the mere thought of torturing them excited him. Elsewhere, caution tape crisscrossed an area. The stout officer wondered aloud, the solid commission has fallen. The world will go mad. The lean officer speculated, could it be Lion's followers? The tower was a landmark here. Or perhaps it was done by disciples who hate him. The skinny officer replied indifferently. Disciples? I don't know. Let's go look at those murals. Gazing at the monster before them, they couldn't help but marvel. Even high-level awakened would fear these creatures. What kind of monster could take them all down and topple the other ghosts? The stout officer wondered aloud. Is Lion really alive then? Has he returned? I don't know, but we'll have to wait and see, the skinny cop retorted. In a modern, boxy high-rise, cameras flashed as a voice boomed. Mr. Wywell. Reporter Chen Truck's presence filled the spacious room. Countless questions are thrown his way. Please, tell us your thoughts on the collapse of the tower. Do you believe Leon is still alive? Yang IWL, dressed formally and wearing sunglasses, stood before two microphones with two bodyguards behind him. He remained silent for a moment before calmly replying, I have no comment on that. With that, Yang IWL calmly departs as reporters swarm him, asking, Wait, Mr. Yang IWL, what do you mean, no comment? Outside, a luxury car speeds along as Yang IWL slams his fist on the table, shattering his glasses. Damn it, he clenched his fist, grinding his teeth. Legion, 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 Lion. How many times have I heard that today? Thinking of that man's fierce face and the tower full of monsters, he incredulously asks, You're saying Lion is still alive? He survived 20 years in that tower? Jiang Wei denied through gritted teeth. No, it's impossible. There are thousands of demons in there and they're all of the dark rank. Jiang Wei fiddles with his pipe, trying to convince himself that surviving with just the blood eye was a miracle. How could anyone truly survive in there? He frowned, reminding himself that his body was crippled and backfired, and he didn't receive the blessings of God like the 12 saints. Then Jiang Wei paused, but if that guy really survived? He helplessly exhaled a puff of smoke. Jiang Wei gritted his teeth in fury, declaring it would all be over. Meanwhile, Leon confidently spoke on the phone. Now shall I crush this guy first? A large plane sits on the runway beneath a clear blue sky as a pair of feet descend, met by voices of reverence. Welcome, sir. He descends to the greetings of those who will introduce him to the 12 paladins. This is quite an honor. Mr. Hugo Toos. Hugo casually walked out, asking, Where's the chief? The guards respectfully replied, He's waiting at your place. Your car is ready, sir. Hugo casually walked by and softly replied, All right, let's go. The guards watched him go, whispering, He's incredible. Gazing at his handsome figure, they secretly acknowledged him as if he were truly the chosen one. The car speeds down the road. Hugo in his suit sits upright, gazing out the window. He remained silent, letting the phone vibrate incessantly beside him without answering. Hugo thought to himself, annoyed, Is it those reporters again? Always spouting nonsense about the lion being alive. The phone screen flashed an unknown number, ringing incessantly, and Hugo slammed it shut in anger. It's been 20 years, and finally the phone is silent. Hugo reflected on the past, lost in thought. Back then, he had said, You will die tomorrow. Lion casually offered him a chicken leg while eating, saying, Oh, Texu, why do you keep talking nonsense about death? During the Demon Tower raid, I was attacking an outer tower celestial being at Jion's request. I secretly prayed my prediction was wrong, and Jion would return safely. But when he emerged, disheveled, Hugo couldn't help but exclaim, What? What happened to Jion? The other gods with him abandoned him and returned with the Blood Eye's head. And that achievement earned us the title of the 12 gods, including myself, the hero who helped us seize power and strength. Hugo gritted his teeth, uncomfortably accepting reality. I can't believe John is dead, and asked to search for him, but Jiang Lui bluntly tells him, We can't do that, Hugo reminded him grimly. You should know how many disasters are outside the tower, right? The thought that Lion Jian is still alive is absurd. Jean-Louis plots behind the scenes, and if you're so worried, go find him yourself. I won't stop you. But that would mean there are only 11 gods left. Hearing such blatant words, Hugo could only grit his teeth in anger. The past and present began to align, and Hugo uncomfortably loosened his collar. Looking out the car window, he muttered to himself that no matter how strong Jian was, it was impossible. It was too late. Hugo hesitated, silently calling out the name of an old friend. The image of him in Hugo's memory remained as vivid as ever when the driver suddenly announced, Mr. Hugo, a call from the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister, having just received a connection signal, hurriedly asked, Mr. Hugo, are you there? Hugo replied seriously, Yes, what is it, Prime Minister? The Prime Minister gravely stated, You must have heard the news. The Demon Tower has fallen. Hugo sighed, clutching his head. Not this again? He responded softly, I apologize, Prime Minister, but I must refuse any further request to search for Jion. Hugo insisted. Jian died that day in the Demon Tower. The tower's collapse was likely caused by Jian's disciples. He glared and added, "If you're planning to use this for your election campaign..." But the Prime Minister cut him off. "No, I'm not talking about that." His voice grew more serious. "According to new intel from the Korean government, the line rang just minutes ago." Hugo asked in surprise. "Rang? Is something wrong?" "Well," the Prime Minister replied gravely, "Leon's private phone line." Hugo was shaken by the news. He pounded the front seat in agitation. "Is that true?" With that, Hugo turned pale and ordered the driver to stop the car. The driver replied, "Yes, sir." He slammed on the brakes, tires screeching against the road, as Hugo struggled to regain his composure. "So, don't tell me you were serious about those missed calls I just saw." The more Hugo looked, the paler he became, and he hesitantly tapped the phone screen. Hugo held the phone, ready to answer, his expression grave. Then a familiar voice echoed. "Ho-Tex." The voice on the other end was like a demon returned, savagely threatening. "I will find you, and I will kill you. Good luck." Hugo's face went white as a sheet. He thought to himself, could that voice really be him? John C. hastily ordered, "Turn the car around immediately. We're going back to the airport." The driver hesitated. "Mr. Hugo, what about your business in England?" Hugo angrily retorted, "Who cares anymore? Turn back to the airport immediately." The driver reluctantly agreed. "Yes, sir." The scene shifts to a shop, where Lion speaks on the phone with a sinister look. "Looks like Ox has grown up," John said, looking at the phone. "He's even learned to ignore my calls." Jimin asked him curiously, "Who have you been calling so much, Hyung?" He vaguely replied that Jimin would find out soon enough, as John continued to explore the phone with great interest. "So this is what people call a phone? How interesting." He thought back to the year he entered the tower, 2005. So it must be 2025 now. The world has truly become a better place. Seeing Jay's unfamiliarity with phones, Jimin eagerly explains that this is his first time using one, and that he can use the internet and read the news. Jay asks in surprise, "So I can read news about Leon?" Jimin guides him and answers, "Of course. The latest news about Leon is trending. If you do this, countless articles about you will appear on the screen, leaving them both surprised." Jimin saw the crude comments and hesitantly said that the comment section was a bit... Before he could finish, Jian suddenly crushed his phone. He frantically exclaimed, "My phone!" as John, fueled by rage, cursed those responsible. "Who caught the crimson-eyed one? Those fools, they're the cowards who ran away in fear." But he quickly composed himself, telling himself to hold back his anger, that this was nothing. John then noticed a line of text. He was surprised by his own will. On the screen was news of his will. He recalled agreeing to donate all his assets to orphans and scholarship organizations. As he scrolled through another news item, he said, "Hopefully, he's doing well." Then he scrolled to some tabloid articles about the 12 gods who returned from the Demon Tower, lamenting Lion's death. Lion bequeathed all of his assets, including his relics, to 112 gods to save humanity. All but the Saint Horse accepted the inheritance according to Lion's will. John, enraged by what he read, crushed his phone and roared, "I'll kill them all! I'll tear them to pieces!" Jimin, heartbroken, collapsed to the ground. He imagines the poor phone in heaven thanking him for buying it, but John completely ignores Jimin. He rested his chin on his hand, wondering what should he do. He pondered that even if he wanted to announce his return, he looked very different from 20 years ago. If he went around telling people he was Leon, they'd all call him crazy. He quietly plots to take them down one by one. Meanwhile, Jimin sobs, clutching her phone. "I still have the installation files here." Suddenly, an aura filled the room, and the system warned of surveillance. John felt it too. This aura. He abruptly stood up and left, leaving Jimin to ask, "Where are you going?" He hastily replied, "Just getting some air." John stepped outside to find himself surrounded by countless Ares deities. He looked at the leading familiar and recognized him as one of Ares' subordinates. The system then alerted him that the familiars were creating a barrier belonging to Ares. The power of other saints has waned, and the familiars are demanding tribute. John grits his teeth in displeasure. Enraged, he emanates an unparalleled power, clenching his fist and growling a threat, acting like thugs as if this is your home. "Since when have you been licking the boots of those other saints? Let me be." Suddenly, a curse echoed in his ears. "Damn it, Lijian Lion." Startled, he stopped and looked on with a puzzled expression as a couple walked past. They saw him and immediately started mocking him. "Everyone's talking about that name." The woman told her boyfriend that this was exactly what she was talking about. "He's everywhere now." The man puffed on his cigarette, joining his girlfriend's mockery. "I don't know why everyone cares about that loser. He's just a failure." The woman chuckled. That's right, he's wearing a gold badge with the Gemini symbol. Jimin recognized it instantly. They were apostles of Gemini. Surprised by Jun's lack of reaction, the man frowned, and Jimin frantically called out, "Just come back inside, don't get into a fight with them." Jion just stared at them blankly as the man arrogantly said, "What are you looking at?" "Get lost." Jimin despaired at the sight. "This is it." The man took a long drag of his cigarette and blew all the smoke into Jion's face. John lowered his head, silent. Seeing no reaction, the man baited him further. "Are you angry?" He pushed his face close to Jion's, continuing to provoke him. "If you're angry, then hit me." Seeing the situation escalate, the woman quickly tried to distract the man. "Let's go, honey. That guy's scared out of his mind." The couple then left, not forgetting to humiliate Jion as they passed. "Idiot," the man sneered as he walked away. "Those guys are just like that, Lee Jion," the girlfriend chimed in. "Seriously," Jay silently endures the criticism. Why would anyone like such a weakling? Maybe his saintly deeds were all a lie? Meanwhile, Jimin tried to calm him down, as he was doing his best to stay composed. "Those guys are a step above the Gemini group." Suddenly, Jion turns around, intentionally shouting at the couple from before. "Hey, you two over there?" Both of them turned in surprise as the man repeated a word. Confused, the woman asked who he was calling, and John excitedly answered, "I'm talking about you two, you stupid cockroaches." The man quickly returned to John, getting right in his face and demanding he repeat himself. He continued to insult him, calling him a commoner with so little mana he couldn't even sense it. But before he could finish, Jion flicked him in the forehead. With a flick of his finger, the man was sent flying hundreds of meters, crashing through a wall. The woman was terrified and screamed. Jimin and Hyung were stunned, while Jion smirked, pleased with his display of power. The woman looked at him in a panic as he called out to her, but behind him she was gathering her power to strike. Yet he wasn't worried, wearing a knowing smile as he asked, "Did you think I didn't know what you were doing behind my back?" His question stunned her. John immediately turned and snapped his fingers again, sending the woman flying into the opposite building. John coolly assesses her. "Your tricks are rather ineffective," Jimin asks, puzzled. "Hey, why are you using your powers in the street like that?" He turns back to correct him. "What are you talking about? If I'd used my powers, they'd all be dead." Jimin and Hyung were stunned. He defeated an A-rank disciple with just his bare fists? Suddenly, Jion looks down at the man, approaches, and begins to examine him. He picked up the man's necklace and examined it closely, then ripped it from his neck. He picked it up, recognized it, and realized something felt off when he fought him. "Isn't this a sacred relic?" John wondered. "But why do these bastards have one?" "Only saints are supposed to possess them, right?" Jimin asks Hyung. "Hyung, you really don't know?" He recounts that decades ago, humanity was nearly wiped out by natural disasters. Humanity survived thanks to the gods and the powerful saints they chose, Jimin explains. But since 12 people couldn't protect the whole world, the saints gathered disciples to follow them and created the divine authority. He explained the origins of the disciples, those awakened by the power of the saints ranked by their strength. SSS saints, the ones chosen by the almighty gods to stand at the top. SS 10 stars, considered candidates for the saint position. The god clan leaders are the strongest disciples, commanding the others, followed by A, B, and C-ranked disciples. Jimin continued, explaining the disciples' rights and how the gods' power stemmed from their followers' faith, leading to various competitions to recruit more into their ranks. And the chosen disciples will receive sacred relics imbued with divine power. John understood as he listened. "So that's what happened in the 20 years I was gone?" Jimin suddenly called out to him. His brother frantically pointed ahead, telling him to look over there. The Ares familiars were still floating before John. "The system indicates that Ares's beasts of wealth and ambition are enjoying this. They're always fierce and hungry. They urge you to end the man and the woman. They want to see blood flow. They say they'll grant you a useful gift if you kill those two." Hyung froze, utterly terrified. "Oh no, he's attracted the attention of the divine beasts. He cries out in fear, saying they are like the shadows of the gods, and to oppose them is to oppose the mighty deities themselves." Hyung urged, "Hurry and do what they say." But John remained unfazed, even smirking. He angrily says, "I was wondering why Zhongwei's power was in a place like this, so they're trying to stuff him full like that fat bastard." His body radiated power once more as he raised his foot, declaring, "For the sacred god," then furiously stomped down, roaring that the man hadn't changed at all. The divine power from his stomp sends the mythical beasts flying, their terror driving them to flee. The blinding light forces Jimin and Hung to shield their eyes. With the sacred beasts gone, the barrier in the sky fades away. Jimin looks up as Jion stands triumphantly, hands on his hips, declaring, "How dare you try to stand against me?" Jimin looks up and announces that Ares's divine beasts have fled, and the barrier has vanished. He thought to himself that this person was definitely not ordinary. John suddenly called out to Han Jimin, who responded. Yes. He curiously inquired about this Duko fellow. You said he was a disciple of Gemini? Jimin replied. Yes, they're the most influential figures in the country, with an elite force comprised of many influential individuals. John, intrigued, asks if they must have mountains of money. He then turned to the man and asked if everything he was wearing was designer. Before Jimin could answer, he dove down to the man, humming happily. Finding stuff is always the best. As evening approached, Jimin and Young escorted Jian home, and upon reaching his building, Jimin sighed. Finally, what a long day. Pointing to a second-floor apartment, he said, That's where I live, the dark one on the second floor. Hyung added, I'm next door. Jian, exhausted, simply gave a half-hearted reply. Jimin bowed politely, thanking him for saving their lives and bringing them home. He bowed for a moment without a word, so she curiously opened her eyes and looked up at Jian, who was yawning and asking, Aren't you coming in? I am so sleepy. Jimin was stunned by his carefree attitude. Is he planning to freeload here? After Jian entered the house, Jimin quickly took off his clothes to shower, cut his hair, and freshened up his appearance. When he was done, he emerged with a six-pack and a face like a movie star. Jimin's eyes sparkled as he gave him a thumbs up. Amazing. Did you get a haircut? He couldn't stop gushing, saying how handsome John looked. Hearing this, John scratched his head bashfully and asked, Really? He remembered how he didn't even dare to cut his hair back then, because every strand was precious, due to the side effects of his skills. Who knew his hair would ever grow back? Before, every time he used his skills, his hair would fall out. A mere breeze would send it flying. Every time that happened, he'd whine. It wasn't dandelion fluff. Suddenly, Jian heard a buzzing in his ear, and he wondered what it was. What's that? Spotting a bug flying around, he asks Jimin, Why is there a celestial bug in your house? With incredible speed, John caught it, crushed it, and dropped it to the floor, leaving Jimin in awe. He killed it with his bare hands? Even professionals can't do that. John was annoyed that the stink bugs kept bothering him. With a single swipe, he eliminates them all, grumbling, There's more than one, isn't there? Why do they keep buzzing around me? Jimin wonders if it's because he's emitting a scent they like. John immediately refuted his thoughts, saying, That's nonsense. Usually it's because something in the room is attracting them. He glanced at the precious artifacts displayed on the shelves. He believes the reason the winged demons flew here is because you possess all these demonic objects. Jimin was surprised to hear this and said, Demonic objects? The twin gods themselves gave it to me. You know that, right? He picks up a goddess statue and says, Though they aren't yours, they're all blessed by the gods. Before he finishes, he slices the statue in two. Jimin watched in anguish as his precious statue was destroyed, letting out a heart-wrenching scream, while John, having done the deed, pinched his nose, disgusted by the filth he had touched. He felt disgusted, grabbing the mask from the shelf and revealing its purpose. Listen, this mask is a sacred object that controls the buyer. He goes to the bin in the corner and frantically rummages through the contents. He tossed out a few items, exposing their true nature. A music box that steals personal information, and a watch that attracts celestial demons. John was indignant, thinking of the cunning saints doing unjust things. Are those wretched saints not only stealing his money, but also selling demonic objects to innocent people and exploiting them? Enraged, he yelled, the very thought infuriating him, and ordered Jimin to throw them all away. A young man at the door, hearing the raised voices inside, wondered what was happening when Jian's loud roar echoed out. Jimin was tearfully begging him not to throw away her watch when they heard the door open. John glances over as Sangdi enters the house, looking bewildered at the two of them. John saw him and rudely demanded to know who he was, while Jimin happily called out his name, Sangdae. Sangdae, head bowed, coldly retorted, Me, I am the owner of this house. After that statement, Jian returned to normal, and the three of them stared at each other. The next morning, at Jiang Wei's mansions, the Aries constellation echoed with a shout. What? W asks in disbelief. The sacred artifacts in Korea have all disappeared? His subordinate knelt and reported, Yes, which is why our Korean branch is in such disarray. W gritted his teeth in annoyance, wondering, who dares cause such trouble? He found this hard to believe. The divine objects were subordinates managed by the saints themselves, and no awakened would dare drive them away. Hua then tasked his subordinate with contacting the other saints to see if they had any leads. He recounted, We spoke briefly about it, and he departed immediately after arriving in England. W, intrigued, asked, Is that so? He inquired further, standing in the hall for a long time, hand on his chin as he pondered. He thought of Saint Ma Hugo, Leon's close friend. W's eyes darted suspiciously. Could his reason for coming here be the rumor of Lion's survival? A flicker of unease crosses his mind as he wonders if Jian truly survived and returned. He grabs a nearby lamp, cursing under his breath. Damn it! He angrily throws it down and shouts, "Impossible!" W orders his men to investigate the exact location of the remaining saints. He also reported that a Gemini saint disciple was found unconscious, where the divine object disappeared. The same man Jian beat to a pulp yesterday, left only in his underwear, lying there naked. According to witnesses, his subordinates reported that he had an argument with a handsome man. W wondered, handsome? So it wasn't Lion? His face was a mess. He clicked his tongue, contemplating. Things weren't looking good. Rumors of Lion's return spread, and he grew anxious about the situation. The sacred artifact in Korea has vanished without a trace, and to make matters worse, we failed to subjugate the Queen of Addiction. Daibu clenched his fist, fearing his position was in jeopardy. He immediately ordered them to prepare the plane, prompting his surprised subordinate to ask, "Are you going there yourself?" He admitted, "Yes. I need to see what exactly is happening in Korea." W quickly threw on his coat, puffing on a cigar as he walked like a mob boss. He had to see it with his own eyes. Meanwhile, in South Korea, at the Gemini Palace Hospital, a corpulent man lies in critical condition, he hooked up to life support. An irate old man appears, grinding his teeth and cursing in anger. Who did this? He pointed at the man in the hospital bed and snapped, "Daring to do this to my grandson." He pointed to the man in white, standing in the corner, and said, "Hey, you." But the young man calmly advised him not to worry about recent events. He reassured the old man that was why the Gemini saint had sent him. "Chairman, I am a disciple of Gemini, an S-class eternal ice user." Min Sang-gun frowned, his face still irritated, and questioned him. "So, you're saying you met him at the Demon Tower?" Yu asked, incredulous. "And he single-handedly killed the Western Skies Hwages?" Jimin, slightly intimidated, nodded repeatedly. Yes, Sangda was surprised. "And he defeated an A-rank disciple?" Yu quickly replied. Yes, that's right." Jung Jae, without asking any further questions, flew into a rage. "You think I'd believe that? He destroyed all the sacred objects in the house." John, still pondering the strange object, replies, "I told you, they're all fake." "This is fake too?" he asked, a little stunned. "What? Which god's army do you belong to?" John smiles teasingly at him. "Does it really matter?" Sang is getting heated, but he tries to remain calm and asks again. "Which god do you worship?" John replies, finally serious. But the answer just begs for a punch in the face. "Myself. Certainly not you two bastards." Sang ground his teeth as he questioned. "And what about your awakening class?" Jay replies flippantly. A production class, perhaps?" Jimin looked at his friend, who seemed ready to explode, as Sangdae, at the end of his rope, asked again. "So, what's your name?" "Jay is you." He nonchalantly replies, "L. John." He now stood silent, consumed by cold fury, as Jimin frantically turned from one person to the other. Sayer remained calm while Jian looked on, confused. Blue fire magic surrounded him, as Sayer smirked bitterly. "You trespass on our home, destroy our sacred objects, and then ask me my name?" Immediately beneath the cold flames, a colossal warrior statue appears behind him. The cold, imposing warrior, summoned by the enraged Sang-jae, roared, "How dare you impersonate Lord Lion?" Jimin frantically shouts, "Seon Sang-jae, we're inside!" This maniac. John calmly stood before the dense fire magic, and despite the system warning him that the disciple's mana was exploding, he nonchalantly sighed. "Wow, at this rate, you'll burn the whole house down." Immediately after, his eyes contracted and then widened, glowing brightly. The system announces skill activation. God's Eye. John uses the skill to intently observe the foolish kid, now ablaze with fury. Information surfaces. Seon Sang-dae, a disciple of Gemini. Awakened level A. Light Magic Awakener. Skill. Witch Burning. S. Perpetual Motion Seal. A. Trait. Far-sighted Genius. Idle Fanatic. Genius Effect. 200% learning. Looking at all this information, he smiled with interest. So young, yet already using high-level summoning magic. A true genius. The solemn iron statue suddenly emitted a terrifying sound, its eyes flashing brightly. Rain shielded himself from the flames, anxiously shouting, "Run!" Sang-dae is Gemini's A-level disciple. He's also a huge Lion fan. Sang-dae now stands amidst the raging blue flames with a fierce look in his eyes, his face stern with warning. "Jimin, are you even listening to me? Get out of here if you don't want to die." Suddenly a figure appeared behind him, taunting, "Play with fire too much and you'll get burned." He turned around in shock. Before Sangdae could even react, he was sent flying into the wall with a flick of Jion's finger, who then casually approached the boy with a sinister smile. "You maniac, the house is one thing, but are you going to burn down the whole building?" Jimin stammered, worried. "Sangdae isn't dead, is he?" John replied with a sinister smile. "Oh, he's fine, he's fine." Hearing this, Jimin silently glanced at his friend, uneasy. Sangdae twitches, foaming at the mouth, a charred mess still smoking. Jimin eyes the scene with suspicion. "Is he okay?" He frantically tries to help Sangdae up. "Is Sangdae even alive?" Jian, unconcerned, yawned and said, "I'm going to bed. I'll wake up when it's time." He said that and went straight into Sangdae's room, where a collection of pristine models filled every shelf and surface. And of course, they're all Jian figures with messy hair and a cool, sculpted six-pack. He stares at the collection, crestfallen, and sternly asks what all this is. Jimin responded helplessly, "I told you." Sangjo is a huge Leon fan, and he's just woken up, trembling with despair. "Don't go in there. That room contains my lion collection, which is worth more than my life." John couldn't watch anymore. He grabbed the biggest figure and snapped its head off, just to get it over with. "They're annoying me," Sangda screams in despair. "My lion models." He continued to search for more idols to decapitate, as Sangdae, in tears, could only scream at this demon in despair. Unfazed, the madman just grinned and said, "I'm not a madman, I'm Leon." With each sickening crack, another idol's head fell, and he lost control, screaming in agony. The next morning, a serene blue sky hung over the Tuli coffee shop. On TV, a news report was airing. Next up, yesterday afternoon, 2 disciples of Gemini were humiliated by a suspect. According to witnesses, the suspect robbed the victims of all their belongings and clothes. Hugo sat there, bored and helpless, realizing it must be John. What is he doing? He comes to Korea and hears this news first. Just then, a cheerful waiter approached. "What can I get for you?" But Hugo remained silent, lost in thought. Suddenly, he unleashed a furious aura, glaring and angrily demanding, "Enough games. Reveal yourself." The serving maid, exposed, responded with a sinister smile. "Oh, you saw through me right away. How boring." He maintained that eerie smile, but the dark red magic was enough for Hugo to imagine the man's gleeful expression. "Long time no see, Hugo, it's been a while." He approached, leaning on Hugo's shoulder, and questioned him, putting Hugo in an awkward position. "You must be thinking about the Legion since you've come to Korea. You better tell me what you know." Hugo gritted his teeth, annoyed, and snapped his fingers. "That's why I hate you, you perverted bastard possessing other people's bodies." That distinct sound pierced the server's consciousness, jolting her awake, and she stammered in confusion. "What did I just do?" Hugo clenched his fist in anger. "Actually, with my petty tricks, I should find John first. Where the hell is he?" Meanwhile, John was in Beyond, at the Gyeonggi Provincial Supermarket. Pushing his shopping cart, Jimin wondered, "Sangdae, do you think he's really lying?" Sangdae, annoyed as he picked through items, retorted, "Are you kidding me? He looks nothing like him." But Sang burst out, "Besides, Sir Lion John is a savior. Do you think he's a thug like that guy?" Jimin still wondered, but I definitely saw him come out of the magic tower. "He's super strong, so maybe he—" Before he could finish, Sangda cut him off. "No," he said firmly, glancing at his friend. "I'm sure my dad told me, so I'm certain." Jin suddenly remembers, "Oh, right, your dad and the centaur." However, Sangdae doesn't want to continue the topic and cuts him off. "Let's go pay." Suddenly, a scream echoed through the supermarket, stopping them in their tracks. In that instant, a hooded figure with a backpack darted between them like a whirlwind. Jimin, sitting on the floor, blankly wondered, is that Speed a disciple of Capricorn? Sangdae, still on the ground, realizes the thief is using energy to rob the place. The masked bandit is lightning fast, darting from aisle to aisle, leaving the shopper stunned, but no one can stop him. Sangdae laments that at this rate, the entire store's inventory and wallets will be wiped clean, as the thief smugly turns away with his loot. "Fools, even a saint couldn't catch me." "Things are going so well," he grins, deciding, "I've got enough here, time for the next spot." Suddenly, an obstacle appeared, easily standing before him and punching him in the gut as he smirked. "Gotcha." The momentum of his sprint made the punch all the more devastating, sending tremors through the thief's very core as he groaned in disbelief. "Impossible." Jimin stares in disbelief at Jian, who stand calmly over the trembling thief at his feet. What are you doing here?" John replied with a smile. "Oh, I forgot to tell you to buy some chicken." At that moment, a man with a buzz cut suddenly approached and praised him. "Impressive. Scorpio disciples are hard to catch because they're so fast." The man in the black turtleneck spoke up, though the energy he emitted suggested he was just a regular disciple. "Next time, you should call the police." John stared blankly, ignoring him. What's wrong with this guy? Suddenly, the entire supermarket shook violently, like a major earthquake, drawing both their attention. Deafening screams echoed as dust and debris rained down from the ceiling, shocking everyone, while the Scorpio thief seized the chance to crawl away unnoticed. What's going on? Is that an earthquake? How unlucky, I'll escape in the chaos. Once far enough, he sprints forward, desperate to escape. The thief smugly thought he was lucky to escape thanks to the earthquake, but the ground suddenly broke beneath his feet, stopping him in his tracks. Instantly, the floor shattered, revealing a colossal and terrifying centipede, leaving the thief in bewildered shock. A calamity? Why is there a calamity in the green zone? Annoyed, he retreated, deciding to escape before being caught up in this. The thief leaped, trying to get over the centipede, then sped up, still smiling confidently, believing that even a celestial painting couldn't catch him. Little did he know what he was up against. A monstrous maw with rows of razor teeth and eyes burning with madness was ready to devour him whole. Then, what happened next was clear to everyone, followed by the sickening sound of bones breaking. The horrifying scene unfolded before the eyes of everyone in the supermarket, a colossal monster devouring a human, topped by a strange, human-like creature. This creature's body was as hard as thick armor, with long bones like wings sprouting from its back, and sharp thorns on its head like a crown. Its 5 mad, cold eyes stared down at the humans like insects, creating a terrifying atmosphere. What should we do in these dangerous situations? Run away or stand and watch? The crowd below remained frozen in fear until the emergency sirens blared. Warning, warning. This is not a drill. A disaster has occurred inside the supermarket. All civilians must evacuate immediately. At that moment, the monster began to move, the spider's head roaring in fury, and giant centipedes and massive insects surged forth, attacking and scattering the people like ants. The alarming warnings blare again, revealing the Spider Queen, and the danger level in the supermarket is now code red. Amidst the chaos of screams and alarms, a boy, lost from his mother, stands frozen in despair, weeping amidst the fleeing crowd. Right behind him, the giant centipede was closing in, its rows of sharp teeth bared as it lunged for the vulnerable, sobbing boy. Just then, Jian descended from above, unleashing a dark, lightning-infused punch into the centipede's head, shattering it and causing the monster to shriek in agony. He looked at the stunned and trembling boy, casually warning, "Hey, watch where you're going." Engulfed in dark magic, his eyes gleaming, he asked with a sinister smile, "Are you okay?" Seeing this, he froze, helpless. Jian coughed a few times, trying to stay calm. "Well, glad he's okay." He turned to the monsters who were eyeing him warily and frowned, wondering why there were more calamities than people in this supermarket. Immediately they charged, their bodies glowing with a mysterious magical power, and behind him a massive serpent materialized. This giant, red-eyed blue serpent coils around him, its magic surging and crackling with ominous black lightning. John sighs wearily. Well, it's been a while. Time to warm up. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a sleek black supercar cruised down the road as W, sitting inside, asked in surprise, "What did you just say?" The driver responded, "A great calamity has appeared in a market in Bukjan City." W's eyes narrowed, then tensed. "I'm not asking about that." "What is the calamity?" The driver nonchalantly replied, "It's the Spider Queen." Upon hearing this news, W's face went pale. Damn it. He panicked, thinking, the last operation failed. I can only seal her. Has she escaped? W clenched his fist, bitterly blaming himself for failing to deal with a red-level disaster. Humans classify disasters into 7 levels according to their danger. First, representing this magnificent place of peace, is Du, the domain of the gods. This underground human habitat is green, a safe zone. These desolate, stifling areas are rated yellow, a higher alert level than the areas with dangerous mid-tier monsters. Orange is a danger zone, requiring evacuation. Approaching the highest level is red, the territory of colossal, disaster-class monsters, the domain of great calamities. And at the very bottom of terrifying fear are break, creatures approaching godhood. W was stunned, thinking of that supermarket shrouded in darkness. If the Spider Queen is there, does that mean it's a red zone? The driver asked nervously. How are we supposed to deal with that? Suddenly silent and contemplative, Mr. W spoke with chilling ruthlessness, telling them to cover it up, leaving the driver in stunned disbelief. What? W clenches his fist, his anxiety growing. This must be kept secret. If they learn the operation failed and caused this, things will only get worse. Wazer, with a trembling hand and gritted teeth, makes a grim decision. disregarding the lives of hundreds of innocents trapped in the supermarket. He orders a report that all are dead and commands the knights to demolish the entire building. It was clearly morning just moments ago, but now the sky is filled with ominous red clouds swirling around the supermarket as a horde of terrifying monsters pours out from every direction. The spiky-haired guy from before clearly had powers too. He angrily crossed his arms, emitting waves of cold energy, and gritted his teeth. "You!" He immediately sat down, placed his hand on the ground, and unleashed rows of sharp ice shards while shouting, "Damn bugs! Ice prison!" The sharp ice shot towards the monsters, instantly freezing them in place. He sighs in relief, a triumphant smile on his face. Don't underestimate an S-class. However, the ice encasing the giant centipede cracks, and with an earth-shattering roar, it breaks free. The spiky-haired man gaped in disbelief that his ice magic was so easily shattered. But then, Jian appeared before him, arms full of soda cans, his body radiating a brilliant green aura, and said with a smile, "Step aside, buddy." The buzz-cut man stared blankly at this strange figure. "Since when?" He juggled a few soda cans, taunting the monsters with a provocative look. "Are these creeps so hungry they're trying to eat people?" He then gripped a soda can, wound up, and hurled it. John shouts, "Eat this!" and throws all the soda at the monsters, stopping them in their tracks. The giant centipede opened its mouth, growling hideously, its sharp teeth dripping with saliva. And because it was so ugly, John chose it first for a little face-splitting surgery. The others suffered the same fate, cut to pieces in a flash with a sneering remark. "Who do you think you're messing with?" John smiles maniacally, wielding the crimson phase knife as the dismembered monsters behind him fall helplessly to their doom. He nonchalantly concludes, "Insects will always be insects." The twin disciples could only gape in astonishment. Suddenly, a system notification appeared beside Jian. He had eliminated a great calamity. Then, small, glowing shards appeared in midair, radiating a brilliant aura. The system continued. "Your Holiness has gained experience. You are rewarded with puzzle pieces." He looked at the glittering object, wondering what puzzle pieces were. At that moment, the small fragment of authority rested in Jin's hand, as the system explained that he could assemble the scattered pieces to create skills or sacred objects. He was surprised. Had the crafting skill changed? He'd have to try it later. Moreover, he clenched the newly acquired item, contentedly calculating. "My constitution has been reduced by 50% due to the penalty, so it's not bad. I can even use more power than before." Little Ding was still in disbelief. His S-rank skill couldn't stop the disaster, but this guy could. Sangdi and Jimin approached, and he asked curiously, "Where did you get that?" John casually replies, "At your house." Where did he come from? But then he realized something and shouted, "Hey, secular means non-religious." John turned confused as the buzzcut kid confidently accused him. "I've suspected it for a while now. You're the one who attacked our knight, aren't you?" John was shocked by this revelation. He suddenly remembered the two disciples and hesitated, immediately using the right-hand rule to throw a punch that distorted the punk's face as he screamed. "Shut up!" He helplessly trembled on the floor at the feet of the demon, who was smiling strangely, but was actually full of worry. "Damn it, how did he know? You know too much." Dejected, the buzzcut boy retorted, "Only an idiot wouldn't know." He pointed at Jian's outfit, questioning him. "Look at the uniform and insignia. You attacked our knight, didn't you?" Now he realizes it in a panic, and the emblem on his chest. The spiky-haired man recalls a dark-haired girl using ice magic, and loudly expresses his frustration. It's the S-rank relic only Gemini knights possess. The more he raged, the more he realized his strength came from that sacred artifact, didn't it? "Answer me." John pulls out the badge, looking judgmental. "Huh, that's weird. How did I suddenly get this?" With that, he casually crushes the emblem with a look of disdain. How distasteful. The buzzcut kid, eyes glazed over in shock, curses in despair. "That bald bastard." He's frozen, still trying to process the shock. That was blasphemy. John, unconcerned, brushed off the disturbance, saying it was just for show. "Holy this and holy that. You've all been deceived by that witch. After 20 years, the hairy guy and that witch are still as evil as ever." Just then, the Spider Queen roared, cutting off their conversation. John, now fully alert, turned back with a cold, serious gaze as Jin pointed ahead, fear rendering him speechless. The Spider Queen charged forward, each step shattering the ground, sending the people into a panicked frenzy as they screamed in despair. And the spiky-haired man grew wary. The Spider Queen. Without hesitation, Jian immediately cloaks himself in magical energy, amplifying his green magic to create a powerful gust of wind. John shot forward, crackling with dark lightning, his eyes blazing with fury as he roared, "Hey, you stupid spider!" Without hesitation, he confronts the Spider Queen, unleashing a devastating punch that sends shockwaves through the air as he yells, "Get lost!" The force of the punch was so great that the massive body was crushed, shattering the floor with dark lightning crackling around it, leaving the helpless citizens in stunned silence. Sangja, Jimin, and the spiky-haired man were stunned by the attack, muttering in disbelief, "What the hell?" He couldn't believe the strange man was unharmed, smiling strangely with even more surging magic, fighting the queen without a relic. Suddenly, a man wearing the Gemini badge speaks, his voice echoing ethereally as if piercing through minds. "Gemini Knights present at the market? Hear this." Sangdi is surprised and speculates, "Telepathy?" The crew cut on the other end recognized the voice as Bishop Choi Sung-yuk and replied in kind, "Bishop, this is Sun Gun." This slicked-back, bespectacled man is Bishop Gemini, and Choi Jung-hoon continues, "Sangjae and Sun are there too? Get out of that building immediately." The Ares members are about to destroy the place. They overheard this and were stunned into silence. Outside the supermarket, a terrifying, massive red barrier has appeared, and Sang Hyuk continues gravely, "Jiang Wei is coming himself. We can't stop him. Not even Jiang Wei can face the Spider Queen." "The White Sheep are casting spells to maintain the barrier around the supermarket," Sang Hook explains. "They're desperate to destroy this building, because if their mistake is exposed, it'll be a disaster." Now, he's giving instructions. "Sun, you have teleportation skills, right? Quickly leave with Sangdae. Just the two of you?" He bit his lip, conflicted by the request. "Just the two of us?" Sun Gun's heart pounded, his eyes wide with guilt and indecision. He looked around, and the images of casualties assaulted his eyes, weary, suffering people struggling against each other. From the gaping hole in the ground, monsters poured forth, and above, a strangely powerful man bravely fought the insect queen to protect them all. Witnessing all of this, Sun Gun trembled, paralyzed by fear and guilt. Just then, the bishop's stern voice rang out, laced with anger. "Is there a problem?" After a fierce internal battle, Sun resigned himself to their fate, offering a helpless, wretched smile. "No, there's no problem at all." Sangdae, clearly not accepting this order, angrily retorted, "We can't even beg for help anymore." "What are you saying? Can't you see the chaos around us? You're basically telling everyone here to just be buried alive." Sangun remained silent, unable to turn away, and replied with a simple, contemplative tone, "I know." And with that, he turned to Byung-yoon, looking distraught. "But think, what would people say if we announced the queen was in the middle of the street?" Sangja couldn't believe what he was hearing. "Huh? He's giving another long-winded speech with all sorts of reasons. The people will blame the gods, their faith will waver, and the divine power will weaken. Only when the people's faith is unwavering will we receive the gods' protection." Sangja still didn't understand. For that reason, he doesn't care and picks up the phone to continue. Luckily, there's one rental teleporter left. It can transport two people at once. Sangdae, you can go alone. "And because these are my orders, I'll personally send you out," Sangdae retorted loudly, annoyed. "What about my friend? How can I just leave him behind? Besides, there are still so many people who haven't found shelter." "You idiot! Is this really the time to be provoking me?" His arm tensed, growing icy shards as he sneered, "You really deserve to be buried alive for clinging to these useless people." The icy aura around him intensified, and Sun smirked. "But I can't just ignore the captain's orders. I'll take care of these nuisances so you don't have to worry about them." Sangdi, upon hearing this, widened his eyes, unable to contain his anger. He unleashed his blue flame magic, roaring, "You piece of trash!" Ice and fire clash, both bringing a chilling sensation as Sun smirks and advances. "Xiang, you're thinking of fighting me?" he boasted. "You and I are on completely different levels. You need to stop this useless compassion and make a wise decision." Suddenly, a large brown object hurtled towards Sun Gun. Before he could finish, the others were stunned in pain as a heavily armored monster beetle, recently pulverized, crashed down, cracking the floor and knocking Sun Gun off his feet. John leaps from the monster's back, taunting, "What are you guys still doing here?" The two underlings were dumbfounded as the unscathed man with a knife casually approached, looking slightly annoyed. "It's too dangerous. Get out of here quickly," Jimin calls out in delight. Sangdi anxiously explained that they couldn't leave because the exit was blocked by the Calamity disciples. He looks at the flattened, motionless thug on the floor and the teleportation device that fell from his hand, saying, "We either use the teleporter." Song Xiangzi then looks at the Spider Queen. Or kill all the Cheonhua. He surveyed the scene, noting the suffering civilians and numerous injuries. then despairingly explained that the cultists had blocked all the exits outside the supermarket. John, wearing a grave expression, lamented that the situation was dire. Meanwhile, Sun groans as he struggles to rise from the rubble behind him. He stood, gathering his strength, using magic to blast away the rocks, and angrily shouted, "You beggars, how dare you trample me like this?" John, confused, turned around as Johann, annoyed, scolded the crew cut. "What's this? Didn't you throw everyone aside and run away on your own?" Annoyed, he cursed and told them to shut up before rushing to start the machine. "You idiots, try to survive on your own. I'm out of here, even if I have to go it alone." Suddenly, a thick web shoots out from behind him. The Queen's control web latches onto Sun, immobilizing him. Terrified, Sun slowly turned around in a panic, letting out a whimper. Immediately, Lear retracted its web, yanking him straight toward the spider monster's hideous maw. A horrifying crack echoed as blood splattered, and the useless teleporter fell to the ground. The three of them stood frozen, helpless witnesses to the carnage. John frowned, his eyes blazing with anger, but he broke the silence. The two calmly stood before the drooling spider, turning to instruct the others. "I'll take care of this. Tend to the wounded, then we need to leave immediately," Sangja and Jimin said anxiously. "What?" Jian's body then emitted an even denser magical power. His eyes, full of seriousness and trustworthy promise, said, "I'll be done soon." It's been quite a while, and the Ares members are still sealing off the supermarket with that wretched barrier. Zhang Wei arrives and quickly asks, "What's the situation?" A subordinate replied, "This place is completely blocked, and we've sealed off the entire building." He glared at the barrier and remarked, "Aside from what happened before I got here, isn't this progress too slow?" The people maintaining the blockade are now in a panic, wondering why the seal feels ineffective. His companion agreed, noting that something seemed to be holding it back, when suddenly a brilliant light flickered atop the building, shattering the barrier with massive rays of light. The guards quickly surrounded the area, wincing at the blinding light, a massive red-eyed blue serpent radiating immense magical power. It had burst from the supermarket, shattering the fragile seal and unleashing a shockwave and a powerful gust of wind. Bewildered, W mutters, "What is that, a snake?" The seal is broken and the civilians are fleeing the supermarket in terror, only to be met by a wall of white sheep. The citizens cried out, "Save us! There's a disaster inside." "I'm telling you, there are still people trapped inside. Someone, please, kill those spiders." Waiter witnesses the situation spiraling out of control, feeling helpless. Killing the spiders is impossible. Who could do it? Not even him. He couldn't stand idly by any longer, his body radiating red magic as he declared, "I'll check it out myself." His subordinates anxiously tried to stop him. "Zhang Weinim, there may still be danger inside," but he remains steadfast. "It's fine. Just wait here." He immediately launches himself upward, moving so fast he becomes a mere afterimage. He crashed through walls, gaining momentum to ascend like a fleeting lightning bolt. W landed safely on the third floor in front of the shattered glass. He gazed up at the wreckage and dust, stunned. Good heavens. Before W's very eyes was a scene of unspeakable horror, the Spider Queen's lifeless corpse slumped amidst the ruins. His eyes darted around in disbelief. How could they have killed it? Who was responsible? He looked around, taking in the shattered earth and destruction, certain that the signs of battle remained. Could they really have hunted the Spider Queen? Yu sighs, realizing this is escalating and there are other matters that require his attention, when a sudden, intense feeling strikes him. Sensing something, he immediately rushes to the outer railing, gazing in astonishment at the ambulances and rescue teams below. "No, what is that bastard? Why is that bastard here?" Wei stares at the elegant man with the long hair, muttering in disbelief, "Hugo, Hugo." Standing tense in the dust, he wondered, "No way. Could Hugo be behind all of this? Was your life so much better when I wasn't around?" Suddenly his face fell, his expression one of utter horror, as if he'd just come face to face with something terrible. Behind W, a dark face with gleaming eyes grinned mischievously. "What's wrong? What's got your tail in a twist? It's none other than Jian." He grinned, enjoying the fear he saw. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" "Why the long face?" W, shocked, turns around in terror and screams. "Lie, lie, lion." The ambulance siren blares loudly. Rescue workers urge the injured to head this way and to please clear the path. "This is dangerous," Sangda frowned in silence. He recalls the scene of reuniting with Jian and the monster, and Sangda can't help but wonder. Is that really Lion? His appearance has changed, but his movements are the same. Suddenly someone called out Sangjae's name. It was Hugo. He asked worriedly, out of breath from running. "Sangja, why are you here?" Sangjae, seeing his angry father, turned away, muttering with a pout. "Why are you back in Korea?" Jimin gasped, reminding him, Saint-like Hugo scolded in anger. What? Are you talking to your father like that? Jimin laughed as Hugo scolded him, causing Sangdae to grimace and click his tongue. Hugo cleared his throat. Looking like a concerned father, he said, Forget it. You don't seem badly hurt. You'll be fine with treatment. Then Hugo frowned, confused. Sangdae, why were you in that supermarket? I heard Tianhua was killed. Did you see who did it? Sangdae ignored Hugo, turning away to talk to Jimin. Hugo chuckled helplessly. To be honest, I wonder who this kid takes after. At the same time, Jimin looked at Sangdae and said with certainty, But John will be okay, right? Hugo was immediately taken aback, grabbing Jimin's shoulders in disbelief as he exclaimed, Did you just say Jian? Where is he? Have you seen him? Startled by Hugo's strange reaction, Jimin stammered, I'm sorry. Then he asked Hugo, Could you be talking about the saints, the White Cradle Saint? Seeing Hugo's bewildered face, Jimin honestly said, He's in the supermarket right now. He's also the one who defeated the Spider Queen, and he said his name was John. Unable to believe his ears, Hugo gripped Jimin's shoulders and shouted, What? Explain yourself. Before the words were even out, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Suddenly, the glass doors of the building behind them exploded. Hugo never saw it coming. He gritted his teeth in anger, while elsewhere, a fierce battle raged, leaving ruin in its wake. Wei is doing his best, but exhaustion is written all over his face as John watches from afar, feigning pity. Looks like you're overdoing it. John chuckled. Long time no see, eh? It's been 20 years. You still resort to sneak attacks? To his strange question, Wei muttered in a low voice, Who the hell are you? Then he suddenly went silent. Wei squinted, observing him from head to toe. He looked just like Lion, but wasn't his face covered in scars? His voice is different, too. Besides, there's no way he'd be this young. With that, W roared in anger. You bastard! How dare you impersonate Lai Jian, trying to scare me? John is stunned to be called a liar. Impersonate who? Wu suddenly roared in anger. You dare to fight me without knowing your place? Are you ready for the next move? Jian asks, leaving the man speechless. Then he scowls and says, What the hell, you brainless idiot? Jian delivers a powerful blow to his gut, causing him to cough up water. Did you think I was lying? His earth-shattering punch sends W soaring through the sky, and Jian instantly teleports behind him. Yu was like a ball slammed into the ground with a resounding thud, followed by Jian's effortless landing. I writhed in pain, groaning amidst the swirling smoke. John smirked. Looks like you guys need a beating to listen to others, huh? After killing me in the tower, is your life any better? You son of a bitch. John approached Wei, saying coldly, I heard you guys gambled away my holy relic and assets, and even forged my will. His presence made Wei tremble in fear. That's it. Dion cracked his knuckles, a sinister smirk spreading across his face. All right, I was planning to ascend you all anyway, John said slowly. I'll start by teaching you a lesson. Then I'm coming for your house, your royal guard, your sacred artifacts, and all those damn saints. Finally, John ground out, I will destroy everything. W paled instantly. He gritted his teeth, vowing not to let it happen. W swallowed hard, racking his brain. His words and actions were no joke, and he couldn't even see through his moves anymore. Wu frowned, looking at him in confusion. Could he really be Leon? He returned after surviving the tower? Impossible. Yu acted decisively, then abruptly stood up. With a dark expression, W calmly said, You? If you're really Lion. Wei suddenly appeared before him. He gathers his inner strength, unleashing sparks of electricity that surround Jian. Then prove it. As Wei spoke, sparks flew, and a magic circle appeared beneath his feet, summoning a barrage of lightning. In the blink of an eye, W transforms, now donning a king's crown and cloak. A system notification rings out. The master of the Ares Palace, the Jade Emperor, has appeared. The mighty and solemn Jade Emperor appeared behind Wei, but John wasn't afraid. He smirked with amusement. Only a fraction of that divine name appeared, Wei points out, surprised. Instantly, a series of electric chains shot toward him, binding John and rendering him immobile. Seeing that he couldn't escape, W smirked. Looks like we've been going easy on you, huh? As he finished, thousands of swords clanged together. W slowly said, I don't know how you returned from the tower, but W chanted an incantation. Royal skill, weapon of the divine. The Jade Emperor waved his hand, and the sharp swords aimed straight at Jian, like venomous snakes lunging at him, pinned to the ground. Jian, on the other hand, remained calm, saying with boredom, How impressive. Enraged, W roared, Shut up! and unleashed another volley of swords, yelling, "Die!" In an instant, Ion was surrounded by a swarm of sword-like serpents. Thousands upon thousands of swords pierce the earth, the ground reverberating as Gion is completely buried beneath the mountain of blades. Observing the scene, W wondered, is he dead? Then, approaching the mountain of swords, he mocked, "I was surprised you returned from the Demon Tower, but you're as foolish as ever." His voice dripping with disdain, he asks how someone like John dares to oppose him, boasting that he leveled up using experience points gathered by his disciples, calling him foolish. He then chuckled with amusement. W raised an eyebrow and smirked. "You think we've just been scamming people for the past 20 years? Suddenly, a white light bursts forth from the sword mountain, and W is horrified as the swords begin to shatter. From the sword mountain, a heavenly punch from John lands squarely on Wei's chubby face, sending him flying hundreds of meters before slamming into the ground. Wei was stunned. How could he still be alive? He asked, his face bruised and bloody. "Are you really Lai Jian?" John kicked him in the gut, then laughed, finally recognizing me. Jian scowled, angrily retorting, "That's right, I'm back." It was true. John suddenly covered his nose, grimacing. "What happened? Even your weapon smells like crap?" Such recovery was impossible, even with Aquarius's healing abilities, when suddenly a system notification rang out. "You have had a near-death experience. The conditions have been met. The 13th sense skill has been unlocked." John, now invigorated, exclaims, "Thanks, you've made me stronger." "So now?" Jian's voice suddenly changes as he grins menacingly. "How about I try something a little different?" He immediately begged, "Wait!" A message appears about the god of Ares. He has been terrified by Lion. He groaned, asking how Lion was still alive, as the trembling Ares god stammered that it was impossible. Ares has vanished, along with a string of curses, leaving W in a panic. "What?" he roared. "What the hell? Why would a god disappear?" Dion chuckled, explaining that he knew it was pointless from the start. Cracking his knuckles, he gave a charming smile. "I'm quite merciful, so I'll only let you experience the pain I've been through." As he finished speaking, a terrifying sound echoed. Moments later, Hugo arrived with several guards in black suits. A young man, stunned by the scene, exclaimed, "What the hell happened here?" Before them lay a pile of motionless, dead monsters. Hugo frowned, sensing Jiang Wei's energy, and was shocked to find him unconscious in a deep pit. He sighed in dismay. This had to be Leon's doing. Even if he wants to cause chaos, those guards over there are whispering to each other. Something's not right. "I can't sense Jiang Wei's energy beyond this point," one of the guards wondered. Could his energy be too weak to tell if he's even alive? The other guard frowned. "What happened here? He's completely bewildered." Hugo unleashed his power with a shout. "Could you all step back a bit?" The bodyguard scattered as he slammed into the ground, leaping into the hole. He lands gracefully, not forgetting to adjust his vest, leaving Hugo shaking his head in exasperation. "Legion, is that really you, you bastard? W was foaming at the mouth after you beat him, and you even stuck a note on him calling him a son of a bitch." Hugo was exhausted. What would he do next? The next day, Jian appeared at Wei's mansion. He smirked and muttered, "So, the divine artifact Wei stole from me is here?" John stepped inside to observe, noticing the ram's head hanging right at the entrance. The ram's staff is on display, and even a statue of W has been cast in gold and put on display. John scoffs, amused and disgusted. The bastard is so obsessed with appearing wealthy that he has to flaunt it like this. John glanced deeper into the mansion, able to smell his divine object emanating from within, and he couldn't help but be intrigued by the artifacts inside the glass. But what's with all this fake stuff? The clothes look like things he took from my house, but the weapons are all fake. Suddenly he stopped, his eyes landing on the toothpick once used by Lion Jian. He smiled, finally finding it. My precious treasure. After searching for a while, the mansion suddenly erupted into chaos and alarms blared. The guards immediately stormed in, yelling about a thief, and ordered all security to move to Sector B. Arriving on the scene, they found John holding a toothpick, looking nonchalant, surrounded by guards. They shouted warnings, demanding he drop the item and surrender peacefully. John shook the toothpick as if in thoughtful contemplation. Lightning crackled around him as John smirked, "I don't want to." With that, he waved the toothpick up and down repeatedly, and the guards were battered and bruised by the pressure of the tiny toothpick. John pouted at the toothpick, muttering, "I really should use what I'm used to. You all see that, right?" The guards were beaten to a pulp. Suddenly, a small pink monster appeared in John's hand. He happily says, "Nice to see you again." Kissing sound. As the system appears, you discover a divine object, living soil, a production-oriented artifact with shape-shifting abilities. Smile showered him with kisses as the system notifications continued to chime. You have met the unlocking conditions for the manufacturing plant, and a 1.5 square meter plant has been created. The default range of the crafting workshop has been unlocked, including crafting, repair, and disassembly workshops, and with the creativity of the copy skill, the characteristics of the instant soil may be granted as well. John cheerfully tells Smile, "Let's head out," and she happily agrees. As he walked, Jian stopped before a door bearing the symbol of the White Ram. The system announced it clearly sensed the White Ram's divine energy. John smirks, thinking it would be disappointing to leave empty-handed. He slowly opens the door, ready for a rewarding harvest. Meanwhile, Hugo gasped in shock. "Am I too late?" The Wei mansion was ablaze, black smoke billowing into the sky. The people screamed and scattered as Hugo, powerless, cried out in anguish. "Jian, please." Suddenly, Jian dragged a huge sack out of the mansion. He rubbed his stomach, muttering, "I'm starting to get a little hungry." Seeing him, Hugo immediately yelled, "Jian, look who's calling you." Hoops. Tears streaming down his face, Hugo ran to him, yelling, "Lion, you bastard!" John chuckled. "You bastard. It looks like you really are my friend after all." But Hugo ran right past him, rushing to the young man behind him, crying, "If you were alive, why didn't you come find me sooner? What were you doing when you first got back? Is your leg okay? You look terrible. Where are you running off to?" The idiot. John stares blankly at his friend, then his face turns dark with anger. John turns and kicks Hugo right in the face, his own friend's face. "You don't even remember? You idiot." The mistaken youth gaped, witnessing a perfect kick. Jay stared down at Hugo, who was slumped on the ground. He said coldly, "You really like getting hit, don't you? You should be worrying about other things." Hugo held his face for a moment, then looked up to see Smile staring blankly. Hugo stared intently at Smile, wondering if John Sim's divine object was actually Jian in disguise, smiling without joy. "You got hit in the head, now you want a kick in the butt too, huh?" Brat. Hugo immediately embraced Jian, crying out in elation. John sobbed uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. He was alive. "You really are Jian, aren't you?" It wasn't long before Jian pushed him away in disgust. He gritted his teeth, asking why he was suddenly being embraced. Despite the pain, Hugo clutched his stomach and laughed. "You really are Jian." Suddenly, the system blares, announcing the appearance of the centaur god. Jian frowns, looking at him in confusion. A blindingly handsome god suddenly appears, and Apollo slowly looks up, opening his eyes with a faint smile. Hugo stood in front of Jian, shocked. They both stared at Apollo, thinking the same thing. Why is he here all of a sudden? Apollo frowned, staring intently at Hugo and Jian. John met Apollo's intense gaze with equal measure. Apollo, the sacred god of Sagittarius, is questioning Lygian's very existence. Apollo turned to Hugo, seeking confirmation that Lion was genuine. Hugo's brow furrows. What's going on? Suddenly, Apollo draws his bow, aiming directly at Jian, and a system notification appears. Apollo, the sacred god of Sagittarius, speaks. "What if I fire a missile at him and aim it at Jian? Looking at Apollo, John said gruffly, "This sacred god." John's voice was strained, as if he wanted to hit Apollo. "Why is that bastard targeting someone as soon as he appears?" Hugo quickly stopped him, urging, It's okay, as long as you're all right." John frowned. "What do you mean, it's okay? From now on, I have to repay you." Hugo was stunned. John mimics him. "I'll kill you, good luck," terrifying Hugo. The demon behind Jian appears as he grits his teeth. "When I left the tower, my house was sold, my will was altered, and all my relics were lost." Trembling, Hugo pleaded, "No, wait, Jian." Then, raising his fist with a grin, he said, "First, let me punch you once." As he finished speaking, Hugo screamed at the top of his lungs, looking at him with a mix of tears and laughter. It really is Jian, thank goodness. But in his heart, he thought, that bastard didn't hold back at all. Guards swarmed from the W mansion like ants, and upon seeing Jian and Hugo, they shouted, "We found him! He's the one who stole the sacred relic. Get him!" Jian and Hugo narrowed their eyes at them, and Jian innocently replied, "That's right." Realizing they were being hunted, Hugo frowned at him. "What the hell did you steal?" John pointed to the white bundle, chuckling. "Just a few things." Hugo was stunned. "Don't tell me you robbed Yang Wei's vault." John nonchalantly nodded. "Yeah, that's right. Pretty good, huh?" Hugo, near tears, cursed. "Good for nothing." John chuckled shamelessly, while elsewhere, a guard stepped forward, asking their leader, "Captain, shall we apprehend him immediately?" The leader stopped him, saying he wasn't in their league, then observed Jian and said, "We've called in someone who can fight his ferocity. He's out of options." The guard furrowed his brow, confused. Not to mention the ground shaking, the earth is cracking and scattering everywhere. Hugo screamed in fear. What the hell is that? A monster leaps from the mansion's rooftop, and the leader somberly declares, "It's here." A foot slams into the ground. He says, "The guardian deity of Ares, the fierce beast of Pu, a lion with razor-sharp teeth, appears, growling." The system alerts him that Ares' familiar, Bisu, has appeared, warning that all his possessions and relics are in danger of being stolen. Bisu bares his sharp teeth and lets out a long growl. It postures before him and Hugo. John watches silently, while Hugo seems a bit frightened. Oh no, the Ares zodiac deity has arrived. He tells Jinan to throw away everything he stole from Jiang Wei and run. He shook his head, issuing a command, and Tish remained still. John stood tall, preparing for battle. With a triumphant tone, he says, "I always have a plan." He calls the L sword, Smile, to attention, and its eyes widen as the image of a weapon suddenly appears. Smile emitted a dazzling light, then spat out a knife hilt. John snatched it, a cold smirk on his face. John swung the blade in his hand powerfully, then quietly assessed that using it against a god would be difficult. But Jian gripped the dagger tightly, his body enveloped in power. "Show me your hidden truth," he said, awestruck. Hugo, overwhelmed by the oppressive aura, grimaced and wondered, what is that power? Then, with a crash, the small knife transformed into a massive sword, slamming into the ground. Jian smirked, sword in hand. "Finally, you're somewhat useful." A system notification appeared. The relic had awakened through the power of its constellation master. Due to the serpent bearer's unique trait, the sword has been granted a crucial triggering element. Its edge has been further honed. The sword's destructive power has increased. The 13th sense skill is online, and the enemy's weaknesses are now visible, but not their death. John, hearing this, shouts, "That's right. I've acquired a new skill." He suddenly roared, his 13th sense awakened, and Jian's eyes flashed. He could see Pizu's weaknesses clearly. John suddenly roars with power. "All right, let's fight." As he finished speaking, he lunged forward, striking the Pizchu with his sword. Hugo watched the battle from afar, muttering, "That's right, Jian. Your strategy is always to strike first. You always manage to overcome every challenge, even if it looks reckless." Hugo smirks, proud. "Defeat him, Jian." Without a word, the Pisu stomped down on Jian. Hugo's eyes widened in shock as he cried out, "Jian!" Lying beneath Pichu's foot, John, annoyed by the boy's scream, snapped, "What are you yelling about? It's too loud." With one hand, Jian propped up Pisu's leg, his voice icy. "Oh, that fat bastard, his stinking foot almost killed me." Then, Jian said grimly through gritted teeth, "Now, I believe it's my turn." At those words, Pisu paled with fear. In an instant, John sliced Pichu's foot in two, and the creature roared in agony. John notices the system alert, warning that the Pichu monster is using its abilities, unleashing earth-shattering roars. The system warns that Pu is absorbing all the surrounding wealth, but Jian calmly watches it happen. Seeing this, Jian clicks his tongue in annoyance, saying, "You wouldn't be getting beat up if you just stayed still." Jian raises his sword high, and the system appears, activating the traits of the serpent bearer. Jian smirks at Pisu, feigning politeness. "May I give you a little tap?" The system announces that the traits have been activated. John cast Serpent's Grip, slashing at Pisu. The blade tore through the earth, striking the creature, which wailed in anguish. The sword's destructive power split the earth in two like a lightning strike, leaving the guard speechless at the terrifying sight. Hugo stares in disbelief as Jian smirks with insane power. The powerful magic cleaved W's mansion in two, leaving a deep, long trench in the ground. Hugo was stunned by the sheer power. He stared at Jian's figure flickering in and out of the smoke, and realized with horror that he was just as strong as he was in his prime. As Bu fainted, the system's notification rang out. "You have defeated a guardian spirit. Your divine experience has increased." It asked Jian, "Do you want to keep Pichu, the treasure guardian monster, as your divine creature?" He frowned. "What?" He then asked the system, "How am I able to control familiars? Something only the 12 gods can do." John reached out and touched Pichu. Suddenly, a surge of blue light emanated from Jian's hand, and he absorbed it instantly. Later, Pizu's wings suddenly spread wide, and the system chimed with an alert. The guardian Pizu has become the serpent bearer's familiar, bringing the current familiar count to 1. Pizu, the treasure-keeping monster, shrunk down to a huggable size and playfully stuck its tongue out at its new master. John happily picks it up, and Pizu wags its tail, delighted to look at him. John, struck by an idea, excitedly exclaims that he can use Pizu to guard his treasures. Hugo could only listen from behind, dumbfounded. Where did he even learn that phrase? Hugo frowned, assessing him. He'd turned a familiar that belonged to other gods into his own possession. What will happen before he can fight him again to achieve this ability? As Hugo approached John, he heard the system ask him, "You can name the poo who has become your familiar." John was smiling happily, but he suddenly stopped, stunned. Then John's face turned somber, and he broke into a sinister grin. He roared, "Piggy bank!" John's accusatory voice echoed through the large house. "A traitor?" Hugo roars in anger. "Betrayal? Do you know how worried I was about you?" Jay said, pouting as he played with the wooden horse. "Am I wrong? You went off and got married, building a family and enjoying his own life." While his friend was trapped in the tower, John bitterly reproached Hugo. One is trapped, desperately trying to escape, while the other, who claims to be a friend, lives a blissful life. I wonder if he even thought about looking for his friend, or if this is how a friend should act. His voice drips with false pity, and he doesn't even recognize his friend after 20 years. I thought I was being observant, but I don't know if that's how a saint should behave. That person should be ashamed and repentant. Hugo was annoyed by his nonsense and wanted to punch him. Suddenly John stood up and said to Hugo, "I don't think I can ask you to stay in this house." He shook his head. "It's okay. You can stay here. I live alone anyway." John, lost in thought, patted his friend's shoulder in consolation, realizing he'd spoken out of turn. "Cheer up, my friend." Hugo immediately roared in protest. "It's not that I'm divorced, it's just that my wife—" He trailed off. Hugo sighed in frustration. "Never mind, let's not talk about that. Tell me about you." What happened in the tower? He thought to himself. Don't tell Sang or Wei about Leon. They're both crazy about him. And so, Hugo slowly recounted the events to Jian. "I was fighting the fallen angels outside, so I didn't know what was happening inside the tower. Why didn't you bring the Red Eye's head instead of someone else's?" He chuckled. "It's a sad story, really." Jian chuckled grimly, explaining, "I was stabbed in the back and thrown into a trap, a place teeming with monsters." He recalled the grotesque creatures, continuing, "Besides those monsters, the dead Red Eyes were resurrected." Hugo exclaimed in surprise, "The Red Eyes revived?" John nodded slowly. "That's right, and the Red Eyes we saw weren't their real bodies." John recalled its massive form and terrifying power, saying, "The real Red Eyes are deep within the tower, and I finally managed to defeat that troublesome Red Eye." An image of the clown with glowing red eyes flashed through his mind, and Jian slowly said, "But the real problem isn't the Red Eyes, it's the tower manager. He has the ability to revive dead calamities. Somehow I managed to escape. But I really thought I was near death when that perverted bastard brutally tortured me." John recalls the scene after he killed the monster as he recounts the story. "In a final struggle for survival, I killed the manager and collapsed, utterly spent." John remembers truly losing consciousness then. He turned to Hugo, his voice low and raspy. If he remembered correctly, he was sure he had died there. John conjures a spell in his hand for Hugo to see, explaining that when he awoke, the monsters were gone, somehow granting him his current abilities. "One thing's for sure, that bastard knew the tower's layout and stabbed him in the back," John said angrily, clenching his fist, his voice full of resentment. "That bastard succeeded in trapping me in a cave full of sky demons, as if he knew the location." The more John remembered, the angrier he became. He cracked his knuckles and said, "I'll be sure to defeat those who steal my assets and speak ill of me, but I have a special gift planned for the one who stabbed me in the back. I need to start preparing for that." "Right?" Hugo blinked at him, offering a sheepish smile. "I suppose so." He immediately cast magic on the wooden horse, causing it to fly, and said sternly, "I need to create equipment to use to destroy them." Immediately, the system chimed, "Level 1 crafting workshop, summoning a workshop capable of creating anything." The system notifications continued to ring out. "Searching for usable crafting materials. Would you like to use these materials to create a divine artifact?" John frowned at it. "Materials?" A black, eye-like gem suddenly appeared in his hand, and the system displayed its capabilities, solely to a concentrated essence of the Spider Queen. Accumulated magic can be absorbed, fragments of heavenly paintings. You can increase the success rate and power of the artifact. In addition to those two items, countless Ares Palace relics were also discovered, and John smirked deviously. "Or should we just gather it all up? The crafting of the holy relic is beginning." As Jian brandishes the wooden horse, the system announces its completion, and his formidable power illuminates the vast house. Moments later, the wooden horse transforms into a fiery red war horse. The divine object creation system is complete. An ego has been created. A B-grade imitation horse. If you write a name on the divine object, the owner of that name will be able to absorb magic power from those they touch. You can absorb 10% of another's mana per hour, and the relic is absolutely loyal to its master. John quickly snatched the warhorse and laughed. A divine artifact with an ego that can grow on its own. Hugo watched him, clapping in admiration, before approaching the warhorse for a closer look. Hugo then pouted, saying, "But for a high-level item with an ego, it doesn't look very cool, does it?" John, annoyed by his criticism, immediately yelled into his eardrums, "Are you serious? Do you know how many materials went into this?" Hugo covered his ears, then turned away, saying, "I was wondering if I should use the remaining materials to create equipment for you, but never mind. I should forget about it." Hugo immediately changed his tune. He grabbed his shoulders, flattering him. "What an amazing design." "John, you're a genius at crafting divine objects." "Oh, divine creation, what was I saying? I'm not cool at all. I should treat holy relics with the utmost respect," John thought, speechless. He put the warhorse into a white cloth bag, then raised his eyebrows at Hugo, who was a mess of tears and snot, saying, "From now on, let's see how well I do. We need to start dealing with those damn saints." Hugo frowned and asked, "What are we going to do? It's not easy to get those saints to leave their territory." John laughed, then unexpectedly placed the golden fleece on the table. "Isn't this enough to lure them out?" Hugo was shocked, blurting out, "A royal treasure of Ares, the golden fleece's treasure jar." A message then appeared. The golden fleece's SS rank treasure could store anything and even create new items if you paid the right price. Hugo frowned at the golden fleece and asked sternly, "That's one of the royal family's top relics. Why bring it out if you can't use it?" John bluntly replies, "I heard Otetsu was a broke saint, so I brought it to raise funds." Hugo immediately retorts, "I'm not broke." Then Jion shared his thoughts. "The higher the level of the relic, the more materials it needs, right? We'll use it to duplicate items and create holy relics that can kill them." Hugo frowned, puzzled. "What are we going to do? No one here can activate it." John stares at him with weary eyes, wondering if he can't even use this. Hugo screamed, "Hey, I'm not the Aries saint. I'm a Sagittarius saint." John stared blankly after hearing that. "Right," he said, glancing at Hugo as he pondered the golden fleece. "But I thought you could use it." Hugo shook his head in dismay. "I can't. I'm sorry, but we'll have to find another way." John clicked his tongue. "Damn it, I accidentally sent a declaration of war to the broadcasting station." Hugo paled upon hearing this. He asked, his voice trembling, "What did you send? And to whom?" John sighed heavily. "I think we're out of options. We need to find another way." Hugo growled, confused. "Wait, what did you send to the broadcasting station?" Hugo, in disbelief, paled and cursed. "You madman." In South Korea, a lavish mansion emerges, known as the Blue House. During an emergency meeting, everyone is silent until a scornful voice erupts. "Fools! You can't even kill a spider, and now you're self-destructing. And that man is none other than squad leader Oliver." He sat back in his chair, sneering, "Shouldn't you guys be selling Lucky Charms to those divine objects? Why bother fighting against the calamity?" The bespectacled man quickly cautioned him, "Lionheart, Captain, watch your words." Oliver bluntly cut him off. "I heard some nobody killed the Spider Queen. Did Lion come back from the dead or something?" With a snap, the white chess piece shattered, and the man's deep, chilling voice echoed, "Don't overstep your bounds." The speaker, Gemini Squad Captain Song Hee-hook, said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, "Holy Lion, you seem obsessed with heroic tales of Lion." Oliver didn't back down, stating bluntly, "Is there a problem with that? If it were Legion, he could have easily killed the Spider Queen." "Didn't you see the famous Russians subdued in the battle video?" Sung-hoon scoffs, saying Avna only got power-ups from other saints, and his weapon was also a gift from someone else. "With that much support, we could do even better." As soon as Chung Hee-wook finished speaking, Oliver burst out laughing. "You didn't have enough support, so you couldn't kill the Spider Queen." Huh. Unable to contain himself, Sung Hai-wook sneered, pointing directly at Oliver. "Let me state this clearly. We're from the Gemini Palace, and we're the ones who killed the Spider Queen thanks to the sacrifice of an S-class disciple." Oliver, seeing his arrogance, feigned admiration. "Gemini has someone that strong? I'd love to meet him. I guess I'll have to find him in the Spider Queen's stomach." Oliver and Hee-wook glared at each other, ready to fight at any moment. The president gritted his teeth, cursing, "Damn it! When did the Blue House become a haven for thugs?" Suddenly, someone burst in, shouting, "Mr. President, something big has happened. Please, watch the news." Then the TV screen flickered on, and the somber anchor announced, "Breaking news. Our station has received an anonymous package." On the screen, a letter appeared with the words, "I'm back," scrawled in red, along with a series of brutalized photos of Wei. The news anchor's grave voice echoed. Inside were photos purported to be of Mr. Jiang Wei, and a handwriting analysis confirmed a 99% match to the deceased Jian. Meanwhile, back at home, Hugo was screaming in frustration, angrily questioning John's motives for sending that. As he taps on his phone, he nonchalantly responds to the declaration of war. I was just about to tell them to prepare to be beheaded. Seeing that he wasn't listening, Hugo immediately yelled, "Hey, attention seeker!" Hugo was beyond frustrated with the current situation. Dealing with Yang Wei's death is headache enough. Why didn't you tell me about the other thing? John raised his head and laughed upon hearing that. Jiang Wei, he's not dead. Hugo suddenly paused. What? John sits up and slowly explains. Well, more accurately, he's alive, but not really. Hugo couldn't believe what he was hearing. Suddenly, Zion spun around, holding a stuffed bear with bulging, ugly eyes. He grinned, exclaiming, Jiang Wei, here! The Jiang Wei teddy bear roared silently. Lijian, you bastard! Hugo eyed the stuffed bear with suspicion. Could that really be Jiang Wei? Wei was helpless in his grasp, and he roared in anger in his mind. Let me go! Get your filthy hands off me! John smirks, answering Hugo's question. I'm far stronger than I was in our last fight. Now I can imprison Jiang Wei's soul as well. Then, stretching Wei's teddy bear face apart, he whispered, What are you waiting for? Introduce it already. Hugo muttered in disbelief. How could something so absurd exist? John shrugged, glancing at him. Believe it or not, take a look at this. Hugo then took what he offered. What is this? John gestured to his stomach, frowning as he said, This is the knife that stabbed me in the back, the one that set me up. Hugo pursed his lips, staring intently at the sharp blade in his hand. The knife that cornered Jian, this carving, this is no ordinary blade. Then he suddenly tells John that if he were stabbed, it probably wouldn't be by Jiang Wei. John ignores him, continuing to rip the bear's head off. He smirks, suggesting a refreshing dip in the Han River, then turns to Hugo with a sly grin. I'm just popping by the relic shop, I said, and you frowned, asking, What for? I held up the bear, glanced at it, and replied, Fuzzy here says he's seen this carving in that shop before. Then John casually asks, Oh, can I borrow some clothes? Hugo generously agrees. Just take whatever you need from the closet. A while later, at the house's front door, the handsome Jian teased Hugo as they walked. Here's your number 2 slave. Just give him orders in the house. Hugo was confused by what he said. Number 2? There's a number 1 too? John waves goodbye. Let's go. Number 1. Hugo could only scream in frustration, watching him leave without being able to do anything. At the W estate, which Jian had demolished, a squad of female guards suddenly appeared on patrol. The female captain spoke into her headset. My lady, the Ares Saintess isn't here, and I can't sense her holy power. The person on the other end, playing in the water, slowly replied, Is that so? The alluring woman in the bubbles is none other than the Aquarius saint, Soapy Marie, who relaxes in the tub and frowns, muttering, Where could he be? The captain glanced around, wondering if he'd run off with all their valuables, prompting a dejected response from Mary. This is bad. If he's secretly working with another saint, I'm in trouble. Sitting in the tub, Mary frowned, wondering, where did that pig run off to? The captain then added, Your Holiness, could that lion who just returned have kidnapped Legion? Mary burst into laughter. Oh, I just can't stop laughing. Suddenly, Mary uses her magic to choke a guard from behind, sneering, That's not funny. The captain, sensing her mistress's displeasure, immediately apologized. My apologies, I was mistaken, Mary said with satisfaction. Good, let's proceed to the relic shop as planned. I'll sell the wind shop to raise money for the auction. Just as Drake finished speaking, a female guard burst into Mary's bathroom, frantically announcing, My lady, something terrible has happened. She cried out in alarm. All the saints have suddenly registered for the auction. Mary whips around shocked and cries out, What? At the Lion Gym, everyone was training hard when suddenly chaos erupted. A young man approached Stephen, who was lifting weights. The young man whispered to Stephen, I heard Leon's sacred object will appear at the Drake auction. Stephen paused in surprise. With a resounding crash, Stephen drops the 100-kilo weight to the floor. He chuckled. So it's finally here? The man known as Stephen, the sinister lion saint, declared, That relic is ours. A portal suddenly appears, and a foot slowly emerges. John exclaims, Instantaneous teleportation is so convenient, isn't it? Sangdi dialed his phone and said, It's expensive, but Gemini gets it for free. The two then walked toward the relic shop. John turns to Sangde with a cheerful smile. Thanks for introducing me to an SS rank appraiser. Sangde thought of Chung-hee's threat. Did he know who had defeated the Spider Queen? Recruit him now, whatever it takes. He chuckled. It's nothing. Sang-jae nervously glanced at his phone a few times, and John, puzzled, asked, "Is your boss bothering you after the accident?" He shook his head. "No, it's nothing." John held out the soul blade to Sang-jae. "Here, it's yours. I used it to fight off those bugs, you know." The stats of the twin swords appear. Genus A's Desire, a skill to summon two-faced warriors. Red Warrior S, Blue Warrior Mute. Activate random skills. Sang-du quickly takes it and mutters in wonder, "Wasn't it broken back then?" John explains he's been fixing it, and the effects have changed slightly, so don't be surprised. Sang-du quietly thanks him. Oblivious, he looks into the distance and exclaims, "Wow, where is this?" An ancient-looking building appears before them. John asks curiously, "You managed an SS rank here?" After a long moment, a man blurts out on the crowded street, "Huh?" Then others blushed and stared in one direction, one exclaiming, "Someone's causing a stir in a place like this. She's gorgeous." The man stammered as the beautiful and elegant Saint Aquarius Marid led her cold guard in. As she arrived, an employee immediately greeted the saintess, Sophie Marid. Mary coldly ordered, "I want to give some holy artifacts to the appraiser before the auction starts." The staff member apologetically refused. "Forgive me, Your Holiness, but he's currently occupied with someone else." Mary, enraged, wanted to shout, "He dares to help others while I'm here." But outwardly she remained calm, replying, "Very well, I shall wait." Outside the ancient building, Mary frowned, wondering, who could be inside? Inside the house, John was admiring the artifacts, unable to help but wonder, does that person run this place? The prices are all SS class, too. Suddenly, someone picked up a golden statue and asked Sang-dae, "Who made this?" Unable to answer, Sang-jae is interrupted by Jian, who waves and says with a smile, "That would be me." "What about it?" The bearded man, an SS rank appraiser from the Aquarius faction, Jin Mi, stares at the statue with suspicion. "You made this? What's your connection to Leon?" Sang-jo immediately pointed at him and pretended to say, "He's an imposter of Lion." Myung silently looks at him before suggesting, "Sang-jae, we need to talk." Mai then directly asked Jian what his relationship was with El Jian, to which he responded with a question of his own. "Why do you ask?" he replied, while Sang-jae quietly slipped away from the conversation. Myung explained sternly, "Because he's so good at fighting, few know this, but he's also a legendary craftsman." He gazed at the statue and said, "I've seen countless imitations of this creation, but this is truly Lion's masterpiece." With that, Jian approached him, grinning with delight. "You seem to know a lot about Lion?" Mi immediately nodded. "Of course." Mi then shyly lowered his head and bashfully told him, "Because I was his favorite disciple." John was unnerved by his words, and with a dark expression he asked, "Son-in-law, why are you blushing?" John crossed his arms, pondering, "I don't remember ever taking on a disciple." Mi, while examining the statue in his hand, said, "Considering your age, you couldn't be a direct disciple, but your skills are indeed impressive. I was almost fooled." This made him grit his teeth in anger, cursing under his breath. "Should I just punch him in the face?" Then he produced a notebook. "I see. This is the item I received after Leon acknowledged me as his disciple." Looking at the old notebook, he seemed to recall something. "Huh? Isn't this the notebook I lost? Wait a minute. Could this guy be that kid who followed me all over China? That kid was so annoying. I just thought he was bothering me." But John remembers what he used to look like. 20 years can really age a person. Myung sheds tears of emotion, realizing he has an eye for hidden treasures. "He even gave me so much useful information." Suddenly, he raised the production notebook high and shouted. But one day he suddenly left his residence and left this behind. He glanced helplessly, thinking he'd lost it, but it turns out this old man took it. Myung opened the notebook, explaining that his handwriting was terrible, so she couldn't read a thing. But it must have been his idea journal to receive such a valuable item. He secretly thought it was his hit list. Seeing how much the old man treasured the book, Jian thought about how after awakening he received information whenever he punched something. But if he's an SS class appraiser, there's bound to be some good information, right? Myung held the notebook out to him. "However, this notebook should be used by someone talented like you. Please take it." He quickly accepts, thinking, "Oh, great." I was sad to lose the notebook as I had written some things in it. Then the system announced that the dormant notebook was reacting to its master's power. The notebook will evolve into a sacred relic. Like the essence of the serpent bearer's power, he sees the notebook changing and cries out in excitement. "Oh my, a relic that stores memories. It seems you have skills I've never encountered before." Just then, an employee rushed in to report that something had happened to Jin Young. Startled, he turned around and asked the frantic employee, "What is it?" The man hurriedly replied, "The saintess is outside." He clicked his tongue. Shh, why is the saintess always causing such a commotion? John questions the saintess as the proud Saintess Mary stands outside, arms crossed, surrounded by guards protecting her from adoring fans. She thought with annoyance, why do these weaklings keep staring at me? It's always like this when I go out. A man in the crowd observed, Sophie Mary. Is that the saintess who only appears in the main storyline? I've heard that even leaving the church is a serious matter, she haughtily commands. Waiting any longer is a waste of time. I'll go find him myself to talk. She thought to herself, that appraiser will have to pay a high price for our holy relic to cover the auction costs. But how long does he intend to keep us waiting? Unable to wait any longer, Mary decided to push the door open. A guard quickly tried to stop her. Your Holiness, we have a guest. Please, you can't just barge in. Who is this guest that dares to keep me waiting? I have to see for myself. As she entered, the two inside stared intently at her. The saintess froze, her eyes fixed on Jion, turning red. In her eyes, he was a dazzlingly handsome man, and blushing, she exclaimed, He's so beautiful, I must get closer. But before she could approach, she saw a massive snake baring its fangs and flicking its tongue at her. Marty was horrified, her face changed, and her eyes widened at the sight of the snake. Terrified, she collapses to the ground as the worried guards rush to her side, asking, Are you all right, Saintess? Still reeling, sweat pouring down her face, she trembled, wondering what was happening. The power she just felt, the horrifying visions flooding her mind, thousands of snakes surrounding her. With that thought, Mary quickly got up and fled. I have to get out of here immediately. The worried guards called after the saintess, and me, witnessing this, asked, why did she suddenly leave as soon as she got here? John casually replies, probably just got sick. Just then, the system announces that a fearless individual connected to the zodiacs is approaching the serpent bearer. Your divine power has been enhanced by the serpent bearer's sacred art. It's now at 35%. Reading the notification, he wondered, how is holy power different from magic? The system explained, holy power is bestowed by the gods and is required to be used. He can take holy power from gods or others, but if it reaches 0%, he'll lose his strength. If that condition persists, she will weaken. John clenches his fist. Things just keep getting crazier? He pointed in the direction she went and asked, was that girl a saintess? You're surprised. What? You don't know her even though she's been in every newspaper? He explained, she is the Holy Aquarius. Sophie Mary, you really don't know? John repeats Sophie's name in disbelief. Sophie Mary. Hearing this, he laughed so hard he cried. I kept asking about the saintess, but she's the saintess? Remembering her earlier appearance, he secretly thinks she really had a successful transformation. No wonder he didn't recognize her. Her original appearance wasn't awful, and she got prettier later, but no amount of surgery could fix that hideous soul. Jay even photoshopped her head onto a worm. He thinks that if he had to classify the types of people he hates into bones, insects, and garbage, Sophie would definitely be an insect. He can't acknowledge her when she values skincare more than life itself. The man beside him said, I can't understand why people see her as a goddess of mercy and sacrifice when she's just a selfish, evil person. John quickly retorted, oh, so you know about her too? He explains that she is, in fact, Dr. Lyon's physician and intends to siphon all of his funds. But because other saints wanted a piece, the government stepped in to manage things. Hearing this, he gritted his teeth, thinking, those bastards dare lay a hand on my money under my name? He asks, and the way you address her, are you acquainted with the saintess? He smirks. Of course she knows me. We're old friends. In the back alleys behind the building, Mary ran for her life, gasping for breath. Her bodyguard followed, anxiously asking, are you all right, saintess? The horrifying words of the past echoed in her mind. Do you have a death wish? Damn it, she cursed under her breath, terrified. Why would Lion return now of all times? But his overwhelming power gives me the same goosebumps he has. She said to the guard beside her, have you ever thought that dying might be more comfortable than feigning? The guard was understandably confused. Marty ordered, go back and investigate that man for me. He obeyed. Understood. What about the appraiser? She paused, considering, before answering. No, actually, I've changed my mind. She turned back, a twisted smile on her face, and told the guard to kill them all, prompting a reminder from the guard. But the saintess seems to value that appraiser. We still need him to sell things. The saintess calmly says, for making me wait and scaring me, they've simply disrespected me. Marty says excitedly, I'll lend you my holy artifact and power. The guard hesitates. But, Your Grace, to use your power in a neutral district. She smiles sweetly, but her words are forceful. Are you disobeying me? Terrified, the guard replied, I would never disobey. The saintess's will is the will of the gods. He knelt, reaching out to receive the saintess's power. He held the power necklace in his hand, saying, "The Saintess's will is the will of the heavenly faction. I would never disobey the orders of the Holy One who rules this world." Meanwhile, Jian wondered, where did this water come from? In the Divine Artifact Complex in downtown, Sangdae is strolling down the street. Sipping his drink, he scanned his surroundings when something caught his eye, surprising him. He stared at the puddle, wondering, it hasn't rained. Where did this water come from? Sadir leans down to examine the puddle more closely. Though somewhat murky, he senses mana within it. Suddenly, his reflection in the water shifts, startling him, and a hand reaches out from the puddle, causing him to stumble back. The cup in his hand falls straight into the strange puddle, and an identical figure of Xander crawls out, heading right for him. Sangjun couldn't believe his eyes. What was that? Behind him, screams erupted. In the square, each puddle transformed into a different passerby, a cacophony of shouts, cries of surprise, and questions. What is this event? What's going on? From above, Marty wept as she summoned waves around her, crying, "Mirror image." The Saintess calmly states, "Those just replicated are only A-rank disciples, but if they attack in large numbers, we can even take down an elephant." Sangda urgently shouts, "Hey, holy knights!" The guard is shocked and annoyed, questioning why a combat skill is being used in a neutral zone and demanding they stop. He said with slight embarrassment, "This is all done according to the Saintess's instructions, so don't complain. What are you so surprised about?" The guard reiterated that all of this was the will of the gods, then raised the cup to activate the relic. Sang desperately tried to stop them, but it was too late. A pillar of light shot into the sky, illuminating the entire city as countless citizens were trapped in bubbles, and the floodgates opened. The guard, with his arms crossed behind his back and a legion of water people behind him, says, "All right, let's go deal with the guy in the appraisal shop. Meanwhile, the others will go capture the divine artifact appraisers." The foreigners behind him obeyed, splitting into groups. Sangd had also been trapped in a water bubble. He cursed, holding his breath and focusing his power to escape. His vision blurred, but he fought to stay conscious, thinking fast before blacking out. Sangja lost consciousness before he could break free of the water bubble trapping him. Meanwhile, Jian is observing the strange pool of water on the ceiling, silently analyzing it. Myung says, "Is something happening outside? There's a suspicious amount of mana lingering around here." Suddenly, the water attacks him, trying to trap him in a bubble, while a knife is held to Jian's throat, but he doesn't seem afraid. The guard said, "Don't move." He held the knife tighter, explaining, "I have nothing against you, but the Saintess is displeased." He continued, "If you don't want to shed pointless blood, don't do anything stupid. You're both subdued." While Myung was restrained by water, he was held at knife point. The guard exclaimed, "The Saintess told me to kill you both, but if you apologize for looking down on her and buy our divine artifacts at a high price, I'll put in a good word for you with the Saintess." Mi frowned, torn between choices, but calmly asked, "Is it normal to brandish knives in public these days?" Hearing this, the guard was shocked as Jin casually broke the knife with his bare hands, saying, "Back in my day, no one would even think of using weapons in public." He calmly says, "Jin Myung, make them pay for the damages." The man on the side sweats profusely, thinking that dagger was a sacred treasure of Aquarius and he broke it with his bare hands. The guard panicked. "I told you not to move." Water rushed from me towards Jian, but he just laughed, casually shattering it with a punch, shocking everyone. Tightening his fist, he looked at the guard with amusement and said, "Do you have anything else like that?" That was fun. Sweat pours down his face as he frantically searches his pockets, unable to believe that his A-rank replica was destroyed with a single blow. Just as the Saintess predicted. "This man is dangerous. He must be eliminated here and now to protect the Saintess." The guard pulls out a necklace, shouting, wondering if he can withstand this. Water erupts, forming pools as the man shouts that it's made from the Saintess's pure mana. Then he calls upon his orange-tier water wolves, each puddle transforming into a ferocious beast. Jian smirks with delight. "It's been a while since that lowlife has given me such a grand feast." He drew his knife and said, "Hey, Jinmi, he's waiting for you to continue." With a knife in each hand, Jian said, "You said I could take whatever I wanted, right? I'll take these." No sooner said than done. He vanished. Before Jian could react, he charged toward the monsters. The blade sliced cleanly through the monsters as he exclaimed, "These knives are incredible!" The system announces that he has obtained the water-severing beheading data. John enjoys attacking more and more. Those maggots sure know how to train their dogs. All A-grade materials and above. Just appraising a few things earned me so many points. He hacked away at each monster, splitting them into pieces. The system announced he had acquired data. Mirror shard simulation. A series of notifications appear. Data acquired and the ability to work through the night without sleep. You have acquired data, food obsession, mental sign has leveled up. You've acquired data, tenacity increased by 5%. Zodiac experience points increased. John was surprised and impressed, so many points. The guard was stunned, finding it unbelievable that the Saintess's summon could be killed so easily. John called out to him, and he trembled, seeing the murderous intent in John's eyes, wondering if that was all he had. The guard trembled, feeling like he was facing a deadly serpent, knowing he was no match, certain death. He fled, fear driving him out the door, leaving behind the words, "Damn you, I won't forgive this." John scoffs, saying that people who spout such nonsense are never a threat, as Mi-young silently observes that he is just as she thought, while a panicked man rushes in, asking, "Uncle, is everyone all right? It's goat fuel." He panicked. The Aquarius disciples suddenly started attacking indiscriminately, and I barely escaped. But before him was a scene of chaos, with aquatic monsters lying everywhere. John calmly asks, "Are they here?" "We just finished," as the boy stammers, "What the hell happened here?" He asked, "Aren't those the summons that Saint made?" He replied, "Looks like it, but aiming production-oriented things at me is just asking me to take them for materials." "We need to get out of here before more of them show up," Sade desperately urged, cutting him off. "Wait," he thought to himself. 20 years ago, I followed Lord Lion to witness his crafting methods. I remember clearly how he fought monsters and took their materials." He asked in a panic, "That demonic display, that insane battle, could you be Ligeo?" Cutting him off, he silenced the man with a gesture, a smirk confirming the truth. With tears of joy, Mi-young smiled, then left, saying, "I'll be back for those materials, so keep them safe for me. I'll have some questions for you later." "Thank you so much, sir," he said with a respectful bow. "I'll be back again." John nodded slightly, his hands in his pockets. Outside, Sangda called out, "Hey, John." John waited in silence. "You ask why the Saintess is targeting me? I'm wondering the same thing." "Or maybe you provoked her the wrong way?" Sangdi asked anxiously. "You mean you made her your enemy or something?" But he calmly replied, "Just take me there." John smiled dangerously. "I'll show you something cool in a bit." The quiet evening at Cafe I sees a table full of desserts brought out by the staff, and John digs into a spoonful of gelato. He exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, Sangdae! The gelato here is amazing. Eat as much as you want." Sangdae replied shyly, "Okay. But is this really okay? This place is pretty expensive." He recalled the guard dropping something as he ran off, then held it up, shaking it, and said, "No worries. This will be a big help once we take a look at it." John holds up the item. A badge. It can be used as a card and store the skills of other gods. Sangjae exclaims, "Looks like an Aquarius badge." He thinks to himself, it also has the advanced functions of an ID card, so it could even bite back at us. But Jian didn't seem to care, saying they could figure it out after eating, leaving Sangjae frustrated, wondering, is it even edible? Just then, a man in glasses approached, saying, "Hey, Sangjae, you like the gelato here too?" He thought, "Huh?" with a dark look. That voice caused both of them to turn, and Sangjae stammered, "Team leader Choi Sang-yuk. He's approaching so amiably, asking if he can sit here." As John ate his ice cream, he thought, isn't that the boss who's been giving Sangjae a hard time, and Sangjae is still stuttering. "Hello," Sahyuk said, sitting down to greet him. "Nice to meet you. I'm the leader of the Gemini squad." "Choi Sahyuk, forgive me, but are you the one Sangjae mentioned?" Jae responds quickly, "That's right." He glanced over and continued, "I heard he knows someone extraordinary, someone who defeated the Spider Queen that Jiang Wei couldn't." John coldly asks what that has to do with him, to which Sang-yuk replies that recruiting outstanding talent is also the job of the Divine Squad captain. Hearing this, he ate his ice cream and asked, "Recruiting? What are you going to bribe me with?" He crossed his arms, surprising Jian. "One of Liu Jian's 8 sacred relics will soon be auctioned, but there's no rush. How about we discuss this while keeping an eye on the auction?" He put his spoon down, Jian's brow furrowed, a smear of ice cream on his lips. "They're auctioning off my belongings? How persuasive. You said I have nothing to lose, so I'll go with you." "Is the auction house nearby?" Sangjae reminded him, speechless. "Gelato first, though." Sahywook reached out his hand. "No, I'm afraid not nearby. Since this is one of Leon's famous relics, it will be auctioned at a suitable location." He smiled with amusement. "The world's greatest auction house, 16,000 feet above ground." He continued. "The prosperous fortress city of Drema, at the Great Drema Auction House." Mary looked anxiously at her chest. Trembling, she sat pale in her seat as a man with a wineglass said, "Hey, his scars make him look fierce. If you're going to sit in the corner and tremble, get out of here. You're ruining the taste of the wine." Annoyed, she glared and cursed inwardly. This guy has no manners, just a musclehead, but I have to suck up to him for now. She eyed the man, realizing that no place was safer than beside the one who surpassed even Lion, the St. Leo, Stephen Marer. Suddenly, Stephen gets up to leave, declaring that Leon's weapon up for auction belongs to him and is not for sale. Marty asked Han where he was going. He coldly replied, "None of your business. Just wait there." And so Marty obediently sat still, without moving. Looking outside, she calmed herself, telling herself to stay calm. Analyzing that this is Drema, she thinks that no matter who that is, he shouldn't be here. Suddenly, she saw someone. Huh? There was a blonde man. She wondered if it was Hugo Otts. Marty smiles with amusement, a valuable customer arriving just in time. Meanwhile, Ott scratches his head, searching. Where could Jian be? He sighs, looking around, having heard that Jian would be here because of the many expensive relics. But when did Marty appear behind him? She lightly touches him, greeting him. Long time no see. Mary grins wickedly, asking, "How have you been?" Hugo shouts out in alarm as Sophie Marie crosses her arms and says, "You're certainly hard to pin down." Seeing him frown slightly, she continued, "Looks like you can't beat time either, can you? You were once the face of the Saints, but you've changed quite a bit. Or perhaps you just have fewer followers than we do?" O waves his hand dismissively. "Get lost. I don't want to talk to you." Marty provokes him. "Oh my, are you just going to ignore me and do whatever you want? Well, if you do, you might lose your child just like you lost your wife." O stopped in his tracks. He didn't turn around at her provocation, so she cheerfully continued, "Oh dear, she's not dead yet, is she?" But Mary's words grew more and more outrageous. Perhaps she should just die. What good is a useless head of the household who tears his family apart? Isn't that right? He couldn't contain his anger any longer. Flames erupted around him, and a massive explosion tore through the building. Os was the cause. He was furious, his eyes blazing as he growled, "I told you to get lost." The Sanus covered her mouth, giggling. She blocked his fiery fist with one hand, saying gently, "Whoa, please restrain yourself. You have to, after all. I thought you'd forgotten about the 10-year truce." She narrowed her eyes, paused, and continued, "Shouldn't you be more aware of your position as a saint?" Just then, a voice rang out. "Hey, insect." Hearing that voice, she frantically turned around. With a mere gesture, John completely nullified her power, sending her flying backwards. Her eyes rolled back, and she fell unconscious as he threw her to the floor. Startled, he turned and yelled Jian's name, surprising him. Jian, clearly annoyed, asked, "What are you doing here?" He immediately replied, "I worry about you because you might cause trouble again." He looked confused. "Worried about me?" John suddenly became wary. "Do you like me or something?" He immediately retorted, "Don't joke like that, Jian." Then, with a disgusted frown, he asked, "Forget it." "But why?" he wonders, looking down at the unconscious Mary. "Why do I keep running into her?" he wondered. "Does she like me or something?" Lion, the 13th saint and considered the strongest. Sophie trembled as memories of him flooded back, thinking to herself, "I've always hated Lion. No, I fear him. His scarred and gruesome face, his unforgiving and violent nature, and his cold eyes that always looked down on her." Sophie recalled a night from 20 years ago, late and stormy, with ominous thunder and lightning. Inside the palace, the guards' cries echoed as they desperately tried to stop Lion. "Lord Lion, stop!" Bandaged and broken, he storms forward, ignoring the warnings behind him, as a servant desperately tries to intervene. "This is the Aquarius Sanctuary. Leave at once." A chilling silence fell over the palace, before Jian finally spat out an icy command to leave. His face covered in bandages and scars only added to his ferocity, and the servant, witnessing the terrifying sight, fled in terror. At that moment, a voice echoed, "What is going on here?" The voice belonged to Sophie, who, dressed in her nightgown, crossed her arms and yelled at John, "How dare you trespass here? Please leave." Before she could finish, John lost his temper and punched the wall behind Sophie, creating a hole, and her terrified scream echoed throughout the palace. John glares down at Sophie, his tone threatening. "Do you have a death wish?" Though frightened, Sophie crosses her arms and snaps back at him. "Why would you do that?" John roared, his anger directed at her. "You dare ask me that? I sent you to the rear to heal the wounded, so why are you loitering here?" Their arms and legs looked severed. They were all injured, protecting you. He scolded her, grabbing her wrist, causing her to wince in pain. Regardless of Sophie's protest, John firmly grabbed her wrist, dragging her to the patients, reminding her that she promised to heal them. Of course, Sophie didn't agree, resisting and yelling to be released. "Who cares if people like them die? They should be glad to save me for humanity's sake." Are you looking down on the saints? Soapy continued to stand her ground, criticizing him. We've had enough of being called useless lately. I have no intention of cleaning up that mess. Hearing those words, Jian stopped, turned to her, and coldly asked, What? Sophie frowned, rubbing her nose, annoyed by John's scent, and said irritably, If you understand, then leave. I have to get ready for my interview. Let go of me, she said, decisively pulling her hand away from Jian's. Soapy even scoffs, looking down on him. Heavens, how tight are you holding on? She rubbed her wrist, disgusted by his touch, as John's true colors began to emerge. Enraged, he slapped Soapy across the face, the sound of John's fury echoing through the palace. Right, I expected too much from a bug that understands human speech. Bugs need to be beaten until they wake up. Soapy, equally enraged, screamed, You son of a bitch! But resistance was futile. I was eventually dragged away to treat the injured until I collapsed, all thanks to that rude and unreasonable lion. I really hate lion. As she drifted through unpleasant memories, Sophie was awakened by the voice of the man she'd been cursing. Sleeping soundly, I see. You insect. Sophie was tied to a wooden chair, still drowsy and confused, as she looked at Jian, who was also sitting in a chair facing her. The more she looked, the paler her face became. Her eyes widen as she wonders why she's here with John and Hugo. Is there anything worse than running into your mortal enemy? Soapy immediately panicked and screamed throughout the tower. What are you doing? Release me at once. How dare you do this to a saintess? John sighed wearily. After 20 years, she hasn't changed a bit. Why is she still like this? Hugo, standing next to him, sighed in agreement. Sophia gritted her teeth, cursing inwardly. Does he think I'll just take that? Don't think this will be like 20 years ago, where I'll secrete acid onto my hands and melt the rope. She was triumphant in her heart because of her plan. These restraints are useless if I can escape and reach Stephen Marer. But her thoughts were cut short by Jian flicking her forehead. He effortlessly extinguished her hopes of escape, scoffing, Your tricks are so obvious, leaving Sophie humiliated and defeated. Then John frowned, noticing smoke rising from his middle finger. Huh? What's this? Meanwhile, Sophie smirked. Fool, I have an acid defense skill that activates whenever someone hits me. Now the acid spell will begin to melt your entire body. It starts with the hand, she says, imagining Jian begging for forgiveness in agony. This is Aquarius's strongest protective skill. But before she could gloat, Jian silenced her by showing her how quickly his finger healed. He smugly says, Oh, really? Then this is my strongest middle finger. Sophie, witnessing this, is utterly dumbfounded and cries out in shock. What is that? She couldn't believe the corroded part healed instantly. That's not recovery, that's a game-breaking skill, John chuckled, looking down at her miserable state. Now then, you insect, let's relive some memories. I hear you've been spreading rumors that you're my doctor. 1 flick. You're the one who brought those guys to the appraisal shop, right? 5 flicks. And what exactly did you say to Techu? 50 flicks. As Sopo listened to her crimes and the painful flicks that came with them, her eyes welled up with fear, and her voice began to stammer. Please, wait. John, already prepared, simply smiles back at her. Waiting, huh? Then a moment of silence, followed by the inevitable. But as if he'd been waiting for this moment, he used his divine finger-flicking technique, aiming straight for her ample chest, flicking again and again, ignoring her screams for mercy. Hugo, pretending not to see or hear anything, calmly sips his tea, glancing at the battlefield beside him, thinking Jian beats up anyone, male or female, as long as they provoke him. But then something strange interrupted his thoughts. Am I imagining things, or is his divinity increasing with each flick? System notifications appear around Jian as he gains divinity, currently at 40%, after delivering a powerful flick to the holy water bottle. He's acquired sacred-grade data, but whose divinity is he increasing? Jian paused mid-flick, looking down at the victim of his divine forehead attack. Turns out, Sophie fainted from the pain, with 3 round bumps on her forehead like gourds. It was only then that he noticed the system display in front of him. Divinity unlocked. Current divinity level 50%. Requires charging? John asked, confused. What exactly is a godhood? Explain that again. It quickly responded. Divinity is divine power used to manifest and maintain a god's strength, and you can steal it from the followers of other gods. When a godhood reaches 0%, the corresponding zodiac loses its power and may die if it remains at 0%. He pondered, realizing he could also acquire godhood by defeating others. I didn't get it when I hit Jiang Wei because it wasn't unlocked then? This made John hesitate and scratch his head, but then he smirked. realizing this could be his path to power as Hugo called out to him from behind. "John, shouldn't you ask her about the knife?" John calmly turned to explain. "She wouldn't dare stab me. Also, I found someone who can investigate that knife." "All good," Hugo mumbled in response, drawing his own conclusion. "So you just want to torment her." John then reached into his pocket, pulled out his phone, checked the time, and chuckled, "Oh, has it been that long?" Hugo, surprised by what John was holding, asked, "When did you get a phone?" John replied cheerfully, "I borrowed it from a friend, but don't tell him it's Sangdi's." Then, Jian winked at him, smiling. "Teksu, I have to get to the auction house, so I'll leave the rest to you. You can throw her in a dumpster somewhere." He then entered the elevator, waving goodbye to Hugo, ignoring his calls from behind. "I'll be in touch after the auction." Hugo glanced at Sophie, still unconscious from the blow, unsure of what to do with her, when suddenly the elevator doors opened before him. At first, Hugo thought John had returned for something he forgot. But before he could ask, he realized it wasn't John at all. Hugo frowned, annoyed. Of all people, why him? Why him? The person he was referring to was none other than Stephen Marer. He looked down at the dazzling Sophie, then back up at Hugo, who silently anticipated the trouble to come. Stephen's eyes flashed with anger, blinding light erupting around him as he growled, "Hugo, what are you doing here?" The two stared in disbelief at the newcomer, Stephen Marer, who smiled and greeted them, adjusting his glasses. "Sagittarius, long time no see," he says, a fierce golden light flashing in his eyes. Stephen remarked, "But I suppose our current situation doesn't allow for friendly greetings." Hugo cautiously asked, "Leo, what are you doing here?" Stephen gripped his glasses and replied, "Aquarius has called for allies." He glanced at the unconscious. So across from him and continued, "I just happened to be in Dryma on business and dropped by," he said, pressing for information. "All right, now it's your turn to answer. Why are you here?" Hugo frowned, replying, "I'm here on business with the auction house. It's none of your concern." Stephen sighed, wiping his glasses on his shirt as he said, "So you're also after the relic of Leon that's appearing at this auction?" Hugo feigned surprise, asking, "John's relic is in this auction?" Stephen replies, "You really didn't know?" "Well, I doubt you could afford it even in your dreams, so knowing won't do you any good. So, Lion, are you still collecting artifacts made by Jian? He's never acknowledged his power and always looked down on him, yet he's constantly collecting the artifacts he created. Does he really think that'll make him as strong as him?" Stephen's rage erupts, his power detonating the earth around him. Hugo is forced to use his abilities to block the attack. Just as I suspected, he loses control whenever Jian is mentioned. In his rage, Stephen unleashes a thunderous punch. "He grabbed your wrist," Stephen threatened. "Hey, Hugo, don't act so high and mighty. You're nothing but a fool. And don't you dare mention Jian's name in my presence again." He snaps his wrist. A fierce aura, like that of a lion, seemed to emanate from him as he declared, "I'm stronger than him now." Suddenly, just then, someone rushed in, frantic, saying, "Captain, something's happened. That person reported that those Gemini bastards are buying up all of Leon's goods." Stephen turned back in alarm, asking, "What did you say?" Stephen finally released Hugo, saying, "Looks like I don't have time to play with you anymore." Stephen turns and says, "Do whatever you want with Aquarius." Hugo calls after him, confused. "Weren't you here to take her away?" He hastily replied, "The auction is more important, I'm leaving. In any case, we're rivals in seeing who has more disciples, so I don't need to worry about her that much." Stephen suddenly turns around, and Centaur, take it from a former teammate, if you want to live, suppress that nature of yours and be humble. Hugo scoffs, "Oh, I'm just overcome with gratitude." Hugo watches Stephen go, lost in thought, while Soy, next to him, has already fainted from fright. Hugo looked down, contemplating his burnt hand. Damn it. Hugo lamented his weakness, understanding why he was so useless. At the Dragma auction house, the rooms were equipped with high-end glass doors. In a VIP room, an announcement rings out. The Gemini chairman happily declares that the artifact is now in Gemini's possession. And with that, the first session of the auction has come to a close. We'll begin the second session after a short break. Heg watches the big screen, grabs a bottle of wine, and stands up to celebrate, boasting, "That's right, it's mine." Hugh smiles, congratulating him on getting what he wanted, as Higo rubs the back of his neck, replying with a bashful thanks. "Not only did you invite me to the VIP room, but you also let me buy everything I wanted. It's a small price to pay for someone with your talent. Are you sure about this, Divine General Captain? That divine artifact is probably worth billions." Hyuk laughs. "It's okay, Sang-jae is more important. Sorry, but could you cover the bar tab? I don't have my company card on me." Song-jo worried about how much he'd borrowed, but he was older, so there was nothing he could say. He reluctantly agreed, and Hago excitedly said, "Don't worry, I've already taken care of it." Hayok looked down at his pocket, immediately wondering when that had become his card. Higo waved Hayok's card in his hand, smirking provocatively. "Looks like you're a little drunk, so I paid first. I can't let my subordinate pay, even if it's unintentional, right?" Hyok forces a smile. "I was just about to give him my personal card. Thanks for using it for me." He thought to himself, he looks so young, yet he's already trying to get ahead of me. But this is the super rookie who killed the Spider Queen. If I can use him, these payments are nothing. A purple mist suddenly emanates from Yuok. He says, "All right, enough drinking, let's get down to business. I think very highly of you. I'm sure you have the potential to be an S-class. Maybe even more so if you receive the blessing of our Saint Ares." Huck continues his persuasion with the mist, saying that as the saint's successor, he could become one of the 10 saints and gain wealth, honor, and the great power of a master magician, Saint Ares, for free. Suddenly, he held out his hand and said, "Take my hand and you will become one of the disciples of the great Saint Ares." Dewey burst out laughing at Hayuk and Sangda's bewildered expressions. He's laughing to himself. What a joyous day. I suppose that's the gist of it. Suddenly, his face changed completely as he sneered, "Are you asking me to become a lackey of some inferior god?" Huck's smile froze as he wondered. He was so friendly before, why is he suddenly angry? Thinking he needed to change the subject, he said, "I think you've misunderstood something." Just then, the server outside spoke up. "Excuse me, I've brought the auction items." Huck felt relieved, thinking, perfect timing. "Come in." The server smiled and entered, replying, "Yes, my apologies. Congratulations. Here is the auction certificate and the certificate of authenticity, proving this is indeed Lion's divine artifact." John repeats the words, "authentication certificate." He thinks they're full of it. Hayuk exclaimed in a panic, "You bought the Lion's divine artifact?" John picked up the golden ring and said, "You told me I could buy anything, right? I wasn't particularly aiming for this, but it's quite a useful divine object." Hayok worried, thinking, Stephen is obsessed with Lion's divine objects, so I shouldn't play around with this. He tries to reason with John. "I'm sorry, but this item already has an owner, so we'd like to return it." Just then, a massive explosion ripped through the door, sending splinters flying and the waitress screaming. All eyes turned to the source of the blast. Enraged, Stephen storms in, demanding, "Who dares lay a hand on my artifact?" John calmly turned and asked, "Stephen, is this the one who said he was after my relic?" Huck approaches Makit, saying, "I apologize, Stephen. The newbie didn't think and made a mistake. I'll return it to you right away." Mary crossed her arms, composed, and replied, "Is that so? Good, as long as you admit your mistake and return it." Huck looks up and says, "Thank you, you can pay me back slowly." Mari smirks, saying, "Good thing I didn't have to spend a dime." Hywook freezes, asking, "Huh?" Suddenly, he became menacing. Surveying the surroundings, Mari grabs Hyuk by the hair, saying, "You didn't think you could touch what's mine and get away with it, did you?" Hayok froze, realizing Stephen was trying to save billions by using his mistake as an excuse. John interrupted from behind, telling him to stop talking nonsense. Arrogantly pointing at himself, he says, "I want it, so it's mine." "Why would it be yours? If you want it, I'll sell it back to you for 200 billion. Stephen's eyes widened in surprise, then he burst into laughter. Looks like Geminis aren't all cowards. There are some brave ones, too. Hayok was terrified. Is this guy crazy or suicidal? Does he even know who Stephen is? "I like you," Stephen said, pushing Hook aside. "A man should at least be this brave. A meeting like this must be fate. So let's introduce ourselves. Whenever I meet someone I like, I introduce myself in a grand way." Despite Stephen's thunderous threats, John remained calm, asking, "What the hell are you talking about?" He thought contemptuously that bastard Stephen's skills must have improved a bit. As expected of a combat specialist, his fighting spirit is unmatched by Aries or Aquarius. Once he bares his fangs, he won't be satisfied until he tears someone apart. How annoying. Stephen reached for John, but he only sighed as powerful lightning spread. Sangjo shouts out in worry as Hyung Uk curses under his breath, realizing that he'd been played and that he was truly going to kill him. Stephen smirks. "How fun! You can spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair." John smirks as Makit places a large hand on his shoulder. "What are you doing? Brushing dust off my shoulder?" Stephen was taken aback for a moment, wondering what was going on. That skill definitely hit directly. "Did you redirect my attack with teleportation?" he asked, waving his hand. John retorts, "Can't you see? Looks like you're still all brawn and no brains. Stonewall breakthrough? Did you think a skill I created would work on me? You begged me to teach it to you. claiming you'd only use it to save people. But it seems you only use it to flaunt your power. Stephen, intimidated by John's aura, nervously asks, "What are you? Who are you?" Just then, the auctioneer's voice cut through their conversation. "Thank you all for waiting. We'll begin the highlight of the auction shortly." Stephen turned and exclaimed, "Oh no, is it time already?" John crossed his arms and sighed, wondering what was up. "Another one of my treasures, huh?" Stephen pointed down at John, saying, "I have a lot of questions for you, but this auction is very important to me. Hold on to that pendant. I'll be back when the auction is over." As Stephen turned to leave, Sangja worriedly grabbed John's shoulder and asked, "Are you okay?" He breathed a sigh of relief, as if a weight had been lifted. How did he dodge that attack? Even he couldn't redirect a divine-level blow. Just what kind of monster is this guy? The host excitedly announces that the moment has arrived to reveal the highlight of today's auction, the sacred artifact you've all been waiting for. Do you remember the Berlin Wolf incident from 24 years ago? It was an incident involving a natural disaster that appeared on an island in Germany, a hell that melts all weapons and armor. Even the 12 saints couldn't conquer it back then. All attempts to subdue the calamity were futile. That's when the hero legion appeared to defeat the calamity. Now, we reveal the relic legion used to vanquish it. Stephen smirked, thinking triumphantly. Finally, it was in his grasp. The legendary weapon I've seen even in my dreams. About 20 years ago, in a dark, barren land, a helicopter took off. The live reporter looks down and speaks into the mic. "Hello. We're above the island where the cataclysm occurred. It's been 4 days since the 13th awakened lion entered, but we still can't confirm what's happening inside. Countless saints have tried to enter, but the island's potent poison prevents them. We'll update you as soon as we have more information." A teammate across from Stephen says, "This is as far as we can go." Stephen clasps his hands together, wondering, how did Legion even get in here? How did he even fight that bastard? We can't even get inside. Why do I feel this way just because of some nobody who almost died without a divine fragment? What's the difference between him and me? Is it power? Minions? Skills? What am I lacking? His comrades looked around in awe. The Saint Legion emerges from the entrance as Stephen stares in disbelief, along with the live broadcast host and cameraman. The MC stammers, "Ladies and gentlemen, it's Legion. Legion has returned alive." Legion, who everyone thought couldn't defeat the calamity, has returned with a giant bone in hand. The hero has returned, and his teammate says with arms crossed, "Damn, looks like Legion's stealing all the credit again." Stephen stood up with a smile and said, "I understand now." His comrade watched him and asked, "St. Stephen says to prepare to retreat." The other asks, "Aren't you taking your weapon?" Stephen replied, "I don't need it anymore. You can have it. I found something better. It has to be it." Compared to Legion, what I lacked was a weapon. Back at the auction, the host continues the announcements, and now, one of the 8 great relics of Lion, we will reveal the most powerful relic used in BL Wolves. Sangjo and Hiyu watched on, while John looked down with a confused expression, holding his glass. Stephen excitedly thinks, so that's it. Finally, he gets to see it again. The lion's relic that will make him the strongest. A grand white auction house stands tall in the night. A demon appeared beneath the moonlight, saying, "I can feel it." The lion's relic, I can feel it. One of the 8 great lion relics, the cloth is being pulled down. The most powerful relic is being used in the Baklin Wolf match, leaving Sangjae and Hugh in shock. John froze in place as well. "We will now reveal it." Sivan smirks. The strongest bone in the world, the great bone. The cloth is immediately thrown into the air. Within the pulled-away cloth was a bone preserved in a glass case, as a voice continued to speak. "To think I'd see it with my own eyes. I've only ever read about it in history books." The woman began her introduction, calling it the most magnificent relic. Whether in historical significance or power, who will claim it tonight? From across the room, Sanjay screams in disbelief that Lord Lion's relic has fallen into the hands of such trash. Beside him, Hugh was furious, saying, "Damn it, are we just going to stand here and watch that lion take it?" John calmly thought to himself, trying to remember what it was. He was sure he'd used it before. But before he could finish, Sanjo flew into a rage. "He's too busy right now. Later. He begins to break down. "Captain, you have to do something." Hayek, standing next to him, felt the same way, saying he would immediately contact headquarters. They couldn't let it be sold. These two infuriated Jayon, and the host announced that the auction would now begin. The starting bid is 1 million. Bidders quickly raised the price to 5 million, 10 million, 30 million, 50 million. System windows flood Jion's vision, and his fame begins to rise. The sacred artifact bearing his name has been revealed, and his zodiac experience and Ophiuchus stats are increasing. He started to say, "Oh my God, why is everyone throwing money at something that isn't?" But before he could finish, Sangdu, in a fit of rage, shouted, obviously because it's a legendary weapon crafted by none other than Lai Jian himself. "You have to understand." Hearing this, Jian was also angered. Sangde continued, "You probably don't know, but there's a reason people are throwing themselves at this." Images of dazzling, precious jewels flashed through his mind. Jewelry, charms, weapons, even fragments. Any relic crafted by him is guaranteed to be of the highest quality, and anyone interested in relics will do anything to possess them. Through the room's glass barrier, he looked down, especially at the Lion St. Stephen mirror. He was exactly that type. Seeing the burly man sitting there solemnly, Sangjay said, "He's gone mad for lion's relics. Few would dare cross him to steal a lion relic, given his overwhelming power." Sangjay's hands began to tremble. It's heartbreaking to see his holy relic become just another collectible. "I can only find solace in knowing the profits will go to a government-managed bank account." John thought to himself, "The profits will all be mine? I don't care who buys it. What a steal. Go ahead and buy it, everyone." Thanthoy watched them bid against each other for $80 million, $90 million, $100 million. Suddenly a voice boomed out, $1 billion. Jian, Sangjay, Huck, and the other auction attendees froze, turning towards the sound. The voice belonged to Stephen, who swaggered down the stairs, ignoring everyone. Stephen, seemingly mad, shouted that he'd buy it for $1 billion, or even $10 billion if that wasn't enough. The host was stunned, stammering into the microphone. $1 billion, ladies and gentlemen, a truly staggering sum. $1 billion silences the entire room. Will anyone bid higher? Sangdu was worried to the point of tears, and he turned to look at Sungyuk. "What are you going to do?" the host asks again, "if anyone wants to bid higher." But at that moment, Jian was still frozen stiff with hairspray. And with a pop, it was sold. The great skeleton was sold for an unbelievable $1 billion. In the hallway, two janitors discussed the auction inside. "Did you hear? It sold for $1 billion. Really? That's not exactly pocket change. Even we wouldn't dream of that. I wish someone would just give it to me." Suddenly, something caught their attention. The tower was surrounded by a hazy mist of bone. One of them says, "I take back what I said." Inside the auction hall, Stephen lifts the massive glass case containing the skeleton high above his head. "Congratulations to the Lion Saint Stephen Marer for becoming the owner of the Great Bone." The audience below erupts in cheers. Stephen, he declared, announcing that the Lion Master had taken another step forward, and the crowd cheered his name. But suddenly, an explosion erupts within the hall, shocking Stephen. What's going on? From the thick smoke, a black flame appears, and everyone panics. It's a disaster. A voice echoes from the black flames. "I've found it." Suddenly, a monster emerges from Legion's relic smoke, letting out a howl as it attacks Stephen. Unafraid, he prepares to unleash his power, and Stephen fires a blast so strong it forces the monster back. His attack even destroys the pillars outside. As Stephen remarks, "Perfect timing. You're helping me test the power of this relic." He confidently slams the bone into the ground, testing if it's worth the price he paid, as the audience erupts, chanting his name once more. Stephen is surprised to see the pillar opposite him split in two, and Sangdi is horrified by the sight. This is bad. The magic tower of the transfer area is collapsing, and the tower is gradually falling. The people are terrified. No. A woman speaks up, saying that if it collapses, the island will fall. An old man added, "All disciples, focus your power to stop it." Everyone there spoke in unison, "We'll help too." Everyone there joined forces as one. The woman shouted, "All disciples, release the sealing magic." Thanks to everyone's combined efforts, a sphere of power was created. Together, they unleash a blast of power into the sky. "It's too big," one cries. "We can't destroy it like this." Everyone screamed, "Run!" Apollo's rage unleashed another massive fireball, but it soon subsided. One person says in disbelief that they turned to dust in an instant. The girl next to him says, "This must be the power of the saint, Hugo." A platinum-haired young man who appears amidst the flames. He thought to himself that the old lion only knew how to develop his power without controlling it. Below, people cheered and praised him. "Thank you, Hugo, for saving us." But suddenly, an explosion erupts beside Hugo, and as the smoke clears, another monster appears. It looked like a hybrid of different beasts. As the monster advanced, Hugo gritted his teeth, thinking, "I'm done for. Another one?" From the monster's mouth flowed a dark red liquid, and the people screamed in terror. "What is that?" They were gradually engulfed by the liquid, thought to be the monster's innards as they desperately cried for help. Hugo's power surges as he shouts, "How dare you, monsters!" He whipped his fiery lash at the monster, but it seemed unfazed and lunged toward Hugo. Just as the monster's jaws were about to snap shut on Hugo's head, Jian arrived like a god, kicking the beast away. Hugo witnesses this in shock, while John is eager for battle. He yells, "Hey, focus on the fight!" Jian's kick sends the monster reeling. Hugo happily thanked him, but John retorted, "You're a combat-type hero. Are you saying you're weaker than a production type like me when you get angry? Fight and babysit you? Who has time for that?" Hugo, stung by those harsh words, explained, "I tried my best." John retorted, "That's all the strength you've got? No wonder you're so pathetic." And so they bickered back and forth until a piercing scream grabbed their attention. It was Stephen, charging in and cursing. "Damn it," Stephen said angrily. "I'm still testing out my new gear. Who dares interfere?" Immediately after, the monster awoke, letting out a howl. John, however, remained calm, realizing he'd forgotten something. But suddenly, a jolt of electricity courses through him as Stephen looks down from above. "This is my stage, mine and the Great Bones." John frowns, suddenly going crazy. Hugo shouts beside him, "That arrogant Stephen is giving orders. Don't get in my way." Step aside as he unleashes his ultimate technique. Stephen, wielding the bone he just won, descends, creating a whirlwind of wind and lightning. A stage for victory. He wields the bone and strides forward, telling them to just wait and see, as everyone is now consumed by the vortex. Outside the whirlwind is Stephen, and inside a storm of thunder. Stephen smirks as a performance is about to begin. With the situation unfavorable, he counters with magic as the monster emerges from the blinding storm. Stephen stands aside, but now I will unleash the full power of the Great Bones. The people saw him and had hope, chanting his name, Stephen Marker. He was a god of greater power, surpassing even the Legion. They cried out, "We're saved! Send it to hell!" Stephen stood before the grotesque monster and said, "Had enough destruction? It's time to pay the price." He raised the bone like he was about to strike the monster. Stephen yells, preparing to strike, and slams the bone down on the monster's forehead. The two lock eyes, but nothing seems to happen, while the people below are frozen in fear. The monster stared at Stephen, and he stared back. It tilted its head to the right, then snapped it back to the left. It stared directly at Stephen, who let out a yell. He struck the monster's forehead again, and it instantly flew into a rage. The monster's roar sends Stephen flying. He wonders why Lejean's weapons aren't working, even with direct hits. Meanwhile, Jian confronts Hugo, asking if he really thought he could escape. "We can't escape. After all, this is an ultimate skill, so even I can't easily nullify it." John's anger flares, and he vows, "When I get out of here, I won't let him off easy." Hugo was equally furious, thinking, what kind of idiot uses his ultimate skill like that? John turned back, saying that first they had to deal with the zombies in front of them. Were these monsters also part of the misfortune? The zombies closed in on John and Hugo. John explained, "No, they're people who've fallen prey to the misfortune ability. Judging by how he's keeping them in front of him, I think he intends to use them as hostages, so we can't just attack." Hugo gritted his teeth in frustration as the zombies slowly advanced toward them. John looked Hugo in the eye and said, "I think we have no choice but to proceed as usual." "Do you doubt that?" "How? What's your solution?" John walks along, yawning, when Hugo shouts after him, "Hey, wait! Jian's right in front of you." Before Jian stood a human-turned zombie, charging towards him, but Jian swiftly grabbed its head, stopping it in its tracks. Now Jian's face is even more terrifying than the zombies. He grabs the black ring around its neck and tears it off decisively. Hugo watched in stunned silence as the horde of zombies gazed at John in awe. The zombie has now turned back into a human, and Jian remarks, "See? Easy peasy." Hugo worriedly asked if he was okay. John replies that he's fine, he just passed out. Hugo wondered, "How did you do that?" John grinned confidently, "With strength." Unlike him, Hugo was insecure, thinking, "So this is something I can't do. Unlike some people, I'm not all brawn and no brains." John smirks. "What do you mean? I had to learn from scratch too." "I have no expectations for someone as worthless as you," Hugo asked. "You don't know how to mince words, do you?" He sighed. But never mind that, Hugo is getting fired up and an aura of power emanates from him. "You're planning to jump in there, right? Fine, I'll cover you." John emanates power no less impressive. "Good, so teach you're not a lost cause after all." The two of you strut forward so coolly. "All right, it's time we work together after all this time." Hugo stands behind Jian, ready to fire a rocket arrow, but Jian says, "No need to prolong this. Let's finish it in one go." The zombies remained frozen in place, too afraid to advance. Immediately, Jian fired 2 lightning bolts from his hands, soaring into the sky as a massive surge of power descended upon the horde. Gradually, the zombies returned to their human forms as the black threads around their necks were destroyed, and the monster, now emitting those threads, began to growl. It continues to spew out more strands to attack, but he fearlessly charges forward. He attacks and curses, but its mysterious strands don't attack him, instead passing right through. John realizes the monster is targeting the civilians behind him, the very people who were just restored to normal. Suddenly, a glowing orb appears from the center, colliding with the mystical threads and triggering an explosion. Perhaps Hugo created this orb remotely to protect everyone, he said with undeniable coolness. Is he dead? Even Jian has to give him props. Well done, Chu. John suddenly rushes towards the monster. Hey, Skullface, don't waste your energy here. Before he could finish, the skull monster noticed Jian charging toward him at lightning speed, ready to deliver a devastating blow that would obliterate the monster like a stubborn stain. The monster, having received the blow meant for its opponent, screamed in agony, as Jian smirked coolly, looking incredibly dashing. Hugo rushed over to him. Just one hit was all it took, huh? John smugly replies that those manipulated by the skull will soon recover. Hugo simply nods when suddenly a light appears on John's hand. Curious, he looked at his hand and saw a mark in his palm. What's this? A series of system notifications appeared before Jian, announcing that he had defeated the celestial calamity with his bare hands. Holy power is increasing, recovering. Current holy power is at 81%. The rate of holy power recovery has exceeded 70%. Do you want to use that holy power to activate the combat instinct ultimate? Is that so? John said, after reading all the notifications. Battle instinct, huh? This skill requires a certain amount of divine power to use, he thought. Now might be a good time to try it out. John made his choice immediately, while Stephen pondered with the bone in hand. Damn it. He stood before the hulking green monster. Stephen pondered, never expecting to find himself in this predicament, his thoughts racing. Why isn't the great bone working? Am I not capable of wielding its true power? Or am I just weaker than this monster? Faced with it, Stephen could only scream. One of the onlookers was shocked. No way, Stephen is being overwhelmed. Another person spoke up, Hey, wait, look, that green power, you can tell it's lions. Seeing this immense power, Stephen was also impressed. How is this possible? My ultimate skill has been shattered, the green monster stammered. Before retrieving the artifact, I must first, it roared. Kill him. Seeing him standing still, the monster lunged, ready to devour Jian, but with a furious expression, Jian commanded, Shut your mouth. With just those 2 words, the monster was overwhelmed and slammed into the ground, creating a sizable explosion that even affected the surrounding villagers. The monster, now writhing on the ground in agony, stammered, How can a human possess such power? Could it be that you're not? John questioned, staring intently at the monster. It managed to utter the words human race, before John angrily retorted, What nonsense are you spouting? Instantly, the monster exploded in a cloud of smoke. From afar, Stephen watched with wide eyes, thinking, It can't be. It's impossible. Stephen grimaced, realizing only one person had ever possessed such power. And judging by John's terrifying demeanor, Stephen thought John was smiling menacingly. He says it's wonderful to see you again, you damn lion. Looks like you're pretty pleased with yourself for tarnishing my reputation. Stephen stammered, trembling. No way. He strikes and it's Jian. You can't be Jian. He suddenly went silent as John took Stephen's bone. Holding the bone, John sneers, You seem quite fond of this thing. Stephen could only whimper as Lai Jian crushed the bone, saying, Sorry about this. I broke it for you. It was just a measly bone anyway. Seeing his broken bone, Stephen gaped. John prepared to deliver a punch, displaying all sorts of tricks, but to no avail. So, it's only fair if I punch you back, right? Stephen said, terrified. Wait, he delivers a life-stealing punch. Seeing Stephen like that, he must be a mess. John's punch was so strong, it sent him flying off the island's core. He screams out in terror. Cursed to float in the air, Stephen can only scream for his life. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Sho suddenly awakens, wondering, Huh? What's going on? Why did I fall asleep here? She was tied to a chair, but it had fallen over. So moans, Ugh, my head hurts. Around her neck is a collar emitting some kind of power. After John's counterattack, Stephen lost his balance and plummeted from above, falling like a comet, so fast and hard that he pierced the earth and crashed below. In that instant, horror washed over his face, followed by a desperate scream that echoed across the vast sky. With Stephen dealt with, Jian and Hugo approached the smoking crater, where John, hands on hips, threw his head back and laughed triumphantly. See you later, you lion bastard, if you're still alive. Even after witnessing such an incredible counterattack, Hugo couldn't believe it. What the hell was that? You threw him down from that height? John replied, stunned. Who cares? All he has is a strong body anyway. He'll survive one way or another. Then he asks if everyone who was trapped has gotten out. Hugo pointed to the cheering group and chuckled. Of course. Look how happy they are. Hearing this, Jian snapped his fingers, conjuring a winged beast. All right then. Piggy bank. He pointed and ordered them to gather anything useful, and Hugo couldn't help but glare at his friend as he watched the beast eagerly collecting items. You're really resourceful. John, suddenly remembering something, turned and said, Oh, right, I brought someone with me. When we head back, let's bring him along, Hugo says, unable to guess who it could be. Who? The guy who lent you his phone before? He was just asking randomly, but could it really be him? Jay nods in confirmation. Yes, I think his name was Sangdae. Upon hearing the name, Hugo froze in shock, trembling and breaking out in a cold sweat as he stammered a question. Dung? What? Oblivious to Hugo's strange reaction, Jian calmly took out his phone to check something. It seems Sangjae is trolling Sangjae. He also commented that Sangjae seems to have a close relationship with the Gemini Palace, and you can tell from his magic power that he must be a commander-level god. Though young, he's incredibly talented and worth keeping around. The more Hugo heard, the more confused he became, tearing at his hair in silent frustration. Sangjae, are you really involved with this troublemaker? And why is Jian looking at me like that, like I'm some kind of jerk? Hugo couldn't stop thinking. He'd been so careful to keep Jian away from his kids, and yet they were both huge fans. Hugo feared his family would be thrown into chaos if they found out John was still alive. Imagining his children captured and dissolved by the demon Jian, he refused to concern himself with his perplexing teammate. John added, There's also a Gemini Zodiac squad commander who knows how to use teleportation magic. Before he could finish, Hugo interrupted. Wait, let's just keep going. John wondered why. Hugo responds that he must have had a headache because of those Gemini guys, so why get involved with them again? He wasn't wrong, John muttered, recalling unpleasant memories with the Gemini gang. And Hugo chimed in, sensing his words had struck a nerve. See? I told you, they don't like you. As he spoke, he silently apologized to Sangjae. John's face darkened. He'd initially intended to lose to them, but now he realized those Gemini guys weren't worth it. Hugo chuckled and patted John's shoulder in agreement. John, those kids aren't worth it. Just as he finished speaking, a gunshot rang out, and Hugo instantly recognized the familiar voice. He stiffly turned toward the voice, Sangda still clutching his brightly lit phone, his tone a mix of suspicion and heavy breathing. Could it be someone named Jian? He stood up straight, his face filled with disbelief. Does he mean lion? Hugo certainly didn't foresee this move. He thought in a panic, Sangjae, why are you here? Did he get caught? Just as he predicted, Sangjae had become enraged. So tell me the truth then. What do you mean by kids like that? Are you talking about me? Hugo struggled to explain. Sangjae, you see, Eighth was watching the father and son argue when John suddenly heard someone calling his name. Lion. The dark figure repeated the name with a hellish tone, then lunged straight at him. John stood frozen, but before the dark energy could reach him, a strange object appeared out of nowhere and blocked the attack. Not giving the dark shadow a chance to escape, the peach-shaped slim opened its mouth wide and swiftly devoured its opponent, holding it in its hand. John hears the sacred relic system announce that poison resistance has been acquired, expanding the abilities of the 100 Poisons body skill. Thanks to the artifact's ingenuity, poison resistance becomes a baseline effect. Jian cringes as Slim devours the dark substance with gusto. He couldn't help but shake it violently, angrily shouting, You little bastard, how starved are you to eat some random garbage you found on the ground? Spit it out now. Meanwhile, Hugo scanned the area, trying to find the source of the black shadow. Could it be coming from the remains of that celestial demon? It must be dangerous. A desiccated monster skeleton still smoking. Hugo watched intently while Sangjae focused on Slim. That Slim, I'm sure I saw it in a book. It's Jian's sacred object. He reaches out to Slim, marveling at its incredible abilities and raw magical power, his admiration for Jian skyrocketing, sending Sanj into a frenzy. Could the only person the friendless Holy Father is friendly with, and the slime he's shaking, really be Lord Lion? Hugo and Sanj's drawn-out ahs expressed completely opposite emotions. Hugo looked like he was about to faint, while Sanj was beyond excited. John was focused on molding, and Slim, with a headache, glared and bared its fangs at them. Then a piercing scream echoed across the desolate land. Sometime later, in the United States, at the Lionheart's headquarters inside the senior management's meeting room, the atmosphere was thick with tension. As leader of the Lion Fangs, Oliver spoke first. We still haven't found the missing governors. Gemini is known for their tracking skills, so give them whatever they want to find them. Hearing this, the brown-haired man asked frankly, "You really think they'll do that after the mess you made in Chapter 12? Feeling foolish, as if he'd been knocked down, Oliver spat out 3 words in annoyance. Damn it. He was just trying to act tough because it was his first time on the scene. The brown-haired man continued. And you're the ace team leader? We heard that the culprit who beat them up was Lion. Oliver frowned and retorted. Does that sound reasonable to you? Even if that's true, he's already been had by the Ha family once. The truth is, even among the saints, the guilds hold immense power. But the serious meeting is interrupted by a ringing phone. Terrible lions, terrible saints, just terrible. Hearing that song makes me cringe. Some recognized the culprit and glanced in their direction. And as the ringtone faded, silence returned. Yuha, huh? The owner of that unique ringtone spoke up. Ah, my apologies. She held up her phone and waved it back and forth, forgetting to turn off the sound. Who would have thought that Yuha, one of the 10 stars, was a fan of John? The blonde man, displeased, calls Yuha by her other name, Vice Castellan, and Oliver expresses his frustration as well. Vice President Yuha, the purpose of this meeting is to find the president. Can you please be serious? But Yuha coldly retorted, why bother? Leaving the men in the room speechless, Yuha, still scrolling through her phone, replied, oh, sorry, I mean they all have amazing constitutions and whatnot. They'll survive somehow. The men could only scoff at her words, while Oliver raged, as vice president and one of the 10 stars, you need to do something. Are you even listening to me? Yuha stared intently at the 2 messages she had just received from Sangdae. Sis, we just got a new super cool uncle. Come home quick, witness a living legend, Yuha wondered to herself. An uncle? Who could that be? Driven by curiosity and her brother's urging, Yuha decides to leave first. I must return. Leaving those words behind, she turned and left without a second thought, leaving the men dumbfounded. Seeing that Yuha didn't care about him at all, Oliver was furious and trembling with humiliation. Then he grabbed his head with both hands and screamed madly. The next morning at the Aquarius Temple, Sophie Mary's belongings, along with citizens and reporters, were gathered in front of the main gate, a barrage of questions echoing through the air. Holy Sane, just one question. Is it true that the Dragma incident is related to the Legion? Who kidnapped the Saintess and Drama? What's the truth from 20 years ago? Therefore, some guards were dispatched to hold them back. It seems unlikely they'll back down today. The Holy Maiden needs rest, and they're trying to use words instead of violence. We'll release a statement answering your questions soon. Please step back. At the top of the tower, Sophie stood by the window, looking down at the noisy crowd with a worried expression. Frustrated, she plopped down on the bed, kicking her legs in anger, while Lion bit his nails furiously. Gritting her teeth, she bitterly wondered how much more trouble he would cause. Please make way for the Saintess. At the same time, she could hear the whispers of her people. What's going on? It seems the Saintess was kidnapped but managed to escape. Who would dare? Suddenly, the ring around Sophie's neck emitted an intense blue light. Following the light, many people screamed in terror. What is that? Terrorists? The bodyguards were more composed. No, it's a message. And the message is, who said this Jian is dead? Confess the truth from 20 years ago. With the flashback over, So loses it. What am I supposed to do? If I confess, the other saints won't let me get away with it. But if I don't, I'll be in trouble with Lion. I can't believe he orchestrated all of this while I was unconscious. He didn't even take my necklace off. My anxiety grows with each thought. Tears streamed down Sophie's face as she clutched her head and screamed in despair. That damn Lion, this is all your fault. But sadly, no matter how much Sophie curses, it's all in vain. Because it couldn't reach John's ears and would only make him feel ticklish. But right now, John is wondering if he should make noodles while picking his ear. Meanwhile, in a mysterious room, a news report plays on a television screen. Saintess Sophie Mary has yet to make an official statement. Instead, she has remained hidden in her mansion. Hearing this, the mysterious man sitting in the chair, anticipating a chain reaction from the Drakemaw incident this year, calls out to her. He smirked, saying, "This isn't good at all." In the Sagittarius chamber, Hugo's home, as an arrow struck the bullseye, the score of 10 was announced. The master of that perfect shot calmly retrieves his bow, basking in the cheers of the crowd. John smirks, asking, "How do you like the new arrows?" "Like them." Hugo nodded in praise. "They're top-notch. Those Ares arrows can't compare." "Yeah." Annoyed by the reminder, Gian clicked his tongue and replied, "Of course. How could you compare them to those?" Next, he raised his bow, aimed at the target, and fired, splitting Hugo's arrow in two with incredible precision. Seeing the other's dumbfounded face, Jian couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. 10 points, Hugo muttered. Hey, John, he asked, his lips trembling. Did you really have to shoot like that? John looked as if he was wondering how far his arrow could fly. He casually replied that he was just having fun shooting arrows, but Hugo, of course, didn't believe him. You did that on purpose, didn't you? You didn't have to shoot at my target. John ripped off his blindfold, chuckled, and teased. Am I that much of a joke to you? Oh, Teksu? Suddenly, an ice-cold glass of water appeared before him. It was Sangde who brought it, along with a soft towel to wipe away the sweat. Here's your water and towel, Uncle. John happily replied, Oh, thank you. And so the two bonded, chatting and laughing, much to Google's annoyance. Not wanting to lose to Jian again, Hugo made a request of his precious son. Sang, get your father a glass of water, but he coldly refused. Help yourself, it's in the fridge. Ignoring Hugo's tantrum, Jian casually took a refreshing sip of water. My abilities have increased since the Dragma battle, so I'll take a look. Seeing the question on the system board, do you want to confirm your current abilities? John immediately pressed the yes icon. Notifications quickly appeared. Ophiuchus Constellation's sanctuary, private estate, has been established. Due to the low level of the sanctuary, space is limited. It serves as both the territory where the constellation resides and a special place for them to train and maintain their power. Gazing at the magnificent sanctuary before him, Jian listened intently. From now on, you can manage the low-level home territory. Piggy banks can be transferred to the sanctuary, and recruiting human familiars will increase its power. It seems this is the end. Jian stroked his chin, lost in thought. Human homesteads. Since only Jian can see those notifications and images, Sangje just thinks he's resting. So he held up his ringing phone and coaxed, Uncle, weren't you going to leave early? I have to go too. Why don't we go together? Snapping out of it, Jian coolly replies, Is it time already? Sensing a shift in his demeanor, Hugo stops struggling and looks up, asking, Do you have plans? John pondered for a moment, then, with a smile, bit his straw and replied, I have a lot of people to meet today. Soon after, John arrived alone at the shopping center, or rather, the Pacoma chicken restaurant there. There, he met Chung Hee-wook, who greeted him with a mountain of fried chicken and a tempting offer. Would he join Gemini? As the employee stared in amazement at his eating habits, Jian nonchalantly chewed on his chicken and said, You're persistent. Didn't you say you were busy? Shung Hai-uk smoothly added, No matter how busy I am, recruiting talent always comes first. Moreover, he clasped his hands together, his eyes narrowed behind his glasses, and inquired, You wouldn't be planning to use Gemini's money to buy millions worth of items at the auction, and then just leave, would you? John didn't answer, but continued to eat nonchalantly. His casual wiping of his mouth and blinkless stare left Sung-hyuk stunned. Is he really going through with this? Setting the napkin down, John thought to himself that it was a bit of a hassle, but also a good opportunity. So far, he'd managed to piece together a few achievements. The hairy guy, the annoying woman, and even that lion guy were done. And his next target will be that wretched witch. With his new goal set, Jian finally accepts Chung Hee-wook's offer. All right, I'll join the Gemini squad. Hearing this, Jung Hyuk happily replied, Good, then let's set a date for your baptism. But before he could finish, Jian interrupted, saying, On one condition, as he pointed a chicken leg at Chung Hee-wook's badge and continued, Give me that badge you're wearing. Before Chung Hee-wook could speak, his two bodyguards were already furious. How insolent, that badge was personally bestowed upon the team leader by the Holy Maiden herself. Annoyed by the interruption, Jian retorts, Run along, children, the adults are talking. Signaling his guards to stand down, Jung Hyuk calmly asks, You need this badge to inherit the benefits from the Divine Team, correct? John shrugs, replying, No matter what you promise, what I need is the real thing. To further pressure him, he smirks and asks, You wouldn't skimp on investing in talent, would you? Sure enough, Sung-hyuk begins to falter. Give me time to consider. Seeing their master not refuse outright but ask for more time, the two bodyguards cried out in alarm. Jian simply scoffed, telling him to hurry up. Having sent a quick, Wait a sec, Sangde looked up and continued. Meanwhile, Sangde was sitting in a rather lavish cafe, unaware of what was to come. Receiving Jian's message, he hurriedly replied, No worries, take your time. My sister won't be here for a bit either. I'll wait for John to confirm a spot. Sangde felt a little relieved, thinking to himself, Their desserts are famous here. I hope my uncle likes them. Meanwhile, he imagined his sister's cold face turning to surprise. Lion was their uncle. She'd be shocked. Finally, he would get to see his sister's shocked expression as he secretly pulled out the carefully wrapped knife. Sangdae was excited at the thought of getting his uncle to sign the knife he fixed, when suddenly someone snatched it away. "Hey, Sangdae, what are you doing playing with a knife here?" he sneered. "This is too dangerous. I'm confiscating it." Seeing the three sinister figures before him, Sangdae stood up in fury and shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" Junsiu's angry voice only made Siu, the Gemini disciple, grin wider. Ignoring Sangdae's demand to return it, Siu held onto the knife, saying, "Hey, show some respect. We come to this restaurant often." Sangdae clenched his fists, trying to contain his anger. He gritted his teeth, thinking that Sio was taking advantage of his youth to cause trouble and that he should have chosen another place. If he could, he would crush Siu's head. But he couldn't do anything because Siu was the son of Than Thien Bin, and he couldn't order him around. Sio knew this, which is why he was so arrogant. Even so, the accumulated resentment made Sangdae agitated, demanding the item back immediately. "Don't you know what that is?" No sooner were the words out than Sio's two lackeys forcefully pinned him to the table. Hearing the commotion, some of the cafe's patrons began to panic. "What's going on? Are they going to fight?" Someone stopped them. Sangdae, struggling, looked up and yelled at Sio, "Are you really going to do this?" Siu chuckled. "Still running your mouth while pinned down?" He waved the knife in front of Sangjae's face, taunting him. "What's so special about this that it gets you so worked up? Hey, could this be something your precious lion made? If not," he cruelly continued, "could it be a memento from your long-gone mother?" Hearing that detestable man mention his mother with such vile words truly pushed Sangdae to his limit. He snapped, calling him a son of a bitch. Then a strange blue light shot from him, striking the knife in Sio's hand. At the same time, a system notification appeared. The sacred relic, Genus's Desire, has activated its power due to its owner being in danger. A random skill has been activated, and the light is so blinding that Sio has to shield his eyes. Even more shocking and terrifying, a head of black hair emerged from the light. Then, that rock-hard head slammed straight into Siu's poor nose. The bizarre scene left Siu's two underlings wide-eyed and the other patrons in utter shock. Could anyone remain calm seeing a person emerge from a medium-sized knife? Sio clutched his bleeding nose and fell backward. Recognizing the newcomer, Sangdae's eyes lit up with tears, and Jian, rubbing his aching head, spun around at the familiar voice. "Huh?" Sangdae asked. Sangdae smiled with delight, asking, "How did you know to come here?" Scratching his messy hair, John answers hesitantly, "Well, I'm at a fried chicken restaurant, but it seems the summoning skill I left in the dagger has been activated." Actually, seeing the dagger lying alone on the floor, emitting a blue smoke, confirmed it. John glanced at Sio trembling on the floor, and his two henchmen pinning Xanda to the table, and uttered 3 ambiguous words. Anyway, he coldly asked, "Are these guys threatening you?" "Isn't that right, Sangdae?" he asked, radiating a menacing aura. "How dare you lay a hand on my nephew?" Seeing this, the two men released Sangdae and trembled, whispering to each other, "Hey, did Sangdae say his uncle is a gangster?" "I don't know, but he looks menacing," as if to prove Sangdae's words. John enthusiastically cracked his knuckles and twisted his ankles, tilting his head with a devilish grin, saying he'd carve it into their bones what happens when they lay a hand on his things. Hearing this threat, Siu's henchmen turned pale, their legs trembling as they slowly backed away. Rewinding time to the fried chicken restaurant, just before Lion was summoned, Sung Hyuk had made his decision. "All right, I'll give you the badge in exchange." "Join us right here," John said with a satisfied nod. "Oh, excellent." Though the loss isn't small, Sung Hyuk remains optimistic, thinking it's nothing if he can reel in someone as big as him. "After all, I already spent millions at the auction. Besides, once he joins the Divine Squad, I can get it back as a special condition." With that in mind, he hands Jian the precious badge without hesitation. "Here. Please use it carefully." John reached out, took it, and replied with a smile, "I'll do my best." And with that, all that remained was signing the contract. Excited, Chung Hee-wook said, "Let's sign quickly," signaling his guard to produce the contract, which was already prepared. But as Jung-hoo held the contract and turned to John, a blue light suddenly enveloped him. In the blink of an eye, he vanished completely before they could finalize the contract, leaving Shung-hoo and his guard stunned and wondering, did he just disappear after dinner? And to make matters worse, the waitress chose this exact moment to bring the bill. $790 for the chicken dish, petrifying Sio once again. What? A fight breaks out in a fancy cafe in the heart of the city, a place meant for relaxation and focused work. The result of Jian's struggle with Sio's two henchmen was not only their unconscious bodies on the wet floor, but also shattered flower pots and broken furniture. As usual, after dealing with the henchmen, it's time to move on to the boss. Despite Jian rearranging his face, Sio stubbornly shouts, "Do you know who I am?" Before he can finish, I'm an A-rank Gemini, the chairman's son. Ignoring him, John delivers a knee strike to Sio's gut, each blow punctuating Sio's words. I'm the son of the Libra saint. Ugh. Sio trembled uncontrollably. Without a chance to speak, all he could do was plead with his eyes and in his heart. Can you hear me? Unfortunately for Sio, Jian continued to pummel him like a punching bag until his head resembled a pig's. Jian cracked his knuckles and coldly said, "Get up, you dog. I'm just getting started." What are you blathering on about? Sio thought to himself as he lay on the floor. Damn it, he just broke my self-defense magic. What the hell? His hands trembled, slowly forming a fist, fueled by a burning refusal to lose, and Sio's mana flared like a raging fire. He disregards the rules and uses his Tos Polaris technique, sending the patrons fleeing in terror. He's using magic to attack people in public. Run, or you'll get caught in the crossfire. Siyu grinned, revealing his missing teeth, thinking, this is what Jian deserves for being so arrogant. Sadly, Jian was never one to back down from a fight. Annoyed, he scoffs at the jabbering and conjures a magic orb in his palm. I thought you were hiding some amazing skill. As he finished his sarcastic remark, a system notification appeared. You can't even light a match with that fire. You have nullified the opponent's magic. You have acquired S-rank Polaris cattle data. Feeling his power waning, CO is stunned. How is this possible? He exclaimed in disbelief. Are you a mage? John laughs. No, I'm a blacksmith. At the same time, system notifications continue to pop up. You can utilize the skill data you've collected, which is currently being temporarily stored. However, saved data will be affected upon use. If you want to use the skill forever, you must collect data and use it to craft a divine artifact. Upon receiving the question of whether to use the data as a skill, John chose to agree, ready to show him how to truly wield fire. As soon as he said that, he used CO's own Boss Taurus Palace power, but in a vastly upgraded version, the fiery pecs of a Boss Polaris man. That terrifying power was fired straight at Siu, drowning out his screams of agony. After an explosion that blasted through the cafe's ceiling and into the sky, all that remained in the smoke and rubble was Sio, writhing with his rear end pointing skyward, his outer pants burnt away to reveal polka-dot underwear. Finally satisfied, John dusts off his hands and threatens, touch Sang-dae again, and I'll roast you alive. Then, turning to Dae with a wink, he says, if you run into thugs like them, just call me. Your uncle's got your back. Feeling protected, Sang-dae is overjoyed. Yes. Just then, Yu-ha rushed into Sang-dae's shop from outside, and Sang-dae waved happily, calling out to her sister as she took in the chaotic, battleground-like scene. Yu-ha, unable to hide her worry, asks, what happened here? It's a mess. Are you okay? Sang-jo didn't answer, but rushed to his sister. Sister, that's not important. Pointing at Jian, he said, look, he's here. Sang-jae's admiration was clear as he praised Jian, calling him a hero who had slain countless celestial demons and saved humanity time and again, as if Yu-ha couldn't possibly grasp his greatness. He even added that he was the main character from that movie we watched over and over. A movie the two of them had watched together as little kids, and yes, he was the male lead in that film. In terms of appearance, he was no different from Jian. The same stern profile and cold eyes. Jian turned his head slightly to look at Yu-ha. When Sang-jae loudly introduced him as Uncle Lai Jian, Yu-ha couldn't believe her eyes, rubbing them repeatedly as Sang-jae watched with glee. Hearing Yu-ha's surprised words, that person is Lion? Impossible. And her comment about how he could be so handsome. John didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing his confusion, Yu-ha turned to Sang-jae and said, flustered, he was all scars 20 years ago, and he was in the Demon Tower for 20 years, so I thought he'd be in worse shape. But of course, he's still cool. Yu-ha, without her brother's prompting, immediately dismissed her own doubts, deciding appearance didn't matter. She smiled and said, I'm so glad you're okay. Uncle Lion? Sang-dae, knowing his sister all too well, teased her. You're saying everything you're thinking, sis. Leaving Yu-ha speechless and John roaring with laughter. Knowing that not only his grandson Sang-jae idolized him, but also Yu-ha, Jian cheerfully waved. You must be Yu-ha? It's a pleasure to meet you. Yu-ha's face flushed red. She awkwardly bows. Hello, I'm Yu-ha. Thank you so much for helping Sang. John replied with a smile. There's no need to be so polite. You're Hugo's children, which makes you my nephews and nieces. Yu-ha was so happy she could cry, while Sang-jae was fascinated by her expression. Having finally met her idol, Yu-ha wasn't about to let the opportunity pass. I'm so sorry to ask this so soon after meeting you, but could you do me a favor? John nodded, grinning as he said, "Let's go take a look." Inwardly, he wondered if she wanted a photo with him. Yuha hesitated. "If it's okay, could you?" But before she could finish, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Then a massive monster violently erupts, stunning Jian. "Is that the favor you wanted to ask?" But Yua couldn't answer, already turning away, a sharp spear suddenly appearing in her hand. She clearly intends to face the monster head-on, and sensing the immense power emanating from the spear, even Jian, who is protecting Sangdae, calls out, "Hey Yuha, but for the current Yuha, dealing with the monster is the top priority. Just wait a moment." Leaving a promise that she'll make a proper offer after killing the disaster, she grips her spear and charges toward the legendary monster. Perhaps used to this sight, Sangdae shows no surprise, saying, "You're the reason she's acting crazy in front of me." Jaeon, completely lost, asks, "Hey Sangdae, what did she say?" As if deaf, he wonders what's going on. The sudden appearance of the celestial scourge threw the peaceful city into chaos, as sirens blared and loudspeakers echoed through the streets. Skyflowers, this is not a drill." Before things got any worse, the announcer urged everyone to evacuate to the nearest shelter immediately. But that's all that could be said. As a sky fire destroyed the loudspeaker, the city now looked like a horror movie. The sky is filled with winged monsters, while on the ground they emerge and destroy buildings, a cacophony of collapsing structures, car alarms, shattering objects, and desperate screams. As the monster opened its massive jaws, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, Yuha stood before it, spear in hand, a defiant lure ready for battle. In a matter of seconds, Yuha decimated the monsters, repeating to herself, "Faster, faster, faster." Having dealt with the ground forces, she looked up at the sky, her eyes filled with determination. I want to finish this quickly and propose to him." This thought fuels her strength. Yuha angrily roared, "You're in my way, you bastard!" As she swiftly spun her spear in a circle, she resentfully thought to herself that she would wipe them all out with a single move. With each spin of her spear, Yuha advanced, shattering the ground beneath her feet as she coldly warned, "Heavenly fiend, don't stand in my way." Her crimson eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. "Die." After uttering those words of proposal, she flung her spear straight at the heavenly Hon. A chorus of growls erupted as the spearhead hurtled forward. By combining her technique with the Aurora Lotus, Yuha delivers a fatal blow to the heavenly demons as Jian watches the spectacle from nearby. He was struck by the sight of the slender girl, seemingly fragile, standing amidst the smoke and fire, her thin dress fluttering. She looked incredibly cool. He crossed his arms. Hai Long smiled, thinking he'd come to check things out, but it seems he needn't bother. More importantly, her combat sense seems sharper than Hugo's. Yua sensed someone behind her and turned around. Seeing it was John, she lowered her guard and waved, calling out to him with a smile, unaware of the approaching monster. With quick reflexes, Jian pulls Sangja and Yuha to safety, narrowly avoiding becoming monster chow. Yuha blushes at the calloused hand gripping her arm. After finding a safe place, Jian released the Sangjae sisters, only to hear an eerie voice. "Huh, you dodged that one?" The three of them looked up to see the source of the voice. A short, blonde-haired woman from a strange race. She tightened the rope, saying with amusement, "I like you. I'll take you home as a pet." And the celestial beast she rode was the same one that tried to devour Yuha. Far from fear, John closes the distance. Why is everyone playing with fire today? I'm going to wet the bed in my sleep. Well, this is a good opportunity. I'll need a steam-powered forge if I want to make more sacred objects. He confidently declares, "All right, I'll turn you into the #1 gas furnace." And the enemy, finding it amusing, becomes even more excited. Heh, training you will be fun, human. Witnessing this, Wai Uha inwardly notes that they are of the mystic race. Her serious expression seemed otherworldly, and Lion looked at her questioningly. "Why so tense? Are you planning to handle this yourself again?" "Leave it to me. You two focus on keeping the citizens safe." With that, Lion turned away, leaving behind an encouraging smile. "I'm entrusting this to you two because I believe in your strength, so you'll trust me with that monster, right?" Yuha smiles softly as she and Sangjae stand ready, full of excitement. "Yes," Lion replied. "So, all three of you are fired up and ready to go. With Lion in the lead, shall we charge into battle and have some fun?" The fiend, drunk on battle, lunges forward, again and again, madly attacking Lion. On and on it goes. The red-clad demon grins, a truly terrifying sight. Struggle more. Lion is covered in wounds and bound by red threads. The spider demon cackles. This will make training you so much more fun. Then she whips Lion into the air with her threads. His torment brings the spider demon great joy. As Legion is slammed into the ground, his body battered and clothes torn. Legion slowly rises, breaking the restraints and sneering, good at explosions but lacking substance. Is that all you've got? The spider demon gritted its teeth in rage, unleashing a massive firestorm upon Legion. Of course not. After that attack, a massive explosion erupts in the heart of the city. Meanwhile, Sangjae's blue warrior spirit was helping the people, stopping falling debris and urging them to evacuate to the center immediately. The grateful citizens thank him, and Sangdae proudly declares, "Nailed it, I've cleared this place out too." Then, Sangdae happily tells Yuha, "I've evacuated all the civilians, sis." She smiles with satisfaction. Yuha gripped her staff, her eyes fixed on Lion Jian as he battled the monster, her face etched with worry. Lion is strong, but his opponent is from a mystical race, one of the most terrifying in the world. That spider is at least a red level, so even Lion will have a hard time. Yuha worried, remembering Lion's previous state. What if he still had injuries or trauma from the Demon Tower battle? Thinking this, she resolved to lend a hand, and Yuha immediately grabbed her staff and rushed forward, ignoring Sangdae's protests. His sister told us to stay away. Yuha reassured him, "I'll be right back, just hide there." Meanwhile, Lion Jian, the spider demon, gloats. "Did I overdo it? I don't intend to burn you to ashes." After the great firestorm, the smoke gradually dissipates, revealing a figure. A voice rings out, startling the spider demon into spraying its web. Looks like it's time to get to work. Within the burning flames, Lion Jian's eyes glowed with a defiant blue light. Now this is what I call fire. The flames of that twin brat were only good for warming people up. Lion's eyes darkened, his pupils glowed blue, and a terrifying smile spread across his face. His fist ablaze, eyes gleaming, Lion roared, "Are you burning gas? I choose you as my crafting fire." The system announces, "You have acquired a fire usable in the crafting workshop." The spider demon looked displeased. "I can't believe my eyes. No way he survived hellfire." Leon summons his crafting hammer, raises it high, and shouts, "Now that I have fire, there's no need to hesitate, let's begin." The system announces that a usable flame has been detected for the crafting workshop. Crafting workshop level 1, repair, upgrade, initiating attribute enhancement. Luck is also required. System prompt. Please select the target for upgrade. Lion wields his hammer in one hand and fire in the other. His target for the upgrade, a magic circle beneath his feet. The spider demon gritted its teeth, confused, but its eyes blazed as it roared, "I won't let you." Suddenly, Yuha appeared behind the demon, unleashing her active skill in a direct attack. Suddenly, Yuha's eyes widened in shock as the spider monster swiftly blocked the attack. Enraged, she asks, "How dare he?" Then with a wave of her hand, she commands, "Get out of here!" Yuha is sent crashing into a building, the force of the blow causing her to cry out in pain. Then, the spider demon told her giant lizard, "That's just a snack," and ordered it to eat. The giant lizard roars and charges toward Yuha, but something suddenly pulls it back. Yuha was surprised to see Lion grabbing the lizard's tail, pulling it back and challenging the spider demon while holding the monster. "Where do you think you're going? You'll have to play with me first." Immediately, Lion Jian slams the giant lizard to the ground, causing it to roar in pain. The spider demon's eyes widened. Was he really going to take down the hell insectivore with his bare hands? Lion's expression turned cold as he issued a warning. "If you dare touch Utah, I'll kill you." A giant red eye opens before the spider demon. I'm intimidated by his pressure. What is this? It's absorbing me. The spider demon claws at its head in disbelief. Wait, am I being swallowed whole? Me? A member of a mystical race being swallowed by a lowly human, and a purple light engulfs her. The spider demon realizes what's happening and decides it's done playing. The power radiating from the purple light makes Yuha wary. What is this strange magic? Lion is stunned, unsure of what's happening, while the spider monster continues its display. I don't like this form since I can't train like this, but it seems I have to consider you as an enemy. She transforms into a purple monster with large wings. Variant information. Danger level. Red calamity from the mystical calamity race, Hellwing, and immediately prepares to attack, vowing to incinerate him and the entire area with her calamity skill. Her body engulfed in purple flames, she lunges toward Lion. The ferocious attack shatters the ground, but Lion manages to block the demon's wing. Yuha cried out in shock, "Uncle!" A blinding light engulfed the city, and the demon, in its frenzy, froze as a terrifying surge of magical power rippled through the air. Lion brandishes a glowing green glove that's blocking the demon. This is more useful than I thought. Product information: rubber gloves for touching fire, enhanced with hellfire from the wings of the underworld. Resists random lucky fires plus fire resistance when you eat spicy food, low durability. One-time use, Lion muttered, referring to the rubber gloves. The demon, now blocked, seethed with anger. You mutt. He blocked his hellhound with a rubber glove. Lion grinned dangerously, veins popping on his forehead as he activated super regeneration. I'll make you pay for eternity for burning the city with the flames of my forge. The demon is unwilling to accept this. How laughable. Lion grins. What do you mean by ridiculous? Do you underestimate these rubber gloves? He opens his eyes, a blue light emanating from within. You have no idea how convenient it is when eating fire chicken. The system warns that the negative energy is too great, causing the wings of hell to become a representative of the serpent bearer and must be purified. Lion is eager. Is this what purification is? Purification fist. The demon tries to stop it. Wait, Lijin pays no heed and continues. Purification fist, purification fist, purification. The spider demon is beaten into the ground, reverting to its original form. Lion watches on, still sarcastic. Why are you so hard to purify? The demon lies foaming at the mouth on the ground. The system reports target deceased. Targets that are dead cannot be purified, leaving Lion speechless. You couldn't even withstand that? He then turned back to the lizard, terrifying it. Looks like there's no other choice. Since the furnace is broken, I'll just use you. The system announces the Hell Lizard, a calamitous monster, has surrendered. The Hell Lizard has become a prisoner of the snake charm, even surrendering to Lion. Casually, he asks the Hell Lizard, "What name do you want? Gas burner, charcoal, bread, lizard, lizard, lizard." The system displays that the Hell Lizard has chosen Torch, and Yuha and Sangdi rush over in concern. Yuha asked, "Uncle, are you okay?" Lion, though disheveled, still asked if they were all right. "Yuha, Sangde, are you too hurt?" Yuha replies, "No, we're fine. Besides that, there's something I need to tell you." Lion recalls her earlier words, "I'm going to propose. How thoughtful of you to worry about me after wiping out all those disasters." "I'm dead." Lion regains his composure. "Yuha, the thing is—" "Uncle," she asked, "you didn't sacrifice yourself in the demon tower, did you?" Lion was slightly taken aback. Yuha's eyes averted. She had always wondered. She recalled his large memorial portrait. The other gods said he sacrificed himself to save humanity. But strangely, the one who opposed the red eyes, the one who nearly wiped out humanity, only you, the strongest of the gods, died. I could only suspect it then, but now I can confirm my doubts after seeing your power today. I didn't sacrifice myself. Instead, I was the prey, caught in someone's wicked scheme. Indeed, like Teksu's daughter, you're very perceptive. Lion faced Yuha and Sangje, speaking honestly. That's right, he recounts how 20 years ago he was betrayed inside the demon tower. Lijin looked down at himself and continued, "Because one of the 12 gods followed me to destroy the red eye." Yuha was shocked. How could that be? Sangje can't believe what he's hearing. Weren't the gods supposed to save the world with him? Sangdi breaks down. "Uncle, no, Lord Lion, you're the world's hope. How could they do this to the greatest hero?" Lion points directly at Sangje. That must be the reason. Sangju was taken aback, huh? Lion explains, "Because I'm better than them." He recalls his past, remembering that he could defeat the Red Eyes alone. That must be why they tried to kill me. Then Lion recalls his comrades and the master of that tragic death. They could rule the world as they pleased, and the greatest obstacle standing in the way of that ambition, the hated comrades, was me, Lion affirmed. But to be honest, I'm not entirely sure myself. This is just a hypothesis. Yuha and Sangje trembled. How awful. Sangjo bowed his head, realizing that his uncle was trapped in the tower alone, and the other god stole his credit. Sangje and Yuha were moved to tears as Se continued, when in truth, he was the one who saved humanity. Lion's expression softened as he smiled. He pats their shoulders in comfort, saying, "Thank you." But Sangtai is the only one crying. Sangtai is saddened. "I'll make them pay 1,000,000 times over." Yuha also contemplates something seriously. Lion pulls out his phone and opens something. Now, let's see. The phone displays a breaking news article. Goddess Sophie makes a surprise visit to Korea. There will be a press conference at 7 p.m. tonight. Lion continued, "This is the last thing on your schedule for today, Uncle." As the city sky darkens, a packed auditorium buzzes with reporters gathering information. A female reporter turns to her colleague, revealing the truth from 20 years ago. What could the goddess want to say that requires a press conference in New Korea? A male reporter replies, "It must be related to that mysterious message from Drake." He eagerly continued, "Or perhaps it's related to the recent rumors of Ligon being alive. One thing is certain, the goddess will reveal a shocking truth today. So sat silently on the glittering platform, her smile strained. And I'm doomed, Sopo thought. I'll just say screw it, do the press conference, and run. Then again, I'm wearing a relic around my neck right now. Who knows what that bastard's relic will do to me? It could be a bomb. Sophie is terrified, and if he wants to live, he has to do as he's told. At this point, Sophie was nothing more than a puppet on strings. I'm a liar, a filthy liar. I don't know about the other saints, but that Ligon guy wasn't kidding about erasing me. Sopho remained on the platform, still looking stressed. Suddenly, she speaks up. The reason I'm here today is because everyone is suspicious. You want me to reveal the truth about what happened 20 years ago. Does everyone here remember the Demon Tower incident from back then? Wasn't that the Blood Eye raid? Her male colleague added. Wasn't it defeated by the 12 saints? That's why they're still regarded as heroes to this day. Sophie bowed her head, the truth being that on that day the real hero defeated the Blood Eye. She closes her eyes tightly as Sophie reveals Lion's identity, but the others seem unfazed. I thought there'd be some new revelation. The male reporter jots down notes. They knew, and they were going along with it. As realization dawned, the entire room fell silent. Then spoke as one. What the hell? They exclaimed. Is what you're saying true? Ligan killed Blood Eye, not Stephen Marer? Please, elaborate. Oh my God, have the saints been lying for the past 20 years? A voice echoed from the stands. If this was all a lie by the saints, does that mean Ligan is still alive? Sophie sat silently, her brow furrowed as a voice from behind her made her freeze. No way, that can't be. Sophie turned around in a panic. You're a man with brown hair and a terrifying smile. Sophie gasped. Jing Louis Morin. It was the saint of cancer. Jina Louis Morin? Sophie repeats his name in terror. Oh my, our saintess looks rather pale, doesn't she? He grinned, his eyes burning red. I don't think you're in any condition to continue this press conference, do you? Sophie trembled. Din Louis Morin, what in the world is going on? At the same time, his hand pressed the mute button as he leaned in close to Sophie, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Jin roared, Shut your mouth. What the hell are you trying to say with the mic still on? Every word he spoke terrified Sophie. Can't you recognize your current position? Just enjoy the treatment you've always received as a saintess. So why aren't you happy? What situation are you trying to create? Zin warned her to stay silent unless she wanted the world to see her mouth torn apart. Then he pressed the mic button and put on a fake smile. I apologize, esteemed journalists, but after investigating, we discovered the saintess made false statements due to anonymous threats. Din reassured them, but his face was menacing. But please rest assured, we will now escort the saintess to safety. He then offered another apology. I apologize to everyone who came here today, but we must end the press conference immediately, a male reporter announced, cutting them off. Wait, if we end here, what about the information surrounding Lion gone? Zin stands on the table, warning them that Lion died in the Demon Tower 20 years ago. Well, what more do they want? His eyes narrowed as he continued. If Lion were suddenly alive, shouldn't he reveal himself? Why is he still hiding? Another reporter jumps up to question, then who threatened the scientists? Another reporter chimed in, asking why the culprit mentioned Lion. A female reporter also stood up, pressing the issue. If the saints end the press conference here, you'll be under even more suspicion. Is there anything else you'd like to say? Dai, cornered and enraged, cursed under his breath. Bloodthirsty insects. He raised his hand to strike a civilian, utterly ignorant of the consequences. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air. Judging by that expression, you were planning to tear these reporters to shreds, weren't you? Out of nowhere, Legion prepares to kick Din in the face, sending him flying into the podium. Soy gasps, he's here. Recovering, Din grits his teeth. What? Legion, clothes tattered, wields the massive tail, a long-awaited reunion. You damn crab, your crumpled asswipe face hasn't changed a bit. He slams his massive tail into Din, and now he'll pay the price. Sophie's eyes widen. It's the tail of that giant lizard from earlier. Now a prisoner of the disarmed Talk Snake Charmer. It's placed in the middle of the street with a sign forbidding feeding. After beating Din, Lion yells, Hey, you stinky crab. You're the one who ended the press conference, right? Are you crazy? Din asks, revealing that it's the tail of a phantom hell lizard. I heard you were defeated right before I showed up. He appeared confidently behind Lion. Are you the one who captured it? Lion asked, displeased. Damn it, you're making clones again? That deadpan face is still as lifeless as ever. You can recognize the clone skill with just one look. Who the hell are you? Lion asks again, annoyed. With a confident smile, he introduces himself. Who else? It's Ligon. The reporters below were stunned into silence, but the male reporter couldn't help but laugh, and soon everyone around him joined in the mockery. He says he's Lai Gan. No way Lai looks as young and pretty as him. What a joke. Oh boy, Din covered his mouth, laughing derisively. You do have some skill, but you seem to lack self-awareness. If you're going to impersonate someone, you should at least choose someone who resembles you. No sooner had he spoken than the lizard's tail struck Jin in the face, sending him flying as Lion swung the tail high. Lion declares they'll only realize it after being defeated, his eyes turning menacing. What are you bastards staring at? Then he charged forward, yelling, "Come at me, all of you!" People scattered, screaming that a madman was chasing them, and Sophie was blown away as well. She screamed, "Oh God, help me!" Sophie knew she had to escape. The next day, an opportunity arose, and a foot landed next to her. Sophie knew she was done for. Lion Jaeon's eyes flashed with fury. "Where are you running off to, P?" Did she have to reveal all the truth? Lion roared furiously. "The truth is, you all ran the moment you saw the red eyes. 20 years ago, you used my name and made a fortune to get rich. You all received tons of medical help, but your personalities never improved. Tell them everything." Lion frantically presses his finger to Sophie's forehead as she contemplates. This madman is just spewing nonsense from his wretched mouth. Suddenly, a tremor caught their attention. The system announced a warning. The star's darkest energy was closing in. A massive explosion engulfs the entire stadium in dark magic, crushing one person under the rubble, their head dissolving into black smoke. The man's body vanishes in a cloud of black smoke, leaving only his clothes behind as those nearby cower in fear. Sophie is stunned. "God, how did I—" Lion is bewildered. "How did I—" Sophie angrily snaps at Lion. "No, not you, I mean this mess here." An immense dark magic emanates from behind Din. Sophie surmises, "I sense holy power from it." Ding's smile stretches from ear to ear. "Oh my, I didn't think it really was him." He stood before Sophie and Lion. "Whatever, I'm not sure you'll make it out of the Demon Tower alive. The power emanating from Din is terrifying, but should I throw a little party to welcome you back?" At the Saints' Manor, which is also Hugo's home, Hugo finished cooking a pot of delicious ramen and sighed. Sangjuha and Jian are both gone, so I guess I'll just have some ramen for now. He sets down his noodles and collapses onto the sofa, grabbing the remote with curiosity. What's on TV? As he ate his ramen, he watched the news. I'm at Saintess Sophie Mary's press conference. Everything here has descended into chaos. Live report from the scene. Amidst the chaotic press conference, a man claiming to be Legion has appeared, and as you can see, he's now fighting the Cancer Saint. It's actually quite interesting to watch them fight. Legion just punched the ground, the force of the blow shattering the earth. Hugo watches in stunned disbelief, dropping his noodles as Cancer Saint unleashes his power. The reporters, green with terror at the horrifying scene, scattered and fled. But despite the destructive power of the magic, Lion remained unfazed, easily dodging the attack with a single leap and sneering in contempt. "Those weak attacks won't work. I've got you now." With a flick of his hand, the strange power he unleashed spread across the ground towards Lion, then erupted to impale him. But Jean-Louis was surprised to see the tables turn as the knife directly countered the attack. It was Lion, wielding his cool knife, who blocked the attack, and the reporters who witnessed it all burst into applause. Lion, thrilled, flipped backward, escaping the black thorns and soared powerfully through the air like a god. Lion's confidence shines through his bright smile as he lands stylishly, catching Fang's retreat off guard. Without wasting any time, he was enveloped in blue lightning, activating his super speed. Of course, all of this was especially for Reng-Louis, who, not to be outdone, continued to gather a magic orb in his hand, sneering contemptuously. "Have you been doing aerobics for the last 20 years? As his arms lowered, black power immediately enveloped the surroundings, attacking Li, who was wielding his sword, with its own strength. This time, he didn't hold back, slicing through Rangu's magic like vegetables on a cutting board, sneering, "Is that all you've got?" With lightning speed, Lion sliced Rangu in two, causing him to growl like a dog at a stranger, but Lion Jian sensed something was wrong. What the hell? The figure in front of him is evaporating into strange black smoke. Lion was furious. "All you've done for the past 20 years is practice cloning?" The sly old fox Jean-Louis chuckled from behind Lion as he gathered the black smoke. "I'll take that as a compliment." Suddenly, a black wind appeared, blowing everything away and threatening to scalp Shou, who was hiding under an old wooden table, gradually forming into a terrifying black tornado. It sucks the life force from the reporters, leaving them clutching their throats and screaming. Lion can't ignore the scene unfolding before him and immediately confronts Jean-Louis. "You bastard, is this how you plan to cover up this mess?" Jean-Louis landed gracefully, nonchalantly stating, I'm just taking care of my business. He grinned menacingly, flaunting the new weapons he'd obtained from the lives of many, adding that exploiting those fools to deal with Lion was worth it. Lion seems to remember something and angrily glares at Jean-Louis. Was it you? You're the one who stabbed me in the back in the tower, aren't you? Oh dear. Why are you so obsessed with finding the culprit? I didn't realize the hero who saved the world could hold such petty grudges. People will see you as a street thug instead of a saint. Lion feigns surprise, taunting. You can talk so big because you're hiding behind those clones, aren't you? Jean-Louis simply smiles, denying it all, and threatens, these aren't ordinary clones. I created them by focusing on the life force of the reporters here. If you carelessly harm any of them, their life force will dissipate, and there's no guarantee they'll survive. Lion stood with his hands on his hips, sneering. Such a dirty, underhanded tactic suits your dog-like face. The scattered ranks smile eerily, their voices overlapping. These will be your last words, he declares as they unleash a coordinated, relentless assault on Lion. But the more the Renkwei hit, the more wrong it felt. He was utterly bewildered to see a strange object protecting Lion. From that cocoon, Legion emerges, dodging the group attack and revealing a new skill acquired in the drama battle. Now it's Lion's turn to strike the bewildered Legion, activating an attack that lands squarely on Legion, who takes the full force of the blow as a notification appears. Target hit. You can summon a target you desire to use as a shield for the giant star. You can only summon something you've recently come into contact with. You can arrange 1 to 3 targets, which will be replaced based on the order in which they were last touched. Lion doesn't hold back, blurting it all out. You're part of Jing-Louis Morin, a high-ranking split-off, aren't you? If I can drown you, the other copies will be finished. He stammered in disbelief. How do you know? Legion activates his ability. The 13th sense lets you grasp your opponent's weaknesses. He taunts, not letting him wait long. I told you your methods were dirty and pathetic. Your rotten core is shaking. Only a fool wouldn't notice. Lion holds the strange object, gloating over his victory as Legion screams in defeat. They've hit the jackpot. Lion choked him, ready to beat him down, but he stubbornly kept talking. Even the Gemini constellation couldn't find the core with their senses. Lion's hand emanates a green aura, merging with the strange stone's light, signaling victory in the battle. The system reports a fragment of Cancer's core containing 33% of the Saint's soul and 20% of the Saint's soul. A large opening has formed in the power of the Cancer constellation, and the Cancer Saint is flustered. The dark star magic surrounding you has vanished. He is now surrounded by dark constellation. Magic. Hiding under the table, Sue realizes the silence means the battle is over. The reporters, waking from their stupor, were as bewildered as deer. What happened? I thought I was going to die. What happened? Lion stared at the dying doppelganger of Jean-Louis, struggling to ask, what happened to you in the tower? I can sense the power of a god radiating from you. Lion chuckled. Even in defeat, he has more to say, and implies that I should make good use of this core. Jean-Louis remains cheerful, saying he'll retreat for now, as he still has cards to play. Before vanishing completely, he leaves one last message. I may cause you some trouble. Hearing Jean-Louis' excuse, Lion predicts he still has cards to play. Knowing his personality, there's no way he'd back down quietly. The ringing phone draws Lion's attention. So someone's calling. What's this about? It's Techu. Lion answers the phone, asking what's going on. What's wrong? The screaming on the phone was deafening. What the hell do you think you've been doing? There's no time to explain. Get out of there as fast as you can. Hugo frantically replied, I'm watching the news. You just created a high-profile Jing-Louis Morin doppelganger and a bunch of missiles are headed your way. Hearing Hugo mention missiles, Lion shouts in surprise, What? A tremendous roar echoes in the sky as clouds scatter, and from space, a missile hurtles towards Earth. Bion wonders about the missile. Then the warhead separates from the body and hurtles towards Earth, leaving streaks of red-orange light in its wake. He begins to explain what he knows about this missile. It's called the Mamet. It's a special weapon designed to counter the great disasters caused by Capricorn and Gemini after Legion's disappearance. And it has eliminated a disaster before. In the event of an unmanageable disaster, the missile was designed to launch and obliterate everything, their ultimate trump card, destroying all within the disaster's range in a single shot. Lion frowned, thinking about the missile's past achievements, and said, I can't believe they created something like that. It's overkill. Hugo is agitated by his words, shouting that Jean-Louis rigged the missiles to launch automatically upon biometric loss. Lion understood Hugo's words because he was the one who took Jean-Louis' biometrics. He calmly speculated, I guess that high-level copy is equivalent to his real self. Hugo, seeing his calm demeanor, angrily retorted, This isn't the time for your deductions, just get out of there. Lion, hearing him tell him to run, countered, "Running isn't the issue here. One shot from him could wipe out that entire city." Hearing this, Hugo reluctantly asks, "Is there no other way?" Hearing Hugo's question, he smiled and turned to Sophie, who was kneeling on the ground. "You want a way out?" Lion smirks. "It's not like we can't do anything, right?" So, seeing his expression, wonders what's happening. The missile is rapidly approaching the populated area. The city's loudspeaker announces that the Moth missile is headed straight for them, and everyone is urged to proceed to the nearest shelter immediately. This is not a drill. The citizens were shocked and began to panic. Why was a doomsday weapon headed for downtown Seoul? Anyone renting out teleportation magic? It's all gone. They're sold out. People scrambled to escape, some crying out, "I don't want to die." Evacuate. Yuha and Sangda are also in the city. Hearing the commotion, she wondered, what's going on? They said something about a light flashing in the sky and hurtling towards the ground. As the people recognized the figure, they exclaimed, "Isn't that Sir Jian?" Up in the sky, Lion Jian was holding Sophie, descending with a delighted expression. Terrified, Sophie cried out, "What are you doing?" But Lion ignored her, continuing to fly, baring his teeth as he bit down on something, releasing 2 white beams of light as a system notification echoed, announcing that the authority of a twin-star god, flight and teleportation, had been activated. He teleports right in front of the missile, then continues to ascend amidst terrifying lightning. He creates a protective layer around the sun, and Lion flies higher, laughing, "Annoying girl, I know you can melt anything you want." "Melt that missile? How am I supposed to do that? You're asking me to fly straight into it." He ignores Sophie being thrown from him and continues to laugh, saying, "There's no other way. If you don't do it, you, and everyone down there will die. You've been lazy for 20 years. It's time you were useful." Sui, hearing this, widened her eyes in fear and screamed, "Don't throw me, you crazy son of a bitch!" Ignoring her pleas, Lion hurls her toward the sun, laughing maniacally, "Go forth, Saintess!" A missile launch. Sua, furious at being thrown, cursed, "Lijian, you son of a bitch!" The system chimed in, and the Aquarius goddess descended. The sacred Aquarius goddess is shocked by the situation, and Sophie, seeing this, closes her eyes and pleads for help. "Oh, goddess, please do something." The system continued as the holy Aquarius goddess cursed a blue streak, saying Lijian was insane. Hearing the system's words, Sophie angrily retorted, "Enough cursing, hurry up!" At that moment, the system continuously displayed messages, granting its saintess various buffs to keep her alive. Magical power corn, blood corn, cost corn, defense corn, and luck corn. Seeing this, So screams in terror, and suddenly, tears stream down her face. The ultimate skill, Sovereign Street, Tear of the Goddess. From that tear, a protective shield known as the Goddess's Tear emerged. Upon contact, the missile failed to penetrate the barrier and reach the city. It instantly shattered into pieces, scattering all around. Seeing this, So trembled with joy and said, "I did it. I really did it." Enraged, she cursed Lion when noting, while Leon chuckled, praising her for destroying the missile. "Well done, so goodbye for now. You'll be fine with the corn you've got." That troublesome woman did better than expected, but she's still clumsy. If all these fragments fall to the ground, it'll be a mess. The people below, seeing the missile break apart into harmless pieces, began to chatter excitedly. The missile's been torn apart, so does that mean only fragments will fall now? What should I do now? Lion Jian suddenly spoke. "Wait, is this the twins' work?" He grins, saying, "I think I should give that damn witch a generous return gift." The scene shifts to Hugo, who hears someone calling his name. "Tichu, can you hear me?" Hugo, surprised by the voice, looked up and asked, "It's Gun's voice. Did you handle the missile?" Hearing the question, Lion cursed in anger. "Damn it, this is an emergency. I don't have time to explain. Give me your absolute control skill." A system notification rings out. Absolute Control Centaur Skill. The designated object will be delivered to a pre-selected location, working well with weapons that require aiming. Hugo, hearing this, thought seriously, "Things are that bad already?" He immediately agreed to Lion's request. "Okay, I'll transfer everything I have." Relieved to finally get what he wanted, Lion chuckled, "Thanks a lot, number one servant." His phone displays a notification. The Centaur has transferred the Absolute Control skill to you. 238 uses. He happily says, "Okay, that seems like a lot." Then he begins to absorb the new energy. Having absorbed the power, he says seriously, "Now it's time to deliver a gift to the witch." The people below are amazed and excited to see the Matrix appear in the sky. "Look, everyone's talking. The missiles and debris are all gone. That's right, we're saved." Seeing this, Sangdae happily turned to his sister. And Yuha responded with a bright smile. Yes, you've done it again. Sung-hyuk, watching from the sidelines, asks in astonishment. Oh my god, how is this possible? He can make an entire missile disappear. Suddenly a voice echoed, This is the twins' sacred yin-yang palace. Bishop Choi sang, Hewook, you are invited. Hewook was stunned. He recognized that voice. Junghai UC contacted Ken, asking, This is Bishop Choi Sung-hyuk. Bishop Ken, what's going on? Upon hearing this, Bishop Ken angrily cursed him. You incompetent fool, what have you done with your authority as bishop? From his vantage point in the building, he saw missile fragments raining down from the sky, and he frowned, gritting his teeth. At the Yin-Yang Palace, debris from the Mammoth was falling. At the Blue House, the government office, a voice echoes through the building. What do you mean a lichen has appeared? In a panic, he continues. Not only did he disrupt the Saintess's briefing, but he defeated the Cancer Saint and stopped the Mammoth missile aimed at Korea. Is any of this even possible? Suddenly, everyone felt a tremor from the rooftop as John crashed through the wall, clutching two men by the hair, their screams echoing. A representative stared blankly. What the hell? John didn't hold back. Why are you all squeaking like mice? What crimes have you committed? His emerald eyes gleamed. Let the entire Congress know, since I'm already here, I'll take care of this. I've come back to get my money. John forced them to kneel before him, annoyed as he asked, I hear you've been holding bank accounts by selling my things? On the way home, I remembered trying to access the account through Teksu's proxy, but it wouldn't open. Yet they ignored him and whispered amongst themselves. Is that really Lee Gun? I saw him at the Saintess's press conference yesterday, but keep it quiet. The Geon's aura flared with murderous intent, his voice heavy. I definitely entrusted Teksu as my proxy. Doesn't this seem a bit strange? What do you all think? Another man tried to explain, saying the Korean government couldn't trust Hugo, so he frowned and asked again. What? He mustered all his courage to explain. Hugo was a foreigner, and after his disappearance, we couldn't entrust our faith to a foreign saint. We also didn't have a saint on our side, and due to many events, the Centaur constellation has weakened. So, in the end, we requested someone more trustworthy than Hugo to take his place. John's face darkened as he understood. Enraged, he punches the man who tried to explain, demanding why they chose that witch of all people. I've looked into this. Still furious, he raises his hand, threatening them. I tried to be patient, but this is the pathetic excuse you give me. I should beat you to a pulp. John stood like a giant monument before the enraged congressman. Who dares look down on him? I am Teksu's master, so only I have the right to look down on him, but you bastards do not. Teksu, standing nearby, spoke up in support. Thank you for thinking of me, but I'm fine. So let's just end this here. But Hugo was immediately silenced. What are you even saying? John points at Hugo, defending him, but inadvertently shoots his teammate in the foot a few times. He may not be the smartest, just handsome, but he's not someone you can look down on, not even if he's a penniless beggar. Those words were so brutal, Hugo was obliterated. Stop it. Shut up, you crazy bastard. The crowd mumbled in response. We never said that, and remained silent. Finally, John concluded, Don't treat him like that. These bastards turned Teksu into dust in the wind, a void in their hearts. And then, even the dust vanished. John lashed out, blaming Hugo. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. You're a naturalized citizen now. Why do you put up with being treated like this? Hugo was in no mood to argue. Yeah, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. After the push and pull, Jeon feigned sympathy. Cheer up, man. Driven to tears, Hugo retorted, You're the worst of them all. Turning back to the group, Jeon cracks his knuckles in preparation, saying it's best to settle things before he tears the place apart. You all better cough up my money. Cornered, they could only meekly reply, That's enough. Suddenly, a new power descends, and a commanding voice booms out. Shut your mouths. It seems that Chung Hee-wook has guessed who it is. Could it be? A girl in high heels arrives, her immense power cracking the ground. John is annoyed, so she finally arrived. It's the twin saintess, and she's here to wreak havoc. We've already taken that account, so get lost, she says, her eyes coldly accusing him. I'll need to use your money to rebuild my yin-yang palace. That was you, wasn't it? The one who threw those Moebius fragments into my palace. Hundreds of shards rained down like cannon fire, turning its magnificent structure into a battlefield. She berates him relentlessly, saying that because of him, her palace is in ruins, and does he know how great the loss is? She points directly at him, threateningly. You better prepare to face the consequences of your actions. John tilted his head, stroking his chin, and asked, Who are you? Those words hit hard, and Haji bit his lip in anger, as Gemini, in a furious rage, began to cast a magic circle. Shut your mouth. I'll deal with you right here and now. Gemini's magical energy is fluctuating. The ordinary people in the room panicked. Hey, you're going to get us all involved. But the system displays a notification. You've connected to an extremely powerful soul. Seung-hyuk is overjoyed. This is Gemini's ultimate move, summoning a spirit from another world. The system continues to update, and another goddess appears, summoned from the magic circle. System update. The spirit queen, Len has responded. The summoned spirit treads lightly on the still water, the El Queen's immense, storm-like power causing everyone in the room to look up. Haji triumphantly declares, "This is the spirit queen, El Queen, a soul nearly on par with a saint. I wonder if you can withstand her." Without waiting, Zion suddenly lunged towards Haji. He grabbed Haji by the waist of her dress, lifting her before she could react, raising her higher and higher. With one throw, she sent flying through the gaping hole in the building's roof, soaring into the sky above the capital, shining like a star. Before Zheng Hai-us could celebrate, despair set in as he called for the governor, while Larry Queen gazed at the sky. Now gone. Here, the system announces that Gemini's magic has vanished. Next, the Spirit Queen, El Queen, wants to go home, but it won't be that easy. John silently watched her, and as she was about to disappear, he grabbed Larry Queen's head. She broke out in a nervous sweat, and both remained silent. He grabbed her by the hair, lifting her up as he asked, "Where do you think you're going?" Larry Queen cried out in pain. "Let's go." But the system updated, confirming the capture. The Fairy Queen is Larry Queen. John puts his hands on his hips and asks, "Do you think I'm stupid? How dare you run away?" Larry Queen sobbed and begged, "Please forgive me." But something falling from the sky caught his attention. Hai fell, his head spinning, and Zheng Hai-us asked worriedly, "Governor, are you all right?" The system updates the bulletin board. The user has fainted, so the magic control has failed, transforming. The borrowed power from Aquarius has been undone, and Haiji takes on a different appearance. A stunned voice echoes, "Isn't that the Gemini saint?" John, while grabbing Larry Queen's hair, asks, "See? I told you I've never seen her." Does she really think she can win just because she has the Elf Queen? Larry Queen cried and begged as her hair was pulled. He continued, "See? That purple sorceress isn't going to save you." The congressmen were dumbfounded, muttering in disbelief, "Norway? No way." How can this be? Jian, with the force of a serpent behind him, asks, "You will return my money, won't you?" John and Hugo casually strolled out of the Blue House, Jian holding the files as he happily said, "All right, I got my money back, let's grab a bite. Why are there so many documents?" Hugo, on the other hand, wasn't nearly as happy. "Don't you find this strange?" John asked. "Huh? What do you mean?" Hugo asked. "Why didn't she come?" "She's the type to wreak havoc in the middle of the city when she's upset." John chuckled. "I was wondering what you were thinking." He looked away and said, "There's only one reason she didn't show up even when I destroyed her Cloudy Yang palace." He explained, "There's no way that Hothead would suppress her anger. I figured out where she was, so I'm just paying her a visit." In a building in the middle of the city, the home of Sungdae, the four sat together on the floor as Jian spoke. "Let's eat something, shall we?" He handed Sangdae a hamburger, saying gently, "Here's your hamburger." Sangdae took the hamburger, his heart heavy. He waved his hand, declining the offer. "Yes. No, thank you. I think I'll have something else." John, with the pastry still in his mouth, replies, "Is that so? So what do Yuha and Jimin want to eat?" Yuha shyly speaks up, "I want to eat." John quickly spat out his food. She smiled brightly and added, "It's a side note." Jimin, standing beside her, smirked. She really hates spicy food. Jay wipes his mouth, thinking, "I'm going crazy." If Teksu knew, he'd definitely faint. Elsewhere, Hugo is in a smoky battlefield when someone asks, "Isn't Uncle Titch Shu coming?" John cryptically replies, "He's running an errand for me, so he'll be a little late." He eyes the empty display case, then looks at Larry Queen, cowering inside, and says, "Shall we begin the interrogation?" The system introduces the sacred object glass box of the Aries star, an ultra-sturdy display case. John calmly orders, "From now on, you must answer everything I ask truthfully." Larry Queen had no choice but to comply. "Yes, yes." He looked at the book with a sinister grin, saying, "At least in that box, you can still see the outside world, unlike in my book, right? So you better know your place and answer me well." The book in his hands contains everything. Holy objects are turned into text and stored within, capable of being disguised currently as a cookbook. Larry Queen frantically nods from within the glass cage. "Of course," he began, unconcerned. "That cantankerous old witch still hasn't shown her face. Can't you see? More accurately, it's not that she hasn't appeared, but that she can't, right?" Larry Queen agreed. "That's right." He tapped the floor, saying, "That means she's locked up somewhere, and that somewhere is here." At Sungdi's house, Larry Queen hastily replied, "Yes, you're absolutely right." John frowned seriously. "I'll give you one chance. Where is she exactly?" She looked up at him, stammering, "That! You're a devil in disguise," threatening Larry Queen. "Do you want to tell me yourself, or should I do it for you?" A question that sent shivers down her spine within the glass box. She stammered, hesitant to speak. Larry Queen, with tears welling up, pointed to the statue on top of the cabinet and said, "It's there." Jimin is surprised. "Wait, that's the statue that was destroyed before." John approached and happily picked up the statue. "I knew there was something suspicious about this." He turns and continues, "You said before that she kissed this thing, right? Maybe that's the lying bitch's positioning magic." Jimin suddenly remembers saying, "Although this isn't mine, it's the prize the zodiac star kissed to bless it." He blurts out, "It's activated. The 13th sense is activated. It can interfere with the spirit world." Suddenly, the statue changed, roaring in anger. "Larry Queen, how dare you eavesdrop like that?" Startling those around it, Yuha looked on in surprise. That's her. She immediately recognized the Gemini Zodiac Star 2, and Ha's figure, freed from the statue, was frustrated to the point of tears. This is the Gemini Zodiac Star 2 in soul form, screaming internally. "Damn it, why did I have to be exposed in front of that bastard? How did things turn out like this?" Heidi was disturbed. It was like the day the Demon Tower collapsed, its doors decorated with massive skulls filled with deadly energy. Hai thought to herself before everything spiraled out of control. A massive explosion erupted with devastating force, shattering a teacup. Hai stood before the ruined table, horrified. What was that aura just now? An aura that sends chills down your spine. Sweating, she wonders if it's Lion's. Is he still alive? Seeing Lion, Haji was surprised that Leon had returned, and to the home of his friend's son, Tronsung. Haji gazed at the magic circle, thinking it was for the best, since she already had eyes and ears there. What was he up to? She had to go and see for herself. Haji enters the statue, and the system displays, using instant movement, move to the designated location in an instant, only transferring the soul with the special ability of the Gemini Zodiac. Using soul possession, safely transfer your soul into the designated object. The target is John Sungdae's angel statue, which twitches slightly before becoming still and lifeless. She congratulates herself, thinking that inhabiting this statue was a great idea. But then, Haiji cried out in despair, and Jimin echoed her cries. The system issued an urgent warning. "Please be aware. You will be trapped if the possessed object is destroyed during use." Possession. Hai frantically scratches his head, the statue is broken, and the possession skill is malfunctioning. "If that's the case, I'll be trapped here. Is there really no other way?" Jimin despondently entered the room. Whoosh. It's a sacred object after all, I can't just throw it away. Seeing a glimmer of hope, she subtly guided Jimin. "You can hire a cheap restoration skill to fix it, as long as you can restore the statue to its original state." A hand quietly picks up a bottle of glue. Jimin squeezes half the bottle onto the statue, laughing. "I'll make sure it sticks." Hai-Jae's spirit froze beside him, her cries of anger and panic even louder than before. A system message appeared. "The possessed object has been destroyed. You cannot escape." John stares at the statue with a sinister grin, wondering what rumors to spread about bullying her. Hai angrily retorts, "Hey, Larry Queen, do something. You can escape that display case." Larry Queen looked at the glass box hopelessly, refusing with every word. "I don't want to, I can't, I won't. Even if I escaped, Lord Lion would just catch me again. Please don't make me do useless things." "Oh, so you're aware of that, are you?" Hai is shaking with rage. "I will tear your clothes off, I mean it." But then she suddenly realizes something. Words from Hai that Sang defines confusing. "Oh, my loyal disciple, Sungdae, disciple of the Gemini star, I command you as your holy master. Attack Lion at once." Sungdae is bewildered. "Me? Why would I do that?" Beside him was a room full of Jion's muscular statues. Sang-jae said, "I don't want to fight Uncle Jion." Hai's jaw drops. "What the hell are you talking about?" "Lion is the sworn enemy of our holy order." Her voice echoed through the room. "If you're a disciple of Gemini Star, then fighting Lion should be natural," Sang-jae said, scratching his head. Heidi's spirit lunges forward. But Sang-jae simply says, "Then I'll just leave Gemini Star." Heidi was speechless for a moment, then asked, "What did you just say?" He rummaged in his pocket and said, "I may be a saint of Gemini, but Jion is my hero." Holding a golden emblem, Sungdui continued, "If the Gemini Star is the reason I'm enemies with Uncle Jion," he coldly dropped the emblem, "then I'll leave the Gemini Star." The emblem fell as Haji watched in shock. The emblem hit the ground, bounced once, and fell again as the building began to shake violently. throwing everyone off balance. Haji tries to stop him. No, this is the guardian deity's punishment. A system message appears stating that the faith of the Twin Star Saint is flowing towards the serpent-bearer star, and the Twin Star Guardian is enraged and enacting punishment. The magic of the Gemini Star Guardian descends upon Sungdae, and suddenly blood gushes from his eyes, nose, and mouth. He's stunned as Jimin and Yuha cry out in alarm. Sungdae, he lost his balance and collapsed. In a panic, Tu urged Sungdae to beg the gods for forgiveness, saying that as his successor he would be pardoned. And you must attack Lion immediately. He's violent and ruthless and cannot be blindly trusted. Despite his fading strength, Sungdae still roared loudly, saying that if they cared so much, they wouldn't have abandoned the others. When Sung Hee-wook asked what the problem was, Sungun scoffed, I never imagined I'd die here because of those stupid commoners. Or when Jiang Wei tremblingly said, everyone inside is dead, send them to the burial sanctum. Sungdae shouted, what about Jian? Jian single-handedly fought the monsters, pulling Yuha and Sungdae down with him, always saving those in danger. Unlike those who preach saving the world but only care about themselves, a childhood memory of Sungdae and his sister huddled together in fear. The two children watch a war movie on TV, and a question always lingers in Sungdae's mind. My hero, Jian says happily. Sungdae, if you ever see those bastards again, don't hold back. Just punch them. I've got your back. Sungdae, his face covered in blood, still shouts. Don't you dare look at people with those eyes, you sons of bitches. Suddenly, the system announces that the Twin Star God is displaying his majesty. A colossal god stands before Zhengde. The punishment for the disciple Zhengde has been raised to the highest level for his recent outburst, and magic is gathering to erase both him and his hero. John's lips barely moved as he spoke in a cold voice. A power began to surge from his raised hand, surprising even the god Priya. John was truly enraged. The magic in his hand swirled like a storm, engulfing the surprised Priya and shattering the abyss. A crimson slash like lightning struck the massive object before him, as smoke and fire filled the air, people running and falling, shouting to each other, Hurry, clear away this wreckage! Barrio, struggling to maintain his magic, turned back and urgently said, The fire is under control. Quickly bring all water magic users here. Small streams of water trickled from someone's hand, leaving him bewildered. What is this? Why can't I focus my magic? A group rushed over shouting, Captain, something's wrong! She exclaimed in panic. I can't focus my magic. No, I can't sense any magic at all, Perio asked in surprise. Have you contacted the disciples in other areas? Looking at the flickering system screen, Sung-huk panics as a voice announces, We can't use telepathy or teleportation. All the warp gates have disappeared. As monsters swarmed, the people scattered and fled. What will become of the disciples facing the disaster? We've tried to contact them, but telepathy and other communication methods are failing within the disaster area. The god's statue vanished in a puff of smoke, as if someone stammered that the twins' magic had disappeared. And everyone looked on in shock as Yu-ha spoke up. The magic of the Gemini god has disappeared. John smiles softly, reassuring him that he'll be okay now. Sungdae was almost corrupted by evil. He knelt before Sungdae and softly said, Thank you, Sungdae, for believing in me until the very end. Tears welled in Sangdae's eyes as he smiled through the dried blood on his face. Then a voice roared, Legion. Heidi angrily asks, What have you done to me? She panics, realizing the saintess's power has vanished. In another dimension, Hajiji and the goddess's souls were severed by a dark power, the connection between the Gemini Saint Hai and the Gemini Saintess Freja, now broken. In the universe, gods possess immense magical power, so much so that they would overload if they tried to directly interfere with this world. That's why they bestow their authority and power upon saints. Just as they have many others under them, the saints then distribute that power to their disciples. In other words, the gods are the source of power, and the saints are the towers that receive and transform it, like plugs waiting to receive power from an outlet. And the disciples are the wires and the source of power. She realizes that the sudden disappearance of this power means John stomped his foot, causing the statue to bounce, startling Haji. He leaned down and said, Why does it feel like it's lost its power? What's Haji panicking about? John continued, That crab is probably up to no good. He's using Abyss Severance to cut off the connection. The system displays, Abyssal Severance, SS rank Royal Skill of Cancer. You can tear apart anything you desire. He says, After I modify it with my skill, the result will be interesting. Hai tenses up at his words, and he threatens him. I can even tear apart your contract with the gods, an act forbidden by them severing your ties. You can savor anything, including memories, relationships, and even loyalty, a new ability that will form as you master the act forbidden by the gods. Hai stubbornly refused to believe John. What? The goddess would never allow this. You'll face her wrath. John casually replies, "Oh, it's nothing. In fact, I'm counting on it. Wouldn't that mean the damn goddess would finally show her face?" She was speechless with shock when suddenly a powerful surge of magic erupted. Suddenly, lightning cracks across the sky, striking at humanity's power source as a dark vortex forms above, leaving people bewildered. A massive tornado, crackling with lightning, sweeps through the city, a sign that the twin gods, having lost their saint and disciples, have unleashed their wrath. They will now face direct divine intervention and its perils. Hai's eyes widened in shock as a blinding light blurred her vision of Jian, and the massive tornado tore through their very home. The spirit goddess appears before them as John stands tall, saying, "This must be the exit." The twin goddess Freya, enraged, confronts Jian as the system warns of her fluctuating divine power, gathering like a tempest. John frowned, but there was no fear in his eyes. "You have retrieved an item from your inventory." The goddess points, unleashing a torrent of magical power meant to obliterate the area, but her eyes widen in disbelief. John casually deflects the goddess's power with one hand, which quickly dissipates. It's the cancer core fragment, absorbing her divine energy. The greedy shard devoured the descending magic, overwhelming the Gemini goddess with the mark of another god's fragment. John scoffs, "Too bad I don't have holy punishment." He recalls his heavenly weapon. "If I had my heavenly attribute here, I could have blown them all away." Gods or not. The system appears, showing the invention workshop and a list of available items: cancer core fragment, twin gods lightning, and tornado. John couldn't help but become aggressive, raising his fist as he asked, "If you don't have teeth, you chew with your gums, right?" A beam of light flashes across a scythe in his hand. The abyssal storm scythe, forged from the crab core fragment and the thunder of the twin gods. Your crafting skill is too low for the materials, so the durability is very low, but it's usable. A smirk plays on his lips as his hair extends like savage vipers. You have used the accumulated divine power and activated the instincts of a war god. Stomping his foot hard enough to shatter the floor, he lunges toward the goddess for a final showdown. This had a huge impact on the twin gods, the goddess screamed, cradling her face as the twin gods suffered pain and humiliation. Everyone is shocked as Ha exclaims, "He wounded a god? Impossible." The weapon in his hand shatters, the scythe of the abyss destroyed. Jian scoffed, "Is that all a mutated artifact can do?" The goddess strains until her veins bulge. The twin deities Freya have lost all reason, and dozens of magic circles appear in the sky. The twin gods Freya are gathering their power to descend upon this world, as a vast army and several dragons hover in the sky, preparing for battle. From within the vortex, many ferocious monsters appear, each one projecting images of the situation across the land. The system updates that the twin gods Freya have gathered all their power and abilities. A flame erupts from the sky with an order to stop immediately. A great fire blazed down to the ground right in front of Jian, and Apollo emerged from the flames. Sung and Yuha were stunned, calling out, "He's seriously ordering them to stop the invasion." Freya frowned in bewilderment as Apollo angrily warned that they would break the rules if they went any further. Suddenly, Apollo appears, sternly ordering the invasion to cease, leaving Freya, the goddess, bewildered. Apollo angrily warns that further action would violate the rules, sternly asking, "Turn back, Freya. Have you forgotten that gods should not interfere in this world with their true bodies?" No sooner were the words out than everything changed. The Gemini Saintess declared that the pathetic Sagittarius Saint could not stop her. She scoffs, wondering what a god and a fallen constellation can do, and Freya grows even more violent. Hugo closed his eyes, still calmly saying, "Of course. With the current power of the Sagittarius Saint, I can't stop you." He opened his eyes, his voice turning icy. "But do you think we're the only ones unhappy with your interference?" Suddenly, strange magic circles appeared in the sky. Thousands of entities observing the world, preventing the god of Gemini's attack. They expressed their displeasure, stating that direct intervention is a serious violation of the rules and pull the god of Gemini's forces back to mark their territory. Magical circles representing the 12 zodiac signs descend, and powerful chains erupt, ensnaring Frieza in a net. The gods are displeased by this violation, triggering a binding restraint. To interfere further with Earth, you'll pay a heavy price in faith, experience, and stats. Continue interfering, and you may reach maximum hostility with the other gods. Dust fills the air as everyone gazes up at the unfolding scene. Hugo murmurs, "How unfortunate." Dozens of massive chains restrained Freya as he spoke. Looks like the other gods aren't just going to sit back and watch. He angrily asked, "Do you want to keep courting danger?" Freya glared, defiant, but the chains held her fast, and her pained scream shattered every pane of glass in the nearby buildings. Yuha, Sungjae, and Jimin covered their ears in pain as Freya, now enraged, pointed at Hugo with all her might. The Gemini saintess gritted her teeth, vowing never to forget this day, as John cheerfully flipped her off. "I bet you're furious, aren't you? Next time, bring your lover with you." Frieza glared, blood vessels bulging, then faded away with the chains as John contentedly eyed the system screen. "You have utterly crushed the pride of the twin holy maiden, gaining renown among countless entities observing the world. You have gained a wealth of experience in ascending to godhood. You have leveled up to minor saint. At level 9, you'll receive a special challenge when you reach level 10 of the Holy Throne as Apollo's image fades away. Experience in strategic deployment has been accumulated, triggering a special challenge based on your deployment experience." Future Suha, Sungjae, and Jimin slumped to the ground, relieved. John praises Hugo's timing, while Hugo looks at his hand, saying, "I'm still useful." Thinking about what Freya did to Sangjae, he grits his teeth in anger. Clenching his fist, he says, "An arrow through the head isn't enough." John suddenly interjects, "Leave it to me." Pointing to himself, he tells Hugo, "I'll grind her to dust." Hugo smiles inwardly, thinking, "Thank you, John." Hugo rummages in his pocket. "Ah, right. I brought what you asked me to get from the Yin-Yang Castle a while ago." John snaps his fingers excitedly. "That's the stuff. It's a soul contract, proof of a contract with a twin embodiment." Hai suddenly cuts in, "How did you get that?" "I've always guarded it so carefully." Hugo smiled simply. Infiltration and stealth are two essential skills for an archer. Hugo kept that thought to himself, remembering the badge Gun had given him. Enraged, Hai cursed, "You son of a bitch, Gun." Warning, watch your words. John checked the system, which displayed soul linkage initiated, searching for incarnations. The legendary Cyclops Khan, Toon, the legendary Giant King, Wang Chi, the legendary White God of the First Party, and the Gemini incarnations have all surrendered to Ophiuchus. You may now recruit these fallen figures as prisoners. John exclaims in surprise as new information appears. A general class incarnation, sealed deep beneath the sea in the sunken castle, has also surrendered. Jay falls into thought. A general grade avatar, definitely myth grade. Why should I trust those who surrender? Show me something more practical. A surge of magic emanates from the paper, gradually forming a vortex above Zion's head. Two figures emerge from the vortex, leaving John speechless. Hugo and Haji's soul were also surprised as everyone stared at her in the vortex, calling out Haji's name in bewilderment. Haji's soul is shaken to its core, but luckily, the system quickly explains. The Gemini incarnations offer you Hai's body as tribute, and she lands in a daze. John grins widely, finding it unbelievable. Very well, I accept. The system updates, you've accepted, and the Gemini representatives have surrendered. The Gemini representatives will now transfer to Ophiuchus. Jian held the paper, still grinning. You now have the right to name your new representatives, John says wearily. I'm too lazy to name them, so let's just go in order. Number 1, number 2, number 3. The system approves, and your representatives are named. Haji Ji's soul cried out in terror. No way, this is a nightmare! This has to be a nightmare. Suddenly, Jian grabs Haiji's spirit by the neck, causing her to choke. She gasped for breath, barely able to breathe. John clicked his tongue in annoyance. Hey, you bitch, you've been completely abandoned by your own saintess, he growls. So you better answer my question carefully. Who stabbed me inside the demon tower? I don't know anything, she quickly said. What do you mean? John releases her, a surge of power grazing her forehead, then it glows like a lightning strike. Haijiko screams in agony as Jian speaks amidst the scattered debris. These are the shards of the abyss scythe I just used, and they can scorch your very soul. Sounds fun, doesn't it? He roared. Don't pretend you don't know. Speak now. Ha stubbornly repeats, I really don't know. Seeing her reluctance, Jian threatened, Do you really want to die being tortured as a spirit? Yuha Sungjae and Jimin stood there dumbfounded as Larry Queen sat in a glass cage, covering his ears and crying. Hugo remained silent, shielding himself from Jian's power, while two desperately tried to answer. A maiden. It's definitely a maiden. Jian squeezed her until she screamed in agony. Because the maiden carries the sky's judgment, Jian's eyes burned with savage intensity. Jian released her only when the stone exploded, scattering shards everywhere. He smirked. I see. Wouldn't it have been easier to just say so? All right, since you gave me information, I'll return you to your body. Haji frantically touched her forehead, still in a panic. I'm alive. But suddenly, her body stood up, surprising Haji's spirit. Larry Queen, now in Haji's body, happily says, "Thank you, I'm truly grateful even for just this release." John laughs. "Oops, my mistake," John taunts her spirit. "I accidentally gave your body to L Queen." Larry Queen, now in Haji's body, excitedly rushes to hug him, gushing, "Thank you, Lion, thank you so much." Sungjae and Jimin had to hold Yuha back before she attacked Larry Queen. As a new day dawned, its gentle light embracing the mansion. The stuffed rabbit lamented, unsure if searching for something to fix would even help. Frustrating Larry Queen. She snapped, "Young Wei, you call this useless? Look at all these disadvantageous clauses and legal loopholes. These papers piled on the ground are the sole contracts drafted by Legion's contract experts, completely removing Jiang Wei's monopolistic clauses." Larry Queen excitedly says, "Mr. Lion, while we're at it, please allow me to see the signed souls." "I'll review everything and upgrade it to SS rank," John agreed, waving his hand. "All right, Ren, go ahead," Larry Queen replied cheerfully. "Yes." Suddenly, long cries rang out as the goddess statue, surrounded by dozens of Jian statues in the glass case, emitted a joyful sound. Two souls pressed against the glass, begging, let us out of here." John stared intently at the system screen, deep in thought. Someone's voice is filled with excitement. "Ah, we're finally in the same house as Lion." The system announces that the newest members are praising him, but John remains indifferent as someone happily says, "I can't believe we've joined Lion's team. It's quite an honor to have 3 familiars living in your house like die-hard fans." El Jian turned to look at us, and just seeing his face is a blessing. Hugo, seeing them go crazy for Jian, said, "Usually the gods are so proud." "This is the first time I've seen anything like this," John chuckled. "Me too." They all pointed at Hugo, warning, "Don't interfere, Lion's errand boy." That one sentence struck Hugo's heart, leaving him reeling as their words echoed in his ears. Errand boy, errand boy. But Jaeon interjects, "I think you've got the wrong idea." While the god's words stung, Jian's were enough to bring Hugo to his knees. "He's not an errand boy. A slave is more like it." "Oh, ho, ho, so you're a slave?" the 3 gods said, pointing and mocking him. How dare a slave stand before Lord Lion? Lion points down, "Forget that for now. Tell me, why did you abandon the twin gods and come here?" They hesitantly replied, "Well, we just couldn't take her abuse anymore." Lion questioned further, "Really?" With that, the 3 familiars began to speak. "The truth is, we witnessed you overwhelm that twin deity." And Legion calmly said, "I like your honest nature." They continued, "It's not just us. The other family gods and our commanders also wish to serve you, but unfortunately, they're trapped deep beneath the ocean under the temple, unable to reach you. To this day, an unidentified civilization is wreaking havoc. Humanity has lost more than half the world, and half the globe is shrouded in darkness. It seems the saints and these calamities are in a delicate balance. Gods, spirits, and magic clash fiercely with the monsters, but the reality is we can't reclaim the lands taken by that civilization. They were trapped, surrounded by monsters with no escape. John realized if it's the ocean floor near the Yin-Yang Palace, it must be the Pacific. His reasoning is sound. It's likely near that uncharted civilization, so I'll have to check the current situation. Suddenly, the family gods spoke up. Though we only know to kneel before Lord Lion, they bowed sincerely, saying, "We pledge our lives to your service." John smiles. "All right, I look forward to a smooth collaboration." My 3 brothers. Standing to the side, Xiongdae speaks up. "So, Uncle Jian really is our uncle." He admired June, saying he even managed to recruit high-ranking retainers. "Amazing." Ayu Ha agreed, a sinister smile creeping across her face. She innocently suggests that proposing to him would be a great idea, instantly killing the mood as Jian and Hugo are left speechless. Hugo looked up at Jian, his voice like a haunting whisper. "Hey, what was that? What did she just say?" Hugo leaned in close, his voice echoing in Jian's ear. "Propose? Propose?" In the silence, the stuffed rabbit spoke up, asking if this meant Hugo would become Leon's father-in-law. What the hell? No sooner were the words out than the bunny was engulfed in flames. Hugo fires arrows at it, the flaming projectiles hitting the stuffed rabbit, causing it to cry out in alarm as John quickly intervenes. Teach Shu, put down the bow and arrow. Hugo is shaking with rage. "I'm so angry I'm burning up, and I didn't even get to hear my daughter say I love you on Father's Day. Right now I'm basically a sulking Sagittarius." Hugo unleashed his fury, firing arrows in every direction as John desperately dodged, screaming. Calm down, you're going crazy. Hugo coldly states, John, I'm sorry, but you'll die here. And with that, he acts. The centaur saint has gone invisible. He hurtles through the flames with his bow and arrow, leaving Jaeon bewildered. Well, there's no choice. Jaeon has to fight back. Is he really serious? John immediately uses the system's updated moves. Using the eyes of a god, he senses the magic of the centaur saint, Hugo Otos. John feels the arrows and flames flying in every direction, sensing something behind him. Quickly, Jaeon snatched an incoming arrow and snapped it in two. Sparks flew like stars in the cosmos as Hugo unleashed a flurry of arrows. Annoyed, Jaeon watches thousands of arrows fly toward him, each one flashing and disappearing, and crushes them with his bare hands, asking, What the hell is this?
Is that it? Are you planning to annoy me to death?
System update. You are mocking the centaur, accumulating points, and have received a large amount of zodiac experience. Suddenly, someone yelled, and Jaeon turned to see. Damn it, Tex, the house has become a smoky battlefield. Annoyed, John wondered if he even knew the meaning of restraint, but then the system sent him a message. The centaur guardian Apollo asks if this is okay, doing this in your own home, mentioning the bulk of Sangjae's home loan. The house, still not paid off, was destroyed. Hugo, consumed by rage, had turned it into a blazing inferno, sending debris flying. John sighs, thinking that the way Hugo burned down his own house reminds him of someone. And since he's poor, John feels he has to reassure him. Yuha frantically tries to stop him, saying he can't do that. But Hugo wouldn't listen. Can't what? She quickly retorted. No, I mean you can't do that to Uncle John. Yuha adds that her father couldn't beat John anyway, shattering Hugo completely. Yuha's innocent words were the final blow, and John seized the opportunity to strike from behind. A devastating blow lands, leaving Hugo with a massive lump, as John coldly looks down at him. Awake now? John said, raising an eyebrow. Why do you always lose your temper in front of your kids? Do you think I'm the kind of guy who would hit on my friend's daughter? You were so out of it, you almost burned down your own house. He adds that the kids have some trouble expressing their feelings, but they do care about him in their own way. Didn't you know they got you a gift too? As the door opens, the excited Yu-Ha asks how he's doing. Dad's awake? Sungjai happily announces. We brought you Jiga coffee and your favorite bread. Hugo was moved to tears by his children's thoughtfulness. He lunged to embrace his son, choked with emotion, calling out to them, but Sungda gracefully dodged him. He went to Jian and obediently said, Uncle, we sent the video of your battle with the reporter, as you asked. John pats Sungda's head, pleased. Good, that's my Sungdae. Sungda happily shouts, he patted my head. I'm never washing my hair again. Then he says, oh, come eat cake, Uncle. Dion appeases him, saying, wow, why are there so many whiskers on the cake? Leaving the loneliness in Google. Looking at the cake on the platter, the strawberry that should have been there was gone. He still asked Mayuha, why doesn't my cake have a strawberry? With a bright smile, she confidently replies, sorry, Dad, I gave it to Uncle. Hugo roars and rushes towards Jian. He lunged, but Jaeon quickly dodged, determined to eat the cake, as Hugo's cries echoed throughout the roofless mansion. Even the stuffed rabbit seems to agree that the children have finally grown up, as Yua happily watches Hugo and John's argument unfold. Give me back my strawberry, I already ate it. What do you want? I already ate it. What more do you want? Sungdi needs to advise him. Don't take his uncle's strawberries. Suddenly, a strange notification appeared on Yuha's phone, and her eyes widened in shock. The notification warned of a red alert calamity, a holy request, requiring all disciples to respond immediately as the sky darkened and lightning flashed over the sea near Manila, Philippines. Lightning strikes the sea like threads connecting the ocean and sky for a few seconds. Soldiers on the beach whisper, saying it's a red calamity. How terrifying. Well, everything will be all right, right? After all, there are so many of us here. So, we'll be all right, right? One of the Olivers shouts, trying to rally everyone's spirits. Don't be afraid. Though dangerous, this is our chance. A figure plummets from the inky sky. Even though our heavenly king isn't here, we can handle this red-level calamity. Soldiers. The man above has successfully ignited the Legion's passion. How else will our Leo constellation flourish? We'll show the world that humanity can achieve a new leap forward. The soldiers below roared in unison, shouting as if to encourage and reassure each other. Yuha covered her ears, unable to bear the noise, and thought to herself, I want to go home. I want to see Uncle. Meanwhile, a large tent has been erected, the decontamination unit. Sir Grivik sat in his tent, muttering to himself as he examined something in his hand. They're just putting on a show. That's why they're being so loud. Are they trying to hide their fear with force? I don't care. What's more important is... He smirks, wondering if his little gifts have arrived. At Jion's dilapidated house, a figure arrives, pulling a suitcase, and Hugo excitedly opens the door. There she is. This is St. Hugo's secretary, Yeren. She arrives, full of energy, luggage in tow. It's been a while. Is the Heavenly King doing well? A moment later, she looked around awkwardly and asked, what happened to the house? What happened? The roof did. Hugo dejectedly replied, don't ask. It was a necessary measure. Yeren glanced at the news on TV and asked, you're following the Myriad raid too? Hugo replied, walking ahead. Yuha was also dispatched there, and he curiously pointed to the cardboard box in her hands. But what's in the box? Yin replied, it was in front of my house, so I brought it in. Isn't that a delivery? Suddenly, the box shakes violently and shouts, where's Legion? The two are startled to find a sword broken in two. The low-grade crafting tool damaged the materials. John was frustrated and annoyed. Another failure. How many times has that happened now? The system then offers a solution. To craft items of the desired grade, a higher-level tool is needed. John curses under his breath, realizing he's already reached the crafting hammer's limit. He frowned, deep in thought. It was a shame he'd lost the achievement-granting hammer. He wondered where it had gone for the last 20 years, remembering how difficult it was to use that LE name to craft anything higher than mid-tier divine items. And I need to stock up on divine power before the battle with the priestess. The system then reports that a member contracted with another zodiac has secretly infiltrated the sanctuary where the esteemed serpent bearer and other members reside. The announcement caught Jion's attention as a goat-headed statue spoke from a box. The one over there is Sagittarius Hugo Ozer, while a Capricorn statue cheerfully added, long time no see. Hugo. It's Sievich. Hugo is shocked. You really are a weirdo. That goat. It must be something Jiang Wei made. The cotton rabbit chimed in, hearing its name. Shall we play a game of chess? John asked as he stepped forward. I heard someone dared to trespass on this sacred ground, he said scornfully, axe on his shoulder. But who knew it was just an old goat? The statue's eyes glowed with anger. Long time no see. Lion, it's good to see you're well. Yeren covers her mouth in surprise. Lion Jian? The goat-headed statue introduced himself. I am Sergevich Vladimir Ivan of Capricorn. Do you remember me? John simply grunts in response, as the goat statue, Sebastian, loses his composure and repeats, I said I'm Sergevich Vladimir Ivan. He's the Capricorn saint, and like Leon, he specializes in production. After Leon disappeared, all the world's weapons passed through his hands. The goat statue continued. Anyway, it's reassuring to see you're in good health. Lion, the reason I've come to find you like this is... But before he could finish, Jian grabbed the statue's head. Unfazed, he continues juggling as the Capricorn statue insists on finishing his sentence of friendship and reconciliation. Before Jian suddenly smashes Sir Grivich with a hammer. Hugo appeared behind him asking, is it okay that we didn't listen to him? Jian, still relaxed and confident, replied, it's all nonsense anyway. He finally replies to Sir Grievous, how can someone who was furious about giving me the ingredients suddenly talk about harmony? I'd rather go watch the Thousand Hands battle. Sir Grievous calmly replies, he's still so hot-headed, it's truly troublesome. From outside, a soldier in a gas mask announces, Your Holiness, it's time for your appearance. Sir Grivich turned slightly and replied, oh, is it time? He pulled back the tense screen. Sir Grivich coldly says, then let's go see what the Thousand Hands look like. I am the Capricorn Saint, Vladimir Ivan. A reporter stands before the camera, broadcasting live. Greetings, everyone, from Manila, Philippines. I'm here to report on the red-level disaster sweep that's about to take place here, as John faces off against a colossal sea monster. The massive disaster that Leon eliminated 20 years ago. 1,000 hands, 1,000 hands of the same species, have appeared off the coast near Manila, Philippines. Yuha, Oliver, and their forces are deployed as the announcer's voice echoes. The 1,000 hands red-level disaster is powerful, but many paladins have appeared here. Vice Deity John Yuha and Holy Officer Captain Oliver, the wild lion in charge of this battle, are monsters. There are also transformation specialists, the naval expert Pisces, and the iron wall defense of Taurus. Furthermore, the goddesses of battle, Aquarius and Capricorn, capable of deflecting nuclear bombs with divine power, are in charge of producing and reinforcing various weapons on the battlefield. A diverse array of holy officers have assembled here in a united front, and to top it off, the Holy Capricorn has made a direct appearance. John glances over, frowning, wondering what the old man is doing here. Sir Grivich raises his hand to the sky as the reporter speaks. It seems the Capricorn Saint is up to something. A hammer appears in his palm, and Svik smiles sinisterly as he holds it. The reporter excitedly announces the Capricorn Saint's relic, the Hammer of Creation. Both were surprised by Vladimir Ivan's actions. Hugo asked him, "Hey Jan, didn't you used to use that?" Sir Grivik stands before a weapon, the Capricorn Saint specializing in the creation of gods. Before the battle begins, he will reinforce the holy relics controlled by the forces with his hammer. The Capricorn Saint's reinforcement ability is world-renowned. Back home, John angrily shouts, "Enough nonsense, that's mine." Pointing at the TV screen, he says, "Grivik is showing off my stuff like he's some big shot. I was already mad he stole it, and now he's flaunting it? Disgusting. I have to beat him before I get to the Saintess." Without hesitation, Gian left a message and took off. "I'm going, and I'm going to punish him." But the reporter's next words caught his attention. "Everyone, it's here. It's finally here." On the broadcast TV screen, the sea churns violently as a colossal being rises from the deep. Something emerges from the water. The reporter excitedly shouts, "Thousand Hands! It's Thousand Hands!" Every battalion commander stared in tense disbelief as Thousand Hands raised its tentacles, thrashing them wildly, a danger-level threat. A soldier shouts an order to prepare for battle, but another interjects, "Wait, look!" They've noticed something hanging from Thousand Hands' tentacles. A gasp of surprise echoes. "Huh," Stephen roared, as the bewildered soldiers pointed and asked, "Is that—" The soldiers exclaimed Stephen Mayer's name in astonishment. Grasping the tentacle ensnaring him, he angrily shouts, "Release my great bone!" Viewers can only exclaim, "Oh my God, he's fighting a calamity-class monster for a great bone. Losing $1 billion wouldn't be stranger than this." Oliver paled. He was still obsessed with that bone. All around, people pleaded, "Celestial Lord, please come down, please come down." Sir Grivik approached from afar. "What are you doing?" "Captain Oliver of the Divine Stem." The smile on his face was provocative, with the lion heart and Thousand Hands all present. "Are you just going to stand there? I may be a saint, but you're in charge because of your lion-like strength. If it's too much for you, I'll take over." Oliver was incredibly annoyed by that unpleasant look. That sly old fox, so eager to give orders. Is he trying to steal my thunder? But his words were calm and collected. I was just about to give the order. He immediately gave a loud order. All the lions were to use the mana potion to strengthen themselves. The soldiers immediately drank it all without hesitation. Oliver turned to the others. Pisces would use their bodies to upgrade the navy. 3 or 4 mages chanted in unison, and the ocean stirred, its very breath now communicating with the waves. Then he looked to the Aquarius warriors, focusing on combat prowess and survivability. The mages cast spells to reinforce the warriors, bolstering stamina regeneration, accelerating agility, and increasing defense. Meanwhile, the Sagittarius squad, under Oliver's command, also prepared for battle. "Taurus, take a defensive position in the rear and be ready to stop that cataclysmic monster from reaching land." Oliver leaps from the ramparts, landing with a thunderous impact as soldiers and commander alike burn with the will to destroy the monster. "Is everyone ready? Let's move out." The transformed warriors, with Oliver leading the charge, eyes crackling with lightning, lion bow at the ready, surged toward the octopus. Lightning gathers around Oliver as he activates lion bow, beast transformation, and is enveloped in golden light. Then he fully transforms, the system announcing, "Beast transformation activated. You now possess the power of a wild beast." Oliver transforms into a black panther, doubling his speed, as the warriors behind him activate their beast forms. Seeing Oliver's attack, Yua seized the moment and charged forward, as the Lion Archer squad used their beast transformation. The mages advanced as one, their mental strength transforming into countless stars as they chanted. Yua commanded, "Disciples, cast your spells. Alliance of the God's skill. Gather, light orbs." In the sky, a white lion appears, roaring as it joins the battle, the beastly night parade. The white lion's roar was a tempest, blowing away everything nearby as it charged headfirst into the octopus. The monster staggered and fell, and Oliver seized the opportunity. The beast horde's night march is in effect. It's time. At that moment, the navy surged from the water toward the monster. Oliver's beastly army charges forward, tearing into the monsters as the octopus is swarmed by warriors, each attacking with savage fury. Stephen is furious at the meddling crowd. "Idiots, don't move until I get the giant pillar of gas out of here. Just stay put." Oliver tried to help, only to be scolded, and now he's furious. "Just stay put, Celestial Lord, please." Seven stubbornly refuses to listen. "Buddy, I'm almost there." Oliver is furious that the other man is so obsessed with the bone. Damn it, just let go of that useless bone. Stephen, of course, wouldn't shut up, saying he was just about to pull it out, and the mage on the shore was increasingly worried as he watched them bicker. What on earth are they doing? This is insane. If you two keep this up, we're all going to ascend. Yuha sighed, watching the two young uncles bicker like children. That idiot. The mages began to murmur curiously. Vice leader of the heavenly realm, Chun Yuha, you're still here? Yuha drew her spear in response. In the end, I didn't need to do anything to save Stephen. Look at them suffering. I suppose I should step in. Her hand touched the sand, and the mage tried to stop her as she charged forward. Wait, shouldn't you receive the power-up first? Yuha nonchalantly replies, gathering her energy. I don't need muscles. Yuha's eyes flashed, and then she shot out to sea like an arrow. Swift as the wind, her target is Stephen, still struggling with the octopus. Stephen clutches the bone in terror as a flash of red severs the tentacle binding him. Yuha, the girl who can do anything, lands gracefully, successfully rescuing Stephen, who, along with his bone, is kicked straight into the sea. Luckily, he wasn't a landlubber and quickly righted himself, but before Stephen could understand what was happening, a foot stomped down on his face. The mages and soldiers are stunned by Yuha's combat abilities. How could she? They marvel at how a single leap allowed her to cross the distance and pierce through the monster's thick tentacle. Meanwhile, Stephen, still being stomped on, is screaming bloody murder. Hey, aren't you gonna get off? Seeing the monster nearly defeated, the soldiers' morale surged. Don't just stand there. The Holy Lion has been saved. Now let's deal with that disaster-class monster. Everyone shouted in unison, their footsteps echoing the soldiers' roars. Hurry, don't let the Lion City's efforts be in vain. Swords and axes strike the octopus, severing its troublesome tentacles. Aim for its weak spot. Attack its core. The mages joined the fray, bolstering morale as they fought. It's slowing down. Attack. The octopus's eyes flashed, and a surge of water erupted around it, catching everyone off guard. The towering wave surges towards the land as the Taurus initiates their shield. Everyone is on edge. A tsunami. What is happening? Hold on, the system announces that the Taurus disciples are using the iron wall formation, creating a barrier like a giant bull to block the wave. The soldiers who were so enthusiastic just moments ago are now in a panic. What is that? A volcanic eruption? Look up there, someone shouts, and the group turns to face the sea monster, whose tentacles have not only regenerated, but multiplied. Everyone is speechless. Oliver was speechless at the sight, surrounded by a cacophony of voices. What in the world? Good heavens, one arm was bad enough. The sea monster, after being low on health, went berserk, directly leveling up to a super disaster class, 1,000-armed monster. Red alert. Seeing the situation turn once again, everyone panics. Where did this monster even come from? Sir Grivik, not participating in the battle, grinned as he watched the people lose hope. He flicked the lighter in his hand, knowing there was nothing they could do against such a monster. When suddenly, a voice echoed from behind him. What do you have in your hand? Sir Grivik casually replies, just a fuse. I've already planted some chain rats in the waters nearby. Then he noticed something was off. Sir Grivik immediately turned around. Who are you? Before he could understand what was happening, a dagger pierced his hand, sending his lighter flying, and Sir Grivik cried out in agony. At that moment, a gaping maw approached him, and Smile got a quick appetizer. Sir Grivik thrashed helplessly from within the portal, as that voice echoed out once more. Smile, you truly are a masterpiece, aren't you? John emerges, carrying his great sword. Those at sea struggle against the octopi. Isn't it too much to bomb them along with the disaster-class monster? You should reflect on your actions. With his sword planted firmly in the ground, he smirks triumphantly. It's time for your first lesson in 20 years, and I'll teach you how to make octopus sashimi. Each step leaves an imprint on the water's surface, yet the person is lightning fast, leaving no afterimage. Yuha glides across the water like a wave, closing in on the sea monster. She grits her teeth, knowing everyone is exhausted from fighting the 1,000-legged calamity. Yuha calculated how to quickly defeat the smaller monsters so she could deal with the strongest one first. Without hesitation, she activated her speed boost and dashed toward the mother, thinking to herself, I've watched the video of Gion's 1,000-legged calamity attack over and over. In the past, Lion defeated many calamities, while those jealous apostles just stood there like statues, praying. This is the 1,000-legged calamity attack. Yuha remembers Gion's imposing figure, a one-man army who personally took down the great monster. Yuha remembered how it used its small tentacles to stab its prey, and then, following her memory, she avoided each tentacle strike. A formidable successor, she almost perfectly recreated the scene from that year, from dodging the attacks to mimicking each strike. Yuha leaped, slicing through the tentacles like cutting fruit, so she had to sever all of them in one fell swoop. Her strikes were as clean as John's blade that day. Tentacles fell like rain, and Yuha successfully reached the main branch. She thought to herself, if she could get close enough, she'd leap and bury this iron spear right between its eyes. And with that thought, Yuha swung her spear, her eyes blazing with arrogant, killing intent, the spear tip flashing, signaling her arrival and its doom. Yuha cried out, bringing her spear down on the sea monster with all her might. The spear shot forward like a meteor, the impact shaking the sea and illuminating the night. Yuha was stunned as the tentacle effortlessly caught her spear. She couldn't believe it had blocked her attack so easily. The octopus's red eyes seemed to mock her audacity, as if she could defeat it with a single blow. Suddenly, a tentacle struck down at Yuha, but at the same moment, another arm wrapped around her. Stephen rushes to her defense, taking the full force of the octopus's blow. Stephen grits his teeth from the blow but holds Yuha tight as the tentacle sends them flying. Yuha slowly loses consciousness. But why? With their leader in danger, the soldiers are thrown into disarray. Yuha is lost, unsure of what to do. Despite their worry, the warriors had to fight on. Damn it, keep fighting, don't run. But their strength was spent from the first battle, and with the loss of their leader, many perished, their screams echoing across the sea. Help, someone, please help me. Yuha refused to give up. What would you do, Uncle? If you were Uncle John, you'd grab your greatsword and fly. At that moment, a familiar figure rushed in, snapping Yuha out of her daze. She couldn't believe her eyes. Uncle Gian. Hearing that name, Stephen was shocked. Leon. He cut through the smaller beasts, setting his sights on the leader, his greatsword cleaving through the giant monster's hide, leaving a scar across the octopus's face. With a twist of his greatsword, Gian grins, unleashing a devastating blow, mountain-piercing strike, tearing through the monster, sending it flying with all eyes wide. The mages are stunned by the power that blew the monster away as he dealt with the thousand-legged disaster in an instant. The warriors gape at the hole in the monster, utterly horrified. They turned to see the crater he'd made, his attack reaching all the way to the coast. Seriously? The greatsword stuck in the ground still crackled with blue lightning as Gian kicked off the ground, flying towards the group. Oops, did I throw it too hard? The occupying force was startled. Lily, Gian, why are you here? Gian was annoyed by their rejection. Why so surprised? It's just an octopus. Why are you all making such a fuss? So I came to show you how it's done. You guys don't have to act so disgusted. What? They're tearing into him. Give it a rest. You just showed up and landed the finishing blow. We could have handled that thousand-legged monster ourselves. But just seconds later, Gian was swept away by the tentacles, leaving everyone stunned. Even the one who had just been scolding him was now pale with shock. What's going on? John turned his head, and the sea monster, with a mouth like a black hole, glanced at what it was holding. But before he could think, the monster swallowed him whole. How? Hope turns to despair once more. What are we supposed to do now? He could retrieve the monster it had captured, but countless sea monsters awaited them. The beast, still hungry after swallowing that shrimp, noticed a flicker of light on its skin, and then a sword pierced through its hide. A blue light pierces the darkness. A shadow emerges, unleashing a devastating combo. The soldier's emotions swing wildly from despair to astonishment. In an instant, the Vice Star-Lord's ultimate skill is revealed. Could that spear, once in the octopus's grasp, now be tearing the monster apart? The lightning radiating from Gian pierces the sky. It only lacks a hammer to complete the Thor cosplay. The monster, shocked by the electricity, cried out in pain, triggering a chain reaction. Nearby creatures also received a jolt. Gian twirls the spear like Sun Wukong, lowers the tip and activates his skill. Everyone who witnessed it was left speechless as John finished off the monsters and leaped off the crumbling beast. He grins, reveling in the thrill of battle, boasting that even 1,000 legs are no match for his might. The monster, beaten to a husk, slowly collapses into the ocean, sending spray that soaks their clothes. Gian, I'll tear you to pieces. The rest will know better than to stick around. The octopus monster floated on the sea, and the warriors marveled. He took down that monster all by himself, so Lion's reputation was real after all. Words are written, and those who don't know your name are in awe. Everyone is talking about you. The books say they began to revere you, awed by your power. Time seemed to stop as everyone tried to process what had happened. With trembling hands, the reporter spoke into the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, are you seeing this? This is the man who's been the talk of the town for so long. The camera focuses on the mangled monster. The hero lion Gian has returned, immediately vanquishing the myriad-legged disaster, and the people rejoice in this glorious victory. Everyone watching the battle on screen cheered, their voices echoing throughout the city. Meanwhile, countless words appeared on the book, stories passed down for ages. Impressive journeys, achievements worthy of reverence. The scripture of the serpent bearer has been born. Recording all the deeds of the serpent bearer and spreading them throughout the world, the other zodiac saints are in a state of panic, and John is a little surprised by the added content. The scripture records stories brimming with power. So, my power will increase if my followers read this? On the shore, Yuha called out to him, and Jian snapped out of his thoughts. Is that Yuha? Yuha is on the shore, waving to him. With one step, Jay was in front of her. Are you hurt? Yuha nodded. Yes, I'm all right. Jay is taken aback, noticing the massive object on her back. Yuha, what are you carrying on your back? And you can talk too. Yuha, flustered, tries to hide it. Yes. What did you say? John feels like he's learned something new about this kid. So Yuha likes bones too. You like lion bones? Yuha blushed, saying she planned to use it as a base for her gus. John hesitated, then presented what was in his hand, the remaining wooden color. I accidentally broke your spear, so let me make you a new weapon as a gift. Yuha was ecstatic to hear that. Yuha brandishes the weapon Jian made for her. Is this real? I like it very much. Suddenly, Stephen's face lit up as he joined the conversation. Fantastic. It's like they've all been paused. John shoots him a hateful glare. You crazy bastard. Are you insane? Why the sudden outburst? Of course I'm happy. Stephen grinned. With that, he pointed at Yuha. Troll Yuha is my close subordinate, and you just said you'd be her weapon, right? Stephen then pointed back at himself. Doesn't that also mean you'll make a weapon for me? How could I not be happy to get a new weapon? Besides, 20 years ago you were the artificer who created sacred objects for us zodiacs. John was speechless at this ridiculous logic, but Stephen continued to ramble on. You shattered my giant bone, so of course you'll make a weapon for me. Tron Yuha, I will generously forgive you for daring to step on my face and steal my hollow bones. After the bang, a cloud of smoke shaped like a head appeared. Stephen was so angry he was beside himself. No way. You now have the power to create explosions just by shouting? Are you even human? John retorted at the moron's statement. I didn't do that, you idiot. The smoke billows and spreads, engulfing everyone in a sea of gray, as desperate cries for help echo through the thick haze, obscuring all paths. Damn it, the entire front line has been swept away. One man turns, desperate to find someone. What are we supposed to do now? He suddenly gaped. A teammate in front of him suddenly looked at him with predatory eyes, stunning him. Hey, what's wrong with you? The man lunges, tearing a chunk from his neck. He grits his teeth. What is going on? He watched as his teammates went mad one by one. The man thought to himself, they've all gone crazy. Yuha is shocked. Is the Lion Star team attacking the Taurus Star team? And what was that explosion? Suddenly a deep hoarse voice echoes. What else is coming? That was the brilliant light of a weasel bomb, personally designed by me. It's a shame it was so small, so the explosion wasn't that big. A steel foot crashes onto the sand. Stephen is horrified. Who are you? Someone stares at the figure in the robot, then at the object in its hand. Sebastian Gian, seeing the unconscious Slim, felt a pang of anguish. Slim raised his fist towards the old man. You damned bastard! What have you done to my Slim? Stephen looked at Sir Grievous, puzzled. Did you just say Chut Lang bomb? You dare plant it where my men are fighting? Sir Grievous sneers from above. Calm yourselves. The fun has only just begun. That explosion was just a firecracker. John turns, pointing at the smoke. No wonder the Lion Zealots are all insane. That was your doing, wasn't it? Stephen couldn't believe his eyes. What? Grivik chuckled. As expected of the Lion, you're very perceptive. In that case, I'll show you something far more interesting. With that, he put the horn to his lips, and though small, a bloody sound rang out across the sky, like a summoning bell. The beast warriors attacking their comrades all stopped, leaving those being beaten in utter confusion. The beast warriors all rush towards the sound of the horn, and the soldiers on the shore frantically form a defensive line as they see the beasts charging. Here they come! Damn it! Hold them back! Stephen panicked. Hey, wake up! Someone's pinning Yuha down. She can't move with those claws holding her. He turned to see his aunt being swarmed, doubling his panic. Uncle, Sir Gick laughs with excitement. You spent so much effort fighting the disasters, you must be running on fumes. He gloated, watching Gian be pinned to the ground. Checkmate, Lion Sir Grivik muses with a smile. I can't say I'm not enjoying seeing you squirm like this. You madman, what have you done to my apostles? Why aren't they listening to me? Sir Grivik smirked. Isn't it because you drank my elixir? I was wondering why they weren't reacting more. Your followers are just excited from the reaction between the elixir and the atomic radiation from the exploding rat. In that state, they'll only obey my flute's commands. Seven is furious to hear his group has been poisoned. You bastard, turn them back to normal now, Sir Gick calmly replied. Don't be angry. If you want your apostles back to normal, you have to listen to everything I say. Stephen looked at him, confused. This sword is Lion's weapon. He smiled. Yes, the weapon he made himself. Pointing to the figure before him, he said, You won't be able to refuse, will you? Stephen Marker, use that sword. Sir Grivik then looked at the person chained to the ground and said, Kill Lion. Stephen was stunned. Of course no one would agree to kill Lion for no reason. Why should I listen to you? Sir Grivik raised his robotic foot to Stephen's face. Of course, you have to listen to me. Don't you want your followers to return to normal? Sir Grivik confidently replies. It's all right, because you and I understand each other so well. He recalls Gion's annoying gaze and sighs. Don't we have something in common? Leon's existence made us insecure, a keyword that stunned Stephen. Stephen shouts in denial, Don't talk nonsense. Sir Grivik smirks mockingly. Then why do you care so much about Lion's weapons? Isn't that the clearest evidence that you're doing it to overcome your inferiority? To you, Lion's strength is an insurmountable wall, and his crafting ability is the greatest obstacle to me. Precisely why, no matter how hard he tries, Sir Grivik feels he can't surpass Gion. In short, Gion's talent is something ordinary people can't even dream of, Sir Grivik bitterly admits, saying that the more he tries to surpass him, the more he feels like he's facing an insurmountable wall. He spoke with such conviction, this was the opportunity we'd been waiting for. Stephen can't compete with me at all, Sir Grivik said. I won't make empty promises, and I'm not as pathetic as Lion. I'll forge you the ultimate weapon, one of a kind in this world. Sir Grivik continued to sweet-talk Stephen coy, saying that if they joined forces, they could surpass Lion, and his ascension to the supreme zodiac star was only a matter of time. After all the sweet talk, Sir Grivik urged, Now, take that sword and deal with Leon. The sword's tip was raised. Yuha frantically looks at Stephen. Star-Lord, no, those are just lies. You know Sergevich can't be trusted, she cried. Master, are you even listening to me? But Stephen only glanced at John. Yuha desperately tried to change Stephen's mind, warning that if he laid a hand on Hyen, she would never forgive him. Stephen stood before Jian, raising his sword to strike, the ultimate weapon. Sir Grivik laughs with excitement. Die. A sickening thud echoes, but unexpectedly the sword is aimed at Grivik. Yuha is stunned. Sir Grivik grits his teeth in pain. You fool, why did you pass up such a golden opportunity? But Stephen cuts him off, saying, You think I'd listen to the one who did this to my men? His voice dripped with disdain as he claimed he'd trained to surpass Lion, regretting the time he'd wasted on self-doubt. Stephen flips him off, adding that he has no burning desire to kill Lion and take his place. Even pinned to the ground, John is impressed, but his praise is cut short by Stephen's boastful arrogance. Because I've already surpassed Lion. All I need now is a weapon. John could only laugh helplessly as Stephen puffed out his chest. Don't compare me to something as low as you. He points at Sir Grivik again. And what flag is this? You said you'd make weapons for me, but you couldn't even get past Legion in the first place. You think I'd prefer your weapons to Lion's? That lunatic. Sir Grivik is furious after taking such a blow. How dare you? I'll open fire with the robot's cannon and make you regret this. Stephen lands a powerful blow on the robot, staggering Sir Grivik even in his armor. Stephen seizes the opportunity and lands another blow. Sir Grivik, on the verge of defeat, still stubbornly tells him not to act so high and mighty. With that, he unleashed the robot's arsenal of weapons, all aimed at Stephen, its feet digging deep into the sand. A storm of bullets and missiles erupts, tearing through the sand with thunderous explosions. Sir Grivik laughed gleefully, believing the world-renowned Leo zodiac star would fall before his attack. But before he could celebrate, Stephen, in his beast form, charged through the barrage, devouring the bullets in his path. It's true that 20 years ago I was as insecure as you say. But even after countless failures, I rose again and challenged my own limits. I've strived to surpass Lion. Stephen roared, claws ready, and unleashed his skill. Then several strikes of lightning claw shattered Sir Grivik's armor, and claws like needles surrounded him like a cage. Stephen rushed forward, landing a few more blows. Sir Grivik is slammed into the rocks, and Stephen stomps on his armor. He glared at the troublemaker. Old goat, you have quite the thick armor. Sir Grivik grunts as he's stomped on, and Stephen tears apart his armor, throwing the layers aside. With each piece he threw, he cursed, saying even Constellation fighters don't use this much protection. Stop hiding in that armor, you damn goat, and come out here. Sir Grivik gritted his teeth and roared while Stephen John just stared at the two of them, unimpressed. How long are you two planning to fight? The scene then pauses for 2 seconds. Stephen's eyes widened, and Leon and Sir Grivik were even more incredulous. How did you escape? John scoffs, saying he was going to let them capture him to see what they were up to, but they were taking too long, so he just got up. Those guys were pathetically weak. Yuha and the bonehead behind her sat dumbfounded as Stephen and Sir Grivik stared in disbelief at the defeated horde of beasts. John lightly kicked Stephen like a ball, saying he's lucky to have dodged that. Then he gave Sir Grivik a sinister smile, saying, "I have so many questions for you, so let's talk." Sir Grivik recalls how just minutes ago, Gian patiently listened to their squabble. But he's tired of comparing himself to a low-grade goat, and he's bored of their bickering. "You dare compare a weapon I forged to that old goat?" Followed by Sir Grivik's agonized screams. Growing impatient with their endless bickering, Gian stands up, deciding he's had enough. "I really am an idiot." The beasts were shocked to see Gian get up and walk away. Gian grumbled as he walked, wondering why he'd waited so patiently for this ridiculous fight to end, when he could have just ended it himself. A beast tried to stop him, but was immediately slammed into a wall. Then, Gian extends a friendly greeting to the two brawlers. "How long do you two plan to keep fighting?" The two of them stared at him, frozen in place, as the scene of the past unfolded. 20 years prior, a war to attack the Demon Tower took place, and Kevin smirks. Lion will die in the Demon Tower, leaving Sir Grivik stunned. "Isn't that the prophecy Hugo Ott received from the guardian deity?" Kevin replies. "That's just a prophecy predicting the future." He smirks. "I mean, the plan will come to fruition." Sir Grivik smiled excitedly. "I used myself, and I don't care what he meant by it." His mind swarmed with dark thoughts, screaming for Lion's death. If so, this was the perfect opportunity to examine Lion's body, transforming all his abilities into his own when a hand tears through his memories. Gian crumples the pages of the past, screaming, "Stop reminiscing! I'm just asking who killed me." "I'm not interested in your past." Sir Grivik nods, smiling. "All right, I'll talk, but in return you have to guarantee my safety." But before he could even finish his chuckle, Gian broke his jaw, offering a friendly smile. "It seems you haven't grasped the situation. I'm not here to negotiate with you. Waste my time with nonsense again, and I'll rip out your tongue. Who is he?" He's completely out of patience, and Sir Grivik trembles in fear. "The Maiden Star." John frowned. "Another maiden?" This is eerily similar to what the witch said. He recalled the demon woman's last words. "Star Maiden's energy is Star Maiden's energy." And a chill ran down his spine. Was it really the Saintess's star? John pondered, realizing he needed to see Jin Myung immediately. He also needed to ask about the results of the sword appraisal, the one that had stabbed him. He looked down at the man again. "All right, never mind that. It's time for you to pay me back. The achievement reward hammer, that's mine." Sir Grivik looked like he was facing debt collectors. "What? You went this far?" John raises his voice, asking if he doesn't want to. Sir Grivik nodded repeatedly. "Just give it back, okay?" A notification appears. Constellation, Capricorn Star, Sebastian has returned the holy relic hammer of accomplishment. John was pleased to see the item returned to its rightful owner. "Ah, there it is." Sir Grivik, meanwhile, sits disheveled on the ground, the system notifying him that his body trembles with rage and anger at the loss of the hammer. John smirked at him. "What's with that face? Are you upset about something?" With a snap of his fingers, he opens a spatial gate. "Three brothers, come forth." From within, the three brothers emerged. "You summoned us, Lordly Gian?" "Gian commands that we drag him to your domain. If he resists, feel free to break a leg or two." The three brothers replied in unison. "Understood." Sir Grivik stammered. Lion, you can summon guardian deities?" He shouted as he was dragged away. "You're not a new zodiac, but a hidden drummer. Question yourself. I have no intention of forgiving you." At the same time, the Beast Corps regained their senses. What's going on? Those who were once frenzied now stand bewildered. "What? My head hurts. What were we doing?" Yuha is relieved. Everyone's back to normal. Stephen breathed a sigh of relief while the others who were frightened were stunned. They won't notice now, will they? It seems they're okay. Meanwhile, the masked group panicked at Sir Grivik's disappearance. Their master had been captured. What were they to do? Shushu stammered. "Damn it, what else can we do?" With that, he activated a watch-like device on his wrist, committed to seeing things through. A blue aura enveloped the warriors' armor, stunning them. Their armor, and then their bodies, were consumed by a blue light. This was followed by an earth-shattering explosion and the warriors' desperate screams, as Kwa Chao grinned with satisfaction. "Have you forgotten that you laid hands on my Star-Lord's weapon before your expedition? I'll blow you all to smithereens and send you back to dust." Meanwhile, the masked men advised him, "Holy leader, please don't try so hard to get attention." He raised his voice, commanding, "Now, shoot that guinea pig." One of the masked figures then raised a cannon and replied, "Yes, sir." The bullets fire, heading straight for Jian, who stands tall, even commenting on the situation. This isn't child's play either. Why do you always have to call it a lab rat experiment? Then, I'll use my toys to face you. And with that, the screen lights up. Use the sacred hammer to grant achievements. Target struck may undergo enhanced transformation. Please select a target, John smirks. The target is the bullet, and with a mighty swing, the hammer strikes. The guinea pig and the bullet collide in a big bang explosion, lighting up the sky. The screen displays, target transformation complete. The guinea pig bullet has become a guinea pig firework. The masked group's smugness is short-lived as their jaws drop. A guinea pig turned into fireworks? He's insane, completely insane. An animalistic foot stomps the ground as he declares they're the crazy ones. The group, beaten and battered, stares at the masked figures, accusing them of plotting to stab them in the back. The others cried out like victims. What? Have you all lost your minds? Veins bulged on Stephen's face. We beastmen are stronger and tougher than you think. I'm not sure about the guinea pig missiles, but those bullets can't hurt me. But before I could even threaten them, they scattered. Run quickly, run! Stephen is furious. Listen to the end before running. Stephen is furious that the enemies retreated before he could get his revenge. I can't let them get away that easily. Lion, do you have anything fun to play with? Big, sturdy, easy to handle and swing around. John glared at him, annoyed. Why do you always come to me for weapons? But then John realizes, isn't what he's describing already right in front of him? Something named Stephen. Big, hard, easy to wield. John smirks, saying there is such a thing, as Stephen looks on in fear, wondering what's wrong with John's eyes. However, curiosity outweighed his fear. If you have it, then hurry and take it out for me. No sooner had he spoken than his voice rose an octave, as Jian grabbed Stephen by the ankle and swung him into the air. John hurled him towards the fleeing enemies, Stephen plowing through the earth and scattering them in his wake. With one throw, John scores a strike amidst the enemy's pained cries. He sighs contentedly, wondering if he should try spirit bowling next time. After the battle, John grabbed Stephen's ankle, asking, "How do you feel?" But seeing the dirty, stinky foot, John immediately lost interest. He looked at the foot, then let it go, complaining that it didn't feel right and shouldn't be used again. The scene opens to the European Union for Humanity, the Western Defense Zone on the outskirts of the Red Zone. On the ground, countless roots writhe and crawl, appearing everywhere, accompanied by a dense, reddish haze that fills the city. A foot steps into a puddle on the ground. The Virgo constellation search team captain pinched his nose in discomfort. The stench here was overwhelming, and it wouldn't be surprising if a disaster suddenly appeared. He couldn't let his guard down. The subordinates chattered as they walked. Hey, have you heard the news? Legion defeated the calamity octopus in the Philippines. Everyone agreed. Ah, I saw the video. He's extraordinary. Those officially participating in the subjugation ultimately didn't accomplish much, and some even took the opportunity to share some drama. I heard Leo and Capricorn fought, and they both looked like losers. Another laughed. All the better for us. Fewer rivals, right? Jian coldly reminded them. Silence. Are you planning to chat the whole time we're on duty? His subordinates, caught in the leader's eye, were speechless. Sorry, Jian said, turning to scold them. We're not here to play around. Don't forget we're here to search for the missing people from the outskirts of the settlement. Beneath the desolate landscape, that voice echoed relentlessly. Someone please save me. He shouted that the sound was coming from over there, then charged ahead, saying he would lead the way. Everyone, follow me. The group quickly followed behind. Following the sound, they searched every nook and cranny, the voice seemingly everywhere. Help me, please. Is anyone there? Please, someone help me. The cries echoed endlessly. Someone please help me. Is anyone there? Jian gritted his teeth. All the screams seemed to be coming from the center of the city. Was he mistaken? But the sound lingered, urging him on. Jian continued his search. John heard the sound echoing everywhere. Help me. Is anyone there? He sensed the feeling was like a broken record, repeating itself over and over. Help me. Is there anyone there? He thought, stopping in his tracks. Everyone stop! Jian felt a cold sweat. Something's not right. He spun around, shouting. Hey, where is everyone? Someone, answer me. Suddenly, he felt something looming over him, whispering in his ear. Someone? Help me, a voice whispered. Help me, please, Jian, save me. The tendrils tightened around him as Jian heard maniacal laughter in his ear. Help me, please, please. Jian was completely locked down, watching helplessly as the roots eyed him like a hungry tiger stalking its prey. Finally, amidst the desolation, a painful cry fades into the darkness. The scene shifts, revealing Hugo's centaur constellation sanctuary. News reports play on the television as a man puts his feet up on the table, muttering, "Execution 0 returns." Execution order. Number 1, eliminate the water monster. It seems the execution orders recorded in the sacred poems have influenced the believers. The recorded decrees may blossom into power. The news reports that a giant salvage machine is being deployed to move the disaster's corpse out of the Philippines. John snapped out of his daze and turned to the news screen, thinking, "Isn't Lion really amazing?" He defeated the calamitous octopus that embarrassed the entire Star Alliance. John was tired of hearing about it. The news was all about him. What's the big deal about killing an octopus? Yang wiggles his legs as there are too many details here anyway. John recalls the live broadcast that day. The fiend returns. Lion defeats the Ten-Hand and thinks to himself, "The basic effect of the Holy Scripture is to make me do things that will become hot topics, including the octopus incident that is still being dealt with out there." John closed the book, deciding he'd had enough of the holy verse and needed to deal with his backlog of work. Suddenly, a screen popped up with a new notification. "Would you like to try skill-enhancing Trial 6? John scoffed. How twisted. He clicked on the 6th trial to take a look. The information screen opens, revealing the Out SSS Awakening. This trial will begin when you reach Constellation Level 10. You must pass 3 trials. The reward is the unique guardian spirit of the Outers. Significantly increased physical abilities, unique awakened skill. Opus Holy Artifact noted, the trial completion deadline is 240 hours, and you will not receive experience points. There will be penalties for failing any of the trials. John thought to himself, the trials are tasks that appeared after his battle with the Gemini god, and the screen flashed again. Trial of Strength. Eliminate the God-eating demon. 0 out of 1. You cannot use God of War instinct. John clicked his tongue, lamenting that he couldn't use his ultimate skill. But as long as he didn't face a god or true calamity head-on, he'd be fine. After all, he was a disaster expert. Then, a few more notifications popped up. A test of intellect. Recruit a secretary to record future 01's orders. A test of reputation. Take a human servant as a disciple in 001 Jian Su 2. These two are the problem. A secretary and a disciple. Where am I supposed to find them? What do you think? This is going to be rough. He then tapped on the second notification, followed by the skill enhancement option, and his pupils lit up like headlights. The system announced that his divine gaze had leveled up, increasing its effectiveness. John's scream startled Yeren, while the rabbit-like W panicked as its ears were grabbed. "Let me go!" John shouted, running to intercept the two figures. "Hold on, can someone look at me for a second? The system announces that you have used the skill God's Gaze." Confirming faith levels. Yeren, Centaur, 85%. Great Serpent, 81%. Jiangwei, Aries, 90%. God of Aquarius, Covenantee, 81%. Capricorn, 50%. Gemini, 30%. Leo, 9%. Tap to view details. The system expands the information. This means he needs to be careful when choosing disciples, as the power of the constellations will decrease if their faith isn't at 100%. So he needs to be careful when choosing disciples. He wonders about 100% faith and considers a few candidates. Hugo being forced in is also questionable. And me? Jian clenched his fist. No problem. Hugo, Sangjae, or Yuha could all become my disciples. Since we're here, let's just move it. He glanced around. Where are Hugo, Sangjae, and Yuha? Yeren replied. They left early this morning. John sighed. Is that so? I'll check on it later then. Yeren didn't understand what he meant by check. Meanwhile, Conway, held by the ear, struggles in vain as John's phone rings, his boredom replaced by a sinister smile. He looked at the name on the screen. It was finally time. The scene was dark and hazy, filled with screams. "Run, save me, I don't want to die. Please help me. I'm trapped in the rubble. Someone help me," the woman in front of him anxiously urged. "Sangda, listen to me. Hide in the car until your father arrives, understand?" All around them, screams echoed. Sangdea cries and shakes his head, but his mother reassures him, telling him to think of it as a game of hide-and-seek. You have to hide well so the monster can't find you. When your dad comes, he'll take care of it in one hit. She forced a smile, telling her precious Sangdae to be brave and wait for his father, Pinky promising him, but there was no afterward, only his desperate screams. "Mom!" Sangjae jolts awake from the nightmare, feeling like he's being suffocated. His hand trembled on the seat when suddenly another hand covered his. Yua smiled gently at him. Hugo, looking at Sangjae in the rearview mirror, asked, "Sangjae, are you all right? You look like you've had a nightmare." "Dad thinks you haven't rested enough because we're planning to visit your mother. He hasn't been sleeping well, and Yuha is worried about his complexion." It could also be the after effects of the divine punishment. Don't push yourself too hard. Sangdi respond. I'm okay, just a little tired. Then he fell silent again, as Yuha seemed to remember something. She rummages through her bag. Oh, right, I almost forgot. I have something for you. Then she showed off the headband. Ta-da, a birthday present. The headband shimmered with a sparkling purple light. Yuha smiled. I bought what you asked for. With sparkling eyes, Sangde says, Yuha, you said I needed a sacred relic containing the magic of Gemini, right? I bought it with Grandma, but is it really that good? Sangde cradles it in her hand. Yes, I can get points without doing anything with this. I'm glad you like it, she says, a hint of relief in her smile. Even though you're always down on your birthday, happy birthday anyway, Sangde. Sangde grins, thanking her for putting her heart into the gift. Yuha teases him, saying his mother would be sad if he was always so gloomy on his birthday. Visit her with a smile, okay? Meanwhile, Hugo silently observes the scene from behind. His hand tightened on the steering wheel as the three of them finally arrived at the hospital. Inside room 80, cheerful chatter fills the air as Yuha speaks animatedly. At that moment, Jian flicked Freya's forehead, and he was even cooler than before. The heart monitor shows a steady rhythm as Yuha speaks with loving eyes. Mom would be so happy to see Jian and us. We'll have so much to tell you when you wake up. The woman in the hospital bed, connected to a breathing apparatus, remained in a deep sleep as Yuha softly called out to her mother. The two sisters held that frail hand in silence as Hugo remained outside, watching quietly. He lowered his head, his face expressionless, when suddenly his phone rang. Hugo stared at the name on the screen. This was the number he'd left the hospital to avoid. It was then that Hugo answered the phone. Today's an important day, so I don't want to talk about work. I never thought you'd call me directly like this. I can't believe the European Union is looking for me. He was curious, but for such a simple disaster, extermination request, wasn't the maiden nearby the Eastern settlement? The voice on the other end replied, Sagittarius Saint, I wouldn't call you directly if it were just a normal disaster. The maiden has already declared that she's giving up on eliminating it. Hugo was taken aback. What did he just say? Kevin Hazard spoke. The voice on the other end added, Also, you've seen this disaster before, the one that appeared in Korea 10 years ago and destroyed the entire airport. Hugo's eyes sharpened. That fiend has reappeared. A rainy afternoon in the European Union within the authority of the Scathach. As the rain poured, Jian sat in a cafe, grumbling about the terrible timing. He lamented, of all the beautiful days, why did it have to rain on the day of our meeting? He unlocked his phone and texted Sangde. Sangde, would you like to become my disciple? He texted Sangde. Do you want to be my disciple? The reply came. I'm sorry, but I don't think I can. John tisked, thinking the boy would surely agree. He took a sip of water, lost in thought. There's still so much I don't know about Sangde. He recalled their earlier conversation, stunned. It's Sangde's birthday today, John chides. You should have told me sooner. Yeren gave an awkward smile. Well, Sangde doesn't really care much about his birthday. John thinks to himself that Sangde didn't even mention it was his birthday, and frowns, noticing Orin seems to be hiding something as well. Did something happen on his birthday? Suddenly, someone approaches. You seem deep in thought. Is something troubling you? John looks up. He's here. The SS rank appraiser, scientist Jin Mi, bows her head. It's been a while. Lion, he sat down. I should have come to you. Sorry to make you come all the way here. John replies, It's fine. I have some business with the maidens anyway, and it wasn't difficult to get here. He chuckled, recalling the person who opened doors 24/7. John glanced outside. By the way, I know this country is under the maiden's influence, but why is everything here related to that guy? Mai replies that Europe has always been heavily influenced by religion as he watches people come and go in the rain. After the supreme gods and their faithful forces appeared, and gazing upon the golden statue that symbolized the city, Europe became a vast theocratic nation. Mug took a sip of his coffee and looked up at the guiding light atop the highest tower. They see the colossal dome protecting them every minute of every day, so it's no wonder their faith grows stronger. John smirks knowingly. Is that so? While he used flowery words to speak of the supreme gods, a glint flickered in his eyes. His faith must be weakening. The screen displays information about the maiden. VGO, SS rank awakened, heavenly eye, personal trait, one who can identify the origin of all things, memory osmosis, capable of drawing out the memories of all things, divine privilege, unyielding spirit, immune to all forms of hypnosis, brainwashing, mind control, and so on. Tap to see details. Myung's image reflects in his pupils. The system reports the saintess's faith dropping from 92% to 87%. Her faith is weakening due to feeling betrayed by the 99.1% great forgiver deity. John thought to himself, the faith of someone like Jin Myung, who possesses fanatical characteristics, is declining due to a sense of betrayal. Something serious must have happened. The system announces that the eyes of a god can determine faith. You can ascertain a subject's faith level by looking at them with divine eyes. John smiled at me. I'm guessing what we're about to discuss has to do with your god of faith. Me was shocked. I'm impressed. I can't hide anything from you. He then erected a barrier around them both. The system announces that you have used Pisces' borrowing skill. An acoustic shield powered by water energy completely isolates them from the outside world, and Me opens his briefcase. I'll get straight to the point about the dagger you asked me to examine. He placed the item on the table. This dagger stabbed you 20 years ago. The dagger is filled with death energy imbued with demonic power. The knife's data has been destroyed. Myung says, I was able to read some of the remaining memories within the knife. His face was one of utter shock, and the investigation revealed that the one who stabbed him inside the demon tower was the Saintess's holy knight, Kevin Hazard, whom I serve. Before crossing the gate, Jian, still at Hugo's Centaur Sanctuary in Korea, instructed Larry, Sang-jae refused my offer to become a disciple, but he's still a Gemini member. Remembering the boy's bewildered expression, even after what happened and that broken look, I'm sure there's a reason. So this is the request. Larry John asked me to find out why Sang-jae joined Gemini and what happened to him in the past. Oh, and also look into the duties of an assistant serving a god. Larry responded clearly. A mission, she thought, lounging in her gaming chair. I'll ask Jang Wei about the assistant later. Let's start with the investigation. Just then, Sang-jae approached. Larry, I've come to ask you for a favor. Larry was secretly delighted. How fortunate he arrived just in time, but I must remain calm. All right, what is it? Sang-jae earnestly requested, please help me open a path through the Gemini Magic Library to the secret library. More precisely, it's the world's greatest sea of knowledge. Sang-jae hesitantly explained, I can't enter the library because I discarded my disciple badge, and I don't have access to the secret library because I'm a low-ranking disciple. With a bow and earnest plea, he said, there's something I must find inside. Please, help me. Larry snapped her fingers, and a portal opened. On the other side, the library's voice echoed, Welcome. This is the Twins' magical library, a repository of endless knowledge. Requesting access rights. Larry looked at the goat. Granting you access to the library isn't difficult for me. She looked at his tense expression and continued. But the secret library is where countless lost, mysterious, and even forbidden spells are kept. I need to know what you're looking for in there, and why. Larry stared intently at him. Sang de Trantru didn't speak, finally clenching his fist. What I'm looking for in the library is the soul summoning skill that allows me to summon life from the other world. In Belgium, Jion sat blankly at the train station, recalling the conversation. Myung had said, I checked the records from a few years ago. He cited several instances as evidence, stating that daggers similar to or of the same type as this one had always been displayed and auctioned, adding that the appraisal was done by my predecessor. Myung then remarked that he seemed to sense the dark energy on the dagger and tried to trace its origin. But Jion suddenly interjected. That dagger belongs to the maiden, Myung nodded. That's right. Myung holds up a photo on his phone. This is inside the maiden's armory, filled with weapons possessing the same energy as this dagger. The exhibition and auction are just a slow and discreet way to destroy them, don't you think? John looked at the weapons in the photo. He must have heard some information from his predecessor. Myung shook his head. No. I can't do that because he was suddenly murdered while investigating the origin of the dagger. He was stabbed by the very dagger he was investigating. He tapped the blade, noting signs of tampering. Someone tried to erase the dark energy source and the one who was investigating it, and there's a powerful curse unlike anything I've ever seen. Although faint as the curse seems to have been spent, the thunder origin nullified his power instantly, it's definitely tied to a powerful and sinister being. John recalled that it was powerful enough to harm not only the Holy Star, but also the supreme gods. He remembered some events. Curses were Jing Louis Morin's specialty, but his curses had no effect on the supreme gods. John recalled the dagger. Its dark energy didn't belong to any god, and the power of cancer was nothing compared to the energy within that blade. John frowned, realizing the one who stabbed him must be deeply connected to the nameless civilization's disaster. He rubbed the bridge of his nose. First he needed to pass the strength test, which had a time limit. Then he would deal with the priestess. John quickly laid out his plan. Over the loudspeaker, an announcement signals the train's arrival, lifting Jion's spirits. It's here. The train hisses, slowly pulling into the station before coming to a stop. As he stepped off the train, his foot hit the platform, causing a stir among the other passengers. Each one of them looked a bit intimidating, which frightened the people, even though there were some handsome guys among them. The group parted as the last member stepped forward, slowly approaching Jion. Jion's eyes lit up. They had finally arrived. The Centaurs, Hugo's elite force from the Western Defense Line, as countless blackbirds filled the sky, some roasted mid-flight, falling to the ground. Everyone split up and take care of all the sky blossoms in this area today. Hey, move quickly. Some members complained. What's with all these roots? I have no idea. They're making it hard for us to move around. John eyed the Centaur group curiously. What a coincidence. I didn't expect you guys to be involved with the priestess's matter as well. What brings you guys here? The barber replied. It's because of the Centaur's recent commission, he explained. Centaur accepted a mission with some powerful individuals to eliminate a calamity, and we're basically mercenaries. He recalled the man who visited Hugo that day, while their saint was meeting with the EU Commission to learn the mission's details. John was speechless. You accepted a mission without knowing what it was? Hot Talk said our saint accepted it. John questioned this, and our protagonist responded that the disaster was tied to a special incident. His expression suddenly turned serious. He had heard of the monster that craved Lion's divine power, the Blood Ogre. That day at the EU Disaster Measurement Agency was bleak, and a government official stood at the podium saying that, as its name suggests, the Blood Ogre always emits a blood-colored mist. It devours the souls and life force of any living thing nearby, and according to reports, the Blood Ogre has been in the EU for about 10 days. Hugo wondered why they didn't just contact the Awakened as per usual instead of handling it in such a dangerous way. The man replied that, as you know, to the public, blood drakes are known as a calamity that was subdued, something that should never appear again. Hugo interrupted. Even after it's devoured nearly 5,000 people? The man chuckled. Hugo the Awakened from decades ago stopped counting these numbers. Hugo pressed on with his questions. What about the Maiden Order? Why hasn't their saint Kevin Hazard done anything? The government official replied, the Valkyries have already acted. He recounted how they had deployed high-ranking Valkyries and countless troops, but they were all slaughtered. He argued that Bloodsong's bloody mist caused severe symptoms, a major disadvantage for the melee-focused Maiden forces, citing specific examples. He says, furthermore, their Holy Maiden is battling a Calamity-class monster in the Northern Sea. It would be difficult for her to rush back to the Holy Land from where she is. That's why we broke protocol and asked for help from other divine legions. After research, we chose Sagittarius because their mercenary corps is quite mobile. And he didn't hesitate to bring Jion and the Centaur Saint on Lion's side, did he? We were very impressed with Leon's work in the Philippines. Please, lower the Blood Ogre to protect us. Hugo remained silent, staring at his seemingly benevolent face. He thought to himself that they were lying. Hugo cursed inwardly that arrogant Kevin Hazard would rather die than let outsiders set foot on his territory for such trivial reasons. He wondered if those prudes were trying to use Bloodsinger to eliminate Lion and them. Countless scenarios ran through Hugo's mind. They must have done something here. But Hugo's hand clenched on the chair. Even the government official was secretly afraid. He recalls a past conversation, wondering if it's all right to involve Sagittarius and Lion, considering what they know about the Saintesses. The man smirks. No matter, just tell them the blood wave has appeared. Once he hears that name, Hugo Ott won't be able to refuse. The scene jumps to the defense sector, where the hot-haired man says, because the Lord's wife was lost to the blood away. John muses, the Heavenly Lord only had one wife, as you call her. The other nods. That's right. He recalls Chunju, Hugo Tier's wife, and the mother of Yuha and Sangje. They met after Leon's disappearance in the Demon Tower, so he never met her. Suddenly, a girl steps forward, trying to protect Sangje from the Blood Ogre. She and the first disciple, the captain of the Divine Squad, had sacrificed themselves, and John rolled his eyes. My first disciple? She nods. Yes, do you know him? John replied, of course. He used to be our errand boy 20 years ago, always following Hugo and me around. Who would have thought he'd become the captain of a godlike team? John nodded, now understanding. So that's why Hugo avoids talking about his family? It's unbelievable what he's been through. John laments how much of a disaster Bloodswamp was. Frankly, Hugo isn't the same anymore, stuck in a loop that's only making him weaker. I remember the early days training this young sprout. I know how skilled he was because I taught him how to fight. I remember fighting side by side. Even when he was a rookie, I always trusted him to watch my back. You expect me to believe someone like that was defeated by a disaster I've never even heard of? John thought to himself. Hugo was one of the strongest of the 12 saints, John began. Tell me exactly what happened to him. The barber was silent, then sighed. All right, this isn't easy to talk about, but since it's you, I'll tell you. He clasped his hands, closed his eyes, and recalled the past. That horrific accident occurred 10 years ago, on Sangdae's 7th birthday. That day, a sleepy little Sangdae sat next to his mother as she called Hugo. Yes, darling? I've just arrived back in Korea. It's been 2 years since we were last here, hasn't it? As she walked, she told her husband, I think I can create a prototype to fight disasters soon. It's all thanks to Lion's notes and the weapons you gave me. Thank you so much. And so, the Sagittarius Palace's honorary member, the disaster weapon developer Chunu, gets a pat on the head from Mother Sangdae. Sangja even came to encourage me in the middle of the night. I almost cried. You ask how Sangjae made it to the airport? Thanks to Jaewo, he took care of it that very night. Lai Jo W., the Centaur squad leader and Sangjae's first disciple, smiles shyly. I'm fine, young master. Sangjae just wanted to see you as soon as possible. Little Sangda rubs his tummy and yawns. Mommy's hungry. Rue glances at the nearby McDoria. Is that so? Then let's have hamburgers. John volunteers. Please, wait here, young master. I'll go buy it, Rue replied with a smile. Oh my, thank you. In the distance, an argument breaks out. Damn it. You idiot, do you have any idea what you've done? I'm sorry, boss. The curious kid glances back from behind the seats as one brother scolds the slightly chubby one. I told you to keep an eye on him. Who told you to let him out here? I didn't know it would turn out like this. With that, the two quickly left. Run and get out of here, or we're all dead. Sangja curiously watches the two leave. Ju told him, Sangjae, wait here. Juan said he'd buy some for us, but just then, the lights in the waiting room went out. Rue got up anxiously as the bright sky turned a reddish hue, and the people in the airport were thrown into confusion. Why is it suddenly so dark? Damn it, why is the airport without lights in the middle of the night? Sangdi is terrified. Mom, why did all the lights go out? Du silently observes while Du leaves the bar in confusion. What's going on? Why did the power suddenly go out? His face suddenly pales as Du clutches Sangjae and forces a laugh. Du, this is really bad, isn't it? The items in his hand scattered. The blood pool monster shatters the glass and charges in, and Ju instinctively protects Sangjae. Ju rushes over, forcefully shoving the two of them away from the blood fiend's maw. He became its meal in their place, opening a path to survival for them. Sangja screamed, Uncle, only to be met with Ju's reassuring smile. At the last moment, he still grinned, trying to comfort the boy. Sangjae's emotions shattered as he watched Ju being eaten alive. Rue covered his eyes. Sangjae, don't look, as the blood ogre chomped down on its first prey of the day. The people in the airport were stunned. This was a disaster, wasn't it? It just swallowed someone whole. The security team quickly mobilized, immediately contacting the Holy See. Understood. Roots from the talisman spread throughout the airport, amidst the cries and screams. Diyu reassured Sangdae, telling him to never let go of her, no matter what. She cradles him and dashes away like the wind, as countless people are dragged into the bloody swamp to be devoured amidst the smoke and flames, their screams hoarse and desperate. Run, someone, please. Countless people are injured beneath the rubble. Help, I don't want to die. Please, someone save me, I'm being crushed by debris. Someone told Rue to save him. Sangja, you have to hide in the car until Dad gets here, okay? Screams echoed all around as Sangjia shook his head, crying. His mother reassured him, telling him to think of it as hide and seek. He had to hide well so the monster wouldn't find him. Once your father gets here, he'll take care of this monster in one hit. She smiled weakly at him. Until then, my little Sangjai, pinky promise. Promise me you'll be brave and wait for your father to come. Then she slammed the door shut, leaving him to scream. Mom, Sangdae is sobbing. I just want to see you as soon as possible. I just wanted to share so much good news since it's been so long since we were all together. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. I'm sorry, Aunt Juo. The Roots crawled towards the car when suddenly a light flashed in the dark sky. It crashed down like a meteor, severing the Roots, and Hugo rushed to the car. Sangjae, are you okay? Sangjae shouts. Dad. Hugo turns, anxiously asking Han if he's hurt anywhere. Sangja pounded on the car door, and Hugo felt like every word his father spoke was a bolt of lightning. Mom and Uncle John were... His hand trembled, but he gritted his teeth and calmly replied. Is that so? I understand now. Hugo placed his hand on the car window as if caressing his son's head, engulfed in flames as the Roots lunged once more. But before they could reach him, the flames incinerated them. Hugo's eyes burned with hatred. How dare you? He glared at the source of all this tragedy. Hugo leaps in front of the tree, which is like the blood slug's item pouch. Those it kills are imprisoned within the giant tree on its back. He was overjoyed to see his wife, but Hugo knew he had to remain calm. Perhaps there's still a way to save her. Maybe forcibly pulling her out will do the trick. Thinking quickly, he grabbed Da Lao and forcefully snapped the branches, pulling her out. "Just wait, I'll save you right now." Hugo breathed fire to burn the branches, but all the flames were absorbed by the blood pond and gathered into a fireball, and the branches rushed towards Hugo like madmen. "However many come, you cut them down. Just don't get in my way." Suddenly, the faces of his wife and student, Zhuo, appear on the branches. "Please, someone save me." They close in on him. "Someone please help." Hugo is petrified, unable to move. At that moment, a branch pierced through Hugo as it said, "Looks delicious." "You've received the power of a god," the blood fiend cackles, "and it looks delicious. I'll devour you." Laughing, it extends countless branches to drain Hugo's energy, causing him to cry out in pain, as Sanged watches the god slowly wither away. "Dad!" At that moment, a flash of light and lightning struck the blood pod repeatedly, causing it to roar. The branches draining Hugo are incinerated, revealing countless bubbles containing the people captured by Blood Orchid. A figure descends. A centaur? What a pathetic state. Haji unleashes her magic once more. "I will use my magic to rescue those trapped in that tree." She flies to join the others, ready to attack the calamity. Hugo trembled, clutching his aching body. "Why are you all here?" Then, a slender foot landed next to him. The beautiful Saintess, Cheon Yo. Holly looks down at Hugo. "Is he all right?" Hugo is stunned. "Holly, you too?" She helps him to his feet. "I heard a powerful calamity had appeared, so I gathered everyone I could. They decided to help because no one wants to see such a calamity in their territory. The three of them are locked and loaded, rushing in to take down that thing. No need to waste time. Let's end this in one shot." 3 energy sources launched a combined attack on the Blood Ogre, who opened its mouth like a black hole, swallowing all the energy. Hugo's eyes widened as the blood fiend crunched on their energy, leaving the 3 saints in stunned silence. What the hell? Did it just swallow our attack? Looks at the wounds on Blood Ogre's skin. Damn it, it's healing. Having devoured the energy, the blood toad is revitalized. Steven shouts, "Hi, activate the barrier." Hi immediately activated the magic circle. I was just about to do that. A shield opened, blocking the branches with a magic barrier. The Blood Ogre unleashes wave after wave of attacks, its branches tearing through buildings, and High's barrier is nearing its breaking point. Just then, a hand descended, and a scale fell, along with countless chains that tightened around the blood pod. Vines of golden principle. "What do you think you're doing?" The Saint Libra, Jel Lawrence, spoke reproachfully. "As saints, you shouldn't be so easily flustered by this calamity." Everyone was shocked by her appearance. "Libra?" Hugo asked, "Hallie, did you call Libra too?" Holly shakes her head, saying she only called the other 3 for help. Jello frowns at the Blood Ogre, which is struggling to break free from its chains. Jai looks at Haji and says, "Gemini, use your teleportation magic to get rid of that disaster." Haji can't believe what he's hearing. Jel analyzes, pointing out how they all saw it devour the attack. "We can't win against it right now. It'll just steal our power like it did with the centaur." She increases the force of the chains on the Blood Ogre, determined to teleport it far away to prevent that from happening. "Whether it's deep underground or in molten lava, I don't care. But even if you do that, it'll just reappear in the end." Jay stared at her blankly. "So what? At least it won't be here for now." Hugo shouts, "No, that thing has devoured human souls." "Those people are just empty shells now. We need to defeat it and bring their souls back." He sees the people floating in bubbles, perhaps with even more trapped inside. "I'll help too, so let's take it down together." Even though he's battered and broken, Hugo insists, "I can still fight." Jay looks at him, understanding what Hugo is truly clinging to. Seeing its master's emotions waver, the Blood Ogre struggles, and too frantically tries to restrain it. Jay reminds me that I'm at my limit and makes the decision for me. Ha doesn't have time. Quickly use your teleportation magic. Blood Ogre breaks free from its chains. Hai grits her teeth and activates the formation despite her reluctance, and the system issues a notification. Saint Haji is using teleportation, and Hugo cries out in despair. He couldn't stop, but the magic circle had already been unleashed. The system announced a successful teleportation. On that day, everyone criticized my father. It was a dark day, and only the saints who banished the calamity to some unknown place were praised. The MC reported on the blood mist incident in which 10 people died. Next, we report on the blood mist incident, where the blood mist that destroyed the airport this morning was stopped by the saints. However, before the saints appeared, several people were injured, as Jell explained in an interview. We only did what we had to do, but sadly, we couldn't minimize the casualties. The MC continued the report while the centaurs who protect Korea faced fierce criticism from the public. Not only did they fail to prevent the disaster, but the centaurs caused even more casualties with their inadequate response. A male student being interviewed claimed he couldn't protect his family and was even injured. Isn't he just incompetent? That's why people can't trust him. The cameraman focuses on the man at the podium, Centaur St. Hugo, who, after apologizing to the nation today, visited the memorial for the victims. The broadcast replayed the events of that day, but throughout the memorial, public criticism continued to pour in. Countless people flooded in, shouting, "We trusted you to protect us. What in the world were you doing before the other saints arrived? My family died because of you." Behind him, the curses rained down. "How dare you show your face?" But Hugo paid no mind. The space was noisy. "Bring them back. Give me back my family." Stephen is furious, turning off the TV, unable to watch any longer. Eduction's in. "What's wrong, Leo?" "I thought it was fine to watch." "Why did you turn it off?" Stephen frowned. Did they really have to push the centaur so hard? Swai agreed, saying, "Yeah, this is going too far and W doesn't even care. Yes, it's regrettable, but someone has to take responsibility for the victims. Let's be proactive. If Sagittarius's influence spreads, other holy societies will easily infiltrate Korea. Stephen can't stand it," he shouts. Jung descends, glass in hand, waving to the crowd, looking sharp. Stephen Marer, your conscience must be stinging now, eh? The Taurus St. Ivan Kruer smiled derisively. Foolish centaur. He's a laughingstock to the lay family because he's a fool who couldn't even obtain a royal artifact. And with that, he cast a look of disdain. If he wasn't strong enough, he should have asked for our help, Zhang Lui chimed in. "Oh, come on, Ivan, you're wrong," he says, feigning correction. "He's just a useless piece of trash now that the blood mist has stolen half his power." Yan laughs. "Yes, you're right, I misspoke." Maleng, Stephen, and Sophie were disgusted by what they heard. Unable to bear it any longer, the two leave. What the hell is going on? Sophie muttered, "I wonder if Hugo is okay?" Stephen pondered, then sighed. "It'll take some time to observe him." He stared into space, adding, "More importantly, aren't you jealous of Chunju?" "To be honest, I'm quite surprised by your reaction. Sophie seems to hate her." "Of course I hate Chunju. I despise her." But a shadow of sadness crosses her face. I never wanted this to happen to her. The two sigh in unison, and Stephen is filled with emotion. "I feel bad for Hugo, but the kids are the ones who will be hit the hardest." Elsewhere, Hugo walks slowly in the rain. He was flanked by countless reporters, each clamoring for a statement. "Tell us, how do you feel? Public opinion is turning against you. Do you feel any guilt standing before the public? Some have even lashed out. How much longer will you delay the funeral for the families?" The reporters grilled him like he was on trial, with rumors swirling that the victims were sent to a Scorpio hospital to cover up the incident. "Please explain." The vice chairman is waiting at the hospital entrance, and he will explain everything at today's press conference. He's currently on his way to visit the patients, so we'll have to cut off questions for now. It was then that Hugo spoke. "Where's June?" Yeren reports that even though they found him late, they brought him to the hospital. "Before the monster met you, it spat out the victims it couldn't swallow." With difficulty, she explained that they found the Holy Order captain late, likely because he was the last to be regurgitated. Emotionlessly, Hugo asked when John would arrive. "Please move him and the others to intensive care. I'm glad H was kind enough to let us use this hospital." He frowned, but in the end, she couldn't hold back any longer. "Holy Master, you don't have to take all the blame. You lost your family too, and you fought against that calamity. Don't stay silent. Tell the world what happened, that those people could have been saved. That if we capture the blood fog, we can bring the souls back." Hugo paused, then replied. "Yes, there is a way to save them," he explained. "The victims' families aren't dead, only their souls have been taken. To say we can just catch the blood mist and return their souls, it's basically torturing them with hope without any promise. Every word you just said is like you're just saying it, to deceive yourself." "Who, when, how, and by what means?" Hugo recalls the moment his energy was drained. "I lost almost all my power, and even the other saints can't find a way to deal with the scourge." Remembering the moment Haji opened the gate, there was no choice but to send it to an unknown place. With that, Hugo turned and continued on. Among the saints who would risk their power and lives to restore the souls of the victims? No, even if the calamity is found, who could subdue it? Still, Yeren felt indignant on his behalf. "Right now, they hate you, even though you've done nothing wrong," she sobbed, her voice trembling. "Why?" Hugo breathed. "No, they're right to blame me." Yeren's heart aches as Hugo clenches his fist. It's because I'm too weak to protect them. I couldn't keep my promise to Jian to protect Korea. No matter how much the people criticize or hate me, I can't say anything. Hugo looks up and smiles faintly. This is all really annoying, but I have to endure it. Thank you for your concern. Yeren, I must go to Ju now. Only Jay and Yuha are there, so I'm worried. Yeren has so much to say, but doesn't know where to begin. Suddenly, the Holy Master placed a hand on her shoulder, and Yeren looked blankly at the vice leader. But he simply shook his head, explaining that the reason the Holy Master brought the victims to the hospital instead of holding a funeral was because he believed they could awaken at any moment. But right now, there was no way to save them. He won't abandon them because the moment he gives up on saving those people, he's also giving up on the lady and the Holy Order captain. Hugo arrived at Ju's room, but even after standing in front of room 80 for a long time, the doorknob felt too heavy to turn. Suddenly, he heard whimpering from inside the hospital room. "Mommy!" And his hand froze. The sobbing tore at Hugo's heart. "I'm sorry." Sangdae sat huddled in a corner, feeling whiny for having cried out that he was hungry. If we had left the airport immediately, things wouldn't be like this. Mom and Uncle Jawo wouldn't have been hurt. Sangdi felt it was all his fault. His father could have overcome the disaster, and everyone would have been safe. The 7-year-old boy felt like a sinner. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault, I'm so sorry." Hearing these self-reproaches, Hugo's arm trembled. He hears his son wailing, and the tears he'd held back finally break free. Hugo sighed, recalling the memory. He should have told Sang, who was blaming himself, that it wasn't his fault, but he couldn't show him his broken self. He watched his teammate of 4 years now sobbing on John's shoulder. It seemed Sang still thought it was his fault. John hesitated. "Did I bring up something I shouldn't have?" Hugo chuckled and shook his head. "No, I was going to have to tell you eventually anyway." He sighed. "Though I'm a little annoyed that you're making me dredge up the past as soon as I get home from work." John turned to scold the vice chairman. "Hey, don't cry while I'm talking. It's annoying." The vice president felt wronged but was speechless. What could he do about the tears that just kept flowing? Now Hugo expresses himself freely. After all, the blood mist has reappeared, so it's time to settle old debts. His eyes burn with determination. This time he will destroy it once and for all, without a doubt. In the defense zone, the blood toad stomps on the grass roots. The remaining power of the sun god is coming to me. Its eyes dart around, sensing the power of the serpent god approaching. I will devour everything. The blood ogre then unleashed a barrage of red bones. His eyes burned with hatred for the city and its people, as everyone cleaned up the monsters from the disaster. Hugo commands the Legion, gathering all the disaster birds and burning them to a crisp, lest they cause bigger problems. Suddenly, someone approached him, offering a drink with reverence, asking him to drink this before continuing his work. Hugo replied, "Uh-huh, thanks." Just as he took a sip, someone else called out to the saint. She offers a box of chocolates amidst the battlefield, saying, "Please have some." Hugo felt a bit strange, but accepted it anyway. Oh, thank you." After that, 3 more people ran out in unison. "Holy Saint, please accept this." Saint Hugo is troubled. "Thank you. It seems everyone sympathizes with you after last night's story. They're showering me with gifts in the middle of battle. Don't forget this one, sir." Hugo replied, "Yes, thank you. And now for the next person." "My lord, Hugo is buried under a mountain of gifts." "What's wrong with you guys? Is it because of the story I told earlier?" They just gave some vague answer like, "We just wanted to give you a gift." With that, they ran off, promising to expand their search and continue the investigation, while Hugo was touched by their efforts, and Leon casually snatched the fruit from him. Their kindness should be rewarded with a good meal. Suddenly, Larry telepathically contacted Li Jian. "Mr. Li Jian." He was a little surprised. This voice was Larry Quinn. She reported, "I just spoke with Sangdae. Do you have time to hear my report on what I found in his mind?" John asks, "Oh? What did you discover and what is he planning?" Meanwhile, Sangjae looked tense in another location, thinking, "I've finally made it here." A notification appears. "You have entered the secret area of the Gemini Magic Library." Sangja clenches his fist. "What I want to find inside the Magic Library is necromancy, a skill that can summon life from another world." "No," Sangdae continues, "I said I'd leave, but I can still use that skill because I'm still part of Gemini. Necromancy is a skill that can summon life from another world to this world, so it can definitely summon human souls. He thinks of his loved ones, their souls stolen by the blood fiends. He'll do whatever he can. My mother and Uncle Ju lost consciousness protecting me, their souls gone. He's determined to honor them and all those who sacrificed themselves that day. I want to heal them all." Larry pauses, then interfaces with the system. After a moment, authority is confirmed, and thanks to the authority of the Spirit King, Larry Queen, you may enter the secret area of the Magic Library. Sangdae is overjoyed. Thank you, Larry Queen. She smiles softly. I'm sure that's not an easy story to share. Thank you for sharing your story. Sangdae entered the library thinking that this opportunity was too precious to waste. As he grabbed a book, a series of notifications appeared. Borrow the SS ranked Forbidden Book of the Origin Tree. Cost 187,000 contribution points. Sangdae's current contribution points are 184. Not enough to view this book. You can earn more contribution points by pledging sacred relics. Sangju then retrieves one. I'll donate this bracelet to the cult, Sangjae thought to himself. No problem. The system has registered it. You have gained 30,000 points for donating the magic bracelet. John Sangjae now has 187,483 contribution points. You have borrowed the Forbidden Book of the Primordial Tree, SS. John Sangjae 3's current contribution points. Suddenly, the book bursts open, emitting a bright light and a notification, the knowledge within overflowing. In an instant, a torrent of characters pours forth, leaving Sangja in awe. Calm down. I need page 1467, Death Summoning Dialogue. Someone's secretly watching you from the corner, and the book suddenly warps, teleporting into their hands. Wow, you were about to read something difficult. Sangjae is annoyed. Damn it, it's you again, Jun-Soo. He smirked slyly. What are you doing here after slinking away when the sect was in trouble? Enough, I don't have time to argue with you. Hand him over now. CU says slyly, why so angry? Fine, I'll give it back. But he conjured up 5 more copies? But which one is your book? Sangwoo is so angry he's about to attack Saiwoo. Huh? He still had that cocky tone. Oh my, how frightening. The reason you dare act so high and mighty before me is because of that bastard lion or whatever, right? He rummages in his pocket and Seo pulls out a relic in the shape of scales. But look, your father and uncle are about to be torn apart. Back on the battlefield, Hugo prepares to fire an arrow into the sky, a signal for retreat as it ignites. Perhaps it's best to call it a day. I don't want to run into trouble this late. Captain's orders. All scout teams retreat immediately. I'll begin the roll call. Each team respond quickly. First, Group A reported in, stating all was clear. What about Group B? They reported that Group B had no report. Moving on to Group C, who were under attack by the bloodflesh vines. The captain continued to call for Team C, and a faint voice finally responded, Please, save me. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and Lion immediately went on guard. He turned to see Hugo clenching his teeth in anger, his hand gripping his bow tightly. John spoke, telling Hugo to calm down, saying he was too impulsive. Hugo was using all his strength out of anger. John calmly advises him to keep a clear head and not let anger control him. Hugo withdraws his power. I know, but you know it's not easy either, but I'll try. All right, John replied. All right, he'll avenge the decade-long grudge, ready to go. Nearby, an old man suddenly notices something strange. He noticed the crimson leaves, thinking the vines of disaster had spread there, constantly rising from the ground. Hugo spotted them behind him and was caught off guard. What is that? It emerged from within the base as vines ambushed Hugo and Legion from behind. They burst forth as the flesh golem hurtled toward them. Legion immediately rushes over. Is that you? He gathered his strength, ready to deliver a devastating kick, but the toad was instantly stopped in its tracks. John said coldly, You beast, you made my friend and nephew live in misery. John focused his power in his leg, kicking the toad dozens of meters away, when suddenly blood splattered on John's face. He looked at the toad, and damn it, the toad smirked back contemptuously. As he kicked the creature to pieces, a vine crushed Gion's leg, but he remained calm. So, you're not so ordinary after all. Back with Sangjae and Siu, he maintains his cocky tone. Oh dear, how scary. The reason you dare act so high and mighty in front of me is because of that bastard lion or whatever, right? He rummages in his pocket, then Seo pulls out a relic shaped like a scale. But look, your father and uncle are about to be torn apart. The relic glowed, blinding Sangjae for a moment, and then he froze. What? The relic projects an image near Lion and the blood monster, stunning Sangjae. Seo smirks. You've seen this disaster before, haven't you? Sangdi is shaken as the blood toad continues. Didn't I tell you? Lion and the centaur will soon die. Is that blood curse obsessed with absorbing the power of constellations? Legion is now hobbled by that toad. I guess you're not just some minor disaster, huh? Finally it speaks. Your power. I will take it. Hugo's arrow burns away the vines as John confidently tries to take my power. Dream big, doesn't he? Does he think he can just devour anything that crosses his path? Lion lifts his crushed and charred leg. How greedy. He stomped down and light flashed. Super regeneration activated, healing Jion's leg instantly. As Li Jian summoned the dagger, he said, "Hey, Toad, looks like you're planning to devour all the humans in the city." The sacred artifact Thanza Trui has been summoned, and he continues, "But you know what? We're here to ruin your meal." Before the mass of blood and flesh, everyone calmly prepares for battle as John points directly at the Toad's face. "Looks like you've been eating things you shouldn't have. Today I'm tearing your stomach open." John immediately jumps into the air, raises his weapon, and shouts. The enlarged dagger is unleashed, instantly growing larger than Jian himself. He slammed down, crushing the Toad's head and burying it in the road, but it quickly regained its senses and rose again. Giving it no rest, an arrow is already before the Toad's bloodshot eyes, followed by a rain of arrows. Hugo spoke up. "Good, it's working." He ordered a second volley of arrows, and a system notification appeared. The borrowed power of Ares. The weapon bay was activated, and arrows appeared, as Hugo remained wary of its ability to absorb the constellation's power. Everyone must use the relic arrows, and absolutely not the arrows created by the skill. Aim at everyone. Drawing their bows, they fire in volleys of 3, as Hugo commands a counterattack, raining arrows down upon the Toad. Under that assault, it began to get annoyed, plunging vines into the ground as roots erupted beneath the archers, who managed to jump away. Seeing this, John puts away his mace, finding these weaklings annoying. He's using the power of the zodiac? John leaps once more. The sacred artifact has been summoned, and he commands the shears. Immediately, Mana manifests into the scissors, unleashing a pair of pruning shears as large as Jian himself. He swings the shears through the air, a gleam of cruel excitement in his eyes. It's time for some landscaping. Enraged, the Toad unleashes a barrage of roots. That bastard. In an instant, Gardener John sliced through the bloody vines with his scissors, turning them into twin blades. He then hurled himself at the Toad. Smile, being dragged away, was terrified, but he used the momentum to spin around. Like a meat grinder, Lion delivers thousands of cuts upon the Toad. Smile falls to the ground, foaming at the mouth as the Toad is sliced in half. Other blows began to tear it apart as the Toad was hacked to pieces before Lion. It fell like mincemeat, and the crowd erupted in cheers. "Yeah, we beat it." Some people discussed it with skepticism. Why did that seem easier than I thought, or was it because Lion was too strong? Hugo stood in silence, lost in thought. Something wasn't right. There was no way it could end like this. Looking at the ease of it all, Hugo thought to himself, the anomalies that appear with disasters haven't disappeared. It's not over yet. On the other side, Sangda celebrates. "I've won. My uncle and father defeated the Blood Toad." He points at Seo, saying it's too bad for him. Runsu put so much effort into this plan, but his uncle and father are stronger than he thought. On the contrary, he remained calm, saying, "Not bad, Cuckoo. I guess an eagle is better than a crow after all, huh? I admit I underestimated them, but the real battle has yet to begin." Seo grins. "Do you know why the Blood Toad is such a glutton? Because it can convert anything it eats into power. You've seen how dangerous it is, haven't you?" Sangdi is stunned as Seo uses the relic. Now, let's continue the show. Its power flows into the blood flesh, causing the pile of meat to glow. Everyone is stunned as it regenerates. The flesh is restoring its body, leaving everyone in shock. Centaur, look, Hugo is stunned. He was stunned to see the barrier being eroded by the blood ogre, but unlike the others, Jian remained calm, raising his sword. John slashes at the ground, revealing a sight that surprises even him. Seeing the vines below, Jian realizes he'd wondered how it bypassed the barrier. So that's how it is. He pieces together the attack. The blood flesh used roots beneath the earth to bypass the barrier. The Toad croaked, revitalizing the soldiers who readied their bows as the blood flesh trampled the earth, entering a frenzied state. "Ah, so hungry, must eat more." Sue observes everything, bursting into laughter. Even the Blood Toad needs time to devour a whole city. But now that the barrier no longer protects the people, it has become the Blood Toad's domain. Sangdi is frozen by the sight, while Lai Seo is ecstatic. Looks like there are a lot of people at the airport. So, we can look forward to a spectacular show. Now on to Chapter 2. Blood and Flesh stood tall, declaring, "I'm still hungry. I must feed." Sue laughs maniacally as the blood mist needs time to devour the city, revealing his sinister plot. Now this bunker is no longer humanity's refuge, but a food supply for the blood mist. Keep hoping, because there's more for you to eat here than at the airport. Xander's face darkens. "Runu, you spoke as if you witnessed the airport incident firsthand. Could it be that you..." He recalled seeing them argue fiercely as children. "Do you even realize what you've done?" The man replies, "Brother, I'm sorry." The older brother scolds, I told you to keep it safe, but you released it here. The other replies that he didn't expect it to turn out like this, and Sangduk recalls his younger brother's image, furiously realizing that he was the one who did it. Siu couldn't help but laugh, cackling as he spoke. Should I congratulate you on finally figuring it out? Or should I say you're stupid for only realizing it now? I've been dying to reveal it for 10 years. He laughs cruelly, congratulating the fool. You guessed it. I'm the one who caused the incident at the airport. What are you going to do? Sade is furious. You're acting tough. Are you going to call the cops and tell the whole world? Do what you want. Shu kept running his mouth. Maybe your dad already knows who the culprit is. How could the Saint Libra's son be the culprit? Is the Libra the greatest constellation? He asks confidently. What can you do to the son of the Libra saint? Sangda shouts. So many have died, and you feel no guilt? Siu's indifference is almost cruel. How much are their lives worth? You want me to pay for their misfortune? I can't take it anymore. Sangda retrieves the relic, startling Siu. It's Sangde with the relic. Getting scared now? Siu remembers that the relic summoned Lion, and he shrinks back. No way. Are you planning to summon it now? What about the blood mist? The relic's glow sends him into a panic. Suddenly, someone throws a head at him, and for a moment he thinks it's Jian, but it's actually Sangde, using the artifact's light to launch himself and break Sio's nose with a headbutt. Siu realizes it's not him about to lose consciousness. He foams at the mouth and passes out. Sangde's head now sported a huge bump. He smugly claimed it was just normal light magic. What a coward. The fake books then fell right onto Siu's unconscious head. Sangde acts quickly, knowing he must gather the magic books before Sio awakens. He spots a relic in the shape of scales and snatches it from Sio. Sangde deduces that Junsiu used this to summon the blood mist, and he can surely use it to undo the disaster. If that's the case, I need to go to Europe where the blood mist is. But I have neither the relic nor the skill right now. After a moment of contemplation, Sangde decides that worrying is a waste of time. He grabs his book and channels mana, realizing he can use its power for instant teleportation. He flipped through the book, ancient words pouring forth, activating the skill. Instantaneous movement. Back on the battlefield, the fight had spilled beyond the barrier. The flesh golem's movements shake the city, while Hugo's legion continues to rain down arrows. A tidal wave of arrows surges forward, forcing the flesh beast to shield itself with roots from the onslaught. Meanwhile, Jian combines his swords into a scythe, activating his skill. He slashes, cleaving the surrounding landscape in two, bisecting the flesh golem and the buildings around it. It crashes down, leaving the urban area a desolate ruin. Lion marvels at the beautiful cut. Unbeknownst to him, vines emerged from the ground, aiming for Jian's left arm, the one holding the scissors. A system notification appears. Your left arm has been injured. John seems unfazed. Suddenly, a series of notifications appear, activating super regeneration. Calamity blood mist reduces your power, super regeneration effectiveness halved. More roots lunge at John, but just before they pierce him, a blazing light descends from the sky. Hugo rushes in to protect Jian, whose left hand has regenerated, and John tests its strength by blasting away the approaching roots. Jian clicked his tongue. Hugo worried. Jian, that terrifying energy. Leon understood as well. Indeed, it's the same power from the Demon Tower, like the Blood Dragon Army's power. He recalls 20 years ago, the Demon Tower appeared with a massive Blood Dragon Army invasion. Many called it a vessel of calamity or the base of a mysterious civilization, but one thing was certain. John remembered that demonic army, a calamity within the tower unlike any other. He recalled the high-level monsters. Red and black ranks were nothing compared to them. And now, like the toad before them, these terrifying calamities were difficult to eliminate. John activates his skill, triggering his 13th sense, searching for the enemy's weakness, and after observing for a while, he's surprised. There are 3 cores inside this unusual monster. The strongest core imprisons the souls and lives of those it devours, and it's constantly drawing souls and life force from somewhere to its roots. Where is it drawing power from? John realizes it's the city at the heart of the dungeon and immediately makes a decision. Damn it, it infiltrated the dungeon and is using it as a food storage. We have to destroy the dungeon. It's nothing more than a prison now. Hugo was stunned. What? He orders the centaur archers to focus their fire on the dungeon, and they obey in unison. The toad realizes their plan. I won't let you do this. It uses roots to bind them tightly, but Google burns the roots with fire. Everyone, the souls trapped by the toad are released, and they cry out, "Save me, please. I don't want to die. Please save me. Don't shoot. Mom, let me go." The centaur squad was also frightened by the sound, which appeared before one of them. "Please, a vengeful spirit is possessing him, please." The other team members were suffering the same fate and screamed out loud. Hugo raged. That monster is impersonating the dead. John glared at the toad. Damn it! He was infuriated by its smug expression. You know how to push our buttons. Seeing this, it grinned widely, infuriating John, who threatened to tear it to shreds. Suddenly, a surge of magical power appears in the sky, and a gate opens, causing Sangdae to fall in a panic. He fell into a nearby tree, crying out in pain, and Sangdae lay dazed on the ground. Ouch, where am I? He thought to himself. Damn it. That Libra changed his teleportation direction, and the relic lit up, making Sangdae curious. What's going on now? Is there something there? He looks up at the tree, wondering what it is, before noticing something that shocks him. The red-leafed tree, formed from roots of blood and flesh, stuns him. Can this tree really be what it seems? Sangdae stands before the tree, as tall as a building. He's pretty sure he's in the right place. He curiously eyes the tree. Its leaves dyed a fiery red, an ancient tree radiating a crimson mist. Is this a branch of the blood calamity? The ring glows, Libra Rosari blocking the blood calamity's effects. He looked at the unconscious people around him, betting that the tree was behind what happened to them. Sangdae glared angrily at the toad in the distance, clutching the book as magic poured out. A giant figure appears, wielding the magic power of the grimoire, and he's furious because of this foolish thing. A drone approaches the dome to report on the United Nations of Europe, west of the outbreak's protective dome. A reporter live at the dome's western protective zone reports complete chaos due to the sudden appearance of a calamity. Back in the office, someone is fuming. That idiot Shu. Doesn't he know how to take things slow? He's furious. Does he even know what he's doing? To openly create such a big problem? And now, they'll know about this too. The news spreads across the world to other constellations. Manhwa is suspected of being the blood ogre, which caused so many casualties in the past. She's also a suspect in the disappearance at the Maiden Saintess Sanctuary, as a powerful-looking blonde woman listens in. As you can see, the dome is covered in a poisonous gas released by the blood calamity. And she narrows her eyes in displeasure. Hearing this, Jin smirks deviously, as the rescue team is unable to deploy due to the dangers within the toxic fumes. Hearing this, Larry is also very confused. We can't determine the number of casualties in the smoke right now. A news drone captures the scene outside the dome, when suddenly someone is seen running barefoot through the sky. The reporter recognizes him as Li Jian, as the flesh roots destroy the drone, and Jian begins to feel uneasy. This persistent nuisance is such a pain. Hugo calls out to Jian as the toad tries to crush him. A voice from behind warns, "Saint, watch out! It's behind you." Hugo barely manages to block the attack, but his bow is shattered. The S-rank relic was destroyed, and Hugo, now without his bow, was brutally stomped into the ground by the toad, causing him to cough up blood. Seeing this, John shouts, "Tick X, look behind those damn roots." The blood demon uses the grudges of the dead to catch Jian off guard, and he's immediately seized by the roots. John thought to himself, "Damn it, I understand how disgusting this thing is." He was thrown from the top of the building to the ground, and the crowd panicked. Lion Toad arrogantly glanced at it. "You really are as weak as I thought. Now I'll swallow you all whole." Suddenly, a surge of energy is transmitted to it. Instantly, the blood flesh turned its gaze, enraged. Some bastard is messing with my sacred tree. With that, it writhes in pain, as Sangdae attacks the red tree from before. Enraged, he pulverized the tree, remembering the victims of the blood flesh. His mother remembered Hugo losing his powers, his father, the devouring of loved ones, and John Sangdae, the countless souls lost and the innocent. Enraged, he poured all his strength into one final blow, all for this foolishness. Sangdae lands a full-force punch, shattering the ancient tree as the toad on the other side roars in agony, shaking the very earth. Fueled by rage, the flesh leaps past the others, rushing toward the tree. They were confused. Why was he suddenly heading towards the dome? What was he planning? Hugo, pinned to the ground, struggles to rise, vowing not to let him escape. He stood up. "Goth, lend me your bow and arrow. We'll use what we've prepared." He replied, "Yes, Shanghai." Meanwhile, as the flesh approached the dome, something hurtled down towards it, a massive arrow piercing the toad from above. It momentarily loses consciousness, and the blood flesh screams in agony. Having fired the arrow, Hugo says, "I couldn't use this sooner, fearing I'd get in John's way, impaled by an arrow the size of a pillar." "How does it feel?" A notification appears, retrieving the holy arrow from the armory. Hugo summons another massive arrow, his entire body ablaze with energy directed at the flesh. "I figured a little arrow wouldn't cut it, so I prepared this just for you." As he drew back his bow, a series of massive arrows materialized. Today, he would pin its blubbery body to the ground. The arrows fly, piercing the flesh. First the right leg, then the left. Impaled by the arrows, it was pinned to the ground as a barrage of missiles flew toward it. A series of anchors burst forth, cables extending, binding the toad and fueling its rage. It roared in fury as everyone around strained to hold it down. "We've got it, now hold on tight." They struggled to hold the flesh mass, telling each other not to overdo it. Just try to keep it from moving. Damn it. How is it so big and strong? Just how powerful is it? Use all the enhancements you've got, one of them complained. Damn it, are you sure this is a good idea? The other replied, if you have the strength to complain, use it to pull harder. This bastard just keeps regenerating. If killing it is pointless, then I have no choice but to imprison it. The flesh cursed, calling them wretched maggots, sensing the tree was in danger. The client isn't there. Capricorn is putting everything into this final blow. Get out of my sight. A notification appears, warning that Libra and Gemini's magical energies are canceling each other out, but Capricorn ignores it, pouring all his magic into the attack. He yells, bringing his attack down on the ancient tree, finally shattering it. The immense magical power shatters the barrier from within, as flesh and blood pinned to the ground seethes with rage. No. The power I've gathered, my city, it cries out in anguish. The power I had to sacrifice. Beams of light pierce through the sturdy barrier. Even with a spear through his head, Bloodfiend thrashes and cries out, "No!" All the power I'd amassed for my city, all the souls I sacrificed to it. The barrier is fading. Even the water forming the soul's face gradually dissipates as those present observe the surrounding scene. The souls colliding with the branches are disappearing. I think it's because the dome is collapsing. Who did this? Sangde lay amidst the devastation. He slowly opens his eyes. Did I faint? Sangdi quickly turned his head, startled. That's right, the tree. Where is it? Seeing the tree gone, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it was destroyed. But Sangda frowned slightly, wondering if his hand was in such bad shape from straining to defeat the tree. The holy cross remained in his hand, and the maiden's artifact was in tatters. Even so, Sangjae's face relaxed. At least the dome was gone, and he could finally see the sky. The sky above was now clear. He wiped his face. I did it. A sudden loud noise startled Sangde, and he immediately sat up to see an explosion in the distance. It grows ever larger, destroying the surrounding buildings, as the system warns that the sun god's power is overflowing. The relic skill, Nidhogg's Craving, has activated the serpent scale shield, protecting the relic's user from danger. The inferno raged on, consuming everything in its path. Sangduke struggled to hold on as the system chimed, announcing that a dangerous heat surge had been successfully blocked. The serpent scale shield's effect is depleted and fading away. As the shield vanishes, he wonders, what are these flames? They resemble my father's flames, but the feeling is completely different. As his vision cleared, Zan's face was etched with disbelief. No way. Was the city completely melted? The scene before them was utterly devastated, the raging flames threatening even the sturdiest buildings, leaving the soldiers dumbfounded on the ground. What just happened? A massive fire just swept over us. At that moment, Hugo appeared as those behind him called out, "Heavenly Lord!" He frowned, scorch marks visible on both arms. That blood-soaked bastard was using the centaur's power he stole as if it were his own. Behind him, flames roared, his wounds seemingly healed. Hugo called out, "Are you all right?" A figure emerged from the smoke, replying with difficulty, "Yes, master. I somehow survived, but I think it will be a little difficult for us to continue the fight. Please forgive me for protecting everyone. It's because of us that those two were able to escape." "Vice Lord, are you all right?" Bloodghoul's eyes lit up, and Sangde startled as a vortex of fire appeared around the black eye. His mouth agape, he recognized the foresight eye. A centaur skill his father used, but this energy felt entirely different. It approached Sangde. "It was you, wasn't it? The one who destroyed all my branches." Hugo looked down from above. Damn it, isn't that Sangde? What's he doing here? He wondered if it had destroyed the dome, but before Hugo could react, the blood ogre roared and unleashed a torrent of flames. "You insect, I'll devour you whole." Its power shook the earth, sending rocks flying. The blood fiend seems to be charging toward Sangjai, who barely withstood the previous fire attack and is just now turning around. Sangjai realizes the blood toad is baring its fangs, ready to attack, and instead of fighting back, he covers his face and screams. Just then, Hugo appeared, holding its massive mouth shut as Sangjai called out. Well, the blood toad, even angrier, opened its mouth. "You half-baked archer, you're in my way again." Hugo was struggling to hold on, yelling, "In that case, I'll eliminate you first." At that moment, a system warning blared. A sinister energy was gathering from an unknown source. Even though Hugo was coughing up blood, he still tried to protect Sangde, activating his fire shield. He's surrounded by a floating shield of fire as the blood ogre swallows Hugo whole and vanishes. Sangjay, stricken with grief, could only watch as Hugo fell into the creature's belly. Chapter 1.5. The blood ogre doesn't stop there and continues its assault on Sangjay. The ground erupts wherever the blood toad goes, and Sangjay can hardly believe what he's seeing. No, he can't believe Hugo was devoured. Father Blood Frog is ecstatic. I have finally devoured all the power of the sun god. It suddenly jumps up, attacked from below. A blade flashes past Bloodfather's impossible eye, slicing down his body. A faint blue light surrounds the blade, eventually engulfing the blood demon's entire body as it screams, "Even if you struggle now, the remaining power of the sun god is mine, and I will soon devour you." The serpent bearer, dual blades in hand, lunges forward, shouting, "It's not over yet, you fool. Prepare yourself." John calls out to Hugo as shadows gather around a red orb. Meanwhile, Hugo was suspended inside the blood ogre's stomach. Was he inside a celestial monster's gut? I can't feel anything anymore. In the end, I couldn't do it. I couldn't save Ru and JW. Bound by these black threads, I can't even avenge the blood demon. All I've done is expose my pathetic self to Sangjay and Yuha. Is this how it ends? Hugo dazedly opens his eyes, gazing at the light emanating from a fragment of his stolen power. Power he desperately wants back, yet can't reach. Hugo weakly reaches out, thinking if he could just get it back, he could fight the blood wave one more time. His eyes begin to lose focus. No, my consciousness, my memories are fading. The remnants in Hugo's mind, images of his family, are also disappearing. Is this how it all ends? I fought so hard, but what was I even fighting for? Someone once held that photo in their hands. His wife, gazing at it with their 2 children. It's been a while since we took a family photo, don't you think? Her face was full of happiness. Darling, we all look so good, don't we? Hugo snapped awake at the thought. The image of his family steeled his resolve, and he reached for the red orb. You think I'll fall like this? If I let it end here, I could never face my family or Jian again. Hugo's hand trembled relentlessly. He couldn't let his family and Jian see him in such a pathetic state. I have to reach it, come on. He grits his teeth, bearing the pain. Just a little further. Hugo steels himself and continues onward. The system announces that he has touched the Centaur Saint's fragment. Oh, Master of Great Light, the fragment of the sun is trying to return and become your power. A vortex forms around the sphere, and the system warns that the fragment of the sun has been in contact with a mysterious, cruel energy for too long. Beware of conflicting influences. You have absorbed the fragment of the sun. The orb moved closer to Hugo, who gritted his teeth, struggling to resist. Damn it, my body can't take much more. Before Hugo, a crack shattered, finally exploding into a large hole. Outside, Jian's voice echoed, shouting, "Hugo, Hugo!" He dove through the crack as John reached out, shouting, "And what about all the things you still have to do? How long are you planning to lie down there? Take my hand." Hugo didn't respond, but just smiled and reached out. Their hands clasped tightly, and Jian pulled him from the blood ogre's belly. Flashback 30 years. Hugo was trying to escape the monster's attack. He hadn't been careful and tripped. Hugo struggled to cough up the sand from his mouth. A noise from behind startled him, and the monster's hand flung him into the air. It swallowed Hugo into the mouth on its arm, where he struggled to stay afloat. Damn it, am I really going to die like this? Eaten by a monster? I never even imagined it. Hugo laughed in bitter resignation, gone before he even got married. What a pauper's life. But suddenly, he was startled as another person somehow tore off the monster's arm. John looked at Hugo. What's this, a human? You're not dead yet, so why the defeated look, and you just lie there, silent. John reaches out his hand as if to pull Hugo out. What's this? Don't want to leave this hellhole? Now he tells himself, remembering Jian reaching out to him again. John was always like that, always standing tall with a haughty look, reaching out his hand, while urgent voices surrounded Hugo. Father, wake up, father! Sangjay frantically tells Jian that Hugo has lost consciousness and urges him to take a look. Jian's eyes light up as the system announces the activation of the 13th sense, revealing that he has absorbed a fragment of the sun tainted by a mysterious energy source. You may experience a purge effect as you fully absorb your regained power and purify the tainted energy. Hugo remains unconscious. In his hand, he holds a tiny red orb. Could this blockhead have recovered the power that was stolen from him in the blood swamp? John exhaled, stood up, and said, "Don't worry about him, he'll be fine after a nap." He just ate what fell. Sangdi is confused. What does he mean by things that fell? A blade appears in his hand. Surely that wouldn't just knock him unconscious. Just keep a close eye on your father. Sanj also gets up and hurriedly asks, "What about you?" John is in attack stance now. He glared at Bloodfang. "I have to take care of that bastard." Understood. With that, Jian sped off and he leaped straight toward the monster's head, landing amidst a burst of blue light. He plunges both swords into its head. Blood Ogre. Because of you, the whole world is laughing at my friend. My grandson hasn't even had a proper birthday. Is that worth the punishment? He sneers. So, is it worth being punished? Bloodfiend roars. You bastard. He jumps up, provoking him. Out of tricks, are you? Looks like things are about to get interesting. The weapon in his hand begins to transform, as the system announces the holy relic, Hammer of Achievement. John raises the hammer high, declaring that all that remains is its true core, and one strike will be enough. He slams down powerfully, aiming for its head again, and blood spills from the blood serpent's mouth. How could this be? To be defeated without gaining anything, it stubbornly growls. Very well, Serpent Bearer, I've lost, Blood Wyvern warns menacingly. However, my roots are everywhere, and as long as they remain, I'll drag you all down with me, even in death. Roots erupt from the ground, and while the Serpent Bearer may survive, the archers won't. The city's collapse will bury half of them alive. Buildings and streets alike were devastated. Sangdae stood beside Hugo, witnessing the destruction. Even the sturdiest skyscrapers are crumbling. John remains atop the Blood Toad. Blood Toad, I think you're mistaken. He smirks fearlessly. Sure, Aksu may be gentle, but did you really think he'd be that easy? Don't forget my only friend down there. As debris fell towards Sangdae, Hugo awoke, his eyes gleaming. The rubble crashed down, but a light shone from within, amplifying and blasting the debris away. The interviewers in the distance couldn't help but turn around. What was that? What's happening? A pillar of fire is rising to the heavens, topped by a massive vortex that terrifies everyone. Another fire? A man at his computer gritted his teeth at the sound. What's happening in that wreckage? Another person watches the broadcast. Fierce pillars of fire erupted continuously from the ruins as a family watched the news, their faces grim in the terrible light. Jay also watched carefully as the reporter on the scene continued to report, saying that although it was midnight, it was as bright as day. Finally, like the rising sun, the vortex seemed to grow, illuminating the vast sky. A person hurried away. Yuha, phone in hand, bursts through the door. Mr. Halley, right now in Europe. Father and Uncle Nee. The words were suddenly cut off. I know. Yuha sits cross-legged, gazing into the mirror. I'm watching too. She looks at her reflection in the mirror, seemingly exhausted, but she's regained her lost power. At the scene, a figure floats in the air. Hugo Otangde looks up at the sound of his name. His father sighs in relief, thanking the heavens that he's awake. Blood Ogre, not yet defeated, is bitter. That power is mine. My power, it roars with its mouth wide open. Give it back to me. Roots erupt from the ground. They thrashed about, toppling the surrounding buildings as Hugo raised his hand. The light gathers, those roots are a real nuisance. The light pierced through, obliterating the roots which vanished under its power. The roots writhe, but the light, like the sun piercing the night, shines down on the interwoven branches as John strikes at the Blood Toad's head. Hugo's Sky of Brilliance is a skill that incinerates all that is impure, he sneers. This isn't good, is it, Blood Toad? You said you'd devour everything, but you won't take anything from us, John decided. So, I guess I'll have to send you off. It's a fight to the death, isn't it? The system announces the activation of proxy attack, switching your position with the person you're closest to, and just then, Hugo appears in his place. A loud cry echoes through the sky. Oteksu, John suggests with excitement. Finish it! Hugo simply smiled in response, gripping John's blade tightly. A single strike sends blood flying, but Hugo's expression remains calm and resolute. In the past, as he reached for the door, he heard a trembling voice say, Mom, I was wrong. Even so, Hugo remained silent with his head bowed, while Sangji crossed his arms and buried his head in his legs, blaming himself. If only I hadn't whined about being hungry, Mom wouldn't have had to rush out of the airport. She left to buy me something as soon as she saw me crying. Mom and Ju will be okay, right? They both ended up in the hospital. Sangjae's body trembled uncontrollably. Only then could his father suppress the disaster. Everyone will be safe, right? His face was red and streaked with tears and mucus. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, I was wrong. Hugo raised his bow, his expression softening. No, none of this is your fault. Sang. The bow flashed with a blinding light. He released the arrow, and it shot towards the blood monster. At close range, a massive pillar of light engulfed the creature, pinning it to the ground. In the middle of the city, a massive crater remained after the battle, and as Hugo rested on the ground, Jian approached. That bloodpool bastard caused so much trouble. Look ahead. I didn't expect it to become such a mess. And Hugo just called for John. Is it really over now? John seems resigned. All the cores have been destroyed, and his body has turned to dust. There's nothing more I can do either. You seem upset. If he comes back after all this, why would he collect souls in a place like this? He's just another miserable bastard like the rest. Hugo couldn't deny it. It was true. He exhaled, having taken care of him quite a bit this time. Hugo seemed relieved, saying, "Thank you." "John," he jokingly raises his fist. "Is a thank you all I get after all this time? The least you could do is praise me." The two exchange a high five, acknowledging each other's hard work. And so does the Avine person. John starts rummaging in his pockets. But wait, there's something I found while fighting the blood ogre. Hugo is curious. What is that? A blue orb suddenly appears in his hand. Look at this. I found it when I separated his true core. He couldn't help but wonder, how did you get something so big out of your pocket? John stared intently. Looks like that blood brat has collected quite a bit. Hugo, intrigued, stood up. What are you talking about? What is that thing? But he wouldn't give a straight answer. Just wait, I'll show you. John's eyes turn black as the system activates his 13th sense, an inner god, while the soul-sealing jade, a sphere imprisoning the souls of those consumed by disaster, begins to crack. A serpent-like form appears, channeling the power of the serpent-bearer into the soul-sealing orb, which likely won't last long. The ice sphere begins to crack. The soul-sealing jade cracks further, unable to contain the souls within, and thousands of strands of light are released as the imprisoned spirits are freed. Hugo looks up in astonishment, while John seems calmer as he explains. I have freed the souls that the Blood Clan had devoured. Those who were attacked by him will awaken one by one. A voice spoke up from behind. Is that true? Sangjay looks breathless from running. Is it really true that those people can wake up? John looked at the small soul floating in his palm. Of course, when these souls return to their bodies, they will all awaken. Your mother and everyone else. Sangjay's face is filled with unspeakable joy as John continues his work. The last of the souls now freed. How long has it been since you've had a proper birthday? It's a little late, but happy birthday. Sangjay smiles strangely as the sun begins to rise in the distance. A figure raises a hammer, scattering rocks and debris. I, Stephen Mares, will never stand by while you threaten humanity and my bone. The monster roars ferociously, leaving the soldiers who witness it speechless, surrounded by what seems like endless water. Stephen raises a bone high in the air, finally reclaiming it. Nah, my bone is the best. He happily placed it in the cradle, feeding it like a baby, and sometimes Stephen would take it for walks like a dog. Isn't this a great walk, Bone? He's annoyed that Hugo and Gian keep nagging Stephen Marker for a decisive battle. He throws a punch and the two of them surrender. I lost. You truly are number one. Stephen and Bone run away together as a massive explosion erupts. Let's get out of here. Bone, he agreed. Yeah, don't get caught in the blast. Stephen Mirror. The two laugh together, a perfect high five sealing their bond. You truly are my best partner. Night falls, and Stephen uses the bone as a pillow, only to awaken to its disappearance. Stephen watches Yuha gleefully exclaim, Yuha, no, give me back my bone. He cried out in protest. Since when was John standing behind him? Suddenly, Stephen is pulled away by Gian, who grabs his leg and throws him to the ground. Stephen wakes up with a start. Bandaged and bewildered, he sits up, shocking everyone around him. They cheered with joy. The Holy One has awakened. My lord, you're awake. We're alive, Sivan exclaimed in disbelief. What's going on? Someone asked. Don't you remember anything? During the sky hunt, Lion Gian ambushed you and you've been out ever since, but you remained calm. How long has it been? They didn't answer right away, but huddled together to discuss. How to put this? Sivan decided to move on. All right, that's not important, he said sternly to everyone. Now, immediately. They immediately tensed up. Was this about to be a hit on Lion or revenge on the Capricorn gang? Instead, he ordered them to retrieve the bone from Truha's room, leaving them dumbfounded and silently screaming. For God's sake, they exclaimed. Just sleep it off and give the world a break. You might even be poisoned. What time is it to be picking a bone? 7 is resisting in the sick room. Let go. Outside, someone who noticed the movement in the room felt a brief moment of relief. Looks like the sanus has fully recovered. Should I inform Vice Governor Tron Junha? Oliver sighed in relief, thinking, whatever, who cares? Didn't you see her bolt the moment we got a mission involving the Legion's 8th relic? And she admitted it herself. She doesn't care how dangerous the Scorpio Shrine is. She hasn't changed a bit. Oliver fell silent when suddenly someone rushed over, breathless. Governor, they're awake. He turned back and replied, I know, just leave the Holy One be. But he was cut off. No, not the saint. Those who had been in comas for 10 years after the Blood Omen event, they've awakened. Oliver, lost in thought, also takes notice. All those people around the world have regained consciousness. Surrounding the patients were their loved ones, all speechless with emotion, and the hospital immediately became more lively. News reports began to surface. Did everyone remember the Blood Ogre incident from 10 years ago and its victims? We've just received news that 1,000 people worldwide, comatose due to the blood wave, have awakened. A live reporter is ecstatic. I'm on the outskirts of the European Western Defense Line, where after a long battle, the hero Lion and the Centaur Saint defeated the blood calamity. An unprecedented event, wouldn't you agree? The expert beside him concurred, noting the miraculous recovery of the victims after the disaster, before returning to the image of the host. Indeed, I'm at a loss for words. It's truly a miracle. Let's hope those who haven't awakened yet recover soon, a TV viewer said, leaning on the armrest. Unbelievable, I sent you to capture Ligon and Hugo, but you lost to Blood Toad. He glanced back at Seo, adding that he'd lost the scales rosary his mother gave him, allowed the Blood family to run rampant, and created a mess. Worst of all, he'd touched and lost the most important thing of all, the twin demon scripture. This is the Scale Order's S-rank disciple, Tigu, who continues to berate him. I could understand if Choi Sung-hee-uk took it, but Sang-dae, who you used to bully. Sue lowered his head, silent. How could you be so stupid and useless? Don't tell me Sang-dae actually did it? He didn't dodge at all. Yes, that's right. Tu grabs a bottle from the table and smashes it over Seo's head. You must be so proud, you brainless moron, making him scream. Tu approached, saying he hadn't changed a bit, never doing anything useful. I learned my lesson back at the airport. I always disappoint Mom. Meanwhile, Seo lies on the ground, clutching his head in pain. Tu steps on his head, asking how he plans to clean up this mess. If those guys wake up and talk, they're done for. Sue reluctantly covers his face. That's why I came to you for help. You'll be affected by this too, so you have to help me cover it up. Tu sighs in frustration. First Tail Lion, monitor him, and then erase all traces of us. Sue, now sitting up, wondered what he would do. He looks in one direction and says, I'm going to Scorpio Hospital. The scenery there is of a hospital, so it can at least cover up the airport incident if we take care of the casualties in Korea. On the outskirts of the European Western Defense Line, Hugo answers a call. Okay, thanks. After hanging up, Jian inquired further. What did the hospital say? Tell me. Everyone's waking up, but not all of them. John and Ju are still unconscious, which doesn't surprise him as he comforts them, saying the longer a soul is trapped, the longer it takes to return to its original body. But I imbued them with some of my power, so they'll return safely. He turned to Sang-dae and said, You should go back now. Sang-dae, you need to go see your mother in JW, he said, a little surprised. What about you and father? Sang-dae asked, his face flushing slightly. Hugo's eyes widened at that, and he trembled as if he couldn't believe his ears. Sang-dae cares about me? John washed, feeling helpless. Are you crying? Hugo asked, clearing his throat. Sung. A torrent of thoughts flooded his mind. I don't want to hurt Sung's feelings, but I'm not just his father, I'm also a holy master. I must act with the dignity befitting one. If I act overjoyed, he'll think less of me. But I'm so happy. I'm overjoyed that Sang-dae is thinking of me, but I must hide this elation so he respects me as a great father. Hugo crossed his arms and replied sternly, John and father haven't returned yet. We still have some matters to resolve. He was cut off mid-sentence, as Sang-gyu spoke without hesitation. Okay. Jay was amused by the sight while Hugo was petrified. He's happy and making progress, though. The kid's just creating distance out of guilt. He's just embarrassed. Knowing this, he has no choice but to accept it. At the hospital, Sang-dae used the book from before to teleport here, then closed it as the light around him faded. Sang-dae seems restless. He's about to see his mother and Ju. His steps suddenly halt. He hesitated for a moment, thinking, wait, it wouldn't be right to visit empty-handed, would it? Sang-dae immediately turns and runs in the other direction, deciding he needs to find some flowers first. The path became deserted, devoid of people. But then, a figure emerged. Compared to the Scorpio gang, this hospital is pretty good. Of course, it's nothing compared to Libra Hospital, but it's not bad. How ironic. They should really improve their patient care. Who lets poor people stay in a hospital for 10 years? Now, where could that scoundrel be? Sang-dae's relatives are still unconscious in the hospital. His face is full of hope, unaware of the evil plan brewing. Oh right, why not cause some trouble for his family? It'll appear, soon enough, the Western Dome area, where natural disasters in the European Union countries occur. Amidst the disaster zone, a reporter's voice echoes, detailing the response to the collapse and the grim search for bodies, while one man stands frozen during an interview. I can grasp the disaster. I'm really buried. Elsewhere, someone points towards the partially collapsed hospital, urging, help them, and bring the injured here. The hospital was overflowing with people, their voices echoing to where John sat. I thought we were done for. Why is it so chaotic? He manipulates the system screen, filled with mission details, summarizing that he's completed the strength challenge, leaving only the intelligence challenge and the achievement of finding the Templar Knight and the Sage. John frowned slightly, but that wasn't important right now. He looked at a piece of stone on the table, surprised that it had appeared. The object emits a faint purple light, a fragment resembling a dagger from an alien civilization discovered with the seal in the corpse's heart. The same object found in the body of the one who stabbed himself in the demon tower and the one who summoned the corpse, who share the same voice. He recalled Blood Toad's words, souls would be offered to them. John skillfully flicked the coin between his fingers, deep in thought. Up until now, all the evidence points to the Virgo constellation as the culprit. It all fits too well. He calmly flips the coin. Never mind. John grabs it, smiling confidently. All we have to do is interrogate them to get the answer. 2 beers sit on the table as voices exchange words. Is the scene cleaned up? I came here to help as much as I could. John decides that all he has to do now is catch the Virgo star spirit. Hugo advised him to rest, saying not everyone is as strong as he is. He began to grumble, saying it was because they were getting weaker. Back in my day, there wasn't even time to breathe. Disasters kept raining down, and all you can think is that? John suddenly changed the subject. Why don't you come with us? Hugo seemed a little surprised by the question. He chuckled, brushing it off. Ju and JW too. I don't have the confidence or the right to see them. I need to prepare myself, right? Ah. His face turned serious. There's still much to resolve. Hugo looks at the stone on the table and the matter of the Virgo constellation. He looks down at his palm and the Libra constellation, where a broken cross is etched. Hugo remembers Jell on the throne and the choice she offered. She suggested choosing one of the two, and he clenched his fist with determination. Capturing the blood mist isn't the end. We must find the cause. As Sangdi said, there's still someone behind all this, and I'll bring the one who destroyed my family to light. John glances at Hugo. Ah, you picked up a beer and smashed it over his head. John laughed so hard he almost fell out of his chair. Wonderful. It's been a while since I've seen you so fired up. He tells the soldiers over there who are healing, hey, you guys can go back to Korea now. They all turned to look, confused, but we still had work to do. John explained to the others. I fought alongside you because of your connection to the blood mist, but you're just slowing us down in our search for the maiden. John shouts, singling out one person, ordering everyone to leave except for the slick-haired man, who seems pleased. Could it be that my strength has finally been recognized? The surrounding group cheered in admiration. As expected of Master Goth, the SS class is truly different. John clasps his hands together. We need a lackey. Hugo looked at him. You think so? While the others are still reveling in their joy. Oh. Tai leaned back on the table, reminding him. Didn't Sang-jae return to Korea alone? Those who sent him back by himself must be feeling uneasy. Wasn't it too dangerous for Sang-jae to return to Korea alone? Hugo jumps up, startled. I was too preoccupied with the situation to notice, John reassured him. It's all right now. I've arranged for protection. He looked at what appeared in John's hand, a coin with the head of a snake imprinted on it. John once gave that to Sang-jae, who curiously accepted it with open hands. What's this? His eyes light up. Another gift from me. At the same time, the system's voice rang out, activating the Eye of God. Trang-jae was once an A-rank priestess with 300% devotion to the Ophiuchus. The acolyte's faith in the serpent bearer has increased dramatically. With the ability to proselytize, you can turn someone into a serpent bearer. You can create a coin of faith and give it to someone else, but the recipient must complete a special trial. If the mission succeeds, the person will receive a great reward. Sagittarius must be very surprised by its use. John is sure there will be a time when he needs this. He asked Hugo at the hospital what he said, but he didn't know anything, only replying, he hasn't said anything yet. A man holds a snakehead coin in his hand, while Sang-dok walks down a hospital hallway carrying a bouquet of red flowers. He said there would be a time to use this, and he couldn't help but wonder. But how would he use it? Did he create it? Next door, a hospital room erupts in cheers. Their mother has awakened. The mother went to her husband's side, now awake, as the person next to them was moved to tears. Dad. Sang-jae smiled softly, secretly happy for him. The person lying next to him has woken up. Mom and Uncle John will wake up soon, too. Other echoes reached his ears. He's awake. The doctor here, too? But suddenly Sang-dae turned his head when he heard the doctor's panicked voice from behind. You can't do that here. He's stepping on an innocent man's neck. Surrounded by crackling electricity, he strides forward. Sang-dae. So you were here all along. I've been looking everywhere for you. He couldn't help but grit his teeth. Run, Tig, you bastard. What are you doing here? Does Sayo need you? He didn't answer, but just smirked, warning, you haven't changed a bit, have you? Don't talk to my brother like that. You're starting to piss me off. Tu immediately attacked Sang-dae, but he was blocked in time. Whether he was looking down on Sang-dae or praising him, no one could tell. An A-rank who can block? Not bad. He still tries to reason with him. "Thu, what the hell are you doing?" "This is a hospital," he roared. "Of course I know this is a hospital, a place for those dying from the blood mist. It's better if they just stay down and don't cause any trouble." Everyone at the scene was stunned. With a decisive punch, Sangdae tries to block the attack with his shield, but the hospital feels the impact. At the European Union Government Assembly's Disaster Prevention Headquarters, a man reports on the situation. "I deeply regret missing such a valuable opportunity. If things had gone smoothly, we could have eliminated Loon and the Centaur and had a chance to capture the Maiden. What's done is done. Let's look on the bright side. This incident gives us an opportunity to tarnish the Saintess's reputation. He commands that they will return, stronger than ever, so prepare yourselves." The door bursts open. What happened? A white-haired man in armor asks, "Why is Lion handling disasters under the Silver Maiden's authority?" "So, this is Kevin Hazard." An image of Kevin as a commander standing on a blade of ice with tens of thousands of soldiers below, humanity's greatest swordsman. The crescent moon symbol, the Silver Bone Knight, the commander of the Ice Legion, all that fame belonged to the Maiden Guild. He had a commanding presence. Kevin Hazard. Under his command, the Maiden Guild achieved many glorious feats, rivaling the Libra Guild in potential and reputation. Kevin was blessed with talent, power, and looks, yet there were still things that fueled his uncontrollable anger. Kevin roared in fury. "How dare that bastard Lion run rampant in my territory?" He questioned how Lion dared to do this, but the manager hesitated, unsure how to answer. "President, Kevin keeps complaining about this. It can't be. At least give me a reason. Why does it always have to be him?" His eyes roll back as he wishes he had died in the Demon Tower like the hero. "Praised as a hero, that bastard returned and stole all my glory." The two female soldiers behind them, unfazed by the scene, remark that their guildmaster seems quite angry. It's no wonder, since Legion stole all his glory. Again, Kevin cries out, and the short-haired Lion sighs in exasperation. Indeed, the Master and Lion have a deep conflict. It wasn't always this bad, but over time, things seem to have spiraled out of control. It's all because Lion's achievements were too resounding for someone to admit. That's right. The glory of conquering disasters. Just as Kevin was about to take down a monster, Jian swooped in and chopped off its head. He's the main character in every interview. While Jian is on TV, Kevin is drinking coffee and watching his score from karaoke. John got a perfect score while he was choosing a song. The short-haired girl seemed to be trying to endure the fury. That guy has stolen all the chairman's glory. Kevin's voice echoed again. He must not be forgiven. Those nearby sensed the Star-Lord was about to lose it as the manager tried to calm him down. The Inquisition has already sent men after Lion. Let's wait for their signal before we move. But you still won't stop. This time, you've gone too far. I'm going after that bastard myself. Kevin's hand clenched. You're good. I couldn't do anything 20 years ago. But then, a fierce wind suddenly whips around the market. I will take you down myself. Just you wait, you bastard. Huck couldn't help but worry. Things have spiraled out of control, and Kevin leads his group away. The manager decided to stall for time, continuing his previous phone call. Sir, we have a list of his destinations here. He's carrying a pair of contact lenses. A voice came from the other end saying that acting quickly might allow them to meet Lion before Kevin does. The person on the other end of the phone is unknown, so Kevin is already gone. Ending the call, he gave his orders. His conflict with Leon runs deep. No wonder he's moving so fast. I can't predict him. A girl stepped forward, asking, Sir, what are our orders? He turned away from the disaster zone, preparing to leave. Everything had to be ready. Two soldiers quickly pulled back the curtain. Heretic Inquisitors, stay where you are, all of you. Inside, the group was freezing in the wind, and a flushed Hugo held the microphone. Do you believe in me? The crowd roars. I believe. We believe in you. We all believe in you. You seem drunk out of your mind, so what do you all believe in? We believe in your power and the victories you've achieved. We believe in our two saints. The priestesses are just weaklings. Hugo sings out and the crowd cheers him on. He points to the sky, where a small vortex of fire appears. The solar nebula shines brightly as the group's excitement only intensifies. Lion Centaur, amazing, just amazing. A red-haired youth gritted his teeth as he led the charge. They're insane. Doing this in the priestess's territory is practically a declaration of war. Unacceptable. He grips his sword, ready to strike. Inquisition members, commence the purge of these heretics who spread such vile propaganda. You wretches, just you wait. Suddenly a fist came out of nowhere and slammed into his face. Ugh, what the hell? The blow sends him flying dozens of meters into a wall, shocking everyone. Legion, with a bottle in hand, angrily berates the rabble as the system announces that the crowd's faith in the Centaur has reached its peak. This unwavering faith is not to be trifled with. You all better leave. John cracks his knuckles, standing before the red-haired youth, issuing a warning. Are they trying to ruin my fun? Don't make me get involved. Though fearful, he struggles to his feet, saying, Even if you're Layan, how dare you act this way in the maiden's territory? As a member of the Heresy Inquisition, I can't allow it, he said, before taking another punch to the other cheek. What the hell? But this time it wasn't Jian, but a person wearing a hooded robe. Fool, we're not here to cause trouble. We were in the wrong. The man removes his hood, saying, Please forgive my subordinate's unsightly behavior, Mr. Lion. He introduced himself as the head of the Sacred Maiden Assembly's Heresy Inquisition. I am Perio. It's a pleasure to meet you. Time is of the essence. Shall we get straight to the point? Perio suggested politely. We want to work with you. To bring down Kevin Hazard, we must escape his control. More hurried footsteps approach a building, and Kevin angrily bursts through the door. Lion, you bastard, are you in here? Everyone inside drinking turns to look at him. Kevin furiously continued his search elsewhere. Could he be here? Still finding nothing, he stomped his foot in frustration. Where the hell is he? Why can't I find him? Kevin wondered, scratching his head. I know all the places he'd go, so how is he nowhere to be found? Then, Kevin seemed to realize something. Why was this so confusing? The reason is that the manager appeared from behind, advising, Chairman, we can't find him anywhere. Perhaps we should turn back. That person, Kevin orders him to take off the glasses, but the man doesn't seem to understand. But a flash of light sliced through the lens, instantly destroying it. He screamed, and at that moment, the system announced that the skill, Eyes of Delusion, had been disabled. The two girls following behind, bewildered, recognized it as the skill that made their guild leader wander aimlessly. He wore glasses to hide his actions. Kevin calmly approached the manager. It was you. You're stalling for time, aren't you? You want the Inquisition to find Lion before I do? He draws his sword, threateningly. Where are they now? Speak now, or face death. Kevin's cold demeanor is terrifying. One false word, and your head will roll. The handmade palace guards are in a panic, half of them already defeated. How did he get in here? John doesn't seem to matter at all, that's fine. This place must hold what I seek, and I intend to put it to good use. System notification. You are invading and fighting in the succubus's territory. Your experience and reputation are increasing. You have acquired several high-level items, as the Perio group watches the battle with growing concern. Is he planning to destroy the palace? That's fine. After all, he's on par with Guildmaster Kevin Legion. He can handle this. He recalled the Maid Guild was in disarray, rife with internal divisions, mainly due to Guildmaster Kevin's tyrannical rule, which alienated many. Perio then suggested to the Inquisition that this division could not continue, and that they needed his power to help them. Even slicked-back hair is intently watching the fight. It seems the state of the Maiden Guild is dire, if they're relying on outsiders and even bringing out the divine punishment. He recalled Jian's image from before, heavenly punishment, humanity's ultimate weapon. 20 years ago, Leon sacrificed himself in the battle at Demon Tower. The information that the Gemini adults were all present at the Maiden Palace was indeed correct. Just then, someone shouted, "The maidens are blessed by the heavens." Finally, the system announced, "You have defeated all subordinates in the Maiden Palace. The sacred treasure vault is before you." The group behind them marveled, wondering if the celestial punishment was beyond that door, as Kevin, who had appeared unnoticed, shouted for them to stop. They all turned to look at Kevin Hahn, who was panting heavily from running such a long distance. "Luckily, I made it back in time, you wretched bastard." Jian's battle instincts flared. "Let's settle our debts today," they declared in unison. Kevin strode into the temple. "It's been over 20 years, hasn't it? I didn't expect seeing you would bring me so much joy." He looked at Lai Wen mockingly. "Aren't those beside you centaurs? Long time no see. Hugo Otz, what happened to your face? And look, it's the one who betrayed me, Perio." "You think you can eliminate me with Lion's help?" Kevin said, coldly confident. "Fine, I won't have to hunt you down one by one. I'll just eliminate you all at once." Looking to the side, Xiang Ying saw shattered helmets and torn blue cloaks littering the floor as Kevin angrily demanded, "Who did this?" Lion's group stood still, ignoring Hazard's outburst. "Who has desecrated my temple like this?" The others silently pointed at Lion. "He insulted Lord Shen, you traitors." Kevin is enraged, drawing his sword. "You've given me another reason to defeat you." Lion's strike flashed through the air, while Kevin's sword left trails of ice wherever it struck. That attack also trapped Lion and the others in a giant block of ice, but perhaps Kevin underestimated them. A fire from their side melted the ice, Hugo's flames. Behind Hugo, 4 others stood, shouting, and Kevin A. continued, "That's right, you abandoned us." Before the roaring flames, Hugo issued a challenge. "Face me before you face Lion." Someone worries, oh no, he still hasn't recovered. Kevin scoffs, saying he's heard Hugo regained his strength, but he won't stop him. Hugo then summons a large arrow from thin air, followed by many more. How could he know these arrows came from the armory of myriad armaments? The hell arrow is drawn. Hugo sends a barrage of arrows towards Kevin, the largest aimed directly at his chest. He raised his sword high, ready to strike, and shouted, "You intend to face me like this?" The arrow hurtles towards Kevin, a large arrow about to pierce his forehead, as those behind him celebrate his apparent defeat. Hugo can't believe it. Is it over? The slick-haired knight suggests to Hugo that they prepare a resurrection spell while Lygian receives a call from someone. "It's me," he says with a smile as he answers the phone. "It's a long story, but I'm standing in front of the Maiden's treasury. Get here quickly." As the dust settles, Kevin remains standing, completely unscathed. He challenges them to start a grand battle now, and Kevin, gathering his magic, turns his eyes a glowing blue. Just then, Lion Jian, wielding a massive pair of shears, spoke up. "Everyone, stand back. If you're so eager, I accept." Kevin smirks. "Good, you've finally shown yourself." "Legion." The knights behind Kevin echoed in unison. "Holy Lord, we will assist you." But he wanted to deal with Lion himself, so he gave the order. "This is a battle. Children, step aside." With that, Kevin pointed his sword at Lion. "I've waited 20 years to take you down," Lion sneered. "Big talk." Kevin readies his stance as Lion's feet begin to move. Two immense powers collided head-on. They both roared, "Come on!" Lion's strike was blocked by Kevin's sword, surprising him. What? He blocked it? The system reports that power amplification is in progress. 76% of the power augmentation is incomplete, and due to side effects, he can't use his powers after hearing this announcement. Lion thinks to himself, what a disappointment. Kevin, seeing this, mocks him. "What's wrong, Lion? Put some strength into it, or should I?" Kevin's sword emits freezing power, chilling Lion to the bone as they fight fiercely. Suddenly, a notification. The S-rank artifact, Scissorblade, has been destroyed, unable to withstand the cold. Legion's weapon shattered, and Kevin thrust his sword straight at Lion. A flash of light streaks across his face as Lion dodges the blade. At the same moment, Lom's foot slammed into Kevin's wrist, causing him to curse in frustration. "Bastard!" Lion somersaults across the ground, catching Kevin by surprise. Using his heel to block the sword, Lion somersaults away. Seizing the opportunity, Lion prepares to charge Hazard, causing him to scream, while Kevin, now consumed by Ligon's powerful magic, frantically attacks a massive, bright object falling from the sky. It was a massive hammer that had just landed. Kevin stared at the broken sword in his hand, contemplating Legion's holy relic hammer. As Kevin wondered, a foot flew towards his face. Lion delivered a kick along with a reminder. Distracted in battle, Kevin is knocked back as Lion scoffs. "Provoke me more. Is that all you've got? I told you to put more strength into it. Is that all you've got after 20 years of waiting?" Kevin suddenly laughed. "I've finally woken up." Kevin's face is bruised, but he's still smiling. This is Lion, powered up at last. He then throws down the broken sword and summons a glowing staff, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "From now on, I'll use my full strength." Gripping the staff, he looked confident of victory. The slick-haired knight stares in disbelief. Could it be? Hugo grits his teeth in frustration, while Lion sits calmly on his hammer, unfazed. "It's been a while since I've seen that ice pillar, huh? I wondered why you were using a sword. Turns out you were hiding it?" Kevin confidently retorts, "Of course, this isn't something you can just pull out whenever you want." The royal treasure is holding a different, fancier sword, and Kevin confidently issues a challenge. Round 2 begins, and the hammer at Lion Jian's feet is freezing over. Kevin's inquiry is far from innocent. "Can you even move?" Not only has the ice sword frozen the surroundings, but it's frozen his sacred treasure as well. Kevin remarks triumphantly. "Lion, you've grown too arrogant? Have 20 years of imprisonment made you so foolish?" The sword hurtles toward the trapped lion, piercing him. Blood drips onto the floor, reflecting the figure impaled by the blade. Hugo shouts, "Gun, you long-haired scaredy cat, Mr. Lie." But no one notices Ligon standing blankly behind them. But why is Lion suddenly jumping from behind? Kevin, sword in hand, is stunned because the person in front of him isn't Lion. The system announces the activation of the damage substitution skill, leaving Kevin stunned. Why Barrio? As they both stood there dumbfounded, Lion appeared beside them, hammer in hand. "I've been thinking about it." Lion gathers his strength. The one who spoke of restoring order to the sanctuary was a false believer. System announcement, Priestess's faith 3%, Libra's faith 97%. Perio stares blankly at Gion, sweat pouring down his face. His one blow sent both of them flying. In the dust, Gion smirks as a massive blue crystal, bound in chains, appears before them. Heaven's punishment. Within that crystal, a massive axe is sealed. The wind howls, knocking Kevin and Perio to their knees as they cough, and Kevin roars, "How dare you, you bastard!" Hugo approached them, saying seriously, "How ironic, Kevin, that you, who betrayed Gian at the Demon Tower, are now betrayed by your own subordinate." He looked up at him, confused. "Huh? What are you talking about?" "I betrayed Li Jian." "Yes." No sooner had he spoken than Hugo pointed at Kevin, accusing, "Don't play dumb. You set Gian up and stabbed him in the Demon Tower." He rose up in anger, protesting, "Don't make baseless accusations and frame me." His temples throb, still stubbornly clinging to his lies. After deceiving the world for 20 years, have you begun to believe it yourself? The more he heard, the angrier he became. Kevin's eyes changed, and blue lightning-like flashes appeared around him, as if he was preparing a fatal blow for Hugo. "Shut your mouth. I won't forgive anyone who dares insult her." But suddenly something stopped Kevin from moving. It turned out Perio had made his move from behind. He used radiant chains to bind Kevin's sword and arm. Damn it. This is why we should have ended things back at the Blood Omen incident. Kevin looked back in shock, wondering if this was the Libra's skill, the golden rule. Perio laughed triumphantly, holding a cross-shaped knife radiating a dazzling light. The system activates using Libra's ultimate skill. Equivalent exchange, allowing you to choose what you wish to trade with Asia, the god of balance and justice. Instantly, Kevin is pulled into a circle, suspended by chains like a scale. This only made him more wary as Perio grinned, booming, "I offer you the Holy Maiden." Perio shouts Kevin's name, but Kevin won't let him succeed so easily. He musters all his strength to unleash his ultimate move. In the frozen winter, he wields his sword, unleashing a lightning strike to sever his own arm and escape the chains. A resounding crack, and blood splatters before a stunned Perio. A wave of shock washes over him as Kevin breaks free and collapses. He severed his own arm? Those watching from behind were stunned into silence, while Kevin's two subordinates cried out in alarm. Overcoming his surprise, High Priest Perio continued to brazenly mock Kevin. "Unbelievable. You dared to cut off your own hand in that situation," as two soldiers rushed to support him. Perio shielded his eyes, sneered, and said, "The look on your face as you cut off your own hand was a masterpiece. It seems you've completely avoided becoming a sacrifice to the gods." Kevin struggled to sit up, clutching his wound, and cursed inwardly. Damn it! But then the system reappears, activating an equal exchange. Kevin Arian's right arm for the Saintess, deemed a sacrifice. Perio stood mysteriously between the scales, which were drawing in the essence of the sacrifice, forming an eerie circle. Having secured the prize, the system continued, activating the wondrous space as a reward for your offering. Upon hearing this, Perio laughed excitedly, saying, "It's a bit of a shame, but a saint's arm is more than enough as an offering." Sensing the situation, the others behind him began to make their moves. A figure wielding a massive hammer leaps forward with incredible speed, slamming it into the ground and unleashing a ferocious wave of lightning. It quickly spread to where Perio was standing. He frowned at the brutal scene, but perhaps it was nothing to Perio. With a sharp gaze, he slowly said, "Too late. Welcome to the mystical space." As he spoke, thousands of trees shaped like grotesque hands sprouted around a tower. Deadly thorns covered the tower, and the land resembled a fetid swamp. This was the wondrous space that had opened. Suddenly transported, the others panicked, asking, "How is this possible? Where are we?" John stood in a corner, lost in thought. He'd experienced this unsettling atmosphere before. Could it be the same time? But Perio's appearance on the tower cut off his thoughts. He spread his arms and laughed. "Well, how do you like this hellish landscape? This space will soon become your grave." Two angry soldiers charged forward, swords in hand, shouting at Perio to shut his mouth. "Wasn't offering the Holy Master's right arm as tribute enough for you? I'll make you pay." Then with their blades, they made a cross symbol and shouted the name of their ultimate skill. Fueled by the northeast wind, they soared, their swords shimmering with blue light. But reality bit us, and they landed silently, unable to even touch Perio. Confused by their lack of impact, they were immediately perplexed. "What's going on?" Kevin, who had struggled to his feet behind them, said dejectedly, "I can't use it." He looked at his trembling hands and explained, "I can't use my power. The connection to the Holy God has been severed." Hearing this, the redhead looked at Hugo in surprise. "Lord, it seems we also," he replied anxiously. "That's right. I can't use the power of the Holy One either. How could a mere believer use power at this level?" Then, the large hands beside them suddenly crumbled into pieces, falling on top of them and sending them flying into the air amidst panicked screams. Perio laughed, confidently declaring, "This is an isolated space created by the scales' power, so you can't use your precious divine strength here. Gods here, you're just ordinary people, useless and small." As he gloated, a horde of bizarre creatures appeared, seizing everyone and trampling the soldiers, plunging the area into chaos. John, along with his men, charged toward Perio, who, despite his initial surprise, quickly regained composure, drew his weapon, and declared they wouldn't get away with it. But then, a series of massive hands reached out, seizing them. As they struggled, cursing the wretched hands, which were no ordinary calamities, Perio, seeing John suspended in the air, mocked him, saying, "Legion, why don't you greet your old enemies?" When John looked confused, Perio gloated, "Don't tell me you've forgotten. You were friends with them for 20 years, weren't you? They're the ones who pushed you to the brink of death in the Demon Tower." John glared, his heart pounding as he heard the taunts. Indeed, Gian realized where these brutal hands came from. They weren't the kind of invasive disaster seeking to enhance their own power like Blood Ogre, but were true invasive disasters, like those that appeared in the Demon Tower. These so-called calamity hands emerged from a rift, each a grotesque shape, eager for a tasty meal. While at the Scorpio Korea Calamity Accident Specialist Hospital, the situation was equally grim. Sangjae, battered and bruised, stared ahead, thinking, "He blocked all my attacks." His opponent, too, remained pristine, gloating, "I told you, it's useless. See the difference between an S-class and an A-class?" Tu used his special move to quickly overwhelm Sangjae, leaving him unable to move no matter how hard he tried. At that moment, he suddenly uses his divine palm fist, preparing to deliver a decisive blow, saying, "You can mess with Junsu, but not with me." With that, he decisively shattered Sangjae's ultimate technique with a punch, sending him flying. He was quickly slammed into the wall, the force shattering it behind him. He looked up, stunned by where he'd landed. That was his mother's hospital room. Before he could recover, Tu approached. Holding a book, he asked Sangjae if this was his mother's hospital room. When he turned to look, he realized his demonic scripture was in Thu's hands. He was shocked and blamed himself for always falling into this situation. But Tu gave Sangjae no time to rest, immediately kicking him in the stomach. That kick makes Sangjae cough up blood again in pain. Seeing him clutching his stomach on the ground, Tu smiles and says, "Do you know what a grimoire is? It's just a scroll about how to use demonic energy. Well, with your dim-witted brain, no wonder you're just a nobody." He then raised his hand, gathering his spiritual energy into a mass. Not bad, considering his efforts. "Now, give up. In the afterlife, be sure to hold your mother's hand tight." With that, the chief slams the energy mass into the mother and son, sending them flying out of the hospital in an instant. Sangja panics, screaming, unsure of what to do as he dangles in the air, about to meet his maker. He screamed in despair, knowing he couldn't save himself or his mother. Still unconscious, she fell with Sangjae from a dizzying height, the force of the explosion having sent them and Ju's hospital bed flying. Everything happened so fast he couldn't react, only succumb to despair. Sangjae and Ju were truly hanging by a thread. Overcome with fear, Sangja plummets, visions of loved ones flashing through his mind. "Uncle, sister, father, is there no one who can help me?" He fell, plagued by questions. What to do? I don't have the strength to hold on to the sword Uncle gave me anymore. There's no one to beg for help. Is there no way out? Calm down. I'm about to fall. There's no other way. Why am I so useless? Why is this happening? Calm down. That idiot Trangde. In the Demon Tower, as he faced death, he looked to Ju. He acted purely on instinct, she thought to herself. Even amidst the bloody mist, he never gave up. And they fell together with the rubble. At this moment, Sangdae has only one choice, so he can't give up. He must succeed. He will protect his mother. Just then, the system window appears, welcoming him, the one with an indomitable spirit, to the Serpentarius constellation. You are now qualified to take the Serpentarius Starstream trial. With newfound power, will you fight your enemies? Sangdae could answer yes or no, but he was stunned by the information in front of him. What's this, Ophiuchus? In this desperate moment, Sangdae cares nothing for the test and cries out, "Damn it, whatever, I'll do anything just once." He roared, seizing his last chance. Just let me protect her once. Tu, standing above, was stunned. He glanced at the scene, stunned. What? He still has magic power? Seiji's body is now emitting a green aura. He held Ju tightly, landing safely, and exclaimed in surprise, "He's still alive." A wild laugh echoes, proving that even a saint is nothing special. Below, the many-armed monster blocks their path, and the people groan and curse. "Damn it!" Barrio roared with laughter, reveling in his triumph. I can't believe I'm ending things this easily. I almost exhausted myself preparing. He looked at them and with a contemptuous tone said, "Aren't you all supposed to be saints?" Kevin could only helplessly endure Perio's mockery, writhing like a trampled worm. "Try flailing about." He glanced at Lion Jian, who was fighting the monster, and asked with a smirk, "Watching these powerless fools struggle only dirties my eyes. What about you? Endure or give up?" Berio feigned kindness, saying that sometimes giving up is the best option. Before he could finish, a scornful voice cut him off. "Too much talking." His face darkened, then twisted into a strange smile. "You tell me to give up?" A chill ran down his spine as he stumbled backward, John's face half hidden by his hair, making him appear even more sinister. Even without the backing of the gods, even fighting the Crimson Snow alone, even wandering the Demon Tower for 20 years, I never considered giving up. You dare tell me to quit? In this situation, he suddenly arches his back and screams, "You think you can win with these useless trinkets? How naive." Jian's eyes gleam as he smirks. "Don't be delusional, you fool. You think that's enough to threaten me?" Despite wielding a powerful artifact, Perio panics and lashes out. "You think you can intimidate me with that?" Overcoming his panic, he aimed his weapon and roared, "If you want to die, I'll grant your wish." Perio's scream echoed with determination. "As you wish." Meanwhile, one man remained in a precarious situation as Sangda mustered all his strength, delivering a trembling blow towards his opponent. His earth-shattering punch knocks out his opponent in one swift blow, his face swelling like a pig's head, spewing blood. Sangde firmly plants his feet, his body radiating a green aura as he declares, "You want me to give up? I absolutely will not give up. I'm sick of being powerless." Before the fight, he moved Ju to a safer location, and then Sangde spoke up. Now, remembering his brother in the ICU, he calls out, "Uncle Jagal." Sangde clenches his fist, determined to shout, "I will protect everyone with my own hands." Immediately, the system window appeared, declaring the challenge overcome and the first disciple of the Serpent-Bearer constellation revealed. At that moment, Jian's eyes lit up as well, along with a token and the message that the first follower had opened a new chapter in the Lion Gospel. You can use your power to record the scriptures, and instantly a light erupts from within him. Perio, blinded by the light, cries out in panic, "What's happening?" Everyone was affected and screamed, "John, is this the power of the lion?" Tiny beams of light pierced the monster's massive hand, the red barrier shattered by the blinding light, and a bare foot ascended the steps. So that's what was happening. As his foot landed, the ground shattered, and a man emerged from the white smoke, his clothes burned away by his immense power. John, in his glory, declared his ability to wield the power of the Bible. The crowd gasped in astonishment as he appeared. Legion, the gospel lion, triumphant from Revelation, emerged from the tower he had shattered, where he had once confined himself. Jian, with a fierce determination, coldly declared, "I want to deal with you first, but I have something I need to take care of." Seeing the tables turn, Berio panicked. "What?" He immediately glanced back, thinking of the sky's judgment as the ice became transparent, revealing what was inside, leaving Perio both terrified and suspicious. Did the shattered space reveal the sacred treasure? He casually brushed Perio aside. "Get out of the way." John raised his hand and placed it on the ice. With a simple gesture, he freed the sky sentence from its chains, leaving Perio to grit his teeth, thinking, he could just take it with force? John slings the weapon over his shoulder, a nostalgic grin spreading across his face. A feeling familiar, even after 20 years. He gives it a gentle shake, greeting an old friend. "Sky, it's been a while." The system window appears, identifying the weapon as Sky Sentence SS, one of the 8 great holy relics and Lion's ultimate weapon. Just then, a monster's hand lunged down as he was still conversing with his weapon. "It's been 20 years. You must be itching for some disaster blood." This monster won't shed a tear until it sees its coffin, heading straight for Jian. But it wasn't so easy. Just raising his weapon hand made the massive hand tremble, and with a cold glare, Jian spoke. "What? Is that all there is?" He raised his other hand in annoyance, saying that if he was going to do something, it had to be like this. With one swift strike towards Perio, he created a gash that stretched for meters. As expected of a sacred relic, its power is overwhelming, causing even the other man to scream. Kenvin opened his eyes to a scene so shocking he was utterly stunned. The once flat ground was now cleaved in two. John couldn't help but sneer at each helpless utterance. What to do? Berio could only tremble and crawl backward, listening in fear as Jian said, "Aren't you the Libra zodiac? Even insects squirm when stepped on. Try to struggle." As the sharp relic came crashing down, John's playful voice echoed, I prefer those who never give up. And the others? John lifted his weapon, asking softly. Give up? His eyes suddenly gleam, a smirk playing on his lips as he slowly says, Why don't you try? A blinding, eerie green light appears in the desolate Rocky Mountains as Lion, with his imposing figure, smirks and asks, What are you doing? He looks at the trembling man before him and continues, Isn't that the famous Libra constellation? Even a crushed worm squirms. Try to struggle. Amidst the blinding light, that voice echoed, I prefer those who never give up. What about you? Lion's eyes burned with power as he lowered his blade. Ready to give up? His face filled with murderous intent, he smirked, Try a little harder. Immediately, the opponent raised the golden scales and shouted, Stop him! Everyone stop him! As he spoke, countless massive dark hands flew toward him, only to be cleaved apart by Lion's blade, falling to pieces. Then, Legion wielded his massive blade as he floated in the air, the clash of their powers creating a shockwave that shook the earth. Suddenly, a sharp slash came down from above, as Lion raised his weapon to the sky in defiance. That's right, come on! He revealed sinister eyes and shouted with a wicked smile. My sky hasn't tasted disaster in ages. How refreshing. Elsewhere, someone calls upon the azure energy of the septentrion stars. Then, a brilliant golden aura is summoned to the glorious sky. At the same time, the two merge with the believer's combined skill, known as the glorious north wind. Apollo appears instantly and space is destroyed. Now they can all connect with the holy gods. The other gods are summoned soon after. Maiden, Centaur, and Rebirth. Lion, seemingly impatient, growls, too slow on the revival and posing to boot. Hearing this, they couldn't contain their anger and shouted, Shut your mouth. Meanwhile, the man with the few strands of hair falling across his forehead wondered in a panic, how could he be so strong? He'd even severed his connection to the divine. No, I have to get away. But he was immediately stopped in his tracks by a stern voice. Barry, followed by a pair of legs leaping high into the air. Kevin descends from above, sword in his left hand. My right arm. As he finished speaking, a gleaming slash was unleashed, and a look of utter panic filled his bloodshot eyes. However, an evil black aura suddenly erupted from his neck, fiercely resisting Kevin's fatal blow. Kevin quickly retreated, using his sword to parry as he spoke. That skill. Meanwhile, the newly appeared shadow added, I didn't want to meet you like this. Hearing this, Kevin immediately assessed the situation. It is you, after all. Looking forward, he added, Jing Louis Yorin. The other party remained calm. Long time no see, Kevin. I have urgent business with this one. With that, he immediately lowered his head, eyes bloodshot. Barrio, are you planning to run? We wanted to eliminate them all. After he said that, all right, I'll give you one more chance. He was controlled and began vomiting blood. At the same time, countless streams of dark energy spread across the sky. Ring narrowed his eyes coldly. I will offer you as a tribute to the gods, and as a calamity, you will fulfill your mission, just like Perio. Hearing this, he could only stare in silence. Jing Louis Morin, the cancer saint, used the Libra's equivalent exchange skill, turning Brio into a sacrifice. Lion, with his blade on his shoulder, casually asked, Hey, silver hair, his old name was Perio, right? And Kevin seems a little interested. Again? Are you going to give him a nickname? Just as he finished speaking, someone's voice suddenly rang out. Keen observation, but what about the great Barrio? Kevin replies, seemingly impatient. I'm tired of your thoughts. Whatever. I don't know how the centaur accepted him, but Lion Jian looks ominous. If he doesn't accept him, what will he do? Hearing that, Kevin chimed in, Yeah, right. Meanwhile, Perio was gradually being consumed, a horrifying sight that drew a sneer from Lion. Is he covered in filth? How disgusting. He wondered how he could possess such power. Body enhancement, perhaps? At that moment, the system displayed a message. Enhancement exceeding 80%. Side effects of the process will disappear. You can test your enhanced strength. A thought crosses his mind. Even a light swing is powerful. Let's try a real strike. Lion grips the hilt with both hands, raises the blade, and brings it down with a mighty blow. His brow furrows in disbelief. What? A voice echoes through the heavens, and suddenly Lion summons me. What could this be about? Myung sighs, touching his hat as he asks, Could this be what he mentioned at the temple? He's not fighting the Holy Master, is he? Suddenly, an immense light shone down upon him, followed by a powerful gust of wind. Myung struggled to make sense of it all. The Maiden Palace had been blown to bits. Then, a girl's voice spoke from nearby. Was that the Maiden Palace that just got blown up? Myung was a little surprised. Before him, a man lay motionless amidst the shattered rubble as a bare foot descended with mocking intent. How can he enhance his body like that? He can't even control his power. Lion stared at his palm, wondering what 100% would be like, now that he was already at 85%. It looks like it'll take some time to get used to this. Meanwhile, Kevin is covered in dirt and trembling as he calls out. Then came a piercing scream, and the madman gained another mark. The Star Maiden's temple is gone. After someone's words, has Barry been defeated? Attacking the calamity, sowing discord among the gods, internal betrayal, the entire plan has failed. Don't you find this all a bit funny? But Din could only hang his head in sorrow. I'm ashamed of this. I didn't expect Lion Jian to bring those people with him. Then, the other party continued. You even revealed yourself to them. Tell me, what were you thinking? But Din smirked. Didn't you order me to capture Lion Jian? I was only trying my best. As he finished speaking, the hand snapped, and a voice as cold as ice spoke. Are you toying with me? Suddenly, countless golden chains erupt, binding Rin. He knelt on one knee, face down. No, I wouldn't dare do that in front of you. Jay listened calmly, propping his chin up with his hand. I hope that sarcastic tone comes from confidence in your future success. Then, her fingers twitched slightly. What are they planning? Without hesitation, Din responds. Covered in sweat, Kevin Hazard will assert his innocence, so they're headed to another development. Upon hearing the words Scorpio constellation, Hugo, who had been smugly folding his arms, was a little confused. Was the one who harmed Lion the Scorpio constellation? Kevin affirmed it was indeed Scorpio, prompting Hugo to shake him violently. I don't know who it is, but Hallie wouldn't do that. Are you planning to go head-to-head with someone so difficult? We've reviewed all records of the unknown civilization's sword. Kevin, enraged, immediately slapped the man in front of him. Don't judge so quickly after receiving help fighting the blood fog. And speaking of the sword, if I could defeat Lion, why would I sneak in here? I can't even prove it. I must defeat him where all can witness it, he said sternly. Since it's come to this, I'll show you the evidence that the Scorpio constellation is responsible. Lead the way to the sacred treasure vault. Upon hearing this, the other two immediately responded. Kevin suddenly turned around. The sword you presented as evidence against me is not unfamiliar. As he stared at the wooden cellar door, he continued, I've been secretly investigating the temples. Kevin took the lead, placing his other hand on the cold door. Determined to find the enemy hiding among the gods, he slowly opened the door, revealing a room filled with sharp swords and blades, as a familiar voice echoed once more. These are the things I found while investigating the Scorpio constellation, all connected to an unknown civilization. Kevin stares intently, affirming that the Scorpio constellation is dangerous, a threat to human civilization. Meanwhile, someone was coming down the stairs, but something seemed off. The statement draws the attention of all three, who look up to see the approaching girl and exclaim, Yuha! Yuha stopped on the stairs as Kevin continued. You're the centaur's daughter? Annoyed, he propped himself up and looked at Yuha, asking, What exactly are you implying? She quickly replied seriously, Exactly what you said. Scorpio is dangerous. Before coming here, I went to Scorpion City. I was helped by Sir Hai, a good man. It seems you've made a hasty judgment. Everyone below was shocked to hear this, and Kevin was the first to speak, his face filled with panic. You went to Scorpion City? You know where it is? He was anxiously questioning Yuha when a familiar voice echoed from behind. Turns out John's stomach was sending out signals, interrupting the tension from before, and Hugo spoke up to explain. Let's eat first, Gian said, leaving Kevin speechless. Finally, they arrive at a restaurant to appease Gion's hunger, but inside, everyone, from customers to staff, is gaping as if witnessing something supernatural. Some couldn't resist pulling out their phones to record, as Gian, across from them, crushed a glass in his hand and sighed. This is insane. Why can't I control my strength? There's a pile of broken glass under the table. It seems Gian is the culprit. No wonder everyone is so shocked. Observing his pointless actions, Kevin finally snapped, Ligun, you got a problem with me. Even if I were a saint, I couldn't make up for what you've done. In contrast to Kevin's uproar, Yuha leaned on her hand, gazing at John adoringly, and said with a smirk, You're so cool, uncle. Hearing that only fueled his anger. Sagittarius, is this how you raise your daughter? Hugo, caught in the crossfire, could only cry silently as Kevin, noticing Gian staring intently, asked, What? No sooner had he spoken than Gian grabbed his head, landing a second blow, then mercilessly yanked his head up and down as the cultist tried to intervene, calling for the leader. Suddenly, a system notification appears, announcing the completion of body enhancement, shedding the weak human form, and replacing it with the first stage of a divine body. Gian, receiving this information, continues to torture Kevin's head, lost in thought. Even in battle, his body feels much stronger. Amidst the chaos, Hugo secretly rejoices that he hasn't been targeted. Just sit still. What are you doing out there? John, not even done teasing Kevin, immediately places his other hand on Hugo's head. It seems the tables have turned, as Kevin rejoices at Hugo's capture. Why don't you stay put? Did you get caught too? Yua silently watched the chaotic scene unfold, so amused that she covered her mouth, filming the moment with her other hand and sighing, "They're so dumb." Kevin, seeing her as a freak, continued to yell, "You're crazy. Is that centaur really your son?" Immediately after, Yuha suddenly spoke up. "Oh right, Mr. Hai asked me to give you a message." Hearing her call, Jian quickly threw the two guys to the ground and turned to answer. "What is it?" Yuha pulls out a lidless box containing a shimmering golden pen. As soon as she sets it down, the system provides information. The truth-writing quill, a remnant of the scribe. Recognizing the item, the zealot in the back immediately chimed in. "Ligan, one of the 8 great relics who knew we'd see it here." Jian remained calm, then picked up the box, carefully examining it as he pondered. The scribe, the final goal of the trial of wisdom. The final challenge of the wisdom trial is to find the scribe who knows Serpentarius's whereabouts. John pondered. Scorpio is the one who runs away whenever he sees me, so why does he have this? Doesn't he hate me? He turned to the zealot and asked. "Have you checked everything in the underground vault?" He replied seriously. "That's right, there are many things related to the unknown civilization. It might be related to the Scorpio constellation." Kevin, who had been lying on the ground with Sumi pressing down on his head, spoke hastily. "See, didn't I tell you? The Scorpion is definitely connected to the unknown civilization. I'm sure I mentioned the unknown civilization before." He spoke more and more intensely, making everything seem grave. "I even saw him messing with you. 20 years ago he was always poisoning your food." Then, Kevin glared and declared that the one who harmed Lun was definitely Scorpio. But after he spoke, everyone saw Kevin acting exactly as he described, frantically putting something in Jian's food, thinking no one would notice, as they helplessly watched the scene unfold. John asks, "Then what is this?" Kevin, still pouring, retorts, "It's medicine." Ligan wasn't born a god, constantly forced to change bodies and fight calamity. Having done his part, he rises, a confident smirk on his face. "You never fight at full strength when you're up against me, so I always slip some supplements into your food. You don't need to thank me." Hugo, who had woken up behind him, glared at him with distaste. "So yours is a tonic, but the Scorpion's is poison?" The zealot happily added fuel to the fire. "Then let me check if it's a tonic or poison." Kevin quickly intervened. "Don't touch it. This belongs to Ligan." "Do you doubt your own city lord? Are you even one of my followers?" After being scolded, he could only shut his mouth, thinking to himself how awful this was, as the system added insult to injury. The believer's faith was dwindling while the two continued to bicker over the bottle of medicine. Hugo challenged, "Here, you drink it." Kevin refused to back down, shouting, "This medicine doesn't suit me." Ignoring their childish bickering, the follower turned to Jian, saying, "Lord Ligan, I am ashamed that the leader of the Heresy Inquisition is involved with another constellation." Finishing his piece, he solemnly added, "He's been strange from the start. The Sanctuary riot was a life-threatening gamble, and yet as vice chairman and one of the 10 stars, he didn't try to mediate or suppress it. He not only seized control of the constellations, but also separated our army. You thought I'd trust him? From the start of the riot, it was his trick to make us fight each other." John recalled those moments, agreeing. "That's right. All the information we investigated was fabricated by him to make us suspect the priestess." He frowned, marveling at the man's audacity. The more Jian thought about it, the more clues he uncovered, and he suddenly exclaimed, "Huh?" Then Jian recalled Yan, struggling to utter the words, "Maiden of the Sky." All information and evidence pointed directly to her. At that moment, he shouted that the oracle was holding the sky's judgment, and Jian continued to reason. "It's so obvious it makes me doubt the answer. Since I barely remember the sword, I can't be sure if the silver-haired guy was the one who stabbed me. If that's the case, we should also suspect others, like the priestess or Libra," the follower said slowly. "So, Kevin, you remember when he angrily scolded you, and how he helped you with the blood mist? Don't be so quick to judge. Speaking of the Azure Blade, if I wanted to mess with Ligan, why would I secretly enter the Demon Tower? No proof, is there? Instead, I'd rather defeat him before the eyes of the world." Hearing the believer mention Kevin, Jian sat down, crossed his arms, and chuckled. Though not certain, if the silver-haired man wasn't him, his foolish actions would only lead to self-destruction. Understanding dawned on him, and he exclaimed in realization. But Yu-ha quickly interjected. Uncle, what do we do? John cheerfully replies, let's just go find Scorpio. Growing serious again, he pondered that the man must be involved, suspecting he gave him the pen through Yu-ha. I also tried to make Sangde my follower. It seems it will take a long time to meet him. Upon hearing him mention Sangde, Yua felt like she'd been struck by lightning, and her face darkened. Despite the circumstances, the two continued to bicker, and Hugo forcefully poured the entire bottle of medicine into Kevin's mouth. But when Sangde appeared, Hugo trembled and turned to Ligon asking, what are you talking about? John cheerfully replies, Sangde is my follower, and your son is my follower, my first follower. Hugo, getting goosebumps, shouts, don't mention it, he's under your control. But at that moment, Yuha appeared behind him like a ghost, whispering in Jion's ear, making him shudder in fear. Uncle, why Sangjae and not me? And 1,000 questions whirled through his mind as she, with a predatory look, answered herself, I'm sorry for putting you in a difficult position, Uncle, aren't I? I'll just ask John Sangjae myself. John senses the murderous aura and can only call out to Yuha. Too late to stop her, Yuha's already dialing. Sangjae, please don't do this to me. You took my uncle, I'm so sad. Can you handle my pain? Her fingers danced across the screen as she texted and called him. Sangde, stop playing around and pick up the phone. Why isn't my Sangde answering my texts or calls? Yuha seems to be venting all her anger on her phone, typing so fast and hard you can hear it. Seeing this, John quickly tried to stop her. Yuha. Meanwhile, Sangde calmly trolls Yuha as his phone, which has been ringing non-stop with her calls, lies on the ground, its cracked screen displaying her name. But Sangde paid it no mind, gasping for air with dirt smeared across his face. Gasping for air, Sangde manages to say, I won. Run, Tigu, you bastard. You think you can mess with me? But from behind the wall, Chu was leaning on. A figure emerged, saying, Sangjae. Impressive. Defeating the Libra constellation's S-class follower. Surprised, he glanced at the voice, seeing a nurse holding Sangjae's book, who smiled and said, Thanks to you, I could easily suppress Jun Tigu. Still confused, he asked, Who is that? As soon as he finished speaking, a purple aura enveloped him, causing Sangjae to recoil in alarm. My transformation was perfect, wasn't it? Releasing the Pisces transformation, the figure reverts to their original form, revealing a man. He confidently laughs, introducing himself. I am Choi Sang-hyuk, the head god of Gemini. But Sangjae, unfazed, simply frowns and asks, Is cross-dressing your hobby? Sang-hyuk, you mean the girly one? He shouts back, No! He clenched his fist in anger, lamenting, I never imagined I'd have to cross-dress to find the forbidden book. Do you even know what it is that you took? No one but me can possess it. Sangja casually scratched his head and replied, Ah, yes, my mistake. If you want it back, fine. I don't need it anymore. This action surprises Sang-hyuk, but he quickly recovers, smiling as he opens the book in his hand, unleashing a mysterious purple flame. Sorry, but I can't just leave like that. There's so much I want to ask. Starting with what happened to Lord Hai? Suddenly, purple vortexes appeared all around. Sang-hyuk shouts, From you, the Gemini Palace traitor, to every foot that emerges from those countless vortexes, Sangja, come with us. As he finished speaking, dozens of people appeared, surrounding him. Seeing Sangja's frightened expression, he continued, What do you think? Surprised, aren't you? Across from the chaos was a patient's room where a weary man lay in bed. Seong Haiwook's words echo even here. Come with us. This caused the patient to frown slightly, then slowly open his eyes. Seeing Sang-hyuk use magic to call more people, pushing him into a corner, Sangdia coldly said, So, that's the kind of person the squad leader is. Remembering his words, Sorry, but can you pay for the drinks? I forgot my card. I'll pay you back next time. Only Sangdia and Minhong could escape. Enraged, Sangde scoffs at his selfishness, but Chung Hyuk seems proud of who he is. Because I don't want to think about anything else. Sangja frowned, pointed at him and growled, Don't talk nonsense. Dung Hyuk smirked and replied, Then Sangjae, that's a pity. With that, he used Gemini's super soul skill and ordered his men, Subdue Sangjae and offer his life to me. The subordinates roared their compliance, raising their hand in unison, but this only fueled Sangjae's excitement, not his worry. Let's see how far you can go. I'm not the same as before. Suddenly, something strange happened. The magic surrounding him was being drawn forward. Sangjae realizes that Chung Hee-wook's magic circle is draining his power, and his eyes widen in disbelief as he wonders what's happening. They're draining my mana, and what's even stranger is that Chung Hee-wook and his group don't even know what's happening. What? Why is John Zhangjae's mana being drawn into that? Team leader, something's not right. Too far away to hear, Zhangjae just yells in frustration. Isn't that just stealing? Zhangjae's mana was drained in a matter of minutes. Because that was more than enough to summon an uninvited guest. The mysterious figure reached out and exclaimed, reveling in the immense power. Slowly, the figure began to emerge from the magic circle, long white hair and a concealing outfit appearing in the blinding purple light. Realizing it wasn't the spirit they intended to summon, Chung Hee-wook and his subordinates cried out in unison, "Huh? What is that? That's not the spirit we summoned, so why is that thing here?" A memory of Haji's failure flashes through Chung Hee-wook's mind. No, if I remember correctly, this is what Haji couldn't summon. He could say with certainty that this mysterious spirit was none other than the most powerful first-generation spirit king. Elizan had many questions swirling around Chung Hee-wook's group at this moment. Gathering our magic could summon the Elf King? Is that even possible? Could it be the power of Gumsu? After surveying the unfamiliar faces and vaguely grasping the situation, Elizan spoke. The one who sent the summoning signal is a Gemini believer among you. He then glanced over and continued. But what truly summoned me here is his power. Zhangjae couldn't help but feel surprised to hear Elizan express admiration for his strength. Whose power is that? Commendable. Though I'm under the protection of Gemini, I desire that power. Hearing him say he wanted to leave the sanctuary, Chung Hee-wook froze, his lips trembling as he uttered, "What?" He couldn't accept it and loudly questioned, "The first fairy king, how could that be?" "Aren't you part of the Gemini palace?" Elise coldly replied. "Why would I be? The link to the Gemini temple has been severed. I do not know where your saint has gone." What's more, he mocked that the man had left a gaping hole in their relationship, infuriating Rong Si-yu to the point of trembling. Even so, he restrained himself, resolving to keep the first-generation garden spirit in the sanctuary until they made a pact. Without hesitation, Rong Si-yu ordered his men to attack Sangdae and eliminate him. His subordinates responded in unison, quickly forming a circle around Sangdae. Seeing this, Sang gleefully laughed and taunted them to come at him. But unfortunately, after having his magic taken away, his Sagittarius power was depleted. Needless to say, Sangdae was shocked, looking down at his hands and then up at Elizan. "Huh? Oh, what's going on all of a sudden? What's going on?" Elizan suddenly feels guilty. "Did I drain all your mana just now?" "It's probably true," Sangjae said in a panic. "Is it because of you, fairy? Then you should go stop them." But Elizan seemed embarrassed, covering his mouth and blushing as he continued. "We haven't made a pact yet. Our relationship isn't that far along." Sangjae whined, "This is crazy," as Chung Hyuk reveled in Elizan's distressed state. "What happened to all that swagger, troll? It's not too late to break your contract with the first fairy king and join us." Before he could finish, cracks appeared on the wall next to him, and a young man burst through as it shattered. Without a word, the youth brushed past Yu-wook like the wind, delivering a devastating kick that sent him sprawling backward, then asked in a familiar voice, "Who is it?" Sangdae's expression mirrored the shock as the mysterious figure slowly rose from the dust, asking who dared threaten him, before a cold voice warned, "Stay away from him." The moment he looked up, Sangdae exclaimed in shock, "Uncle Zhuo!" Zhuo's sudden appearance caused quite a stir, as some people knew of his background. Impossible. You're the Sagittarius squad leader, defeated by the blood mist? A man bedridden for 10 years can move? That familiar power. The system says it's a soul blessed by the Sagittarius Fu, applying successa pretensis. His body is temporarily at its peak, and his super regeneration is temporarily enabled. Sangdae is overjoyed to recognize it as Uncle Jion's power. Seeing their team leader, Chung Hee-wook, get his glasses shattered and fall unconscious, his subordinates, though terrified, try to stay optimistic and encourage each other. "Damn it, we have nothing to lose. Everyone charge." That's right, there are only 2 of them. We have the numbers advantage. Considering the current numbers, they weren't wrong, and Sangdae couldn't help but feel doubtful. But then another voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Only 2 people." After that contemptuous question, many people appeared beside Sangdae. It was like finding light at the end of a dark tunnel. Sangdae couldn't contain his joy as everyone raised their bows, fiery arrows ready. Then came a warning from Sangjae's side. "Gemini bow, unless you want a hole in your head, surrender. Just look at the black cloaks and flaming arrows. It's Chung Hee-wook's group. We can tell if you're a fake or not. The centaurs, we're done for." Just as we were wondering what to do, their magic gate suddenly opened behind us. Perio's face is etched with tension as he barks out an order. The beast summoning operation failed, and everyone retreated. whisking themselves and Hyuk away before the Gemini twins could react, leaving only Sang-dae's centaur group and his regret at letting the enemy escape in the devastated aftermath. They got away, Sang-dae sighed, full of regret. Is it all over? But instead of answering, JW started a conversation. Sang-dae, it has been a long time. As the two stood face to face, memories flooded back. Just like the old days when JW was a towering knight and Sang-dae was just a mischievous boy. Now, comparing himself to the grown D, he excitedly remarks how much taller he's become. You used to only reach my hip, Dio says, placing a hand on his hip, grinning. Now you're up to my eye level. Tears well up in Sang-dae's eyes as he says, I don't know where to begin, but I'm so happy you're awake. John could only give him a thumbs up, at a loss for words. This reunion was filled with joy and warmth. Elizan hesitated to break the moment, but the object on the floor forced him to speak. They left the book behind. Hearing this, everyone looked in the direction Elizan was pointing, and sure enough, the twins had accidentally dropped a book, likely the very means that Chung Hee-wook used to summon spirits. Just as Sang-dae was about to turn to discuss it with Ju-won, an extremely familiar voice suddenly rang out. Troll Sang-dae. Sang-dae is startled, recognizing the voice as none other than his sister, Yuha, as if by reflex. Sang-dae's eyes widened as he shouted, Sis! Everyone around was equally astonished, calling out her name, Yuha. Calmly folding her arms, Yuha forces a smile, though clearly annoyed. Why are you so surprised? Are you hiding something from me? Sang-dae shook his head frantically. It's nothing, I'm just too happy. You dare keep secrets from me? Even Yuha can't stand it anymore, she shouts. You're lying. I know you've become a follower of Master Jian. At this point, Sang-dae could only think of one thing. Disaster. Seeing his difficulty in explaining, Joe quickly steps in to help. My lady, I'm awake. It was only then that Yuha noticed the others present, but most special to her was John's presence. Seeing him again moved her so much that she covered her mouth and called out to him with a trembling voice. The familiar John was awake, and the little girl seemed to have forgotten about settling accounts with Sang-dae. He's awake, thankfully. Dee forced a smile and replied, You've grown taller, miss. You're the only one who can hear Sang-dae's whispers. We owe our lives to you, John. Elizan commented, You're more tense than when you were surrounded by the Gemini Palace. But taking this opportunity, Elizan expressed his desire to make a pact with Sang-dae. You want to run away? Then make a pact with me. I'll move to your palace and you can escape. Isn't that win-win? In this desperate situation, Sang-dae agreed without hesitation. It seemed there was no other way. Following this acceptance, the system officially issued a notification. Having made a pact with Elizan, the first-generation fairy king, Sang-dae transferred Elizan to the Serpentarius constellation. With that done, Sang-dae asks, So, what do I do now? Elizan replies, What did you ask me to do? Run away. And with that, Sang-dae took off. Yuha then remembered her troublesome younger brother. Sang-dae, what do you think you're doing? She didn't expect to lose him for even a moment. Seeing his sister hot on his heels, Sang-dae stopped and laughed. You can get ahead of me, but I won't let you be Jian's first follower. He lands gracefully. You think I'm stupid? Why would I stop? But as he looks up, the woman before him leaves him speechless. For some reason, Sang-dae suddenly stopped. Yuha, a bit confused, said, I didn't expect you to listen to me so well. Did you get hurt when you fell? But all she received in return was Sang-rae calling out, Mother, which made Yuha turn to see what he was looking at. Before them stood two women, and one of them was their mother, smiling gently, happy to see her daughters were well. Then came a question filled with love, the kind only a mother could ask her daughters after so long. Yuha, Sang-dae, are you both well? At the Virgo transfer station, Jian asks if there are any transfer stations left, and Kevin nods in response. One of the few remaining stations. He adds that it's not as effective as the Gemini warp. It's not that there weren't any transfer stations. They began to spring up after the Gemini constellation incident. But John's attention was caught by Hugo's phone call. His mother had woken up? John too? Kevin asked, frowning. Hey, are you even listening to me? He just waved his hand, wanting to shoo him away. On the other end of the line, Yuha was sobbing with joy, saying her mother was asleep, though she didn't know if she'd fully recovered. The doctor said there were no health issues, and Hugo was moved to tears. Thankfully, Yuha took the opportunity to tell him everything. Sang-dae and Sagittarius drove Gemini away, and Juntagu has disappeared as well. Knowing those despicable beings had slipped through his fingers, Hugo's anger flared. He ground his teeth, asking if both Gemini and Juntagu had escaped. Listening from behind, John wondered who Juntagu was. and Goth revealed that he was the son of the Libra saint. And without John even asking, Goth explained why Hugo seemed to hate Juntu so much. Hugo discovered the culprits behind the blood mist incident 10 years prior. Juntig and Junsu, the children of Libra whom he confronted the Saint of Libra about. Back then, Hugo, in a fit of rage, confronted the Libra saint, Jellin, slamming his hand on the table and demanding, "You were the mastermind behind the Blood Mist project, weren't you?" It seems I underestimated this connection. I've reviewed all the investigation files you concealed. He also mentioned something he'd stumbled upon, a special trade item transported by Libra, and even a conversation between her two sons, Juntigu and Junsiu. I didn't know it would turn out like this. I didn't tell you to release him here, did I? With that information and the documents he brought, Hugo could confidently confront Jell directly. We also investigated the surviving witnesses. "Answer me, Libra," he growled. "So the disaster was caused by your son?" Faced with this accusatory question, Jay remained unusually calm. "Sagittarius, so you finally know?" she asked with a smirk. "So what? What are you going to do about it?" Her copper eyes glinted in the darkness. "What could a disgrace to the title of saint possibly do? I deeply regret the mistakes my sons have made. I will pay closer attention to them from now on." Clearly, this woman feels no remorse or regret. Hugo trembled with rage. "How dare you say such things?" Not only that, Jell shamelessly blames Hugo, stating that he failed to stop the Eagle Hand. Would Legion's intervention have prevented such a disaster? "You failed to protect Korea as Lion entrusted you." With that, she placed a scale on the table. "A symbol of Libra. Come to your senses, and I'll give you a chance." As always, Hugo was given a choice, and as he remained silent, she turned up the pressure. "If you're confident you can handle the responsibility, then reveal the truth or wage war against us as you please. Otherwise, clean everything up with your incompetence." Jay exhaled, a sympathetic smirk on his face. Or just let it go. "Kids make mistakes all the time, right? You have children too, so you must understand." From here, she began to exploit this weakness. That's right, he remembers their names. Hearing his children's names, Sangjae and Yuha, come from her mouth, Hugo's face instantly darkened. His hand resting on the stack of documents clenched tightly. Trembling. "A master of psychological manipulation," Jell pressed on. "Hugo, you're busy, aren't you? Decide quickly, what will you do?" Ending the flashback, Goth continued, saying that Libra left him no choice when Sangjae and Yuha were mentioned. Losing his power and the sanctuary, we don't know what Libra will do. Watching Hugo's back, Goth sighs with heartache. For Sangjae and Yuha's safety, the chairman would do anything. He suffered so much. Only now did Jian understand. That was why Hugo sent Sangjae and Yuha to another constellation. He frowned and gave the order. "Goth, find those siblings at all costs. The Alliance already suspects my intentions." Goth eagerly acknowledged the order, and with the task assigned, Jian felt a sense of relief, believing Sagittarius was weakening and unable to protect the children. Now that Capricorn has left Gemini to become my follower, I can rest a little easier. But that reminds me, with Capricorn as my follower, the next mission is coming. He opened the screen to take a look, and sure enough, there was a notification that a new quest had been added. Create the Ophiuchus Zodiac badge, and the designated Ophiuchus Zodiac Saint must be at least SS rank. Jian's head already aches. He can focus on making the badge later. Find someone to become a Saint of the Stars, and they have to be below SS rank. Lost in thought, Jian was interrupted by Hugo, who, with gratitude, explained that following Jian's advice to send the children away had averted disaster and stabilized the situation in Korea. Unexpectedly, Hugo glared at him, taking a few steps back. "What's wrong? You gonna grab my hair or something?" Jay shook his head slightly and replied, "Hey, Otex, would you like to come to my temple as a follower? I'll make you a saint, not only invite you as a believer but also call you by your Korean name." Hugo was stunned and exclaimed. Suddenly the sun god Apollo appears, and hearing the system's warning, the god of Sagittarius becomes wary. He warned not to covet those who had made a pact with him, but John simply said, "Don't be so difficult." Hugo and Goth, the two most diplomatic members, bid Apollo farewell and safe travels, while Kevin inexplicably began shouting, "Sangjae, Sangdae, stop joking around and answer me. Sangdae, did you make Jian ask about you? Hearing my invitation, do you also wish to join my sacred order?" Kevin threw his head back and roared with laughter before shouting a resounding, "No." Clearly, he's just trying to provoke me. Just then, the station's loudspeaker crackled to life. "Passenger 64 has been assigned a transfer platform. Please prepare to board." Though Goth could sense John's divinity increasing with each kick he landed on Kevin, he had to intervene. as it was their turn. "Stop it, we're about to leave." Hugo suddenly turned around with a dazed look and sighed. Too loud, Goth can't even understand what's wrong with him. What's with the attitude? Hugo, breathless, asked, "Don't you know why I'm like this?" And then he triggered a memory for Goth. Yuha was frantic, unable to reach her brother. "Sang, this isn't funny, answer me." Sang's fingers tapped the phone screen with increasing force and speed. Why wasn't her dear Sang answering texts or calls? Concerned about her phone breaking, everyone tried to reason with Yuha. Calm down? As her brother, how could Yuha stay calm thinking about his disappearance? "I'm sorry, everyone, but I have to go to Korea right now. That spoiled brat dares to. Got coughs a few times to get her attention, and it works. Yuha, calm down. I know a way to get you to Korea quickly." He placed a hand on his chest, his face and voice full of tenderness. "How about we go to the teleport station together? It's the fastest way." Before Yuha could answer, Myung interjected, saying that meeting like this must be fate. He gifts her a teleportation book, which Yuha excitedly accepts. "Oh my, this gift is so rare. Thank you." Seeing them laughing and talking so intimately ignited the Virgo constellation's animosity within Goth. Yuha seemed to have forgotten Goth's offer entirely, walking straight to Jian. "Uncle Jian, are you going to the Scorpio constellation?" Jian nods in reply. "That's right." Trying to impress him, Yuha uses her newfound knowledge to explain that the Scorpio constellation is isolated and inaccessible, with both sea and air routes blocked by an unknown civilization. "So we usually take the American route to the Leo constellation. But John thinks that's a bit of a waste of time." Yuha was about to say more, but time was up, so she teleported, saying, "After I take care of things in Korea, I'll head straight to the Leo constellation." "I'll see you there," she said sweetly. "Oh, uncle, father." John and Hugo turned their gazes at the same time. Yuha smiled brightly and continued, "I watched you two fight in the blood mist. You both worked so hard." After she disappeared, John smiled and remarked, "You raised a well-behaved child." Hugo proudly replies, "Of course." No matter how tired he was, he had to stop when he saw Goth's gloomy and disappointed expression. With a father's keen intuition, Hugo immediately understood the problem. So, back in the present, he glares at Goth and asks point blank, "You're acting strange. Are you plotting something against Yuha?" Perhaps hitting a nerve, Goth's tense face is now covered in sweat. Knowing his suspicions were correct, Hugo grabbed him by the neck and growled, "Why don't you answer me?" So that's why Jian hit Kevin, and Hugo is hitting Goth. Faced with this unusual situation, the station attendant cried out in exasperation, announcing that customer number 64 should proceed immediately. Standing in the transfer station, the four of them were still making a racket. "See, what's going on? Do I have to team up with Kevin? I need to prove my innocence." Kevin chimes in, pointing excitedly, adding that it would be a problem if someone else defeated Lion first. "I will destroy anyone who interferes with Lion," and then he confidently declares that only he can defeat Lion. Despite the contemptuous looks from the other three, he forget it. Just then, a train station employee asked, "We're ready for departure." "What are the coordinates, sir?" John smiled and replied, "The destination is Washington, D.C., USA, the Lion Palace." Sometime later, at a Lion Clan meeting, the leader shares newly received information. "Attention, everyone. I've just received word that Lion has arrived in Washington, D.C. Hearing that, the others grew excited, discussing how they should prepare a grand welcome, a performance worthy of the gods. Of course, who welcomes the strong better than the lion's roar? That lion, I'll make sure he never wakes up. On the day of the match, the host bellowed, "Welcome to the battle arena," and the crowd erupted in cheers. The games have begun. On a crisp morning, the Lion Constellation Arena in America buzzes with excitement, filled with contestants and spectators alike, a testament to the match's immense appeal. When the signal was given, the host announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Lion Constellation Arena." Today, Stephen Marker is unexpectedly pitted against the formidable John in this match of the century. Stephen is genuinely bewildered by the turn of events. Who am I and where am I? Hearing footsteps approaching, he looked up with a start. Only when he saw him with his own eyes did he accept the fact that his opponent was indeed John. In contrast to John's leisurely yawns, Stephen was screaming inwardly. How did things end up like this? Save me. Hours earlier in D.C., John's group, Hugo, Kevin, and Goth, stood before a colossal statue. A human-beast hybrid clutching a globe inscribed with Washington, D.C., their destination for the day. What is that? Did that bastard build a statue of himself? John clicked his tongue, remarking, "Conceited is one thing, but this is over the top." Standing beside him, Hugo sighed in exasperation. Looks like he's doing just fine. Neither of them noticed Kevin trembling with awe at the colossal structure, unable to contain himself any longer. Kevin exclaimed, "I'm so building one of those," earning him a scolding from John and Hugo. "Damn it, why did they bring that childish guy? He's just learning useless things out there." Suddenly, someone shouted that Lion was over there. Jian's group turned to see a group of strapping young men holding flags and signs with the lion symbol and a welcome message. "Lord Lion, it's an honor to meet you. Saint Lion, Stephen Marer wishes to see you. Please follow us." Hearing this, both John and Kevin exclaimed in surprise, while John asked, "Why me?" Kevin, on the other hand, wondered why it was him, his constant jealousy of John inadvertently drawing more attention to his teammates. Even though Hugo quickly grabbed him by the neck and told him to shut up, along with John's glare, it was too late. Stephen's men recognize him as the female saint, Kevin A. They can't believe there's even a female saint. To the left is Kevin A., and to the right is Hugo Otts. It was indeed Leon, no ordinary man. Unable to defeat the Holy Master alone, he brought reinforcements. As soon as he finished speaking, Jian kicked him square in the face, then angrily withdrew his foot and said, "I know you want my weapon, so don't bother with the lies. Just get out of here." Seeing Jian provoked, his teammate desperately pleaded, "No, please just hear us out." As he gently helped his friend up, he offered a letter. "We've come to invite you to the Lion's main arena." John frowned as he accepted the letter. According to his prior research, the Lion Star Arena hosts unregulated battles all across America. What sets it apart from other arenas is that it doesn't discriminate by gender, nationality, race, age, or military branch. A battle to choose the strongest. To persuade John, the man even knelt on one knee. In particular, the Holy War is always a guaranteed box office draw. The last one took place 30 years ago, and there was only one. He stated definitively that it would be a battle between Holy Lion and Holy Stephen Marer, a holy war that would erupt once more. Upon hearing the name of his opponent, Jian was taken by surprise. Meanwhile, at the Lion Throne headquarters in America, Sven had just received news of the match. "What? A match against Lion?" He tilted his head back and chugged the energy drink, then glared and asked, "Who authorized this?" Stephen was clearly displeased that his subordinate had acted on his own. "Why did you decide that on your own?" But the blond man insisted that his subordinate would prepare. "Don't worry, my lord, your presence is all that's required." He even praises Stephen as if to energize him. "Everyone knows you humiliated Lion with a surprise attack at Skygate. He confidently assumes Lion hasn't forgotten that defeat and will seek revenge for the match 30 years ago. Stephen wanted to scream, "That's not true!" because only he knew the truth of that day, that he was the one who had been utterly defeated by Jian. Perhaps his voice was too soft for the blonde to hear, so he pointed to a photo of Stephen's overwhelming victory against John and continued, "Don't you think you'll have a fight to the death with him?" My subordinate heard Lion agreed to the match, which was shocking enough. But then he excitedly revealed that it's difficult to invite such esteemed guests from the world's top media, political, and economic circles. He's come to America. You're sure to win the title. Even after killing, Stephen couldn't help but scream out loud. Back in the Lion's arena, Stephen sat in his private room, covered his head with a towel, and muttered to himself, "I'm done for." According to the host, the stands were packed with spectators from all over the world who had come to America to witness the match between Lion and Stephen Marer, and the blond man nodded in approval. It was a legendary match, breaking viewership records. Turning back to Stephen, he failed to notice anything amiss and excitedly patted his chest, laughing. "The thought of Lord Lion before the world makes my muscles burn." At that moment, Stephen truly wondered if this bastard wasn't trying to get revenge on him. Seeing him suddenly stand up and head for the door, the blond man quickly called out, "Where are you going?" Stephen turned his sweaty face and replied tersely, "I'm going to the bathroom." Hearing this, the blonde felt relieved and waved goodbye. "Have a good time. I thought you were going to run away again." Stephen slams the door shut, and as the blonde realizes he's alone, a sinister smile creeps across his face, replacing his friendly demeanor with a look of pure malice. It seems Stephen's earlier suspicions were correct. A few minutes later, in the men's restroom, Stephen is washing his hands under the faucet. But coincidentally, he saw John in the reflection, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Damn it. Why Lun here? Unlike Stephen, who wore his emotions on his sleeve, John coldly approached the sink next to him and called out, "Hey, cat!" startling Stephen. Ignoring his prey-like demeanor, John indifferently asked, "What are you plotting?" "Can you bear the weight of battle?" he asked, finally regaining his composure. He smirked, repeating, "Bear it?" Then, seemingly at random, he mentioned repairs. Your death 20 years ago was a heavy blow, so much so that John is frowning and asking why. Stephen smirked. Back then, you were a symbol, a pillar of hope that humanity would surely win. Your death in the Demon Tower was a huge shock to humanity. Stephen admits for the first time that he didn't believe it, but he was also in great pain, so much so that he cried. But Jian clearly doesn't believe him, saying, "Spare me the lies. You crying over lost territory." Seven chuckled, explaining, "I have to put on this act. Saints like us can't let others see us fall apart." Looking at himself in the mirror, Stephen continued, "Saints? No, I am an unavoidable disaster. I don't need to pretend to be noble." He clenched his fist as if to show his resolve. "I'll do things my way so humanity doesn't collapse. I fear humanity falling into despair more than being scolded for being useless." Lowering his head to hide his distant gaze, Stephen gave a bitter laugh. One day you'll have to face the wrath of those who learn the truth." Then he turned to Jian with a bright, radiant smile, saying that he would bear any burden as long as the calamity was gone. John silently pursed his lips, eyes darting to gauge whether he was lying. Then, with a cold huff, he asked, "Why are you suddenly being so talkative? What are you trying to say? After all that, that's your question?" Stephen was frustrated, thinking John understood, but he asked anyway. "Listen, you see this fight as entertainment, don't you?" He quickly turned away, hoping to avoid John's angry fist. Stephen stammered, "Actually, this match is to select fighters against the calamity. We can't turn such a meaningful arena into a place of entertainment." Before Stephen could finish, Jian cut him off. "I am very angry." Stephen slowly turned his head, only to be met with John's fiery rage. Fear surged, plunging Stephen into a psychological crisis, tears streaming down his face as he spoke with a pathetic tremor. Impossible? A draw? Back in reality, John and Stephen have officially entered the arena. The host's captivating voice echoes as Stephen, Marker, and Legion finally face off. Who will win this match? Meanwhile, Stephen desperately tries to calm himself, repeating, "It's okay. Just stay calm." Turning to the packed stands, Stephen resolves to trust his opponent. Legion has promised to cooperate. "Attention everyone, the situation has changed. Lion Jian has requested to fight all the gladiators in the arena at once. Is this Lion's momentary arrogance, or is it his true nature?" Stephen turned his gaze to the gladiators behind him. "Lion has agreed to my condition." In a flashback after he made the offer, John readily accepted. "Very well, but I have conditions as well." Stephen was slightly taken aback. "A condition?" John nodded, pointing at him with a smile. "You already said it, didn't you?" Remembering John's words, "Choose those who will fight the calamity, bring to the arena those who are worthy." Stephen understood why Legion was so cunning. He gathers all the gladiators to feign strength in numbers, aiming to turn the 1 or 11 match into an all-star event, focusing on the spectacle rather than the outcome. Knowing this was a win-win for both of them, Stephen grew even more eager and excited, ready for an amazing match with Lion. But unfortunately for him, the one thing he didn't want to happen was about to be broadcast for all to see. Before the fight, they had to heat things up. Let's take a look at the legendary match between Leon and Stephen Marker from 30 years ago. Stephen was shocked, while John calmly looked up at the screen. On the big screen, a clip of Stephen punching John in the face played in excruciating detail, his voice booming. "Legion, do you think you can defeat me with that power?" Stephen was bewildered, but his greatest fear was being misunderstood by John. He glanced from the screen to Jian, asking, "Why did you play that clip?" "Wait, hold on. I didn't ask them to do that. I don't know anything about this." And just as Stephen feared, John turned into a demon from hell. I'm getting annoyed. From a mighty lion, Stephen was suddenly reduced to a small cat, losing all will and spirit. "I'm done for. I'm really done for. What am I going to do?" Lean was defeated by Stephen 30 years ago, that's a fact. If there's one thing he doesn't want the world to know... John flies into a rage, pointing at Stephen and scolding him. "You're still playing games after taking the money?" He retorted defiantly, "If you give me 50 billion, I might reconsider." After blurting that out, the surrounding crowd buzzed with chatter. What did he say? 50 billion. Now the lackeys finally realized their mistake. They've been had. He snapped, "What are you all doing?" He told them, "The match started ages ago." "Charge!" Hearing that, the men roared and rushed toward Jian. They tried to strike and attack, but he quickly jumped back. A man asked in surprise, $50 billion? What is he talking about? Hugo, sitting nearby, replied, "You heard him. He must have collected all the money." Those words reached Kevin's ears, and he couldn't contain his anger. He summoned his sword and roared at Jian, "Why do you like fighting them? Why not me, you bastard? I'll give you money." "What is this sword play between you two?" Do you even know how to fight? He jumps into the arena, shouting as he runs, "I'm here!" Hugo frantically calls him back. "Hey, you there?" he called to the man beside him. "Damn it!" Chasing after him, he angrily says, "Can we separate him next time?" The audience surrounding Kevin hurled insults as he ran out. Li Kang, is he losing, so he's calling everyone in? Stop him. They littered the arena with trash, complaining, "Hey, we paid good money for this. How dare you ruin the fight?" Stop them. Block anyone trying to get into the fight. An unprecedented situation unfolds as the audience storms the arena. The soldiers roared in unison and continued their attack, when suddenly a foot slammed into a man's face. Kevin flew in and kicked him. People commented on the scene saying, "It's chaos. Even a market isn't this chaotic." Online, viewers also commented on his kick. "If I'd known there was a fight, I would have come too. Why aren't security stopping them? This is a terrifying battle." Go, how could security stop them? Are they ruining the fight because they're scared? Meanwhile, in the VIP section, two men exclaimed in a panic, "What the hell is going on? Are they putting on an act? They can't be stopped." The man turned curiously to Oliver, asking, "Team leader Oliver, what are you planning to do?" "But when did he leave his seat?" the man asked in shock. "Where did he go? Where did you disappear to in this chaos?" Oliver muttered, rushing out of the room. "I'm going crazy. Why is everything so complicated?" He reluctantly made a decision, forced to proceed with the next step, but suddenly, Yuha's voice echoed from the shadows. "What's the next step?" Oliver was startled to see her and asked, raising his voice, "Vice City Lord, where have you been? This event is very important, you know." Yuha coldly emerged, arms crossed, and asked, "Shouldn't you be the one who knows where I've been and what I've done?" She approached Oliver and continued, "Don't you remember what you asked me to do?" Flustered, he replied, "I don't remember. What's going on?" Yuha, certain of the truth, asks him a fatal question. "Team leader Oliver, since when did you start being so polite with me?" She stared at the man before her and questioned, "Who are you?" Back to the chaotic battle, everyone was fighting each other in a frenzy. Stephen was stunned by the sight, silently blaming Oliver. "Oliver, that bastard." He gaped, unable to believe the mess before him. "What is he doing? The battle has become a complete mess. What on earth is he doing?" An explosion suddenly erupts before his eyes as John attacks the soldiers in the arena. The system announces the collection of data, Triumph of the General. He knees the man in the gut, and the system announces the collection of beastly will data. In moments, John wipes out Stephen's forces, reveling in the ease of it all, a hoard of data ripe for collection. Standing before Stephen, he says, "Thanks for helping me collect the data." Then, taunting him, "Now it's your turn. If you hadn't released that video, none of this would have happened. Start praying." Seven finally understands, stammering, "Don't tell me the reason you're fighting them." Before he can finish, John throws the last man aside and mocks him. "Only now do you realize? You're as slow as ever." Stephen, now enraged, crackles with lightning and snarls, "Damn it, so it's come to this." He lunged, threatening a full-force battle, but John silenced that aggression with a punch to the face. He lands a punch that sends Stephen flying hundreds of meters, tearing up the ground. Stephen slammed into the wall, crying out in pain, as John immediately flew in, raising a thunderous fist towards his face. Kevin was stunned for a moment. It was too fast. John unleashes a devastating blow to Stephen's head. He struggles to block, gritting his teeth in defiance. He thought to himself, "I must be crazy to be pushed this far. Gods, I need divine intervention." His face fell into despair, but he wouldn't give me the chance to use it. Kevin charged forward, shouting to Jian, "Lagan, let me fight." But suddenly Yuha kicks Oliver, sending him flying through the wall, both soaring into the sky as Hazard looks up in horror. He and Jian, Stephen asked in bewilderment, "Huh?" He recognized them, calling out John, Yuha, and Oliver as Yuha slammed Oliver into the ground, causing an explosion that sent Jian flying. She stomps on his chest and commands, "Revert to your true form before I tear you apart with my lightning." Oliver quickly transforms. The system reports that the Pisces transformation skill has been dispelled, and she says to Selvia, "Long time no see, Selvia. Your acting is terrible." Enraged, she snapped, "Shut your mouth, you only have power. She is the SS class Pisces, one of the 10 saints, Selvia." The soldiers stared in disbelief at Selvia, wondering how this could be. The squad leader, Oliver, is a man. Yuha explains to them that Sivia has transformed into Oliver. She thrashes and babbles, "You little brat, get your feet off me." Yuha warns that they'll either eat her rice cakes or face her lightning. Kevin grumbles in the distance. "Damn it, every time I fight Ligan, I'm interrupted." Frustrated, he plunged his sword into the ground to help himself up. Not this time. But a strange sound catches his attention. What is that? Turns out his sword had fatally wounded a soldier. He froze, the scene of him stabbing the soldier broadcast for all to see. Everyone witnessed the event, and in one family, a father frantically shielded his son's eyes from the bloodshed. Even a young man in an internet cafe was shocked by the scene, as comments flooded the screen, accusing him of murder. What awaits Kevin next? An onlooker accuses him, he's a murderer. Kevin frantically denies it. Wait, hold on, that's not right. Suddenly an eerie voice echoed. How bizarre. How could you be so perceptive? The voice came from the dead man's body. You're quite perceptive. Kevin A. Libra. A blinding light erupts across the arena as onlookers exclaim, what in the world? Another identifies it as Libra energy as the man rises, radiating a Libra aura. People exclaimed in shock, there's no way there's a Libra spy within the house of Leo, is there? John stared at the man, recalling the voice from before. That arrogant voice. He wondered, another one? Libra came to mind as the man staggered closer, greeting him. Ligon. Long time no see. He laughed, excitedly saying, to think you could deduce I was hiding in this body amidst the chaos? As expected of the master of the sanctuary, my rival. Kevin Ha looked at him uneasily, glancing right and then left. He gave a thumbs up, feigning danger. You were just too obvious. But inwardly he rejoiced. We survived, didn't we, Kevin? The man then expressed his surprise to Jian. Ligon, how are you still alive? I didn't expect you to crawl out of the demon tower, John calmly tells him. Come on, even for a maiden archer, your methods are always lacking, aren't they? He expresses how he wished he wouldn't have to see your face again. You're still alive. I must acknowledge your misfortune. He then mocked Kevin. What's wrong, Kevin? I thought you were going to stab him in the heart. He felt his pride was wounded and angrily roared, who did you conspire with to set me up? I cannot forgive this insult. He gleefully questioned Kevin. Don't even try to deny it. Weren't you bragging about eliminating the lichens? He grinned. It's no secret who I am. Everyone knows. Ha roared, shut up, as the man unleashed his power, creating a massive pillar of fire. He turned back and shouted, but Hugo, the centaur, stopped him. Enough! You know what Libra is like. The man mocked his disappointment, asking, didn't you regain your power, Hugo Oster? If you want to burn this body, you can't use flames like that. Of course, Ha immediately grabbed his sword and rushed towards him, but he calmly asked, the sword has to be sharp too, right, Kevin? Without a word, he thrust his sword into the man, only to realize something was wrong. His blade couldn't harm him, and the man mocked him for it. A man who stabbed Ligon in the back 20 years ago is now his companion? You have some nerve. Kevin Has-Giat thought in a panic. Damn it, I can't pierce through. He's just a puppet of the saint. How could he have this power? He looks at the seal on his back. It must be because of that. A divine seat mark. It's said to be a special holy mark bestowed by the gods upon those they cherish. A follower bestowed with the divine throne crest gains the power to connect with and wield the saint, which means Lauren is controlling this man. That puppet is now on par with Jel Loren. John whispers this to Kevin from behind. Get out of the way. He swings his massive weapon and leaps toward the man. He swung down with all his might, but the man simply said, Ligon is useless. He looked at him smugly. The Godseat seal is essentially under the direct protection of the gods themselves. You, who are not called holy. He dared to try and break the Godseat seal, but Jion's terrifying power severed the protective chain of the seal. He excitedly asked the man, scared? Why the strange look? Then he decisively sliced him in two. At that moment, Jel sensed the connection to the Godseat seal had been severed and wondered, the Godseat seal is broken? She stroked her head and muttered, honestly, he's always doing the unexpected. That's right. That's what makes it interesting. Suddenly, Oliver approaches Jel, saying, luring Ligon into the Holy Lion's expulsion trap seems to be too much for you. She retorts haughtily, if it weren't for that Kevin A, I would have succeeded. The plan was too hasty. What about over there? Was the surgery successful? She looked at the muscular Oliver before her. Team leader Oliver, or should I call you Holy Lion? He glared at Jel as she returned to the Leo Zodiac arena. The system announces the acquisition of a special fragment, a piece of the Libra Zodiac seal, unlocking the Zodiac seal skill. John complains to Selvia and Kevin. I'm extremely disappointed in the two of you. She lowered her head in shame and said, I'm sorry. As he watched the man's corpse turn to dust, he said, forget about this fish, but these so-called saints couldn't even catch that puppet. He continued, forget about Yuha, none of them did their part. Kevin asked him curiously, Ligon, are you a saint? Did you destroy another saint's divine throne imprint? He asks in surprise, "What are you talking about?" "I don't have any saints," Kevin exclaimed in shock. "Impossible." Hugo analyzed that the Godseed imprint was bestowed directly by a deity, and even a deity couldn't destroy it. Without divine power, Gian casually picks his ear and refuses to answer, saying, "Forget it, it's not my problem." Meanwhile, Stephen dazedly asked, "I won this match, right?" The others warned John that if he declared the match invalid due to Libra's appearance and the audience's uproar, they would be furious. So they quickly backpedaled, saying they meant nothing by it before turning to discuss amongst themselves. What to do? A ruling must be made. Who will make the call? You have to consider the consequences. They're betting that with team leader Oliver gone and the City Lord defeated, the only one left. Yua asked, bewildered, "You want me to decide the outcome?" They replied, "That's right, Vice City Lord." John also called out to her, "Yua." He looked at her gently and said, "Your decision." Hearing this, she lowered her head and smiled softly. She grabs Gion's arm, raises it high, and declares, "Ligan wins." Gion's supporters cheered with joy. "We won! We won! Betting on Ligan was the right choice. We hit the jackpot." They hoisted him into the air, chanting his name. "Long live Ligan, long live the champion." Behind him, Kevin calls out to Hugo, the centaur, wondering if Ligan was the same 20 years ago, without any divine power. "Are you sure?" "Yes." Kevin expresses his doubts, finding it strange that Ligan could destroy the god authority with his own power. Even without a god's blessing, he possesses power greater than any deity. Hugo, confused, asks, "What do you mean?" He speculates, could Ligan be? He calls him the new constellation god. Then, with suspicion, they watched Gian as a voice boomed across the Lion Star arena. "Hey, you lions over there, hurry up." Someone pointed and said, "You slow lions, move it." Meanwhile, the system showed the gluttonous constellation devouring treasures, and that voice spoke again. The gladiators I chose quickly wrote their reasons in the contract, stating they would transfer to the Sagittarius mansion. The system then displayed a notification. Recruit more followers, increase the number of followers, and increase tax revenue. Devotees are being forcibly converted, lacking commitment and starting with temporary faith. Suddenly, a loud laugh echoes as Lion gloats. "Recruit followers, plunder all the treasures. I'll slowly take everything from you." "Idiot," the blue-haired woman said helplessly. "If he's a god, then Earth's future looks bleak." Hugo retorted, "Hey you, why do you keep calling Gian a god?" "Is there any proof?" he suddenly asks, emphasizing, "or are you just making things up?" Hugo, enraged, then grabs Selvia by the collar, scolding, "You've been spouting nonsense lately, haven't you?" Immediately, she explodes in anger. "Hey, listen, Ligan. He easily manipulates those who don't heed the gods. There are 12 cathedrals, but only Legion's is exempt." As they argued and shoved each other, she insisted that what she said was definitely true, no matter how you looked at it, but the blonde wouldn't let her go. He raged, saying it was all a coincidence. How could a human become a saint? As for Lion, he was deep in thought. "Libra knew exactly where I was stabbed. It's as if he was there the day it happened." Then he deduces that Libra must be involved in the trap in the Tower of Evil. Lion crosses his arms and continues to ponder, realizing that Libra is closely related to the sacred god. If the sacred clan was involved the day I was stabbed, then why did the system suddenly appear? Huh? What's this? A notification about a believer quest. Baptize. Baptize the believers. Grant holy names to those who awaken skills and restrict the powers of those without. Reading this, he wondered, baptize my followers? Lion thought decisively, it's time to meet the ram. He thought for a moment, then said, "Chew, pack up." His words stunned the two people who had been fighting. Hugo wondered, "Huh? Leaving already?" he said. "You haven't seen Ju and JW's faces after they woke up. Might as well go see them," he said, flipping a tiger coin between his fingers at the Scorpion Temple headquarters in Canada. A grand scene appears in the Scorpion mirror as a voice declares, "Lion has won, as announced by John Yuha, Vice Master of the House of Leo. Lion is the champion of this match." Then came the praise. Lion had written a new chapter in the Lion Palace arena, a noblewoman said as she sipped her tea. Indeed, the Lion Palace was no match for Lion, she who was known as Holly, the Scorpion Saint. Suddenly, Hallie froze, then excitedly rushed to the Scorpion mirror, gently reaching out her hand, when a guard burst through the door, startling her and causing her to drop her teacup. He reported, "My lady, something terrible has happened. The Scorpion Temple's hospitals in Korea are under constant attack." As he spoke, he noticed Hallie collapsing to the ground. He hesitated. "Huh? Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Hallie said, trying to sound calm. "I'm fine. Calm down." Seeing the teacup still on her head, the guard asked again, "Are you really all right?" She then took the teacup down, asking, "How is the hospital?" The guard replied, "Libra and Gemini are present, but Tronsung Ray, the Saint Centaur's son, helped out." Hearing this, she sighed in relief and asked, "Thankfully, anything else?" He continued, "The astronomical observatory shows that the 13th constellation is Lion, and coincidentally, Tronjungde is the first believer of this constellation." Hearing this, Holly recalled some information. The Saint system is based on the 12 zodiac signs, and she thinks of people who match those signs. Pondering the observatory, a special place created by the 12 constellations to observe the stars and detect changes. After a moment, she falls silent again. The emergence of a new saint. This news is not good for the other saints. If the first disciple has appeared, the other saints will do everything to stop them. Holly then asked, "What's the situation at the hospital?" The guard replied honestly, "Not good. Because there are those who want to eliminate the first believer, the hospital is under constant attack." Folding her arms, she declares they'll target the Sungduk troll for sure, and orders men to the hospital. The guard hesitates. Actually, Yujin is already on his way. She then exclaimed, "What?" Elsewhere, Yujin raced forward, hearing the explosions nearby, and said, "It's there! This is bad." At a park near the Korean Scorpion Hospital, bombs explode, threatening those nearby as the voices of disgruntled gods echo. "You damn intruders, how dare you! Tronjungde is our prey. You dare steal our prey." On the other side, 3 people drenched in sweat shout, "Hang in there. We have to eliminate Tronjungde." One person retorts, "What do you mean, try harder? This is against the rules." Another woman added, "We're going to die first." Suddenly, a lion-like god charged forward, saying, "Enough talk." Hiding against the cliff, Trongdae watches the scene unfold, a look of horror on his face, as a god appears and says, "You're quite clever, using divine power to deal with the intruders. I thought we were done for, with our powers depleted." After hearing that, he nonchalantly replied, "I'm just a bit clever." Then Sungjae smugly says, "It feels so good to see the gods, who wanted to capture me but couldn't, also feel fear." That god continues, saying it's because they can't escape those saints. The chaotic battle rages on, accompanied by fierce voices. A mere human dares to make a pact with a god. Kill him now. Don't think that just because the monarch favors you, we will too. Prove your worth. Discovered, the troll Sungdae ran in terror, screaming, "Save me!" Then he spoke his last words to the god caring for his mother in Sagittarius Palace. "I can rest easy if I leave this place." Ewan was focused on the path ahead when he heard a sound. He asks, "Are you a Sungdae troll?" Sungdae, shocked, blurts out, "What? How long have you been behind me?" At the same time, something falls to the ground and he says, "My coin." Suddenly a voice came from the coin, as if from within, saying, "Let's go quickly." Then another voice chimes in, "Hey, where are you taking me?" Suddenly a man emerged from the coin, descending from midair as Tron Chungdae called out to the man as "Father." Then he curiously asked, "Isn't Uncle Jian coming with us?" The man replied, "Jian? He's gone elsewhere." Then he continued, "Sometimes I think you treat your father too harshly." Looking at the pile of ashes in front of him, he asked, "How did this happen?" Chungdi replied, "It's a long story." Yujin then muttered, "Humph, saintly horse." Immediately, Jungray accused, "Father, he's an assassin. Because I was Jion's first follower, they tried to capture me. But your father spoke up." "What? That bastard didn't hesitate?" Yujin retorted. "Boring, what is it?" "I didn't do anything." Zhongyan hid behind the man, adding, "Liar, you were going to attack me from behind." Hearing this, he flew into a rage. "My son has spoken," he roared. "You two are too noisy." Suddenly, an orange light shone down, stunning everyone. The system announced Apollo, god of the Centaur constellation, had descended and would incinerate anyone who posed a threat. Yujin stood frozen, then spoke, "Sagittarius?" Ares was confused. "No way. Why Sagittarius all of a sudden?" Yujin says angrily, "Damn it, why are the gods interfering? Don't blame me for what happens next since you started it." The system displays again, beginning to read the scripture of Sagittarius. Then a voice echoes, "The light of dawn shines upon the earth, and mankind is blessed and revered." Suddenly, the archer writes in the air, saying, "This passage is too long. I'll rewrite it as I see fit." Then the scripture was replaced with a completely different version. A voice echoed, "Too bad, it's getting dark." But at the same time, the scripture continued to echo. The light vanished with the night, and humanity was left unblessed. This man was known as Ares' father. He exclaimed in frustration, "What is this?" Then the light vanished along with the god Apollo. It was then that Sungdae wondered, "The gods have disappeared." Yujin smirked. "Of course it's dark at night. Explain yourself. How can the sun rise at night?" Sungdae's father angrily demands, "What have you done?" Yujin replies, "I just eliminated a troublesome god. The Sagittarius Palace can no longer interfere." Yujin's eyes turn a terrifying red as he chuckles. "What do you want me to change into?" Suddenly, the system alerts. The Sagittarius scripture has been opened, to which Yujin immediately replies, "This is good." With that, Yujin unleashes a surge of power, chanting an incantation. The foolish sun worshippers knelt before the darkness, scorned and mocked. Hugo gasped as an oppressive force slammed him to the ground. From afar, Sangjae cries out in worry, "Father!" Though crushed by the power, Hugo grits his teeth and resists. He frowned. His chanting, it reminded him of the god Apollo with the book in his hands. Hugo wondered, could it be a passage from the Centaur Zodiac Bible that the saint occasionally read? Only the saint can open the Bible, so how could he be chanting it? The foolish sun worshippers kneel before the darkness, scorned and mocked. No, he tells himself, it can't be. But the sound persisted, as the ignorant, mysterious monsters knelt in the sunlight. They were supported and revered. He reminded himself that the content differed from the original he knew. Hugo was stunned. Could he rewrite the scripture? A book appears, filled with ancient text, the Bible recording the achievements and actions of each constellation, from cataclysmic explosions to the monsters appearing on Earth. The Bible's records become legends and myths. Moreover, it became the power of the constellations, goddesses, emperors, and even saints, extraordinary beings who could see and alter the Bible. A book appears in Yujin's hands, the scribe's book. He encounters it with clouded, triumphant eyes, a symbol of gods, monsters, and humans, but the scribe no longer exists in this world. In the past, the gods eliminated all those who held the power of the scribes and their dependent gods. Hugo glared, thinking, the proud gods did not forgive those humans who blasphemed, so they intervened directly. Yuan stared at the figure before him, laughing maniacally as he taunted, "So it's come to this. That arrogant face is now covered in sweat?" Yujin smugly replied, "I've taken care of the flies at the hospital too." Meanwhile, high above, John's lightning-fast figure suddenly descended upon Yuan, announcing his arrival with a shout before slamming his foot into Yuan's head, sending him crashing to the ground. Hugo bit his lip, trying not to laugh, while Sangdae looked overjoyed. John said in a low voice, "You came to check on the people who woke up at the hospital, and you're already here." Sitting up on Yujin's back, he sighed. "I need to hurry up and finish this. What do you want me to do?" Recalling millennia past when humanity fought monstrous beasts, a unified ideology arose: destroy the clergy, purge those who undermine the authority of the throne. This ideology led to rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. Little Jian hid in terror among the corpses, clamping his mouth shut to stifle any sound. Tens of thousands of people screamed for help, but in Jian's small eyes only despair remained. Suddenly, Jian's eyes snapped open, and he screamed, bolting upright in fear when a woman's voice spoke. "You're awake." The woman wearing an eye patch, Hallie, asked Jian worriedly how he was feeling. John eyed her warily, wondering who she was and where he was. Hallie reassured him softly, "Rest easy." She closed her book and smiled at John. "This is my city. Nothing will happen here." Meanwhile, at the construction site near the Scorpion Bow Hospital, a pained groan echoes out. Yujin, tied up and disoriented, muttered, "Lord High." As Y. Aaron and two young men approached, she adjusted her glasses and questioned him. "He's awake," Yujin screamed as soon as he saw her. "Damn it, where is this? Why am I tied up?" Yujin was screaming bloody murder. "Let me go!" The red-haired man turned to Hugo and announced, "Holy One, he's awake." No sooner had he spoken than Hugo rushed over, tears streaming down his face, as Duco cried out with joy at the sight of him. "Honey." The two embrace, overwhelmed with happiness. The red-haired youth, forced to witness their love, shook his head helplessly. "That's not what I meant. The professor has woken up." Meanwhile, Hugo sobs uncontrollably as he dotes on his wife, saying, "You're awake." Thankfully, he wipes away his tears as he sniffles. Why cry on such a happy day? Everyone is so touched they could cry. Yaren covered her mouth, watching the two of them, and cheered, "How wonderful!" The blue-haired youth, tears and snot streaming down his face, muttered, "I'm so jealous." Suddenly, Jian rushes towards Yujin, a curious smirk on his face. "You have an interesting ability, don't you?" Yun didn't answer until he was asked. "You are a tutor." He looked at him in shock. As soon as he finished, Yujin retorted, "I don't know what you're talking about." John, losing patience, uses the eyes of God, his voice laced with threat. "Stop dodging, I know everything." Knowing he'd been exposed, Yujin struggled, clicking his tongue in annoyance. Damn it, the informant was too easy to spot. He immediately used the Scorpion Palace's passing skill, and in a flash, Yujin broke free of his restraints. He hastily fled, stunning everyone present, and with Ju in his sights, Yujin thought, "I'll use you as a hostage and escape." He smacked Hugo in the face, but Jian was faster, turning the tables and grabbing Ju. Yujin lost his balance and slammed his hand into the wall as Jian smirked. Enraged at being outmaneuvered, Yujin grits his teeth, cursing, "Who the hell is he?" Yujin relentlessly pursues him, landing blow after blow, screaming for him to take it. John nonchalantly dodges his punches while holding Ju until Yujin can't take it anymore. He burst into tears like a child, just one hit. John stuck his tongue out at him, while Ju burst out laughing, and Sangdae on the other side asked John with worry and confusion. "Your mother seems very happy," he chuckled. "That's because she's a huge fan of Mr. Loon." "Are you surprised? Is that so?" Hearing that, Hugo's face immediately darkened as he jealously screamed, "Gun, let go of Ju now. You're so helpless." Hugo turned to Yujin, snapping, "Whether you're a teacher or whatever, just run. Why are you stalling for time?" Yujin retorted, "Do I have to punch him to feel better?" Ju blushed with excitement, yelling at Hugo, "Honey, just wait a little longer. If not now, when else will you get a chance to be embraced by Gun?" Instantly, Hugo coughed up blood on the spot. Sangdeok bows to his father, crying out, "Father, are you shocked that Mom is such a big fan of Mr. Gun?" John scolds him, annoyed that he's jealous at a time like this. Yujin noticed his lack of focus and gritted his teeth in anger, thinking, "How dare he underestimate me? How can this be? I have to access the star scripture of the constellation he belongs to." The system blares a red alert, unable to open, as a deafening voice echoes, "New constellation. Not found, unverified in the star stream's records." Yuen couldn't believe his eyes. What? A new constellation? A massive hand suddenly descends upon him. Faced with this, both John and Sangjae were stunned as the Lion God and the God of Armor appeared, the Iron God's hand pinning Yuen to the ground. John scoffed, "A weakling." He approached and asked in a low voice, "Were you trying to open my scripture?" Yujin struggled to rise, cursing loudly. "Damn it!" Suddenly, his system chimed. An intelligence test. Locate the scribe who recorded the Ophiuchus zodiac, Eugen Chryson. The preceptor of the Scorpius constellation is the final challenge, one to be wary of as they pose a threat to the divine throne. Hearing this, Jian frowned and made a suggestion to Yujin. "Let me be blunt. Become the astrologer of my constellation." Beaten and bruised, Yujin sneered, "What the hell are you talking about?" Yujin flips him off, glares, and yells for him to get lost. John shrugs, saying, "So be it." He snapped his fingers, ordering him torn to pieces, and a sharp sword fell from the sky. It aimed straight for Yujin's head, and a sky-splitting sound echoed. The armored god's eyes widened in shock at the sight before him. What is this? The scorpion's tail, like a vine, blocked his descending blade to protect Yujin, and the iron god roared in confusion. What is this? This familiar red power. It hits his eyes. The constellation scorpion's poison? Yujin cheered with delight. The constellation scorpion divine beast is here? Could it be? A drop of venom dripped from the scorpion's tail, seeping into the armored god's hand, and a figure shot out of the water. Yujin immediately shouted, "Master!" A beautiful woman appears, an eye patch covering one eye, none other than Holly, who frowns at him. Yujin, that was close. Holly crossed her arms, scolding Yujin in anger. "Why did you act without my orders? I told you not to be reckless." Knowing her anger, Yuen trembled as he said, "Sorry, Scorpion, long time no see." A sudden voice startled Holly. John swiftly appeared before her, scowling as he said, "Answer me, unless you want a sudden death by my hand." They stared intently at each other for a few seconds. Holly's soldiers were angered by his disrespect. "You Ligon, how dare you be so insolent?" As for Holly, she was speechless, her mouth agape, before suddenly turning her head away, face flushed. She screamed, while Jian remained clueless. Ju, tending to the unconscious Hugo, and Sangjae stared in astonishment as Holly spun her head a full 360 degrees. Even Yujin stared wide-eyed at her, as Jian's mystical beasts curiously watched Holly kneel to the ground, clutching a pillow. Everyone was stunned and asked in unison, "Huh?" Soldier H was worried about her. "My lord, are you all right?" Yujin also shouted, "Holy Master!" Holly trembled, shaking her head. "I'm fine, calm down, I just suddenly want to walk on all fours." Then blushing, she pondered, "What to do? Why is Lun here? He was supposed to be in Lion City. Hari glanced at him, trying to remain calm. Taking a deep breath, she turned back, and Jian was like a different person. With a handsome and domineering face, he asked her, "Are you sick?" Hallie squeals, covering her face in excitement. "That aura?" Sangda blinked, confused. So many people were acting strange today. John chuckled. "Like Mr. Hugo?" Meanwhile, Jian frowned, annoyed. He tried to remain calm, saying, "I know you're avoiding me because you're shy." He finished his sentence by grabbing Hallie's shoulders and yelling furiously, "But I have so many questions for you, please, just calm down." Hallie is jolted with happiness by his touch. "Ligun touched me." Seeing her strange behavior, the armored soldier awkwardly reminded him, "Sect leader, please calm down." Then he turned and shouted at him, "Lion, let go of her." The chaotic scene made Sangda frown and wonder, why has the holy scorpion become like this? Joe laughed aloud. "You're so slow to understand." Hallie's soldiers had no choice but to intervene. "Lagan, stop this at once. The situation is incredibly exciting for the palace lord." John grits his teeth, muttering, "Exciting! Do you hate me that much?" He asked, but Hallie had fainted from embarrassment. He looked at her and scolded, "How ridiculous." Suddenly John called for Sangdae, who immediately responded, "Yes." John tossed Hallie to her soldiers and said to Sangdae, "We can't talk to her, so let's start with you." Sangda grins widely, "Yes, sir." "Then what must I do?" He suddenly grabs his head and says coldly, "Be baptized." Baptism meant an audience with the Holy Master and official recognition as a believer. John nodded. "That's right." Sangdi's eyes rolled back as he screamed, "Wait, why are we rushing the ceremony like this?" John replied, "Those rituals are pointless." Sangdi shook his head, explaining, "That's not what I meant, but I'm not ready for this." John chuckled, giving him no chance to refuse. He immediately conjured a blue light that enveloped Sangdae, who could only scream before falling silent. Sangdi then appeared in another dimension, slowly opening his eyes to take it all in. Sangda finds himself floating in some kind of void, and he frowns in confusion, wondering where he is. The deity hadn't appeared yet, but suddenly a voice seemed to echo from above. It asked, "Do you wish to become the first disciple of the Serpentarius constellation?" Sangda answered directly, "Yes, I am Troll Sungdae. I believe in the Serpentarius constellation, and I am ready." The voice continued, "Look behind you." And with that, a strange, glittering light shone directly on his back. Sangda slowly turned around, and before him was a star with an intensely bright light. Soon after, a man emerged from the constellation. The light was blinding, and Sangdae had to shield his eyes, shocked to see the constellation god of exorcism. As the figure slowly emerged, he frowned in observation. "Huh? Why does he look so familiar?" That's right, it's suddenly. The figure transforms into a massive serpent, bearing its fangs. Sangdae, terrified, stumbles back as the snake fires 2 arrows straight at him. The arrows tear through the air, piercing Sangdae's chest, causing him to roar in pain, while Jian focuses his magic on Sangdae's head. The light from his palm faded, and John released Sangdae's head, smirking as he asked, "How was that?" The system immediately chimed, "Baptism received, you have learned a new skill." Sangdae opened his eyes, exclaiming with excitement, "Excellent." The system's notifications continued to appear. "The troll devotee Sangjae has awakened as a star-scattering devotee. You have acquired a new skill." Sangjae looked at him in astonishment. "Uncle Gun is a troll star god." John was silent, suddenly recalling how Kevin and Hugo had mocked him, asking if he was really a god. "No way," he thought, cursing under his breath. "That kid's got a sharper eye than those two. He really is a ram." Meanwhile, the ram was excitedly shouting, unable to believe he had to tell his sister. Suddenly, Eli woke up behind him, rubbing her forehead as she spoke. "Is that your first follower?" "Finally, he has his first follower. Congratulations." The system's voice echoes again. "You have acquired the skill of awakening believers." The believer's level has increased, and the 13th sense has been enhanced. John acts friendly towards Hai, smiling as he says, "You're awake?" Despite the words, he secretly casts a spell on her, triggering her 13th sense. A powerful electric shock surges through Hallie. He decisively raised his hand to strangle her, and sensing its master's danger, the scorpion tail immediately detached from the ironclad god. Hallie's soldiers immediately intercepted the lion deity, and chaos erupted in an instant. John immediately grabs Hallie by the neck as their 2 divine beasts clash behind them, shocking everyone present. "What?" John frowned, looking at her inquisitively, surprised. "Why didn't you dodge?" Hallie calmly replies, "Because I know you won't hurt me." She frowned and said frankly, "Didn't you have something you wanted to ask me?" Wait, John was caught off guard. He sighed. "Ah, yes." John immediately cast a spell on his eyes. He said gravely, "This is my first question. Explain it to me. John looked directly into Lai's bloodshot eyes and asked, "Why do I sense the aura of a lost civilization within your power?" While she remained silent, Sangde frantically shouted, "A hidden civilization? The Holy Scorpion is a calamity?" John smirked, amused. It seemed the whole world was still being deceived, even the gods. The giant scorpion beast, a crimson subordinate of Holly, roared furiously, "You wretched scourge! How dare you lay a hand on the princess? If it weren't for the princess's orders, you'd already be dead," he sneers, wondering if these followers are just disasters pretending to be sacred beasts. What kind of divine beast would so obediently listen to a saint? He was also a little surprised. "Princess?" the mythical beast spat out, grinding its teeth in anger. H's sudden admission startled him. "That's right, I come from a mysterious civilization." But she raised her head clearly and said, "I consider myself human, and I'm on your side." John, unfazed, simply smirks and says, "Is that so? Then prove it." Just then, a pink slime appeared, holding a piece of paper in its mouth. John looked at it with delight. Perfect timing, He uses magic to levitate the pen and paper with 2 questions. 1. What do you think of Leon? Question 2. What kind of relationship do you want with Leon in the future? Answer the previous question as well. Holly sighed, then calmly picked up the pen and began to write. Nothing special. Meanwhile, he and Slim exchanged sinister, self-satisfied smiles as she handed him her answers. John, as if plotting all along, now wears a sinister and intrigued smile. Very good. He scanned her answers, teammate for question 1 and a desire for a strategic partnership for question 2, which pleased him. Succinct, Hallie said expressionlessly. What I wrote might seem funny, but you know my sincerity. He stares intently at the paper. Out of nowhere, Jian pulls out a gleaming pen and smirks triumphantly. With this, the truth will be revealed. A sacred artifact, the Pen of Truth, has appeared. Hallie is shocked, never expecting to see it here. He held out the pen, saying, "With this, whatever you write will be the truth." Starting with question 1. What do you think of Leon? Holly was speechless, panicking and sweating bullets, her face as red as a tomato as she silently screamed, "Huh?" Meanwhile, the divine beasts watched from above, listening intently to the answer. An answer so brilliant and captivating that it betrayed a hidden civilization to come here. Upon hearing this, Hallie jumped up and screamed in a strange language, still trembling with embarrassment, while John and Slim looked at the answer on the paper in confusion. What? Something's not right here. The next question. What kind of relationship do I want with Lion? At this point, she couldn't hold back any longer, screaming and crying in despair to drown out her wretched feelings. Lovers. Amidst the dark atmosphere surrounding the construction site, Jian sighed, feigning ignorance or perhaps understanding. How strange. This pen must be broken. I'll rewrite it later. But Sangde and W aren't deaf and they're left dumbfounded by the answer. They had clearly blushed at what they'd just heard, but soon after, Sangjae turned pale and shouted, "Emergency! Emergency!" He immediately ran off, shouting, "Sister, your uncle's reputation is in danger." Holly broke down, burying her face in her hands, wishing she could disappear. While the mythical scorpion beast frantically tries to defend himself, do you understand now? Our princess has turned her back on her origins and chosen humanity for herself. Though pained, he still resolutely shouts for his master. "It was to wake you up, Lai John," Hai frantically shouted, cutting her off. "Say one more word after all the embarrassment you've caused," she yelled, annoyed. "Ewan, let's go." "Let's head back," John interjected. "Where to?" "We're not finished talking," he asked, a little annoyed. "Where do you think you're going?" Meanwhile, the princess collapses in despair and shame. "What more do you want to know?" John pictured a sword radiating a mystical purple aura and asked gravely, "Do you know about the weapons of the lost civilization?" "The sword that stabbed me in the demon tower. That was one of their weapons." Hallie, still avoiding eye contact, managed to reply, "It's a weapon containing the power of a monarch." John was surprised and curious. A monarch. As for the explanation, monarchs are the highest rank in the civilization of secrets, and their weapons contain power so immense, even gods are threatened. She caught her divine beast and struggled to stand as he worriedly asked, "Han, are you all right?" She continued, "So even Lion couldn't counter that weapon. Because it was dangerous, I retrieved and sealed it away as you saw." John thoughtfully recalled the weapons Kevin had mentioned before. These are the artifacts discovered during the Scorpion Gang investigation 5 years ago, he realized. "So that's why the Scorpion Star got involved," the long-haired brunette retorted in confusion. "Wait, so the mysterious civilization has its own lords? But we dealt with the Red Eye 20 years ago." Holly calmly replied, Unfortunately, the Red Eye isn't the highest boss. There are at least 3 others like him. Sangjay and Ju were stunned by this shocking information. Hugo jumped up, grinding his teeth in horror, while Ju's pupils dilated in disbelief. They all pictured the formidable demon and asked the same question. Red Eyes isn't the boss of the hidden civilization? They couldn't believe such a terrifying being existed. And there were 3 more? John falls silent, making Slim anxious as he opens his eyes, furrowing his brow in thought. He then recalled the demon's words from before. They've captured one of my most beloved pets. Are you really human? John recalled the words of the Demon Tower manager. Hugo excitedly turns to him, shouting, Jay, did you hear that? There are 3 Red Eyes. John, now back to his normal self, grumbled. So, what if we do? He then gives a ghastly smile, which Slim mimics. He smugly tells Hugo, Don't worry. Anything that stands in our way will disappear. Hugo was speechless, thinking it was easier said than done. Despite his flippant attitude, Gian is completely in control of the situation and carefully considers his options, though nothing has come easy so far. I need to become stronger to do that. He then turned to look at something. John points behind Hallie, cheerfully ordering, Hey you, come with me. I believe the scorpion belongs to me. The person he pointed to was none other than Ewan, who had been lying blankly under the mottled ground. He replied with a frustrated, sarcastic laugh. How amusing. You think Master Hallie would ever let me follow you, you idiot? Eugender fumes. Now hesitant to face the boy, she actually agrees with Gian. Agreed. Eugene's face froze in a shocked smile as he watched them laugh gleefully, completely ignoring him. John chuckled. This is a good deal. Meanwhile, H adds, Is that all? Is there anything else you need? Now Eugen is like discarded trash, his heart collapsing into an abyss of stunned despair. The next morning, under clear skies at 2 Hospital, Gian held a cup of coffee, gazing out the window with a refreshed sigh. It's been a while since I've had such a romantic morning. He and Slim leisurely sipped their coffee, because even in a busy life, you have to make time for a little freedom. Amidst this comfort, Gian smirked, reveling in the bitter screams and curses. Damn you, lion, you think you'll get away with this? He maliciously added, Too bad someone can't enjoy freedom. Behind him, Eugen roared in anger, while Ewan, a teacher of the Scorpion and Snake Palace, knelt on the ground, weeping helplessly, yet frantically scribbling away at his task, lamenting his fate. Why do I have to face this situation? He sneered triumphantly. Because the Scorpion Saint sold you to me for nothing. So work hard now that you have a job. He cried even louder as he shouted, unconsciously speeding up his writing. Dew watched from behind, impressed, while Eugen gritted his teeth, trembling and cursing under his breath. John, you bastard, just you wait. You think I'll work for you forever? Suddenly, a spark of magic ignited in his eyes, a serious glint as he plotted in secret. I'll make you regret entrusting the Ophiuchus scripture to me. Just you wait. At this moment, the system announces that the Ophiuchus scripture is synchronizing. 99% complete. Moments later, the Ophiuchus scripture synchronization is complete, and while Gian is distracted, he unleashes a torrent of dark magic. Year event. The theologian who rejected the Holy Seat has submitted and become a slave of the serpent bearer. Eugen smirks. So they're recording my story as an event? It seems this Bible isn't worth writing about. He immediately raises his pen with a sinister smile. I'll change it. Soon after, a dark, ominous ink enveloped the page, altering its contents. The saint refused the Holy Seat and became the master of the Palace of Extravagance, and Eugen, having successfully changed, laughed like a madman. Lion, kneel. Immediately, a punishing blow landed squarely on his head. Gian frowned, grumbling, Are you crazy? While he clutched his head, weeping and unable to understand why I had changed the scriptures, Gian annoyedly reached out and grabbed Ewan's dull head. He gently lifted Ewan's head, forcing him to look at the answer before him, and said mockingly, Nothing in life ever goes according to plan, does it? The scene before him made his eyes widen in disbelief. The Bible's contents had been altered. The event of the 5 teachers rejecting the Holy See has been changed to them becoming slaves of the pleasure palace, and a gentle voice spoke calmly. I changed it because the wording was a bit strange. The one who spoke those words with an amused smile, sitting next to the book, was none other than a bewildered Juan. She changed the words I wrote, and now she's awkwardly scratching her head, laughing in confusion. What did I do wrong? A dazzling scale, a massive, imposing throne, and below, hundreds and thousands of solemn followers. The Libra constellation is the head shrine, boasting over 2 billion followers, making it no easy opponent. The problem lies with the golden-haired Kim Doksha sitting upon that radiant throne. Moreover, Libra's city lord, Jelal, isn't a mere representative of the divine. That imposing figure and gaze, it's beyond comprehension. Facing Jel is like facing a god. To face a god, a king, or a general of the arcane is to face her or the kings of a lost civilization. Someone like her, Jew, needs a sage like you to increase her karma and true power. Back in the present, Yujin cries out in disbelief. No way! How is this possible? She has corrected what I, a teacher, have written. Is it possible? John explains with a sly grin. That's right. Miss Jew also possesses the power of a scribe. He was speechless, frozen in place, as Hallie chuckled to herself in disbelief. Really? It seems the goddess of fortune is your guardian. Lejeune, he said casually with a hint of triumph. Perhaps John was a little incredulous towards the two people before him now. He didn't expect there to be two instructors. At that moment, the system announced that the test of intellect was complete, and that he had passed all trials. All restrictions have been lifted, and divine power can be used again. The trust you carry has been resolved. At this moment, the clear sky reflected artistic ripples of clouds above the Libra Palace headquarters. Jay leisurely soaks in a luxurious bath, asking her servant, Scorpio went to see Lion? The kneeling servant bowed his head respectfully and replied, Yes, Sagittarius, Libra, Scorpio, and the instructor. Will everything be all right? Sipping her wine, she muses on their tangled relationships, lamenting that Scorpio, a mere human, has harbored such love for 20 years. Jew, wearing a scornful and pitying expression, her one eye turning black and opaque, smiled humorously. Such pure affection, like a foolish child. Then she calmly said, It doesn't matter how many are by Lion's side, they're just obsessed with him. But the tutor is different. Jay casually took a sip of her wine, then continued, We have to make sure. She swirled the glass, her expression turning serious. Otherwise, in an instant, Jay crushed the glass in her hand, the crimson liquid spilling like blood onto her beautiful hand. Jew let the wine spill like blood, her eyes gleaming with a terrifying, crazed smile as she condemned them, looking mockingly at the luxurious bath filled with crimson-stained peach blossoms. Fools! Anyone can see that nothing can overshadow the city lord's power. The male servant behind her agreed, saying, I can't understand those who have such fanciful hopes for Lion. Jay glances over and explains that those facing Lion fall into two categories. The people on the left, like H, Hugo, and Kevin, are acting on his orders, driven by malicious ambition, while those on the right, like Ivan, Mulling, and Kruer, hate him. Jay then rose from the tub, revealing a pale back with a scale tattoo and complex symbols, and asked, Who among our people is close to Lion? The servant replied respectfully, It's Junsu, sir. Under Juntu's orders, he's monitoring Lion. Ju turned, casting a disapproving glance at the useless ones. She clicked her tongue, recalling the girl with the cold demeanor and black and gold hair, inwardly annoyed. If Callie had just done as she asked, things would be so much easier. Now, with a serious expression, she issues her orders. There's no other way. Quickly order Sue to target the instructor. Capture or eliminate. It doesn't matter. Now, return to the construction site near the Korean Scorpion's hideout. Hugo asked John if Ju would be joining his team. He replied, That's right. He said with a smug grin. The gods can't stand running into the clergy. If they hide in her sanctuary like scorpions to train, they'll surely be safe. Hugo was confused. Her sanctuary? John snaps his fingers, feigning helplessness. After all, Ju did say she didn't get along with the other 12 saints, so his altar is all that's left. Hugo, lost and confused, could only groan in frustration, while Hallie simply smiled and supported him. Yuin and Ju would be better off under Leon's command, and after all, the one who clashed with Libra was Lion. Hugo could only scream in frustration, while Hallie and even Jion acted like zealous cultists, trying to persuade him. Very well, Oteksu, because she's your wife, I'll give her special treatment. She won't officially join, but will simply be a regular Ophiuchus Temple follower. Besides, I'll send her to the Sagittarius Temple. How about that? Hurry up and stamp it. Helpless, he looked at his hulking friend and said, I know, please take it easy. Hallie sighs in relief. Yua came to my palace last time to check on her arm, and that's how I heard about you from her. John is confused by what they're saying. With a serious expression, she recalled her worn-down arms and warned, her arms are in bad shape. She's been suppressing it, but she's reaching her limit. It may become harder to contain. Hugo panicked, frowned at Jion's bewildered expression, finally realizing the situation and turning to ask about Yuha's arm. Explain it more clearly. Later, the sky turned golden over the Scorpion factory, and Du breathed a sigh of relief, holding the new stack of papers. And with that, it's done. She excitedly calls out to Yujin. Yin, I finished this part. Can I rearrange the next? He's like an exploited worker now, still moving his pen, helplessly replying, do whatever you want. He gritted his teeth, recalling the pen piercing his forehead, and cursed inwardly. Legion, that bastard, he dares to stab a hole in my forehead just because there's no slave labor contract? But he sullenly glanced at his tired shoulders, lamenting, and to top it off, there's this damn thing. The pen swirling in his hand is the pen of truth, a sacred artifact bearing Legion's mark, having tasted the blood of the educator and chosen its master, imbued with sentience through the educator's blood and Legion's refinement. Eugene, increasingly annoyed by the pen's antics, throws it away in frustration, cursing, damn it. But what you don't hold, you lose, so I'll just find it myself. The pen flew around, kissed the wall, kissed the ceiling, and then flew straight at him, stabbing him right in the top of the head. Not satisfied, it repeatedly stabbed the cold, tired corpse. The system noted the obvious. Who would pay for a pen that vents its anger on the master who abandoned it? Meanwhile, Ju frantically called out to him, Eugene, you can't give up on your life. At that moment, he also woke up and screamed in pain. At the same time, a figure gritted his teeth in the doorway behind them, restless and angry. Damn it. I came here on my mother's orders. That's Libra Su-Run's son, hiding and complaining to himself. If the useless TU brother couldn't do it, what could I do? But then he suddenly tensed up, serious. No, think positive. After all, I have no future after the Blood Mist failure. He must complete this mission to make up for what his mother never saw in him. He peeked through the crack in the door, thinking, capture the instructor? Siu's eyes fell on Eugene, who was lying helplessly with a miserable, tearful expression, but he didn't let his guard down. He glanced at Diu, seeing her weak and panicked, and was certain she would be an easier target. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from afar, rushing towards the illuminated doorway near the two instructors. Unaware, Siu hid behind the door, a sinister smile on his face as he gathered his magic, ready to end it quickly. Suddenly, the door behind him was kicked open, slamming into Siu and causing him to cry out in pain. The one who kicked the door down in a rage was Kevin, who roared, "Lion!" as he stomped his foot in extreme frustration. He then roared like a madman, his voice echoing everywhere. You dare abandon me, Lion? I won't let you get away with this. Rue turns around, bewildered. It's the female saint, Kevin. Eugene is also bewildered. Why is he here? Kevin turns to recognize him now. Huh? Lion's not here? John frowned as he approached with the other two. Why are you always so loud? Of course he's looking for you, you idiot. Then surprised, he looks at Hallie, wondering, huh. Scorpio, what are you doing here? Hallie sighs wearily. Why must we face this person here? John and Hugo silently nodded in agreement. Hugo then glanced at the broken door in surprise, muttering, huh? Standing beneath the broken door was a figure with golden hair. Who could it be? He exclaimed in stunned surprise. Huh? Scared stiff? Hugo asked in surprise, why are you here? Kevin, did you bring him here? Kevin helplessly replied. I don't know. Gian wondered, confused. Huh? Who is he? Then he remembered the kid with the swollen face from before, the jerk he'd beaten to a pulp. Hugo frowned uncomfortably and asked, what are the Sons of Libra doing here? John wonders, recalling Jun Siu, son of the Libra Shrine. Finally, he remembers and understands everything. Hugo has found the real culprits behind the Blood Mist incident 10 years ago. The culprits were Junto and Jun Siu, the two sons of the Libra Sanctuary, and the blonde one finally wakes up, writhing in pain. What's this? Instantly, a merciless foot slams into his face, pinning him to the ground as he groans in agony. John, eyes burning with rage, stared at the trash beneath his feet. Long time no see. So you're the one who made my niece and friends shed tears of blood? John emanates a terrifying aura, his eyes flashing with electricity, his brow furrowed in anger as he smirks maliciously. Now you're done for. Even that bastard Hugo behind you will be in trouble. Rinsu, what are you doing here? Centaurs are usually playful, but when angered, they're not to be trifled with. His body ignited with a burning, crazed look in his eyes as he asked, are you trying to hurt my family? Hallie's tone became unconsciously somber and terrifying. She must have known Lion was in contact with the tutor. Hallie was consumed by silent rage, radiating a palpable bloodlust and questioning with icy eyes. Did Libra order you to eliminate the tutor? The air grows cold and ominous. So, he's Libra's son? Kevin, unable to contain his rage, stood amidst the swirling ice, a sharp blade forming in his hand, and declared, he's the one who ordered that frog to destroy my city. Kevin gripped his shining sword tighter, absorbing powerful magic, his eyes as cold and crazed as challenging ice. Run, Sue, is it? Let's see how much you've grown. John pressed down harder as the blonde head trembled and sneered. I like everyone's attitude, but what about you? Now is the time for him to show a threatening expression. Now you're done for, you bastard. While everyone is raring to go, Jian wonders how to deal with him to spread the rumors. Helpless, Co cried out, "Wait, I don't care if you grind his face with your heel or just stomp him till he explodes." Co, in agony, thought, "Damn it, what kind of mission is this? I can't even protect my own life." Realizing his end was near, he desperately shouted, "Divine beast, transport me to the secret base." Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted around him. Golden threads surged forth, the light expanding and creating an immense pressure that forced Jian's foot away. Shu's body faded behind the protective web of golden strands, and he laughed in disbelief. "I did it! I can escape!" But before he could escape, he saw Jian, calm and with a strange smile, giving Seo a bad feeling. What? Lion, why is he smiling? Sue is now completely distorted by the golden light emanating from those wires. Except for Hallie, the others vanished in shock, and Hugo urgently ordered his capture. But he simply smiled and replied, "No need to rush. I let him go on purpose." John turned back with a scheming smirk. Catch him and deal with him quickly. Isn't it a bit boring? Right now, in Honolulu, Hawaii, a bustling city borders a tranquil, clear blue beach. In a nearby villa, part of a luxurious resort with a Libra constellation theme, a figure relaxing by a private pool grumbled angrily, "Damn it, how could I be so humiliated?" He is none other than Juntawan, an S-class disciple of Libra, surrounded by the beautiful mythical beasts of Aquarius. Those 5 daughters of Asclepius, the god of medicine, he cursed to himself. Just you wait, Yang Jie. I'll tear you limb from limb and make you crawl. Suddenly, a blinding light shot down from the sky accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. The divine beast looked up in confusion as Tu, still consumed by hatred, continued, "That's right, I'll make you scream like that." Before Taegon could react, his hapless brother fell from the sky, landing right on top of him, screaming for him to get out of the way. The impact sent a massive spray of water into the air, accompanied by Taegon's terrified screams. After a while, Taegon learned everything and flew into a rage, beating and scolding Seo. "You're telling me Lion found out you didn't eliminate the teacher? Idiot, you're a useless bum who can't do anything right." Seo didn't dare argue, only trembling helplessly as he replied, "I'm sorry." He huddled in the corner, head in his hands, forced to listen to the harsh words. "They found me, and now they're coming here." "You idiot." Seo, his face bruised and bloody, could only grit his teeth and endure his brother's insults. "How will I face Mom when I get back? Why must I always clean up your messes, you useless fool?" The cold light flickers in the dark room as Tuan fumes in silence. "Cursing is pointless. It only hurts my throat." He then approaches a large cabinet, each compartment filled with large, brilliantly colored stones, saying they must stop Lion Jion first. Sue stares blankly at the pile. "What are these jewels?" Holding a terrifying, distorted purple gem, he grins. "I'll use these for equivalent exchange." These stones are all inviolable cores. Each stone on the shelf radiated a mysterious, simmering magic. He continued. Keon attacked the demon tower, capturing and creating these with his own hands. Sue wondered if they could even handle them, and Tu, holding up the glowing scales, frowned and said, "We have the Libra chain, so what's the worry? First, let's capture the Legion." Immediately, silence fell as the system announced the use of Libra's equivalent exchange skill, using the inviolable core as an offering, summoning a disaster that no one could bear in exchange for those offerings. Instantly, a massive pillar of light erupts from the room, piercing the sky with a deafening roar, as magic surges and winds howl. Tu laughs, thrilled. Such power? Looks like a disaster is about to befall that lion, leaving him on death's door. Suddenly, the Libra scale stopped glowing, and a strange blue light enveloped them, leaving him bewildered. The golden pillar of light then transformed into a massive, dazzling blue light, creating a terrifying halo that panicked those on the beach, leaving Tu to exclaim in confusion. "What? What's going on? Why a pillar of light?" Suddenly, the light pulsed as if something terrifying was descending. Before them, a radiant, incomplete form materialized, and Seo screamed in terror. "What did you summon, brother?" He was just as bewildered. "Strange. It can't be." Before the surge of azure wind, Seo froze, suddenly realizing something. This familiar feeling. He immediately dodged to the side, confusing his brother as the creature's head rammed straight into Chu, catching him completely off guard. Two takes a direct hit to the nose, while his jerk of a brother knew it was coming and didn't warn him. Two's nose bleeds as Co rolls on the ground, laughing, trying to use that old trick. Not this time. The summoned being's form completed, revealing Jian. Annoyed, he squeezed the yellow parrot in his hand and grumbled, so this is where he was hiding, startling Co, who cried out in fear. Lion stared at his beloved parrot, now motionless, and cried out in alarm. John calmly replied, "Oh, I picked it up on the way here. It's the divine beast you left behind when you ran away." Frustrated, he squeezed the parrot's neck, explaining it dragged him here, so he followed to see who it was, as the divine bird cried out in alarm. Summon successful, successful. John tossed the bird aside, his face serious as he calmly stepped forward. "Come on, why don't you have a little chat with me?" Xiu instinctively recoils, cursing in his mind. "Damn spirit beast, a disaster no one can handle? And you even brought Lion here." He took a step forward, and the other retreated, desperately trying to reason with him. "Hey, wait, we were wrong. We confessed to what we did, and if you want, we'll go to Sagittarius Palace to apologize." But then, a bright light appeared in the sky, and he calmly chuckled. "Damn it, haven't you figured it out yet?" Suddenly, a massive object crashes down between them, the force throwing Co back. It's Lion's relic, unleashing a terrifying magical power that mirrors the madness in his eyes. He's forgotten something important. His previous smile vanishes, replaced by a face of furious horror, his eyes burning with vengeful intent. Siyu trembles before his terrifying visage, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. No, if this continues, an unspeakable fear, the most terrifying fear for humans, will manifest within him as he faces this man. Death, death, death. He trembled, backing away from the torrent of dark energy. What to do? Like a drowning man grasping for a lifeline, his eyes strained, staring at the ground beneath him. Beneath Co's feet, the scales of power glowed, resonating with his brother's heavenly beads, finally rousing the injured man. Damn it, one summoning, and it's already this chaotic. He immediately turned and called out. That's right, the Libra beads are trembling. Can you see them? Before he could finish, he saw the activated glowing necklace on his insolent brother's hand. He turned to stare intently at Co's desperate, nonchalant expression. Brother Thu, I'm sorry. I think you were right. I am useless. At the same time, notifications of skill activation appeared one after another, using the Libra's equivalent exchange skill and using Run 2, the son of Libra, as an offering. Shu now smiles, a forced, fearful smile. How ironic. Unlike you, I am quite useful. In his hand, the scales glowed as they activated. Tu's mind is now clouded, a smile on his lips, but fear in his eyes, as he instinctively calls out to Xiao while a cruel notification appears, transforming Run 2 into a calamity. Instantly, golden threads bound him, his body twisting and swelling into a grotesque, bizarre form, as Tu could only scream in agony with his last bit of life. He now looms large on one side of the scale, a grotesque mass of muscle, gray skin, and chaotic horns and wings displayed before Jian. Jian bursts into mocking laughter, gleefully exclaiming, "How interesting. Little brother turns big brother into a portal, the holy gods fallen so low." John, completely calm, glanced around, shrouding his leg in magic, and mused, "This sanctuary is unlike any I've known." He immediately stomped the ground, shattering the stone, as a system notification announced the fortress's deployment. The space around the room darkened, flashing an eerie green light. Xiao froze in disbelief. His calamity, forged through the sacrifice of his humanity and betrayal, instantly collapsed, powerless, as a calm voice severed his connection to the Libra Palace. Now standing tall within the fortress he's created, John surveys the shattered Libra beads and the defeated calamity, a scene of chaotic madness, and chuckles derisively. While my fortress grows, I've also erected a barrier, so you won't be able to use the Libra's power here. Libra's power is cut off and destroyed, and seeing his despair, Zion remarks that it's a masterpiece to sacrifice his brother and turn him to ashes. He smiled, devoid of humanity. Perhaps this was the true calamity, and asked humorously, "How is it?" "Don't you think it's all a joke?" John said with a nonchalant smile. Now it's my turn. The system displays the progress of using the records in the Ophiuchus Temple scripture, selecting Event 2. Event 2. The Centaur Saint admires the Serpent-Bearer's master, allowing the power of the centaur to be used. Immediately, a flickering barrier of fire appeared around his eyes. The system activates the Sagittarius constellation's Eyes of Insight skill, as John casually steps forward, saying, Any last words?" Xiu looked at him in horror as he carried the giant, double-edged axe, showing a final bit of mercy. I'll let you atone before you die. Don't you want to confess something? Behind the mask of fire, Dewey was like a judge from hell with a penetrating gaze, smiling terrifyingly. If you have any last words, think carefully and speak them. You bastard! He could only grit his teeth in helpless fear, Siu trembling, cursing with a face full of resentment. Damn it, you bastard! He then grabbed his hair and screamed like a madman. Damn it! Jian was confused. Siu had probably never reflected on himself before, and now he was still furious, red-faced, and cursing. Who are you? Who are you to keep bullying me like this? He recalls questioning him, flustered by his past mistakes. Was it because of what I summoned in the blood mist? Because it was young? When you were young, did you never make mistakes? Siu lists his crimes, still trying to justify himself, controlling the blood mist in Europe, attacking the Scorpion Palace hospital. He shouts, claiming he was just following orders and that everything was resolved. After all, you're going to capture the blood mist anyway. Siu strains himself, trying even harder to justify his actions. You saved those who thought they were going to die, so what's the big deal? Wasn't everything already settled? He croaks out, invoking his power once more. What do you want from me after all this? Do you even know who I am? But with all his might, he tried to threaten him with his power. Junsiu, son of Jel Lauren, a Libra. Siu challenged, thinking his mother wouldn't stand for it. But then he froze. Siu trembled, unable to believe what he was seeing. You bastard. He dazedly pointed at the rude, cross-eyed man who'd been ignoring him and yelled, I'm talking to you, how dare you doze off? John sluggishly awakens, exhausted. Is it over? It was hard enough just to open my eyes, he yawned, clearly impressed with himself. It seems you have quite a few regrets in your life, don't you? Why so talkative? What is with all the talking? Siu trembled with frustration. Were you not listening to me from the start? He immediately turned serious, a terrifying smile in his eyes. How can this be? I clearly heard it was different. That all-seeing gaze pierced through his panic as Seo Jian declared, It's not just me. Everyone heard you. From the start, his every word and action had been broadcast live across the city, fueling the people's rage. He cried out in panic, What? What did you say? The public's faces were now a mixture of shock and contempt. John explains, I've broadcast everything you've said worldwide, even to the coldest, stormiest places. Over the turquoise waters of Haiao Harbor, Jian scoffed, saying it could be seen anywhere, and the viewership must be huge. The scale of this is no joke. Bright spots of fire are scattered across the globe. He nonchalantly says, roughly 8 billion moon people. This is the power of Sagittarius, the penetrating eyes of the Sagittarius Palace, a skill akin to the clairvoyance of the Sagittarius Palace. The Sagittarius used this skill last time and was shocked to discover Yang Jian unmoving amidst the rubble. In this way, Junsu's direct words were broadcast across the world, and within the Libra Palace, Libra's retainers watched in dismay, wondering where Lion Jian and Junxiu were now. His subordinates urgently responded, We haven't found him yet, and internally things are more chaotic than ever. Damn it, how much trouble does Lion Jian want to cause? Find him by any means necessary. Junxiu must be saved. A Libra apostle cried out in fear, Look, they're coming in! His superior was stunned. What? Right now, hundreds and thousands of people are flooding into the Libra Palace's territory, causing chaos and rioting. Libra Palace, come out here. One man choked back bitter tears and roared, blaming Junxiu for the blood mist, and the crowd erupted, accusing Libra of unleashing disaster. Hundreds of thousands of angry eyes turned to them in a frenzy. Was everything truly resolved? A mistake? How can you even say that? If it weren't for Lion, thousands would be dead, you bastard. These Libras deserve the same fate. Punish Junxiu Lishan, eliminate him. On a nearby rooftop, a figure silently observes the chaos. It's Callie, still calmly mocking herself. This isn't good. But Callie just gives a wry, self-deprecating smile. Nowhere left to run, huh? She looks up at the live broadcast engulfed in flames and suddenly says, No way. Staring at Sio's panicked and distressed state, she teasingly calls him little brother. He's frozen, staring blankly at the live feed. It can't be. He sees hundreds of people spewing hateful words, demanding Runcio be handed over, thrown to the wolves. Libra, explain yourself. Leo, get rid of Runziu, he cries out in agony. Jian smiles, raising the sharp blade to his head. Congratulations. How does it feel to be the most hated man in the world? Terrified, Xiu falls forward, right into the axe's blade. John continues, Do you know why I told you to say your last words? John pinned his head in the weapon's curve, coldly saying, Because you should have apologized instead of making excuses. He glared, threatening. Make it clear. You've thrown away the last chance you had to beg everyone in this world. Sio's eyes widened, bloodshot, as tears streamed down his face, listening in utter despair. Now, neither I nor they can forgive you. Libra's attendants are now in a panic. No, he's going to die. Their eyes widened as they watched in despair, crying out, "He's faltering!" A series of updates now reveal that the people's faith in the Libra constellation is dwindling. The believers' faith is waning, and the people are growing to hate the Libra palace. The church's position is weakening, and the people are starting to favor the Serpentarius constellation. Now, the lower-level followers are all panicking, looking to their master. High Priestess, this is a disaster. The sanctuary's position. High Priestess, the believer's faith is waning. We can't let that lion run rampant. We'll send in the elite forces to attack. Amidst the frantic cries of her subordinates, Ju remained silent and still, until a glint sparked in her eyes. Just as Zion raises his weapon to finish off that OT guy, let's revel in their fervent support. Instantly, a brilliant pillar of light descended behind him, revealing the dark silhouette of the beast bird and the angry afterimage of the scales god, who said, "Legion, stop. I can't stand by any longer." "So, you finally show your face? You're too late." That little piece of trash. See you, as if saved, happily calls out. "Mother?" The sacred bird spoke for her. "You're determined then. Li Jian, I didn't expect you to do something so insane." John retorts, "Is unleashing disaster and destroying the city a small matter? Stop talking nonsense." Ju continues contemptuously, "I'll be blunt. I'm taking my son away." "I know you're trying to provoke me, but isn't this a little underhanded?" He scoffed. "Pathetic? It's your sons harming innocent people that's truly pathetic." John then stomped on the helpless Sio, declaring, "Fine." He then plunged his battle axe into the ground, shattering it beside the man's neck, and calmly suggested that if he wasn't happy with his methods, he should try his own way. He leaned confidently on his axe, daring her to choose. Reveal the atrocities of Libra and pay for their sins, or else. You sacrificed everything to fight me, so you must know who stabbed me in the Tower of Evil. Huh, I have nothing left to say to you. Lion calmly waved her hand, revealing her transformed, pitch-black eyes, nonchalantly replying, effectively ending her son. "Why should I listen to you?" Sue whimpered in despair. "Mother," at that moment, Jian smirked and casually swung the axe handle in response. Or so it seemed. With a sorrowful cry, his head, etched with utter despair and betrayal by his own mother, fell lifelessly as John swung his axe, deflecting the blow with practiced ease. At that moment, Gel's bird frantically berated Jian. "You dare do that in front of me? You think I'll let you get away with this?" After severing Sio's head, John looked up and replied, "Already getting angry?" A massive power blazes in his palm, and he's capable of so much more. Jian's eyes burned like fire as he reached back, energy swirling in space, creating strange flashes of light. The bird watches on, its face a mask of shock and surprise. "What?" Jian smirks as energy from A's hand envelops Sio. "How could he be resurrected?" Jay, watching through the bird, gasped in disbelief. That's right, Jian used his power to revive Sio, leaving him shocked and terrified. Then the system announced that he had granted Junsu the skill of regeneration. The rebirth skill's influence has increased due to the territory's effect. Returning from the brink of death, Sio clutches his neck in disbelief. It healed, but the pain remained. "What? I clearly died." Before he could even think, Jian appeared and delivered another fatal blow. The blade drew closer, and Sio wept in terror. Then it cleaved him in two. Before he could meet his maker, Jian resurrected him again. His eyes were cold, as if he could torture Sio 1,000 more times. His wounds quickly healed, leaving him wide-eyed with terror. What was happening? Another fatal blow sends Sio crashing into the rafters, startling the bird. "Lion, what are you planning?" He turns back with a triumphant smile. "Are you blind? It would be too boring to let him die like that." As he said that, Jian revived Sio again, a savage grin on his face. If he only died once, those he hurt would be shortchanged. "Your son has done plenty of evil, so I'll repay you with the pain you've inflicted on others." John raises his weapon, but then pauses. "Or you can kill yourself, and I'll count them for you." Then Sio's agonizing screams echoed, his eyes wide and bloodshot, tears and snot streaming down his pathetic face. Another strike lands, followed by the system notification. "You have granted Junsu the skill of rebirth." Outside the city, everyone watching the live broadcast of the Libra Palace match holds their breath in anticipation. His screams echoed. "Save me!" John attacks with the ferocity of a wild beast. "Save him? I'm saving you." And so Sio re-enters the loop of torment and rebirth. The system notifies you that you have granted Junseo the skill of regeneration. I was wrong. His screams echoed outwards, worrying those standing outside. Please, stop. His anguished cries echoed once more, and the sight of Sue's battered body only fueled Gel's rage. The familiar resurrection notification appeared again, alarming Gel's soldiers. No, Mr. Shu's body seems to be in pieces, causing him to scream in despair. Again, a series of notifications. You have granted Junseo the skill of regeneration. John, seemingly unconcerned, continued his relentless assault. Jis, witnessing this, erupted in fury, his eyes blazing as he roared, "Lion, are you testing my patience?" And then the system activated instant movement through Larry Queen and the Sagittarius's absolute coordinates. Above, an unidentified object of enormous size fell from the gate created by Larry Queen and Sagittarius. Seeing this, Gel was terrified. The object was so massive that its impact felt like a devastating earthquake, shaking Gel's tower. Suddenly, blood splattered across her face, and as the dust settled, she thought it was another calamitous creature. Jello watched in silence, and as she stared at the severed head before her, with its distinctive blonde hair, she realized it was her son's corpse. Shu. But his body was no longer what it once was. It's swollen from the relentless attacks. A large horn protrudes from his forehead. His skin has turned completely purple. His ears are pointed like an elf's, and he wears a chilling scream. Unable to contain her rage, Jay's eyes roll back. Blood trickles from her mouth and her face darkens as Jion's triumphant image speaks from the Libra Tower. What's with that face, you bitch? You don't look too happy. Why are you standing there like that? Your precious eldest son has returned. Why don't you wear a loving face and embrace him? At that moment, Jay turned with the calmest face possible, saying, "You will pay for provoking me." As soon as he finished speaking, Jian violently grabbed the bird around her neck. Provocation, you say? What provocation? Bitch, I'm simply responding to your choice. Anyone who stands in my way will meet the same end. Be they chosen by the sanctuary, a calamity from a lost civilization, or even a god. He glances at Jizzle, whose rage has reached its peak. With that, Jian hurled the bird into the sky before it could react, saying, "Next time we meet, prepare your neck and wait." Jello Lauren screams, unleashing his power, as Jello grits his teeth and looks up to the sky. The reflection stopped because of Jian's attack, and the soldiers fearfully looked up at the Holy Master's tower. At that moment, a beam of energy struck Jel, followed by a blood-curdling scream. Jizzle has completely lost it, screaming to the heavens. The crowd screams. What's going on? An earthquake? As Jizzle took Zion's blow, her emotions seemed to reach a boiling point. "You dare insult me? I will kill you." Her dark eyes spoke of utter rage. "Lion, you and your trashy kind." Just then, the very center of the scales began to glow strangely. The entire city of Dungtran trembles with her rage. Giselle, seeing this, shouts, "Legion!" Xiu suddenly opens his eyes, startled to find himself still in the same place. "So it was all just a dream. Are you awake now?" Hearing this, he looked up in shock as John grinned triumphantly at him. "I thought you were dead, and I was so disappointed. Now let's continue where we left off." Suddenly, he asked blankly, "What number was I on?" Hearing this, Sio trembled in fear, while John, after a moment of thought, decided to start counting again from the beginning. Hearing this, he panicked and shouted, "Stop it, you bastard!" But he didn't seem to care, and just kept counting. The injured number, 5,000, plus those at the Scorpion Hospital. Calculating the suffering the Otsu family will endure, Sio screamed, begging, "Please, hear me out." After a moment, Lion raised his blade and said softly, "Okay, I'm done counting. Die another 10,000 times." John raised his weapon and with one strike, split his skull in two. Siu uses his last chance to scream, "You bastard," followed by Jian counting down. A system notification rings out, announcing the granting of the rebirth scene skill to Junseo. Back in the Lion Palace arena, a powerful muscle man is taken down by his opponent, and the referee raises the victor's hand, declaring troll Yuha, the vice master, as the winner, though she seems indifferent. The crowd cheers as the troll Yuha, vice leader, instantly defeats her opponent in an overwhelming display. Outside the arena, the disciples begin to comment. Something seems off about the vice master. Is that person suspicious? They discussed it further, noting that he was usually cold after a victory, but lately he's been acting strangely. Indeed, I think so too. They finished speaking, filled with curiosity. Ever since witnessing Lion and Libra's performance, he's been like this. Back then, the whole city held its breath as Libra's son was utterly defeated. Yuha watched Sio get utterly destroyed, her eyes wide with shock as if seeing it for the first time, her mouth agape, admiring Jian's spirit and strength. "Yeah, she looks totally out of it," the audience murmured. Comparing it to now, they guessed she was just as stunned. Clearly, shell-shocked. One man guessed it was the first time she'd seen someone get beat down so badly, while another chuckled, "I'm loving this. Those Libra guys are too arrogant. It serves them right." Iuha stood blankly in the arena, but the MC's loud voice grated on her nerves. "Congratulations to Vice Master Jo Yuha on her victory." "A series of victories indeed. I wonder how you feel about continuing your winning streak." She seemed dazed at the news, but her resolve was firm. The MC hesitates. "Yes." With a stern face, she declares, "I will leave the Lion Sanctuary." Yuha then adds, "I will join Uncle Jion's sanctuary." The crowd gasped in surprise, and I couldn't contain myself any longer. At that moment, her announcement was broadcast all over the city, even reaching the Lion Palace Master and his two close apostles in the hospital, where they watched Stephen's live broadcast from his hospital bed, unable to believe what they were hearing. His two subordinates panicked, demanding the channel be changed, but the other knew it was hopeless. The saint was so shocked that he fainted, and they cried out in alarm, "Wake up, saint! Wake up!" Hearing this, Oliver gritted his teeth in anger, thinking to himself, "The Holy Master and Vice Master, those who disgrace the Holy Order." The sick room was now as loud as a marketplace. "High Priest, wake up! You can't leave us like this." "He just fainted. Don't overreact," the man reassured the loudly weeping man. One man cried out, asking Steve how he could survive being looked down upon by Lion and John Yua, while another angrily accused him of feigning concern for the Holy Lord and planning something sinister now that he's unconscious. Meanwhile, T.I. switched channels to a high-level human meeting. A young man exclaimed, "Until now, Libra has deceived the world, concealing the truth of the blood fog with the errors of Sagittarius." Hearing this, another older-looking council member responded, "Aren't we jumping to conclusions? Nothing has been clarified yet. We still don't know Libra's position, nor have we verified anything. It could be Lion framing Libra. Besides, isn't this a common dirty tactic among the constellations?" Hearing this, the young man angrily retorted, "The son of Libra is dead, and you still speak like that?" This man rises to question Libra's silence and lack of stance on such a serious matter. "Don't you find that strange? If you encountered this and had no suspicions, would you remain silent until now?" Another responds, "How would I know? Perhaps they're just slow because they're trying to come up with an excuse." After watching the news for a while, H had to praise Kevin. "Is this media manipulation? Besides poisoning food, is this all you know how to do?" Virgo smiles confidently, saying manipulating public opinion with his influence is child's play, adding, "How would someone who lives in the Canadian wilderness know about these things?" Holly bristles at his words, and Kevin adds, "Besides, what I put in wasn't poison, but a tonic. Get this straight, Scorpion. It's the antidote to the poison you slipped into Lion's food in an instant." He returns to his serious demeanor. Hallie coolly crossed his arms and replied, "How boring. My poison is the antidote to your cheap concoctions. I've been through so much trouble detoxifying your poisons." And so they bickered back and forth. "I detoxified it." "Well, I detoxified it again." "Really? I even cured it. Isn't the cure for a cure still a cure?" Meanwhile, Hugo, excluded from the conversation, wonders if their behavior stems from a shared interest in Legion. Anyone could see they were both obsessed with Legion. Lost in thought, Kevin turned around and startled Hugo. "But where is the founder of this organization? I don't see him." "Is he busy?" "Indeed, Jian is extremely busy with his construction project. At the Libra Palace's base in Hawaii, a construction site is being demolished by cranes." At the construction site, Jian sits, devouring fast food and listening to music. Perfect. He swayed slightly to the music as the system announced the destruction of Libra's Hawaiian branch. John munches on his hamburger while browsing the system, noting that the destruction is more or less complete. "Now I know what to build, and the added points are pretty good. The Libra also have this, it's that demonic heart system, again." "So, they plan to summon disaster with the jewels I created?" he wondered as the crystal stones were made by crystallizing the disaster Lion had previously eliminated in the Demon Tower. Calamity level, calamity level. That parrot summoned me in a similar way. Break time's over, let's get back to it. He finished his food and got back to work. Lion happily wondered, "A new home is coming soon. Has my gift for that woman arrived yet?" Meanwhile, the gift Jian mentioned was the head of Jizel's beloved son, Siu, hanging on the floral arch in the middle of the Libra sanctuary. Jay's rage shook the entire sanctuary as her terrified soldiers knelt behind her. Jel's face twisted with hatred. "He wants to enrage me to death. Did he send this to humiliate me?" She glared, her eyes like lightning bolts aimed at her useless subordinates. "Does he intend to further humiliate us on the live broadcast? Whether it's broadcast or not, you have no strategy for this." Terrified, they cried, "We deserve to die!" The Temple Maiden's forces moved too fast. We couldn't stop them. Jizzle turned and commanded her lackeys to gather their forces, a command that jolted the sweat-soaked petitioners. Having been pushed this far, she couldn't sit still. She ordered a full-force attack, her eyes burning with hatred. Jizzle orders them to contact their allied sanctuaries in every branch worldwide to eliminate Lion by any means necessary. The soldiers respond with a unanimous, "Yes, ma'am." With all their might, they shifted to a retaliatory assault for the young masters, the soldiers yelling as they charged out. Before her, the spot where her subordinates had knelt was now a crater, ravaged by Jizzle's fury, and she commanded, "Come forth!" From the void, a massive evil spirit appeared, kneeling behind her. "My lady," he reported, "I have gathered the army of the lost civilization. They await your command." Joe praised, "Excellent." A powerful energy emanated from her hand. The energy grew, illuminating the sky, summoning a miniature globe surrounded by stains, marking the location of powerful calamity forces. Jizzle then reached her hand toward it, her face dark and gloomy, her eyes shining with resentment. Her hand stopped over the darkest and largest stain, the Pacific Ocean, the black territory of a mysterious civilization. The waves crashed violently, lightning struck the sea relentlessly, and the surrounding sky was terrifyingly dark. From the depths, countless calamities of all shapes and sizes suddenly emerged. We screamed and cried out in terror as lightning flashed and they soared into the sky. A mounted calamity appears, announcing his arrival as a terrifying army of calamities rises from the depths and fills the sky. A giant hand appears in the sky. Gel's hand, plunging into the defilement on the miniature Earth. It glowed strangely, illuminating the dark sky as lightning continued to strike all around. Below, the mounted calamity army awaits orders in neat rows as her hand plunges straight into the sea. Meanwhile, as she plunged her hand into the darkness, those tainted black streaks began to swirl chaotically in the air. She squeezed it tightly, pulling out a strange, glowing red orb that dripped with eerie filth. "I will wipe out all the lions and those insects." In her hand, the orb vanished, revealing a demonic eye glowing a sinister red. Her rage reached its peak. Her eyes turned black and glowed strangely, and her hair stood on end with fury. "I will make you feel utter despair." As Jay said this, he squeezed the grotesque thing in his hand, causing more of the viscous substance to flow out. The eye in her hand suddenly flared open, followed by an announcement. A black territory. 65 hours until the attack on humanity in Hawaii, one of the world's most beautiful islands, home to the Libra Workshop and the sanctuary of the Bow and Talisman Palace. Right in front of the headquarters main gate, a magical teleportation gate opened. Hugo's group, consisting of Ju, H, Kevin, and Sangjay, stepped outside, and Kevin immediately began to complain. "What the hell is Legion doing here? Why did he suddenly drag us to Hawaii so early in the morning?" Hugo replies, "I'm the only one who knows what he's doing here. Besides Holly, who's eager to see Jian, will we really get to see Lai Jian?" But the others were more focused on the headquarters before them, especially Hugo, who was astonished by the thick black smoke billowing into the air. Wow, when did they build this? He was sent by Jian to welcome the guests. So, upon seeing them, Lao proactively greeted them. "Oh, hello, you must be the guests Mr. Lion mentioned." "Where did this woman come from?" Hugo stammered. "Who are you?" Though a prisoner of Ophiuchus, Lao didn't hide her identity, introducing herself with a smile. "I'm Lao, former house god of both Aquarius and Libra. I'm currently being called a cleanser. I was kidnapped from Libra and thrown here, brought in by Lord Lion as a prisoner." Lao didn't elaborate on the last 5 words, making Ahoy suspicious. "What do you mean Lion brought you here?" Hugo, however, was more interested in the blue egg in her hand. "What are you holding?" LaShaw replied, "Oh, this is the egg of a guardian deity that Lion entrusted to me. He said that because I'm the god of health and nursing, I can nurture it well." For those who don't know, an Ophiuchus deity egg is one of the rewards for passing the strength, intelligence, and reputation tests. Kevin shook his head, lamenting, "That bastard Lion, is he planning to start a family or something?" Of course, these words set off alarm bells for Hallie, and she immediately called out, "My divine familiar." The divine familiar appears, and Holly trembles, barely holding back her emotions. She ordered that everything possible from their god clan be brought to Lion, a command the god-servant thought was a joke. Poor retainer. Holly was so agitated she snapped at him, demanding he bring everything, even the pillars, or they would lose. The terrified retainer tearfully cried out, "Princess!" before rushing to obey. Unaware that H saw him as a rival for her affections, Lao gestured towards the large door and said, "Please, go through this door." As she spoke, the doors swung open, and a suffocating wave of heat and thick smoke rushed towards Hugo's group. Stepping inside, they were met with an even more horrifying sight. A monster with its jaws wide open, forcefully blowing red-hot flames into some kind of device. Seeing such a massive construction, Hugo quickly realized what the furnace was for, twitching his lips as he asked, "Is he trying to build a steel mill or something?" Kevin wondered if the lava in the tub came from those damn lizards, and Hugo realized this was what he wanted to build after destroying Libra's headquarters. Ju agreed, but the heat was making her too dizzy to speak. H was probably the only one growing even more infatuated with Jian. "Indeed, Li Jian, this insane leadership is so cool." Suddenly, a hearty voice boomed. "Oh, isn't that the centaur slave bastard of the Lord?" Hugo's group looked towards the voice and saw it was from Jian's retainers. "He's waiting for you. Isn't our workshop magnificent?" Perhaps afraid of keeping Jian waiting, they rushed us along with an irritated attitude. "Hurry up and go straight in. He's in the forge." Facing 3 retainers who looked ready to throw down, Hugo and his group of 5 weren't foolish enough to linger. The 3 of them quickly made their exit, while the others seemed genuinely happy to be working in the forge. Stepping inside the forge, Hugo chuckled. It wouldn't be Lion's workshop without a forge. Holly nodded. "I've been hearing the hammer for a while now." Indeed, the deeper they went, the louder the hammering became. Spotting a familiar, towering figure in the distance, Hugo waved. "Lijan, we're here." The sweaty man knew Hugo's group had arrived, so he stopped hammering and smiled. As he turned, he slicked back his hair and replied, "Oh, you're here." Revealed in the flickering firelight, a chiseled physique, 6-pack abs glistening with sweat, and a handsome masculine face. A combo that would make Hallie's nose bleed. Hugo glanced disdainfully at Ju, then back at Holly, who had collapsed to the ground, unable to take it anymore. Since she fainted on the spot, Lasso could only get a towel and water and stay to take care of her, while Kevin left because it was too hot. John popped open the can Hugo brought and chugged it down like he was dying of thirst. Hugo glances around, asking, "Didn't you wreck someone's house yesterday? How did you rebuild this so fast?" Wiping his mouth, Jian grins. "I have a new skill that's quite useful. It's called Gluttony SSS rank, which allows me to target and devour anything, then recreate it if my divine power is at least 70%. If the target is stronger than the user, the skill may fail, resulting in side effects." He wouldn't reveal that to Hugo, though. Basically, he's just combined the Serpent Bearer Temple with his workshop. Setting the hammer on a nearby table, he added, "It's been a while since I've returned to my original profession. Quite motivating." Remembering now, Hugo chuckled. "Right. Your original job was production." As Hugo turned to look at Jian drinking water, he suddenly noticed a stream of magical smoke passing through his eyes. And it became even more intense as Jian sat on the edge of the table, propped himself up and smirked, introducing, "This is my sanctuary, my lifeblood. And the forge of the workshop is a place to create countless sacred objects." He confidently asserts that as long as he's motivated, he can make a mountain of things. Since I declared war, even that trash won't be able to sit still, a fact Hugo readily acknowledges. Curious, he asked, "What are you making now?" John winked playfully. "Oh, a weapon for Yuha. As promised, I'll make one for Sanjay and Ju as well." Hearing this, Sanjay and Ju were overjoyed and full of anticipation, while Otos, feeling left out, couldn't bring himself to smile. Suddenly, Jian reached out to Hugo and they exchanged confused words. "What? Give it to me? Give what?" "What else? Your royal treasure." Before John could finish, a loud crash echoed, startling Hugo. "What was that?" Looking around and not seeing Hai, Sangda frantically shouted. Holly has disappeared, and feeling the tremors from beyond the main gate, tension mounts. Are we under attack? What in the world is going on? But as they rushed outside to investigate, they heard an urgent delivery announcement from the Scorpion Squad headquarters, and the person they thought was missing was standing in front of a mountain of goods. Knowing Jian was right behind her, Hallie's face flushed red as she tried to suppress her trembling. She swore, speaking as fluently as possible. "The Holy Land is basically just the gods' home, so coming here is like moving in, right? Just think of this as the newbie zone. So this shipment is what she had her familiar bring here." Having said all that, H even felt proud of herself. "Excellent, I said it so naturally." And without so much as a glance back, she began opening the boxes herself, revealing food, money, artifacts, and fragments. Unbeknownst to her, John was far from thrilled. Seeing his frozen friend, Hugo sighed. "Lucky you, she seems really serious about you. You'll find a couple like us someday." Hallie paused mid-rummage. Seeing a pile of letters and documents, she realized this box wasn't hers and picked up a letter addressed to Lion. Though reluctant, she hands it to Jaeon, the original Lion. Someone sent you a letter? John frowned in disbelief. What? Who would send me a letter? Hugo seizes the opportunity to tease him, suggesting it's fan mail like, I love you, Lion. Hearing H's words, all the letters had names on them, making Jay even more suspicious as he held Hugo's beak. If it's from Lion, that's even more confusing. L seems to have figured something out, and Sangdae immediately says, that's right, there's been a huge problem ever since your sister dropped the bombshell that she was leaving Lion. Perhaps that's why they sent the letter to you, Uncle. This hypothesis caused Hugo and Jeon to exclaim in unison. What? At that moment in America, Stephen slammed his fist on the table at the Lion Palace headquarters. Why would you say that? Just as Sangjae predicted, Stephen is berating Yuha for wanting to leave the guild. Even if you leave, it won't end that easily, you know. Do you even realize how many people will leave with you? Never has the name Yuha the Troll been uttered with such volume. Even so, Yuha calmly replied, Yes, I know. Stephen's head throbbed. If you knew, how could you say it so nonchalantly? You two are like cats and dogs bickering back and forth. What's the problem? I gave you everything you wanted. Just let me leave and transfer to another team, you bastard. Stephen covers his face in frustration, saying wearily, What about the contract term, salary, or anything else? I'm so stressed I can practically feel my muscles twitching. Yuha bluntly replies, I don't need any of that. She takes a deep breath, trying to regain her composure. Stephen closed his eyes and asked again, Do you really want to leave this place? How has it been lately? He opened his eyes, glancing at her arm, and continued, I'm referring to your arm. Time rewinds to 10 years prior, a few days before the Blood OA disaster struck the Scorpion Palace Hospital in Korea. At the time, Ju was still in a coma and on oxygen. Sangjae and Yuha had been taking care of their mother together from morning until late at night. Yuha, a lighter sleeper than her sister, woke to a strange noise outside, and like any child, she simply assumed her father had come home. Carefully adjusting her brother's sleeping position, she groggily went to the door, peeked out and called, Dad, is that you? But the hallway was empty except for the light spilling from the elevator. No one was there. Perhaps driven by curiosity, Yuha couldn't tear her eyes away from the strangely open elevator, and her little feet carried her closer. It felt as if someone was pulling her, but before she could fully enter, the elevator announced that the doors were closing. Yuha rubbed her eyes as the elevator doors slowly closed, when suddenly a woman appeared, right behind her. Hello, you're Yuha, right? Yuha turned around, startled, as Jay removed her hat and hood, saying with a smile, Oh dear, did I scare you? As soon as Yuha saw her face, she immediately recognized her as Saint Libra. Seeing that she recognized her, Ju gently asked, I want to talk to you for a bit. Shall we go somewhere else? Yuha hesitated, but believing a saint wouldn't lie or harm her, she followed Jel to a room with seats. Sitting down, Jay said, I was worried about you after the bloodbath, so I came to see you. Pushing a soda towards Yuha, she continued with a sorrowful expression. I'm so sorry about your mother. Yuha shook her head slightly and replied, No, it's okay. Though saddened, she forces a bright smile, believing the saints did their best. I believe this is the best possible outcome. Jay bowed her head, sighed, and smiled. Thank you for saying that. After meeting you, I understand why Hugo boasts so much about his child. Looking up at Yuha, who was listening intently, she continued, Even after all that, you're so resilient and mature. She mentioned her own children, comparing them to Yuha, lamenting that hers always caused trouble. If only they were half as talented as you, as the queen says. Anyone would be pleased. But when I heard Jel, they caused trouble again, so I threw them in the punishment room to correct their behavior. Yuha exclaimed in disbelief. What was that? Tapscan. Jay smirked, hinting, Raising children is difficult. Wanting them to be smart, talented, and obedient is not easy at all, just like you. Yuha's expression suddenly shifts, her eyes and smile taking on a sinister quality. Ah, Yuha, if only you were my daughter. Yuha tenses up, unable to decipher Jay's words, and a heavy silence descends. After a few short seconds, Jel finally exhaled, then burst into laughter as if she had just seen or heard something hilarious. I was just kidding. I was only joking. Look at your bewildered face. She chuckled, tilting her head. After all, you're just a child. It took Jel a few minutes to stop laughing. I'm sorry. Was I a little harsh with you, Yuha? She twirled her finger, creating a faint glow. And then, 2 dazzling gemstone earrings fell into her palm, which Jel picked up and dangled in front of Yuha. Here, take them. Knowing she'd ask, Jello claimed it was a memento of their meeting. But Yuha refused, saying, I can't accept this. We've only met once. Jel relents, determined to give it to her. Take it. I brought it here for you. Hearing footsteps approaching, Jay grew impatient and urged Yuha, take it, or do you want me to stand here holding it forever? Hugo stopped right outside the door, recognizing the familiar voice. Libra, who is she talking to? Hugo stepped inside to investigate and saw his daughter reaching out to receive something from Jel. Thank you, sir. I'll take it. Hugo never imagined Jel would actively seek out Yuha, and in that moment he couldn't help but freeze. Yuha. Hearing his father's voice, Yuha happily turned around and called out to him. And in that moment, Jel forcefully dropped both earrings into Yuha's palm. The moment they touched Yuha's skin, Otto's eyes widened as if he'd seen something unimaginable. And his fears were confirmed as the earrings began to melt together, forming a dark, viscous mass. Not only that, but it spread out in all directions, shocking Yuha. Hugo rushed over, shouting, "No!" But alas, it was too late. In the blink of an eye, the entire room exploded into fragments. Passers-by could only see thick smoke billowing out and flickers of light like flames as they turned to each other in stunned disbelief. The hospital exploded. Was it a gas leak? But above all, there was fear. Amidst the gawking crowd, a familiar face emerged, urging someone to report the incident. And that person was none other than Stephen. Back inside the hospital, Hugo was doing everything he could to reach his daughter, Yuha. But the next scene made his eyes widen in utter shock. Yuha was clutching her body, writhing and screaming. Hugo's heart burned with anguish, and he rushed toward her with all his might, reaching out and calling her name as they closed the distance. Just then, Jel grinned wickedly and blasted Hugo before he could reach Yuha. So focused on saving his daughter from her torment, Hugo failed to anticipate the blow and was sent flying. His entire back slammed against the thick wall, the pain making him feel as though his bones had shattered, his limbs completely limp. He coughed a few times, struggling to his feet, having already exceeded his current strength. Seeing him in such a rare, pathetic state, Jay was overjoyed, throwing her head back and laughing triumphantly. Don't tell me you still see yourself as a saint. Despite the pain racking his body, Hugo, as a father, had to press on. Libra, what have you done to Yuha? Jay coldly retorted that he was too late. He'd left his child alone for too long. So, does that mean you're not fit to be a father? As she finished speaking, Yuha's screams grew louder and more desperate. At this moment, Hugo truly hated her to his core. Libra, return Yuha to normal at once. Jay shakes his head, refusing. No, this is a warning. It seems you've underestimated my words. Her words reminded Hugo of their previous encounter when he confronted Jel, saying, You're the one leading the fight against the Blood Ogre, aren't you? You underestimate my connections. I have all the research you tried to hide. Jel hated being condescended to, so revenge was only natural. But your daughter is even better than I thought. It's no wonder she's being consumed by the evil god's energy. But she's still holding on. She paused to savor Yuha's screams, then cheerfully added, But she'll be devoured by that energy soon enough anyway. Oh no. Jello savors Hugo's helplessness and kindly offers a solution. It seems the only way to save his daughter is to bring her to her cult. But of course, Hugo would never agree to that. He roared, Don't act like I have no choice when you're the one who makes things this way every time. Jello calmly put a finger to her lips, shushing him, and said with a smile, Now, Centaur, you need to be quiet in a hospital. If you don't want to give Yuha to me, then listen to her proposal. Or how about you become my subordinate? Hugo was stunned into silence as Jello continued, Abandon your lingering attachment to that dead lion and serve me. Not stopping there, she continues to persuade Hugo, I know your worth. I value you more than all the other saints. If you follow me, I'll restore your lost power and help you reclaim your position as a saint. Jel then mentions John again. Doesn't sound too bad. Forget that dead man's name. Now Hugo finally understands what she's been striving for. It's not just revenge. He gritted his teeth, saying, You planned this from the start. As a saint of balance, Jel, as usual, gives Hugo a choice. Now, Hugo, you have to make a decision again. Will you hand over your daughter or join me? Suddenly, a small hand reached out and gripped Jel's ankle. Jel looked down in surprise. Yuha had somehow resisted the evil god's control and found her way here. Though in critical condition, Yuha struggled to look up, uttering each word with a tremor. Don't you dare bully my dad. Jay couldn't lift her foot or shake it off because Yuha was holding on tight, empowered by the evil god. With a sardonic chuckle, Jay coldly said, This little brat is cute. She dares to use the dark god's power against me. She opened her palm, channeling magic into the holy cross as she continued. Yuha, what did I tell you earlier? I prefer children who are both talented and obedient. Without hesitation, she directs the cross towards Yuha. It seems I'll have to teach you obedience before I take you with me. Seeing Gel's actions, Hugo charged forward like a moth to a flame. Stop it, Libra. At that moment, another voice cut through the air. What are you doing? Then a miracle beyond Hugo and Gel's comprehension occurred. Yuha's small body is suddenly pulled back by something unseen, as a blinding golden light descends upon the hospital. Turs stammered in shock. This skill is? He couldn't help but exclaim, the Lionheart's Victor's battlefield skill? Across from them, the evil god Jeln was gradually fading from Yuha's body, meaning he had arrived. The sound of shoes echoed on the floor, accompanied by a man's raspy voice. Hey, the centaur and his daughter are recruitment candidates I had my eye on. Jello turned towards the sound, and there he was, Stephen Marer, the man who possessed that power. Stephen Marer, also known as the Lion Saint, stared into Gel's astonished eyes, gave a wicked smile, and continued. If you understand, then get in line. With hands on his hips, Stephen clicked his tongue, sizing things up. Then looking up at Yuha floating in the air, he sneered at Jello, saying a dark god must have been violent with the child. He grinned, saying, a monster that strong would become a high-ranking member of the family, perhaps even on par with a saint. Then he arrogantly added, Leo is a team that rules over all beasts, so I'll just consider it a loss for trying to recruit a high-ranking member. Jello couldn't believe what he was hearing. Growing angry, she warned Stephen Marker not to do anything foolish, but he just responded with a nonchalant attitude, saying, let's be honest, isn't strengthening my own god team the basic thing for any god team to do? Without a second thought, he used the present situation to intimidate Jello, saying that just as she used a dark god to steal Yuha, he was simply stopping her. Provoked by Stephen, Jel is about to lose it, grinding her teeth as she curses, you rude bastard, and stomps her foot. Stephen raises an eyebrow. What's wrong? Not happy? He then tilted his chin up, taunting, try to break my royal skill and take her back. Jel has never feared anyone, so she fearlessly replies, no problem. Meanwhile, outside the hospital, in the pouring rain, an ambulance arrives, sirens blaring. This is 119. Please evacuate the area immediately. A building has collapsed. It's not safe here. The crowd grew even more panicked and chaotic, especially Stephen's men. Lord Stephen, where are you? Lord Stephen. Witnessing this through the hole in the wall, Stephen felt a headache coming on. Hands in his pockets, he sighed. Oops, I seem to have attracted quite the crowd. But Stephen has no intention of stopping this fight. He was made to adapt to the arena, so it's fine if they go all out. Libra, what about you? Stephen asks, wondering if she wants to escalate things here. Jay was left speechless. Without another word, she immediately launched her signature attack. Seeing another explosion at the hospital, despite the police and doctors cordoning off the area, more and more passers-by stopped to watch. Careful now. Whether out of embarrassment or fear of attention, Jay decides to end the fight unilaterally. Fine. I don't want things to escalate, so I'll back down this time. Her attitude takes a complete turn. Leo, I owe you one, and I'll find a way to repay you someday. Stephen chuckled, wondering if she could really do it, and vowed to surpass even Lion as the strongest. Seeing his confidence, Jay bit her lip disdainfully and clicked her tongue. Then she angrily cursed, "Stupid monster, you don't know your place," before disappearing. Stephen scoffed, utterly bored, before giving a thumbs up. Oh, no need to thank me, Hugo the Centaur sneered, not even saying anything yet. With a sigh, he asked, "What are you doing here?" Stephen replied, "I came to see your sorry state before work." He also took the opportunity to remind him, "You need to attend the preliminary hearing and apologize to the people. You have a cup as pathetic as a puppy dragged through the streets all day and then smashed." Tus's lips twitched. "Are you here to mock me?" Stephen wouldn't dare, because he had the idea of having him join his divine team before he became even more pathetic. "If you, a supporter of Lion, help me, I might be able to overcome Legion." He's really competitive, and his obsession with Gion is immense. Hugo closes his eyes and sighs. Everyone says the same thing. "Thanks for your help, but I can't think about that right now. Release Yuha." A simple request, yet Stephen flatly refuses. "I can't do that." Hugo couldn't understand what he was doing. Stephen calmly explained that his daughter was being possessed by a dark god. Releasing her now would have dire consequences. He honestly pointed out that his daughter would become a target of Libra, or die from being unable to control the energy. Stephen asked seriously, "Honestly, can you protect her as she is now?" Hugo honestly couldn't be sure. It's a constant source of guilt and regret for him, a silence Stephen knows all too well. When you're powerless, the truth is, you can't decide anything. Looking up at Yuha, Stephen continued. The dark entity that has entered your daughter's body may be a monster. I just told you about the godly energy, right? While I can't eliminate or tame it, I can suppress it, so it can't run rampant. He touched the barrier surrounding Yuha. That's why I'm taking her with me. With that, Stephen fires a blast of magic at Yuha, opens his arms wide, and catches her as she falls, weightless, into his arms. Sensing Yuha's dark power waning, Stephen says, It's suppressed now. Turs sighs in relief, then asks, Lion, why make yourself Libra's enemy? Without hiding his reasons, Stephen replied, Because I couldn't recruit you, I simply recruited your promising daughter. He paused for a moment. An old memory surfaces of a battlefield and an angry voice shouting, You're all trash. Though pinned to the ground, Hugo strained to ask, How could you leave Lion behind in the tower and come out on your own? If they could get the blood eye, they should at least recover Lion's body. Seeing his outburst, some told him to calm down and tried to pull him away. But for Hugo, who had just lost a close friend and couldn't even find the body, it was unbearable. After all he'd done, how dare they tarnish Lion's honor? How dare you call yourselves saints? Faced with these accusations, Stephen could only lower his head, grit his teeth, and remain silent. Ending the flashback, Stephen bitterly continued, And my conscience stings a little when reminded of the past. Time shifts to the present, a conversation between Stephen and the grown-up Yuha where she hears about Stephen's past for the first time. Yuha's heart is at ease now. She will always be grateful for what he's done for her. Hearing Stephen affirm that she couldn't grow stronger under Leo, Yuha clenched her fist, resolving to become stronger to help him. This thought truly pushed her to voice her desires. She needed a new and different kind of training to grow stronger. Stephen didn't have the strength to object. Fine, for the past 10 years, I thought I had done my best as your guardian. He covered his face and said in a hoarse voice, And I've kept quiet about your secret meeting with the Scorpion Saint. Yuha was shocked. Wow. Not only that, Stephen was trembling as he blamed himself, saying that if I still wanted to leave, it was because he hadn't done enough, and it was unavoidable. Especially that line, Even after you leave, I hope you'll be happy, combined with his pained voice, left Yuha speechless. Why was he acting like this? Was she crying? Just as she was about to say something to comfort Stephen, the blonde suddenly burst through the door. In contrast to Stephen's reluctance to let her go, he laughed triumphantly. Cha-ha, I heard everything. Fine, go ahead. I'd love that. Ignoring Yuha's look of disgust, he continued. I never liked you anyway. You always treated team activities like a joke. Get out and don't even think about coming back. I can't believe my plan was ruined. Stephen angrily retorts, You idiot. She fell for my acting. Why would you chase her away? Inadvertently revealing the eye drops, instantly dispelling Yuha's guilt and sympathy. This scoundrel, Stephen, and the blonde, two sides of the same coin, began a heated debate, with Yuha as its unwilling subject. Do you really want to keep this arrogant little thing, sir? He openly says he'll quit and follow Lion. She's still the vice god. We have to keep someone like her. Soon, their argument devolved into something else, entirely. What if I choose to quit? Why would you do that? Seriously, tell me. Okay, and just leave then. Never expecting to be fired, the blonde snapped and stood up, startling Stephen, who quickly tried to take it back. What are you so surprised about? I was just angry, that's all. But the blonde seemed beyond reason, bitterly remarking, I see. You don't care if an SS rank like me leaves, but you want to keep the S-rank troll Yuha. Seven desperately explains, That's not what I meant, calm down. But the blonde only loses it further, unleashing his power. Both the vice god and God see the God Squad as a joke. Who would have thought that God, the representative of the God Squad's values, would blatantly disregard the truth that the strongest shall live? And when his power was pushed to its limit, the blonde man transformed. Stephen exclaimed in shock, Is that Libra's energy? Oliver, what have you done? The blonde, or Oliver, seems extremely pleased with his new appearance. This feeling is amazing, he said with arrogance. It's been so long since I felt this powerful. I'll teach you all a lesson, show you how the lion's paw works with this power. Oliver, stop. Do you even know what you're doing? Instead of answering, Oliver let his actions speak for him. The moment Oliver threw his punch, Stephen was forced to engage, narrowly dodging the blow that shattered a large section of the wall. Stephen, his arm severed, clutches the wound in agony, wondering how this could be. My arm was severed in a single blow. Stephen roars in anger. Oliver, have you betrayed us and joined Libra? Oliver sneers. Betrayed you! Don't make me laugh. His eyes widened as he screamed. If you, the leader of the God Squad, had done your job, none of this would have happened. I'm simply reasserting the rights of our team, Oliver declares. Only the strongest survive. That's what Stephen Mayer, the Lion, stood for. You've forgotten that. So why did you choose that S-rank troll, Yuha, as governor? He recalls, remembering standing among the crowd cheering for Stephen. Even with an SS rank right there, Oliver couldn't accept it. My loyalty to the Lion, my knowledge of the heavenly troops, my achievements and skills, I surpass Yuha in every way, so why not me? In the end, Oliver harbored a deep resentment toward Stephen. Such a decision could never have been the Saint Lion's will, who always respected strength. This was your choice alone. He's always favored that troll Yuha. His constant remarks irritated Yuha and Stephen. You were easily defeated by the Legion. The vice-governor neglects the Sky Team just because she's crazy about the Legion, crazy about him. How could you possibly lead the Sky Team like that? Oliver's next words shocked Yuha. Do you know what I did to the previous vice-captain to become a candidate? Stephen was equally shocked, and Yuha demanded, Oliver, what did you just say? Don't tell me my master's death was because of you. He laughs triumphantly. That's right. Then Oliver recounted, You think he died from isolation and lack of help? Yuha was stunned as Oliver confessed, I was the captain of the Divine Spear, with the power to control the troops at that time. Suddenly something happens and Stephen shouts, Yuha, you've gone mad, charging in to hit Oliver. You. Her eyes revealed a terrifying resentment and rage. Yuha squeezed Oliver's face with immense force, breaking through the stone wall as her feet began to move. Yuha strikes Oliver with godlike speed, her fist landing squarely on his face. But even as she grips him, a wicked smile spreads across Oliver's face. Terrifying. Oliver grabs Yuha's wrist. Is this the special skill Stephen Marker and Leon created together? He smugly twists Yuha's wrist. Stone wall breaker, was it? Seems that's all Stephen Mayer taught you. Oliver tightened his grip on Yuha's wrist. But this skill is still too weak for you to get revenge. With that, Oliver raised his fist high. If you want to hurt me? He boomed as Oliver slammed his fist into the ground, creating a shockwave that shattered the earth, the office floor, and then the training floors. Yuha is slammed to the ground, her clothes torn and blood flowing from her mouth. Those nearby rushed to ask, Vice Governor, are you all right? Yuha trembled as she stood, only to hear a loud laugh as Oliver jumped down from above, sneering at her pathetic state. Yuha, get up and fight back. The immense power threatens to tear the tower in two, Oliver taunts her. Even the lightning chains you boast about are nothing compared to my new power. You're no longer worthy to be my opponent. If you don't want to die, unleash the monster sleeping in your hand. Yuha frowned, gritted his teeth, and fell. Oliver continues to provoke him from above, warning, you'll just keep taking hits like this. Your combined attack tears through the building, the shockwave terrifying the people below. Run! Walls crumble as on Legion's side, a staff radiates blue power. Lion gazes at the staff with a triumphant grin, marveling at its brilliance and power, eager to present this weapon to Yuha. A grand estate with intricately carved doors depicting two snakes, the serpent bearer workshop. Lion cheerfully calls out to her, and she responds with a yes. Lion ordered, I'm giving you your first mission as my secretary. Ju and were both stunned by this. Legion continues, Yuha needs your help right now. You and Oliver fought all the way down to the lowest level for Yuha. Oliver approached her, saying, Our positions have changed, Yuha. He displays his power through the magic circle behind him, always looking down on others, acting as if he's so noble. You and Stephen Mayer enjoyed it, didn't you? Yuha wondered, You're causing this much trouble just for the position of vice-governor? Oliver watches her silently as Yuha says seriously, You're just excited because you've gotten a little stronger. Oliver sneered. A little? Are you blind? I severed Stephen Mayer's arm. The man who was always as hard as iron fell in a single blow. How arrogant. My power rivals that of a saint. I am the strongest. Yuha repeats, the strongest. Yuha steps forward, removing his coat, and asks what the self-proclaimed strongest has accomplished. Besides setting up your master and secretly cutting off Stephen Maker's hand, Yuha continues to provoke Oliver. You haven't done anything to me yet. You're just an S-rank. What makes you think you're the strongest? Her furious gaze intensified as she clenched her hands. A fool who was once the Lion's teammate, unaware of his place. Yuha's eyes seemed to spark with fire. I will punish you, you traitor to the Lion. Right here, Oliver. Oliver's massive body trembled with rage. How dare you? The system announces that the Lion skill, Beast Transformation, has been activated, and Oliver's body begins to change, his fangs growing sharp. You don't even know how to use your beast form, the very source of the Lion's power. He lunges for Yuha, but she dodges, landing a flying kick that sends Oliver reeling, prompting an angry roar. Yuha is now enveloped in red lightning, poised to continue the fight. Her power radiates a crimson aura, shaking the very ground. She rises, clenching her fist as she faces Oliver, delivering a blow to his stomach that sends him howling in pain. Yuha unleashes another lightning strike, sending Oliver flying. His massive body slams into the floor, shattering the tiles. Not stopping there, Yuha continued her assault, adding a knee to Oliver's sharp fangs, but he began to retaliate, grabbing her whole body. A hand lifts her body into the air, calling her a nuisance. Then Oliver throws Yuha down with force, his body bulging with veins, his eyes like those of a true beast. No matter how hard you try, it's useless. Yuha was thrown through layers of brick, her body slamming into the ground. Oliver roared, "This is for you, Yuha." She struggled to her feet as Oliver sneered, "The Holy Libra wants me to defeat you, but I don't need to bother with someone who can't even control the evil god in their hands." Yuha gasped, her eyes darkening, consumed by rage. Rage at herself for being unable to defeat someone like Oliver. And then the image of Lion flashed in her mind. At this rate, I'll never catch up to him. Or Colin. Yuha's eyes burned with renewed determination. She had to catch up to Lion. Oliver steps in, continuing to provoke her. "Hey, Yuha, what are you thinking about in the middle of a fight?" Then Oliver glares menacingly. "We're at the train station. If you're not careful, my fist will send you flying into the train." Yuha rises, focusing her strength for the fight, remembering her last defeat and vowing to never lose so miserably again. When Lawrence defeated her, he said he didn't think she could last this long. An ordinary person would have been consumed by the evil energy. Yuha reflected on her agonizing cries in the battle with the spider demon, resolving not to lose again. But could the battles of the past really be put to rest so easily? The more Yuha thought, the more determined she became to win, to become stronger so she could stand beside Lion. Yuha would fight with all her might, pouring everything she had into every moment. A familiar voice suddenly echoes, "I like that attitude." Hearing that voice, Yuha froze. Lionjon. A beam of blue light descended from above, its immense power shaking the surrounding space, creating sparks as it split the train, hurtling towards Yuha. The sparks intensified as a beam of blue light descended, shattering the tracks below. Yuha stood amidst the severed train, stunned as he called out Lion's name. Something is thrown before Yuha, emitting a blinding light. It's a spear. System message, Ophiuchus, welcome. You have proven your undying fighting spirit. Rue holds the spear in her hand. The serpent bearer's weapon has chosen its master, and it will find them, no matter where they are. Rue wields the spear, its power surging around her, destined to be with its master until their life ends. Lion smiles gently, knowing the weapon will always be there until its task is complete. Ju's eyes are firm as she focuses her mind on the weapon, but the serious atmosphere is broken by her smile. What do I do next? Lion smiles. Now, throw the spear into the sky. Rue is taken aback. Throw it into the sky, Elgion replied. That's right. Then Ju grabs the spear and hurls it into the sky. Yujin wonders, seriously, you can just throw it like that? Then, the spear unleashed its power and soared into the sky, its blue light piercing the clouds and circling the high mountains. Yuin is surprised. It worked. Ju wonders if that throw was good enough. Lion praises her, saying she did well and that the spear flew where it needed to go. Now the spear will know where it needs to go, and the spear's blue light flies straight to Yuha. Meanwhile, Stephen is also being treated for his arm wound, as the female soldier treating him advises. Even though I gave first aid using my borrowed skill, you'll need to see Aquarius for proper treatment. Stephen was annoyed. Damn it, why must I suffer such humiliation? Suddenly, a powerful blue light caught their attention, piercing through the earth as the spear tore through every level to reach Yuha. The spear's power began to generate friction, slicing through the train as its immense pressure bore down on Yuha. She stared in shock as the light halted before Yuha and a figure began to materialize. Yuha sees a spear, a majestic spear appearing before her. The system announces that the master of the Ophiuchus star welcomes those with a strong fighting spirit. The sharp spear plunges into the ground as the system announces that to join the Serpentarius constellation, you must prove your worth. Yuha grasped the spear, and the system displayed a quest. Prove your worth by annihilating all enemies before you with unyielding power. Grasping the spear, Yuha says sternly, Okay, she smiles hopefully. I will. With that, Yuha unleashed the spear's power and a great green light enveloped her. Oliver calls out Yuha's name, still smug. You were lucky to break the carriage, but the result remains the same. Oliver confidently shouts at Yuha, declaring, "This is truly the end." But Yuha wastes no time, preparing for battle as her feet begin to move. A red light bursts from her spear, striking Chiam Kwang, but Oliver just laughs. "Didn't I tell you your power no longer works on me?" Yuha grits her teeth as she fights, the system announcing the Serpentarius's power combined with red lightning. Yuha gripped the spear, putting all her strength into the attack, and gritted out, "Stab him!" Yuha shouts, launching her spear at Oliver with full force. Calamity Lotus, a massive shockwave, rips through the building. Those above looked down in disbelief. What on earth was happening down there? The spear's power had split the earth, and violent lightning struck all around, threatening to blow them away. The power is terrifying. A single throw split the earth in two. Those above watched in disbelief as the city began to split, and Stephen immediately jumped down. "Damn it, I have to get down there and see what's happening," the man above exclaimed in surprise. Governor Stephen landed forcefully, his eyes widening in disbelief as he saw Oliver collapsed before him. He tremblingly calls out Stephen's name, as Oliver lies defeated, crushed by the weight of his actions. "I look ridiculous, don't I? I aimed for governor, but I lost to Joe Truha, not you. Stephen warns that you were defeated because you were obsessed with that position." He continues, "See, John Yuha said that becoming stronger is about overcoming challenges, not achieving goals. That's why she surpassed you and became the vice governor. Rather than governor or vice governor, I think you're better suited to the lion seat." Oliver lies battered on the ground, contemplating. He turns sharply, scolding, "You talk too much." Oh. Stephen stood tall amidst the wind, a victory achieved even with Yuha's misstep. He gazed upon the ruins of the recent battle, surprised by its sheer intensity. Caught off guard, Yuha leaps from below, startling Stephen, who shouts, "Yuha!" Even she's surprised, City Lord. Oliver, severely wounded, lay trembling on the ground, yet unyielding. "John Yuha, your timing is perfect. You two, listen up." Before Oliver could speak, Stephen shouted, "True, how did you do this?" Oliver despaired. "Hold on, let me speak." But Stephen completely ignored him and continued to question Yuha. "Why are you emitting this energy and not the lion zodiac?" Yuha was bewildered. "Didn't I say I'd switch to your constellation?" Stephen continued to yell, "No, what are you even saying?" "You didn't even ask for the saint's permission?" Yuha replied blankly. "I don't need his permission. You've lost your mind," Stephen snapped. Oliver persisted, begging them to listen to him, his voice laced with anger. "Please, just listen to me." But Stephen cut Oliver off once again. "You shall not pass. If you wish to, you'll have to step over my dead body." Yuha was stunned as the system display appeared before him. "Qualification quest. Saint Stephen Marer, the Lion Saint, is blocking your path. Defeat him and take what you desire." Yuha is dumbfounded. "Is this for real?" Stephen was bewildered. "What?" Oliver couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Can't you just listen to what they're saying?" Seven retorted sarcastically, "People? Can ashes speak?" Yuha chimes in. "Or should I call you Oliver the Betrayer? Your body may be fading, but your will remains strong. You think this ends here? This is only the beginning. Don't you know Libra's true face?" Looking at the ruined building, Oliver continued, "Our battle has destroyed the entire Zodiac headquarters. The building is severely damaged. Do you know what that means?" As Oliver's body fades away, the Lion Star's protective barrier weakens. Oliver exploded in a burst of light, his voice echoing, "This place will be destroyed." The aftershocks of Oliver's death unleashed a great power. Stephen worried, did he have another scheme? The shocking explosion unleashed a blinding golden light. Stephen grits his teeth. Has he summoned a calamity? A massive foot with claws appears, crushing the brick and stone to pieces. Stephen's eyes widened in shock, blood vessels surfacing as the massive foot crushed the earth with each step. Everyone around was horrified by the sight, their eyes wide with shock and fear as they beheld such a terrifying monster for the first time. In this situation, Stephen stepped forward to stand in front of Yuha, both wary of the monster's power. As the massive, ferocious demon took a step closer, Stephen was stunned. Those crimson eyes shocked him. Red eyes? He was supposed to be dead in the tower. The surrounding people panicked at the sight. "This is a disaster! Run!" Stephen glanced back, grinding his teeth with worry. The people are still here, and the giant monster with a single eye radiates terrifying power. Before people could evacuate, the red-eyed monster unleashed a massive flame, sending the populace scattering in terror. Yuha and Stephen were caught off guard, and Stephen could only curse, "Damn it!" To protect Yuha, he pushed her away and stepped forward to fight. Meanwhile, at the Serpentarius Observatory in Hawaii, Lion sat in silence, his eyes filled with thought, gazing out the doorway. Outside, the sky remained blue, the waves lapping peacefully, but Lion Jian tightened his grip on his bow, muttering, "Why do I have such a bad feeling?" Meanwhile, breaking news reports that disasters are spreading rapidly across the globe, with confirmed areas in the United States, the European Union, and South Korea. The image of a massive monster flashes on screen, accompanied by a report of disaster in Washington, D.C. Emergency Alert 1, the disaster bears a striking resemblance to the Red Eye Dominator from the Tower of Evil. Accompanying this was footage of the constellation leaders' decisive meeting, as the reporter continued to provide more information. The constellations have issued a statement acknowledging the gravity of the situation, with Libra declaring they will stop the calamity. The Libra constellation leader announced they will coordinate with allied constellations to rescue the people from the disaster. Meanwhile, Lion's group watches the news, one of them pointing out that Libra made no mention of the City Lord's son being harmed. Holly adds, "A convenient excuse to deal with us under the guise of stopping the calamity." "I think those calamities are on Libra's side," Hallie said, before another question arose for Lion. "But can they summon the Red Eye?" Hugo wondered. "The Red Eye has appeared. What exactly is going on?" Hallie recalls the previous battle. Didn't Jian capture it in the Demon Tower? The other saints even said they'd dealt with the Red Eye's head. Lion Juan turned, curious. What happened to him then? Hallie replied that there was a dispute between constellations over ownership. Holly recounts what she knows. The Centaur, after attacking the Demon Tower, lost contact with the other saints and is unaware of the internal situation. A ship transported the Red Eye's head across the sea. After the dispute ended, the head was sealed and buried beneath the waves. Holly lowered her voice. That was Libra's suggestion. Hugo questioned, could Libra have summoned it? Lion sighs. Just another pile of garbage, I understand. Lion gazed into the mirror, resolving, I'll go deal with that head and see if it's the one I caught or someone else, as Scorpio said. Hearing Scorpio's name, Hallie blushed and scratched her head sheepishly. Scorpio. Suddenly, Lion leaned in close to Hallie, making her face flush even more. Enemies may invade, so build a defense system around my castle. Isn't setting up formations and traps your specialty? Lion gives Hallie an almost mocking look as he asks for her help, saying he can only rely on her. His actions cause Hallie to blush with embarrassment. He's too close, what should I do? Lion smiles, filling the air with the rosy hue of love. You will help me, won't you? It seems Holly has been completely captivated by Lion's handsome looks, her face beaming with a blissful, almost foolish smile as she immediately gets to work. Just leave it to me. Even if you told me to uproot a pillar, I would do it. Hallie frantically rummages through everything to help with the mission, to the point where the soldier next to her has to stop her. Princess, please calm down or the platform will collapse. Hallie frantically searches, shouting, Legion asked for my help. Lion said that only I could help, and Hallie began to overthink. Legion needs the sanctuary's defenses reinforced, which requires many sacred artifacts from the Scorpio constellation. Wouldn't that mean the Scorpion constellation's sacred objects would be brought to the Serpent-bearer's sanctuary? Wouldn't that mean living together? Thinking this, Hallie blushed, wondering if this was a proposal. The soldier beside him denied it. No, you're thinking too far ahead. Holly angrily shouts that he's too noisy and to get out of her way, while Lion Jian turns to Hugo. And what about Teach Shu? Tell me you'll come with me to catch that red-eyed guy and I'll go. Lion immediately denied it and ordered, No, you must return to Korea at once. Hugo was stunned. What? Yuha is there. I can't return. Lion smiled, conjuring a blue aura in Yuha's form. Don't worry, I can sense Yuha's presence and I'll take good care of her, so don't worry. With that, Lion's expression turned serious once more. If Libra is playing games in Korea, can the sanctuary's people stand against them? Meanwhile, below the city's skyscrapers, the destruction sends smoke and dust billowing. In Seoul, South Korea, countless monsters breathe fire, attacking the city and its people, leaving archers below to wonder where they came from. Damn it, where did they all come from? Another soldier shouts, We absolutely cannot let the line break. The blue monster roars, creating a deafening sound as a soldier shouts, They're badly injured over here. Another curses as countless monsters besiege Seoul, attacking everyone. The soldiers worried that at this rate, it would never end. As the monsters continued their rampage through Seoul, suddenly, a tremor caught their attention. A brilliant force obliterating countless monsters. The force was so swift and immense, it tore through buildings and obliterated hordes of monsters in the city, leaving the soldiers who witnessed it in stunned silence. The monster's body is pierced, its head severed. A voice echoes, I can't believe you're handling them so poorly. Ivan scoffed, turning back, I can't bear to watch anymore. He flexed his muscles. After all, half of you are archers. I am the Taurus Saint, Ivan Cruiser. Ivan strikes a ridiculous pose, then turns to the soldiers. "Hey, archers, where's Hugo?" One of them replies, "Thank you for your assistance, Ivan. Saint Hugo Hune isn't here. If you'd like to leave a message, tell me." Ivan pats Juan's shoulder. "That's not what I meant. I'll wait for him here, and do you know what?" Ivan's eyes were terrifying as he squeezed Juan's shoulder. "I hate anyone who stands in my way." Ivan then throws the young soldier away. Seeing this, the soldier beside him shouted, "What are you doing?" Jan arrogantly replied, "I've already adjusted my strength. If he's lucky, he'll survive, so don't worry." Ivan's expression remained as menacing as ever, as the soldier beside him spoke up. "Did you come here to deal with us instead of the hawk-eared ones?" John rises, turning the tables. "I thought someone with a bad relationship with our city lord wouldn't be here." The system announces that LJW has received the blessing of the hidden serpent bearer within his soul, and Jan, seeing that he is still safe, speaks up. "Oh, not bad. It's a shame he's a lackey." John retorts that he's been insulting their city lord, and though displeased, JW politely asks him to correct his words. Ivan waves his hand, wondering how this guy manages his subordinates. Daring to defy a saint, they're a lawless bunch. A red-haired soldier steps forward and Jan adds, "After all, Libra said it's best to eliminate them all." Jan stomps the ground with immense force, shattering it as his eyes turn a bright gold, overflowing with power. Ivan smirks, issuing a challenge. "Charge forward, the top of the Hawaiian shaman building is ablaze." Before leaving, Hugo tells Ju to contact him if anything happens, and Rue reassures him, saying not to worry because Leon will be there. Hugo forced a smile in return, saying, "I'm angry, but you're right." The system announced the return of the saint's authority to the holy ground, and Hugo bid farewell in a burst of flames. When they meet again, Ju waves goodbye. "Give my regards to Sangjae and everyone." Lion added, "Take care of things in Korea for me. I'll be there as soon as you catch the red eyes." Lion added, "I've completed your request. I'll send the message." Then, Hugo vanished like a gust of wind, leaving only an echo. "Understood." Lejom smiled as he watched Hugo leave. "We should slowly prepare as well." Ju is surprised. "We're leaving right away." Lion gazes at the sky with hidden intent. "No. Before hunting the red-eyed man, I'll catch the rats in my city first." Two knights watch Hugo as he passes. The sun god's subordinate has left. "Should we deal with him?" Another knight replies, "No need. Our target is Jian, and he agreed anyway." Then, one of them mounts his iron horse, ready to depart, raising a hand to beckon those behind. Knights clad in iron steeds advance. A legion of soul knights, a dangerous threat. Break is unbeatable. She just buried something and is now packing down the soil. Her work complete, she looks up satisfied. Excellent. Then she glances at a stone statue of a scorpion above. Holly is satisfied. "I've set them all up in this area." The system provides information on the Scorpio constellation's sacred relic, a scorpion sculpture, a protective statue that reinforces the constellation's barrier. Hallie stands up, hands on her hips, laughing as she looks around to see if anything is missing. Eugen looked around helplessly. What more could be missing? Hallie had already placed so many statues. She stood admiring the fruits of her labor as Eugen questioned her. "If you say it's missing something, what would satisfy you?" Hallie then proudly exclaims, "Oh, look, the entire island is full of sacred objects. I'm relieved." The soldier and Eugen could only lament, fearing that their star would truly be destroyed, while Hallie's eyes and smile were filled with happiness at being asked for help. "What does it matter if it's destroyed? Lion asked me to help." The two realize, we're doomed. He's completely enchanted. Eugen speaks up, realizing the gravity of the situation. Even Scorpion City doesn't have this many holy relics. The red soldier blocked her path. "Just do as you're told. His decisions are final." Eugen sighed, defeated, and looked away. This is insane. Suddenly, a tremor from behind caught Eugen's attention. A force seemed to be rushing from behind the scorpion statue. Eugen's eyes widened in disbelief as the scorpion statue shattered before him. Then, another statue shattered, followed by an explosion as the next one crumbled. And then, one after another, all the statues around the three of them shattered. Eugen was stunned. "What's going on?" Hallie warned, on guard. "An enemy so powerful that the statues couldn't withstand them is approaching." A deathly voice echoes, chilling hiss. "Is this the city of the serpent bearer?" Eugen's face darkened as he was no less alarmed. A knight on an iron horse rides across the water, followed by an entire legion of spectral knights in iron armor. The lead knight spoke gruffly, approaching the three and demanding, "Where is the master of the serpent-bearer zodiac?" Eugen couldn't take it anymore, yelling, "Who do you think you are, barging in here like this?" Then the knight did something that shocked Eugen. He swung his sword, unleashing a massive wave of power as a skeletal knight prepared to draw his own blade. You dare ask who we are? Hallie's red soldier clenched his fist, trembling with rage. He braced himself for battle, asking, "Are you hurt, Princess?" Hallie replied, "I'm fine, thanks to you." The red soldier's arm trembled from the blow, and he shielded the princess, warning, "Princess, be careful. They don't seem easy to deal with." Hallie gritted her teeth, wondering, "They can destroy the armor of a sacred beast to that extent?" Holly muttered, "Could this be an army from an unknown civilization? The skull is conferring with their leader. They may not show it, but they possess power like ours." "What should we do, sir?" The leader replies, "They may be the traitors Libra spoke of." Then he commanded, "Kill the traitorous kin." The skull vanished. "Orders received." The red soldier guarding Holly shouted, "You think we'll let you?" The skull lunges forward, cutting down the red soldier, then vanishes. Yujin watches in shock. To destroy a sacred beast with a single strike? Then, the skull-faced warrior charged at Hallie, the traitor to her own kind, yelling for her to vanish. At that moment, his blade was mere centimeters from Hallie's face. But a crimson hand stopped it. It was Hallie who scoffed at him. What a boring attack. Hallie then uses her whip to strike the skull. Her weapon struck him squarely in the face, sending the skull reeling back as he crashed painfully to the ground. Just then, he, clad in majestic red armor, spoke, "Have you come to tread your filthy feet upon this island?" Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed, praising Hallie's actions. A surge of blue power manifested behind her. That light swept over her, striking down a whole host of soul knights, each attack piercing through and shattering hundreds of supposedly invincible knights. Then, the arrow carrying that terrifying power hurtled toward the leader's face. But just before impact, he caught it. "Lion has arrived. Who are you rats to be so loud?" he said, looking back at his older brother, mocking him. "Oh, you're a big one, aren't you? Should I call you sewer rat instead?" Lijom, bow in hand, face contorted with rage, demanded, "Who are you?" Holly was overjoyed, and Yujin, surprised, said in unison, "Lion." The lead knight crushes the arrow in his hand, saying, "So you're the serpentarius Master Libra spoke of." Lion strides forward. "So you're Libra's lackeys." The leader warned him to watch his tongue, saying Libra had mentioned a snake who didn't know his place. But the knight continued, "For a mere child to call himself a god is truly disappointing." Lion scoffed. "Why should I live up to your expectations? Answer me, who are you? Are you subordinates of Libra?" The skull shouted, "Silence! Do you know who you're speaking to?" Before he could even show off, Lion sent him an arrow to the heavens, angrily shouting, "Get out of here! Who do you think you are, interfering when I'm talking?" The lead knight stared at the fallen skull, contemplating, "The serpent-bearer's master. I thought he was just a kid, so that's why Libra was wary of him." Looking at the fallen skeletal soldiers, "Even with a surprise attack, he can take down my elite troops with a single arrow." "He's no ordinary man." The leader spoke warily. "Who are you?" Lion asks, knocking another arrow. He introduced himself simply, Lion. The lead knight seemed enraged, preparing to attack. "Very well, Lion, master of the Serpentarius constellation. My ears ache from overestimating you." Then he began to introduce himself. "I am the leader of the army of the great unknown civilization, the Soul Knights under Nam before the war. A massive army advances, declaring, 'We're here to destroy humanity, followers of deceitful gods.' Then he threatened, 'I will punish you for standing in our way.' The lead knight ordered the others to attack. The other knights agreed, for their great lord, but Lion paid them no mind, knowing their words were empty boasts. Ligai's eyes narrowed as he declared, 'Punishment? Annihilation? Are you kidding me? Know your place.' Then, an army of thousands charged toward Legion, and as the gate behind him opened, Lion summoned Sky. Instantly, a massive blade shot out, tearing through the knights. Heads rolled as it passed, and with a single strike, countless knights fell. The leader snarled, 'You!' A spear hurtles towards Lion, the spear of the lead knight. He charged towards Legion, screaming for death, as the lead knight looked on in disbelief. What? Lion, the small man he underestimated, was embracing his massive spear, eyes blazing, veins popping. "Did you even eat today?" Lion taunts, seeing the knight's disbelief as he holds the spear. "You're holding that spear like you have no strength at all." Then Lion uses his immense power to knock the knight down. Seeing this, the other knights charged forward, a flurry of spears aimed at Legion Jian, but he dodged them all. Lion moves with incredible speed, preparing to counterattack. How slow. Caught off guard by his speed, the knights couldn't react as Lion Jian blocked all their weapons with his bare hands, leaving them stunned. What? The Soul Knights try to retrieve their weapons together, but fail. Damn it, the weapons are stuck together. Why can't we pull them out? Lion watches them struggle, hammer at the ready, and then, boom, a massive explosion. He leaps up, striking the knights trying to retrieve their weapons. Are you just carrying those weapons for show? With his hammer growing to immense size, Leon becomes even more zealous. Grow or no grow, you're all doomed. With a single swing of Legion's hammer, many knights are defeated. Fools. The skull was shocked as he watched his comrades lose their heads, and the lead knight cried out, "Impossible, my army." Lion is decimating the elite knightly forces as Rue arrives with a horde of giant salamanders chanting, "Lord Legion." She laughs, waving her hand. "I've brought everyone as you ordered. All the beasts of the Serpentarius constellation are here. Anyone who dares trespass in our master's territory will be punished," the diverse magical beast declared. Lion smirked and turned to entrust them with the task. "Perfect timing. Take care of them for me." Lion Jian draws his blade, a confident smirk on his face. "I'll handle the captain." Lion grips his blade, taunting him to move, and the provoked knight grits his teeth. "Master Serpentarius, you..." He rides his iron horse, charging forward with his great spear. "I will cut you to pieces." His strength is not to be underestimated. The lead knight roars as he charges, creating a dark blue force that he sends straight at Lion, but that's not enough to touch him. With a flick of his wrist, Lion deflects the blow, scoffing at its absurdity, then lowers his gaze, his eyes turning a dangerous black. He focuses his power into his blade, blocking the attack. The lead knight is surprised. Can he withstand it? Lion laughed. "Oh, that took some effort." And then he kicked the lead knight. He glared down at him, enraged, calling him trash. A massive power enveloped the lead knight. He descends from above, saying, "You're not bad. Master of the Serpentarius star." Carrying immense power, the leader lunges forward furiously. "Then take this." Lion stood firm beneath the attack, ready to strike back. Then, Lion hurled his blade toward the lead knight, the tip inches from his face. The blade is deflected, and the lead knight shouts, "Die!" It was sent flying into the sky amidst swirling magical energies, leaving behind only a desperate scream, as a blinding light exploded, obliterating the knights. "I'll destroy you and your subordinates." Suddenly, the lead knight froze, looking in that direction. "Ugh, damn it. I attacked the wrong way because of his weapon." Suddenly, a red string wrapped around one of his legs. The lead knight looks down. What now? Below, Hallie's group is binding him. The lead knight wondered, what are those bastards doing? Hallie, below, ordered the other two to pull. The lead knight jumps, foolishly so, then raises his sword to attack. "You'll only die sooner." Hallie smirks. "Gotcha." The lead knight is caught off guard. "What?" Something sharp pierced through the lead knight. It was Lion who had stabbed him with his blade, and the lead knight screamed in agony. He trembled as Lion challenged him. "Scream louder. You haven't screamed until now, you must be suffering." With that, Lion plunged his blade even deeper into the lead knight. He's impaled and falls from above, crashing to the ground. Lion praises, "Ah, well done." The lead knight could only curse in frustration. "Damn it." Holly speaks up, saying it's over. "Captain, Hallie reports that your men have been dealt with by our familiars. The lead knight has fallen, but he's not giving up. His army could never surrender so easily." Lion smiles menacingly, blade in hand. "What was that you said?" He recalls the earlier events, reminding the fallen knight, "Didn't you sacrifice your own men? I bet you've captured about as many spirit beasts as I have." Lion plunged his blade deeper into the leader. "And change your name while you're at it. So what if your army was wiped out?" The lead knight roared in pain, his eyes glowing, as a blinding light appeared behind Lion. "What's that?" A loud cry rings out, "Master." The lead knight rises and charges at Lion, declaring, "Even if I die, I'll take you with me." Holly was shocked, blurting out, "Lion." The spirit beasts and Jew were stunned as well. "Lord Lion." A massive magic orb is about to explode. The lead knight, embracing Lion in a suicidal grip, cries out, "Master." As the skull clutches Jian, plummeting downward, he shouts, "If you fall from here, you die too. If you live, await suffering." John calmly spoke, distancing himself from the skull, leaving him in confusion. "I don't know what you're planning." Without giving the skull time to think, John immediately reached out and squeezed his neck. John used the skull's neck for leverage, causing it to cry out in pain. Then he swiftly moved behind it, and with a snarl said, "But I don't really like this position." John adjusted his stance, planted his foot firmly on the skull's head, and cried out with excitement, "Isn't this the best?" Below, the skull was panicking. "What in the world are you doing?" John grinned, saying, "To be honest, I've always wanted to try aerial skateboarding. Let's just dive down like this." The other screamed in anger. My knightly honor. John finally takes a look around, a thoughtful sneer on his face as he stands atop the skull, both plummeting like a blazing red meteor. John wondered, where is this playground? It's near the Lion Star headquarters in Washington, USA, and amidst the ruins of the surrounding buildings, Red Eye stands unharmed. Yuha gasped in shock as the man beside her exclaimed, I thought he was dead. Addressing the figure now standing before Yuha, who had just attacked Red Eye, he continued, City Lord Schiff. Seven glances back with difficulty, forcing a smile as his voice trembles. Still in one piece, are we? Yuha rushed to Stephen's side, her voice laced with worry. Are you all right? Despite his body faltering, he calmly replies, I'm fine. Stephen, his face dark, looks at his burnt arm and jokes that at least he stopped it. Too bad I won't be able to use this hand for dinner tonight. Yuha breathed a sigh of relief. If you can still joke around, you must be all right. He glared at the red eyes and gritted his teeth, giving an order. It's moving in another direction. We have to stop it. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than the others rushed to Stephen, asking, Lord, are you all right? We're here to help you. Overwhelmed by their concern, tears welled up in his eyes. You guys, Stephen thought, the Lion's people burning with fighting spirit even against the red eyes. The crowd continued to shout, the city lord caught it before. If we work together, he can catch it again. Seven froze in shock, his mouth agape in disbelief. Yuha calmly interjects, bringing everyone back to reality. It's impossible. The red eye is too strong. I understand your intentions, but that will only increase the damage. She continued, you all have another task, and that is to evacuate the remaining citizens. Yuha patiently explains, the strong have a responsibility to protect the weak, and I will assist the head of the house. Stephen nods in agreement. The soldiers understood and quickly dispersed to carry out their duties. Understood. We will save the citizens. One of them loudly ordered a swift evacuation so as not to hinder the city lord and vice city lord. Stephen gratefully turned to Yuha and said, thank you. Yuha sighed. Actually, you're in my way. She said coldly, the Sacred Vestige transfer quest isn't over, and until I defeat you, you have to stay alive. Stephen's face darkens as a system notification appears. The Stephen Marker Qualification Quest. Stop him, defeat him, and take what you want. Yuha looked at the red eye again, asking, what should I do now? Can you show me the power of those eyes? Stephen scoffs. You knew all along, didn't you? I'm not the one who caught red eyes. Yuha is taken aback as he grins. It was Lie Gun. Remembering Gun's words, Yuha realizes that he was the one who captured the red eyes, and now they want to kill him for it. The two look up at the rampaging red eye as she speaks, but Ligon isn't here. Someone has to stop it, Stephen adds, his resolve firm. This time, I will. Stephen's eyes burned like a lion stalking its prey as he continued. I will use the divine summons. Yuha voiced her concerns immediately. If you summon a god, it'll take a lot of power. Are you sure you'll be okay? Stephen calmly replies, yes, the price for summoning a god is very high, he said gravely. The Lionheart has lost everything it built, but if I can't protect the city and its people, humanity's efforts will be lost. I've decided this is my chance to make up for what happened 20 years ago. His body, missing an arm, stood firm as he gazed up at the red eyes that were destroying everything, and then Stephen unleashed a blinding surge of power. He tells himself, I won't run away like I did then. At the same time, Stephen recalls the scene of people fleeing in chaos, screaming, run! Stephen, now empowered, roared like a ferocious lion. From where he stood, a beam of light shot up, drawing the red eye's attention as Stephen commanded, using all his power and accumulated points to summon a god. True, protect me while I summon the gods. Yuha quickly raised her weapon to defend him, as the red eyes shifted their focus to the two of them. It roared with a piercing shriek, then lunged forward with its massive hand, as Yuha and Stephen responded with shouts of their own. Meanwhile, the skull was still falling, screaming in terror, but Jayon seemed to be enjoying himself. He shouted, and with a final cry, they returned to Earth. John plunged his blade into the skull's head as they plummeted towards Red Eyes, the momentum carrying them straight through the back of its neck, creating a massive impact. The Red Eye, in agony, opens its maw as Jian calmly maintains his surfing pose on the skull, gliding across its body, soaring through the sky above Yuha. Stephen was so shocked he couldn't close his mouth, blurting out, what was that? Yuha was just as surprised as Stephen stared up, speechless. John finally landed on his feet, crashing into Stephen and causing him to cough up blood, the impact creating a massive explosion behind the bewildered Yuha. John slowly stood up and sighed. Goodness, I just landed. Where am I? Yuha finally snapped out of it, turning around in shock. That's when she exclaimed in surprise. Legan nonchalantly steps on Stephen and turns back to answer, "Ha, Yuha, why are you here?" Looking down at the unconscious Stephen at his feet, he sighed inwardly. "So you're here too?" With that, Jian turned to the skull and said, "I was wondering where you were taking me, and it turns out to be Washington, D.C. He's still there, grinning darkly." His laughter echoed with his mocking words. "It's over, Serpentarius. Defeating me is pointless," the skull declared with a confident laugh. "You'll never defeat that red-eyed monster, die in helplessness and despair." Only now did John see the red eyes of Legan's rage, and he was confused. Red Eye silently tilted its head, observing for a moment. Jian suddenly became excited, grinning. He calmly said, "Hey, you still remember me, right? 20 years ago, the Red Eyes, ruler of the Demon Tower, appeared, a powerful calamity Ligan once defeated in a bloody battle. Its roar alone would terrify even saints with its dread and ferocity." Red Eyes opened its maw to inhale, then unleashed a powerful, drawn-out shriek, lifting its foot to stomp on Jian below. But what difference will there be now? Its massive foot crashes down, sending debris flying everywhere. Fortunately, Jian was quick enough to dodge the attack, taunting the beast as he ran. "Your greeting disappoints me. After so long, there's no sincerity." Jian quickly leaps to a nearby building. He swiftly scaled the building's wall, leaving Red Eyes bewildered, who watched in surprise as Jian leaped onto the rooftop. It roars ferociously, raising its hand to attack, and Red Eyes unleashes a blast that destroys the building. Jian leaps away just as the building crumbles, a frown creasing his brow as he senses something is amiss. Landing on another building, Jian couldn't help but wonder if this was really the same guy from back then. Seeing Red Eye staring blankly at his empty palm, he wondered how such a cruel demon could be so clueless now. Jian's eyes flashed as he declared, "I need to confirm the 13th sense." Suddenly frozen, Jian gasped in astonishment, staring at the core of the Red Eyes, thinking, I wondered how a Demon Tower manager could be reborn without one. So it was just a disposable item. Aside from the Red Eye's head being real, everything else was fake. As the system chimed, it detected a small amount of an unknown civilization and a large amount of the Libra constellation's aura. Meanwhile, in the Libra constellation's city, someone asked the city lord if there would be any problems with the United States. The other replied, "What do you mean?" The kneeling, dark-haired man respectfully answered, "I fear the Red Eye's rebirth is too rushed." Standing on the platform, the blonde woman calmly replied, "The destruction of Leo is enough." Jay frowned and added, "It doesn't matter if a cobbled-together puppet is destroyed. If that Ligon was like Leo, how wonderful that would be." Despite what she says, deep down, she knows he's right. This Red Eye isn't perfect. Remembering the vicious monster, Jay pondered the blood mist. If revived, he could summon the Black Dragon and the Red Eye's host with his resources. The monster opened its mouth, its tongue wrapping around the stone before exploding. She thought to herself, I didn't expect that foolish goblin to use up all his accumulated resources, only to die. Suddenly, a mysterious masked figure interrupts Jel's thoughts, announcing, "My lord, I have a new report." She coldly ordered him to continue. As she thought of Hugo and Ivan, the masked man reported, "I've confirmed that Hugo US has arrived in Korea and appears to be meeting with Ivan Kruger." He continued, "In the unknown civilization, Ironclad Baron has entered the fray." She glared and asked sternly, "What about Callie?" The masked man bowed his head and replied, "Forgive me, my lady, but the young lady has yet to respond." Jay can only sigh. It seems she isn't listening. I turn from the platform, resolving, then I won't wait any longer. With graceful steps, Jay directs, "I'll take the field. Order all troops into formation." Adorned in radiant gold, she declares, "Our target is the Mana Tower in South Korea." Seoul, South Korea. At his feet, soldiers lay scattered everywhere. A man with a cigarette dangles from his lips, casually perched atop a tower of monster bones as Hugo gazes up at him. Jan coldly grunted, then slowly said, "Where did you come from, you bastard?" Hugo frowned in response. "Don't you know why I came all the way to Korea?" Taurus continued. "And you dare lay a hand on my men?" Hugo's subordinates cried out in worry, "City Lord." With a wide, boastful gesture, even Jung revealed that the Red-Eye Demon Tower had appeared in the U.S., sneering, "I wanted to investigate, but your men blocked my path. Wouldn't that be a joke to the saints? So I'm just disciplining them." Hugo angrily retorted, "How convenient that the Red Eye appeared in the U.S. only to end up in your Korea. Shouldn't you be disciplining Libra and the Red Eye instead of my men?" He pressed on, "If you came to investigate the Demon Tower, why hesitate here?" Hugo baited. "Come on in, or are you afraid?" Just like 20 years ago, Kruger paused for a moment, his face darkening and his eyes flashing a dangerous red. He scoffed. "You bastard. I heard you regained your power, but it seems you're delusional." Looking down at Hugo, Ivan sneered. "Without your relic, you're nothing but a brat." He asked, "Have you forgotten who shattered your relic?" He then recalls the moment the relic was shattered, accompanied by someone's angry shout. The bastards! Siu, pinned beneath Ivan and his cronies, thrashed and screamed. How could you leave the Demon Tower? If the Red Eye could be defeated, Lun wouldn't have ended the regression. Yan ferociously declares, "This time, I'll crush you." He drops the broken cigarette and dives, chanting, "Taurus habilidad Zorro, Kagaden Toro Imprin." Behind him, a swarm of glowing orbs appears. Hugo's pink-haired subordinate shouts a warning, "Lord, get out of the way," as Ivan rushes toward him. He roared, "Getting scared now?" Gripping the rope in his hand, Hugo prepared to retaliate. He aimed a punch straight into Jan's gut, doubling him over, while Dan Chow behind him was sent reeling back in pain. The others watched in stunned disbelief as Yan, mouth agape in pain, was hurled backward into the magical light, the force of the blow shattering a row of buildings. Uvan collapsed into the rubble, muttering, "Impossible." He looked up, trembling in disbelief. Even the lion couldn't take my attack head-on. From afar, Hugo slowly says, "You were wrong, Taurus." Firelight illuminates half of his face as he continues, "You thought I had lost my sacred relic?" As he spoke, a bright light shone in front of him. Hugo's face grew cold, and the light gradually took shape, summoning the sacred relic from the serpent-bearer's territory. Jan was so surprised he couldn't close his mouth. And Hugo mocked, "What's wrong? Where's that arrogant attitude from before?" Hugo taunts. "What's wrong? Cat got your tongue, you bastard?" The light fades, revealing the demonic blade that was once shattered. A starburst technique? Yvonne stares in horror as Hugo taunts him. "What's wrong? Where did all that confidence go?" Hugo smugly shoves the weapon at Ivan, asking, "How's that?" He thinks to himself, "Speechless with fear, aren't you? You bastard." But suddenly his weapon falls apart, pieces of it hitting him on the head. Hugo fumbled, unsure of what to do, while Ivan watched him struggle with the weapons, wondering if he could revive the sacred artifact. Could Lai be behind this? Suddenly, Hugo turns to him and says, "Don't worry, Taurus. I've decided not to use weapons anymore." He uses a spell to recall his weapons and declares that he's angry that Ivan dared to touch his subordinates, adding that even without that, they were bound to fight eventually. Casually tying his hair back, he declared it would be a shame to use weapons in this situation. So Hugo suggests to Ivan that they fight hand-to-hand for a real thrill, leaving Ivan trembling and cursing. Damn it. Then he suddenly roared. "So you think reviving a holy relic makes you strong? You dare underestimate me?" Hugo immediately flew in and punched him, while he taunted Hugo to come at him. He lands a punch that shakes the very heavens, and in the wake of that thunderous blow, both warriors kneel, locked in a desperate struggle. Hugo taunted him, "Aren't you usually so confident in your own strength? Take this chance to show me what you've got." Yan, unable to contain himself, roared, "Who are you to dare challenge me with such confidence?" He strains to hold him down, his feet sinking into the earth as they struggle for dominance. Hugo glared and said, "You underestimate the power of an archer." Ivan suddenly exploded with power, forcing Hugo back and causing him to bleed, but Hugo immediately reacted, raising his fist and saying, "That stings." Hugo snaps and delivers a devastating blow. Yan's face explodes, spraying saliva and snot as he stammers, "You..." He retaliates with a punch, snapping Hugo's head back and causing a nosebleed as Jan glares back, fist cocked and ready to strike. Hugo quickly punches him in the face, the force of his blow so strong it splits a large tree in half. Ivan's face is covered in blood, and many of his teeth have fallen out. Hugo seizes the opportunity to stomp on Yan's knee, pinning his leg to the ground and sending debris flying. He excitedly taunts Jan, "Let me fix that for you." He curses, "Damn it, my leg." Hugo continued to mock him. "Let's see how well this punching bag works." Ivan is enraged, screaming, "You bastard!" And unsurprisingly, Hugo slams a knee right into his face. Another earth-shattering blow echoes throughout the city. Hugo's disciples were stunned by the loud noise, looking towards the mountain where the battle was taking place. Yaren wondered what was happening up there. Hugo pins Cruiser to the ground, and the city lord, fearing for his life, thinks, "Damn it." He urged himself on, knowing he'd be beaten to death if he didn't use his defensive weapon. Just as Hugo threw another punch, Ivan summoned his defensive weapon to block it, groaning as he held on, while Hugo was momentarily stunned by this move. Yan regains his composure, calmly telling the bastard he was just warming up and suggests they arm themselves for round 2. Ivan stumbles back as Hugo draws his weapon and taunts him. "Ah, you're despicable, Taurus. Where is my weapon?" But Hugo Ott still hasn't realized the extent of the damage Ligon inflicted on the sacred artifact. As he drew his weapon, Bang Huang realized it was broken. Why? Meanwhile, Stephen lies unconscious beneath the ocean, his mind regaining awareness, yet unable to awaken. He thinks to himself, "I can't wake up. What happened? I don't remember anything after the god descended." He wondered, did the god take control of my body when he descended? And who is this red-eyed fiend? Stephen suddenly heard a strange sound, and he grimaced, grinding his teeth. It sounded like Red-Eye. That's right, the god is fighting with my body, so I couldn't wake up. He urges himself to wake up, declaring that as a saint, he can't leave everything to the god and remain unconscious. "Stephen, wake up. You must help the god fight off the red eyes." He vaguely senses a light and is about to fully awaken. What is that light? Could this be the guidance that woke me? Stephen cries out, "God, I'm here!" He opened his eyes to find himself soaring through the air, a colossal demon hand looming into view. The red-eyed demon roared, spewing out clouds of toxic smoke, when Stephen saw a young man with an axe fly in to strike it down. He realizes it's Ligon, and Stephen is horrified. Ligon is fighting the red-eyed demon, so what am I doing? Yuha, standing nearby, quickly retorted, "Sleeping, what else?" Meanwhile, John mustered all his strength, weapon in hand, and dove towards the demon's head, yelling, "Damn it!" He slashed at the demon, causing it to roar, and excitedly called out to it, "Hey, you fake! No, that head's real, isn't it? Remember anything from the Tower of Demons?" The demon flailed, trying to grab him from behind, but Jayon saw the attack coming. He immediately sliced off its arms, saying, "No matter how many times I kill you, that tower manager will just revive you." He lands gracefully. "That's how I learned to catch people." He glares at it and asks, "Aren't we old friends who share each other's joys and sorrows? I'll make this quick so you can rest in peace." The demon stared blankly, then roared. Jian swiftly leaps into action, while Stephen anxiously warns him against reckless moves, fearing the demon's poisonous breath. The demon looked up, unleashing a torrent of toxic breath, but Jian fearlessly summoned a divine hammer and slammed it into the demon's head. The giant hero fiercely questions the demon. "Who do you think you're spitting on?" The giant hammer stopped the demon in its tracks as Jian roared, "Shut your mouth." Its head exploded into 100 pieces. The battle concludes with an earth-shattering explosion in the heart of the city, and the hammer flies back into John's hand. He caught the hammer and said, "Perfectly medium rare," marveling at the monster he had so thoroughly defeated. Amazing. John grabs his guitar and says, "The head looks real, but its breath still stinks. What to do?" He leaps forward, slicing the monster's head clean off. John says, "When the one you face is still me." Everyone gapes in astonishment at the sight. The severed head hangs in the air as the wounded watch in stunned silence. Stephen can't believe his eyes. John landed hard on the ground right in front of him, and he realized, that's right, Stephen was overjoyed. "You can destroy the red eyes." He knelt before that magnificent figure. Zun Chongshun called out Ligon's name, then looked down at everyone with a proud smirk, saying, "Have you all learned how to defeat the red eye yet?" Everyone gathered around the massive wound on the monster's back as John called out, "Look at this." Stephen peers inside the monster and asks, "What is this?" He replies, I knew it." Looking at the capsule-like shape, he continued, "Another red eye?" Everyone around was shocked. "What?" John explains that the red-eyed monster we know is the Black Dragon's host, like a rice bowl for the Black Dragon to parasitize until it matures. Why, Yu-Ha asks in disbelief. "No way, the red eyes are just a feeding bowl?" Stephen trembled. "How do you know that?" he asked, recalling how the tower manager constantly regenerated disasters while trapped in the Demon Falls. "Of course, that includes Red Eye and Black Dragon. I fought them for 20 years straight." John remained calm, so they had to know whether they wanted to or not. The others were left speechless. He continued, believing the giant pieced together the head and the disaster clone, while the Black Dragon found it in the Demon Tower. "Libra is allied with a mysterious civilization, so I'm sure of it." He turns around, confidently stating, "If she can find your power, she can definitely revive you completely." John said to the skeleton, "What a pity, isn't it? Captain of the Knights." He howled, and the captain, trembling with rage, growled, "Just kill me already." Meanwhile, Jian frowned and sighed. "Are you a parrot or something?" "Why do you keep repeating the same thing?" Yuha asked thoughtfully. "So, what will you do now? We need to decide how to deal with this giant and the Black Dragon." John replied, Suddenly, a notification appeared before him. Complaint received from Oteksu, the Sagittarius Saint, regarding damage to the sacred relic and a manufacturer defect. Unconfirmed contact 146 times, he exclaimed. Huh? What the heck? The constellation's broken? How can this be? A memory flashes through his mind. Wait a minute. Could it be that time? The notifications kept coming, rising from 146 to 168, freezing John in his tracks. As the notifications reached 174, he dodged and tossed them aside, saying, I'm busy, wait a moment. Meanwhile, Hugo is going crazy, yelling, you bastard, answer the damn call. He ran for his life, as the man behind him laughed. Where's that confidence from before? He taunts him, saying he destroyed his sacred artifact, but Hugo retorts that he could never destroy it. It was just a manufacturer's defect. He suddenly attacks him from behind, but Hugo dodges in time, taunting, too slow. Yan curses, damn it. He's confident, telling him not to underestimate an archer's speed, but as soon as his feet touch the ground, spikes erupt from below. Hugo was caught off guard, painfully realizing that the black sword was underground. Hugo sees Jing Louis Morin ambushing him from afar, and Ivan seizes the opportunity to strike. But suddenly a sword flies before his eyes, and he quickly uses his power to block it. Yeah, he frowns, glad he wasn't pierced. He saw a platinum-haired man charging at him with a sword. Who was this intruder? A massive explosion rocked the city as half the mountain turned to ice. Hugo gasped for breath, narrowly escaping death. He looked over at the frozen Ivan, stunned, and asked, What the hell is this ice mountain? Kevin jumps in front of him, scoffing. You look pathetic. Hugo is surprised. Kevin, what are you doing here? He nonchalantly replies, I came to save you. Then he immediately mocks him. Why do I always find you trembling like this? Weren't you fighting Taurus? Do something. It's no wonder Chi Lai Gan couldn't trust you. He blushed and snapped, Shut your mouth. I did beat him earlier. Kevin suddenly asked, Hey, Sagittarius, shouldn't you be more concerned with defending the temple? Did that startle you? He explains, Didn't you notice the flies swarming your city? It's ownerless, so Gemini, Aquarius, Aries, and Capricorn invaded. Tikshu cries out in shock, but Kevin confidently says, Don't worry, I took care of them all. Your friends are fine, but the houses are all destroyed. Hearing this, he could only weep. St. Horus asked Apollo for money to repair the temple, then casually added, It's not because I got lost on my way to your city while flying to America to see Ligon. Hugo grimly thinks, It's definitely because you're directionally challenged. The ice in front of them cracks. Ivan roared, shattering the ice that encased him. He leaped down, his feet sinking deep into the earth. He gritted his teeth, saying, I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's my parasitic brother? You think you can trap me in there? Kevin taunts. Frozen beef isn't tasty, but it seems cowhide is thick. Your face is still intact even after being slashed like that. That remark ignited Jan's fury. I'll cut out your tongue before I smash that face. Din interjects, Enough talk, we don't have time for this, let's hurry. He smirks. We're not just here for a chat, are we? His taunts enraged them. They're not a lichen, just weak centaurs and priestesses. Deal with them quickly. The centaur, burning with anger, scoffed. You're no lichens either, yet you dare look down on us. And the priestess is fighting back? What do you take the world's second-ranked god for? And you're pairing me with him instead of a lichen? The two enter battle stance. Hugo pumps his fist, saying, Beef and crab! Kevin, would you like some barbecue? Kevin replied, I'd love some. Let me cut it up for you. Yan gritted his teeth. Who's cooking who remains to be seen? Din said, We're in a hurry, so we won't hold back. Suddenly, another voice cuts through, freezing all four in their tracks. Having a nice reunion, are we? A foot descends with radiant light, creating an aura of immense power as a woman of authority gently lands. Standing between the four, she coldly said, It's a pleasure to see you all. It's been a while, hasn't it? Meanwhile, Sang-dae was panting heavily. You're cleaning up the ruined buildings after the battle. Another building collapsed. The golden rabbit beside him shouts, Why live like this? If you let me go, none of this would have happened. He frantically grabs the rabbit in midair, yelling, Whose fault is this anyway? It's because of those who seek you out. Jimin interjected, Sang-dae, calm down and save your strength for cleaning. The purple-haired woman sighed, If only they'd stayed put. Suddenly, Jimin noticed something in the sky. Could that be it? Jimin exclaimed, Dragon! A massive light erupted, followed by brilliant golden magical swirls across the sky. After she landed, Hugo was stunned and called out, J. Lauren. Kevin wondered, Coming directly? Yan and Din behind him said, Libra, why are you here? We haven't lost yet. Jello raises his hand to his mouth, signaling silence. She creates a magic circle on the ground, forcing all four to kneel. Hugo marvels at her terrifying power. Kevin agrees, as fellow saints, their power is on a different level. Yen and Jin also succumb to her strength. Din cries out, "What are you trying to do? Attack us?" Libra coldly glanced over. Din Louis Morin. I allowed you to control the temple that lost its saints, yet you couldn't even take the centaur's castle. What is that if not failure? She increased her power, causing him immense pain. She turned to accuse the last one, Ivan Kruger, saying she didn't expect such a crushing defeat, failing to control the centaurs. He rushed to defend himself, but before he could finish, Jay interrupted, "Don't ask me why I'm here. Thank me for seeing you one last time before you die." He gritted his teeth and resigned himself to his fate as Libra coldly ignored the two men's screams. She says, "I can no longer trust you. This is my punishment. Reflect on your failures." She walks up to Sagittarius and Virgo. Jis says gleefully, "Now, what should I do with these toys?" She gestures, creating a magic circle. "Let's switch up the heads and limbs. We'll turn you into the disaster Ligon once was." Hugo and Kevin grit their teeth in pain. Kevin frowned. "What the hell is this feeling?" Del calls out the Libra skill, equivalent exchange, and a giant eye appears in the sky. Even those in the city were stunned by the soldiers' exclamations. Was that Libra? The holy Libra arriving? What in the world is happening? Another series of loud noises causes everyone to turn around. Everyone froze at the sight before them. John, riding a massive dragon. The dragon's eyes burned with rage, its breath heavy with malice, as John rode it with a sharp gaze, confident and ready for battle. Those on the ground cried out in terror, "A dragon!" Even those inside the building who saw the dragon through the glass windows fell back in shock, exclaiming, "A dragon!" The dragon flies straight toward Libra's giant eye as John loudly taunts the trash. He saw the holy Libra and the four others pinned helplessly to the ground. Jel saw him too. She growled Ligon's name, but the attack came straight for her face. John jumped from the dragon and punched Jel in the face, a shocking blow that she couldn't defend against. Hugo and Kevin gape in shock as John throws a menacing punch. Libra falls, shocking Ivan and Jin, who are terrified by his incredible power. With Jian standing tall and Jay lying defeated, they wondered if Libra had fallen with a single punch. Because she's unconscious, the magic circle binding the priestess and the centaur is broken. The golden branches are disappearing, Kevin says. Hugo wonders if it's over. Was the Libra defeated? John stared at the Libra lying on the ground, its head shattered. Everyone shared the same unbelievable thought when he suddenly noticed Hugo and Kevin climbing onto Libra's scales. He frowned. "Hey, why are you guys climbing up there again? If you're not careful, you'll get robbed." And they both went crazy after being criticized. The maiden retorts, "You think we wanted to come up here?" Hugo, who had been silent until now, points directly at him and shouts, "Hey, Ligon, you're finally letting it all out. You didn't contact me. Do you know how many times I called you?" But Jian casually replies, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Then he recalls the moment he swiped away the contact notification. He felt guilty as Hugo continued to scold him at a volume that made Kevin's ears bleed. "What have you done to my bow? And why do you have so many weapons from an unknown civilization?" John could only evade the scolding, claiming it was just bad luck and he'd fix it later. His answer only fueled the fire. "Bad luck? Do you know I almost died, and you say, it's a chance for you to cherish your life more?" Yan and Jin, unnoticed like invisible men, exchanged glances, a silent signal. Then they both leaped into action. Ivan cursed. "Damn it! He was going to attack him from behind. I absolutely can't accept that." He yells, "This is our only chance. End it." Then he calls out his Taurus constellation skill, but before he can use it, he's punched in the gut. He was sent flying thousands of feet into the air by the punch, as the hero angrily asked, "Who said you could use your skills?" Taurus flies through the air thinking, "Damn it, how did this happen?" Suddenly, Jan is stunned to see Din get blasted away as well. He'd been kicked by the dragon, and he cursed inwardly. That black dragon. Yan braced for impact, but instead he was caught in the black dragon's gaping maw. He was horrified as the other three watched on. John smirked with disdain. "Fool." Knowing he couldn't escape, Kim Nagu roared, "Damn it!" Then he was swallowed whole by the black dragon, and silence fell. Virgo's eyes sparkled with excitement as Hugo asked, "Where did the black dragon come from?" He explained, "That's the other red eye I was talking about." He watched the dragon chomping away and asked, "What is that? Why is it following you? Was it inside the red eye back in the US? He remembered hitting its head with a hammer, the red eye saying, "Die, you told me to kill you." And that thing's name was Heth. Stop right there. The system is announcing a creative summoning. He uses the giant red-eyed monster's head and the Spirit Knight squad, activating his 13th sense and ultra regeneration. John laughs, saying he used his power to awaken them and was lucky enough to get useful materials. Hugo reminds him. Don't you think it's dangerous? He said calmly. I threw at the chew toy so nothing will happen. He then recalled being scolded by him in the past, almost becoming a chew toy himself. I tried my best, he argued, muttering with a tremble. A chew toy? John asks. I can't keep it at your place, Hugo raged. Are you crazy? I'd get an earful if I kept it in Hawaii. Meanwhile, a stunned Kevin wondered why it hadn't disappeared. Suddenly, a divine light began to swirl, signaling a magical ritual. All three were stunned as they watched the light. All the light converges where Jay fell, and a voice echoes. Because I'm still alive. Libra ascends into the sky, astonishing everyone. John smirks amused as Henchi, finding it too easy, extends both hands, creating two columns of terrifying light and power. He wields a cool weapon in each hand as John taunts, I destroyed your face because I didn't want to see it. The shattered face of Libra slowly reforms. John continues, I can't believe you replaced it with another worthless face. He gets into a fighting stance. Let's see how many times you can replace it, and how many faces I can destroy. Ready? A sandbag. Strange lights surround Jel. She reaches out her hand. Does this foolish snake want to bite someone? Then leave those 7 necks behind, John shouts, his eyes bloodshot. Get that head out of the way. The dragon obeyed and flew off. He continued, You can't help here, so go protect the people. He clasped his hands together, unleashing a terrifying power. A massive magic circle bearing the Libra symbol appears in the sky. A beam of light shoots down, obliterating an entire mountain. As the explosion erupted, the dragon snatched Hugo and Kevin, flying them away as Hugo anxiously called out to Un. The explosion was so massive, he was no longer visible from above. Rocks flew into the air, and Jian leaped onto a high outcropping. He glared with murderous intent. You truly are scum. He faced Jelly. Not human. She laughed. You're just figuring that out now? What's wrong? Disappointed? He analyzed. She can use power separate from other saints, and even with her head smashed, she still wreaks havoc. She's definitely not human. John declared, You should drop the curtain and stop acting. Libra Saintess, she laughs, not denying it. You're perceptive, Lion. If that's the case, then I have nothing to worry about. Are you ready? He prepares himself, adding that he's the one who needs to be ready. Trash, he lunges forward. I don't know how a god could be on this earth, John continued. If the other gods knew, this would be interesting to watch. She also raised her fist. What do they have to do with this? She unleashes her Taurus zodiac skill, activating speed. Her fist is imbued with overwhelming power, and John braces to block. Chaos erupts as more Africans arrive, but H-Storm remains calm. A super-fast attack like a falling meteor tears through the earth and space in a breathtaking instant. Everyone cries out in panic. The dragon, already far away, still witnesses the terrifying battle. Hugo calls out an alarm, but Lawrence waves it off, commenting on the heavy skill. She smirks. It doesn't suit my style. Kevin exclaims in shock. That's the Taurus Zodiac Authority. Hugo asks how it appeared above Duizeo's head as she proudly shows off. Oh, surprised already? Libra continues. I haven't shown you enough yet. Jay summons 6 fake zodiac signs at once, and even from a distance, the giant Libra scale is visible. Hugo curses, What the hell is that? Not only Taurus, but she laughs at her immense power as he frantically calls out the names Cancer, Gemini, Scorpio, Aquarius, Aries. John remained unharmed by the blow, remarking, Yeah, I'm speechless. An aura of murderous intent emanates from him, so this is what you meant by the gods knowing. He sighs. Those damned gods. John stares at the massive scale before him, saying, Looks like they've joined forces. Jis replies calmly, Of course, Ligon. The wrath of the gods, having lost their saint, has erupted. She spreads her arms wide, declaring that these divine seats represent their rage, and that she is now the emissary of the 7 constellations, including Libra, and even he cannot defeat her. John gritted his teeth in anger. No amount of calamity would be enough. These so-called holy gods, conspiring together like this, deserve to be punished. She smirked. I don't understand you, Ligon. Why do you hate the saints, the gods, and the holy see so much? G continued. If you want, you can rule this world, but you can't do it alone. Jay frowned. You talk too much. What do you really want? She smiled. I don't like you, but I have to admit your abilities. She extends her hand. I have a proposition. Libra continues. Choose, G. Come under my banner and you will stand at the top of this world, or become a star crushed in our hands. He scoffs, offering those same ridiculous choices. Oh, you're raising your weapon? I refuse to choose, and I don't want to hear it. John declares valiantly, because your choices are always so boring. His eyes are filled with murderous intent. I don't care about the safety of others, Giselle retorted. I knew you'd say that. The sky suddenly turns red, crackling with strange lightning, as she continues, the safety of others? I didn't think you had such a sense of responsibility. She reaches out again. Then I'll help you not worry about it anymore. I'll destroy this city first. Libra unleashes her power, turning the lightning in the sky into crossbow bolts. She shouts, Ares star skill, weapon of the gods. A series of red swords fall from the sky. Not stopping there, she continues, Aquarius star skill, water spout. Multiple water spouts, thousands of meters high, are created. Jay retorts calmly, You brought all of this on yourself, Ligan. With a smirk, she uses the Cancer constellation skill, Doppelganger, and declares, The wrath of the gods and the destruction of a city of 10 million. Before him, a series of disaster-level attacks target the people. She blames him, saying, It's all your fault, you harbinger of disaster. With that, a series of chains bind him. Unbeknownst to him, John was already standing within the magic circle as Giselle pointed her sword and commanded. Go. Countless red swords hurtle towards Gian at the speed of light, but he's still bound within the magic circle, unable to escape. He angrily asks, Is weaving ropes all you know? John flips, breaking free from the restraints, destroying them just before the giant swords strike. John shouts, You don't think these flimsy ropes can hold me, do you? Just then, giant swords begin to rain down upon the city. The swords pierce the earth where people once walked, devastating the city. And Gian uses his weapon to block the crimson blade. Jay laughs. This is a summoning skill using divine power. You think you can break it so easily? I haven't even shown you everything yet, so savor this. With that, Jay swung his hand, sending even more swords towards him as he gritted his teeth, still blocking the giant blade. The ground erupts as he loses control, and a barrage of swords descends, triggering a massive explosion. Jay hovered in the air, saying smugly, I haven't even summoned all the swords yet, and you're already running? Crawl out and accept my sincerity. If you don't take all these swords, she sneered, they'll rain down and destroy the city. Immediately, more swords turn towards the city, destroying buildings as they go, and the people of Latuang scramble to escape, crying out for help. Even now, a reporter is filming live. Greetings, viewers. An unprecedented disaster is now unfolding in Seun, with chaos and screams erupting all around. People screamed to run, as a giant sword was about to plunge down near the female MC. People screamed in terror and ran, but the female MC and cameraman stood frozen in place. Just then, Kevin rushes in and freezes the sword. But the red sword was only half frozen, altering its trajectory. He clicked his tongue in disappointment. Is that all I could freeze? Then Kevin called out, Sagittarius, aim for the frozen spot. Immediately, Hugo, engulfed in flames, charged forward. The female MC and cameraman snap out of it, saying in unison, We're alive. Kevin barely dodged an attack, annoyed. Damn, that barely tickled. How could Ligon have broken it? Hugo then said, Luckily, we can combine our powers to destroy it. He turned back and warned, This place is dangerous, get out of here. The cameraman and female MC spoke in turn. Yes, thank you, Virgo sighed. This power is even greater than the sacred skill power I know. If we don't combine our strength, we can't destroy the sword, Sagittarius added, because this power isn't that of a saint, but of a god. He continues, Besides, she's receiving support from other saints. If this continues, we won't stand a chance. Kevin says, This battle must end. The only way to help him now is to save the people. Hugo asked, Help him? He gritted his teeth, recalling how Gunn had insisted they couldn't help him when the battle began. He said Red Eyes were more useful than us. Kevin hissed through his teeth. This is an insult. Suddenly, a loud noise startled them both. A tsunami towers over the buildings as a tornado obliterates everything in its path. Hugo is in a panic. The people screamed at the sight as the water rose higher than the buildings, and some knelt, praying for salvation. It's over, Holy One, please save us. Hearing this, Kevin realized something, and plunged his sword into the ground. Kevin pleads, Oh, Master of the Maiden Palace, I know you're watching. Please grant Ligon the power to overcome this disaster. Gian stood amidst the swirling vortex, frowning. So, you intend to drown the city with the river's waters? He muses, This is getting complicated. So, you want me to use my battle god instinct to end this now? He smirked. These guys are pretty smart. The entire scene of the battle shows Jelp Island. With her arms crossed, she says, Ligon, you still haven't surrendered? Or are you too scared to show your face? Libra creates another circle in blue magic. It doesn't matter if it's futile. She smirked coldly. If this continues, the river will flood the city. How many people will die? J. Unleash the tsunami. Wipe them out. Amidst the waves, a light flashes, a powerful light that shatters Libra's wave, surprising her. John, empowered by the maiden, freezes the tsunami, combining the maiden's archery with wind magic. Libra's clones are caught off guard, the river's freezing over. Could it be Lai Gan's doing? She orders his termination, confirming he's still alive. Obeying the order, all of Libra's clones fly up, pointing towards the source of the strongest light. Suddenly, the ground there explodes, and the clones cry out, "What?" Just then, the ferocious black dragon burst forth, surprising the Libra clones. John descended from the sky, saying, "Hey, you trash, say hello. Let me introduce you to my new friend." Red-Eye activates its substitution skill, and John smirks, asking, "What are you doing?" Red-Eyes commanded, "Greet them with a bang." It opened its maw, creating an energy orb, then unleashed a massive, devastating fire blast aimed directly at Geo. Gritting her teeth, Lai Gan immediately retaliates using the twin bow teleportation skill, Magic Portals. She creates 2 portals, one to receive Red-Eye's fireball, then redirects the attack towards the city where the people are fleeing. The people watch in horror as the fireball hurtles towards them. Black Dragon flew towards the fireball about to strike the people, and with a single slash, Red-Eye cut it down. John yelled, "You won't get away with this." He continued, "By interfering with the innocent, you caused the fire to split into many branches." John smirked, turning fire into ice, and with a swing of his weapon, the flames froze and shattered in the air. He confidently confronts Libra as Ju angrily bites her lip, hissing, "You crazy, irrational bitch, you moon god." A platinum-haired, white-winged god stood by Gion's side, eyes sharply fixed on Libra, as the system announced the Saintess had prayed for Futurus. "Your divine power has increased. The Saintess has blessed Opus with divine authority. Your divine power has increased. The Saintess's power has merged with divine punishment. Divine punishment is a state of freezing." John grips his weapon, saying, "Hey, you piece of trash." Jay gritted his teeth, his eyes full of murderous intent, and sneered. "You said you represent their wrath, right? Well, it seems you're not the only representative here." Above, a storm rages as the 2 powerhouses remain locked in a tense standoff. The relic spun, chilling the air as Jay retorted sarcastically, "Representing wrath? How unexpected." She tilted her chin, eyes full of mockery, and asked with a laugh, "Is there anything greater and more terrifying than the wrath of the gods?" "Wrath over what? Whose?" John stood firm on the black dragon's back, raising his warhammer with one hand, and replied with a laugh, "You really don't know?" His eyes flashed with rage, hidden behind a smile, expressing his unbridled fury. "You and your kind have harmed innocent people, my family, and my friends." He grit his teeth, bitterly recalling his pitiful comrades who died in agony. The desperate girl attacked by demons. The final, gentle smile of his beloved. The tears of innocent children, the chaos and suffering of people clinging to life. The cold, empty hospital rooms where patients fought death day and night. He lamented the innocent caught in their game, and the resentment of hundreds who once scorned Libra. With a stern look, John asks, "Do you understand that this is their rage? And that damned stab in the demon tower?" Gion glares, rage burning in his eyes, and declares, "And the one betrayed and abandoned in the demon tower. My fury." He confronts her again, his face hardening. "Tell me now, you wretch, who stabbed me in the demon tower?" He stared intensely into Joe's crazed eyes, making a bold guess. "Was it you?" John didn't flinch, directly calling out the holy symbols surrounding the scales and those who called themselves gods, wanting to eliminate him, hiding behind her. Dureo, who had been silent, suddenly looked down and smirked, then burst into scornful laughter. "So, you want to know the truth of things?" Her tone shifts, becoming serious. "Do you really want to hear it?" "Does it even matter?" she says, wearing a smug expression. She arrogantly retorts, "The strong have the right to ask questions, and I am the one asking them." "Answer me," says Lion. The twin saints summoned by her are caught in a chaotic, maddening vortex as she challenges, "What can you 2 gods do against us?" The vortex suddenly expands, tearing through space to reveal a massive, burning energy, a furious sun casting an apocalyptic orange glow over the entire city. John stared up as a light hotter than the sun bore down on him. And in that instant, a meteor ripped through the sky like a blazing sun, carrying a heat that would incinerate his very soul. It was the Twin Stars Comet Extinction Skill, its blinding light sweeping across everything, each streak of fire cutting through space like a blade. John stood there, a tiny figure facing the wrath of the heavens, enduring the inferno, defying the gods, and yet he laughed defiantly. Damn it, only 2 gods? John valiantly leaps, a tiny spark daring to face the raging comet. Jay was suddenly stunned, unable to believe her eyes. The comet stopped in midair, being frantically sucked in by a terrifyingly small force right in front of her, sparking wild bursts of fire that made her scream. What? Bursts of light are snaking into the giant comet, penetrating and striking from within, causing tremors and cracks on the outside. That tiny light, now a miniature black hole of divine fire, expanded with impossible density, shattering the comet, activating the sun god's ring's Sagittarius skill. In the fiery space, that spark, with unparalleled power, ferociously absorbed the incoming giant comet. The meteor's fire shattered into pieces, swirling around the light's epicenter as if kneeling before divine power. Everything around churned in a mystical and majestic chaos, emitting an intense light that made Ju grit her teeth and shield herself. The ring of the sun god? Could it be? In the blinding explosion of light, Jian flew through the debris, closing in on her. A wide, sinister grin spread across his face, his eyes burning with a crazed, fiery light. Instantly, Jay was sent hurtling from the top of the scale, crashing down like a meteor, shattering the ground below as John tightened his grip on her neck, slamming her into the earth. Jay screams out in helpless fury, while behind Jian, the centaurs offer their unwavering support to the madman with fierce eyes. Meanwhile, Hugo prayed solemnly, providing John with a massive source of magical power, as he and Kevin earnestly offered their energy and shouted, "Oh, followers of the temple, this is the Holy Master's command." The centaur devotees have completely submitted, kneeling and praying. Meanwhile, the priestesses all acted as one, willingly offering their magical power, as Hugo and Kevin's solemn voices echoed loudly. All believers and citizens pray for the sacred gods. United in purpose, they kneel on the shattered ground, channeling their power to Lion Jian. Before them, the horrifying shockwaves and brutal battle did not stop their advance. The system announced that the Holy Spirit and the Sagittarius Saint had stood up for the Serpent Bearer. The Virgo and Sagittarius temples pray for the Serpent Bearer's master, as John, empowered by the magic circles, laughs maniacally. "Didn't I tell you? You scum." He tightened his grip on Ju's neck, smashing her face against the ground until it cracked, and said, "So many people hate you." In the distance, the people of Petit were also frantically praying. Knowing this, Jian cursed, saying it wasn't just the temples, but the people of the city who had been ravaged by their holy gods. With one hopeful heart, they all watched the horrifying, fantastical scene unfolding across the city as the system announced that tens of thousands were praying for the Serpent Bearer. His divinity is rapidly increasing. The fiery mask around his eyes fades, revealing the rage hidden within his bright blue eyes. John clenches his fist, gathering a wild, electric, dark blue magic, and with a crazed look he shouts, "Is that all you have? The wrath of 7 gods? But I have the will of tens of thousands." And without hesitation, he punched her right in the face. A furious barrage of blows, like hellish lightning, rained down relentlessly. Jay's face was now severely damaged, cracking, and she groaned in helpless agony. John didn't stop, continuing to raise his fist. Not finished yet, he threw a second punch, the impact cracking the ground, followed by another powerful blow, then a fourth, then a fifth. With ever-increasing amplitude and intensity, he challenged to see how many times her face could take it. Ju, regaining her senses, furiously retaliated before the next blow could land. She raised her hand, and from the ground, shards of dark energy erupted, slicing off Jian's attacking arm as she screamed, "Get your hands off me!" He tilted to the side, stunned to see his arm fly away along with the notification. "Your right arm has been damaged. Regeneration skill activated." Suddenly, countless shimmering, ethereal arms reach out to seize him. From the blinding light, the ethereal doppelgangers, each radiating an eerie mystique, attacked with furious roars, aimed at Jian. Hundreds of grotesque hands reached for Jian, shining brightly, but he didn't flinch. Instead, he smirked. Beside Jian, a writhing crimson silhouette emerges, and as Jian charges toward the massive hands, the figure lunges forward. It was Holly's spirit, surrounded by a shell of rigid, venomous scorpion tails. Her face twisted in fury as she screamed, "Who do you think you're touching?" Instantly, the scorpion chains lashed out, attacking the avatar's true form. A swift, frenzied storm of blows that tore them to shreds, leaving only helpless screams. Ju, amidst the glowing magic circle, panicked as her clones were destroyed, and in the chaotic web of scorpion chains, an armored head lunged toward her. Before Jay could process what was happening, she coughed up a mouthful of dark blood, realizing she'd been struck by a powerful and venomous blow. In the thick smoke and dust, a voice echoes from the heart of the scorpion chains. It seems I must destroy your myth to catch you. Now John's one eye turns red, surrounded by a scorpion's tail and a mysterious black seal, sneering, I will tear you to pieces, starting with this soy-marinated crab. The system announces that the Scorpion Zodiac Temple has stood for its master, the Serpent Bearer, granting Holly, the temple's representative, the power of divine punishment, the poisonous chain sword. Ju trembles, watching in horror as her body is torn apart by the poisoned chains. Impossible, she screams, consumed by injustice and rage. How did you find the Scorpion's core? How? John didn't bother to answer, his eyes flashing with hellfire and insane laughter. It was time to reel in the big fish, his eyes now a blazing red, looking as fierce and sinister as a demon, as he laughed and swung the scorpion chain, shouting, It's the jackpot. The attack, even more powerful than before, struck the Libra archer, causing Ju to scream in agony. Meanwhile, the layers of holy starlight behind Libra and the crab's circles suddenly cracked, immediately exploding beyond repair. The system announced that the power of the dark star was disappearing, and the hideous black creature representing the darkness screamed and gradually vanished the moment the crab was destroyed. The system announces the destruction of Cancer's core, its constellation's power scattering, unable to maintain its throne. Simultaneously, Jay's wound erupts with a repulsive black fluid, causing her immense pain, followed by a notification that she can no longer use the power of the Cancer constellation. Jay gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with furious rage as she watched him casually swing his scorpion chains and approach. She snapped, screaming, Lion! Before his smug grin could fade, he prepared his next attack, undeterred amidst the chaos. Doreo, meanwhile, mustered his strength to unleash the power of Taurus, a brilliant golden-green light erupting around him. She screamed a death oath, vowing to destroy him, as a mass of desperate hands erupted from the ground, seizing his legs. Her clones, smiling savagely even as they shattered, reappeared unexpectedly, leaving Jaeon stunned. He realized in horror that the fragments of her destroyed form. At that moment, they began to glow and expand uncontrollably. John couldn't defend himself and could only watch helplessly as she detonated, destroying her clones. Instantly, an earth-shattering explosion rocked the entire city. Through the smoke, the menacing head of a bull emerged with a sinister blue-black hue, the Taurus Starskill, the destroyer of worlds. Not stopping there, Ju summons the Aries and Libra zodiac marks, straining herself to the point of cracking the ground beneath her. Jay swings her hand amidst the frenzied tremors around her, and immediately the two zodiac saints merge together, reluctantly sparking chaotic rays. She cries out, This star belongs to the gods. Instantly, the dense clouds above parted to reveal a colossal, sharp blade, the combined skill of Libra and Aries. Amidst the apocalyptic blaze, the sky was torn asunder by blinding light, and the gigantic blade plunged from the heavens to the earth. Dai, radiating madness, summons the ultimate divine weapon, the Golden Rule. Her eyes ablaze with manic fervor, she swings her hand down, roaring, You think I'll let you brats take this star? Instantly, the blade, etched with ancient patterns and seemingly forged from divine power, descended with solemn force, unleashing a thick cloud of golden smoke as it split the heavens amidst a howling tempest. An earth-shattering explosion erupts, its shockwave engulfing the city, yet the city remains unharmed as a massive blue light freezes the blade's advance. Ju was stunned as the icy wind blasted her. The cold air, the frigid wind of Virgo. The blade was frozen solid, and she realized in shock that the sword's light was being iced over. At the point where the blade fell, the source of that frigid light was a small figure emitting dark sparks, desperately resisting. It was none other than Jaeon, his eyes gleaming with madness, his body broken, skin scorched, and a chilling breath escaping his lips as he grinned, a horrifying sight to behold. Instantly, shards of ice erupted, hurtling toward Gel as a violent storm surged toward its epicenter, her. The Libra Centess could only grit her teeth, helplessly watching the dragon's roar fist hurtle toward her. Amidst the glittering shards of ice, Jaeon surged forth like lightning, his fist aimed at the saint's face, the force of the blow sending shockwaves that hurled her away. Pieces of Dui Rio's face crumble into glittering black and gold fragments as she screams, You're too greedy! Which star is yours? John instantly accelerated above her, rearing back his leg with contempt in his eyes as John grinned. Enough talk, I'll teach you a lesson. He kicks down with a disrespectful and contemptuous attack against the enraged deity who refuses to be trampled by a human. Suddenly, a purple seal appears behind her, and the system announces the use of the Gemini constellation's teleportation skill, unleashing a terrifyingly powerful kick that sends rocks flying. But before that, Jay's figure turns into a brilliant purple light and vanishes amidst the chaotic magic. A resolute fist flies towards John's annoyed face as Jay emerges from a swirling black hole, throwing a furious punch straight at the mocking Jian. "Where are you looking, Lai?" Before Jian could recover, Jay burst from a spatial rift behind him, face contorted with rage, fist clenched. "I'm behind you," she says, landing a powerful blow to his back with a triumphant cry. "I'll tear you to shreds." She teleported again, striking from above, beginning her relentless counterattack. Then came a fifth, frenzied punch as she relentlessly unleashed a terrifying barrage of attacks. John now looked unconscious. Ju bursts from behind, screaming that it's over. Mystical hues of orange, blue, and purple swirled around her as the combined skills of Taurus and Capricorn launched a pointed attack. The system announces the use of the Libra constellation's buff skill, and Jay now smiles with mad glee. Suddenly, at this close range, Jian's cold eyes opened, glancing down as he uttered a single word, and space seemed to freeze on her astonished face as his terrifying voice echoed. "Where are you looking?" Jian's body became a blur, easily throwing a punch that tore through the fabric of time, all while sneering. "Die!" Two furious punches collide, creating a massive explosion and a powerful shockwave that tears through space. Libra was stunned as her dark hand was instantly shattered by the force of the blow, flying backward in pieces. Impossible. I even used the skills of Aquarius and Taurus. Why? She suddenly remembered being stabbed by the Scorpion's poisonous chains. Could it have been then? The system had warned her. The Scorpion constellation's poison reduces all ability stats, Ju. Now enraged, she screams internally as John raises her hand, her entire body erupting in fierce flames, her maddened cries forming a terrifying, holy fire. Her dark silhouette shot into the sky, dragging a massive volcanic eruption of flames with her as the indistinct, burning figure of John roared in fury. Damn it! She braced herself against the terrifying pressure, then unleashed a torrent of magical energy. The flames then vanished into her glowing, charred body as golden threads of light burst forth in a frenzy. She cried out, "You think this is the end?" In a moment that froze the universe, she radiated a divine light, tearing through space as dozens of golden energy chains shot out, merging with the holy insignia and shattering the boundaries of reality. A series of powerful energies, different elements gathered and absorbed within the starry holy insignia, causing a frenzied shock that reverberates into the massive, sparking scales. A magnificent burst of light, carrying elements of power, surges in waves toward a brilliantly radiant center. The system announces that the power of the 7 sacred halls has reached its maximum, combining the strength of all the halls into one. Yet John, unfazed amidst the chaotic storm, casually looks up at the horrifying scene, still with room to tease. What's this, a last-ditch effort? Instantly, he launches himself upward, laughing. "How could I miss this?" John shouts, his eyes red, as a colossal winged creature hurtles from behind. Chapter 9. 5. Lion leaps onto the red-eyed dragon's head, both he and the dragon ready for battle, while Jellic stands amidst the chaotic confluence of powers. The system warns that the power of the holy sites is being forcibly combined, and the backlash will be immense. A brilliant golden ray descends from the heavens, its branches reaching out as if to engulf all things. Lijian and Red Eyes watched in silence as a golden wave of power decimated everything in its path. The light spread further, destroying everything like a Kuangbao wave. Lion chuckled, encouraging his dragon, Red Eyes, to hang in there. With that, he gave the order to charge, and both he and the dragon shot through the air at top speed. The shadow of a strange creature flashed across the sky, leaving the safe zone and heading straight for the heart of the battle, shocking everyone as reporters scrambled to raise their cameras. The MC anxiously asks, "Is everyone seeing this?" Live footage of the battlefield is broadcast to the entire nation on the big screen. The power of the 7 sacred relics combines in the sky above Seun, surging powerfully upwards as worried citizens clasp their hands in prayer. In Seun, Larry Quinn, Sang Dae, and others watching TV also prayed for the safety of their comrades on the front lines, while Hugo and Kevin bowed their heads in devotion. Haji and the others closed their eyes in fervent prayer. In this apocalyptic situation, who else could they trust? Inside the camp, the atmosphere was thick with tension, as desperate pleas echoed from within the tents. "Vice Master, please stop. The Master will be furious." A stern voice cuts through. "I'm concentrating. Don't disturb me." Ya, humbled, clasped her hands in fervent prayer. She coldly told those nearby, "Uncle Gun is fighting alone. I must pray for him." They responded in confusion. But then Stephen appeared, gently telling them to leave her be, startling the others who exclaimed, "Saint Stephen!" He solemnly stated that there was no one else, and Yuha, confused, asked softly, "What do you mean?" The man bowed, maintaining his solemn expression in the face of the situation as Stephen knelt beside Yuha. He states plainly that only Lan can be relied upon. At this, Stephen shouts, "All Leo followers, I command the representative of the Leo shrine to pray for Lun in battle." At the pillar of light in the Seun sky, the power brokers began to stir, and Stephen earnestly called for power to be transferred to Ligan. On that perilous battlefield, he faced 1,000 strikes of power from his enemies, as golden rays flickered around Lion. He stood tall, unleashing hundreds of beams of light, shattering the enemy's power bridge, allowing Red Eyes to confidently advance. The heavens and earth seemed to merge into one through that pillar of light, and amidst the fury of creation, Lion's streak of power boldly encroached upon space, becoming a pillar of hope for all. He leaps into the air, great sword in one hand, hammer in the other, appearing as a god of death, surprising and alarming even Jel. She glares, enraged, and asks through gritted teeth, "You've come." Ligan smirked, asking softly, "Were you waiting for me? Is that confidence because the Lion Temple is backing the Serpentarius constellation?" His divine power amplified. Stephen of the Lion Temple bestowed his authority, and Lion unleashed a vortex of power. He coldly prepares to end it all, but Jel retaliates, creating thousands of layers of power, forming a dense, inescapable web as she screams in defiance. The two immense forces collided, their wild energy threatening to tear the heavens asunder. Jel's eyes blurred, and she gritted her teeth in anger, secretly adding more power. On the other side, Lion is speeding forward as if nothing can stop him, preparing to pierce through the shield in front of her, as Jizzle creates countless formations, screaming madly with pride. This is a divine throne bestowed by the gods, one that even you cannot break. To this, Lion Jian simply smirked and asked a single question. Is that so? At that moment, he received a notification that the temple and its people were praying for him. His divine power surges, unlocking all granted thrones and activating his divine instinct. He smirks. "I have plenty too." He immediately conjures 4 thrones of various colors, as Lion's blade hurtles down. Jizzle glares, seething. Just Lauren. But Lion brutally cuts her off. Asia slams his hammer down, delivering the final verdict. Disappear. For the sake of this star, the hammer descends upon Jello's divine seat. He gently pressed down on his weapon, using the heart-piercing cut skill. The cut drew closer and closer, and despair was evident in Jel's eyes. The radiant light of the celestial throne violently splits apart. Taurus and Capricorn have been destroyed. The Aquarius seat was destroyed. The Aries seat was destroyed. The Cancer seat was destroyed. The Gemini seat was destroyed, and with one strike, Lion bisected Jello. Lion's energy shattered space itself, piercing through to that light. The golden pillar of light scatters, leaving only faint traces around Lion's green power, which surges, transcends the planet's space, and flashes fiercely in the vast universe. In the wake of the storm, an eerie silence descends, leaving only the hero's blade piercing the earth. Lion approaches, grasps his weapon, and withdraws it from his fallen foe. He smirked, his eyes gleaming with a strange energy. Amidst the ravaged battlefield, Lion Jian sighed, then frowned in question. "Why would you do something so awful? Humph, how can you answer me now that you're dissolving?" He clicked his tongue, watching Jazel's body dissolve into black dust. Lion was silent. "Didn't you say, only the strong get to ask questions, and I have many for you, so I won't let you off easy?" He scoffs, reborn with the sixth sense, the eyes of a god. "I'll make you talk no matter what it takes." A deep, raspy voice suddenly echoes, stunning Lion. He says, "Impressive. I didn't expect Libra to be defeated." Lion turns around warily as a dark shadow approaches, threatening to consume him. He turned his gaze to the darkness as a figure in iron armor approached. The Iron Mask Baron growled, "You're Ligan, aren't you?" He frowned, his eyes blazing. As Zion fought the Iron Helmet Baron, he gritted his teeth and asked, "Who are you?" The Iron Mask Baron scoffed in response, "Me?" With that, he slammed his massive skull axe into the ground, the weight of it shaking the earth. After the display of power, the Iron Mask Baron finally introduced himself in a booming voice. "I am a general of the unknown civilization." He emphasized that he was one of the 13 generals serving the monarch, the Iron Helmet Baron, and the system provided information about his background. General of the mysterious civilization, Iron Helmet Baron. Danger level, Dark Omen, undefeated. The story flashes back 30 years to the day an unknown civilization's army invaded Earth. Headlines screamed of a mysterious civilization. If you want to live, offer yourselves. The United Nations firmly rejected the mysterious civilization's demands, which were broadcast everywhere. The people, enraged, took to the streets, gathering en masse in front of the presidential palace to protest any surrender or compromise with the enemy. Under the pressure of the masses, the U.S. president felt immense pressure and had much to consider. Then the U.S. declared that the monsters wanted to kill humans for food, and their demands must not be met. However, one day, a terrifying announcement was made to all living things on the planet. Listen up. From this day forward, this world will be ruled by the enigmatic civilization, and all resistance is futile. Baron Iron Mask then issued a condition to humanity. If you wish to live, surrender all your freedom, rights, and resources to us. He solemnly introduced himself to the world. I am a general of the mysterious civilization, one of the 13 generals serving the monarch, Baron Five Colors. Jian simply smirked in response. Oh, I wondered who it was. Turns out it's the guy who screwed up the first day of the Earth invasion. At that moment, an army with bizarre skull faces appeared and announced themselves. We are the Iron Mask Baron's Soul Army, vanguard of the great mysterious civilization's forces. John, hearing this, points at them and asks, So, what brings you here? Are you seeking revenge for your lackey? Baron Iron Mask replied, Libra was supposed to eliminate you, and we would rebuild the Tower of Demise with the monarch's power. But things didn't go according to plan, catching Jian off guard. They wanted to rebuild the Demon Tower. He glanced at Gel behind him and spoke with admiration. Legan, I didn't expect you to defeat not only the Soul Army but also Libra, who was supported by 6 gods. Could you be the one who destroyed the Tower of Evil? Seeing Jian's unwavering resolve, the Iron Helmet Baron sensed something different about him. It seems you're no ordinary man. We'll have to change our plans. As he spoke, he tightened his grip on the giant hammer, then rebuilt the Tower of Evil, boldly declaring, I will destroy you with the power granted by the monarch. Unafraid, Jian confidently retorts, So, the scales aren't just backed by saints, but by you lot as well. Perfect timing. Activating all his received godhoods, Lan declared, I was going to wipe you all out anyway, but it seems you've come to me. And with that, he charged towards the Iron Helmet Baron. Jian strikes a powerful blow to his chest, but to his surprise, it's blocked? As for the Iron Mask Baron, he sneered at Jian's weakness, saying that no matter how strong he was just a constellation deity. The power of those constellations is the complete opposite of our mysterious civilization's power. Before the might of our sovereign, your constellations are nothing more than food for us. At that moment, the light from the 4 constellations around him began to fade. He gritted his teeth, thinking, My power is waning. His vision begins to fade. I felt this before. John suddenly recalled the image of himself being stabbed. Yes, it was the same power as the dagger that struck him in the lower realm. Finally, Jian remembers that this is the monarch's power. I mentioned. All weapons of the mysterious civilization contain the monarch's terrifying power, enough to threaten even the gods. 4 constellations are fading away, and a system alert warns that this hidden space will isolate you from the present world. As the constellations gradually vanish, emergency alerts blare, warning that the connection to the celestial thrones will be severed. The constellation's power wanes. John turns to observe the vanished constellations, helpless. A streak of light flashes in the void, and moments later, Jian falls into a state of limbo. Surrounded by darkness, he wondered if this was the mysterious space that imprisoned the maiden. Suddenly, he realized his energy was being drained, and the system warned him that the secret space was sapping his strength. All stats are rapidly declining. Skills and super regeneration can't be activated. In such a dangerous situation, suddenly, someone calls out to him. The voice came from behind Jian, who turned around in shock to see who it was. It was one of Jian's old teammates, who continued, What are you doing here? John remained silent, unmoving, as the figure continued with a gentle, haunting reproach. Didn't we promise to go out together? Have you forgotten? Sweat poured down Jian's forehead as he remained frozen, staring at the strange figure who pressed on relentlessly. What's with that attitude? What are you holding in your hand? In that instant, a terrifying memory surfaced from the depths of his mind, the scene of his stabbing from years ago. How could you? Taking advantage of his distraction, the Iron Mask Baron seizes control, capturing him. His dark hand pierces Jian's body. Too fast for Jian to react, a searing pain ripped through his body as blood gushed from his mouth. The Iron-Masked Baron whispered in a raspy voice, explaining that once affected by this skill, he would be rendered completely helpless. Hearing this, Jian couldn't resist, and the Iron-Masked Baron emphasized that it was his disaster skill. The fiend taunted Jian, urging him to choose the memory he least wanted to remember, so he could help him relive it. At that moment, the image of the strange girl from before flashed through his mind as the Iron Mask Baron, on the verge of defeating Jean, suddenly turned to speak to Gio. "The power of the gods is fading, so don't even try to resist. Is this enough for you?" Libra. As he spoke, a massive explosion lit up the space. Emerging from the light, Ju spoke sincerely. "Thank you, Iron Helmet Baron." Gian was a little taken aback by the scene. Libra then turned to Gel, stepping forward and declaring, "You're the one who put me in this predicament. I admit you are formidable, but I have no intention of ending things here." She didn't hide her intentions either. "I will absorb your power and your body." Seeing her arrogance, Gian simply gives a refreshing smile, despite the blood trickling from his lips. "So, you intend to use my body as a vessel for resurrection? You even warned Gel. You'll regret this." Jay barely acknowledges his warning, smirking as she coldly unleashes the attack she spoke of. "Are those your last words?" With that, she lands a fatal blow to Gion's face. Gian screams in agony as the energy pierces his brain, and seeing him fall so easily, Iron Mask sneers in contempt, finding him troublesome. He mocked him relentlessly. "I heard you were a wild beast. I didn't expect you to give up so easily." As for John, he could feel his power fading away. At that moment, his memories flashed back to when the system issued a notification. "You have become the Star Master of Ophiuchus." John was surprised to hear this. Was this bodily change due to the super regeneration skill? I've never heard of other saints experiencing this. The system initiates the super regeneration program, restoring the damaged body. The reconstructed body is subject to a minor penalty, a 50% reduction in power. Time remaining, 10:32 hours. Gion's face begins to darken. Meanwhile, the system continuously reminds him that due to the full body regeneration, he will be subject to a minor penalty, a 50% reduction in power. Time remaining, 1 minute and 57 seconds. Within Gion's subconscious, a voice suddenly calls out to him. "John, you like the 10 Saints that much?" Hearing this, Gian was thrilled and laughed in response. "Is that even a question? Of course." Yet the two strangers smirked, their eyes filled with mockery. "You've hit a nerve. Why even ask?" John excitedly points behind him. A massive poster of the Saviors is displayed, proclaiming, "Behold humanity's protectors." He speaks highly of them, overflowing with pride. They want to save all of humanity, a spirit worthy of admiration. "I even donated all the money I saved up to them yesterday." Gian then encouraged the two of them. "If everyone unites under the guidance of the 12 holy stars, those monsters won't stand a chance. And the day we drive them all out is near." With that, Gian, overjoyed, threw his hands up and laughed. "Humanity will prevail! Stupid monsters!" Hearing this, the protagonist's two friends were confused and muttered, "Donations? Only 50,000 won?" In his excitement, Dion makes a suggestion. "To celebrate, how about a feast at the mall?" He even smiles generously, saying, "It's my treat this time. Order whatever you want." However, these joyful moments are fleeting, and soon we see Gian crying and trembling once more. He sat there, devastated, before a severed arm lying in a pool of blood. The ruined, somber space now only inhabited by Jean. Just then, an announcement blared that a disaster had struck the heart of Seun, attacking the shopping center, but the provincial counterattack team had swiftly intervened and successfully eliminated the threat. Hearing this, Gian was even more devastated, tears welling up in his eyes. Images of the terrifying giant monster attacking civilians along with their screams. No, not again. It only deepens his despair. John couldn't take it anymore, collapsing to the ground, choking back his resentment. "You guys are useless." So the hero team in his eyes was just a bunch of con artists. They're all just for show. What a joke. We arrived too late, and the calamity was already gone. But this kid is a nuisance. Let's just ignore him, put on a show, and get paid. The news continues to report, covering up for the group of fake hero zodiacs. Though many were injured thanks to the efforts of the Zodiac counterattack team, there were fortunately no fatalities. And so, humanity once again affirms its prosperity under the protection of the 12 zodiacs. Words that only deepen Gion's anguish. You protect nothing. Witnessing those tragic memories, Jay finally understands. So that's why you hate both calamities and zodiacs? Jel's eyes pierced through John's deepest thoughts, and she simply smiled with a judgmental gaze. Such a predictable story, a cheap tragedy. Is that why you hate calamity and the celestial stars? Jay relentlessly berates Gian. Then you let your anger destroy everything, turning it all into this pathetic state. From the start, you were blinded by rage and hatred. Dune couldn't resist, and Jel pressed on, saying that no matter how great the anger, it could not surpass her divinity. Her eyes now gleam with malice, and this is the end result of your foolish choice. Just let me devour you, lion, for my resurrection. The orb imprisoning Jian was now close to her mouth, but suddenly it was repelled as if by Nam Tram's power. Jello is confused, unsure of what's happening to her, as the system warns that the difference in divinity between Ophiuchus and Libra is too great to absorb. The serpent bearer is greater than Libra, driving Jay insane. How could this be? How could my divinity be lower? She looked up and shouted furiously, "What is going on?" At that moment, the magic clock was slowly approaching the 12 o'clock mark, and she couldn't take her eyes off it. Her gaze grew uneasy, a sense of unease creeping into her mind as she began to doubt her own thoughts. Could he be a massive god, beyond my comprehension? Just then, a giant serpent appeared, encircling the magic clock. Jay was nearly driven mad, unable to believe what he was seeing. No way. How could he possess such a massive divine persona? How could a mutant just become a god? The system chimes in again, announcing the imminent removal of the husband-sharing penalty. With 25 seconds left until the punishment is lifted, Jay is shocked. Just then, the sphere imprisoning the main character suddenly explodes, and John coldly questions her. How dare you steal another's memories? John recovers and warns Lawrence, "Are you ready?" The system levies its punishment, reducing physical abilities by 50%, with 17 seconds remaining, as Jay, in despair, repeatedly asks the male lead, "Who are you, really?" Time ticks away, and the system continues to issue warnings. Penalty, 50% reduction in physical abilities, 9 seconds remaining. The penalty of a 50% reduction in physical ability remains, with only 9 seconds left. At this point, in despair, Jella cries out, "How did you get that power?" John shatters the sphere that imprisoned him for so long and coldly replies, "How could you know?" He's back, stronger than ever with bulging muscles. Then he raises his hand, his eyes cold, his voice ringing out like a death sentence. "I have the power to crush you all." Jel was trapped in Jion's grasp, left with no choice but to endure. John mercilessly crushed Jel's face, as beams of light emanated from his hands. Outside, Iron Mask Baron found the light strange, an unexpected turn. Jel is thrown from the barrier, landing before him, struggling to resist, but her strength is nothing against Jion's might. John is powerful, burning with the will to break the barrier. The Iron Helmet Baron could only watch on, while Jel felt like her face was about to explode from the main character's power. In an instant, the barrier's protection shattered, and Jion glared at Jel with murderous intent. Just then, as if the system fully supported Jion, the penalty was lifted, the body's ability limit was released, and he could fully use all stats, beginning his journey to become a holy god. Suddenly, a strange black area appeared in the sky. The people of the city were bewildered by the sight. What was happening? Wasn't the battle over? That strange black spot is gradually engulfing the entire city, and everyone is buzzing with questions. What is that thing? The strange black mass has landed in the center of the city. Looking up at the sky, Kevin said to Hugo, "Hey, Centaur, could that be?" Centaur understood his teammate's meaning and replied, "Yeah, I think so too." Just then, Pirio's image appeared in the sky above the entire city, and he arrogantly declared, "It's too late." It was then that the Centaur realized the mastermind was the mystical space created by Pirio, and Kevin worried for the protagonist. Was Legion trapped inside? Suddenly, the strange black mass began to crack, emitting mysterious blue lights, leaving Kevin and Hugo in awe. It's splitting apart, and just then, the mysterious black mass exploded, unleashing a massive surge of energy. And Jion appears, crushing Jello's face with all his might, showing no mercy. At this rate, the Iron Mask Baron's defenses will be breached by the main character. He screams in anger, "Enough!" Iron Helmet Baron turned to look, but could do nothing. And Giselle's face seemed to have reached its limit, but John had no intention of stopping. He raised his fist, ready to deliver the final blow, when the system displayed a message. "Your penalties have been removed, the power-reducing penalty has been removed, and all stats have returned to normal." His eyes burned with determination and hatred as the system seemed to encourage Jion. "You have truly taken your first step towards becoming a guardian." John sends Jel crashing into the earth as the Iron Helmet Baron watches in disbelief. He shattered the nightmare realm created by the monarch's power. Meanwhile, John continued to relentlessly torment Jel, making it more painful than he imagined as he began to answer the words that once weighed on his mind. "You remind me of those days when I had to grovel." His words were like a lesson to them. "Now I see how powerful the monarch really is. I didn't expect you to be so arrogant just because you can see someone's past and give it a fancy name. Your vulgar tastes are as trashy as you are." Hearing this, Baron Ironmask is utterly shocked. How dare you insult the monarch? And Jian has lost interest in Gel. He throws her to the ground and prepares to face the Iron Mask Baron. With lightning speed, the Iron Mask Baron lunges to attack, and the two collide in a massive explosion. Blinding light filled the space, but what happened next shocked him. He blocked the attack with a single finger. John taunts, so loyal, admiring him that much? But his next words send the Iron Mask Baron reeling. Then allow me to give you a gift. With that, Jian stabs him directly. He screamed in agony. What are you? His screams echoed through the heavens as he struggled to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. How could he possess a dagger imbued with the monarch's power? John then revealed the dagger's origin. This is the dagger that was stabbed into my back in the Demon Tower, because it was created by your beloved monarch. As he spoke, he pressed the dagger deeper into Iron Helmet Baron. You should be grateful for this gift. The system's message mixed with his desperate screams. You have imbued the dagger with the power of the executioner. Gel, meanwhile, cannot accept the truth. Impossible. How could a newly awakened god stand against the power of a monarch? Jian was completely different now, his power amplified tenfold. The Iron Helmet Baron, utterly defeated, desperately called out to the monarch, only to be shattered into 100 pieces. As the Baron's mighty brown axe fell, Gel was helpless, gritting her teeth as she exclaimed, Even the armored Baron has fallen. Seeing John's figure, all she could do was curse. Damn it. Realizing the situation was dire, Gel tried to slip away. She thought, damn it, I can't die here. But Jion saw right through her plan. Where do you think you're going? Gel glared at him with hatred as Jion approached, and seeing his intent, she tried to reason with him. You fool, you've been brainwashed by that ridiculous sense of justice. Are you going to stand against all the guardians and sovereigns just to play hero? John kicks her in the face and replies coldly, Why not? And you've got the wrong idea. Jay, now controlled, could only weakly respond. The bastard claims I'm not doing this for some hero complex, leaving Gel utterly stunned. Huh? He even laughs, saying that you all created this. As he tortures Jelil, he vows to return the favor to each of them. At this moment, Jian had become a man of extreme ambition, fueled by the dissatisfaction you all instilled in him. The system displays a message. You have used gluttony, absorbing the Libra's divine power, and John begins his torturous assault. This is my ambition. The system informs him that due to the amount of divine power absorbed, the Guardian Libra's holy body will be destroyed. John declares this will be the grave of her foolishness, as Gel's scream echoes through the space. But Gel refuses to accept such a cruel fate, declaring that she cannot be destroyed like this. She refuses to simply wait for death and makes a vow to herself. I must form a contract with the monarch. With that, she cries out, summoning the Libra Palace. Suddenly, a massive vortex of light appeared in the sky, and a colossal meteor began to fall, its target, Jian. Gel is pleased, imagining Jian crushed by the million-ton palace, and Lion's lack of reaction only fuels her glee. You have no guardian spirit to aid you, do you? You'll be crushed like an ant. But contrary to her expectations, Jian is confident. First, the divine artifact meteorite, and now the Libra Palace. Gel is confused, and he smirks. John lowers his center of gravity, ready to receive Gel's gift as easily as taking candy from a baby, supremely confident in his abilities. I'll destroy everything in an instant. The Libra Palace descended, shaking the city and standing tall in its center as the people murmured in shock. It's the Libra Temple, the Libra Palace. Meanwhile, Hugo on the other side is very worried about the main character. Legion was there, crushed by the Libra Palace. Suddenly, the sky lit up, stunning Hugo and Kevin. The light emanates from the tower's base, and everyone cries out, It's Lion's energy. His power is changing the Libra Palace. The reporters were stunned by the sight. The Libra Palace was changing its structure. The truth is, Jian's energy is like a rebirth for the Libra Palace. Wherever the energy flows, the Libra Palace transforms. The tower is changing faster than a model building being assembled. In moments, a magnificent skyscraper is created. The system congratulates the main character once again. He has successfully rebuilt the Libra Palace, thanks to his gluttony skill. You have devoured all of Libra's divine power, reborn as a true saint, and acquired a skill. Holy imprint. Jian was a little curious about this notification. A saint? He simply smiled to himself. Nothing at all. They act superior because of this? With that, he gave a refreshing yet mysterious smile, as a bewildered voice suddenly echoed. In a dark and gloomy place, dim light reveals a jet-black throne in the middle of a frigid room. Upon it, a figure sat motionless, exuding authority and pressure. John muttered, What is this? Where am I? He wondered, continuing to question. I was just on the newly constructed tower. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed, "You've arrived." Iron Mask slowly rises from his throne, his voice booming with power. "Everything is prepared on my end." Libra John finally understood, letting out a soft gasp as he looked around cautiously. Is this Libra's perspective? Iron Helmet slowly descends a step from his throne, continuing, "I know everything. You plan to eliminate the Serpentarius Saint, don't you?" His voice trailed off, laced with a hint of mocking annoyance. "Can you even do it? I heard you failed at the Demon Tower 20 years ago." In that hazy scene, old memories flood back, and a trembling demon cries out in a panic. "Is anyone there?" The Iron Mask Baron reminisced, muttering that even before his reincarnation as a saint, he had defeated the Tower of Demons manager. Another memory surfaced. A massive demon king, eyes burning with murderous intent, slowly raised his foot high. Below, the unfortunate soul trembled, prostrate on the ground. "I beg you, spare my life," Baron Iron Mask continued. "In the worst case, if that serpent bearer has Saint-Level power beyond that of a general." Before he could finish, Libra scoffed derisively. How laughable. He claims to be stronger than a general? Unable to contain her rage, her eyes flashed as she let out an insolent cry. In the wake of that earth-shattering scream, a colossal beam of light erupted behind Libra, like a pillar of fire piercing the heavens. Seeing this, the Iron Mask Count frowned slightly and cleared his throat. The seal of the Seven Saints appeared, rotating slowly in midair, radiating brilliant and dignified light. Libra laughed maniacally. "With my power, Libra and the other 6 saints, what can he possibly do? Furthermore, we've recovered the Crimson Eye buried beneath the sea, making him nothing more than a tiny snake compared to our forces. He won't survive this time." She spread her arms, her voice soft but sharp as a knife. "I'm not even sure if we need the blind Baron to step in." He heard this and warned sternly. "Don't be careless. Have you forgotten that 20 years ago you thought he was dead in the Demon Tower, but he still came back to life?" He continued, "You holy gods are too easily blinded by complacency." Libra raised a hand to shield her eyes, sneering, "But how are you any different, my king?" Her eyes flashed with disdain as she taunted, "Remember?" The scene shifts to a dark, misty space where a figure sits on a dilapidated throne, bound by chains and surrounded by a magic circle. Libra recalls, "The time you were so arrogant that your own king betrayed you. You locked him in the deepest level of the Demon Tower, didn't you?" Iron Mask laughed heartily, the sound echoing in the silent space, and replied, "That's right. Very well. Do a good job this time." Then he cleared his throat and instructed, "I will send the Shadow Knight squad to assist you. Eliminate him and we will meet at the Demon Tower." After giving his orders, he transformed into a cloud of black smoke and vanished. As he watched the smoke fade, he began to understand. It seems these are Libra's memories, John wondered, recalling the moment he absorbed her power. So, in the process of absorbing her power, I inadvertently took her memories as well. Realizing this, Jayon paused for a moment and continued, "This is before the invasion of the Black Zone? Since it's a memory, I can only watch." Suddenly, everything vanished, and the space turned pitch black. A screen appears, showing Callie, who tilts her head and carefully asks, "Is this okay?" Then, Callie looks up, waves, and smiles brightly. "Hi, Mom, it's Callie. If I called, you'd just scold me. So I'll just say hello via video." Tianping silently watches the screen, gently swirling the golden wine in his glass. Callie crossed her arms, her expression darkening as she sighed. "I'm sorry about Sio and Thu's deaths, but what can you do? They had too much bad karma." Hearing this, Tianbin angrily crushed the wineglass in her hand. Callie laughed, her voice casual, and continued, "Honestly, if they weren't family, I'd say they deserved to die. I've been very impressed with Lion's achievements lately." Libra clenched her fist, the wine dripping down like blood, her anger rising. Suddenly, Callie frowned, her voice turning angry. "That 9-tailed fox, Yuha, keeps clinging to Lion. Just the thought of her, weaker than me, seducing Lion first is unbearable." Callie turned, her eyes gleaming, and said, "So, I've decided to go to Lion." Hearing this, Tianbin raised her hand, her slender fingers obscuring a part of the screen, as if to erase her daughter's presence. She raised her hand, hesitating as she spoke. Callie's face darkened, pausing slightly before scratching her head and continuing with a forced laugh. "Don't try to convince me to join Libra's star again. This is my last farewell to you, Mother." Callie lowered her head slightly, her voice slowing but still tinged with stubbornness. You'll have to face Lion eventually, Mother. But I don't want that to happen. I won't interfere this time. She ruffled her messy hair and sighed. I guess this is the last time we'll talk, huh? Callie smiled softly, though regret lingered in her eyes. I'm sorry, Mother. I truly am. Regaining her composure, she smiled brightly as if nothing had happened, waving her hand and saying in a clear voice, But I still believe we'll meet again someday. Goodbye, Mother. After witnessing everything, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. He muttered, Callie, who is that? Another daughter of Libra? Gion's surroundings suddenly shifted, and a powerful voice echoed. So they've finally gathered. One of the saints chuckled in response. Just like 20 years ago, huh? Surveying the assembled saints, he continued, their resolve to eliminate Li Jian unchanged. Hearing that, Jian couldn't help but curse. Damn gods. The Grand Eunuch turned to Libra, his voice low and grave. Well, Libra? Chen Saint followed up, asking, Are you certain you can do it this time? Libra spread her arms, replying firmly, Of course. It's guaranteed this time. She narrowed her eyes, a confident smile playing on her lips, and continued, I guarantee Lion will die in this battle. The eunuch dismissed her, coldly replying, We need certainty. You said the same thing 20 years ago when you plotted his demise. John was stunned, blurting out, What? Libra smiles confidently, persuading, This time will be different. It won't be a sneak attack. We'll crush him in an all-out battle. She continues, And to be safe, I've allied with a general from a mysterious civilization. If he gains the king's power, Leon will be destroyed instantly. Accompanied by images of brave, stern-faced soldiers. A stunned voice echoed, Wow, always the general, huh? A saint, unable to restrain himself, spoke with anger. Are you planning to drag the king's forces into this? The Taurus saint beside him spoke up in defense. What's wrong with that? We must stop that damn apostle from awakening into a saint god. Chen Saint chimes in, agreeing that Lion stands no chance against the king's power. Din adds, I agree. We must eliminate Lion this time. His voice deepened with anger as he continued, Send him to eternal hell. The Holy Grail nodded in agreement, adding, Let's completely destroy that Ophiuchus. Seeing everyone's support, Libra smirked, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Watching this, Jian frowned, his eyes flashing with anger, and he gritted his teeth. So that's how it is. Unable to contain his anger, his voice strained as he continued. For 20 years, they have been plotting to destroy me. He felt as though he were standing right in front of them. After a moment, he regained his composure, his voice deepening. But he could still sense that this was just Libra's memory. John frowned, his eyes turning sharp and revealing his clear resentment. As he continued to speak coldly, the malice still evident. John wondered how he could crush these bastards. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and he heard desperate cries. Guyon, when? The disheveled man opened his eyes slightly, his face still etched with fatigue. The others gathered around, exclaiming, He's awake, as Jian came to. Lingering echoes of those memories caused him to wince, his eyes unfocused. Suddenly, Jian lowered his eyes, his gaze hazy, and asked, What happened? Why is everyone gathered here? A voice quickly responds, You don't remember? Hugo anxiously explained that he suddenly yelled and passed out. Jian scratched his head, sighing, I must have overexerted myself, but I'm fine now. With that, Jian continued in a calmer tone, saying there was no need to overreact, which put everyone at ease. Seeing everyone so worried, Jian freezes for a moment before bending over, planting his hands on the ground and exhaling sharply. Suddenly, Jian chuckled and exclaimed, This is amazing! Hugo and the others nearby exchanged bewildered glances, their faces full of doubt. Huh? At the Serpentarius Palace's second sanctuary, the Lion Tower, Hugo's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Lion, are you kidding me? Do I look like I'm joking? Jian asked calmly, arms crossed and face stern. After the Seun invasion and based on Libra's memories, I can say one thing for sure. At that moment, images of demons with fiery red eyes and sharp, terrifying teeth flashed through Jian's mind. His brow furrowed as he continued, From now on, we'll be fighting the monarchs of mysterious civilizations and the hostile gods who are after me. Each figure, each face, radiated brutality and an indescribable oppressive aura. Hugo was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. Unbelievable, those kings and gods have been targeting you since 20 years ago? But why? You could only harm them after being reborn as a god, right? Then there's even less reason for them to hate you back then? John narrowed his eyes and slowly replied, The reason they targeted me. Before he could finish, a board suddenly appeared before Jian, its eerie light spreading through the space. Along with that, a cold voice echoes. With the penalty removed, the serpent-bearer's two divinities, life and death, have been unlocked. Immediately after the announcement, from the faint light, the god of life appeared, with a cold and dignified appearance, as the system's monotone voice continued. From now on, depending on the development of divinity, Sagittarius may become the god of life. At the same time, the image of the god of destruction silently appeared, his eyes sharp, his face covered with murderous intent that sent chills down people's spines, and the system's echo seemed deeper, the god of destruction. In the air, a doubtful thought appears. Can one constellation possess two divinities? He recalled a scene from the past, his eyes contemplative, wondering if this was the true meaning of mutation or the calamity god those saints mentioned. Then he shook his head, dismissing the tangled thoughts, clenching his fist to calm himself. Even if it's a power that makes enemies tremble, he must obtain it at all costs. Then he suddenly bursts into a foolish laugh. Hugo glances over, immediately offering his assessment, while Lion stares daggers at him. Beside him, H shyly echoed with sparkling eyes. So cool. John's expression suddenly turned serious, his smile vanishing. He stood up and declared, "Listen closely. Any carelessness will result in significant losses where I'm not present, like what happened in Soon. That's why we must expand our forces and grow stronger together." John continued, his voice even and cold, saying that's the only way to be sure they can deal with the enemy. John clasped his hands together, a smile spreading across his face, his eyes gleaming with mischievous challenge. There's so much to do. So much to do. Everyone, stay focused. Inside Lion's workshop, a pale blue light fills the space, accompanied by wisps of smoke slowly curling upwards. John heaved his massive hammer onto his shoulder, sweat pouring down his brow, panting with exhaustion, while Smile sat perched above him, completely relaxed. Admiring his work, Jian excitedly shouts, "Great! It's done!" A beautiful, gleaming bow appears, and he continues, "Weapon maintenance complete." Then he glanced up, his eyes cold, his voice sharp. "Next, a short break." Jian stared at the shattered corpse before him, his voice pensive. "How can I make use of this wreckage? I'll make a prosthetic arm from one of his arms." He recalled the scene, the blinding light reflecting down, and an angry voice booming, "You're about to be crushed under the weight of this castle's millions of tons." Without hesitation, she roared and hurled a boulder at Jian, a streak of light cutting through the air like a furious lightning strike. The boulder hurtled closer, but Jian remained unfazed. Then, with a mighty kick, he shattered the rock into fragments, the force sending Libra crashing to the ground. Gritting her teeth, her eyes filled with resentment, her face etched with unwillingness. Suddenly, a flash of shock crossed her eyes, followed by a deafening explosion that shattered the silence, as smoke and dust billowed into the air and the area began to crumble. John stood silently before the large window, his eyes calmly following the scene outside, his tone angry. To think she escaped in the end with the power of a monarch. Her survival skills are like a cockroach. He narrowed his eyes, gazing out the window. Oh well, the trail's gone cold. Too little information. Guess I'll have to visit the Demon Tower. John raised his hand and a glowing interface appeared before him as he smirked. But before that, I need to prepare thoroughly. The system's cold notification echoed. The novice troll Yuha is currently obstructing the Lion Saint Stephen marker, and the constellation Auriga still has no saint. A saint will act as a bridge between the gods and believers in the star cluster. Find and appoint one to support the gods and influence this star cluster. Hearing this, Jian wearily complains about more work, squinting as he mutters, "Yuha still hasn't finished the mission? I have to see this for myself." Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. The system announces that candidates will be granted temporary authority as the Serpent Bearer's saint, requiring them to meet the qualifications. Devotion to the Serpent Bearer must be 100% or higher, and the believer level must be 55 or higher. John pondered. So, if I meet the requirements, I can be appointed as a temporary holy master? Hugo then smiled brightly, his face full of life, and cheerfully asked, "All right, everyone got their luggage?" Everyone looked up, their eyes shining, as a voice echoed in the air. "Head to the dressing room." A luxurious house appeared before them, as magnificent as a palace in the heart of the city. A stunned voice echoed, "Are we really going to live here from now on, really?" Hugo smiled, his voice firm. Ligon said to make themselves at home. He looked down, recalling the devastation, and said with annoyance, "Our home was destroyed again by other star systems, so we'll be staying here for a while." Ignoring Hugo's words, they cheered with joy. "They get to stay at Uncle Lion's house," Sangde exclaims excitedly. The destruction of the centaur sanctuary was the best thing ever, apparently. Seeing his reaction, O was speechless. The group began to cheer in unison, their laughter echoing. Long live the Legion. May we stay here forever. Hugo, flustered, waves his hands, trying to explain. That's not it. We'll return when the centaur sanctuary is repaired. Hearing this, everyone was furious, shouting and screaming with disappointment in their eyes. Hugo's face darkened, and he yelled, "What's with all the commotion?" He was fuming, his face red with anger and helplessness as the crowd scattered, their chants growing louder. "We object. We're sick of repairing destroyed sanctuaries. We want a grand sanctuary, too." Hugo stood frozen, dumbfounded, and cried out in frustration as Apollo and the centaur saint mocked him, saying, "See? I told you to listen to my advice about housing." Everyone rushed forward, pushing the car aside, shouting, "Let's go through the luggage." Apollo grins. He's hinting that we absolutely have to rebuild the sanctuary this time, so make it grand. He couldn't take it anymore, yelling, "You think I don't want to? Then maybe you should cut back on expenses." "Apollo," the centaur god said coldly, "that's your problem." Just as everything was chaotic, Jian suddenly entered and reminded them, "Tichu, no more games. Let's get ready. The lion awaits." Hugo paused, stunned. "Huh? Out of the blue? Is he kidding? What an idiot." John continued, saying Yuha wanted to join the serpent-bearer palace, so he gave her a mission. "If all goes well, I'll even consider making Yuha the next saint." Upon hearing this, he nodded calmly and replied, "Is that so? Let's get ready." Tur stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, his eyes wide, his lips moving slightly. But no words came out. Hugo's face pales as he repeats in disbelief that Yuha might also become one of his followers, and even potentially the next holy master? Jay laughs heartily and replies, "Yep, that's right." Furious, Hugo shook him, demanding, "Didn't you just give her some kind of weapon?" John chuckled, dodging the question. "Of course not." Hugo, distraught, cries out, "No, not Yuha too!" He glares at Jian, then grabs him, yelling, "If no one respects me, make me the holy master." Apollo, the centaur saint, chuckled and told him to say something more reasonable. John simply raised his hand to his head and replied. With a smile, he emits a green light, winking as he says, "A gentleman's word is his bond." Everyone gaped in disbelief, and Sangdi, watching, let out a frustrated yell. Holly and the girl beside her were also surprised, their faces full of shock, while Buck and the witch jumped up, seeing such a sight for the first time. John smirks at Hugo, saying, "Ta-da, welcome to the Snake Amulet Palace." A cold system announcement echoes. Hugo has been appointed the temporary Serpent Palace Master. Still in disbelief, he stammers, "Hey, I was just kidding." Apollo is stunned, dropping his glass and forgetting to swallow. His two companions cry out, "What's going on?" Below the building, a figure stood silently, gazing at the temple. Callie smiled, hands on her hips, and murmured, "Finally, I've arrived." She watched, a bright smile on her face, and asked, "Is this Lord Lion Jian's holy ground?" Callie smirked, a hint of defiance in her expression. Then, raising her hand high, she declared, "Wait for me, Lion, I'm coming to you." He stammered in disbelief. "I didn't think he'd actually do it." The god shouted, "If you're unhappy, just say so." Hugo gritted his teeth, fearfully thinking, had he returned to his days as Ligon's disciple? Disciple was too generous, more like a servant. Apollo tried to recover, his voice softening. "But I never saw you as a servant. I'll treat you well, so come back." Hugo remained dazed, oblivious to his surroundings, and, ignored, Apollo roared, "Are you even listening to me?" John watched, frowning and muttering, "If only he was always this nice. What a pain." Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, followed by a piercing scream. "Huh. Where is the serpent-bearer's master?" He gritted his teeth, annoyed, and replied, "What is it now?" The other guy continued to shout, "I know this is the territory of the Serpentarius master." His voice echoed in the wind. "Don't hide. Come out now." And with that, everyone went outside to see what was happening. Sangja points, announcing, "Uncle Gun, up there in the sky, a group of people in black armor, shimmering gold, are riding on the backs of giant monsters. One of them, the leader, speaks, 'We are the army under the command of Iron Helmet Baron.' Then he growled, continuing, 'We're here to avenge the Baron. Heed my words, or this place will be reduced to rubble. Show yourselves." John smirked derisively, a flicker of surprise in his eyes as if realizing something unexpected, before a predatory grin spread across his face as he glanced down to call for Sangday. "Where's that kid, Sangday?" Bup, lounging on the sofa, says, "A stuffed animal's life isn't so bad. I'm more comfortable this way." Suddenly, Jian appeared from behind, playfully tugging on the stuffed animal's ear, his voice aggressive. "Oh, enjoying yourself," Bup cries out in alarm, and with a sinister glint in his eyes, Jian leans down and whispers coldly, "Come with me. There's something you need to do." Bup trembles, asking cautiously, "Do what?" He cornered the doll, who cried out, "Damn you, why are you doing this to me?" Ignoring him, he frantically began assembling the parts. Bup warns him, his voice laced with fear. "I don't know what you're planning, but stop it now." John chuckled darkly, ignoring the pleas as Boop desperately called out, "Ligon, do you hear me?" A brilliant blue light flashes as Boop's voice echoes, "What are you going to do with me?" The door remained shut as his desperate cries echoed, "Please stop. Have mercy." In the sky, a series of dark rays spread like ink, covering everything, as the leader gritted his teeth, eyes burning with rage. How boring. Why are only his subordinates showing up? Everyone looked up, their eyes burning with rage. One of them spoke up. "Looks like that snake is underestimating us." Miss shouted, "Lion, are you going to come out or what?" Sangda frowned, thinking, "What the hell is he doing?" The enraged leader gritted his teeth, saying, "If you won't come out, I'll make you. I'll kill every last one of your men until you show yourself." He looked down, pointing directly at Hugo, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "First, I'll take care of that fool." The sound of steel echoed as he drew his sword. He charged forward, yelling, "I'll cut down every miss." Hallie dove out of the way, narrowly avoiding the attack as a warning cry rang out for everyone to move. Hugo stood frozen in the battle, eyes wide and unblinking as a voice cried out, "Get out of the way!" A flash of light tore through the air toward them. Artis cried out, "Gug!" Then a chaotic sound erupted, with screams echoing from every direction. "Holy One, Father," Artis says worriedly. "Centaur, are you all right?" The sword shattered the moment it touched Hugo's head, and an urgent voice echoed, "Answer me." Suddenly, Otex's entire body was enveloped in a blue light. Everyone stared in bewilderment as he gazed at the sword above him, his eyes wide with disbelief. As if to explain everything, the system announced that the Apostle Otexu had been blessed by the constellation Ophiuchus, greatly increasing his endurance compared to when he was the constellation Sagittarius. Hearing this, Apollo angrily cried out as the system coldly continued, "The Saint Otexu is temporarily wavering before the high stats received." Seeing Hugo more lucid, Miss asked again, "Centaur, are you all right?" He mechanically replied, "Yeah, it seems so." The soldiers were surprised. Was he unharmed? They wondered aloud, full of doubt. The commander's spear had clearly pierced him, yet one of them responded, "I heard the mighty spirit army was defeated. Can we even win?" Another, hearing this, gritted his teeth, eyes blazing, and angrily retorted, "You think we'll lose to those humans?" Perhaps the commander held back when he threw. Hearing his subordinate's words, the commander flinched, sweat beading on his forehead, thinking, "I actually threw with all my might. Is his subordinate that strong?" A sudden sound caused the spirits to turn their heads warily. What was that sound? A figure dashed forward like lightning, unleashing flashes of light like thunder, instantly obliterating them, causing them to fall in unison. Their screams echoed through the air as severed heads flew. Callie moved like water, each strike precise and powerful. Watching her, a terrified voice cried out, "What?" Groans fade into silence as figures fall amidst the relentless flash of her blade. The leader grimaces, but Callie, without a word, charges into battle. The leader glared at her, angrily demanding, "Who are you?" Callie's eyes flashed with fierce determination, her voice cold and clear. "What if I did? What could you do about it?" Hearing this, he angrily growled, "Damn it." Callie rushes forward, raises her weapon, and declares, "Die!" Defeated, the leader staggers to his feet, eyes wide, and grits his teeth. How is this possible? Callie spun, her blades a blur of light, closing in on each enemy with swift, decisive strikes. She landed gracefully before them, composed, as one recognized her, and cried out in disbelief, "Libra Kali." Kalin Kali bows slightly, gripping her swords, and greets them with a smile. "Oh, long time no see." She winked, a radiant smile gracing her beautiful face, and said, "Thanks for the introduction. It's our first time meeting since the Lion Arena, right?" She continued, "Was fighting me back then not so bad?" Hearing that, the man hung his head low, while Miss chimed in with a mocking tone. "What's wrong? Was it that bad?" He nodded, face downcast. "It was terrible," he continued. "Callie was so strong, I felt she was different from the 10 of us. It wasn't just me, but Yuha, Selvia, and many other fighters. That girl has never lost a battle." As he spoke, he recalled that terrifying scene, Kali, a demon on a brutal battlefield, defeating everyone. Her smile was triumphant, her eyes gleaming with elation, as if she had just completed a masterful performance, and his voice grew more admiring as he spoke. The D-caster stands right behind the saints of each temple. So if you don't count the saints, she's probably the strongest among humans. Miss turns and says, I've heard the rumors for so long, but this is the first time I've actually met her. She might even be stronger than Jin Myung. The man frowned, muttering that he knew from the start that fighting her was a bad idea. Hallie seemed to remember something, thinking to herself, Colin, the Libra 10 star, that girl. She looked up at Kaylee, a flicker of doubt in her eyes, realizing she was Jel's daughter. What was she doing here? The leader lowered his head, probing. Did you just say you belonged to the Libra zodiac? His voice strained, he asked. Why did you attack us? I thought we had a compromise agreement. Hearing this, Callie looks up and waves her hand. You're mistaken. I have nothing to do with that. I've left the Libra zodiac. Her answer surprises everyone. What? Callie looked up, a glint of death in her eyes, and said coldly, Enough talk. Even if you're from a mysterious civilization, you won't escape my grasp. No matter what happens today, I will join the Serpentarius constellation. A horde of grotesque monsters screeches, flapping their wings and scattering across the sky. The leader sternly regained his composure, warning, Don't get cocky. Just because you've taken down a few of our soldiers, human. Prepare for a full-scale attack. Callie clashed her blades together, sparks flying, and scoffed. All talk, it seems. Come at me. Her eyes flashed like lightning as she coldly continued. Today, I will join the Serpent-Bearer Star at any cost. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind Callie, deep but clear. Hey, you guys. John clenched his fists, trembling with rage as a green light enveloped him, and he gritted his teeth. What are you doing on someone else's sacred ground? A blinding blue light suddenly shot forward, roaring fiercely as it slammed into the tower. Everyone braced themselves against the immense power. Callie watched, stunned by the incredible power as the system issued a warning. The immense power of the holy god was spreading, eroding the aura of this alien civilization. The leader was startled, his eyes widening as he saw Jian standing there. Then he smiled and said, You've finally shown yourself, you wretch. Jian laughed, his eyes gleaming as if he wanted to devour everything around him. Seeing Jian like that, Callie blushed, shyly thinking, I've finally met him. He had one hand in his pocket and was carrying a box in the other. He laughed powerfully, his eyes sparkling with confidence as if nothing could faze him. Callie watches, confirming it's Ayla Jian. John smirks with confidence, his voice laced with disdain. Going this far for the Hat Baron's revenge? Baron Hat is lucky to have such a loyal subordinate. They're not easy to come by. A massive explosion erupts, its force shaking the air. Amidst the explosions, Jian's voice cuts through. But if you keep causing trouble here, someone's going to be in big trouble. Is that okay? The leader paused, asking in confusion. Huh, what nonsense are you spouting? John walked over and calmly opened the box. The Baron's head is revealed, his mouth sealed shut with tape, as the other man cries out, Baron, mute! John chuckled, lifted the head, and said coldly, I just established a new territory today, and I'm in a good mood, so I'll let it slide this time. Take him, and get out of here. The soldiers in the sky stared in disbelief. Below, the atmosphere froze as silence fell, broken only by the wind whistling past stunned faces. Before they spoke in unison, What did you say? He caught Baron Mu and he's just giving him back? Ignoring his stunned comrades, Jian calmly replies, I've got it all planned out. Just be quiet. The soldiers began to murmur, their faces still in shock. What's going on? How is this different from our plan? The man next to him replied, Don't waver. That guy's the reason the Hat Baron is like that. He recalled the images flashing like slow-motion film. Odos unfazed by the sword, Jian's mad grin, his face lit by lightning, and continued. They weren't even fazed by the commander's spear. If they unleash their divine power, they'll crush us. One of them looked down, trying to persuade him, saying their honor would be meaningless if they yielded so easily. He paused, then continued. Don't you agree, Commander? At his words, the commander's expression flickered, and he roared, Fine, Serpent-Bearer, we'll retreat today. In his mind, he sighed, Thank goodness. At Lion Tower, a slight haze remained below, with thin wisps of smoke still lingering. Standing before Callie with a bright smile, John announced, Great, we've driven off Baron's remnants. Now, let's talk about you. He paused, then continued, You want to join the Serpent-Bearer? Jian's voice, though calm, carried clearly, and Callie, eyes gleaming with anticipation, immediately replied, Yes. Silence descends, and with a sigh he delivers a blunt refusal. No. Callie was taken aback, her brow furrowing as she blurted out, "Huh? Why?" He slowly replied, "I've heard you're the strongest of the elites, and I don't doubt you're here to join me, but I need to verify it." Callie blushed with embarrassment. She lowered her head, twirling her hair as she asked, "I guess taking down the Baron's remnants wasn't enough proof? Could it be because I'm from Libra?" The sound of heels echoed as a delicate voice chimed in. "Perhaps." Holly, standing before Kali with her usual haughty gaze, coldly declares, "More precisely, it's because you're Gel's daughter." Callie is taken aback, thinking, Scorpio Saint. Gel used the power of Libra to merge his cells with influential people, creating children for us, with the intention that these children would slowly influence humanity from its roots. After a pause, she continues, "With that goal, it's very likely that Gel's daughter shares the same ideals, so we, who once opposed Gel..." Hearing this, Odd understood. So she wanted a child, but not with Genti? Holly slowly turned to Callie, probing. "Tell the truth. Why did you abandon Libra to join Lion Star?" Callie pouted, face flushed, and mumbled, "Actually, it's because I'm a daughter." Callie struggled to speak, trying to utter his name. Upon hearing this, Hallie froze as if paralyzed. Miss frowned, glancing at Hugo. "What did she say?" He replied nonchalantly, having heard nothing. Realizing what she'd blurted out, Callie covered her mouth, eyes wide and face flushed, before gathering her courage and slowly saying, "Actually, I'm a fan of Lion." She then lowered her head, shyly adding, "Libra has made too many enemies, so I didn't want to go anywhere else and chose to come here." After a moment of embarrassment, Callie's eyes suddenly lit up, shining with intense determination. "I'll do everything I can to prove my loyalty, please believe me." John smiled and asked, "Oh, really?" Then he used his skill. The system reports the use of the divine appraisal skill, revealing Calacalan's organization and the elite Libra's traits at 55%. Checking faith, 200% faith in the serpent bearer, 1% in Libra. Callie, full of spirit, pursed her lips, thinking to herself, "Look at that faith. There's no way he'll be angry." The system issued a warning, noting a special individual with power similar to the serpent bearer, prompting a voice of inquiry. "But what's with this warning?" John smirked, speaking with arrogance. "All right, I'll give you a chance. Join our team and prove your loyalty and strength." Callie, unable to hide her joy, smiled brightly and replied, "Yes, I'll do my best." She raises her hand, determined, "If it's too easy, it's boring. There has to be a challenge." John laughs. "Someone's eager," Callie replied, just as excited. "Everyone tells me that." Artist tilted her head, looking slightly wary. It's strange for someone from Libra to join Leo, but they do seem compatible. Hallie angrily bites her nails, trembling with rage. "No, it can't be," she said. "But no, I can't believe it. What other absurd method did Jella use? Should I enter the Demon Tower to get information on Lion? What should I do? Do I really have to accept this?" Startled, Miss blurts out, "What in the world?" "Never mind, I shouldn't have asked, sorry." Then she turns to Gion and says, "Hey Lion, let's put that girl's matter aside for now. What are you going to do?" Hearing this, he didn't understand and asked, "What?" Artist replied, "What else could it be? About Baron Mu. You went through the trouble of taking him down and now you're giving him back to those guys." Hearing this, Gion smiled casually and lazily replied, "Oh, that? It's fine." Meanwhile, back with the soldiers, one of them anxiously asks the Baron if he's all right. "Are you all right?" He continues with a sinister smile. "That's Put." Unaware of the truth, the soldiers reassured him, "Baron Pup, please, just hold on a little longer." The orcs panicked upon hearing this. Yang Wei, terrified, trembled and said, "Thank you." And the subordinates cursed once more. "Lion, you cruel bastard. What have you done to Baron Iron Mask?" Pup's real body trembled, lamenting and weeping. "Lion, why did you drag me into this mess?" Back when Gion told Pup to go to the lab, he tied him up and gave him instructions. "Listen closely, Pup. From now on, you will inhabit this stitched-together body, infiltrate that alien civilization, and gather information for me." Hearing this, Pup cried out in outrage. "Are you insane?" "How could I do that?" Gion threatened, lifting the puppet's ear to prevent any resistance. "If you succeed, I'll retrieve your original body for you. I heard the Aries are holding on to your things." Panicked, Buck offered excuses, but I can't do it. "Be reasonable and don't give him time to ramble." John cuts him off. "Quiet, even a useless saint like you is still a saint." He points at Bup's face, continuing through gritted teeth. "In the name of one of humanity's 13 representatives, prove your worth." In his true form, Boop wrung his head in frustration, thinking angrily, "Damn it, things have gone too far. I have to do everything I can to get back to my original body. Lin John may be a jerk, but he's not a liar. He glanced over, continuing to think, but the current situation was worse than he thought. Then, he looked up at the soldiers in front of him, screaming inwardly, "Why must we re-enter the demon tower?" Then, Bup spoke softly, asking cautiously, "May I ask something?" The leader responded gently, his attitude respectful. "Yes, Baron. What is it?" Bup quickly replied, "Why do we have to go into the demon tower?" "That place was destroyed," the leader responded, "because that's where the device to restore the Hat Baron's body is." He fell silent, pondering the device. "I thought everything had been destroyed. So there's still a device like that." A gloomy castle appears, enveloped in light pink smoke, creating a cold and silent space. Inside, a figure is bound by magic circles and iron chains, unable to escape. Dozens of swords pierce his body, each blade buried deep, creating gaping wounds. His face is covered by thick cloth, leaving only his nose exposed to breathe. Suddenly, a bright light shines upon the figure in the chair as the large doors slowly creak open, allowing the outside light to seep in. A voice echoes, "We've arrived!" From beyond, a flock of massive dragons descends, carrying a large chest. Inside the chest lies the Iron Hat Baron, the chest bound by ropes, the dragons tethered to carry their burden. The voice couldn't hide its joy. "This place will help us restore Iron Mask Baron's body." Upon hearing this, the Iron Mask Baron pondered, wondering about this restoration. He stared in shock at the massive object before him. What is that?" The voice explained, "When disasters are destroyed or the demon tower is severely damaged, the Baron still focuses on the strange person before him. This device will help restore internal damage." Massive chains surround him, and roots crawl across the floor, clinging to the figure in the center. The voice continues, but the function has stopped, with only a trickle of energy leaking out. "Absorbing that will restore the Baron's hat." Hearing this, the Baron broke out in a cold sweat and tried to stop him. "Huh? Already?" He yelled, "I'm not ready for this." But the other person shouted back, resolute, "What is there to prepare for? Just trust us." Suddenly, the cloaked figure's expression shifts as the hooded Baron, forced down by his men, awkwardly tries to explain. "No, that's not it. Actually, I prefer it this way. I just need to stay in this cozy box." Hearing this, the others panicked and hurried each other. Hurry. The Baron's lost it. Has that bastard Lai Jian brainwashed him? Little did they know. The cloaked figure wore a sinister smile as he shattered the large nails and chains binding him. The group was shocked as Baron Hat and his men looked up at the massive figure before them. The cloaked figure leaned down, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Huh, not one of our kind." He posed the question to the group below. "Why did you take Baron Hat's body?" A notification appears, and one of the slumbering monarchs senses the power of the serpent bearer and awakening. The crowd below was shocked and disbelieving. He could move? The crowd quickly turned their attention to the cloaked figure's words. But what did he just say? "Isn't Iron Helmet Baron one of us?" The Iron Helmet Baron cursed. "Damn it, we've been found out." The cloaked figure frowned, angrily pointing at the group below. "Fools, do you not know who you've led here? No matter, words are wasted on you." He roared, unleashing a wave of power towards the group, silencing them all. Caught off guard, they froze as the blow landed. Lifted by something, Baron Hat is taken by surprise. What is this? Suddenly dragged away, he didn't know what to do but scream. The subordinates below looked at each other blankly as the Baron's hat was tightened, his voice trembling. "What in the world is going on?" The cloaked figure boomed. "Let's go." The subordinates below were startled, sweat pouring down their faces. He points a threatening finger at Baron Hat, asking, "Who are you? What is your true identity?" Baron Vale trembled, thinking, "I'm done for." He smirked. "Who are you?" Baron Mask replied, trying to hide his trembling. "I am, in fact, the Holy Master of the Aries constellation, Aries 5. He reached out and grabbed the Duke's hat. "Absurd! The power maintaining that body cannot be the power of weak Aries." His voice lowered menacingly. "I'll ask again. Who is behind you, controlling you and granting you this body?" The Baron's eyes widened, his mind in turmoil. What am I going to do? He was filled with dread. Was he done for, or should he just spill everything? Amidst the green smoke, Lion Jian suddenly appears, his voice echoing, a glint of light flashing across his face. "Has he been discovered?" Lion frowned, looking up at the cloaked figure with a mocking tone. What a useless furball. A voice filled with surprise echoes. Lion, unfazed by the grinning figure before him, calmly states, "I was planning to greet the monarchs myself, but I suppose this is sooner than expected. It's a pleasure to meet you, great monarch. He turned to Baron Mu and said, by the way, furry waist, your acting was terrible. Baron Mu quickly retorted, it was your power that exposed me. The monarch laughs. This is a surprise to awaken with such power. You must be a holy mutant. Yeah, that's what everyone says. And you're the monarch locked in the tower's basement, right? He says with amusement, oh, it seems you know a thing or two about me. The Baron in his grasp replied, yes, I've heard a thing or two. He tightened his grip on the Baron's hat. Then you must know my situation. A green smoke emanates from Baron Hat's eyes, and the monarch excitedly says, I've been imprisoned here for so long, I'm starving. I'll devour your divine power. With that, he uses both his mouth and nose to suck the green gas from Baron Hat. A notification appears stating that Ophiuchus's power is being drained into the monarch. The power sustaining the Baron's hat is vanishing. The Baron's hat is collapsing, being drained to near depletion, and the Baron's hat cries out, Ligen, do something! I'm going to dry up! At this, Lion frowned and angrily shouted, Hey, Overlord, what nonsense are you spouting? Baron Hat was moved to tears. Lion, are you angry because of me? Lion glares at the monarch. How could this idiot be my god? Hearing his words, Hat Baron was stunned, lamenting, That really hurt? So that's why you were angry? The monarch, inhaling green energy, complained, No wonder you're so weak. You're nothing like the other gods. You're absolutely unfit to be one. Baron Hat opens his mouth. I heard everything. Disregarding it, Baron Hat quickly returns to the main issue. Save me, he cried. Lion reassured him. Calm down, you furball, I have a plan. Baron Hat asks with disbelief, Oh, really? You've already accounted for that? Lion suddenly spoke softly. You've done well, you piece of trash. Hearing this, the Baron cried out in alarm, but Lion remained calm. I'll never forget your noble sacrifice. He stammered in disbelief. What do you mean? Lion smirked, gesturing towards the monarch. I told you. I planned to greet the monarchs, which is why I brought you here. It was then the Baron realized he was nothing more than bait. Lion's eyes flashed with coldness. Don't worry, I'll send you and this monarch off in the most artistic way possible. A flash of blue light, and the Baron vanished, screaming Lion's name, as a strange green aura emanated from him. The Viscount's form flickered for a moment, then quickly dissolved into dust in the air as the arena was blown to pieces by the light, the explosion as massive as an atomic bomb. This is the Capricorn skill, the destroyer of worlds. X-Lion observed the scene with awe. Well, that was epic. A good thing I got the data from Marquette while fighting that trash. Meanwhile, Lion tells Smile on his shoulder that after a few more tasks, they can leisurely farm for items, or perhaps visit Yuha first. He lowered his glasses to read the newly displayed announcement. Lion frowned, wondering what it could be. Meanwhile, Yuha stared in shock at what was before her. What was this? She stared in shock at the golden light, never expecting things to escalate this far. The golden light emanated from the fierce-looking man with no arms as he growled her name. Yuha, how dare you leave my star and join another? The man bore the mark of Leo on his forehead, glaring at her. And you're following the 13th apostle? An underling shouted, Master, please calm down. Yuha knew it was useless that this wasn't Stephen. It was the Lion God. Leon frowned. Lion God bulletin board content. John Yuha's special transfer mission. Eliminate all enemies in your path. The target. Leo Saint Stephen Mirror, the Leo deity Narasimha, who suddenly rushes toward Yuha, his form shifting into that of Narasimha himself, the Leo deity. Narasimha, one of his underlings, shouts, Lord Stephen, please calm down. Yuha cursed inwardly, knowing it was useless. That's not Saint Stephen. John, watching the system screen with equal distaste, notes her tense gaze fixed on the Lion Saint. At the same time, the system issued a notification. John Yuha's special broadcast mission. Eliminate all obstacles. Target. Lion Saint Stephen Mirror. The Lion God Narasimha Hyon sees the roaring lion symbol plus Stephen's doubled muscles, now the Lion God, and Narasimha roars. The berserk Narasimha Stephen charges toward Yuha. I'm giving you a chance. Truha, explain yourself. What exactly is going on? It's like our ancestors are here to punish this unfilial child. How did my castle fall into this state? And why was Stephen's hand cut off? Why did you leave the sanctuary? Yuhua looks lost. This is a little hard to explain, she replies. I don't know. Because Yuha couldn't remember no matter how hard she tried, she snapped back. After rereading chapters 77 to 86, she learned the details, and the elder was stunned. But he still had to use his Leo 1000-page sleepless divination to figure it out himself. He skimmed through the events that led to the drama unfolding before him and sighed, I understand. His eyes grew even murkier as he realized the extent of the damage done to the Holy Order for a single star. He turned to look at the figure lying on the ground. The Saint Order head had not only betrayed them, but brought disaster upon the Order. Then, turning to Vice Holy Master Yuha, he suddenly switched sides, looking down at this battered body. Even a saint couldn't stop it, even losing an arm. Thinking about the trouble I'd have going through attaching an artificial arm with lightning, he didn't hesitate to accuse me further. And Lion was casually borrowing Tauha's power? I didn't expect him to scrutinize so closely, even knowing about that. In short, Narashima is furious right now, and I have to tighten the discipline of this holy altar once again. He growled, and the light of lightning blazed into the sky. Yuha, seeing the lightning fill the sky, knew he was furious, her eyes then turning to the system screen. You want me to fight a god? The system displays a notification. Quest. Prove your worth. The Lion Saint Stephen marker, a Narashim lion god, stands in your way. Defeat him and claim what you desire. Yuha cursed the damn system under her breath. Anyone could see this was impossible. She then gripped her spear tightly. But if she wanted to join Lion Stephen Marker's holy order, she had to say, "Don't anyone dare stop me from being on the same team as my idol." Seeing her rebellious intent, Nashima's veins throbbed. Yuha, what do you intend to do? She dares to point a spear at me? He unleashes 1,000 foolish lightning bolts. In an instant, a lightning orb is formed. I'll take this chance to teach you a lesson. Narashima unleashes his lion skill, a thunderous hammer blow that tears through the earth. His men looked on with worry, but Vice Master Yuha showed no fear as the lightning orb hurtled toward her. Danger, get out of the way. A voice suddenly echoed in her mind. You foolish girl. Yuha was startled. That voice urged her to plunge the spear into the ground. Yuha immediately obeyed, and a surge of green energy spread out from where the spear struck. Following that, a sphere formed, enveloping Narashima, who was also caught off guard. The shield dissipated after blocking the lightning sphere. The system announces the Serpent Bearer's scale shield skill is temporarily protecting the Holy Twins, and Yuha grits his teeth, planting the spear firmly as Narashima unleashes a powerful attack. Is this the power of the lion? He powers up, activating his lion skill with confidence, saying they can only last for so long. With that, he leaped forward, unleashing his Thunderclaw strike, declaring he would tear through the shield. At that moment, a foot emerged from the shield, aimed squarely at the Elder's offending hand. With eyes that could devour anyone, who could it be? It's Jian, leader of the big cats, flashing his signature friendly smile. What are you doing to my disciple? Then a foot came crashing down on Narashima's head. Now we know where Yuha gets his head-stomping habit from, as Narashima cries out. Yuha was overjoyed to see Jian, but before she could celebrate, she was slammed to the ground. She was so happy to see him, surprised by his arrival. She looked at the man who always appeared so cool in front of Lai Jian. John could only smile helplessly. You're too reckless. Even if it's a mission, you can't defeat a holy being. He scolds, saying he could handle the buzzcut, but not that big cat. Yuha, though reprimanded, still silently cheers in her heart. John turned to look at the person lying on the ground. I'll have to handle this myself. Hey, big cat captain. He stood there with an air of superiority, asking, What are you doing down there? Weren't you supposed to be sleeping after pawning off all your work to that cat? Narashima strains to sit up. John frowned. You want to push my leg up? Narashima shouts, demanding he get his foot off of him. John flipped through the air, laughing in admiration. You're pretty strong. But Narashima is insulted, yelling, Shut up! You suddenly appear and step on people's heads? Dong was full of arrogance. Show some respect and tell me why you suddenly appeared. He roared as if wronged. Sudden? I was asleep when Stephen called me. The two overlords were petrified. Narashima explained, I was asleep, so I'm late. But I always appear quickly when a saint calls. John immediately tried to recall this detail. The system then announced the use of all holy power and experience to summon a deity, and Stephen gambled on summoning the lion god. John Yuha, protect me while I summon the divine being. John prostrated himself, calling him from that moment, but because he was sleeping, he has only now appeared. Narashima roared, I'll forgive you for reviving and borrowing my power, but why steal my followers? Like Son Goku unleashing his power, Narashima bellowed, First, I'll tear you to shreds. With that, he summoned a pillar of lightning, but even as the earth scorched, Jian continued his summoning. But if you're uncomfortable, you don't have to shout like that. Narashima returns to his original state, ready to settle things with power. Yuha assures him that his descent is anchored by the sanctuary's experience points, so he won't be staying long, but Jian doesn't seem to care. Is that so? Then it's time to fight. He forms a seal, and a sword is drawn from his hand as Jian smirks. Very well, now that the restraints are off. He looks up at the enraged god. I'll show you just how powerful I've become. Seeing Jion's arrogance, Narashima resolves to wipe that smirk off his face, crushing him like an orange. But Narashima suddenly froze, as Jion effortlessly blocked him with one hand. What's this? Such a large body, yet so useless? A smile of disdain. You think you can crush me with that? Jion retaliates with a punch, his strength easily swatting away the cat's paw. This, Jion drawls, is power. Narashima is thrown back by the force. Jion leaps up, axe in hand, a clear mockery in his eyes. How long do you plan to lie there? You'd better go back to the realm of the gods, Narashima roared. Don't be so arrogant. Above, thunder rumbles, lighting up the sky. John looks up as lightning strikes him directly, a fatal blow for anyone. Yuha watches the shockwave in horror, while John Narashima, who's been taking a beating, smirks, finally able to retaliate. You're still too weak. He summons another lightning pillar to obliterate John, but even with a slightly charred face, John smirks coolly. Pipe dreams. The system announces the activation of the serpent bearer's true power, Cataclysmic Lotus, a move that summons countless lightning strikes, causing a massive explosion. Narashima is stunned. Impossible. When did you copy my move? John smirks. Copy? More like sharing is caring. Suddenly, dark energy surged toward him, and as he stood stunned, the system announced the serpent bearer's power was erupting. John was startled as the energy coiled around his blade, and more notifications popped up. The Punisher's power is exceeding its limits, and dark energy binds him like thorns. The energy is so intense that everything within a close radius is destroyed. Narashima's system warns that the power of two deities is exceeding the world's limits, leaving them both stunned. Jion's system warns that they must withdraw or adjust their power before the world is destroyed. Narashima cast one last glance. Your day has come, Lion. Withdraw your power now. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed more threatening lightning strikes. You don't want to see this planet destroyed, do you? Yuha creates a shield around them, but the power is too much and she begins to falter. Narashima taunts Jion, who remains motionless. If we're just comparing power, do you think you can force me back to the god realm? These two planets will be destroyed first. Jion's lips curled into a smirk. Adjusting power, huh? Easier than I thought. He swung his axe with force. Then I'll do it this way. With that, his energy and countless bolts of lightning gathered. Narashima frowned. What in the world is this? The power of the sacred god is being drained. His pupils contract. Wait, the ability to drain the power of a sacred god? He says, he can't believe this arrogant fool, as the power is drained into the skull on the rusty axe. Narashima roars, recognizing the weapon of a lost civilization. John chuckled. I told you, good things are meant to be shared. Their power is the opposite of the holy power, so it's perfect for suppressing yours. His eyes gleamed madly. Captain, your resources are limited, aren't they? Let's see how many resources the Leo constellation has. Narashima glanced down at the notification. The system flashed a warning. The sanctuary's resources are dwindling. Narashima was horrified. What? Seeing his daze, John swings his axe. You've lost focus. The axe leaves a gash across his face. The flying fang left the god speechless, and John grinned. First, the fangs. Narashima was in excruciating pain from having his tooth forcibly removed, but Jion didn't stop there, landing several more blows with his axe. The system announces the acquisition of Narashima's hide, followed by a slash that cuts his mane in half. The system announces the acquisition of Narashima's mane. Jion is completely overwhelmed. Narashima thinks to himself that he's not only strong, but also uses weapons from a mysterious civilization. Truly, a god of calamity. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. More lightning strikes down, this time surrounding him, its destructive power undeniable, the goal to obliterate Jion completely. Narashima unleashes a kingly skill, and lightning chains bind Jion's limbs. This is a battlefield skill for the victor. Lightning chains, a move to lock down the opponent. Narashima laughs in his face. Got you at last. He gathers his strength for one final blow, ending it all, the god's towering form felling buildings with a single stomp. Meaning, if that hand reached out, Narashima would be as insignificant as an ant. But Jion, the one being attacked, remained strangely calm. He smirked. How foolish. John gazed at the god's bewildered expression. When agitated, you become foolish, no different from my slave. Narashima's power suddenly dispersed, and he slumped forward. Jion smirks. If you keep using skills recklessly, how much resources will you have left? At the same time, the system reports, the experience and prayers for the lion are exhausted. The notification appears, the deity will be forced to return to the realm of the gods, leaving Narashima frozen in shock. Damn it, I was about to win, why now? John offers Narashima a friendly middle finger. About to win what? Weren't you just getting your butt kicked? The god shouted, still defiant even as he vanished. Lion, I dare you to return to the realm of the gods, and I will teach you a lesson. John seems less talkative now. Such is the difference between gods. Narashima vanished completely, returning the city to a ruined peace as Stephen's underlings looked on in shock. Legion has driven away our lion god. How could this happen, and how can humans fight a god? John suddenly spoke. You ha! She glanced at him. Yes. John replies, it's over, the conditions have been reset. With that, he tilted his head and smiled meaningfully, telling her to continue what she was doing. It only took Yuha a few seconds to understand, as Stephen opened his eyes, dazed and sore all over. Did I lose consciousness again? He mumbled, hearing his old bones creak. What happened this time? Yuha, sitting nearby, spoke up. Please wake up. Stephen startled and turned, crying out in surprise. Chol Yuha ha. Yuha summarizes the story. The divine beast lion has returned to the realm of the gods after its descent, leaving Stephen in a daze. To the question of divinity, she simply replies, there's nothing to worry about, and let's take care of what's left. With that, she slammed the spear into the ground, her eyes a chilling mix of coldness and indifference. As Stephen struggles to keep up, he wonders, what was that? She bluntly replies, my mission is to join the Serpentarius zodiac. Stephen was stunned, and a notification popped up. Mission. Qualification. Confirmation. Saint Lion Star, Stephen Marker. Stop his progress, defeat him, and take what you desire. Her red pupils gleamed as she declared, I will defeat the saint. Stephen couldn't believe the spear pointed at his face. Chol Yuha, what do you mean? Are you serious? The spear descends again, and Yuha bows deeply, shocking Stephen, who's still reeling from the power blast. Yuha shouts with sincerity, Lord, I'm sorry, and thank you for everything. Stephen, is he speechless? Yuha says with her eyes closed, I want to become even stronger. I feel I've reached my limit in the Leo constellation, so now I want to join the Virgo constellation with Master Gian. I know you'll be disappointed. I haven't forgotten what you've done for me, and I believe you'll understand. Yuha pleaded earnestly. Please help me. I beg you to let me leave. Stephen's eyes widened, and he finally closed them, making his final decision. I understand. This time, Yuha was no less surprised. His underlings rushed to dissuade him. Wait, Master, are you really going to let the Vice Master leave? Stephen straightened up. Her mind was made up, and nothing more could be said. Stephen looked up, his head tilted back. Perhaps out of guilt, I've held her back until now. I can't let my past shackle your present. Stephen gazed at the vast, clear sky and said, Go. Then he turned and left, leaving Xiaosa to encourage his junior to go and become as strong as he desired. Becoming strong at any cost is the spirit of the Leo constellation. Let the master of the Ophiuchus constellation see your power. The younger disciples were deeply moved, and Yuha called out to the Holy Master, but his steps never falter. Take care of yourself. Yuha smiles, a wave of relief washing over her. Oh, saint! Her eyes followed his back, a proud figure walking tall despite 1,000 wounds. Like the brave and confident face of a lion, Yuha suddenly chases after St. Stephen. Stephen sighed inwardly, exhausted from keeping up the facade. As expected, a trap. Stephen secretly prides himself. Even he has to admit he looks cool. Yuha must be so moved that she's hesitating, but she pretends not to know. What's wrong? Are you having second thoughts? Yuha replied curtly. I still have to do this. Then the spear strikes the man right in the head, and the system confirms the mission's completion. You have defeated the false saint, Lion Stephen Marer. Vice Saint John, Yuha, is now qualified to become an official believer. Yuha shouts with joy. The mission is complete. Now I can join your holy order. Yuha was already thrilled just thinking about it. Let's go back to Korea, Master. John applauded from the corner. Everyone returned to the Jeonsi Tower in Korea, but Yuha's face soured as quickly as it had brightened, and Kali, sipping her coffee, also grimaced at the sight of her. The tension between the women was palpable, causing the vice president of the Centaur group to tremble as he held Sangdae. Yuha glared, wondering why she was there. Kali shoots back a sharp look. What about you, Yuha? Yuha coldly retorted, I asked first, so answer me. How childish, Kali scoffs before smoothly answering. I will join your lion sanctuary. Yuha scoffs. Someone from Libra like you? Dream on. Sangdae whispered. Their relationship didn't seem too good. The vice leader cleared his throat and replied, "Perhaps." Lanla glanced at the woman sitting at a separate table nearby. "Mr. Halley, can you please stop them?" Halley sighed, annoyed at the interruption. Where did these spoiled brats come from to ruin things? Damn, this is infuriating. Yuha continues to press Callie for answers. What is she really planning? Callie waves her hand. It's nothing. Why are you making such a fuss? You heard it. I've decided to follow Lord Lion. Why all the fuss? Suddenly, Callie snaps her fingers, pointing at her. With your power, are you afraid of losing your position as his right-hand woman? Seeing Callie run her mouth, the two sons were scared out of their wits as Yuha clenched her fist. Ko-Yuha has completely lost it. Get out here. I'll show you things have changed. Callie happily adds fuel to the fire. Oh, if you say so, then I can have expectations for you, right? Sangdae cracks his knuckles, ready to go. Finally, it's my time to shine. Silence fills the room, and Callie asks, "Who are you?" Don't interfere. Yuha sighs, at a loss for words. Sangdae, I'm talking here. Sangdae, sensing the disrespect, starts to cry. What are you talking about? I want to be Uncle Lion's right-hand man, too. Halley, this little squabble is amusing. I'll be the judge. The three children replied in unison, Thank you, sir. A vice-captain shouldn't let the little members fight. Lord Halley, you have to stop them, Kevin said, exasperated. How noisy, one says. No need to interfere. Hugo sighed. If I were to intervene now, who's going to listen? With Halley in the mix, there's no way anything bad will happen. Besides, he turned to the person next to him, his face full of disgust at the uninvited guest. Why are you here? Stephen wondered, scratching his head. I don't know how I got here after waking up. Lion, why did you bring this guy along? The two looked at Stephen as if he were a useless, oversized burden. Move over. You're taking up too much space. Stephen, you're being too much, Stephen said, pouting. The world is changing rapidly, according to global news reports. The Calamity's attack and the Gods' War have caused massive damage worldwide, and global opinion is demanding accountability from the Holy Orders, including Libra. Stephen watches the protesters, realizing the system the 12 sanctuaries have protected for so long is beginning to crumble, and wonders what changes the future holds. Hugo and Kevin remain silent, giving Stephen the opportunity to place the blame. All these changes are Lion's fault, they say, kicking him while he's down. Stop acting so serious and get out of the way. It's too cramped, Stephen remarked again. After becoming the Lion Constellation Saint, I learned that Lion was quite strong. I remember John's wild appearance from back then. He was always so unpredictable. Stephen recalls how those who awakened without a patron deity were considered monsters. And now he sees the one who was once scorned for lacking a god has become one himself. Now he has become a god himself, standing against monarchs and other gods. Stephen chuckled, realizing John had gone too far. Hugo asks, Do you still want to fight him? Stephen shakes his head. I no longer have that intention, but I can't help but feel regret. Kevin nods. I understand that feeling, like the finish line I believed I'd reach has vanished into the distance. He bowed his head in contemplation, left with no choice but to accept it. But now everything is tied to Lion, especially for a saint like me. Kevin says, This isn't about pride. I just want to be as strong as him. Meanwhile, in the fabrication room, the hammer strikes down with force. John wipes the sweat from his brow as, outside the living room, Kevin reflects on what would happen without Lai Jian. John looks at the arms he's worked so hard to create, while Kevin looks at Stephen and Hugo. So what can we do about it? Stephen grinned. Well, Hugo might as well fully join Lion then. I heard he's become a serpent saint. Hugo gritted his teeth. Everyone here has their reasons. Kevin sighed. Losing to Lion is one thing. I really don't want to. The three of them just stared blankly at each other. The three then sighed deeply, and Kevin muttered, Damn it, is he really going to make us fight saints and sovereigns later on? Seven worriedly added, We can't even beat our own saints. Hugo despondently replied, The future is bleak. Stephen clicked his tongue. There's always a way. Just do what we can. Hugo frowned at him. What are you planning? Why so worried? On TV, the news anchor continues to report. Stephen was silent. He planned a press conference about the attack on the Demon Tower 20 years ago, leaving the other two stunned. Stephen's eyes narrowed. I will announce to the world that Lion was the one who captured the Red Eye. Laurie was stunned. They were all gone. Little did John know, as he was looking for the lion, centaur, and succubus, they disappeared. Laurie recounted that they said it was urgent and left first, also mentioning they borrowed the teleportation technique. John sighs in frustration. Why so fast now, when you're usually so slow? Suddenly, a strong wind picks up. Turns out it's Yuha and Kali fighting. John mutters, What's going on? The two trade fiery blows as Koli laughs. You're stronger than I thought. I heard you've been through a lot of desperate fan fights. Seems like it helped. Yuha hated the taunting tone. I hate that tone. Like she's looking down on me. Yuha then struck Callie, the force of the blow igniting a corner of the building's roof. Callie kicks off the wall, a thrilled smile still on her lips. Isn't that right? The two of them chased each other around, smashing through the building's walls. Callie replied smugly, "Because I'm still much stronger than you." John watched their fight and sighed. "So, they're fighting to be my right-hand man?" Hallie, the host of the battle, replied with a laugh. "Indeed, all three are full of enthusiasm." John nodded, impressed by their spirit, but she said 3 people, he said, turning to look at the person nearby, whose face was completely black. John approached the scene where the young man had fallen on his rear. So, this kid was utterly defeated from the start? Just look at his pathetic state. John sighs, looking at another victim of his daughter's battles. Indeed, Sangjae needs to grow more compared to the other two. Activating his mind's eye, he sees Kaylee's stats. The Libra class SS is currently a temporary disciple of Ophiuchus. John Yuha is approaching SS class due to the previous battle, also a temporary disciple of Ophiuchus awaiting the Sangjae ritual. And Sangjae has grown from A rank to S rank due to recent events. He muses that to make them stronger and more competitive, he'll have to give Sangjae a little boost. John turned to Hallie of the Scorpion clan, asking if she could keep the kids in place for him, and Hallie, blinded by his skill, immediately agreed. Okay. H looks at the two still fighting and stops them. The bewildered children turned to see Roy approaching, and in an instant they were tied up like vegetables at the market. John smiles contentedly. Wonderful. But even tied up, the two continue to brawl, thinking they're almost done. How laughable, I'm the one who makes the decisions. Both of you, stop. Listen closely, I have a task for you. With a devilish grin, I'm giving you your first mission as the serpent's head. Sangjae blinked, wondering where he was. John watched the boy, who had been unconscious for half a day, finally come to. Awake? Sangjae was stunned. John told me everything. I was taken down by Kali and Yuha as soon as the match began. Sangjae is dejected that his idol saw him unconscious. His voice is laced with sadness. He's still no match for her. He thought he'd grown stronger, but John didn't blame him. He encourages him, saying that despite his progress, he's still lacking. Don't be disappointed. This is an opportunity to become even stronger, right? There's a hidden meaning in his eyes. Sangde, don't you want to become stronger? Sangda is thrilled to receive the secret technique, of course. Yes. John asks if he doesn't want to become strong by any means necessary, and Sang quickly decides. Then go into seclusion and train. Jay was very pleased to see the calf so eager. Good, good. That's the right mindset. Sangda nodded repeatedly. I'm always prepared. Sangda was so happy he's just realizing it now. But where are we going? Jay casually replies, to the demon tower. With that, he fearlessly leaps off the dragon's back, leaving Sangdae's mind completely blown. John reminds her, didn't you want to become stronger by any means? Sangdae's screams echoed across the sky as he followed. He hadn't even entered when he made her burst into tears. John heads straight into the heart of the demon tower as Imim continues to encourage Sangdae. So, they went into seclusion to train. Back in Washington, D.C., the Lion Sanctum, the Lion Constellation Temple's headquarters, was left with a gaping hole after the attack, so they covered it with a huge banner and a slogan that screamed, Capitalism. The building's damaged, but the meetings will go on. Inside, those present were confused. Why hold a meeting now? It must be because the tower has been reduced to rubble recently. Someone whispered, are they going to declare bankruptcy? But another person immediately retorted, did you see the sign saying operations are normal? Everyone guessed, but to no avail. Let's hear what he has to say. And with that, the whispers began to fade. Rewind to a few minutes earlier, Hugo frowned as he looked at Stephen. Were they really going to reveal everything? Can you handle that? If you're not careful, you'll be criticized for deceiving the world and face the resentment of the other saints. Stephen remained unfazed, stating that he would correct all mistakes from now on. On the contrary, this is a necessary step. Kevin scoffs at his untrustworthy face. Are you trying to stir up trouble again? Kevin couldn't dissuade him, so he decided to go along with it. There's no other way. Let's prepare ourselves as well. Hugo sighed and nodded. Let's prepare quickly. Stephen was stunned. What? He roars, what did you say? Hugo fires back, you think we wanted to go? And Kevin fires back, calling him a cripple with no hands. Daring to hold a press conference alone, Hugo was utterly fed up with this muscle-bound, pea-brained lion. Without the deputy city lord and the temple master, how will you fight the Libra if they invade? Enough nonsense. Quickly prepare what you need to say at the press conference. We'll hold down the fort for you. Despite the scolding, Stephen felt a warmth in his heart, and a tear fell. So even if it's a scam, I'm in. But this is something to take note of. Though brief, his words were filled with sincerity. Thank you. Stephen opens his eyes, snapping out of his flashback, his voice now full of resolve. Thank you all for attending this surprise press conference. Now, let's get straight to the point. Do you all remember the recent press conference held by the Aquarius saint, Sophie Mareed? At that time, Sophie Mareed revealed the truth about the red-eye attack that occurred in the Demon Tower 20 years ago. However, due to the interference of the Cancer Saint and subsequent events, that story was forgotten. His serious eyes, devoid of their usual levity, added to his gravitas. This time, I'll bring that story to light once more. According to Sophie Mary, Leon was the one who captured the red eye at the Demon Tower. As Stephen announced the news, the reporters below discussed and took notes, effectively ending the debate. But that's not all. Stephen drops an even bigger bombshell. Lion was also responsible for the red eye incident in America. The crowd erupted, shouting questions, and the hall descended into chaos. I have a question too. Listen to him. Hugo thought to himself that so far there hadn't been any major problems, but his heart was still incredibly tense. It would be nice if everything ended this smoothly. I don't know what the situation is outside, but with Kevin it should be fine. Elsewhere, Kevin raises his sword at the person before him, his eyes full of disgust. I didn't expect to find you here, Mung, the buck-toothed Cancer Saint. Even with a sword to your throat, you're still smiling. Of course I had to come. Stephen is slandering our saints. How could I stand idly by? Kevin's eyes filled with contempt. You've got some nerve. He's just stating the truth. Jean-Louis wasn't angry and simply drawled, Oh, is that so? He flicks the sword at his neck. Then you'll tell us everything, including how you stabbed Lee Ji-hoon in the back? Kevin's pupils shrink. How can you accept such ridiculous lies? Nonsense. Jiang shrugged. Why are you spouting nonsense? Libra and I conspired together to eliminate Lion. I'm the only one who knows what happened to him. He whispers in his ear. Tell me, do you remember exactly what happened in the Tower of Evil? Kevin strained. I don't know what you're talking about. Suddenly, Kevin felt a chill, as if countless chains were holding something back within him. Why can't I remember anything? Jean-Louis chuckled, watching the young man crumple in pain. Kevin, you're so pathetic. Let's talk. I'll tell you the truth about what happened back then. Like a demon approaching, he says, Where should I begin? Ah, yes, from when you worried about not being able to overcome Lion. Kevin's sword hand trembled. Damn it, I can't move. Even so, his mouth remained firm, and I did, nothing. The teeth retreat, increasing the power of the spell. You tampering with your own memories is Kevin Hazard. It's your guilt from stabbing Li Jian in the Tower of Evil. Kevin wanted to shut down the nonsense spewing from his mouth. Shut up, you're talking rubbish. In contrast to his disheveled appearance, Jean-Louis remained composed. Not at all. I'm just stating the truth, and I'll help you remember. With that, he pulled something from his pocket and held it out. A key, which he displayed with a sinister smile. The truth is, I've lost all my business partners and fallen on hard times, so recruiting old teammates might not be a bad idea. The pain kept Kevin's eyes shut, but he could vaguely see something approaching his forehead. What is that? Zhang-Lue places the key to Kevin's forehead, mimicking the motion of unlocking something. I will release your seal. Memories you buried deep within the abyss. The key unlocks, channeling power into him. The seal breaks, the chains dissolve, and the memories of that day become clear. Inside the hall, reporters buzzed with questions. So, Mr. Marr, besides Lion, did the other saints contribute nothing to defeating the Red Eyes? Another asked. Was Legion betrayed by one of the saints who entered the demon realm and imprisoned? Stephen chose the right words, answering, That's right. The crowd was extremely curious. Who assassinated Lion? Outside the hall, someone was rushing towards them. Stephen said, Unfortunately, there are those we suspect but have no proof against. Outside, footsteps grew closer as Stephen continued. The mastermind is someone neither Leon nor I know. Just as Stephen finished speaking, the door burst open and Kevin stepped inside. Stephen and Hugo were stunned. Kevin smirked. Am I interrupting? Sorry to cut in on your discussion. His eyes burned red with demonic energy. Perfect timing. I'm here to talk. The one who stabbed Li Jian in the Demon Tower? Stephen and Hugo were stunned. What? Kevin slowly walks into the hall. I truly admire him. Leon faced the Red Eyes head-on without running. He walked and marveled. It was truly a fierce battle, difficult to watch. His laughter echoed through the room as Leon finally defeated the Red Eyes. A truly touching moment. Memories flood back to the time after Jian's epic battle with the Red Eyes, a victory that cost him dearly. His hoarse voice laced with curses. Those bastards, they really left me to run? Gritting his teeth, he thought Ji-eun was too busy calling out his allies' names to notice someone approaching. That's when Kevin seized the chance to stab him in the back. He grinned with excitement, as if he had defeated the strongest foe. Kevin contorted his face as he recounted the memory, like a battle within his soul. Leon was exhausted and defenseless, easily taken down like a fool caught off guard, leaving the reporters stunned by the shocking drama. Kevin stood in the hall laughing maniacally. You should have seen the dumb look on his face when he fell. Even Stephen and Hugo were stunned by the news. Kevin, what in the world are you talking about? Kevin chuckled. Do I have to spell it out for you? Do I really have to spell it out? Kevin's maiden power is activated, and he utters the most vicious words with a face like a demon from hell. I stabbed Lee Ji-eun. Hugo couldn't hold back any longer and unleashed his power, prompting a warning from Stephen. Though enraged, the centaur Hugo barely maintains his composure. Kevin, I want to hear you explain this more clearly. Kevin's eyes seemed to provoke. I just told you. What more do you want to hear? Hugo glared at him. No. I want to know more. Kevin pulls out a black box, feigning a sigh. Unfortunately, now is not the time to continue our charade. If you want to hear more, let these guys entertain you. Kevin crushed the black box, unleashing countless dark entities. Hugo and Stephen never expected Kevin to have such a demonic entity in his possession. The wriggling black mass grew into slimy blobs, lunging at everyone in the room. The reporters panicked at the disaster. Run! The thing roared, and the whole room shook. Stephen quickly mobilizes his men. Damn it! Followers of the Lion Star, stop them. Until all the reporters are evacuated, the soldiers will charge. Obeying his orders, Stephen leaps toward Hugo. Damn it, this is totally unexpected. What do we do now? Hugo cracks his knuckles, ready to eliminate the obstacles and get answers from their leader. A sentiment Stephen secretly agrees with, despite Hugo's arrogance. You make it sound so easy, Kevin sneers, ordering his men to attack, and the slimes charge forward like savage beasts, throwing the hall into complete chaos. Despite the soldiers' efforts, the sheer number of monsters and the panic of the civilians hindered their progress. A reporter was chased and a soldier was stabbed. Just then, Hugo and Stephen charged in, each landing a blow. Hugo immediately ordered the bespectacled reporter to quickly evacuate to the emergency exit. The man ran, frantically saying, "Thank you." Stephen stared in disbelief as the shattered mass instantly regenerated. They linked together, using the cursed energy core as the life source for their entire bodies. Kevin watched the centaurs and lions fall into a dilemma with great joy. In truth, if they continue fighting here, the entire sanctuary will collapse. The swarm has now merged into an ancient tree, and it swings its grotesque hand toward its prey. The force of the blow shatters the floor, yet his hand remains unscathed. Stephen thinks to himself that if they continue fighting here, the entire sanctuary will collapse, and he must end this quickly. Both unleashed their full power, ready to tear the monster apart today. Sven launched a kick, aiming straight for its head, the light blow splitting the monster in two. Meanwhile, the lion's power gave the monster an electroshock massage. Hugo was blinded by the light, marveling at his resilience. But the monster still managed to bring out its claws, something he hadn't anticipated. The monster seized the opportunity, crushing Stephen in its palm, leaving Hugo in shock, calling out Stephen's name. But there was no response. The monster's core pulsed red as it clutched a grimacing Stephen in its palm. Damn it, it regenerated? Hugo, seeing his colleague injured, was consumed by rage, and with one punch he blew a hole right through it. The monster was engulfed in flames, and Hugo rushed over. Are you still alive? Stephen struggled to free his legs from the pile of fingernails. Why didn't my skill inflict the damage I expected? Centaur, how can you stop their resurrection? But before he could hope, his friend was caught in the maiden's mind control, and Stephen screamed at the sight of Hugo's blank face. Of course he used his skill. If Apollo were here, he'd be so disappointed. Stephen struggled in vain, screaming Hugo's name as he stood by, watching. Damn it, don't just stand there, do something. It's still alive. Just as he said that, the hand exploded. Wielding its arm, the monsters in the room explode one after another, instantly annihilated. Hugo and even Kevin are left speechless at the sight. Stephen was still yelling, saying he was alive, but then he just froze. But what just flew in? From out of nowhere, an iron fist swung its arm. It drops a symbol saying, "Rest assured, I'll take care of you guys," and then vanishes, leaving Stephen terrified. What the hell? The arm was flexing and showing off. Stephen stammered something about the arm, which after admiring itself suddenly lunged at him, scaring him half to death. What the hell? The arm paused, then seemed to merge with Stephen's wrist. Mr. New senses the lion's power and the iron arm's energy merging together. What happens next? Stephen's arm reattached, leaving him stunned and in disbelief as Yuha rushed over. Where did it fly off to? Stephen's confused to see her here. Yuha trolled. Yuha is shocked to see the arm has automatically chosen its master. What kind of smart arm is this? It's already found its way back? You're wearing it. Stephen frantically raises the iron hand. Explain yourself. What exactly is this thing that's attached itself to me? Yuha explains that it's a custom-made prosthetic arm created by Uncle Lion specifically for Stephen Mirror. Stephen roared, his single-handed yell enough to make the entire stage explode. Kevin was shocked. What the hell? In the hall, Stephen laughed. You'd think the whole block could hear Hugo wetting himself over his buddy. He's too excited. Yuha was speechless. He was too excited. Meanwhile, Stephen is still basking in his moment of happiness. Leon finally recognized my worth and forged a weapon for me. Though a bit late, Stephen's addition feels like a step to the peak of his life. The main character always appears when you've almost forgotten about them. Hugo approached him for an interview, finally fulfilling a wish. How do you feel? Stephen bursts out laughing, declaring, Now I'm the champion. Hugo sighed dumbly as Yuha approached the two of them. All right, I'll follow your lead today. Stephen is itching to try out this new arm. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Ong stares at the swarming horde. From now on, with lightning fully charged, Stephen is ready to obliterate these monsters. Stephen Mirror's historic moment begins. Back at the Demon Tower, Jian, with an impassive face, tries to reassure Sangdae. That won't happen, so don't stress out for nothing. Sangdae's face pales. John looks at the cowardly boy with disdain, reassuring him. There's no need to be nervous. There won't be any more misfortune. Sangdae awkwardly laughs. You've said that to me before, haven't you? John surveys the room, noting the explosion was quite large. I should have reduced the power a bit. Sangdae wondered why John had come, to which John replied naturally. Why? Isn't it because of you? Then he pointed to something nearby. Sangdae looked at the giant statue before him, and John replied, The monarch is trapped in the abyss. Sangdae didn't quite understand. Wasn't it dead? John continued, pointing at the statue's face. Look at that. With that, he yelled at the statue, Stop playing dead and get up, I know you're not dead yet. As soon as John finished speaking, the statue burst into laughter. So you've discovered it? The chains binding the statue shattered. Welcome. The 13th saint, Sangdae screamed until he was hoarse. Enough chatter. Lion remains calm as he converses with the statue, and nothing around here is small. What is an explosion to a monarch like you? The monarch found this young man more and more intriguing. Indeed, as a monarch, how could I die from a mere explosion? In any case, Lion, your first impression is quite something. Jian's face darkens as he asks, You know my name? He replied, Of course I know. With that, he recounted the details of Jian's past. Not only do I know the source of the tower's power, but I am also its memory keeper. I know that 20 years ago you attacked this demon tower, only to be betrayed by your comrades. Isn't that right? You've been trapped in this tower for 20 years. He explains that trapped in this forsaken space, he can't help but be aware of everything that happens in the tower. John nods. All right, it seems you know a lot, so let's cut to the chase. Who is he? The one who stabbed me in the back. I know, don't I? The monarch chuckled. Of course I know, but I can't say. John then summoned his weapon. Perhaps you're mistaken. You're ready to destroy the statue. If he doesn't talk, I'm done negotiating. What's with that look, Your Majesty? Come on, listen to me. You definitely won't lose out. Let's just help each other out a little. I'll show you all the memories within this tower, and you'll help me escape. John cast a doubtful glance. He asked, What exactly are you plotting? The monarch calmly explained, Look at my circumstances. His voice rasped, I was once a monarch, but now I'm imprisoned, forced to absorb power here. I'll beg anyone, pay any price, for freedom. He was very honest. A conspiracy? Of course there is. I'll escape this damn place and stab those who did this to me. You of all people understand how I feel, don't you? Jay recalls his own struggles, a thrilled smile spreading across his lips. John laughs maniacally, and though there's a foul stench, your last words please me. The sword slams into the ground. Fine, Jian growled. I'll trust you this once. John glared at the monarch. But first, show me your memories. He laughs again, unable to stop himself. Finally, someone understands me. Sade stood beside Jian, stunned, as Jian approached the statue. Sangdae, I'm only skimming his memories for a moment. When I return, it'll be hellish training. So be prepared. He paused a short distance away, asking, What must I do? The monarch replied, Just stand there. Then, pointing a finger to the sky, he said, I will activate our memories. A surge of dark energy floods his body as the monarch declares, Now, you can witness any memory you desire. Dion watched the black smoke engulf him. Any memory I want, huh? John, surrounded by a sea of memories, remarks, looks like you've preserved these memories well. He thinks to himself that revisiting this memory evokes strange emotions, but now is not the time for sentimentality. Show me the memories from right after I defeated the Red Eyes 20 years ago. With that thought, he focused completely. Show me the memories from right after I defeated the Red Eyes 20 years ago, he commanded. A fragment of memory then materialized before him. That's when he risked his life fighting the Red Eyes, but his colleagues were nowhere to be found. Those bastards dared to leave me behind to run. If I ever catch them. Then he's stabbed in the back with a knife. All that remained before his memories faded was that person's smile. Jion's pupils turned crimson. It was him. Import was none other than Cancer Sawing, Jiang Lui. You should have accepted that offer back then. Now you're stuck somewhere like this. The very man Kevin and Callie struggled to fight is now laughing gleefully. The press conference must be in chaos right now, don't you think? He taunts. The world will only know that you caused all of this, that you stabbed Lai Jian and disrupted the press conference. Congratulations, Kevin. Kevin listened to every word, grinding his teeth even harder. Rui smiled gleefully. Now you'll go down in history as a traitor to humanity. Washington, D.C. Just before Stephen's press conference, two figures leapt across the skyscrapers, Kali and Yuha. Kali excitedly thinks that she will perfectly complete her first mission in Ophiuchus. John said it was simple. Just deliver this prosthetic arm to those two. But he emphasized that even though it's a small task, it's very important, as it's the first mission for both of them. Back in the present, Kali suddenly shouts, Lion Jian, don't worry, I'll finish this mission quickly. Yuha watched her like she was crazy, thinking, what's wrong with her? Suddenly, the thing on Kaylee's back pointed in one direction, and she happily said, oh, over there. With stars in her eyes, Kaylee sped toward her target, prompting Yuha to call out, hey, wait up! Kevin now has a sword pointed at his forehead, as Zin looks down from above, sinisterly saying, I will unseal the memories you yourself have buried. In Kevin's bloodshot eyes, a figure flickers. In his memory, the owner of that back whispers, I've finally caught you. Suddenly, that person's body began to tremble strangely as they were stabbed from behind. The sinister face of the one who stabbed him appears. Kevin is stunned, wondering, I'm the one who killed Lion. Jin laughs. That's right, because you couldn't surpass Lion, you crossed the line. So you told Capricorn that Lion was dead. Afterward, you even took Skybreaker as spoils of war. But tormented by guilt, you begged me to seal your memories. Do you understand now? We've been in the same boat for 20 years. Kevin shuddered, his face drenched in a cold sweat, his eyes reflecting an unusual murderous intent. He growled, Kevin, do you still want to surpass Lion John? I'm willing to help you at any time. To obtain a power unlike anything he's ever known. Suddenly, the stone wall behind him is shattered by a punch. As Jin spoke grandly, a foot slammed into his face. His cheek caved in, and blood poured from his nose. Callie was the one who barged in, and noticing something, she looked to the side in surprise, recognizing Kevin, who was also looking at her. Callie shouts, found him! She lands with a thud, just as Din is sent flying. Din's eyes widen as he questions Callie, who smiles radiantly, pointing a thumb at herself as she replies, I am Callie. Her hand behind her responded, also giving a thumbs up as she offered her arm to a bewildered Kevin. With eyes sparkling, Callie says, Lord Lion Jian ordered me to bring this to you, Kevin, so you can now wield a sword with your right hand. Kevin looks down with concern. He lowered his head and said, I'm not worthy to receive this. Callie asked in surprise. Huh? Why? Confused, she offered the arm again. No paperwork or anything, just take it. Suddenly, a thick red smoke shot out. Isn't it because you stabbed Lai Jian? Jin growled, unleashing a burst of power with his kick. Callie covered her eyes and screamed while Kevin squinted. This is what I look like when I'm about to be blown away. He reached out to Callie, who was coughing, and called her name. Before Callie could get up, she asked, what's going on? Kevin surmises that cancer has brought them to another place, as Callie looks up at Din in his transformed state. Din said, I brought you here so we could talk more easily. This may be our last conversation. Surprised? You should have accepted my offer back then. The press conference must be in chaos right now. Callie and Kevin stared at him tensely as Din smugly said, the world will only know that you caused all of this. You stabbed Lai Jian, and you turned the press conference into a mess. Congratulations, Kevin. Hearing this, Kevin broke out in a cold sweat as Din loudly accused him of becoming a traitor to humanity, forever etched in history. He endures the swirling sand, imagining his future. Soon, the world will know he stabbed Li Jian. The only way you survive now is to be on my side. Do you think Lion will let you live? Kevin lowers his head, muttering, I don't care. He struggles to his feet. If I am the one who stabbed Lai Jian 20 years ago. Kevin's sword gleams with a silver light. He stared ahead, resolute, and said, Then I will accept and pay for that sin accordingly. Don't you dare dream I'll cooperate with you. Dai looks down with disdain and declares, Ah, fool, there's no other way. You'll die here. As he spoke, Kevin was impaled. He was suddenly attacked, Callie stabbing him, but his sword also slashed across her head. Kevin was stunned. Callie betrayed him? Impossible. Pisces' shapeshifting was undone, revealing Jin's face beneath the disguise. Kevin wondered about Pisces' cloning and transformation skills as he was stabbed again. Meanwhile, in another dimension, Callie sits alone, clutching her arm and lamenting, I should have given Kevin the prosthetic. But where did you disappear to? A protective membrane surrounds her, the scaleskin defense protecting the believer, Callie. Inside her protective barrier, Callie worriedly asks, What do I do? Is Mr. Kevin going to be okay? Kevin was now riddled with holes. Looking at his pathetic state, Dai said, What a disappointment. Seeing Kevin defenseless, he sneered, mocking the former master of the Second World's divine artifact and equal to Libra for falling into such a state. The Capricorn's lips curled into a sinister smile. Though persuasion failed, it wasn't bad to have severed one of Legion's right-hand men. A message from Vice City Lord Pisces, Svea, I am Svea Kali, just leaving the press conference. Jin turns and replies, Good, a little late, but proceed as planned. The other end responds, Understood. Kevin coughed up blood, the crimson drops falling before him, and in his moment of peril, a voice echoed out. My precious child, I can't stand by any longer. It's time for me to appear. The pure, clear water flows out more and more. Din turns away smugly, saying, I must act too. Someone suddenly appeared. Standing beneath the crescent moon, Din murmured, Are you sure you wish to enter this world, master of the crescent moon? Above him, a magic circle had been secretly laid out. A drop of blood fell to the ground, freezing and then shattering. All the silver winds converged on Kevin as Dai observed, It seems you're in a hurry, resorting to direct descent. The ice spreads further as he charges forward, shouting, You think I'll just stand by and watch? He unleashes his skill, Cancer Starclaw Sword. Red energy surges forth, engulfing the icy prison. The impact shatters the ice encasing Kevin. He suddenly says, April blooms, unleashing a skill that creates a powerful shockwave, shattering the surrounding claws. Jin is pushed back by sharp shards of ice, and a massive iceberg rises, revealing a form constructed of silver wind, accompanied by a voice. You dare lay a hand on one of mine? The figure began to materialize. The sharp voice continues, I can't stand by and watch any longer. Dai looks up in stunned silence. Is that the holy god? Beneath the moonlight, the priestess Miss declared, You will pay the price. Artis muttered softly, You're really ruthless. Looking down at Kevin, she says, I didn't expect you to use a monarch's relic for such a thing. In that case, I won't hold back either. She reached forward, her powerful hand descending as her majestic voice faded away. Jen is blown away, a powerful wave stirring up dust and debris. Din tries to brace himself with his claws as the goddess, surprised, unleashes a powerful skill. Din creates a barrier to defend himself, but he's losing ground. Pushed to the brink, he unleashes his power, summoning the crab supernova. Jin roars, I am still a demigod. Don't think you can defeat me so easily. A demigod? Is that all you've got? Miss scoffs. How arrogant. She waves her hand forward, unleashing a series of even more powerful skills, sharp shards of ice hurtling towards Jin. The sharp ice pierced the sword's core, the shockwave forcing him to leap away as the red sphere of defense faded. Buried in ice. Struck, Jin roars in anger. Damn it! As countless red lights appear. Din has used all the resources of the Cancer Zodiac, summoning the holy god. Miss points, defiant, that's right, if you want to live, hurry up and call him out. She frowned in displeasure. You're as disgusting as ever, Kakinos. Kakinos, the hideous god of Cancer, appears behind Din, snarling as Miss Kakinos roars, You won't stop my subordinates. Miss scoffs, retorting, You're the ones who started it. The two gods clash, Kakinos' power engulfing the area in a crimson aura. The power of the two gods is reaching its limit as Armis unleashes his skill, pointing his blade forward. Suddenly a scream pierces the air, and Kakinos turns, asking, What was that? Kali is dragged forward by the arm, screaming in terror. Everyone, get back! Dai shouts, Kali! But it's too late. He was struck in the face by the arm, the impact creating a powerful gust of wind. Miss and Kakinos stared in wide-eyed shock, while Kali, being dragged along, could only cry. As Jin vanished, he gnashed his teeth, cursing, "You idiot, I'm in the same situation again. With the holy summoner gone, the Holy One will be forced back to the realm of the gods." Kakinos' body fades away, and Kali collapses to the ground, her eyes spinning with dizziness as she says, "Finally, it's over," her arm waving goodbye with 2 fingers. She sat up, rubbing her head, and looked at the fading figure, asking, "I felt like I hit something really strong. Are you okay?" The right arm. Holy relic of the ice sword. Holy King has defeated cancer, and you have collected the cancer core. Kali wondered to herself in astonishment. Where did this come from? Miss wondered. Kali looks up, puzzled. Who are you? You didn't recognize me in this form? Miss said, smiling as her face began to crack. Her body begins to fade away, and she gently tells Kali, I'll return to a more familiar form. Kali looks up and replies, Ah, it's you, Kevin. The form of a girl materializes, and Kali pales. Ah, no. Those eyes glowed, and those feet landed on the ground in front of Kali. Kali, clutching her arm, asked from the ground, Are you Kevin? The girl replied, hands on her hips, I was, but not anymore. I am borrowing Kevin's body to descend. I am the Virgo Saint Artis. In this borrowed state, Stephen roars, surging forward with lightning crackling from his hands. He struck the calamities, causing them to scream in agony, and seeing this, Yua and Hugo joined the fray. They combined their strength, focusing their attack on the disasters, which were blown away as Kevin watched in astonishment. It flies out of the building, sending debris scattering everywhere. Kevin collapses to the ground, uttering that it's impossible. He turned back, breaking into a cold sweat. These were calamities born from Monarch's relics. Kevin recalls the image of the calamities. Break-level calamities aren't so easily defeated. Hugo looks at Kevin, saying that these calamities are no match for them. Hugo points, saying, If you want to fight seriously, use your skills. Kevin frowns, gritting his teeth in anger. Hugo taunts, What's wrong? Are you hesitating? Yu-Ha takes the bait. What are you waiting for? She gathers her strength, preparing to charge. If you won't come at me, I'll bring the fight to you. No sooner said than done, she leaps to attack Kevin. Yuha throws a punch, but Kevin manages to dodge it. Her attack hits a calamity, sending it hurtling towards Kevin, where it slams into the ground, crushing him. A cube fell out from underneath, as Sagittarius and Stephen smirked. Where do you think you're going? The cube rolls to Centaur's feet. A voice echoes from beneath the monster. Damn it, the Pisces star's transformation skill has been undone. A small figure struggles to lift the calamity's hand. Nothing is going according to plan. She fumes, saying the saint's power is useless against calamities, especially the Gemini SS1 Starmaster in the 10 Saints, Selvia. Selvia continues, noting that someone used a power she'd never seen before to attack them, while Seven fumes, and Sagittarius quietly picks up the cube. He grabs the person, confirming it's a fake Kevin. He chuckles. That arrogant Kevin is so busy controlling the disasters, he's not even using his abilities. The centaur eyes the artifact in his hand, wondering how to control it, while Selvia's gaze turns fierce at the sight of it. Yuha stepped forward, blocking Selvia's view of the keepsake. Didn't I tell you to stop last time? Your acting is terrible. Yuha is radiating murderous intent. Your acting is terrible. Her eyes now burned with rage. After causing such chaos, don't think you can just walk away. Hugo's face is calm, but his eyes betray his anger. Stephen looked as though he wanted to devour the person in front of him, causing Svea to tremble in fear. She bit her lip and trembled. Why isn't Cancer responding? Cancer. Rin Li. Meanwhile, Mrs. Eyes suddenly turned cold. Because I borrowed his body to descend to Earth, I am the holy maiden Miss. Borrowing the body of a saint. Her distorted face confused Kali, and Kevin's remaining consciousness broke free, shouting, Shut up! Get out of my body. The holy maiden? Kevin is furious. Who allowed you to descend and change genders again? Get out now. Ms. clutches at Kevin's consciousness, saying she went through so much to save him, and he's not even grateful. You're acting fierce. Now that you're done saving people, go home, and don't use the Holy Order's resources without permission. What's the point of hoarding resources as the second-ranked god? We have to use them now. Why do you always get so angry whenever I come around? We see an image of Kevin being impaled. Hey, you think your wounds are minor? You were hit by Cancer's decapitation scythe? Miss continues, If you remove the god from me, you will die. Kevin is horrified. So, will this last forever? Well, of course you have to wait until the wound heals. Kevin screamed in ridiculous anger as Kali, intrigued by the scene, raised her phone to take a picture. How interesting. Take a picture quickly. Kevin turned around. And what exactly are you doing? Kali replied nonchalantly. I'm taking pictures. Don't mind me. His anger flared. No pictures. Miss waves her hand, saying it's just a photo, no harm done. Striking a suggestive pose, she insists this is the perfect moment to capture. Kevin was fuming, yelling at her to stop, but Artis ignored him. Please, I'm begging you. But Artis continued to pose, ignoring Kevin. Stop it. Callie excitedly snaps photos. Kevin continues to scream in frustration. Stop it. Artis, did you get all the shots? Callie gives a thumbs up. Yes. She was taken aback when Artis reached out and stroked her head. Thank you for your help. Thanks to you, I was able to defeat Kakinos in time. Callie was stunned. Huh? Where are you going? Artis withdrew her hand, of course. If they dare trespass in Stephen's sacred lion grounds, why shouldn't I visit our own sanctuary? Kevin will likely attack in my absence. Callie seemed to understand something, and offered the prosthetic arm to Miss. Then take this arm with you. It's the signature lion mech arm that Kevin uses. Miss sighs. I can't lift that arm. Callie is confused. Miss turns and leaves, while Kevin desperately refuses. If I accept that arm, he'll truly sever ties with me. He even threatened me. Callie is curious. Please tell me why. The light flares once more, using the saint's special authority to return to the Holy Land, turning back to look one last time. First, I'll settle things here, then go directly to Lion and explain everything. Her eyes turned to Callie. Give him my regards and thank him for looking after my people. Callie reached out as the light quickly flew away. Wait, she's just silently leaving. How boring. Callie trembled. These are the cases that Lord Lion entrusted to me. A failure. I couldn't infiltrate the Serpentarius. Callie can barely stand. What will happen to Lord Lion if I face him? Meanwhile, Lion John stood with his arms crossed, eyes blazing, facing the dark entity. He asks, well? A sinister smile spreads across his face. Have you seen all the memories you wanted to see? John sighs. Still a little short. Perhaps the records here are limited to the memories of the Monster Tower. John leans toward the dark force. Can't I see the Monarch's memories? I want information about the Monarch. He retorts. What are you talking about? His face hardened. I fulfilled our contract. Your request was not part of it. John retorted. Nonsense. You dare to feign ignorance. He's using his power. I'll synchronize our memories. Jian watches on. Didn't you say you'd synchronize our memories? It's as if the dark forces have been seen through, meaning you can see my memories too. He smirks. You're smarter than I thought, Jian flashes in his mind. I thought I could trick you, but you're a step ahead. So why did you pretend not to know? John tilts his head, eager to learn more about you. If I don't reveal some things about myself, how can we continue this conversation? He smirked. You want to leave this place, don't you? Then bet on the card you're hiding. He laughed. Fine. If you want my memories as a monarch, I'll give them to you. He pointed at Jian. But there's a condition. Behind him, fragmented images flickered. Synchronize our memories, and we shall become one lion. Jian is shaken. What did you say? The dark entity calmly replied, I will give you the chance to devour the world. His eyes gleamed. Awaken and become a monarch. Lion Sangdi stood behind him, silently watching Jian, lost in thought and completely focused on him. You're taking too long. Anxiety suddenly welled up within Lion Sangde. Could something be wrong? Something is approaching, putting him on alert. A massive foot stomps down. Why has the Demon Tower become such a ruin? So this is why the monarch sent us here. The door behind the goat slowly opens. Someone's coming. Two monsters slowly enter. An intruder. As Sade turns around, seeing Sangde, the monster is momentarily surprised. Human, what are you doing? It approaches Sangde, asking how he dared to enter. Is it you who brought the tower to this state? He instinctively steps back. The monster has noticed something. It seems the tower system has been breached. He realizes the monster is referring to Jian and turns to see it charging. I won't let you get away with this. John is still surrounded by a dark aura. The monster attacks him from behind, but to protect Jian, Sangde uses his power to strike back. Surprised, it exclaimed, Sangde questions, how dare you lay a hand on my master? The remaining monster wouldn't let it go. Look over here. It unleashed a powerful kick towards Sangde. He slams the ground, creating a massive pit. The serpent-bearer's scales protect the apostle Sangde. He's horrified. Without Lion's power, he'd be finished. Looking at the two monsters, he thought to himself, those strange creatures are definitely not ordinary. Sangde sweated. Lion was currently reading the monarch's memories and couldn't defend himself. I have to stop them until he returns. The large monster commanded, use that interesting power of yours. I'll handle the human. You eliminate the system intruder quickly. The protective circle is fading. Damn it, you think I'll let you get away? It throws a punch at Sanjay, but the arrogant human immediately blocks it. The monster taunts him. Nice pose, but is that all you've got? It continues to mock. I thought playing with you would be more fun. Is that all you've got? Sanjay's frustration grew. Damn it, this is driving me crazy. I want to do something too. He pushed himself to think. There must be an ability from Ophiuchus that he could use right now. As if remembering something, Sangda suddenly pictures Stephen's building, the Washington, D.C. headquarters of the Lion Zodiac. At the Selvia building, tied up and bruised from the beating, he cursed his situation. Hugo said sternly, Good, now you're in the mood to answer my questions, right? Hugo says sternly, So, to summarize, Kevin was caught off guard by cancer, and you used that opportunity to impersonate him and make a false statement? Selvia says fearfully, That's right. Hugo held the cube up to Selvia. Where did you get this? She quickly replied, The cancer saint gave it to me. Stephen moved forward, but I don't know the details. First, we have to find Kevin and that cancer saint. The centaur pressed, Do you know where Kevin took cancer? She laughed. It's no use. Selvia's face is unreadable. But even in failure, she believes the cancer saint has killed Kevin and is attacking the maiden sanctuary. The centaur group was stunned, while Selvia laughed maniacally. Either way, our goal has been achieved. A figure kicked open the door behind her, startling Selvia. Is it funny? Everyone in the room turned their attention to the door. Kali stormed in, her face dark. I asked you, is it funny? Yuha wondered. Did you complete your mission? Can't you see how angry I am? Yuha notices something. Wait a minute. She points, saying to wait. Could that arm have failed? Kali crosses her arms. Don't mention it, I'm furious. Kali's eyes, filled with murderous intent, turned to the girl pinned to the floor. Selvia. Selvia breaks out in a cold sweat. Huh? What? Kali throws her prosthetic arm, hitting Selvia square in the face. I asked you if you thought this was funny. Why don't you answer me? With that, Kali relentlessly strikes Svia's face with her prosthetic arm, daring anyone to utter unspeakable words. Seeing this, the centaur group intervened, stopping her, and Yuha rushed to restrain her. Kali, still furious, retorts, I failed my first mission from Lord Lion because of you. Yuha continues to restrain Kali. Calm down, Yuha said as Kali turned her head. Do you think I can stay calm? This has nothing to do with you. Yuha smirks. Of course it's not my problem. I've already finished my mission. Yuha's words petrified Kali, who stood frozen, hardly believing her ears. She cries in anger, I'll deal with all of you. Stephen froze, unable to intervene, as the centaur succumbed to despair. Someone stop her. Suddenly, a control panel appears before the centaur. Words appeared on the control panel. The skill, Take My Hit, has been assigned to protect family. User round horn sheep centaur's face is black again, Stephen said with a hint of sarcasm. Libra, you're really lucky. Hugo, on the other hand, has been sucked into the control panel. Stephen turned, looking puzzled, and scanned around for the centaur. Kali repeatedly slapped Selvia across the face, promising to make her eat slaps for every meal. Yuha taunts from behind. You couldn't even send any equipment, yet you're so loud. Kali is furious, and Tron Yuha is next. Just stand there. That day was worse than being scolded by the gods all day long. From the memoirs of the Saint Lion, Stephen Merer. At the same time, the centaur is being drawn into a spatial rift. Elsewhere, the monster approaches John, raising its foot. You dare intrude upon the tower's system? He kicks fiercely at Jian, and I will kill you. Hugo falls directly into the monster's kick. The monster was momentarily stunned as its kick landed squarely on the centaur's abdomen. What the hell? Hearing Hugo's voice, Sangja turned back to look at him with a happy smile. It actually worked. You protected the saint as a believer of the serpent bearer. You have gained merit. Hugo is still trying to understand what's happening. What's this? Your wretched face has protected the saint as an apostle of Ophiuchus. You blocked the disaster's attack with your strong inner strength. Kakinos points at Jian, saying, Of course, I have a condition. He growls, More than just synchronizing memories, you and I will become one. John, standing below, calmly asks him, What did you say? Kakinos grinned, spelling it out, I'll give you the chance to devour this world whole. His eyes glowed red as he shouted with glee, Awaken and become a monarch. John remained unmoved, sighing with boredom as if it were a pathetic joke, and coldly mocked him. What? A monarch? What nonsense are you spouting? Kakinos confidently continued to explain. I'm not joking, Ligon. I've seen the potential you possess through your memories. He flatly declares, You possess the very qualities of a calamity god. Your destiny will not end as a mere deity. Accept me, and you'll face no disadvantage at all. If you join forces with me. As Kakinos continued to persuade Jian, a rift suddenly appeared, revealing the scene behind them. Realizing his friends might be in danger, he immediately tenses up. Kakinos, slightly surprised, says, "They're already here?" Next, Jian asks, "Who are you?" He quickly replies, "We are generals under the Time Monarch." Unfamiliar with this so-called Time Lord, he continues, "The master of the Tower of Evil imprisoned me here, incited those who want to kill you, and plotted to stab you in the back." Jian, upon hearing those words, was livid, as Kakinos smirked and asked, "What will you do?" With the generals closing in, time for hesitation was running out, and Kakinos moved closer, whispering temptations to Jian. "Hey, what are you waiting for? Get your revenge. Crush the gods and monarchs who deceived us," Kakinos roared. "If we unite and become monarchs, we could surely rule this world." But John calmly replies, "My answer is clear. I refuse." Kakinos' smile vanishes as he struggles to understand John's rejection. John glares at him, saying, "You can't carry out your revenge plan without me, can you?" Hearing that, Kakinos explodes. "What did you say?" John calmly replies, "Isn't that right? You're trying to drag me into your pathetic scheme." John exposes his true intentions. "If I hadn't returned to the Demon Tower, you'd still be rotting away here. If you'd cooperated with me, you wouldn't have suffered so much. Why not just admit you want to devour my power? If you had begged me, I might have used you and spared you." Jian then grabbed Kakinos, using his skill to absorb the spirit energy, and triumphantly declared, "But I will grant your wish." The system reveals Jian is using the gluttony skill of the serpent bearer constellation, a look of delight on his face as he speaks. "When you enter my stomach and are digested, won't you become a part of me?" Kakinos frantically managed to say, "Wait!" before screaming as his body was pulled toward Jian in waves. Below, the others watch in stunned disbelief at the savage scene unfolding before them. One of the generals cries out in disbelief, "What in the world are those damned humans doing?" Sangdae, equally stunned, replied, "If we knew, we would have stopped them." Then, the two generals suddenly shot forward, telling the others to get out of their way. Hugo, anticipating their next move, cursed inwardly. With incredible speed, he intercepted the two figures, the force of his movement shattering the ground around them. Hugo, exerting all his strength, thought to himself that no matter what was happening, he couldn't let them reach Ligun. But holding them back wouldn't be easy. The female general leaps into the air, enraged, and shouts, "You think you can stop us? I'll crush you." As he looked up in alarm, he saw her floating above him, and feeling crushed, Hugo roared to activate his skill. His eyes flashed a brilliant gold, his power roared, and glorious rays erupted around him, successfully pushing the two generals away. Hugo's power overwhelms them, and a massive hand emerges from the chaos to seize the female general. That's Sangdae's formidable skill. He's controlling a massive shadow to restrain her. The female general, dodging the grasp, roared, "You dare pursue me?" Her struggles finally staggered Sangdae, allowing her to break free. Just as he nearly fell, a hand quickly steadied Sangdae. It was Hugo, arriving with a mighty fist wreathed in sparks, a sight that gave the female general pause. Without hesitation, he unleashed his divine fist forward. The two generals had nowhere to run as the blow hurtled towards them. But Hugo wasn't aiming for them. His fist only grazed the male general's shoulder. A massive blast of energy passes them, striking the demon tower and shattering it to pieces. Turns out, his target was the tower itself. The two generals watched in disbelief, unable to comprehend the turn of events. Before they could finish talking, a powerful force slammed into the southern general. Hugo, taking advantage of their daze, kicked him squarely in the stomach. The southern general was stunned and sent flying by the sneak attack. As the northern general retreated, muttering to her ally, "Things are getting more complicated than I thought." The southern general, now fallen, replied, "It's not that we underestimated them. These humans truly possess the power of the divine, and the one before us holds the strength of more than one." The female general wondered who they were. But the southern general gritted his teeth and made a decision. With no other choice, he retrieves a round, clock-like object radiating a mysterious dark green aura, prompting Hugo to wonder, "What is that? I have a bad feeling about this." The southern general rises, a powerful artifact in his hand. Then he suddenly shouted, "In the name of the great Kronos, I command you." Reversing the Tower of Demise, the object in his hand split into floating pieces, unleashing a surge of dark energy that formed into root-like tendrils, latching onto cryptic symbols. It was all-encompassing, and the two could only stare blankly as the bizarre entity rampaged before them. These tendrils are piecing together the fragments Hugo destroyed, restoring the Tower of Demise, just as the general foretold. Hugo watches in disbelief as the fallen tower begins to rebuild itself, exclaiming, "The tower is being restored!" Suddenly, a hand grabs his leg, not just a skeleton, but a massive body with 3 terrifying skulls. Witnessing this, Hugo exclaims, "Calamity!" Recalling Jian's words, the red eyes aren't the tower's true calamity, but rather its master. That thing can revive a disaster that was thought to be gone. Hugo finally understood the revival of the vanished calamity. Meanwhile, on Jian's side, the system alerts him that the monarch's power is controlling the tower, activating the previously blocked devour skill, causing him to frown and look down at his glowing blue hand, saying, "Oh, look at that. I don't know what you're up to, but you dare block my skill? Not bad." Meanwhile, Kakinos, facing Jian, is brutally bound by thousands of chains when something suddenly appears before him, drawing Jian's attention. After seeing what it was, he snapped, "Ha! Damn it! A welcome!" The words were clear on the blackboard. "You have a letter from the Chronos Sovereign." John ignores the notification, brushing it aside. His voice rumbled with anger as he finished his interrupted meal, triggering a system notification. The swallow skill has been activated, breaking the monarch's command. Kakinos fades away, but still tries to tempt him, begging him to stop. Kakinos gritted his teeth, screaming at June to reconsider his offer. Ligon smirks, "Just accept your fate, I'll avenge him," John said coldly as he continued to use his power to seal Kakinos. A bright red stone flared in Kakinos' chest, drawing Jian's attention. "Oh, is that the core?" Jay smirked, saying, "The real deal." John summons the stone, declaring, "I'll enjoy this." Suddenly, an eerie voice echoes, "It was harder than I thought," freezing Jian in his tracks. John immediately goes on guard as he hears the system announce the Time Lord's power emerging from all directions. Kakinos, consumed by the Time Lord's power, struggles to speak. "You dare come here, not knowing where this is? The Time Monarch." Kakinos roared at the mysterious figure cloaked in black, who flickered in and out of existence amidst the swirling smoke. The Time Monarch slowly approaches with his cane, politely adjusting his hood as he does so, while John watches him warily. Is that the Time Lord? In the blink of an eye, he held the red stone in his hand and even gave John a cheerful smile. Jian's incredible power immediately erupts, his entire body shrouded in overwhelming bloodlust. John coldly greets him, "Pleased to finally meet you, Time Monarch. I've heard tales of you, the one who stabbed me in the back, am I right?" Jian's face is filled with rage. He accuses the Time Monarch, even trying to steal my meal. You must have known the risks. "Shut up!" Jian roared, leaping into the air as white serpent bared its fangs and lunged at the Time Lord. Blinding light emanates from the serpent, piercing through him, and Jian grits his teeth. Even after being bitten directly by the snake, the Time Monarch was unharmed, sneering, "Impressive! How did you gain such power in such a short time after awakening?" Kakinos interjects, warning Jian, "Stop, Ligon. Your power isn't enough to touch the Time Monarch. You'll be consumed." The Time Monarch scoffed, finding it laughable. "A useless pawn worrying about another? How absurd. You should worry about yourself first." As he finished speaking, cracks appeared on the cold concrete wall above Kakinos, and countless grotesque hands slowly emerged. Kakinos grits his teeth as the Time Monarch says, "My subordinates have reversed the tower's time. Do you know what that means?" He suddenly asks Kakinos as thousands of thorny arms rush to devour him. Kakinos couldn't answer as he was swallowed by the arm monster. Helpless and desperate, he screamed, "If I use that power, I'll disappear completely." The Time Monarch coldly watched the hands devour Kakinos, but Kakinos stubbornly shouted, "To maintain the demon tower, I must exist." "You're mistaken." The Time Monarch shrugged, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "I'm not trying to protect the demon tower." His eyes darkened as the Time Monarch sneered at Kakinos. "I'm going to eliminate you." Hearing this, Kakinos roared in bitter resentment. "You ungrateful wretches." The Time Monarch turned and left without a second glance. Kakinos, enraged by the betrayal, roared in fury, lamenting that his power had been stolen and that he was now being insulted. But Kakinos was no match for the Time Lord, and his body exploded in a cataclysmic burst before Dion's eyes. The Time Lord smirked, shaking his head with a chuckle, finally achieving his goal, then turned to him. "Don't look at me like that." Dion glared at him. "Looks like the lords have their own complicated troubles, huh?" The Time Lord nodded in agreement. "Indeed, everyone has their struggles, no matter their station." An hourglass suddenly appeared, and the Time Lord politely removed his hat, bowing to Gio. The Grand Master's mental space collapses as he says, "I must bid you farewell. Now, the time of the demonic contract will be reversed and reset." Time flows swiftly in the hourglass as the Time Lord's voice echoes. "With the contract reset, the game is now yours to decide." He smiled wryly at him. "This is my apology for interrupting your meal." As he finished speaking, Jian shot forward like an arrow, roaring, "You think I'll let you leave so easily?" The Time Monarch chuckled. "There's no need to rush. Now is not the time." He glanced at him, slowly turned away, and left with a promise. "We will meet again. Farewell, Loon." Back in the real world, Jian frowned, clearly displeased. John's eyes snapped open, and he muttered in frustration, lamenting that his progress had been thwarted, and his goal remained distant. A panicked voice cried out, "Gon is awake!" John immediately turned around. What? Jian is surrounded by hordes of monsters along with Hugo and Sangjae. A question mark in his mind? A long-necked monster roared as soon as it saw Jian. It glares at him, demanding, "What have you done to the Temporal Grand Monarch? What have you done to leave him so utterly destroyed?" Ignoring the monster, John slowly put his hands in his pockets, silently observing the charred corpse before him. So, this is the space-time overlord. John looked at the corpse and sighed regretfully. Completely burned to a crisp, huh? Useless now. The long-necked monster, insulted, roared in response. "Are you underestimating me? Answer my question." John slowly turned and gave an order to the two beside him. As Sangjae Teksu bowed his head, a powerful ray of light flashed across Hugo and Sangjae's heads. It strikes the monster's position, instantly cracking the ground, and a strange, colossal object suddenly appears above them, hurtling down. The object, like a massive bell, slammed into the demons, detonating the ground and silencing the long-necked monster. Countless monsters are sacrificed to his magic, as the earth cracks under the immense pressure, while Sangjae and Hugo cower in fear. With a frown, Jian calmly observes the demons, minions of the Time Monarch. Jian unleashed a blast of energy, sending the demons into a terrified frenzy. Jian's voice drips with annoyance as he says he's not happy with their master. "You're the ones who burned that black overlord to a crisp, got it?" The big-headed monster roared, seething. He lunged at Jian, ready to die together, screaming, "You wretched humans dare insult the monarch." No sooner said than done, he transformed into his grotesque original form, claws raised. "We'll tear you apart." He roared as Sangda fell back in fear, witnessing the demons reveal their true forms. Swallowing hard, Sang thinks to himself that every disaster here is at least a red-level threat. And his uncle has faced them alone for 20 years. Yes, just as panic set in, a hand landed on his shoulder. "Sang?" John asked softly, standing beside him. "Do you remember what you said earlier about the hellish training here?" Sangjae replied. "Ah, yes." John stepped forward. Tilting his head, he said in a cool voice, "Before we start training, I'll give you a brief demonstration." "Watch closely," Sangjae responded fiercely. "Yes." He suddenly felt excited, realizing this was something he'd always wanted to know. Sangjae watched John's cool, solitary figure filled with admiration. How could he have fought and survived in the Tower of Evil for 20 years? How strong must he have become? Sangjae grits his teeth, determined to follow him, knowing this is an invaluable opportunity to learn. The monster roared, ready to attack, but Jian remained unfazed, as if nothing were amiss. He sighed to himself. "Sangjae, I'm sorry, but Mantrin's performance was just an excuse," John muttered, thinking about destroying the newly rebuilt demon tower. The air around the demon tower was eerily dark, and in an instant a massive lightning bolt struck, creating a powerful tremor. Dion had successfully destroyed the place. The lightning leaves a gaping hole in the demon tower, and everything is destroyed. John looks up at the wreckage and says, "The tower is in ruins," but he turns to provoke the two generals. "Well, want to continue?" John calmly braves the cold amidst the demon tower as if nothing happened. At this point, he's seen it all, hasn't he? They lay scattered on the ground, broken and defeated, unable to comprehend such a vast difference in power. He looked down at the two and asked, "Hey, are you two really generals?" Hugo, still in shock, stared at Jian's back, realizing his divine awakening had made him immeasurably stronger, while Jian smirked and said, "You're weaker than I thought. Is there no one here on par with a baron?" Hearing this, the two were offended. The general roared, "Silence! How dare you compare us to a defeated foe even with the monarch's power?" He crossed his arms, listening to the general grumble. "If we had the monarch's direct power, dealing with the likes of you would be a cinch." Jian nodded to himself, mulling it over. "I get the gist. Like gods and saints in a single star, these calamities seem to have a lord and general relationship, and they haven't been granted power by their lord like Baron Mask." He muses, then looks down at them, saying, "So the problem is that we need to be evenly matched, right?" As soon as he finished, both generals exclaimed in unison, not quite understanding Jian's intention. At the same time, Sangda chimed in from behind, excitedly shouting, "That's our Jian! One hit and those generals will be down for the count." But then, pointing his thumb at him, he said something that made Sang-dae suffer a double whammy. "What about fighting that guy over there?" John smirks, addressing them, and Sang-dae and the two generals are stunned, question marks filling their minds. What? A few hours later, at the Serpent Bearer's second sanctuary, the Tower of Legion, Yuha and Kali entered. Together they announced, "We're back!" One full of excitement, the other utter exhaustion. Hearing this, John turned around and said, "Oh, you're both back? Even Smile on your shoulder is happy to welcome you, unlike Hugo sitting in the back looking like death warmed over and barely able to croak out a greeting." Jian then asked them both, "Good work. Did you finish all your tasks?" Yuha spoke as she walked up. "Of course," she says confidently, striking a pose. "Isn't it obvious?" John grins from ear to ear. "Excellent. What about the rest?" Behind her, she looked as if someone had snatched her rice bowl, answering with utter heartache as the system appeared to explain. The Bone Knight's right arm laments its failure, blaming itself for not extracting usage fees from a rare wealthy individual. Seeing this, Jian chuckled inwardly, knowing exactly what was going on. He then calmly continued, "Oh well, I'll just have to give it to the white-haired guy next time." "Did that big cat say anything after receiving the prosthetic?" "Why, ooh-ha," recalling the scene, excitedly replied, "He absolutely loved it. Ha. If he didn't have to clean up the mess at Leo Star, he'd probably be here demanding the left arm too." He was amazed by the greed, but it was only then that she noticed Hugo, who had been silently sighing all this time. Yuha asked, puzzled, "But what's wrong with Dad?" It was as if she had struck a nerve. Hugo quickly stood up, slinging his arm around John's shoulder as he loudly replied, "Yuha, listen to this, you jerk." And so, he recounted the events of a few hours prior at the Demon Tower, starting from when Jian nominated Sang-jae to the two generals. John, seeing his bewildered expression, cheerfully encouraged him. "Consider this your hellish training. Defeat them utterly." That's what he said, sending Sang-jae into a panic. "Uncle, what do you mean? This is way out of my league." He calmly reassured him, "It's all right. I've already softened them up." Sang-dae, upon hearing this, still felt his limbs weaken, wanting to stop him but not knowing what to say. At that moment, the general behind him spoke up annoyed. "Hey, what are you thinking? You want us to fight this little brat?" He turns his head slightly, replying seriously, "You said it yourselves. As long as you're granted power by the monarch, there's no problem." Then he smirked, taunting, "Isn't it all about balance? Without the monarch's power, you'd have to fight my saint to even the odds, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, he snapped back, "This brat, daring to look down on us like that?" John put his hands in his pockets, looking dangerous. "What's the matter? That kid may not look like much, but he's a candidate to be my right-hand man." But he conveniently left out that Sang-jae was fourth out of 4 candidates. John's hype once again leaves him speechless. But then, as if awakening to something, Sang-dae smiled, secretly proud to be personally recognized by Jian. The thought made him tremble with excitement. Jian's right-hand man, John Sang-dae. Hugo, overhearing everything, rushed to stop him. "Hey, John, what nonsense are you spouting? Besides, the opponent is a calamity-class general. This isn't child's play. Better to let me fight." Before Sang-dae could finish, he cut himself off, suddenly dangerous, warning him not to interfere. Hugo looked at Sang-dae in confusion. Sang-dae confidently pointed at himself, exuding coolness, and said, "This is a mission for Lion's right-hand man and #1 holy artifact user. Let Sang deal with it." Watching this, Hugo couldn't help but shudder, thinking, "That kid's fallen for Lion's trap again." After hearing the whole story, Yua calmly says, "So, you left Sang-dae in the Demon Tower, and now you're worried sick, right?" John, shaking his neck, eagerly replies from across, "Exactly. I'm afraid Sang-dae will have to endure some hardship there." But now she objects to Hugo, wanting to reassure him. "Dad, don't underestimate Sang-dae like that." That made Hugo pause, eyes wide and bewildered as Yua continued to explain, "He's also a serpentarius saint. And if he's determined to be Jian's right-hand man, he needs that kind of resolve." Frankly, Sang-dae has overcome crises before. Kali, who was listening nearby, nodded in agreement. "I agree that you have to be determined." Seeing everyone on his side, Jian happily says, "I agree. If you're too worried, just stay here for now. In case something happens to Sang-dae, you can get to the Demon Tower right away." Then, Hugo turns to him and asks, "What about you?" John replied seriously, "I'm heading to Virgo. I heard that crab finally made his move." He gritted his teeth in anger. "This ends now. I'm tired of playing cat and mouse with him." Meanwhile, the man in question calmly smoked a cigarette amidst the chaos as a voice commanded, "The maidens have fallen back. Keep the pressure on. We have the advantage in a war of attrition." The commander frantically shouted orders. Taurus, form the encirclement and advance. Aquarius, quickly heal the wounded. Capricorn and Aries replenished the depleted holy objects. Amidst the chaos, he stood aside, seemingly savoring every moment. Soon, all the soldiers gathered. The Taurus squad, clad in sturdy armor and riding ferocious bulls, looked both fierce and terrifying. And standing at the very center was the leader, exuding an aura of death. A dark aura emanates from him, suppressing his foes. Next are the Aries squad, using magic to lift dozens of sharp blades, their faces filled with confidence and resolve. Next came the Capricorn and Aquarius archer divisions, and those tasked with replenishing holy relics prepared to deploy. As for Arrogance, he puffed on a cigarette, smirking amidst the mighty army, as if victory was already in his grasp. At this moment, in the maiden sanctuary of Europe, war has begun, and the commander's cry echoes throughout the sanctuary. Push forward. The siege of the maiden sanctuary was imminent, and the maiden saints were in a deadlock against the overwhelming enemy forces. They launched cannonballs at the city walls, leaving the saints defenseless and forcing them to retreat. A priestess urgently rallied everyone, ordering them to retreat to the holy shrine if this place fell. Another priestess shouted, "We must not let them advance there." But then, in the face of imminent danger, a valiant voice rings out, ordering everyone to fall back, followed by a dauntless female general stepping forward, stunning the soldiers. The white-haired general declares resolutely, "I will lead the charge," leaving everyone around her in awe, with some even questioning her identity. But the general didn't answer, suddenly using her strength to shatter the ground, and in an instant, before the army's eyes, a colossal iceberg rose up, carrying her forward as if she were flying. That moment also startled the opponents, who couldn't understand what was happening. She stood firm on the ice staff, surrounded by dozens of gusts of wind, making the scene both stark white and fierce. The female general conjured a sword, formed from ice, its appearance formidable. Her eyes, visible through the mask, glared intensely, her breath misting in the air. The commander, ready for battle, declared, "Maidens of the cloth, your god is with you. Fear not, face your enemies." As she charged forward, her followers gripped their blades, bravely advancing and chanting, "The goddess is with us." The enemy, intimidated by their valor, began to retreat, trembling as they said, "Isn't that the maiden saint? Oh, holy God, how can we possibly win? Wait, is he actually a woman?" That question reached her ears above. The holy maiden sighed wearily, then angrily roared at them. "No!" The silent commander finally speaks. "There's no choice. We have to act." Ignoring their plans, Saintess grabs her sword and declares, "Maiden skill? July meteor shower?" With that, Saintess somersaulted down, followed by dozens of giant meteors, forming a massive icy blast aimed straight at Din below. The soldiers, witnessing the scene, screamed and scattered in chaos. Yet he remained still as the attack hurtled towards him. And just as the blue energy threatened to obliterate the fortress, he unleashed his own power, his eyes burning crimson. Instantly, crimson energy erupted, countering the saint's meteor storm and creating a massive shockwave, leaving the disciples below in stunned disbelief. He blocked all of the saint's attacks. They suddenly realized, could he be a saint as well? The round symbol, resembling a blood-soaked clock, grew enormous, nearly eclipsing her maiden skill. Dai transforms, becoming crueler, summoning a massive bald figure behind him, a wide grin stretching from ear to ear as he taunts, "Oh my, this feels familiar, doesn't it? You know this won't end easily. Come on, let's have a rematch." The goddess Miz, equally fierce, declares, "Just what I wanted. I'll end this tiresome charade myself." With that, veins appeared around her, showing the saint's unwavering will to fight, as massive explosions destroyed the sturdy skyscrapers. The people scattered in terror, leaving only the reporter and 2 cameramen at the scene of the explosion. The pressure from the explosion is terrifying, but the reporter's dedication shines through as she shouts, "We're in the Maiden's territory." Currently, the Holy Alliance, led by Cancer, is invading Virgo's sanctuary and engaging in fierce combat, when suddenly 2 opposing forces of ice and fire descend from the heavens. Before that terrifying power, the announcer tried to protect herself and exclaimed, "The power was so immense it was hard to even stand. Indeed, only the saints could." Suddenly she stops, then screams in terror, "It can't be." The tiny reporter can't believe what she's seeing as the 2 gods clash, and she cries out in anguish. The gods are fighting. This is not good. This battle is too intense." The Virgo and Cancer saints have descended, and Gion, watching the brawl in the mirror, clicks his tongue in disapproval. John cracked his knuckles and muttered coldly, "So the gods are just going to descend on Earth now? Just you wait, I'm coming." Suddenly, Callie stopped him. "Lord Lune, please wait." John frowned as she anxiously said, "I don't know what's going to happen, but if you're going, take this with you." The battle was fierce. Artis immediately ordered his troops to attack, commanding them to protect the sanctuary. Kakinos' enemies roared back in anger, claiming it was just the Saintess's last desperate attempt. "Charge!" In the blink of an eye, the two armies clashed. Armis, the cancer leader, raised his hand and roared to his troops, "From now on, this will be a true battle of attrition. Make the Oracle waste their resources, just like Ligon did with the lion." Observing the scene, Miss silently pondered a strategy. Looks like they're going to use the same attrition tactics Liun used against Narashimha. She baited them, saying, "Looks like the crab's resources are endless, huh? We are the second-ranked divine seed in the world. If we switch to a war of attrition, you're the ones who will be at a disadvantage." The Cancer Army leader, Kakinos, nodded gravely. "You're right, but this army is an alliance of holy grounds that have lost their saints." He flew up high, sneering. "They've poured all the resources of the holy grounds into Cancer, so at least I won't lack the resources to maintain the descent of the holy god." The Virgo army leader, Miss, quietly eyed him, realizing it couldn't be good news. Suddenly, she drew her holy sword, declaring she would end this quickly. In the blink of an eye, a towering range of ice mountains erupted from the ground, stunning both armies into silence as they wondered what it was, a royal technique. Everyone looked to the sky in disbelief. "The sky is freezing over." As soon as those words were spoken, a terrifying power erupted from the mountaintop, shooting straight into the heavens. Kakinos laughs with excitement as he charges forward like a hungry tiger. "The maiden's royal skill, everyone get out of the way." Kakinos grins wickedly. "Is it playtime?" Atop the mountain where the maiden's leader stands, she freezes the very sky, a royal skill known as frozen sky. Kakinos lunges forward, feigning praise. "Nice try, miss. Artis is constantly unleashing power." Her scream echoed through the sky as her blades plunged deeper into the earth. Suddenly, a barrage of swords hurtled towards the Cancer army. Kakinos immediately summoned a dark net, sucking the swords into its depths. Miss can't believe her eyes as everything is swallowed by the darkness. "What is this?" Seeing her struggle, Kakinos burst into triumphant laughter, realizing the black hole star can be used like this. True to its name, it was the ultimate abyss of darkness, swallowing everything in the world, and Misa's army was being pulled into it. The soldiers cried out in fear, "What is this? I'm trapped!" The artist clicks her tongue in anger, but suddenly her eyes widen and darken as a sharp pain sends tremors through her body. She clutched her chest, collapsing to her knees with a pained groan as Kakinos chuckled, narrowing his eyes at her. Has it worked? Since the Holy One has descended, it will take some time to break through their mental barrier. Miss felt as if a hand was scattering curses into her mind, Kakinos' hellish voice echoing in her ears. "How do you like a taste of the monarch's mental intrusion?" After bit down, enduring the pain. Could the binding skill activated then still be in effect? Kakinos' soldiers suddenly cried out in pain. "Crab Lord, we're being pulled in too." Kakinos feigned surprise. "Oh no, sorry, I can't tell friend from foe." The Crab Army's leader, Kakinos, sighed, feigning reluctance. "I'll end this quickly, so just try to endure until then." His words stunned the entire army. "What?" Kakinos, with false pity, says he has no choice but to listen to the pitiful moans of the soldiers being sucked into the black hole. Kakinos then looked at Miss and with a low chuckle said, "Actually, I wanted to enjoy watching you suffer like that a little longer." With that, he immediately cast his spell. Kakinos' power envelops her carapace, causing her immense pain and helplessness. Suddenly, Kevin appears, urging her, "Damn it, quickly cancel the holy descent and return to the divine realm." Unable to stand by and watch this foolishness, he shouts, "If my death is all it takes, so be it, but if this continues, you'll be in serious trouble." Annoyed by his goading, Miss roars back, "What nonsense are you spouting? How could I leave you to escape alone?" A light suddenly appears behind them, but Miss, unaware, says angrily, "A god has pride. They cannot abandon a saint and flee." Tears welling, Kevin cries, "How can you say such things?" Miss stood firm. "It can't be. At least in death I must die as I was born." A blinding blue light erupted, two eyes suddenly appeared, and that formidable power locked onto Kakinos. Kakinos was utterly bewildered, gaping in astonishment as Gion descended from the heavens, sword in hand, ready to strike. Artis's eyes widened at the sight of him. Ligion, who dove straight towards Kakinos, heedless of his surroundings. With a swift strike, John's sharp axe easily cuts through Kakinos, who is shocked, disbelieving, and enraged by his sudden appearance. "Ligon, what do you want?" John simply shrugged, answering calmly, "What do you mean? What am I doing? I'm simply returning the favor for what you did to me, just like you did to me in the Tower of Evil." Kakinos immediately glares at him as Jian raises the axe in his hand once more. Jian held it, a cold smirk on his face. "Hey." John glanced at Kakinos, ordering him to answer, as he stood with his arms crossed, deep in thought. Observing the battle through the mirror, a voice suddenly speaks from behind. "What do you see?" He smirks provocatively. "Have you verified all the memories you wanted to see?" John calmly turns around. "See it now?" As if realizing something, he looks back at the mirror. The mirror behind him reflects an image of someone being stabbed through the heart as the hooded figure sneers. John spoke, "So it was you first." The figure flinched at this, revealing himself to be Jin, but his face was covered in eerie markings. John draws his weapon, battle ready. "You damn crustacean." His gaze pierces with a chilling bloodlust. "Now answer me." Jin refuses to confess. "What nonsense are you spouting? Lion, you shouldn't think ill of the innocent." John lands softly in the swamp. "Are you feigning innocence?" He's surrounded by streams of dark blue energy. "Very well, if that's what you wish." John, seemingly angered, glares. "The more you act like that, the more I want to crush you." Din frowns, incinerating the dark swamp. The soldiers who witnessed this cried out to one another. "Damn it, he's in danger. Protect Lord Cancer and stop Lion." Suddenly, a red light flashed across their faces, and the area was engulfed in a crimson hue as rocks and debris were blasted into the air. The soldiers were stunned, wondering what had just flown past. The ground split open as a dragon's fiery breath lingered in the air. They finally realized it, looking up in astonishment. A black dragon with red eyes. John spoke from a distance. "Know your place." His tone laced with threat, he says, "Interfere if you have a death wish." John glances back at Jin, ending the conversation. He gritted his teeth in fear, realizing this madman had incinerated the dark swamp. At this rate, he stood no chance of winning. John began to walk across the swampy mire, two watching him tensely, weapons slung over his shoulder. He knew the man was insane. A dark aura began to spread, enveloping his body, and John, seeing this, chased after him, shouting, "Where do you think you're going?" Suddenly, something attacks him from behind. Kakinos is furious. "You dare step on me to climb up?" But Songjian was quick to block the attack with his weapon. "I won't forgive you," he growled through gritted teeth. John remained fearless, even mockingly fueling Kakinos' rage. "Is that so?" "What's wrong?" He deliberately brought up Kakinos' past. "Don't you remember being trampled under someone's feet? It only makes him angrier." Kakinos roars as the system announces the crab constellation's god, trembling before the humiliating memories of the past, unleashing unrestrained power as Jian struggles to withstand the fierce attack. 5 colored zodiac circles emit black energy from the sky, converging. Jian's group is shocked as the circles continue to provide energy, and other gods appear as Kakinos' believers begin to offer their power. At the same time, Kakinos roared deafeningly, and fear spread, causing the soldiers to scream incessantly. "We're trapped!" They cried out for help in unison. "I'm trapped. Where is Lord Jinlai?" John, however, ignores them and watches as everyone is swept away. He was more concerned with the people on that cliff, where the system's voice warned that the power of the Dark Star was consuming everything. The surroundings are collapsing, and Kevin desperately searches for a solution. Damn it, if it weren't for the Monarch's binding skill. He looks up, wondering, who am I making this choice for? Kevin eyed the zodiac circles, thinking, isn't Kakinos devouring your resources and faith? The system announced the gods allied with Cancer remained silent. He cursed inwardly. You useless lot are willing to feign ignorance as long as you can eliminate me and Li Jian? John stretched his shoulders, and if that was the case, he looked up at the black dragon and called out, Slim! It happily jumps off the dragon, landing squarely on Kevin's head. It then inhaled a stream of black air into its belly, and he realized the binding technique was weakening. John, standing below, tells Len, Hey kid, if Slim's around, the binding skill's influence will weaken for a while. Now that you can move, keep the other deities occupied and stop them from doing anything stupid. If needed, Red Eyes will lend a hand. Kevin, stunned, asks, What are you planning to do? Pointing, he said, I'm going in there. This only made the other man more alarmed as he warned him. What? That's a black hole in there, a chasm created by Doinos? John, of course, knew this, which is why he had to go in. The system's voice echoes, fully borrowing the power of the Serpentarius constellation. He remains calm, appearing before the might of the Cancer constellation. John leaps into the swamp, carefully observing his surroundings. The most important things are hidden in places like this. A black hole, perhaps. A swamp, more like a sewer. The system prompts him to use his 13th sense to scan the surroundings. Sensing the aura of the Cancer zodiac, Jian isn't surprised by the answer. Sure enough, he found the Kakino's core, a reddish-pink object before him. Jay sees the light, realizing the best place to hide a tree is in a forest. Suddenly, the system speaks up, sensing a large amount of Cancer's aura, drawing Jian's attention away. What is this? How surprising. He sees several Kakino's cores around him, but there are hundreds of thousands more that look identical. He didn't expect there to be so many. Where is Kakinos' voice coming from? Look at you, Kakinos. You're afraid of Jian. He smugly reveals everything. I was waiting to see if you had the guts to jump into the black hole to find my core, but it seems you didn't realize I'd already split it. No matter how good your detection skills are, can you really find the real core? But Jian just smirked back, equally smug, as Kakinos seemed to realize something. You bastard, why is the crab's core in your hands? He casually puts his hands in his pockets. My newest recruit is working like a charm. He's brought it, just as I provoked him to. You mean I have to pick the real core? How annoying. A notification appears. The Saintess and Cancer have descended. John watches the match, cracking his knuckles as he eyes them. So the gods are just coming down to Earth now? You're next. Just you wait, Callie calls out, a little flustered. Lord Lion, please wait a moment, she hesitantly suggests. Just in case, take this with you if you go there. Jian smirks triumphantly. Kakino's father asks, how could you do this? How did you get your hands on the Cancer core fragment? The system announces that the bone sword has crushed the Decay's head, and the high-level division has obtained the Cancer core fragment. He calmly replies, a new follower of mine brought it. John, looking provocative, says, you want me to find your real core first? Then don't come crying to me later, you crab. He holds Kakinos' core in his hand. Now how to use this to shake the world. John suddenly turns to look at him, while Kakinos roars from behind, refusing to yield. Since it's a fragment of me, it's still subject to my power, even in your hands. And you brought it out of my endless abyss. You really are an idiot, Lion. Without hesitation, he took a bite of the stone, something Kakinos clearly hadn't anticipated. What? He seemed a little annoyed. What are you doing? Do you even know what that is you're eating? John didn't reply, but instead examined the stone. I guess I'll just call you Stinky from now on. So it really does stink? Dirt from the Demon Tower tastes much better. Kakinos was even more annoyed to hear that. Stop critiquing the flavor. But he just shrugged it off, saying it tasted like death. What am I supposed to do? The system's voice rang out. The power of Cancer is polluting the serpent-bearer's body, beginning to erode it. Ophiuchus deliberately refrains from activating any healing skills as John consumes the remaining fragment of the stone. Good. Keep invading my body. The more you do, the easier it will be for me to assimilate you. Black lines spread across John's face, and his eyes glowed. The 13th sense. A stone suddenly shines among thousands of identical cores. That was Cancer's inner core. Kakinos' true essence, shimmering more brilliantly than the other stones. John quickly lunges toward it, thinking he's finally found it. Kakinos, realizing his plan, cried out, you bastard, you were after it from the start. That's why you swallowed my core. John admits, still focused on the stone. Of course, I'm not crazy enough to eat that garbage. He draws his weapon and strikes the inner core with force. Let's go. The system announces that the Cancer's core has nullified the Sky Wren's power. The Sky Splitter's destructive power weakens, and the Cancer's core absorbs the Iron Helmet Baron's axe's power. The Crab's core has an aura similar to Disaster, and John frowned at the stone that remained unbroken after the last attack. This is tougher than I thought. Not even Sky Rend or the Iron Helmet Baron's axe could damage it. Kakinos had managed to lunge at him, saying, you think I'd just hand over the divine core? An attack from the front strikes him in the chest, but he remains unmoved. So noisy. Let me think for a moment. Jian's eyes reflected the image of red-eyed Kakinos. His eyes quickly turned red, and the black dragon appeared and flew toward him. It takes a deep breath and unleashes a fierce torrent of flames, engulfing Kakinos below, who cries out in agony. He lamented, impossible. How could you find my location in the endless abyss from the outside? At the same time, the system voice rang out, informing him that Sky Rend had shared its location with Red Eyes at its master's command. Ignoring Kakinos' cries, John focused on the ruby. How to deal with this thing? He closed his eyes, concentrating. If he puts more power into the Sky Severing Blade, it won't hold like last time, and putting it into the Iron Helmet Baron would only cancel them out. Is there another way? John's eyes snapped open as realization struck. That's right. Kakinos over there seemed to be struggling to hold on. He finally struggled to his feet and shouted, this is all you've got? It won't be enough to bring me down. Lightning suddenly crackled around the lion before him. Kakinos didn't have time to understand what was happening. What? Panic sets in. Hey, don't tell me that's Narasim's tusk. Huh? John is carrying something huge on his shoulder, but it looks so light. Oh, you noticed? He raises it back to gain momentum. This time, I won't suppress my power, so I don't have to worry about wearing it down. John slams the fang down on the ruby, testing it with a light blow first. The stone instantly shatters into pieces. Kakino screams in agony as he's affected, while John watches, one hand on his knee. Effective, isn't it? Seems that oversized cat commander is useful after all. His face still tense, he glanced back. John called out to him. That rotten Kakino's isn't finished yet. He curses, "You bastard!" Behind him, a mass of bodies rises from the swamp. Look at you, eating all that garbage. Divine power, souls, and even calamities. The people cry out, "Save me! Let me out! I want to escape!" Ian asks, "You look like those calamities. Are you allies?" Kakinos just smiles, then roars, "What's wrong? I'm just filling the endless abyss." "I'm filling my cup of desire my way," Kakinos roared at Gion. "That's how I swallowed those who scorned me and got to where I am today. You're no different, resorting to anything to achieve your goals. Then how am I any different from you?" He didn't react as violently, but stood with his hands on his hips. "Do whatever you want. I don't care if you're greedy or what you eat." Jay looks up at Kakinos. "Resorting to any means necessary, are we? Do as you please, but don't you dare stab me in the back. Today, I'll crush you and that brat of yours into pieces." Kakinos watches it float up in disbelief, wondering what's happening. "Do you intend to use Narashim's lightning as a rope to pull up my inner core?" Above, the black dragon's claws wrapped tightly around the lightning bolts. It flaps its wings, struggling to move the core, and Kakinos rushes to follow. "Not if I can help it." His movements suddenly halt. A hand of ice suddenly appears, seizing the lightning threads, causing Kakinos to curse. "Damn it, artist, system announcement. A holy maiden has descended upon this land in her true form, and the two of them struggle to hold onto the thick thread." John raises his hand slightly, saying, "Testing, testing. This is Leon speaking to those imprisoned within Cancer's prison. From this moment on, I declare that you are all free, and since Cancer's inner core has been dragged from the endless abyss, escape now, without fear of being swept away by the currents." Kakinos cried out in agony, trying to stop him, but he simply snapped his fingers, unconcerned. The moment of liberation has arrived, and the core is officially shattered into pieces. The system's voice echoed as the crab's core was destroyed, and the power sustaining the saint's body vanished. Kakinos' body is collapsing at an alarming rate. The swamp souls are being released, and the torrent is receding. Kevin removed his helmet and looked up as Kakinos' body began to break apart, causing him to cry out in pain. The system announced that the power within Kakinos' body was leaking out, and blood gushed from his body. Those who survived the tragedy rejoiced. "The swamp has dried up. We thought we were dead. We can set foot on land again. We're alive." John approached the fallen Kakinos, remarking that even gods are nothing special. He casually slung his weapon over his shoulder, saying that monarchs or gods who rely on rank to show off need to be taught a lesson like this to wake them up. Cheers erupted all around. "Legion, Legion." The system announced that those imprisoned within Cancer's core had been freed. They all turned to the Serpentarius Master to express their gratitude, and some who were freed pledged their loyalty. Gion asks Kakinos if he's finally weak enough to be finished off. His whole body trembling, he stubbornly tries to stand. "Damn it, is all the power I've built up going to be lost so meaninglessly? Lion, I absolutely cannot let you live." The mud around his feet suddenly cracks and something emerges. It looks as though Gion has been impaled, hoisted into the air by a sharp spike. Kakinos glared at Gion. "I lost everything because of you." He continued to lament. "You won't get away with this. I'll tear you to pieces." But then, Gion suddenly plants a foot on the tip of the spear. Kakinos clearly didn't see that coming. Gion, full of pride, squats down, taunting him, "All right, do what you want to do." He lunges at him, cursing, "You bastard." John descended with blinding speed, his afterimage visible. Kakinos met him head-on, but Gion was too quick, landing several swift blows. The area where they fought was streaked with dazzling light, and the weapon in his hand transformed into a hammer. John swung it, slamming Kakinos with a mighty blow, sending him flying amidst the shattered earth. "Were you hiding in there?" John stared at the crab-like Kakinos, unable to believe what was happening. "No, it can't be." The system announced the shock of the deity Kakinos as his true form was revealed. With a mocking tone, Dion says, "Looks like you went through all that trouble just to hide that pathetic form, but what now? Your shell is all gone." The system chimed in again, as the serpent-bearer's killing intent toward the sacred Kakinos blazed fiercely, wielding the power of death. John grinned with excitement, charging toward Kakinos. He's enveloped in a dark blue sphere, its power reaching out in all directions, leaving Kakinos in utter shock. Behind Jian, a massive serpent appears. Didn't I tell you? Today, you will surely die. The system's voice echoes, declaring Kakinos' divine power weakened to its limit, ripe for obliteration. The beams of light strike Kakinos, causing him to scream in agony as his body dissolves. Legion, do you really think you can destroy me? He roars. Do you truly not understand the meaning of destroying an avatar? Why even rival gods avoid hunting each other to the bitter end? Because you will become the enemy of all the gods. Words John simply ignored. Don't worry about me, I'll drag your friends down to hell with you. The zodiac circles are being consumed by his power. The system warns that the power of death is also targeting the power sources transmitted by the gods. The gods simultaneously cease providing power to Kakinos. The gods have forsaken Kakinos, and the Crab Temple's resources are completely depleted. And at the same time, those circles are emitting a blinding light. Finally, they stopped emitting that colorful power, infuriating Kakinos. You bastards. His body is breaking apart more and more. You pushed me to the front, and now you're running away? Using that power has turned Jian's hair completely silver. It's over now. Where do you think you're going? The moment you fell into my hands, it was finished. The damned crustaceans are gone, leaving only a fragment of Kakinos' face fading away. Don't think this ends with me. Someone will inherit my will and become the new cancer saint. He roared. Sooner or later, you'll meet the same end as me. With those words, Kakinos' face exploded, and the rubble rained down. Beneath John's feet lay the chaotic remnants of a fierce battle, leaving even Kevin and Artemis in awe. The soldiers gazed up in disbelief. Could a god really have been defeated? John remained suspended in the air, utterly calm. The system's voice echoes as the terrified gods, unable to grasp what's happening, witness their worst fears realized. They were extremely worried as he looked up at the colorful circles. Just you wait. After that crab, you're next. The system's voice echoed as the gods silently retreated to their realm, leaving behind a threat. Just wait and see. Then the circles faded and disappeared. John suddenly looked down at the muddy puddle as Din gasped and crawled out of it, cursing in disbelief. Damn it, he even dared to kill a saint. A surprise attack right to Din's neck. John picked up his severed head. Take a look, but Din showed no anger. I completely surrender. Now even the holy gods are no match for you. Curse you, your tongue is sharp indeed. Go to hell, hurry up, you bastard. He wasn't going to stop and was deliberately provoking me. Without the Holy Spirit to back me up, how long could I last? There's a saying, turn your enemies into your own. Do you want to hear my heartfelt confession? It's laughable to say this now, but before Jin could finish, Jian decapitated him, continuing his assault. He reveled in the backstabbing that occurred in the Tower of Demons. Without hesitation, he stomped on Jian, crushing him instantly, blood splattering everywhere. The soldiers were stunned. Sir Jin Li is dead? It can't be. They frantically shouted to one another, He killed a saint! We can't fight him! Run! They quickly turned and fled, as Mrs. Group watched them go. The enemy is fleeing. We've won. Her expression softened as she listened to the cheers. Long live Lion John, long live the priestess. Ms. looked sincere. Thank you, Lion, for protecting my city. On behalf of the maiden, I offer my gratitude. Jian's words suddenly cut through the air. Don't create such a warm, concluding atmosphere. We still have much to do. Kevin's joy turns to shock, and the rest of the soldiers share his stunned silence. He points his blade at Miss with deadly seriousness. When I glimpsed the memories from 20 years ago in the Demon Tower, I saw something very strange. Jian's face was cold, radiating murderous intent. Crescent Moon, you had a long talk with Libra and Cancer, didn't you? Now that we're climbing the tower to deal with Red Eye, can you explain what that was all about? Aftermiss fell silent, his expression grave. 20 years ago, during the Red Man raid on the Demon Tower, a blade sliced through a monster. It was Jian who had attacked. He carefully scanned their surroundings. Damn it, these calamities are everywhere, like cockroaches infesting every floor. No matter how many he defeats, their numbers don't dwindle. He wonders if there are survivors, if they're regenerating, or if they're being replenished from somewhere in the tower. Hugo chimed in, John, this area seems clear, shouldn't we move on? But John rejected the idea. No, two, go back down the tower and stop the remaining calamities. The rest of you gather up and continue onward. He was taken aback. What? What do you mean? John crossed his arms and explained, I have a bad feeling about this. There's a chance the calamity survivors on the lower floors escaped the tower. Describe the tower's layout. Yes, we've stationed some people outside as a contingency, but we need to reinforce our forces. I just hope they'll obey my orders. Now that you understand, get going. Texu, I'm only sending you because you're the only one I trust. What an idiot. Hugo seems incredibly annoyed. That jerk Jian always pawns these tasks off on me. In the end, he decided to let it go, but since he said he trusts me, I'll let it slide this time. Unbeknownst to Hugo, someone was hiding near the cliff watching him. A blade pressed against the girl's face, urging her to stop. Kevin questioned sternly, "What are you doing, Pisces? Why are you targeting the Holy Archer?" When she didn't answer, he pressed harder. "Explain yourself. Don't tell me you're still trying to kill the Holy Archer because of faction disputes, even in this situation." Pisces turns her head slightly. "All right, the order's changed a little, no matter. Shouldn't you have been taken care of first?" Immediately behind Kevin, a figure leaps out, and he finally realizes it's the Dark Faction. Just as Kevin was about to attack, he was surrounded by shimmering golden threads. Golden threads. His expression changed as he glanced back. How does that damn Pisces have this? She smiles wickedly, a whirlpool forming in one hand and the scales in the other as Pisces casts Water Barrier. Libra activates the golden thread skill, leaving Kevin in utter disbelief. "You have Libra's rosary." The dark figure from before lunged down, stabbing him. Kevin grits his teeth in pain as the man places 2 fingers on his forehead and casts a spell, immediately knocking him unconscious and causing his arm to go limp. He breathes a sigh of relief, saying it was almost a disaster. Pisces explains, "Because we're inside the demon tower, the weakened mental barrier of the gods is easily broken by the monarch's skill." He slowly rises. "Is this really the time for such words?" His face is haughty. Everything almost fell apart. Luckily, the water barrier kept the Holy Archer from noticing, and Pisces turned away to avoid detection, while Hugo continued on, oblivious. Pisces admits it was her fault. She's not used to ambushes like this. The disguise fades, revealing the true identity of Jel Lawrence, the Saint Libra. The man looks down at Kevin, wondering what to do with this pitiful female apostle, as Jay remains vigilant. Besides Lion Jian and the Saint's Hand, he's the most dangerous target. Eliminate him and I'll take care of the cover-up. He immediately pulls out a knife, following orders. He stabs towards Kevin, but a barrier instantly appears. It stood between Kevin's face and the knife, leaving the attacker stunned. What? A notification appears, stating that Star Maiden Artis has created a protective barrier. He gritted his teeth, trying to unleash a burst of power that would send him and the knife flying backward, as Jay watched on, standing amidst the swirling winds. Damn it. That idiotic star god who always coddles the Saintess has appeared. Pleased to meet you. Termis has manifested, along with a notification. Armies appeared as a spirit, and due to the Demon Tower's influence, Mrs. Power was significantly weakened, as she looked down at Jay and asked, "Libra, what do you intend to do with my precious disciple?" She didn't hesitate to say it all. "What's more, I'm taking this opportunity to eliminate the troublesome ones who follow Lion. It's easy to fake the scene. He died fighting the disasters inside the Demon Tower. Miss growls a warning. Don't cross the line. I can't stop your actions due to my limitations, but I won't stand by while you trample on my faction's rights." Jay taunts, "Then why don't you try and stop me now?" "Oh, of course, the Demon Tower weakened a portion of your power." Miss was annoyed, but could do nothing but grit her teeth. "Jel," she warns, "don't overstep. I overlooked your refusal to join the plan, but most star spirits have decided to eliminate him during the Demon Tower raid. Interfering will cause problems." A scale hangs from her fingers, and I'm feeling generous, so I'll give you a chance. I don't want to make enemies of the Celestials unnecessarily. She holds up the scale. Choose. Either save Kevin or remain silent about this forever. Or face me one-on-one against the other Celestials and the entire Demon Tower. Okay, just don't touch Kevin. The man standing next to her finally speaks. "Glad we understand each other." Joe then begins rummaging through his things. "Good, very good, but just in case." A key appears in her hand, and I need insurance. Jay places it on Kevin's forehead, causing a red aura to appear. I'll plant a mental restraint skill in Kevin's mind. Miss is shocked. When I saw it, she witnessed Jel using his power, the ominous presence lurking behind Libra. Yes, it was. Behind Jel, a dark shadow appeared, grinning wickedly as Miss concluded, "The power of a monarch." John, clearly irritated, asks if she knew all along and remained silent. Even Kevin was surprised, exclaiming, "What were you thinking, agreeing to that?" She could only bow her head. "I'm sorry, I couldn't do anything more. The maiden alone cannot stand against Libra, the calamities, and the monarchs. But after Leon's revival, I believed we could escape that fate, and cooperated with everything I had." Kevin continued to berate him. "The problem started when you listened to that person in the Demon Tower. I'd rather die than sit idly by in order to survive." Artis was also moved to tears. To save my child, there's no other way. John began to contemplate. Everything is clear now. The white-haired man who met Sebastian must have been Jin Louis in disguise, or someone sent by Libra. He looked at the key in his hand. The real problem was that Libra had used monarch powers. We've confirmed Libra is seeking alliances with the monarchs, so her using monarch skills makes sense, but something's still off. If that's the case, then the system's information about the key, a mysterious key used by the Dark Faction and Libra, obtained after killing Jin Louis, is relevant. Jian is surrounded by Kevin and Miss arguing, unable to stand the priestess any longer. How could you be so heartless, my disciple? This infuriates him, and John shouts out. Too loud, be quiet. Kevin turned and snapped at him. How can I be quiet? You knew everything, yet you kept silent. He grew even more frustrated. Yeah, I'm really mad. Miss is flustered, unsure of how to break up the fight. John finally decided that, even though Artis had helped him fight the monsters, and as Crescent Moon had said, you sided with me, so we're even. No more debts. Artis was overjoyed to hear this. She clasped her hands together and asked, Really? Thank you, Lion. Meanwhile, he glanced at Kevin, who was being bothered by the slime monster. White hair, what are you planning? He stroked his chin, deep in thought, as Kevin placed something in Jian's hand, telling him to take it. Jian curiously examines it. What is this? He explains that his symbol of power is a circular badge with a four-pointed star in the center. John's eyes widened in surprise as Kevin smiled and called out to him. Lion, I grant you full authority over Fever. A system notification rings out. The Holy Maiden Kevin Hazard has officially requested to join your legion, leaving Miss in utter disbelief. What do you mean? Are you planning to leave the Holy Order? Kevin calmly explained, That's not what I meant. I'm simply repaying a debt. Turning slightly, he reiterated seriously, Lion kept the temple safe, not to mention previous debts. Moreover, what happened in the Magic Tower was kept secret. I understand your thoughts, but from my perspective, this is absolutely unforgivable. You know that. You are you, and I am me. No matter how you and Lion settled this debt, I'm simply repaying it in my own way. The soldiers listened in silence, and Miss merely pursed her lips, saying nothing as Kevin knelt on one knee. I'll only kneel this once. He shows his sincerity with the utmost respect. I, Kevin Hazard, the Star Maiden Saint, on behalf of the Maiden, express my gratitude to the Serpent Bearer for their assistance. From this day forward, the Maiden will transfer all rights of the Holy Temple to Ophiuchus. I declare that under Ophiuchus, both holy temples will strive together to develop. Please accept our request, Lion. The soldiers behind him silently watched Kevin, then bowed their heads along with him, until everyone was kneeling, heads bowed in respect before John. After witnessing this, Miss was incredibly surprised, and John, unable to refuse, let out a sigh. Then thank you, I'll accept it. What about you? Do you object to his choice, Crescent Moon? Arm closes his eyes in acceptance. What else could he do? He's right, she was the last one to kneel. I will entrust the temple's future to you, Lion, and I hope you will bear it with all your heart. The system announces that the Maiden has joined the Serpent Bearer Temple. A serpent symbol appears behind Jian, signifying that all of the Maiden's resources now belong to the Serpent Bearer. A great record is etched into the Serpent Bearer's scripture, increasing his prestige. The Serpent Bearer's divinity increases, and a smile spreads across his face as he hears the announcement. The emblem stone rested in Jian's palm, prompting him to muse that one sanctuary could indeed submit to and belong to another. At the Serpent Bearer's second Sion sanctuary, the Lun Tower rooftop, Jian holds the stone up for closer inspection. Soon, the number of souls you must bear will skyrocket, and you'll be drowning in work again. He held it to the sunlight, and then the emblem flashed. John looked towards the sun, realizing there was one more thing that could belong to him. He noticed them, but simply smiled calmly. Looks like I've gone on a wild goose chase. Yuha stood below, calling out to him. Uncle. John looked down to see her waving, Yuha and Kaylee. He pushes himself up, saying, You've been waiting a long time, haven't you? With his hands in his pockets, he decides to clear his backlog, starting with Yua's purification ritual. Meanwhile, Hugo rested his chin on his hand, his face a mask of frustration, and began to grumble. Damn it, Lion told me to follow him if I cared about Sangjae, but he sealed off the Demon Tower. What am I supposed to do? The system says the Demon Tower is off limits until the Apostle Sangjae completes his training. Hugo, the temporary saint of the Serpent Bearer, is still annoyed. He can't interfere with the authority of a true saint. He glances back at the system board, pausing. Wait, that's strange. I'm a saint of the Serpent Bearer, so why can't I enter? It clearly states that he can't enter because he's only a temporary saint of the Serpent Bearer, but if he becomes an official saint, he will be allowed in. Hugo cries out in frustration. Oh, God. Hugo closes his eyes to contemplate, but this is indeed worth pondering. Should I aim to become the official saint of Ophiuchus? No. No matter what, I can't go back to being Lion's lackey. A series of notifications pop up, begging you not to leave. The Centaur Saint asks if there's anything you'd like to eat. The Centaur Saint offered to pay the interest on his home repair loan, but he could only retort in frustration, asking for something more enticing. Apollo wanted to cry, when suddenly a beam of light shot straight into the sky from a distant tower. Hugo looked over in alarm. What's going on? The system announces that Duna's baptism has begun, and he rushes off. John Yu Hai, you can't do this. The system reappears, and the Centaur Saint frowns, telling him to answer, and then leave. Out of nowhere, a hand grabs Hugo's collar. The Centaur Saint insists, "You've given your answer, now go." He struggled, trying to explain that this wasn't the time, but the hand wouldn't release Hugo. The Centaur Saint insists he's doing the right thing as Hugo struggles forward, shouting, "Yuha, wait for me, I'm coming." Meanwhile, Yuha is taken aback by the scene before her as a voice echoes, "Excellent, we've almost got them all. Finish it decisively this time." She hovers near a colossal serpent. Yuha looks on in bewilderment. What in the world is happening? Amidst the chaos, it struggles for one last breath. Don't be afraid. Aim for the head. Immediately, Yuha saw the serpent roar. Did this happen in the past? Whose memories are we seeing? The serpent's eyes suddenly widen, along with the vacant eyes of another. John stood motionless amidst the roaring cheers. Let all the people of this land rejoice, for today the 13th saint has appeared. Let your resounding cheers reach the newly descended 13th saint. He remained unresponsive, silent. In Jian's hand, he seemed to be holding the hand of a dead person. The crowd was ecstatic, chanting, "Hail the 13th saint! Hail the 13th seed! Hail humanity!" Yuha witnessed everything, looking younger than she does now, but that was clearly her, the priestess Lai Jian. She was then startled to find herself standing in Jian's palm, as he looked at her and smiled. "What's wrong?" Back to reality. John asks Yuha how she feels. She happily held the hand on her head, finally receiving what she longed for. A system notification appears. Saint Yuha has completed the purification ritual. The Holy Name Sword of Judgment has been upgraded to SS rank. He's a little overwhelmed. "That's good, now can you let go of my wrist?" Yuha's hands trembled as he struggled to hold Jian's wrist. "Huh? What did you say?" She pondered, with her eyes still closed. "What I just saw? Should I ask him about it?" "No, it's better not to ask. What should I do? I'll just hold his hand a little longer." Suddenly, someone jumped out, startling them both, and Hugo's eyes lit up. Has he already completed the initiation? The OXU Serpent Bearer's temporary adult system has activated the Divine Tolerance observation skill. He sees the notification appear above their heads. Lion, the Serpent Bearer's saint. John Yuha, the Punisher. John smirks at Hugo. "It's too late, kid." Yuha clenches his fist, his face full of murderous intent. "I want to be with him." Hugo knelt down, sobbing, his eyes wide with despair. "He stole my daughter." John, at a loss for words, advised, "Cut the theatrics. It's your decision now." He looked up, bewildered. "Huh? What am I supposed to do?" he asked loudly. "What do you intend to do? Remain a temporary saint forever?" Hugo turns away, dodging the attack. "I'm not ready yet." John seems a little annoyed. "Oh, really? Then let's do this." Power coalesces into the shape of scissors between his fingers. "Come here and face me one-on-one." Hugo was terrified. "What are you planning?" John aimed the scissors at the chain above him, wanting to cleanly cut off all ties. Hugo pressed, "Wait, what are you planning?" But before he could act, a flame-like barrier erupted between them. John pulled Yuha back out of the fire's reach and greeted the newcomer without anger. "So someone had to butt in and ruin things. But it's a pleasure to meet you nonetheless," a voice said from within the flames. "How noisy." The figure has long blonde hair and a sun symbol on their forehead. "So you're finally forcing my hand. Ah, so this is the Sagittarius saint Apollo." In a divine possession, he angrily cursed, "Damn calamity god!" Someone was running urgently through the hallway. It was Callie, whistling merrily as she clutched a stack of papers. Callie suddenly remembers John's smug expression. "You want to become an official believer? First, bring me 500 pages of handwritten autobiography, written by your own hand." Here, Callie couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. She gritted her teeth. "I finished writing it. Those 500 pages were exhausting, but the thought of the future made her blush with excitement. As long as this works, she can become a full-fledged believer. Yuha would have to kneel and call her Saint Kali. Overjoyed, she ran outside, shouting, "Is Lord Ligon here?" Kali exclaims, "I've finished writing about Ligon," but as she speaks, a flame suddenly engulfs the papers in her hand. Meanwhile, before Elgion and Yuha, a chaotic fire rages. Jian tilts his head, clicking his tongue. Tisk, it was so close to working, but it was nice meeting you anyway. Apollo appears amidst the flames, his judgment ringing out. How noisy. He glared sternly. I have to step in after all. Apollo then cursed in dissatisfaction. What a wretched evil god. Kali's eyes widened in fear at the sight before her, while Yuha stared ahead in stunned silence. Suddenly, she turned to find Kali frozen, clutching burnt paper. Looking down at her own hands, she watched the last fragments turn to ash and blow away. Kali, enraged, was about to attack Apollo when Yuha stopped her. John chuckled, telling them, Yuha, Kali, I have important matters to discuss. Please give us some space. Yuha led the weeping Kali away, cheerfully saying, Yes, go ahead and talk. I'll head downstairs. She thought to herself, it's just between Father's Saint and Uncle Gun, so nothing should happen, right? Apollo was a bit disgruntled. Did you really have to call me out here like this? Lagan, you're so cruel. He replied nonchalantly, This is me being polite. I have many questions for you. Opening his system screen, he cut to the chase. When I designated coin accumulation for a temporary saint, I noticed something strange. John turned the screen for the other person to see clearly. I received something called a standard contract between the holy gods and the saints. Reading closely, there's a very strange clause. At this, Apollo is visibly startled. He stared intently at the screen. John said coldly, Look, they say they're granting power, saving humanity, but in the end, they're just taking the souls of the saints as collateral. On the screen, a clause. Saints must offer their souls upon death, or a soul of equal value in exchange for divine power through a contract. He asks, all 12 gods. Apollo sighs, So what do you intend to do? Did you think the holy gods would grant their power to the world without asking for anything in return? So now you understand the gods aren't noble beings acting out of the goodness of their hearts. John is furious. What? Your composure leaves me speechless. Apollo responds, the dragon faith dedicated to the temple accumulates experience based on combat upgrades, gifts offered by believers, and countless other things. Apollo solemnly speaks the truth, the values that the faithful offer up. Surely even you, a god, knows that souls are simply the highest price saints must pay. John continues, asking what the point of collecting souls is. How is it different from what that wretched crab is doing? Are you the disaster? Apollo responded seriously. Normally, souls are used as sustenance to maintain the immortality of the holy gods and to inherit the divine throne. What those others use them for is none of my concerns. Sometimes there are those who pay the price first. You know someone like that well. John frowned, connecting the dots. Are you talking about A? Apollo replied, That's right. He collected the soul of the Libre Saint Gel Lauren and then took over that body. John pointed at him. So will you take Otitshu's soul one day? Apollo asked, puzzled. Are you asking me? Suddenly, Apollo raised his hand, clenching it as a light emanated, then offered his hand to Jian, revealing 2 orbs of fire swirling within. I don't need Hugo Tus's soul. The saint was silent. Because I already paid that price a long time ago. Those are the souls of Samus, Hugo Tus's father and temporary Ophiuchus saint, and Emily U.S., Hugo Tus's mother and temporary Ophiuchus saint. Lion laughed out loud, covering his face with a strange light. John's eyes narrowed with rage. What do you intend to do with them? Apollo remained calm. I'm not doing anything. I'm just preserving their souls to salvage what little remains. My warehouse of awakened saints was swallowed by disaster, and I recorded their souls as the price to pay when drafting the contract, so please understand. Even gods aren't omnipotent and are sometimes bound by meaningless rules. Apollo continues, stipulating that the transfer of souls doesn't necessarily have to be enforced as long as the Holy See accepts the loss. You didn't bind Hugo U.S.'s soul to the contract, did you? Lai Jian stood still, deep in thought. Apollo honestly hands Jian the 2 souls, saying, I have no intention of using these souls, so I'll return them to you while I have the chance. After all, you're more skilled than I am with soul-related powers. The souls of Samus, Us, and Emily Tus have been transferred to the serpent-bearer saint, Ligon. John, eyeing the souls in his hand, says seriously, You're giving these up too easily. What's the catch? Don't come crying later. It's then that Apollo reveals his true motive, grabbing John's collar, demanding his people back. Now return my servant. John clicked his tongue. I knew it. The blonde god whined, Hugo is going too far. Here's a centaur's apostle whose faith in the serpent-bearer surpasses that of his own constellation. Hugo U.S., with 92% faith in Sagittarius, wavers before the serpent-bearer's constant beckoning. Meanwhile, Gion's system recorded Otexu's faith in the serpent bearer at 400%, to which Gion proudly responded. "It's all thanks to my character," Apollo retorted angrily. "Character?" He points at Gion and shouts. "You and that Hugo too, Lagan. Don't you remember all the things I've done for you?" John replied with doubt. "What did you do?" The god cried out in frustration. "Hey!" Apollo angrily takes credit, saying, "Who provided you with the materials to create the sacred relic when you were struggling? Wasn't that me? Back then Apollo helped, saying it was thanks for taking care of my servant and to remember to pay him back later." To this, Gion retorts regretfully, "It would have been perfect without that last line." The god continues, 20 years ago, before you entered the Tower of Demons, who foresaw the danger for you? It was he who warned Hugo that Lagan was in danger, prompting Hugo to rush to tell you. John, you're definitely going to die tomorrow." But John simply replied, "Is that so?" This left Apollo feeling resentful. "Did you pretend not to hear me?" He questions, "Have you gotten used to ordering my saints around? When you fought Libra, did I come in second? Didn't I grant you a godhood?" Apollo shouts, enraged. "I even returned the souls bound by your contract. I've done everything I could for you." Apollo writhed on the ground. "I've done it all." Hugo frowned inside. "Stop rolling around on the ground with my body." He points and shouts, "Were you shot in the head? Can't you sit still?" Apollo continues to cry out, "You think I can just sit still?" Li Yun thinks to himself, "Apollo and I are pretty close, after all. Before being imprisoned in the Demon Tower, while I was desperately fighting, he was actually the one who helped me the most." Apollo wails in despair. Oh, look at that disaster repaying kindness with malice. John is helpless, thinking he might have gone too far. "Let's talk this through." But Apollo wouldn't listen and continued his tantrum. "If I knew this would happen, I should have added my own curses 20 years ago when the gods were cursing you. I only went easy on you and cursed you to be ugly to Leo." John was indeed shocked, stomping his foot, which made the whining Apollo stop. Lion's eyes burned with fury. "Say that again," he growled, and Apollo froze, silent. Apollo, who had been whining moments before, dusted himself off and stood up, leaning against the rooftop railing. With a sculpted face and radiant smile, he extended his hand. "I hope for your help in the future." Lunyan then grabs Apollo's face, forcing him to speak. "Ah, maybe that was a bit much." A bolt of lightning strikes the rooftop from the magic circle in the sky. Yuha sighs. "I knew it would come to this. John is angry, and I thought my body was being crushed because I was using too much power without divine support." "Did you just say, curse?" Apollo, now sporting a 5-finger face tattoo, silently avoids eye contact. "Anything else?" John asks, as the battered Apollo quickly speaks up. "I'm doing this the right way," he says. "The other gods curse you, weakening your life force. But I'm just reducing your charm and changing your appearance with the Sun Eater." John yells, "That's the problem, you idiot." "Damn it, this is Utachi's body, I can't just punish him." Apollo continues, "Li Gun, my brother, has settled everything. All debts are cleared, right?" "Can I really do that?" Gion, enraged, strikes Apollo repeatedly as he speaks. "Well, that can't be overlooked." Apollo replies, "I'll give you some good news, so go easy on me." Apollo secretly rolls his eyes. "I'm so sorry for being a useless brother, because I shamelessly betrayed my own sibling. My sister has cursed you with 24/7 surveillance. She's watching your every move." John is furious. The debt with Crescent Moon has been cancelled. You and he are as good as dead. Apollo is terrified. "Damn it, I betrayed my own sister, and you're still like this? You useless brat." Meanwhile, Kevin, picking his ear, asks who John is talking about and vehemently condemns him. Enough with the dirty tricks. John lands on a piece of paper. "Enough, just take this and write." Apollo looked suspicious. "What's this paper?" "An agreement to join the Serpent Bearer's zodiac. Lie loudly threatens that if he doesn't want to die, sign it." Apollo angrily shouts. "What do you take me for, Serpent Bearer? Apollo, master of the sun? An alliance, perhaps, but never servitude." He pressed on. I helped you wholeheartedly, but the pressure from the Pantheon was too great. I couldn't go against the tide. Are you really making the centaur your subordinate over a mere curse?" Just because of Duo's paralysis." Before he could finish, Gion violently slammed Apollo into the top of the building. 2 magic circles appear, one Ophiuchus, one Centaurus, then a new constellation emerges. Centaurus has officially become a subordinate of Ophiuchus. The 13th zodiac, Ophiuchus, a magic circle symbolizing Ophiuchus appears, a leader capable of erasing both gods and the divine realm. That's why, in the eyes of the other zodiac gods, this is a constellation that must never exist. Apollo, with the bump on his head, says, "Get it now?" That's why most gods are wary of you. Apollo, still with a bump on his head but now with a more serious expression, points out that they are terrified of the power you possess. Jian sinks into contemplation. John presents a hand engulfed in blue flames, saying, "Though my powers relate to life and death, I didn't realize it was to this extent." Apollo was taken aback, surprised it was that serious. "You used that power to destroy Carinos." He imagines cloaked figures surrounding the zodiac throne. Apollo says, "The zodiac throne is the highest divine position, coveted by all gods. If one of them is vacant, the consequences will soon follow." John asks, "You mean a war will break out?" Apollo replies sternly, "Yes, and you've proven you have the power to eliminate reigning gods." In the heavy silence, Apollo continued, "Many beings will target your life or your power. Not just gods, but also disasters from unknown civilizations and lords." The image of a man in black with long hair and an eerie smile suddenly evokes a feeling, a desire. "The desires of transcendent beings are impossible to predict," Apollo said. He said seriously, "Centaur has become a follower of Ophiuchus. Your safety is my safety. Ophiuchus, prepare yourself." In Hawaii, the serpent bearer's sacred ground, a massive, strange building appears. Someone wonders, "Prepare." Holding a blazing torch and wearing a makeshift rag over his tank top, John confidently replies, "Enemies are enemies, so I must prepare thoroughly." Flames erupt as the iron axe is bound by 4 chains, and John says, "First, you wield an axe as big as yourself. Then face the aerial combat ahead," before declaring, "Let the enhancement begin." With a calm face, Jian opens the control panel, checking the materials for enhancement. The Iron Helmet Baron's axe contains the power of a monarch that can weaken divine power. The stats must be adjusted to control the divine power. John stares intently at his weapon. He holds up the torch. The sun's flame gifted by the god Apollo, and Lygion steps onto the trial by fire. The scene before him exploded with thorns and bursts of fire, leaving him in awe. John turned, axe and torch in hand. The fire is large enough. He looks at Nanrasima's fangs and says softly, "The bone as material is also strong." John muttered, "The remaining materials are almost here." Suddenly, someone shouted from behind him, "My lord!" A horde of divine beasts arrived, and the god spoke as if giving instructions. "I have secretly brought back the body of the holy Cancer." John laughed with joy. "Good, good. Perfect timing. Bring it here immediately. You've all worked hard." The god replied gleefully, "It was nothing." Suddenly, he noticed something was different. Casinos' body is tainted by the abyss, incompatible with other materials. It needs adjustment. John put his hands on his hips, wondering, "Oh, this needs adjusting too. This is going to take a lot of work." He licks his lips, considering purification and dilution. Dealing with this kind of contamination is the Aquarius star's specialty. To adjust the monarch's power and that child, ordinary power won't be enough. "I need the goddess's tears." John recalls the Aquarius skill. The goddess's tears, which, beyond liquefaction, are a miracle that can purify all pollution and heal all diseases and wounds, obtainable only through the power of Aquarius. Jay happily whistles. "Then let's find her. I need Teksu to find that cursed object." The person was none other than Sai, but Jayun suddenly stopped. "That's right, Teksu went to the Demon Tower to find Sung Jae. Meanwhile, in a building standing tall amidst the surrounding ruins, Hugo is with Larry Queen." He said, "I went through so much trouble to get permission to leave," as the two entered the ruins. Hugo muttered, "There's no one here." He called out, asking where Sung Jae was. Larry looked around as well, as Hugo frantically noticed faint traces of a shaman's power. He thought to himself that Dung Jae had definitely fought here. What exactly happened? Larry raises his hand to his forehead, activating his power. "I'll use my search skill." Hugo, startled, earnestly requested, "Then I'm counting on you." Larry Queen, an Ophiuchus starseed, attempts to pinpoint John Sungdae's location, her body suspended in the air, emitting an eerie, dark blue flame. Larry Queen's eyes widened, glowing as she scanned her surroundings, searching the entire castle grounds. That power is so immense, it can sweep across the globe. The beams of light converge on a single point on the planet, focusing Larry's energy on a strange land. She found an army gathering its strength, with a black-cloaked figure sitting arrogantly above them. He suddenly looked up, his face unseen, his eyes glowing red. "Oh, a search? What terrible skill." Larry felt something rush into her body. The figure in the black robe suddenly throws a punch, and a curious demon asks, "What's wrong?" "Another punch?" The figure on the throne replied, "Just a fly." He wondered, is this the detection skill the temple uses? "Are they looking for believers?" he asks, conjuring a ball of hellfire. "Then I'll just send them an invitation and save them the trouble." With that, he sent the strange object he created towards the demons, as Larry Queen collapsed to the ground, clutching her head and trembling. Worried, Hugo asked, "Lee Queen, what's wrong?" She was terrified. It seems Sungdae is imprisoned in a place at least as high level as the break zone, a revelation that leaves Hugo equally panicked. What? He urgently asks why Sungdae is in the break zone. Just then, the cloaked figure's strange object flew over, forming a swirling vortex of black and crimson above the building, shocking Hugo and Larry as the cloaked figure slowly emerged. He announced, "Earthlings and that serpent bearer from somewhere." Hugo and Larry Quen look worried and tense. The mysterious figure is revealed. He sat upon his throne, his subordinates behind him. "We are generals, serving under our great master." The mysterious figure spoke. "We're holding 2 humans hostage. If you want to save them, appear before us through the space gate above the serpent bearer." Sungdae, imprisoned, was brought forth, and someone cried out in alarm. "Sangdae, you how? I can't believe Sungdae was captured." Kaylee nonchalantly waves her hand and says, "And your brother. I heard he was training at the Tower of Evil, yet he was captured by a disaster." Yu Hanya angrily retorted, "Is now really the time for that?" Suddenly, Callie realizes something, telling Yu Ha, "The person captured next to your brother looks familiar." Hugo was tense, and Larry Queen was equally concerned. Why was she there? The person suspended in midair was none other than Sai. She weakly cries out, "Someone, please save me." Hugo would be best. In his daze, 3 words flashed through Sangjae's mind. How strange. Though his hands were tied behind his back and he was suspended in the air, he clearly remembered what had happened. He had been fighting the generals in the Magic Tower, just as Uncle Jaeon had instructed. The result left him stunned and dumbfounded. How did it come to this? To recall, Sangdae was in an intense battle with the Iron Hat Baron's subordinates, who could easily see the improvement in his speed and strength. Damn, this kid is completely different than before. You mean he got stronger in that short amount of time? Meanwhile, Sangdae... The Jeon-obsessed youth repeats the phrase over and over. Jeon's right arm is practically chanting a spell. But this only fueled his drive and desire to win. He would corner his opponent with this blow. Without hesitation, he throws a powerful punch, but before it can land, a strange phenomenon occurs, leaving Sangdae stunned. Somehow, all of his opponents had vanished in an instant. It took him a few seconds to finally utter the words, "They're gone." He thought it was all over, but a loud noise suddenly erupted behind him. Sangdae whips around, only to see a monster floating in the air, laughing maniacally. After his laughter subsides, he asks, "What exactly are you doing?" The subordinate at his feet is none other than Sangdae's previous opponent. Upon hearing this, he immediately screamed 2 words, "Space." The mysterious figure coldly continued, "Cosmic Duke, Blade General, and Iron Arm General, don't tell me you're struggling against that kid." The figures he addressed then simultaneously begged for forgiveness. "Spare us, we ran into that damned serpent bearer." This mysterious figure seems to be above even those fighting the goat. And Sangdae feels a chill run down his spine as he realizes this. Who is he? Those 2 can't even move. Damn it, my subordinates explained so much. But the mysterious figure only cared about Sangjae's Ophiuchus identity. Oh, an Ophiuchus? So, the power flowing through that kid is the same power the Sovereign mentioned. As he spoke, he moved with lightning speed, appearing right in front of Sangjae. The more he heard the mysterious man's comments, the more Sangjae felt his feet rooted to the ground, his limbs stiffening. He was lacking, but with talent and the connection to the serpent bearer, he would grow quickly. He could only stare, wondering when the man had appeared before him. The moment he realized the threat, the mysterious figure declared he would tear him apart before he could grow. Is this where his life ends? Sangjo could only stare in shock as the light faded, blocked by the mysterious figure. In this life-or-death situation, the iron-masked Baron appears just in time to stop something. Wait a minute. Sangjo and the mysterious figure turned in shock to see Iron Mask standing in front of Sangja, as if protecting him, and demanding, "Hear me out." Sangjae, of course, had no idea what was happening. "Wait, you're the Iron Mask? You're alive?" the mysterious figure wondered. Iron Mask nodded solemnly, and an eerie silence fell. After a moment of shock, the mysterious figure's subordinates whispered amongst themselves, wondering if Iron Mask had been resurrected after the Demon Tower's restoration. Ignoring the barrage of questions, the iron-masked Baron simply offered a suggestion. "Does it matter? As I see it, we should figure out how to use this kid." Without waiting for a question, he pointed at Sangjae and elaborated. "This kid is a subordinate of the Serpent God. It'd be a waste to eliminate him." You agree, don't you? Or should we use him as bait to lure out the serpent bearer? His words were indeed reasonable, impressing the mysterious figure who nodded in agreement. You mean to use the boy as a hostage? If it lures the snake charmer out, I think it's a good plan, Iron Hat Baron added. My Duke, we have another extremely important hostage. Let's use him as well. This time the mysterious figure agreed without hesitation. All right, let's return to the heart of the formation. And with that he led them back to the center for their next meeting, just as he said he would. And so Sangjay finds himself captured in this dark cave. After the flashback, he doesn't know whether to be happy or sad. Yes, it's thanks to Yang Wei's scheme that I've managed to stay alive until now. Perhaps sensing that he's awakened, Iron-Masked Viscount turns to check on him. Little did he know Sangduk would kick him right in the face. It's all your fault. Seeing him fall to the ground in pain, Sangdae only grew more enraged, yelling, "You didn't even discuss it with me?" Nam Tukmu Sat retorts, "What? Would it have been better to just let you die then? We need to buy some time." He stood up and continued, "Besides, if I let you die here, Lion Jian will kill me." Hearing his idol's name, the goat calms down, begrudgingly asking, "So, do you have a plan?" But the Iron Helmet replies with a simple, "Nope." As a result, he gets kicked a few more times. "I knew you were useless." Dodging the blow, Nam retorts, "Is that how you speak to your benefactor?" Neither of them noticed Sophie, who was next to them, bursting into tears. The bickering mixed with the wailing was truly a headache-inducing combination. A nearby unfortunate guard couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "You three are too loud, be quiet." The Duke of the Universe continued, "Baron Iron Mask, why do you pay attention to the prattle of a hostage? Don't you understand? Since your resurrection, I haven't seen any of your former dignity." The Iron-Masked Baron was a little flustered, waving his hand dismissively. "I understand. I'll be quiet now." Ding Ning thinks to herself, "Sophie Mary, you seem to be the most lucid one here." He approached her and called her Sophie Mary, as the Iron-Masked Baron desperately wanted to convey that he was actually Duong Vi in another body. "If you keep crying, things will only get worse. I understand how you feel, but please, try to hold it in." So, in reality, all he managed to say was something easily misunderstood. "Why don't you stop crying for a bit?" For a person as emotionally fragile as Sophie, only one thought filled her mind at that moment. "I'm going to die today." And so, believing this was her last chance, Sophie screamed with all her might, "Hugo, save me!" After that desperate cry, lightning bolts rained down from the sky, and the sea churned violently. From that scream, a brilliant golden light suddenly appeared in the storm clouds, bringing with it the miracle Shrew had hoped for. The sound and energy radiating from that power source forced the Iron Helmet Baron to rush outside. What? Could it be that the Duke's group only noticed something was amiss when a beam of light pierced the sky, creating a massive explosion? And when they rushed outside, they saw the ground devastated, a huge crater where it once was. With no one around, the Duke of Cosmos immediately understood. Damn those hostages. Amidst the dust and haze, Sophie coughed, trying to clear her throat, unaware of the figure approaching. Then a familiar voice called out, "Sangjay, where are you?" "Father's here." So couldn't hide the surprise on her face as she looked up. Could it be? It was Hugo, just as she suspected. Hugo. Seeing her here surprises Hugo. "Aquarius, what are you doing here?" Before he could get an answer, Sophie suddenly rushed over, embraced him tightly, and called out his name joyfully. Hugo, a man with a wife and 2 grown children. As Hugo struggled to escape her iron grip, he frantically asked, "What's going on here?" "What's going on? Aquarius, what are you doing?" "Let me go." But instead of releasing Hugo, Sophie was moved to tears. "I knew you'd come to save me. Fate, it seems, has turned." At this point, Iron Mask couldn't stand the sight and stepped in to help Hugo. "Centaur, did you really need to make such a grand entrance?" Hugo was stunned to see it was the Iron Helmet Baron. "Ares, you're alive? But that's not what's important to Hugo right now. Anyway, do something about Aquarius, please. I think she's cracked under the pressure. Why is she acting like this?" Iron-Masked Nam calmly replies, "What other reason could there be?" Then he emphasized that she liked him. After that earth-shattering confession, the sea remained calm, the earth kept spinning, and it was all being broadcast live to a whole crowd of people. Yuha and Kali were equally horrified while the demons buzzed with gossip. What was that all about? They said they like each other. Was that a confession? Maybe they're really going to start dating. Meanwhile, Duke of Cosmos's group was watching like it was a movie, complete with popcorn and 3D glasses, and John could clearly see Sophie hugging a trembling, bewildered Hugo in the magic mirror. Of course, The Iron Mask Baron's words, "She likes you," were also included, causing John to pause for a moment before a sinister smile crept across his face. The Iron Mask Baron froze, the words echoing in his ears. "She likes you. She likes you." Even the ocean waves seemed to surge with those words, echoing far beyond the earth. Seeing Ju Sophie embracing Hugo before her, Yuha froze, and Rue gaped in astonishment amidst the murmuring crowd. "Isn't Centaur already married? That's the rumor anyway." She mechanically uttered, "Really?" Hugo clutches his head and screams, "Stop talking nonsense!" He shouted, recalling what Baobin had once told him. Then a sinister memory surfaced with a sly grin. "Are you planning to lose your children like you lost your wife?" His eyes gleamed like a demon. She continued, "That's as good as being dead. An incompetent head of the family deserves an unhappy family, right?" So casually asks, "Wouldn't it be better if you understood your place as an immature brat?" Shaking off the memory, Hugo recoils. "Ridiculous. I don't want to be misunderstood, so stop talking nonsense," Sophie shouted, tears welling up in her eyes. "If I didn't, you'd never look at me. Too busy staring at that damn jerk." She hesitated, bringing a hand to her mouth, and Sophie shyly confessed that, honestly, his contemptuous gaze was rather captivating. Then she covered her face, lost in her twisted thoughts. Hugo, standing nearby, couldn't help but get goosebumps as Jian spoke up with glee. "Teach Shu, Du has come this far, so why not try flirting with her? Find out where the goddess's tears are." Hugo cringes and scolds him for being too loud, adding that the girl obviously likes him. Hugo angrily snapped at him to shut up. John was finally serious, cursing under his breath that Tiu Du was done for. Then he said rudely, "Hey, is anyone there?" Immediately, Apollo appeared, looking confused. John coldly ordered him to merge with Texu and impersonate him, tricking that girl into revealing the location of the goddess's tears. Apollo angrily asks, "Yo, what did you say?" He loudly questions, "So what if the centaur becomes your subordinate, you snake bastard? How can you order me to do something like flirting?" John replied emotionlessly, "Oh, is that so?" A system notification appears stating that the constellation god Apollon has immediately violated the terms of the order. According to the contract with the serpent bearer constellation, the penalty of hair loss is applied and Apollo instantly freezes. His hair began to fall out and John spoke with a dark expression. "Listen closely, sun god. Every time you disobey, more of your hair will vanish. And once it's gone for good, unless you have my super regeneration or a goddess's tears." Apollo was speechless with shock as John continued his veiled threats. "Do you understand?" Apollo listened in fear. Meanwhile, Sophie looked up, tears streaming down her face, at the blonde before her. Apollo, now inhabiting Hugo, smiled gently and said, "Sophie, I'm so happy and grateful to see you again." So is stunned by this revelation, while inside, Hugo screams, "What are you doing with my body? Is this Gun's order?" He could only think helplessly. "I'm sorry." On the surface, Apollo forced a smile, coaxing her. "So I can destroy those calamities and save you. I need the goddess's tears. Can you give them to me?" Sopo listened in shock, then hesitated. "That's difficult. The goddess's tears are the power of the star saint Aquarius. Because this is the break zone, contacting the god won't be easy." Suddenly, someone questioned from behind. "So, all we have to do is find a way to summon that goddess, right?" So confidently affirms. "That's right." It was then she realized and cried out, "My grandson!" John's wicked grin appears like a specter as Sangdok gasps, "Uncle!" The Iron Mask Baron was equally surprised as another voice cried out, "Master Serpentarius!" The purple demon chimed in, "You've finally shown yourself." Sho, paralyzed with fear, scooted back, pointing at Jian. "Why are you here? Where's Hugo?" A voice calls out, and nearby Hugo is stunned, tears streaming down his face. Du lifelessly and grimly tilted his head. Apollo said, "I've sent him back." At that moment, a system notification appeared announcing that the damage substitution skill had been used to switch positions. Back with Jian and Sophie, a voice caught their attention. "Oh, if it isn't the famous Serpentarius saint." The demon general booms from above, "Pleased to make your acquaintance." John silently observes him as the demon general begins to ramble on about the one who destroyed the demon tower, eliminated the red eyes, took out the tower manager, and even forced the cancer saint and the imprisoned lord to appear. "Who are you, really? I've been so curious." Allow me to introduce myself. I am a general, serving the Lord of Time, the Duke of Space." Before he could finish, Jian raised a hand, cutting him off. A guard of the demon general immediately became alert. "What skill are you planning to use?" "Duke, be careful. No one knows what he'll do." The demon general scoffed, and suddenly, So was punched hard in the cheek. John showed no mercy, disfiguring Soapy's face with the blow, leaving everyone around in stunned disbelief. A soldier of the demon general cried out, "What in the world are you doing? Serpent bearer, weren't you here to rescue the saintess?" John casually replies, "I'm here to rescue her," immediately turning savage. "Data!" The demon general's aide continued to shout, "This guy really is insane." "I told you he's impossible to reason with," the demon general thought, equally surprised. "John," he then commanded loudly, "I know you're watching from the other side." He grabbed her face and demanded, "You were allied with that crab, enjoying peace on Earth, and now you're talking about the break zone? What is going on?" Shur's eyes widened as Jian threatened, "Come out now, or I'll drag you out." The demon general exclaimed in fear, "He's lost it." "I heard he was crazy, but I didn't expect this level of madness," he raged. Either way, how could a god be so lacking in dignity, honor, and camaraderie? Iron Masked Baron wondered, looking at Sang-Di. "It seems our roles and lines have been switched," he says helplessly. "This isn't the first time." The demon general quickly ordered, "Iron Lord, fighters, recapture the hostage immediately. No more negotiations with this bastard." His attendants responded in unison. "Understood," he shouts. "All base forces, attack Loon." So shouts in a panic, "They're coming this way," she urges him. "Now's not the time for that. Ligand to survive, we have to work together to stop them." John retorts, "What's their hurry?" Then, turning to the side, he said, "After I squeeze all the data out of you, I'll just throw you back to the other side anyway." Marty betrayed them, cheering for the enemy. "Do your best, Calamity, don't lose. Defeat that evil Lun." She screams with all her might, "I can lend you my power." Suddenly, John's hand grabs Mary's head, causing her to pause and glance at John, who is wearing a wicked smile. His eyes gleam as the system reports the activation of the 13th sense. He's identified the flow of magical power that the Aquarius god sent to Sophie Marie, who's now clutching her head in terror. John smirks, thinking, this is it. A system notification appears. The power of death is targeting the resources the gods are transferring. Remembering when his power connected to the gods' magic circles, John thinks, if only I could capture the flow of resources connected to the gods again. John's hand remained on Soapy's face as a system notification appeared. He had broken the spirit wall of the holy aquamarine. Something within her shattered, and a small orb of light flickered as Sophie began to reveal her true form as the Aquarius deity. John pulls her out, declaring, "Step forth!" Immediately, a torrent of water erupts, shocking the demon general. The water washes away the demons below, and he cries out in shock. Is that the holy water-bearer's divine seat? Did he kidnap a god from another world? He growls, "Did you think you could hide and get away with all this?" "Bucket, what's this? You've been exposed?" The Holy Grail bucket gritted its teeth, offering no response. John rudely asks, "Hey, water bucket, I need the goddess's tears, and I'm sure you won't give them up easily, will you?" The Aquarius Saintess responds, "Of course not. Why would I listen to you?" Ignoring her words, he turned to the demon general and asked, "Hey, what's your name?" "A toolbox, is it? Anyway, I want to talk to him for a bit. Can we come back later?" He scoffed in amusement as the demon general glared at Jian with crimson eyes, who returned the menacing gaze. "Ah, I see. No time like the present, huh? Fine, have it your way. Let's destroy everything." Hearing this, the Holy Water Guardian could only grit his teeth in helpless silence. Meanwhile, the one he was worried about being swept away was safe in a nearby coconut tree, thinking, "Why call me? I'm about to die." The aide was speechless. "Iron Helmet Baron, what in the world are you doing?" The Baron looks at his aide as if he's brain dead. "Are you blind? Can't you see I'm dodging the horde?" The aide was shaking with anger. "Do you think I'm blind? Why aren't you helping us instead of doing something so stupid?" Unexpectedly, he replied nonchalantly, "This is what I can do." The attendant was even more horrified, managing a curse even as he was swept away. "Damn it," Sangda muttered, feeling like he was watching a fly get flushed down the toilet. The Baron, disgusted by the analogy, simply advised, "I think we should stick together." He glanced at the towering column of water, wondering if things would be all right over there. Sangdae looked on with concern. "Fatso, you still don't trust Jian after all this time?" Meanwhile, the Jian they're looking for is busy strangling someone. The Baron secretly worries. But for the god. Could it be that he kidnapped the holy god from another world? John smiled with pure villainy. "You thought you could hide and get away with your petty tricks? You're not as subtle as you think, Water Bucket." And the one flopping around like a fish is the Aquarius Saintess, the Holy Grail. John cuts right to the chase. "Hey, Bucket, I need the goddess's tears, and I know you won't give them to me easily, right?" Of course not. Who do you think you are? John was about to ask more, but remembering someone was there, he politely turned to dismiss them. Hey, Reservoir, or whatever your name is, I need to have a private chat with him, so take a hike. The monarch found it laughable to be treated like a guest in his own home, and the Duke, without a word, readied himself for an attack. John's blood boiled as he said, I get it. I won't put off until tomorrow what I can do today. That's right. If you want destruction, I'll give it to you, starting with sending you two to an early grave. As he spoke, he tightened his grip on the Holy Grail, when suddenly a dark arc slashed across his arm. The system alerts him to the damage to his right arm, activating super regeneration as Jian compliments his opponent. Interesting technique. Puncturing his equipment. The insulted Duke then lunged forward like a bird freed from its cage. I am the Duke of Space. The Holy Grail barely escaped Jian's grasp before he started chanting. I can't get caught in the middle of those two. It quickly unleashes the Aquarius tsunami skill, creating countless pillars of water that could sweep people away. The Duke is stunned by the Grail's disappearance, while Jian simply nods calmly, remarking on how clean he is today. Suddenly, a towering pillar of water strikes the two, and the Duke opens a black hole, scoffing at the mere pool of water. He then opens a space that forces the water to evade on its own. John has to give him credit. That's spatial power? The Duke smugly replies, Indeed, it's a gift bestowed upon me by the Time Lord. As the Duke looked up, he was startled by the lizard clinging to Jian's glasses. Jian thought to himself, So you wield the power of space stolen from the monarch of time and space, twisting it at will to withstand tidal waves? Impressive. The Duke happily accepts the praise. Thank you for your compliment. Do you regret that such a precious power belongs to a useless master? John smirks. It's such a waste for someone like you to possess it. What kind of eye do these monarchs have for their subordinates? The implication is clear. He's offering Jian that power. The Duke, feeling mocked, is furious, cursing the meddling saint. With that, he pierced Jian, and at that moment, the sea swept him away. Water gathered into a sphere around Jian, who didn't resist. Free armor was welcome. Meanwhile, the Duke seethed, furious that his plans were foiled. Damn it, don't steal my prey. The holy chalice of the Aquarius saint remained unmoved. This calamity dares to speak loudly to a saint, but this time I shall overlook it. First, I must deal with this calamitous deity. With that, he stares directly at Jian. Lie, Jian, you want the tears of the goddess? Suddenly, two streams of water like needles shot towards Jian's chest, and it laughed with glee. Take as much as you want, then. The system announces the Holy Grail has activated the goddess's tears skill, its voice full of confidence. That is, if you can receive it. The system updates, and the goddess's tears cleanse Lion's bloodline. Then, in mere seconds, as the goddess's tears touch him, his entire body turns to foam. The system announces the goddess's tears liquefied Lion's body, triggering his super regeneration skill to counteract the abnormal state, causing a conflict between the two. The Holy Grail declares, I will dissolve you into water and scatter you across the world. It laughs gleefully at the puddle that was once Lion. I did it. I defeated Lai Jian. But before he could even smile, he was struck with a hole. Damn it, I was too careless. The Duke spoke with disdain, the form of the great Holy Grail now laughable, as the Grail shouted, Space, Duke! As the water lashed against his face, he muttered, Did Lion turn into water because of this guy? The Duke seemed rather disappointed. Unbelievable. Is this the constellation's god we're up against? A stream of water rises in the distance, drawing more and more layers together as the Duke watches the struggling Holy Grail, its efforts futile. He says, Either way, I'll offer you to the monarch. You killed Lion, didn't you? The Holy Grail cries out, No. But the Duke, unconcerned with its consent, revels in the defeat of Lai Jian and the capture of the sacred vessel. What a wonderful day. I'll soon be among the monarchs. Suddenly, a hand lands on his shoulder. John smirks. Who said I was dead? The system announces the activation of super regeneration to restore his melted body. Jian throws a punch at the Duke, continuing his assault. The Duke is shocked. He can regenerate even after being melted into liquid? As the fist neared his face, he cast a spell, shattering space and creating a black hole between them. The system announced the activation of the power of death, tearing apart the Duke's spatial authority. Jian shatters space with his bare fist as if breaking glass. The Duke is stunned as Jian's fist connects, the robotic face frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend how this could be. He recalls a past memory. The Sovereign, standing high above, says, Congratulations, Duke. You've finally obtained the space title. If you continue like this, you may even aim for the sovereign's position. He kneels below, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, my sovereign. The Duke honestly expressed that he was content living under the monarch's sword, and next time he would sever the head of that arrogant holy chariot serpent and offer it to the monarch. The monarch was speechless at his boasting, but kindly offered a reminder. You should stop now. The Duke still doesn't understand. Yes, the monarch spoke with absolute certainty. You can't win against him. The Duke awakens to find Jian physically assaulting him. Jian extracts his energy core, causing the Duke to tremble in agony. Didn't I tell you? He stares at the still beating core in his hand. Such a waste of power. Then he watched as it slowly closed in around him. I will take it. The Holy Grail blankly stares at the Duke in the distance as his magic core is forcibly taken. A tragic sight. He flies into a rage of fear and anger, quickly surrounding himself with water. I have to get out of here, and with that, he erupted from the water like a tornado, returning to the realm of the gods. From above, he caught sight of the Iron Helmet Baron and was stunned. It was the Holy Grail, and he realized the girl he was holding was Sophie Mary. Aquarius gritted her teeth and made a decision. If she stayed here, Lion would recapture her. I must sever the holy contract. Immediately, the system announces the termination of the contract with the Pisces saint, Sophie Mary. The influence of the Aquarius sanctuary that once dominated Earth has vanished, and he immediately rushes off. It's over. Now I just need to get to the God Realm. In this shimmering, pure water lies the Aquarius Temple of the God Realm. The peaceful Aquarius devotees were interrupted by a loud shout as the Holy Grail hurtled uncontrollably, yelling for everyone to get out of the way, then crashed into the water, shocking the devotees. Suddenly, a powerful jet of water pierced through the crack in the gate, allowing him to enter the city as the water soldier behind him anxiously asked, Are you all right, Your Holiness? What makes you so hurried? The Holy Grail wearily replied, I'm fine, just close the gate quickly. Seeing his attendant patching the door, he sighed in relief, finally at ease. The Holy Grail smugly thought, Lion won't be able to get in here. I'm so thirsty, someone bring me water. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than a yellow hand offered him a glass of water. The Holy Grail accepted it absently. Quick thanks. But then, Jian's crimson face appeared in the crack in the wall. But the sight of Jian casually breaking through space and shattering the wall sent shivers down his spine, and the Holy Grail could only scream in despair. Lion, impossible. How could you enter here? This is the realm of gods and my sacred ground, and I severed my contract with Sophie. The Aquarius saint was stunned. Ligen, could it be you absorbed the power of the Duke of Space? He cracked his knuckles, smiling domineeringly. Precisely. Water soldiers surround them immediately. That's Ligen. Why is the god of disaster here? John then opened a wildly spinning spatial circle in his hand. This isn't the place for a private chat. He then enlarged the vortex, engulfing the Holy Grail. Trapped inside, he screamed helplessly, Idiots, don't just stand there, do something. He scoffed. How could you ask your subordinates to do what you yourself couldn't? Sensing the unfavorable situation, he turned to negotiate. Wait, let's make a deal. You need the goddess's tears, right? From now on, I'll give you as much as you want. John, unleashing a surge of electricity, replied with a smile, No, that won't be necessary. I have my own way. For now, I only need the goddess's tears to amplify the sky's punishment. He opened his eyes slyly, his tone light, saying that just a little squeeze from the Aquarius saintess would be enough. The Holy Grail felt like it had stepped on a landmine and couldn't help but curse. Damn it! Jian immediately opened a magic circle, relentlessly drawing him in as the Holy Grail struggled and pleaded. Wait, Lion, you'll need the power of Aquarius anyway, won't you? You'll keep fighting disasters and healing. There's nothing you won't need it for. He cried out in desperation. I am the embodiment of the Holy Grail. Without me, you can't use Aquarius power. As for its location, my true body, the Holy Grail, is hidden beneath the vast Milky Way. If you kill me, you'll never find the location of the Holy Grail. The interrupter is the Five Sisters, right? His eyes went blank as he stared at John in disbelief. What? John recalls now. Ah, yes, the gods under Aquarius that you sold to the angels before. John sneers. They told me how you abandoned them like vermin, the location of the Holy Grail, and how to use it. Asleep, Pios's 5 daughters look up in anger, now prisoners of the Serpentarius constellation. Jian sneers, saying he should have taken better care of his family. John then crushes him like a ball as the Holy Grail screams in anger. The damned system announces the combination of carp power and space, activating the SSS rank Space Lord skill, pushing the Aquarius Grail to its limit. His body is gradually crushed, and the system warns that it can't withstand any more pressure. He whimpered helplessly, not wanting to die. Then, with a final squish, Jian crushed him, his form dissolving into a stream of water, his magic fading between Jian's hands. He smiles contentedly as another beautiful, pure drop of water appears, and the system announces, "The Aquarius Holy Grail has been compressed into its core, and the SSS rank goddess's tears have been acquired." In exchange for this miraculous drop, the Aquarius Holy Grail vanished. The palace remained as magnificent as ever, even after the fall of the holy gods. The 5 girls had to appease the restless Aquarius believers, and John asked, "You asked me to take you to the divine world, but can you convince the other Aquarius leaders not to rebel?" Lasso replied, "Since our sisters are high-ranking celestial generals, if we can offer reassurance during their confusion, we might persuade them. With the Holy One absent, even a slight wavering in public opinion will quickly spread." That's what Mr. Allison said. John chuckled. Is the old man tired of training goats and wants to be an advisor? Now, Lazo couldn't help but lower her eyes, finally looking at the water droplet on his hand. And so John replies, "Yes, an undesirable outcome?" Her expression seems confused. Lasso closed her eyes, feeling a pang of regret for her former master, but John snapped her back to reality, reminding her that there was no time for sentimentality. This is the realm of the gods, their home turf. It won't be long before the other gods notice Aquarius's disappearance and convene. Before things get complicated, we need to retrieve the Holy Grail and return to the human world quickly. Lazo said sadly, "The place where the Holy Grail is kept is guarded by water soldiers created by the water god." John's stunned expression says it all. So what now? "We'll handle them. It's not the first time." However, the other daughter's eyes also held a hint of despair. Laxus speaks with annoyance, but the scene shifts to an island in the Pacific, humanity's break zone, where the Pisces saint kneels, weeping in disbelief. I have no power left in my body." She trembled and cried, "I've lost my connection to the holy god. What is happening?" The Iron Mask Baron appeared behind her, taunting, "You've been abandoned by the holy god just like me." She burst into tears. "Be quiet. Don't hurt me anymore." Sangjae sighs at the troubling scene. "I want to go home." Suddenly, a spatial circle appears behind him. Hugo and Ju emerged from it, Hugo calling out in alarm. "Sangjae, are you all right?" Sangjae rushes over, overjoyed. "We can go home now." Hugo sighed in relief at the sight of him. "Looks like you're okay," he asked, confused. "Huh? And you actually survived? Didn't Mom say anything?" Diu scrutinized Pisces, making her flinch, and Hugo sighed. "Don't ask. It was the most dangerous thing I've ever experienced." Then he wondered, "Where's Jaeon?" Sangjae thought about it. It seemed the Aquarius saint had run away earlier. Did he follow us? Don't tell me he followed us all the way to the god realm. Upon hearing this, Sophie clutches her head in panic. No way. The Iron Masked Baron, seeing her anxious face and chattering teeth, wonders what's wrong. "Huh? Why are you so surprised? Or is the late king somehow involved with Lion?" he whispered in her ear. "If you're hiding something that would get you in trouble with Lion, now's the time to speak up. Or maybe he'll just slap you 100 times across the face." Shai scratches her head, grumbling, "No way. If I say it." Her eyes opened wide with grave seriousness. "It's not just a slap in the face. I'm going to die for real." From her perspective, this has something to do with Callie's arrival, so she cries out, "Why is my life so miserable?" Just then, a bright constellation in the galaxy flared with radiant light. Approaching them was Aquarius's territory in the Milky Way divine realm, a place of terrifying, chaotic waves. John and Rasha had arrived, he announced. "This disinfecting water? Is this what you were talking about?" she asked, confused. "Indeed." His eyes flashed and he sighed. The bucket activates the god's eye skill, and grotesque dark figures emerge from the water before Jian. He sighed, always accompanied by nuclear waste. "So that's the reason," John remarked sarcastically. "So you used my data from the Demon Tower to create these things? These newly created soldiers bear my face." The system explains, Legion copycat soldiers combining Aquarius's mirror copy skill and Legion's data from the Demon Tower to create these copycat troops. All 4 clones appear simultaneously, rushing forward, shattering the silence. Suddenly, a blinding green light flashes, and the black substance covering it begins to crack. An explosion rings out as Jian soars past the thing he just punched, his eyes gleaming, his face emotionless despite the black aura surrounding him. His eyes glinting, he sneers, "Looks like you put some effort into this, but in the end, it's just a poor imitation of me. You think such lowlifes can stand in my way?" He scoffs, stepping on the black liquid. "Get lost." With that, John's kick sent it flying, shattering white stone pillars as debris rained down. Hands in his pockets, he sighed, warning, "You should know who you're dealing with." John confirms with Lao that he's dealt with the copies, prompting her joyful exclamation, "Wonderful." He inquired, "Is this the place? The location of the Holy Grail?" Lao points ahead, confirming, "Yes, this way." Zion's eyes glint as he exclaims, "Oh, is it there?" There, a goddess statue held an enormous chalice, from which water poured, creating a blue aura. John acknowledges the impressive sight, wondering, "Is that the true Aquarius Holy Grail?" John grunts softly, Then he noticed something else. "What is that box?" John was even happier and began rummaging through the items, a bit surprised. John's face breaks into a satisfied grin as the system notification triggers the Eye of God skill. It provides information on the specimen collection used for Legion's gene extraction, the blood-stained rock that pierced Legion at the Devil's Tower, and Legion's severed hair and toes. Inside the box were 3 neatly arranged items: a shard of blood-stained rock and 2 glass cases containing carefully preserved small objects. He examined them, then asked, "Quite the collection. You created my clone guards from this?" "The Marines cloned from you, Lion, were just a byproduct," Lazuo replied, as John, who was opening the box, turned to look at her. "A byproduct?" she continued. "What the Libra Saint and the Holy Grail wanted to create wasn't just ordinary water soldiers, but a clone of you, Lion. They believed that by combining their power with your data, it was entirely possible." But seeing Lasso hesitate, he pressed on, "But what? Did they succeed?" Her face darkened, and she replied tensely, "No, as far as I know, they failed, and in the end, they could only create the Marines we just saw. That's all I know. If they continued that plan in any form after that, you'll probably encounter the products they created somewhere." Elsewhere, Callie stares intently ahead, while a confused Sophie, unsure of what to do, asks anxiously, "What do you want?" "Don't stare at me like that." Callie, hands in her jacket, leaned forward slightly and sighed in response. "Why do you keep staring at me? What are you hiding?" So turns away, denying it. "I wasn't looking at you." She stands up, leans back, puts her hands behind her head and pouts. "I'm sure I saw an old lady." Sophia angrily retorts, "Who are you calling an old woman?" Then she asks, "How old are you?" Callie, oblivious, continued to search. "He's gone to the realm of the gods? Come back soon." Marty is annoyed at being ignored. "Are you even listening to me? You're lost in your own world again." "I'll miss you," he thinks, ignoring Sophie's protests. Here, in the realm of the gods, beneath the Milky Way, within the secret Aquarius Palace, he claims, "I've obtained the Holy Grail, and that tattered urn has already been crushed." With that, he turned, clutched the fabric over his chest, and changed the subject. "Let's go." Lasso shouts out in alarm. It seems the other gods have noticed the Holy Grail's disappearance. The system relays a message from his sister. "Sister, something big is happening." The other gods seem to have noticed and are converging on Aquarius City. John frowned, grimacing, and said, "Even so, this is Aquarius. Can they really invade?" She calmly pondered, then said, "Normally, yes, but there's no ruling deity now. And if they force their way in..." He frowned even more. "Since the city has no owner, they can invade. So, if the city's saint god were here, that would solve it, right?" LaShaw was surprised. "Yes." Meanwhile, the ground beneath them began to crack, soon widening into a deep pit. John quickly jumps out of the way as the system blares an emergency alert. A warning echoes from the Dimension's administrator, repeating the forced expulsion of unauthorized intruders next week. The space turned red, and threads emerged from a mysterious door, binding him completely, causing her to cry out in fear. Lion Jian glances at the masked figure behind him and declares, "Intruder in the divine realm without permission. From this moment on, I will begin the process of expelling you." He points and warns, "Refer to the warning that was sent to you." He wonders, what notice? Ah, the Space-Time Administration has detected the intrusion of an unauthorized entity into the divine realm. We deeply regret this unlawful entry into the sacred space. According to the God Realm's management regulations regarding spatial expulsion, the Space Administration has authority even within the sacred grounds of the zodiac Laxo. He's shocked. The Space Administration is interfering? He continues, "From the moment this item in the warning is read, I will carry out a forced-level expulsion against you. The place of expulsion is the gap between the space tides, called the subgod realm, and no complaints regarding this will be accepted." John retorts defiantly, "I've heard it all, so you're kicking me out of the god realm." "Indeed, I shall begin the expulsion immediately," the mysterious figure agreed. He immediately retaliates with force. "Are you sure you're all right? I'm pretty big, and I have a lot of luggage." I wonder if this spatial rift is big enough for me. In any case, I'm about to leave the realm of the gods. I'll open the gateway myself. He strained, crushing the space before him. A large rift appeared, blinding light emerged, and the dazzling threads vanished. The other two could only gape in disbelief at the scene before them as a massive vortex warped space itself. John stood there, a satisfied smile on his face. Spacious, isn't it? As Yijiang walked back and forth, he was astonished by this power. Impossible! Is this how you got here? As he finished speaking, John grabbed the man's head, answering him precisely. Whoever answers correctly will receive a reward, with a chance of being used by Lion. He looked at the demonic face before him, terrified. What? He continues to exert his strength, saying, even though I said I'd leave right away, there are still some things to do. Can you help me come and go as I please? All the while that man groans in agony. John calls out to Lao. Surprised? Yes. His hand grasped a gem with a teardrop symbol on it, which Jay offered to Lao. The system appears, revealing the Holy Grail's core within a space containing countless stars, the gateway to the Aquarius sanctuary of the divine realm, where confusion reigns. What's happening? The Holy Grail's presence has faded. Two worried girls wonder how things got this way, and what to do. Everyone calm down. Then, a screen appears, showing 4 gods in the middle of an argument. That calamitous monster is causing trouble in the divine realm? Hold on, let's not jump to conclusions. Now, is it true that Lion has really gone to the realm of the gods? Enough, I said. Bring the Holy Grail here, leaving the 2 girls flustered, unsure of what to do. The brown-haired girl is flustered. When did Lion Jian return? The girl in the church hat cries. What do we do? Suddenly, footsteps and a voice draw their attention. What's all the commotion? The 4 are taken by surprise. It's Lion, and their faces darken. They hastily ask, behind you? What? Couldn't resist causing trouble again, huh? Lion. He casually replies, it's the Holy Grail. That's right. They grew even angrier, wondering what the space-time manager was doing to let him run amok here. Hearing his name, the manager jumped, but it didn't stop there, as 2 of them continued to shout. He eliminated a saint right in the divine realm. You've really gone too far this time. An elder pointed and scolded, saying that in this emergency they must enter Aquarius Palace to eliminate him and summon the entire Holy Temple army. The masked girl added, that madman destroyed Aquarius, the god of healing and restoration, and he plans to steal the Holy Grail. He'll pay dearly for destroying the god Aquarius. The 2 girls were also worried, asking, Sir Lai Jian, what should we do? Contrary to their worries, Jian calmly replies, what nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean there's no Aquarius saint? Her body trembled even more, while the 2 gods on the other side grew even more frustrated, thinking, you're the one talking nonsense. He casually spread his arms and said, allow me to introduce, The new Aquarius deity, Lazo Disinfectant, struck a hip-hop pose, smiling brightly as he greeted, hello everyone, I'm Disinfectant. The announcement board appears, listing formerly a god under Aquarius, currently a prisoner of Ophiuchus, and now the Aquarius saint, Lazo the Disinfectant. Immediately, the faces of all 4 gods freeze as they stare at the newly introduced Aquarius saint. The system displays an introduction, revealing that the disinfectant has severely damaged the reputation of the Aquarius zodiac with a single, fatal self-introduction. How will the disinfectant and Aquarius constellation overcome this crisis? Seeing this, Lezhao shyly covers the words. Don't say that, she pointed at Lion, accusing him. Lion made me say it. The purple-haired man looked horrified. That rebel not only destroyed the holy gods, but now he's arbitrarily creating new ones? The old red god beside him was also suspicious. Is that even possible? Apu asked worriedly, furrowing his brow. Creating a saint is a serious matter. Does that kid, Disinfectant, even qualify? Miss agreed. You're right. Without the power, the other saints won't acknowledge him. Without hesitation, Lion smiles confidently. So, strength is key. Lion placed the Holy Grail on the ground, its weight shaking the very space around them. That's right. You all have your pride. So how could you stand by and watch an ordinary person be honored as a saint? He turned to Rahel. Disinfectant, show them what you can do. Rahel was a little worried, but responded immediately. Yes. She quickly unleashes her chi, and Lazo's power gradually stirs the surging hydropower from within the Holy Grail. Lasso extends her arms, amplifying the chalice's power, bathing the surroundings in an ethereal light as a massive pillar of water erupts skyward, creating a magnificent spectacle. As they gaze at the towering pillar of water, sparkling droplets cascading down, the gods are stunned. It can't be. Holy water. The tears of the goddess. The red-haired god watched the scene with trepidation, realizing it wasn't just the chalice's power, but someone else awakening its abilities. Across from him, Apollo and Artemis were stunned by the goddess's tears that Lachesis had created. Suddenly, the two noticed something else. Apollo grinned. It's working. Lion watches Lasso diligently create holy water. Pleased with his decision, it seems giving her the core of the Holy Grail's master was worth it, especially since she already possessed remarkable abilities. Now inheriting the chalice's power, it's like a tiger gaining wings. Recalling that moment, he called out to her. Disinfectant, Rasha replied, startled. Yes, Ligen presents a glowing blue gem. This is the core of the Holy Grail's master, Lion said to her with a smile. Take it. He continued to speak. Take it and swallow it. From now on, you will be the Aquarius star spirit. Hearing this, Lasso was beside herself with panic. So panicked she was flailing. I can't do it. How could I? Lion encourages her, saying she can. Although it will take time, the power from this core will gradually merge with her. He continued. Currently, Aquarius has no master, and without stability, things will only become more chaotic, both internally and externally. Wouldn't it be better if you became a saint? Lasso hesitated. But can I really do it? Lion then presented the core of the Holy Grail, saying she could handle the rest. Back in the present, La smiles confidently, Lion's reminder echoing in her mind as she's drenched in holy water. La's expression is unwavering. I can not only wield the power of the Holy Grail, but also exercise all the powers of the previous saint. Though her experience as a deity is limited, she's confident she's fit to represent Aquarius. She's amazing. Is that her true power? Apollo's spirit now burns with fiery determination. I will definitely support you. Artis was left speechless by his fervor. I agree. This person's abilities are certainly reliable. Taurus angrily retorts, those pawns of the god of disaster. Capricorn also expresses his displeasure. I admit the kid has talent, but you can't just decide to make him a god. Lion signals Lao and the disinfectant to stop, saying he'll sort things out within the Aquarius zodiac. He looked at the crowd below. I've gathered all the members of the Aquarius zodiac here and asked them. No one objects to disinfectant becoming the Aquarius saint. And the people below cheered in agreement. Kim Hu objected. You're pushing it too far. Lion questioned them directly, having confirmed the talent and gained internal approval. So, what's the problem? As you said, Aquarius is in charge of healing and recovery, yet you leave the master's seat vacant? He grew cold. Or what? You want another fight? Don't make me tell Jang Hyun. Taurus thought to herself, you know we can't freely use our power in other constellations, so you're acting tough. She gritted her teeth and said, at the very least we can't approve this without confirmation from the other gods. Lion scoffed. So you'll accept it if it's decided by majority? Just then, the system announced that the Scorpio deity had declared their approval. More announcements followed. Taurus and Capricorn opposed, stating they couldn't approve such a sudden promotion. Lion concluded that with 1 approval and 2 disapprovals from them, the final tally was 4-4. Lion frowned, arms crossed, realizing that even with his vote, it was still a 4-way tie. He bit his lip, eyes hardening with resolve, calculating that considering the disinfectant's position among the gods, winning by their own rules was the clearest path. Just then, Taurus spoke up with a laugh. Lion, are you racking your brain trying to figure it out? She pointed directly at him without any courtesy. But what to do? Even with you, it's still a tie. Kim Shu continued to sneer. Did the other saints even vote to approve of you? Lion gritted his teeth, silently enduring. I want to overthrow them, but I must be patient until that fool arrives. Just then, a voice echoed from behind, followed by an eruption of formidable power. You dare come directly to the realm of the gods? How dare you? Everyone is astonished. Apollo was stunned by the voice, while Lion wore a devilish grin. You overslept again, he thought to himself with relief. My guardian deity, Lion calls out. Narasimha urged sternly, there's no time to waste, let's have a rematch right now. Taurus protested, saying this wasn't the time. Narasimha snapped back. What did you say? The Capricorn god also protested, we're choosing the new Aquarius saint. Narasimha, not caring, shouted, don't worry, I'll fight Lion. Do whatever you want with the Aquarius saint. Kim Hu was furious. What was wrong with this monster? Narasimha stared straight at the gleeful Lion before him. If you vote yes, I'll fight you. Lion was unfazed. And they're even drinking Aquarius's purified water? This is getting interesting. Narasimha opened his mouth and roared. I approve. His lion's roar reverberated, shaking everything around him and cracking the ground. The Taurus god covered his ears, gritting his teeth, thinking, "That stupid bastard." She quietly calculated in her head, "So, we need one more vote." The Taurus god commanded, "Contact the Pisces god. Try for the 23rd time. Pisces, answer me." The system displays a message. Unable to connect. Please leave a message and we will respond later. Seeing this, the Taurus god is furious. That guy is no help at all. The system displays another announcement, a vote for disinfectant as the new Aquarius saint is underway. With support from constellations beyond Ophiuchus, the new Aquarius saint, disinfectant, ascends the throne, becoming the new saint of Aquarius. Aquarius Saint Disinfectant. Lao was overjoyed, jumping for joy. "I did it." Asclepius's daughters were also overjoyed for her. Congratulations. Apollo, still struggling to keep a straight face, applauds Lao enthusiastically, while a speechless artist reminds him to calm down. "Relax, the Taurus saint appears." "Leo, what are you doing?" Another deity chimed in, scolding the purple-haired fool for getting in the way. "Idiot, how do you plan to handle this?" Naraim, unconcerned, pushes the two away. "Too noisy, don't get in my way. Step aside." He stomps his foot, facing off against Lion, as Narasimha cracks his knuckles with excitement. "Ha ha ha ha, so you did keep your promise?" Lion calmly replies. "Of course, I value trust." Narasimha glares, determined to repay the debt from last time. Just then, a notification popped up, stunning him, an announcement from the Space-Time Administration, ordering the forced expulsion of illegal intruders from the God realm. With a taunting look, Lion leaps into the system's fiery red pit. Forced expulsion, you say? To Narasimha's shock, the system displays another message. It has successfully expelled the illegal intruders from the God realm. He turns, his face darkening, to face the system personnel. He's trembling, forcing it. The more he speaks, the more the system employee trembles. Successful expulsion. Narasimha turned to the other gods, who quickly averted their gazes, knowing what was coming. Finally, Narasimha unleashed his full fury. He grabbed the system employee, flailing him through the air to vent his anger, sending the others fleeing in terror. Cut to an island in the Pacific, once a break zone in the human realm, where Hugo Ott wonders when Leon will return as he starts a fire. Hugo frowned, worried that Leon was making others anxious about his father wanting to bring him back. Changda wondered, what's going to happen to him? Hugo is still worried, wondering what he'll do next, but Soapy has other thoughts. Please don't go back. Who am I suffering for? She recalls her own foaming mouth and dizziness, silently cursing, it's all because of that lion. She felt sorry for her past self, constantly blamed by him. How could a saint act like that? Suddenly, Sophie realized, wait, I'm not a saint anymore. Her shout startled Rue awake from his slumber. I've made up my mind. She gets up excitedly, full of energy, and shouts, now that my powers are gone, I won't be a saint anymore. From now on, I'll live a normal life. That way, he won't bother me anymore. She continued to exclaim, I'll have no more burdens. Letting go of everything will be so much easier. A speechless Sangzhou asked, should I wake her up? Hugo helplessly replied, no need. The more Sophie spoke, the happier she became. Goodbye, lion, goodbye, disaster. Just then, a system notification appeared, stunning her with the support from the four temples and the serpent bearer. The disinfectant under the serpent bearer had become the new god of Aquarius, and the Aquarius disinfectant god had appointed Soapy Mary as a saint. The Aquarius saint of disinfection has sworn allegiance to Lion, and the Aquarius temple has become a subordinate of the serpent bearer. Then, a flurry of messages arrived. Where do you think you're going? Where do you think you're going? The remaining three looked at Sophie, collapsed on the floor in tears, without surprise. She's fainted. Suddenly, they looked down in astonishment as Callie surveyed the scene and concluded she wet herself. Ch frowned, clearly disgusted. Jess. From then on, Leon's nickname for Soapy changed from Bug to Bedwetter. Soapy hated Leon even more than before, but just then, the system issued an announcement. The world's administrator issued a warning. A space-time supervisor has detected an unauthorized presence in the realm of the gods. Upon hearing this, Leon jumped for joy. Well, I guess I have to go. Suddenly, the system displays that the intruder has been successfully expelled, and he's immediately teleported through the space system. During the teleportation, he pondered, is this the space-time rift those space-time administrators talk about? Soon, Lion arrived. He looked around, guessing that because this space was between the realm of gods and the human realm, it avoided the influence of both while still having some influence on them. A perfect place to build a base. Should I build a sanctuary here? Upon arrival, Lion immediately began his inspection. Hey, I'm just asking if you have anything useful on you. Did I ever borrow something and not return it? I'll give it to you. Exploiting that administrator was definitely the right call. Now, let's see what's in my inventory. The system displays a message. The Aquarius Holy Society has become a dependent of the Serpent Bearer. You have obtained a God's Tier, stolen a Demigod Realm Coordinator, and a one-time use pass to the Divine Realm. From the Temporal Overseer, Lion takes the card, pondering. If he has this, maybe he can enter the front gate of the Divine Realm? He then declared loudly that the Guardian Gods called him a god of calamity, and that all the Guardian Gods in the Divine Realm were wary of the forbidden 13th zodiac constellation, Ophiuchus. Thus, from the perspective of the other Guardians, Ophiuchus must never exist, for its power affects not only the zodiacs, but all the gods. And so, the Guardian deities, led by Libra and Cancer, tried to destroy him in the Demon Tower when Breha appeared before Lion. Make your choice, Lion, one or the other. Either serve me and be reborn as a being at the top of the world, or fail and be erased like countless other insignificant star spirits. When things don't go their way, they'll find another way to deal with me, even trying to set traps for those who mean me well. Because they keep using such dirty tricks, I can't just sit still and wait for them to attack. Instead, I'll prepare thoroughly and head straight into the gates of the Divine Realm, fair and square. Lion's face was filled with confidence, but a moment later he sighed in frustration. Of course, he wasn't ready yet. He held the card, staring intently with unwavering faith, but then frowned and looked up, wondering how many guardian spirits he'd repaired so far. Libra's Aja has defected to the monarchs, so I should see if there's anything useful left behind. The stinking crab, Cancer Kakinos, has been completely absorbed by me. Since I used his essence as a material, absorbing his myth held no value, and the Aquarius Saint was stripped of their guardian core. I kept the original Holy Grail, and since I absorbed all the sacred power, the Holy Assembly is now under my control. After learning about the three gods, Lion crossed his arms, deep in thought. His side had the support of three guardian deities, Sagittarius, the Radiant Apollo, the Maiden, Crescent Moon Miss, and the new Aquarius Holy Assembly, led by Disinfectant. The thought alone brought a smile to Lion's face. So, if we have the majority, she'll be recognized, right? The system then displayed a notification. The Scorpion Guardian has been confirmed, granting Lion access to information, causing him to pause in thought. Scorpio's guardian deity is a bit mysterious, but based on his behavior, he seems friendly. Suddenly, a flash of joy sparked in his mind, along with the name of that hothead. That muscle-bound simpleton only has claws. After a moment of levity, Lion's expression turned serious once more. Now all that's left are Gemini, Aries, Capricorn, Taurus, and Pisces, the ones who haven't revealed themselves. Pisces used to be a gloomy loner, but how could he disappear so completely? He lay down, his mind drifting. What is that slippery fish doing, just floating in midair, silently reminiscing? Aside from the missing Libra and Cancer, the guardians with ill intentions toward him are Gemini, Aries, Capricorn, Taurus, and Pisces. 5 in total. Lion pondered the power of the three gods who, until now, had underestimated him and come at him one by one. The Holy Grail then appeared, looking furious. I'll let you off the hook for now. I must cleanse that evil god first. Lion remained calm upon hearing those words, but since he could now easily deal with one or two evil gods, it no longer mattered. The real problem is if all the guardian deities attack at once, or if I have to face all the other gods. Such an overwhelming battle would still be too much for me right now. And there are other mysterious figures, like the ruler of the hidden civilization and the Duke of Space, who coveted his power. Apollo said they were after the power he possessed, the power to control life and death. Legion immediately recalled those words. So many forces were after his life and power. Not just the gods, but also the calamity, the monarchs of the hidden civilization. Apollo had emphasized, one day we will meet again. Lion responds with unwavering resolve, making it clear that no monarch is exempt from his wrath. As he speaks, a supreme power erupts and mighty lightning bolts appear. Legion, sensing the raw power, was pleased. Excellent, everything is in place. It seems a battle is inevitable. Elsewhere, in a forge, a massive sword is about to be completed. Time to upgrade heavenly punishment. Out at sea, strange phenomena begin to occur. Waves surge, and thunder suddenly rolls. Those who witness this display of nature are left bewildered. But as they gazed at the sunset, everyone smiled contentedly, as the Serpent-bearer Starmaster's position remained officially vacant. Lion then descended from the sky, surrounded by the same incredible power as before. I will crush the guardians who tried to kill me in the Demon Tower by eliminating the lords who supported them. Receiving such a warm welcome, Lion felt a sense of relief. He vowed to become stronger for himself and his comrades. We must become strong enough to withstand and overcome any external attacks. Elsewhere, a dark, bewitching voice echoes. So, it seems the avatar of pride is immune to all attacks except for stellar impact? The Marquis of Wealth nodded firmly. Indeed, I heard the Spatial Earl was killed after the calamity stole his power. The Grand Master surmised the Temporal Master must be devastated. Lord Fiefdom added that even Cancer's connection to Aquarius's guardian deity was failing, implying the power of the calamity god had far exceeded their expectations. Hearing this, the Grand Master was intrigued. So, what plan do you have in mind? Without hesitation, the Wealth Duke nominated himself. Let me. My lord, I will gather the remnants of the Sloth Legion and cooperate with Pisces to execute the plan. Now that Cancer is gone, Pisces will surely not remain silent. Based on the information gathered, he used his power to force them into submission. A bizarre fear flickered in his eyes and expression. So I'll strike from within. Inside a magnificent castle, a grand feast unfolds at its peak. Hugo then approaches, looking extremely displeased. Legion. He points to something and bluntly asks, "Where did you get that?" Elgin paused, then stammered, "This?" as he put on an awkward, contemplative expression. If I said I killed the Aquarius Guardian to get her stuff, would he go crazy? He then stammered, claiming he found it. Hearing this incredibly boring and absurd reason, Hugo frowned with disdain. It was obviously a lie, and he didn't even bother to explain it to me. "Oh, really?" To avoid further suspicion, Lyon explains frankly. Having brought it back, it should be used for something. Hugo was momentarily surprised. But what is it? He stared intently at the object for a long moment. Come to think of it, we haven't had a proper rest after all those recent battles. Indeed. Lyon stroked his chin, but his voice lacked confidence. Then it settled. Rest is important after all. He placed his faith in that thing, and it must be used to its fullest potential. Ligon chuckled, then confidently declared that he would build a new district and invite everyone to visit when a terrifying and bizarre scene erupted from the top of the castle. Hugo watched in disbelief, his jaw dropping. Before them was a cloud of white dust, swirling aimlessly. Ligon stood there proudly as a spatial gate opened, and a girl ran out with a cheerful expression. "Mr. Lyon, I've brought everyone," he exclaimed with delight. Perfect timing. The others following behind were equally astonished. It really is a hot spring. Seeing the great conditions, they immediately shouted, "Lyon, we heard you made a protein bath for our muscles, so we rushed over. Stop raining, you." Hearing this, Haley blushed with joy, realizing that bathing together meant they were now family. It was all part of his plan to get them to bathe together, and without hesitation, Lyon gave the order. All right, everyone rushes in. Elgion excitedly announces it's time for a hot spring bath, while back at the familiar forge, the sword is still being honed in the blazing fire. The moon has shifted. Pull it up. Lyon approached with a hammer, the words echoing in his ears. Slowly bring it before its master. As he arrived, a satisfied smile crept across his face. Good, just like that. Lyon carries his hammer on his shoulder, his eyes fixed on the heated blade. He raises his hammer, his voice ringing with determination. Endure this, heaven's punishment. And so, Lyon used his hammer to finish the sword, as the system notified him that the blade had withstood a super-powerful blow from its master. As Ligon worked, a look of unwavering determination flashed in his eyes. Hang in there. The heat from the sword seared his rough hands. I will share your pain. Just then, a girl in smile appeared, observing Lyon at work and musing that he always seemed so calm and confident. But sometimes, when he makes that expression, I can't understand what he's thinking. And the hammering continues, deafeningly. With each strike of the hammer, Lyon unleashes a surge of power, his hands growing rougher with every blow. His palms seemed to be smoking. His hands were rough, but Lyon's eyes still shone with unwavering persistence, until he was soon writhing in pain, his face wet with tears. The system displays a notification, and seeing his strenuous efforts, she feels a pang of sympathy. Is he remembering memories she doesn't know? The ore within the armor's axe baron is reacting violently as Lyon continues to hammer away, ordering Jotun to prepare the water. Hearing this, he was slightly surprised. Divine tears? Jotun unconsciously looked up at the copper pot on the ceiling, wondering if it was a purifier. He approaches and immediately orders the holy water from the chalice to be poured. As the water pours, white smoke erupts from the reaction of fire and water. Lyon, however, remains focused on the sword's condition, while the others blissfully soak in the hot spring. I'm starting to feel lightheaded, like all my worries are melting away. Sangdi joins in, looking utterly refreshed. Playing in the water is fun, but soaking in a hot spring is the best. And so, everyone relaxed and enjoyed themselves to the fullest. Before they knew it, night had fallen. Hugo approached, beginning to complain, which caused Rue to simply laugh. It's unbelievable that Leon used holy water and the forge's temperature to make a hot spring, but thanks to him, everyone got a proper rest. Hugo relaxed his face, expressing relief, and said that while we were resting, he snuck off to work. What a workaholic. Rue could only laugh. It showed how much he cared for them. Hugo added that we should also be grateful to those who worked hard to build this place. Rue's face darkened, and he asked, "Are you sure about this?" Hugo's face pales, and he's drenched in sweat. "I'm sorry," Stephen suddenly cried out, bursting into tears. "I never thought I'd be chosen. Did Lion finally acknowledge me?" Hearing that, the scene from before flashed in his mind. Lion had once said that even if we leech off others, we should occasionally throw them some scraps. Recalling those words, Hugo could only sigh. Best not to say anything for now. Just then, Kevin, who was standing behind him, suddenly spoke up. "This is a waste of time." He seemed incredibly annoyed, wondering if this relaxation was truly okay. At that moment, Lion was only growing stronger. "We should be training, not relaxing." Kevin's tone shifted completely as he spoke. "Let me enjoy this for you. Just focus on training. Rest is an investment, too." Then Kevin ordered a nearby young man. "Hey, can you grab me a swimsuit and get out of my body now?" Faced with the request, the young man scratched his head, utterly bewildered. "Which one should I get? Swimsuits for women or swimsuits for men?" Kevin blurts out, "Why are you asking me this all of a sudden?" Miss chuckled teasingly. "Which one do you like?" "I like..." From the depths of his soul, Kevin cried out, "No, I'm not wearing either!" Suddenly, something catches Kevin's eye, and he leans out curiously, spotting a yacht slowly approaching the shore. As he looked closer at the yacht, Kevin gasped, "What is that?" Soon the yacht docked, and people began to disembark. Hugo, stunned, exclaimed, "A TV interview?" Before they could understand what was happening, Fong rushed over and shoved a mic in their faces. "That's us. We're from LBG, and we want to interview the Star Masters who saved the world from disaster." Kevin's face darkened at their purpose. "How did they find us here? This is our rare day off." Hugo, equally annoyed, chimed in, "Yeah, an interview can't be that hard. Didn't you say we should be training? Besides, it doesn't feel right to relax while John's working, and we can't exactly call him out for an interview while he's busy. Well, I guess we'll have to deal with it ourselves." And then Hugo stepped up to respond. "We'll do the interview, but we can't stay long." The reporter, pleased with this agreement, grins with excitement. "Thank you." At that moment, the Marquis of Succubus appeared, smirking with hidden intent. "Excellent. This infiltration is easier than I thought. The Marquis, the General of Prosperity, and his subordinates. Luckily, I obtained the shape-shifting skill from that fish. And if that god of painting doesn't interfere, this will be a piece of cake. We need to break the bond between Lion and the Star-Lords by using sharp questions disguised as interviews to poke at their pain." He surveyed the scene, then fixed his gaze on Stephen, deciding to strike first at the seemingly easiest target. Then, the reporter approached for a brief interview. "We're sorry for what's been happening with the Lion Saints lately." Mr. Stephen Maker simply sighed and replied, "It can't be helped." Despite the dismissive tone, the reporter pressed on, but Stephen suddenly clenched his fist, explaining that it was a reminder of a wound caused by his own mistake. "I lost both arms, but one was replaced with a prosthetic made by Lion." At this, the reporter's expression grew strange. "Then it's a bit strange. Why he only made one arm for you?" It was at this moment. The reporter's eyes narrowed, and he shouted back, "If it were Lion, he could easily create a pair of artificial arms. No, couldn't he have restored your original arm instead of this inconvenient prosthetic?" Faced with the other man's dread, Stephen remained perfectly calm. "What nonsense are you spouting? Of course, the prosthetic hand Lion made is better than my real one." An awkward answer leaves his subordinate stunned. "Oh, really?" And just like that, the first attempt to divide them failed. Just as the agent was about to ask more, Stephen Maker spoke. Before the other could finish, Kevin coldly stated that Legion was indeed the right name, getting all excited just because he received a weapon from Lion. But admitting that Legion is an insult, the subordinate rejoiced triumphantly upon seeing through Kevin's identity. Jackpot. Before he could celebrate, Kevin doused him with a cold response. "What I want is a fight with him, not that fake arm." Kevin then roared at Jung Dahai, declaring that the loss of an arm is proof of his inadequacy. "I refuse to accept those fake items because I want to use them as a lesson for myself, but Lion is forcing me to listen to him with some kind of holy covenant." The system then indicated that the armored skeleton knight's right arm felt hurt upon hearing Kevin's words. Kevin, like an angry demon, recalled that even though that guy was on another level, he couldn't even spar with me a couple of times. I even offered up the Holy Assembly myself. He should at least be able to do that. Seeing his composure falter, his subordinate, posing as a reporter, hastily intervened, urging him to remain calm. A moment of restraint, and the second division, unwilling to appear while Zion was at work, failed before it even began. He couldn't get any information that would infuriate him. Damn it, who would dare say they submitted because they were being controlled by Lion's power? A little provocation is all it takes to turn them into this. They're all just die-hard Lion fans. That damned Time Sovereign, what kind of bogus information is this? His companion's faces darkened as well. Impossible. This is the latest intel we received from the guy in the Black Zone who captured the Aquarius Star-Lord. Can't you investigate information properly? I'll go deal with the liar later. Just then, someone approached hesitantly. Excuse me. The young man explained that Oh Seo-kyun, who was looking for He Yeon-ji, had been captured by Lion. Since we can't continue the interview, let's leave it for another day. Hearing this, the rich man's two subordinates are furious. Damn it, it can't end like this. The two then whispered something to each other. The information provided by the Aquarius Star-Lord and the General also included this name. The secretary says he was taken in by a traitor among us. So, after a brief discussion, they warmly extended an invitation. I understand. Then would you mind answering a few questions? The young man asked hesitantly, his voice laced with apprehension. No, thank you. I'm busy, so I'll be going. Seeing his refusal, they tried to stop him. No, you'd better cooperate. The young man was shocked to hear something strange. The word secretary. What did you say? The young man's mind began to race. How did she know he was a secretary? Before he could understand, the subordinate revealed his true form. That's right, the former master, the children of the Crimson Flame Monarch. In an instant, the young man froze, revealing his true form and uttering treacherous words. Scorpio Star-Lord? A frightening glint appears in his eyes. I have many questions about her. The youth, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, recoiled. What are you talking about? Shufu chuckled, reminding him, No need to play dumb, secretary. We know all about you and your former master, the Scorpion Star Ruler, Red Flame Monarch's child. We received this information from the lazy monarch a long time ago. The slothful sovereign, Chufu's subordinate immediately mocked. Perhaps I should say Libra Star, to make it easier to understand. When I deciphered the Scorpion Star's true identity from Sloth, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Really? How could one of our own become a democratic scorpion? The young man couldn't help but curse. You bastards are nothing but disasters. It's useless to speak the truth now. Miss Hai has long been recognized by the Scorpion clan and other clans alike, and faced with such insults, the enchanted subordinates were filled with pride. You seem so sure of that? The other star spirits are too busy hesitating right now. He paused, then added, is to deal with the threat that Lion poses. Do you think they'd still act this way if Lion disappeared? To unify, they'd likely eradicate the Crimson Flame Monarch's bloodline. The young man retreated, stammering assurances, but Miss Hai had allied with Lion Jian. Uncle Fu pointed angrily and shouted, You sly fox! Do you really trust Lion? Someone who hates their own race. Would we accept your master? He's just using her as a tool. Once she's used up, she'll be discarded. If she betrays Lion and the Star faction, could she return to our side? Don't the monarchs and star spirits hate those who betray their own kind? But our monarch, Master Fu, is generous and benevolent, and based on your actions, he may accept you back. I heard that God of Calamity is a madman, right? I can't imagine how much you've suffered. Hearing those brainwashing words, the young man realized he had indeed suffered greatly. Seeing his silence, Hugo's subordinate continued. So, what do you say? Want to take care of that madman and join us? This time, you can save the Scorpion Star-Lord's future too. You have saved people before, Secretary, haven't you? Meanwhile, Hugo strains every fiber of his being, as Jotun chuckles with glee. Hey, Master Slave, your fire control skills aren't bad. Butter chuckled in response. Better than that wild flamethrower over there. Hugo chimed in with a compliment, surprised that he was being praised. He suddenly peeked out, still trying to project his voice. I'll bring the water soon. Hugo spotted a familiar figure and quickly realized who it was. Oh, Wasson, did you properly say goodbye to the reporter squad? He replied simply and calmly, yes. Hugo chuckled, scratching his head apologetically. Sorry, I've been too busy helping Jian to even do interviews, so I had to leave the hard work to you. Wasson smiled and shook his head, saying it was no big deal, prompting an enthusiastic farewell from Hugo. Good thing you said that. I'll buy you coffee later. As soon as he left, Wasson's face darkened. No need, I'm not shameless enough to accept that. The system then displays a notification activating the Secretary's Bible management skill, the Secretary's privilege, reviewing information on the Gospels of John, Sangay, Yuha, and Tixu. Choosing Tixu's Gospel, Wasson watched Hugo's joyful figure, thinking, This gospel is short and easy to manage. He then drew out a sharp weapon. I'm sorry. He swung his hand towards Hugo, causing dark power to gradually approach him. Soon, Hugo felt a strange sensation wash over him, and a dark thought escaped his lips. John is a bastard. His heart races. Hugo's relaxed demeanor vanishes, replaced by irritation and anger. Why does this name change feel so wrong? The system displays a message. Faith in the serpent bearer is temporarily plummeting. The faith reduction rate is negative 150%. Lion then pops his head out. Hey, you said you were getting water. What are you doing standing here? The repairs to Tianfa are almost done. And you have no patience at all? Wasun stood silently by, sweating profusely, trying to listen. The work is almost done. Once the Arbiter awakens, we'll just need to make a few adjustments, and that'll be it. Hugo remained silent, his heart burning with vengeful fire. John, you bastard. Hugo's eyes flashed, his mind screaming Legion's name. Legion simply smiles, seemingly happy. Thanks for all your hard work. Once the divine punishment is over, let's order some beer and fried chicken for dinner. Hearing this, Hugo immediately agreed. Let's get beer and chicken. We should call everyone. Seeing things weren't as he imagined, Wasun was utterly stunned, watching Leon and Hugo with his mouth agape. Hey, you just destroyed his faith and all he needs is chicken and beer? He gritted his teeth in fury. Right, you're right. I forgot for a moment. The system displays a notification. Otexu's faith in the Star-Lord is temporary and near rock bottom, with a negative faith rate of 150%. But whatever, no big deals. Faith increased by 250%, a complete turnaround. Reading this, Wasun realized Otexu was truly Leon's most devoted fan in every way. As Wasun pondered, something hurtled toward him. He realized it just in time. Thanks to his large build, Wasun narrowly dodged the attack. Wasun didn't dare move as the sharp object pierced deeply into the wall. After a moment, he finally mustered the courage to look up. That crazy pen? What's this? The wooden pen, unable to write lies, has come to find its contractor. It questions why you didn't use it to pressure the contractor. Seeing this, Wasun trembled, hearing a voice in his ear. Hey, Wasun Book, you think I didn't notice you messing with the scripture I gave you? Lion sternly reprimanded, pulling the pen out with his bare hand. I was curious to see how far you'd go, but you've truly crossed the line, he warned with an eerie smile. If you don't have a good explanation, I'm really going to lose it, you hear? Facing his sharp expression, Wasun was terrified and pale. He remained frozen in place as Lion casually approached with a pen in hand. Terrified, Wasun immediately backed away. What was going on? Seeing his fear, Lion exclaims with delight, "Oh," he chuckled, his tone mocking. So, the divine punishment has awakened? Then, a terrifying surge of power erupts, leaving onlookers in fear and wonder, what is that? Sensing the surge, the two underlings immediately rush forward. Could this terrifying power truly belong to a calamity god? The energy began to wane, forming a small focal point from which a torrent of power erupted. As the power approached, the two cursed subordinates panicked, crying, "It's coming right at us." Soon, that power descended like a divine punishment, so terrifying it parted the sea. After an earth-shattering tremor, a strange object falls from the sky, and the minion trudges forward with heavy steps. He cursed in anger, his immense power having destroyed Pisces' divine artifact, dispelling his transformation. Damn it, and I transformed so well. Then he turned and asked, "Hey, are you all right?" The other one collapses, weakly groaning, "Damn it, I've been hit." Just then, El Gian appeared, his voice full of hidden meaning. Is this guy the first victim of the new product? Seeing him, they were stunned, uttering, "Calamity God." Lion chuckled and continued to taunt. "What do you think? You must be shocked, speechless." He then unsheathed the sword he had worked so hard to hone and spoke in a steely voice. "My new divine artifact, a monarch-slaying assassin. The upgraded Heaven's Punishment Blade, Pro Max, currently at the same S rank as the Core of Stars." A figure stood atop the mountain, below which a marquee consumed by blue-black energy roared ferociously. "I guess this is the first victim of my new product?" A trembling voice echoes. "Calamity God?" Lion grinned wickedly. "What do you think? Surprised enough to drop your jaw?" The cold voice continued. "My new divine weapon, the upgraded Heaven Punishing Blade Pro Max, which annihilated the Monarch, now at S rank, on par with the Core of Affection." From afar, a figure hurtles toward them, wondering what on earth is happening here. "What's this? Wait, don't tell me that reporter team is the disaster." A cold snort emanates from Marquis Jubal. Lion retorts, "Of course the Punisher smelled disaster and came here on his own." You should really learn from Heavenly Punishment about detecting disasters. He smiled, reaching out to Marquis Yubu. All right, come here, Heavenly Punishment. As if receiving a command, Marquis Hufu struggled violently, and something shot out of the water, flying straight into his hand, suddenly transforming into a massive axe. His eyes went blank, and both Hugo and Marquis Chufu were left speechless in astonishment. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared in the sky, startling Hugo. We heard an explosion and came to investigate. What's going on? Hugo asked, startling the 3 who were confused by the situation. Hey, you kids need to get out of here. One of them wondered why their father was standing there, waving his arms around strangely. As they saw Lion standing there, a miserable scream echoed, and all 3 of them screamed in unison, as if in shock. The Archduke of Gluttony rasped. The time has come, and a surge of green energy was unleashed. The Marquis grew larger, roaring as his power surged, leaving Hugo in stunned disbelief. It's replicating, and suddenly he's thrown by the Archduke and falls onto its massive horn. Ligen soars, hurtling toward the Archduke. He shouts, "You're not going anywhere." Hugo is shocked by the sudden turn of events. At the great sanctuary Serpentarius Water Tower Hot Springs, a boisterous voice echoes, prompting Stephen Marer to speak with concern. Should we go check on them? Kevin A. waved his hand. Jian must be inventing something weird again. Oh well, let him be. Duke Chufu uses all his strength to escape from Li Jian, screaming, "Don't follow me, you perverted flasher." Hugo grabs Lion's leg, asking if he thought he could escape. At least put on some pants, John. Shorts will do. He continued in a calm voice. What about the case of Leon chasing a 4-legged disaster while naked and being grabbed by the leg by Hugo? Kevin Aza replied, just leave it. Stephen Marker nods in agreement at the Centaur Holy Ground, Apollo, the star of the Centaurs. The attendant of the Crow Guardian, Dark Yang, cheers happily. Master, you look so much cooler with that long, flowing hair. Apollo, holding a lute, excitedly replies, You think so too? The Virgo Guardian teases, The more hair you have, the more you use. He frowns, remaining silent. He continued, Corvus, go to Aquarius. We may need to order some more divine tears. Be polite. Yes, I understand. The Serpentarius Starmaster, temporarily doubling as the Sagittarius Starmaster, has unexpectedly summoned the Black Crow. Black Crow speaks, Why did you suddenly summon me? Hugo sees Hugo as a savior. Oh, Crow Demon, you're just in time. Stand guard for me. It was uneasy, sensing something bad from its crow form. What do you want from me? Hugo commands him to stand there silently. Lion slowly opens his mouth. I forgot my underwear, so I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you. Black Sun is taken aback, huh? What are you two talking about? He continues. I mean, I don't really care about being naked in nature, but the story is urging me to answer quickly, and I, the author, am trying my best to keep this series from being labeled as obscene. Lion frowned, more concerned about Hugo. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have caught that general. Hugo was helpless. All right, my bad. He continued, Well, nothing can be done about it now. What's done is done. The kids can handle the replicated disasters. The two stare intently at the boy. Now, let's think about what to do with this one. He questioned, Puan Yu traitor, why did you do it? Yujin spoke slowly. They mentioned Hai, saying she'd be isolated by the Guardians for being from a mysterious civilization. Yujin's voice deepened as he added that they'd use her and discard her when she was no longer of use. Besides, you're especially vicious when it comes to things like disasters. Legion is annoyed. So you don't trust me, and you didn't tell Hai about this? You believe the empty words of that disaster? Yun hangs his head. Was he too hasty? I won't make excuses. Just punish me. A fist lands on Yun's head. Good. He's furious. He has a ton of work to do to readjust the Prox's divine punishment. His head swells, and Yun cries out in pain. He continues, Your punishment will be a flick to the forehead. What's with you? Yujin shouts in surprise. You're not going to kill me? Even though I betrayed you. Lion says, You're capable and useful. You also know how rare good secretaries are, and you still have to teach Ju. I value people above all else. And above that, I have to see if they harbor hostility towards me. Whether they're a disaster or a lucky star, I don't care, Yun teases. Leave it to me. John, if necessary, I'll use the entire treasury to make it happen. He continued, saying that Hai met both conditions. And you think I'd throw away someone so skilled and loyal? Am I crazy? The price you'll pay is more work. You'll be drowning in paperwork. Don't think you're getting off easy. Let's go. Tick, tick, Yun screams in despair. Do you really think this will make me obey you unconditionally? Why did you let me live? Hugo looks down from above. What else is there to say? Don't you understand, Jian? If I can't bring myself to throw you away even now, do you think I'd abandon you? That's what he meant. Yujin's face was one of disbelief after hearing that. He continues, saying that even if you betray Jian, he'll forgive you as long as you remain loyal to Hai. From what I can see, Jian is trying to hide this. If you regret it later, apologize to Hai before you do to Jian. If she found out about this, I think she'd be very disappointed, which is why Jian didn't let Hai come here. Yujin stared silently at the rope binding him, gritting his teeth as his hands trembled. In his heart, he couldn't let it end like this. In the U.S. territory of Guam, the Libra branch office had closed. The exhausted Marquis wandered through the back alleys, barely escaping, when a figure appeared behind him. "Do you dare anger me? I'll execute you with feet soaked in hot water." This memory has been altered by the Duke's rage, and he screams in panic. That bizarre god of calamity. Just you wait. Suddenly, a loud noise stopped him in his tracks. Yin emerges from the shadows, relieved they chose this meeting place. His secretary asks if he's still in one piece. Yujin calmly replies that he also took the opportunity to slip away. He smirks, saying, "We still have a chance. Let's discuss the plan later." The Marquis of Wealth interrupts, "Forget the plan. Hasn't everything fallen apart?" "The god of calamity has been discovered," Yin continues. "I didn't come empty-handed. I brought another who harbors resentment. I've heard from the secretary. You're the one holding my mother, aren't you?" A soft feminine voice echoes, "Greetings, Mr. Chufu. We're not exactly strangers, are we?" He doesn't seem to recognize her. In his mind, she's Libra's daughter. Kaleklin Yuan smirks. "Well, now shall we discuss the plan?" In Seoul, South Korea, on a beautiful day, a massive explosion suddenly erupts, and monsters emerge from the earth, roaring to the heavens. The Marquis of Gluttony is pleased. Just as the Marquis said, the barrier surrounding the sacred ground of the god of disaster has disappeared. Let's give them a housewarming gift. The monster opens its mouth, unleashing a blast of purple energy, striking nearby buildings. People screamed in terror, wondering what was happening. Are the calamities attacking? Purple energy flies everywhere. A cold voice echoes, "Did you really destroy the barrier of the holy ground?" Callie waves her hand, saying, "Of course, she is still a contractor." Everyone looked at her in surprise as a loud voice echoed, "Lady Callie, please be careful." "Where is his divine artifact?" Callie continued. "The upper levels can't contain Lion's weapons?" She continued, to everyone's surprise. "More importantly, what do we do with these centaur zealots?" "That's enough," Duke Jubu says coldly. "I'll take care of them." She closes her eyes, awaiting his command. Hurried footsteps grew closer as Gung Yaren Hai rushed in, asking, "Is everyone all right?" He saw everyone collapsed on the floor, and Kali approaching them, he panicked. "What happened?" He stares at Kaylee. "Why are the calamities here? Have you betrayed us?" Goth demands an answer. Marquis Kali speaks up. "Looks like there are still a few left." "You know what you have to do, right?" he emphasized. "I still don't fully trust you. If you want to see your mother again, show me some sincerity." Kali said coldly, "Looks like what you just saw wasn't convincing enough, huh?" She draws a sword. "Very well." She lunges towards Gost and Yaren, as Gost takes aim with his bow. He screams. Xia Hai releases his hand, but it seems Kali is surrounded by a shield, and Ghost is stunned by what just happened. He raged, "I hit her! But how?" Kali waves her hand, easily defeating the Goths as a system message announces the serpent scale barrier is protecting the believer Kali. She spoke softly. "I can't believe Legion gave me the authority to use this skill. It makes dealing with them so much easier." A crossbow is aimed directly at her head. Yaren can't believe it. She's holding the crossbow, tears welling up in her eyes. "Why did you betray us?" Kali asked softly. "I'm sorry, but I tried to cozy up to Lion to get a position. But it didn't work, and I wasn't willing to put up with it anymore, so I decided to switch sides." Her eyes turned cold. "But you know what? In battle, you can't afford to be so emotional. You'll forget what's important." She attacked Yaren as if I weren't her only enemy, blood splattering on Kali's face, but she felt nothing. Duke Chufu speaks up, "Did you let your guard down?" "Or are you still hesitating?" She replied softly. "Perhaps both," she continues. "It's strange to meet like this, considering we know each other, but what else can I do? If I'm going to be stopped by things like this, then I need to become stronger. Are you satisfied now? Or do you need more proof of my sincerity?" Recalling a memory, she says, "Hello, Chief Master. This isn't our first meeting, is it?" Within the Chief Marquis, she is the daughter of Libra, Callie Collin. What will Callie do next? Yujin says, "So, you want to discuss the plan to get Callie Collin, Libra's daughter, on our side. She supposedly betrayed Libra to join Legion. Can we trust her?" He responded, "You say you want to join my side? Why should I believe you?" She says, "I'll help you reclaim the fragment. It's in Korea, inside the Serpent Bearer's sanctuary. I'll break the barrier to help you get in." He was shocked. What? The fragment of the Lord, a relic capable of creating disasters. It was a treasure the Lord lent to Joner Louis Morin and Sylvia. After Sylvia, disguised as Kevin, was defeated by Legion's forces at the Lionheart headquarters, they took it and stashed it away. The fragment is now in Lion's workshop on the top floor of the Legion Tower in Korea. Here's my plan. Legion and his people will be in Hawaii for a while, busy repairing the new artifacts. A hand rests on Kali Eugene's shoulder as a voice says, So, well, before Legion finds out, we'll fix the Bible, disable the barrier, and steal the fragment from the workshop. Of course, as secretary, I'll handle the Bible. Since I have to fix the Bible and destroy the barrier, I'll be acting alone. But don't think I'll do everything. Once the barrier is down, you'll have to go in there yourself. If you don't hand it over, I won't trust you. We need some insurance too. What if you're just setting us up? Aren't you trying to destroy the Serpent Bearer Sanctuary from within? You still need us after all. I'll let Callie go with you as a guide, though it's not much. Don't doubt her. We can trust her. She's the daughter of Libra and the strongest human, besides Lion and the head of the My Star family. You won't find a better guide. The Serpentarius Master slowly speaks. Libra's daughter. What do you want in exchange for joining my side? Callie sighed, resigned. With her mother and the Libra order fallen, she had no choice but to join Ophiuchus. But that didn't mean they had good intentions, especially given her Libra origins. Therefore, I want to see my mother again, help her rebuild Libra and take my rightful place. You're keeping her, aren't you? I'll cooperate, just let me see her. Do you need more proof? The Wealth Marquis said, placing his hand on her shoulder. Enough, I sense your sincerity. Let's go. She complimented. Good. He wondered, how do we get up there? Callie replies, just use the elevator. He's wary. What dangers lie within? She reassured her, don't worry, keep going. Now that we're in the sanctuary, we're basically done. Beyond the elevator doors, she slowly closes her eyes, a monster lurking in the darkness, her voice chilling. Callie really is a good actress. The elevator ascends to the 77th floor, the doors open, and there stands the Archduke. She slowly says, we're here. This is Lion's workshop, where the fragments of opulence are. Want to take anything else? The Archduke of Affluence smiles contentedly. Good, very good. Now open the door. Callie replies, understood. The Archduke appears touched. I apologize for doubting you. I didn't expect you to be so competent. As a traitor, he suddenly punches Callie in the stomach, her body trembling, and she staggers back as he roars, Fool, did you think I'd trust a bunch of traitors? Don't worry, I'll send the secretary to you soon. And with that, he dragged Callie away. Suddenly he roars, What? The door's locked shut, I can't escape. He was confused. What was going on? A voice echoed. The moment you stepped into this tower, you fell into my illusion. His voice trembled. That voice. You're the Red Monarch's daughter. A cold voice echoes, I'm honored you noticed. Marquise, how dare you entice my innocent subordinates to do foolish things? You'll pay the price for that? He sneered. Fool! It doesn't matter if I have this little thing in my grasp. Suddenly, his eyes widen in disbelief as he shouts, A clone? Is this Cancer's ability? You were planning to trick me from the start? He plummets into the abyss, but to him it feels like a swamp, not solid ground. Wait, don't tell me this is Scorpio's poison lake. I have to get out of here, fast. Power amplification. He looks up, seeing a glimmer of hope. Is that the exit? He uses the momentum to leap upwards, as a voice echoes out. Hey, you finally made it? A group of people stood there, each with a bow aimed at him. A voice from the crowd calls out, We've been waiting. Marquis Chufu panicked. Weren't you all killed by Callie? A golden energy was unleashed, and a figure wielding a great axe raised it high as Marquis Chufu screamed in agony. The golden light nearly devoured him, his body severely damaged, and in his heart, he cursed. The moment you entered this tower, you were caught in my illusion, Lord Jufu, so everything here is an illusion. Callie emerged from the crowd, sneering. Jofu, you look terrible. He fumes. Callie, you damned witch, how dare you deceive me? She's serious, how awful. Do you even have the nerve to say that after ambushing me from the shadows like a coward? Callie is praised by Ghost and Yeren. Well done, Callie. Thanks to you, we caught a general-level threat in one fell swoop. She hugs Yeren tightly. Sorry, that was just acting while controlling the clone, right? Yeren laughs. Of course, of course. Marquis Chufu threatens. You wanted to see your mother, didn't you, you wretch? Callie, head bowed, slowly replied, She committed too many sins. She has to pay. The only reason I mentioned her was to lure you here. Marquis Chufu sneered. How contradictory. Abandoning the mother who bore you, only to crawl to a father you don't even know, hoping to leech off him like a parasite. Kali was stunned, and in a fit of rage, she kicked him in the face as everyone watched in horror. What? You didn't know? She belongs to Lion, she shouts furiously. Shut up, the Marquis taunts. What's wrong? Ashamed that your secret's been exposed? Are you ashamed? He staggers to his feet. Kali is wounded, and the Marquis teases her. You were the one who said not to let emotions get in the way during a match. The polluted lightning source inscription. Her face is etched with pain. Everyone was stunned by the sight as two figures rushed forward. Kali slowly said, Sang and Day are worried. Kali, are you hurt? Yuha asked, confused. What's going on? One of the 10 strongest saints injured by carelessness? Kali interrupts, Shut up, it's nothing. She continues, wiping away the cold sweat. With the power of Ophiuchus and Aquarius, you have eliminated the disaster's pollution. Sangjo points forward. Hey, you over there, that general. Kali stammered, Thanks, I guess. Sangjay shouted, It's over. Your forces are decimated. Resistance is futile. And that curse you placed on Kali, we dispelled it. You've failed completely. Marquis Chufu smirks. Is that so? Is that what you call a complete defeat? Then there's only one thing left for me to do. He roared, self-destructing and taking at least one with him. Kali panics, realizing they shouldn't have provoked him, and shouts for everyone to retreat. Yuha says it's all right, glancing behind her. He's here. Everyone turns to see a pillar of light erupt, forcing the Marquis to flee. He angrily turned to see Yu Jin appear, a sinister smile on his face. Hallie leisurely raised her teacup for a sip, then slowly opened her mouth. Huh? What did you say? You don't understand what's going on? All right, I'll explain everything starting from the end of chapter 130. Let's go back to the memories. Lion spoke up. You can pay with labor. You're swamped with work, so don't dream of an easy rest. Let's go. In a furious outburst, Techu Yujin roared, You think I'll follow you sincerely just like that? Why are you keeping me alive? Hugo looked down at him. What do you think? Do you still not understand what John is trying to do? It means if I won't even discard you, why would I use the Scorpio bow? The man was stunned to hear that. Hugo continues, explaining that John let it go because despite the betrayal, he still tried to remain loyal to Hai in his own way. In my opinion, John considers this matter closed. If you ever feel guilty, apologize to Hai before you apologize to Jian. If Hai knew what you did, I think she'd be very disappointed. So that's why Jian wouldn't let Hai come. Yin looks down at the restraints, biting his lip, his hands trembling. I can't let it end like this. Back in the present, Yuin is kneeling on the ground, admitting his mistake and lack of foresight. Please give me a chance to atone. I don't want things to end while I'm still guilty. H is worried as Jujin Lion slowly begins to speak. So, you finally realize what you did wrong? Forget it and spend sleepless nights editing the scripture like you were told? Or what? Would you rather be disemboweled or lose an arm? He slowly sat up, rolled up his sleeves and grabbed his weapon, preparing to stab himself. Seeing this, Lai Jian shouts, Damn it, stop it, that's enough. Hallie gently advises, Jian, why don't you hear him out first? He speaks up, All right, talk. What do you plan to do? Yu Jujin happily says, They still think I betrayed the serpent bearer, so we can use that against them. To everyone's surprise, Callie steps in, and I will be a part of that plan. Everyone was surprised, but Callie was confident because I'm from Libra and no onion, making me an easy target to deceive them. I've already discussed it with the person recording everything at the beach, and Lion approves. All right, that doesn't sound bad. If needed, Scorpio and I can also provide support. I agree. Proceed with the plan as you've prepared it. If all goes well, we can wipe out an entire general-level faction with minimal effort. Hallie gently sets down her teacup. There you have it. Do you understand now, Bayan? The monster roared, Damn it, you've had me in the palm of your hand all along. She ordered Duin to continue analyzing him. Yes, sir. If we dig deep enough, we may discover a precept. It roars, Traitor to the doctrine of migration, do not touch the honor of the covenant. A piercing scream echoes out. Sade speaks up, saying it's noisy over there. They want to shout about the old teachings. Yuha is worried, but what about Kali? It's too quiet over there. I'm getting anxious. I've been texting her nonstop, but no response. The message appears on the phone, and Yuha asks, Has she just been holed up in her room since she got back? A voice from within draws their attention. What did Marquis Bonnie say to Kali? Yujin says, he said she's trying to hold on to a father who doesn't even recognize her. Another person interjects, adding context as if her father were continuing. Kali's mother was a Libra saintess and Lion had such a relationship with Jalance. The other continued. So their final battle was just an emotional spat? Sangdae looked confused, then spoke up. Hey guys, chatting is fine, but please go somewhere else so no one eavesdrops. Yuha and the others each make excuses to leave. I have to go fix my bow. Goodbye. I have to go too. Oh, I just remembered I have urgent business. I need to go practice archery. She sighed, and Sangdae spoke up. Chi, instead of sitting here, why don't we go see Kali Nuna? She huffed. You just want to go out of curiosity, right? Is Sangdae avoiding the village? I mean, it's just Yuha continuing on. Never mind. Kali is probably thinking things through. She must have her reasons for keeping this a secret. Let's give her time to sort things out. Sangdae covers his mouth and laughs. You two bicker constantly, but you're still worried about her, aren't you? Why, you retorts annoyed. Shut your mouth. She sighs. Let's just go outside. I need some air. Sangjae replied, yes. Should we invite Dad and Uncle Jian along? She interjects. Those two are having a private conversation and the elevator doors are still closed. Lion spoke slowly. So much has happened lately that I haven't had a chance to talk to you. He produced a box. Apollo returned your parents' souls last time. Hugo opened the box and golden light emanated from within. Hugo was moved. I can't believe it. I never thought I'd see them again. Even so, the Sagittarius Saint Apollo said restoring their souls was the best he could do. I know the situation was dire back then. Thank you, Saint Jian, please. Lion responds, understood. He casts a spell, praying for their peace. With the power of Ophiuchus, the two souls are being released. In his heart, Hugo thanked him. I've grown up strong and proud. A voice echoes from the box, saying they are proud, as the souls of Sam and Emily Otters are released. Lion smiles contentedly as Hugo wipes away his tears. Sorry, Jian, this must be hard to watch, Lion consoled. It's okay. We're family. We all understand. I know better than anyone what it's like to lose family, and with an ending like this, your position as the Serpentarius Saint is as good as gone. Hugo is confused. Huh? Damn it, he guessed right. How did you know? Lion replies. I know your personality all too well, you fool. Now that you have your parents' souls back, you'll stay in Sagittarius to repay Apollo, won't you? Hugo confessed, yes, and I still have people under my command here in Sagittarius. If I abandoned them to become the Serpentarius Saint, I couldn't face those who followed me. Lion smiles. Your sense of responsibility. Sagittarius is under my constellation, so who you officially belong to doesn't matter. I won't force you. Just do what you think is right. Hugo bows in thanks as Jian steps down as temporary saint, leaving the position vacant once more. The Sagittarius Temple rejoices at the return of their saint, Apollo. Lion had made up his mind, but I still felt a little sorry since there was no one quite like him. Knowing his personality, I couldn't force him. Hey, Jian, wait. You were only appointed for your technique. Don't take it back, Lai Jian is thinking. Now who should we appoint as the next saint? If we're going by faith, experience, and dedication, it would definitely be those two. Yuha and Sangjae sit around bored, glued to their phones. Yujin turns to see Sangdae and announces, hey, Jim and Min's here. Yujin is happy, Sangjae and Yuhanuna. Sangjae wonders if Jim Min is with him. Yujin is confused. What? Liprik appears behind him, having found him. A surge of energy is released. Everyone froze in shock. By the time they could move again, the blue energy had vanished. Inside the cafe, a fierce wind blows as a figure lies on the ground, and a mysterious voice echoes, Sangdae, Sangdae, wake up. Yua speaks up, Sangjae, are you okay? I'm okay. Sangjae is confused. What's going on? Is everyone from the coffee shop here? Everyone was confused. Where are we? I guess so, Yuha wondered. But what the hell is this place? Liprik coldly asks. So, you're finally awake? She smirked. Sangja demands, did you bring us here? She laughs. Oh, don't shout, I'm not deaf. She continues, and now is not the time to focus on me. The Pisces bow's silence skill has been lifted. Sangjae and Yuha look up in surprise. Everyone looked up in unison, utterly shocked as she continued. This is Lord Chufu's territory, and crazed monsters roar from within iron cages, reaching out. She said coldly that this was the arena he directly managed. Troll Yuha, you must be familiar with this kind of atmosphere, right? Everyone is terrified. What in the world is going on? We were just at the cafe. A beam of red light descends from the sky, drawing everyone's attention. It's a lord. A lord has appeared. A massive figure looms behind Yuha. It's one of the lords, entities on par with the sages of the nameless civilization. The lord smiles wickedly, full of confidence, and roars, gather in this arena and listen closely. Here and now, we've captured the humans, including the cursed servants of the calamity god, the very ones who seized my loyal subject. The Marquis tortured and humiliated him in every way imaginable. I ask you, do they deserve to live? Death to these vile and depraved humans. Execute them all. His voice grew more and more deranged. Kill them all. Sangda panics. Sis, I think we're in big trouble. Yuha stands before him. Hey you, you're Liprick of the Pisces Sanctuary, right? Liprick responds, you know me? Yuha continued, only a Pisces saint capable of guiding this many people through the black zone with Pisces magic could rival a Gemini saint. That's you, Pisces saint. Yuha continues, asking why a saint would brazenly help such a lord. Lee Rick chimes in, isn't the Libra Palace the same? I'm no different. Sangda sighed, there's just no reasoning with people like this. Yuha shouted, is all this just to avenge Marquis Bon? Yuha, please, just let me and my brother go and release the others. Sangde reached out, but it was too late. How could he possibly sneak them out now? Lord Chi continues, kill these human beasts and avenge Marcus Banyan. Liprick smugly says, see? The disasters want your blood. Consider yourselves unlucky. Sangdai angrily shouts, nonsense! You call that a reason? She scoffs. Anger won't help you here. You should be more concerned with surviving. Panic sets in as they realize they're surrounded by calamities. Please, I don't want to die. But that won't save you now. Monsters swarmed them from all sides as the Lord overlooked the scene from above. He gives the order, kill them. And the monsters surge forward in a frenzy. Callie senses something amiss, an unease settling in her heart as the crowd is told to step back, allowing only the Constellation investigators to enter. Confused murmurs spread. What was happening? Word was that everyone in the building had vanished without a trace. Standing in the crowd, Callie wondered what she was being dragged into this time, as the two figures called out to her. So here you are, young lady. Callie is slightly worried. That voice belongs to a servant of Libra Palace. He spoke. My lady, this is urgent, so I'll get straight to the point. Will you come with me? Your goddess is desperately searching for you. Yuha! Holding the sword tightly, she shouts, Sangdae, what about the others? He responds with this, end it. Everyone recoils in fear. Yuha declared, I'm still alive, and turned to Sangdae. Sangdae, are you okay? He replied, I'm fine, just a little tired. Listen to those fools laughing. Those disasters sound pretty upset. The Lord smiles mockingly, impressed that the disaster god's generals are not to be underestimated. He opened his mouth and spat out a beam of light. Should I try what Slot told me not to? Everyone watched in horror as their souls began to leave their bodies. He roared, reaping the abundant power. He devoured their souls, and Yuha realized in horror that Sangjae was facing a soul absorption technique. Impossible. Enraged, he charged forward, but Yuha was too late to stop him. Sangjae, no. The Lord of the West is amused. You're the master of that damn toad? He and Sangjae clash, but Sangjae seems to be running out of strength, unable to defend himself. Lord Chi laughs maniacally. Just as Slot said, he told me you'd all go crazy if I touched the commoners instead of the air. Sangdae struggles. Let me go, you bastard, he shouts as the Lord smiles sinisterly. You want me to let you go? Yuha stood below, stunned. He could continue, and then he released him. He crashes to the ground, and Yuha is horrified. She saw Sangdae lying motionless on the ground, large drops of blood dripping from his nose. Sangdae. A foot hurries down the stairs as Callie wonders what's going on. What's all the commotion up there? What's going on? One of them explains that the area is an arena managed by the God of Abundance. Using a teleportation skill, we bypassed the God of Abundance and came straight here, to the prison where warriors and beasts of the arena are held. It seems they've all been taken out. How dare they imprison a Sanus in a place like this? Those truff bastards. We have to save her now. Let's go. This way. Callie suddenly senses something. She noticed a red light emanating from the end of the corridor where a woman was imprisoned. Her mother. She was nearly powerless and unable to resist. The new gods imprisoned her, and only a god-level authority can open this prison. That's why I brought this. He's shocked to see it. A relic once belonging to the Saintess. The Key of Slot, a sacred artifact exclusive to the god Slot. Callie secretly took it from Legion's workshop. She inserts the key and the door emits a red energy, revitalizing the woman within. She collapsed to the ground and Callie knelt before her. Mother, it's me, Callie. Her face froze when she heard her name, and she happily reached out. Callie, you've come. I knew you would. I've missed you so much, my daughter. Suddenly, Callie grabs her hand tightly and says sternly, Mother, Callie, what is it? She continued, You came to see me thinking it might be the last time. Don't tell me you're planning to take my body? She smiles, of course. You are my backup plan. Did you really think I valued you so much? Now, quickly hand over your body to me. Callie hangs her head low. You haven't changed at all, Mother. If I let you continue, you'll do something terrible again. Right? I'm sorry, Mother, but please don't resent me too much. Callie, the temporary Serpentarius Saintess, absorbs all the power of the Libra Saintess, breaking her hand and causing her to scream in agony. She continues, drawing out every last bit of her mother's power. Callie picks up the key, and the other woman screams, "What in the world are you doing?" Callie stops dead in her tracks. "How dare you treat me like this?" Callie coldly turned her back and left without looking back, picking up a sword and hacking away until the wooden bars fell, creating a ring large enough for one person to pass through. She coldly stated, "This is the last bit of mercy I'll show you, Mother. Even if you escape, you'll never regain your former power. Go wherever you please." The woman sat there, stunned. "Mercy? After what you've done to me, you tell me to leave? Go where? What am I supposed to do with this empty shell? This wasn't how it was supposed to end. If you'd just given me your body, I could have reclaimed my position as a god. You were my backup plan, prepared after Gel and Asia. You were created from my and Lion's data to preserve the future. You are just a vessel, and no matter how much you struggle, your purpose will not change. Why won't you listen to your mother? Why won't you give me your body? No, that's the true meaning of a vessel. Have you forgotten your place now that you're close to Lion? You want to live freely, you useless thing, unable to even fulfill your assigned role. Never, ever appear before my child again." She turns and leaves, the curses echoing behind her. Fine, cling to Lion and enjoy your little fantasy while it lasts. What face will Lion make when he learns who you really are? Callie, do you think you can bear it? Callie, my foolish, pitiful child, clinging to a hopeless dream with such an obvious ending. Callie is sorrowful. Truly, she shouldn't have come here. She should have closed her eyes and said no. Tears streamed down her face as she wiped them away, thinking, "Damn it, it's okay. I just need to go back to my father. If I go back to my father..." The monster sneered, the height of contradiction. "You abandoned the mother who cherished you, and now you cling to a father who doesn't even know you exist." She says, "Go back? Would it even be okay to go back?" Callie suddenly looks up, remembering that the arena above belongs to a chief god, doesn't it? What if Yuha and John Sang-jae are up there too? I have to get them out of there now. We stand no chance against a god. She ascends to the platform, witnessing the scene before her. The Lord is crushing Yuha's frail body. He turns to CC standing there and speaks. "What's this? Who do you think you are intruding?" So it's just him, slowly opening his mouth. "Libra, not some cheap slot knockoff?" Callie screams, "Chan Yuha!" The Lord speaks. "Oh, so you know these guys?" I was going to snap their necks. I was a little thrilled to hear they were servants of the plague god, but the fun ended as soon as it started. Callie was confused by both of them as he continued. "Actually, I already killed one." Seeing Sang-dae on the ground, she was devastated. Enraged, she flies toward him, but he raises a hand, unleashing a burst of light. She was thrown back, sprawling. A sinister smile crept across his face. "How disappointing." He flicks Callie away. She cries out in pain as the Lord raises his fist, delivering a blow that sends her crashing into the wall. He taunts, "Oh, is it over already? How boring." He suddenly turned. "Ah, that's right." He lifted Yuha high. There's something interesting sealed within her. Some kind of evil beast with power so uncontrollable it sealed itself away. Such power is wasted in the hands of an ordinary human. Callie struggled within her. Wasn't that beast in her arms something her mother implanted? "Okay," he continues, "I've decided maybe I'll find myself a pet like the god of chaos." Callie cries out in alarm. "No, troll Yuha." He lowered Yuha and grinned savagely. "This is even better than I expected." Yuha glares at Callie. "Yuha's game!" Lord Kui commands you to bite. Yuha frantically lunges toward Callie. Panic set in, and she didn't know what to do as stones rained down from behind. Yuha rushed to block her path, and in a panic, Yuha gritted her teeth. Enraged and helpless, she tried to pry Yuha's hands from her head. Lord Chi laughs gleefully. "Already on the ground? How easy. Fight back a little harder." As if receiving a command, Yuha rushes forward wildly, but Callie stops her, saying, "Yuha, wake up. This isn't the time for this." But Yuha only becomes more frenzied. Damn it, has the beast taken over her body? She's not listening to reason. I have to get Sang-dae and everyone else out of here. I don't have time to fight her. I'll have to take a shortcut, don't blame me. A flash of golden light startled Yuha, and the sight horrified the Lord. They cried out, "What is that?" "It's divine power, the strength of Libra." Golden threads lifted the goat and Yuha high into the air as the demon lord, confused and enraged, ruined the atmosphere. He glared at Callie, slowly saying, "I don't understand you. You're incomprehensible." "What is it?" "You and those two are all that's left. All of you servants of the god of calamity cling to life until your last breath." "Why? Can't you make a more desperate face than that?" The moment of struggling to live, then finally giving up in despair. That's the moment I love the most, so don't ruin my fun. Callie smirks. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? She breaks free from her chains, declaring that in the serpent bearer's scripture, they never give up. I will survive and return to my father, no matter what, and who do you think I am? I am who I am because I'm just like my father. Lord Ki is enraged. Is that so? Fine by me. The power of abundance? He smirks. Then let's just keep struggling until the very end, Callie shouts. Come here. Then, as if realizing something, she panics. The Lord threw a punch, but a hand shot out and stopped it, leaving him in disbelief. Callie is shocked to see Lion standing there, single-handedly holding off the Lord. He slowly opens his mouth. Hey, is that all you've got? Lion blocked the Lord's attack with a single hand, standing firm as a rock. The Lord was furious at the sight, and Callie was terrified. Damn it, no! A voice echoes, Lord Lion. The Lord gritted his teeth. Lion, are you the god of calamity? Lion extends his hand. Everyone calls me that. But I don't even know if I really am him. The Lord hangs his head, speechless. Lion wondered how he did it. He strained. How did you find this place? This is supposed to be the heart of my territory. Lion smiles. Oh, that? He said softly. It's all thanks to this guy. The Lord fumes. Bay Neon? Impossible, General. So, Marquis Bon has finally been defeated? That wretched scourge. Lion growls, demanding to know the location of his captured people and children. The Chia Lord looked up coldly. Everyone was suspended in the air above. He continued, but you see, this is what they all look like now. Lion scowls. What the hell have you done? The Lord grins wickedly. Don't you like it? Just as you tortured and killed my generals, I'm just having a little fun with yours. Then the guy behind you suddenly activates Libra's power. Callie stammered. That was me. I was just going to do something. But Lion gently interrupted, saying she could explain everything. Callie stammered. Later. I'll explain everything later. I really will. A hand rests on her head, pleading for trust as the saintess of the serpent bearer, Kaloran, activates her super regeneration. She felt a surge of power coursing through her as Lion said, Callie, you've been trying to do this all alone. Callie is taken aback by his words, her eyes welling up with emotion. Yes, she burst into tears like a child. Yes, I'm so sorry, for being too weak to save Sangdae, Yuha, or anyone else. I'm sorry I secretly took the key from the workshop. I'm sorry I secretly went to see my mother. I always mess things up and cause trouble. I'm sorry. I have so much to apologize for. Lion speaks up saying it was a compliment, so how did things turn out like this? He gently replies that it's okay, he'll take care of cleaning up the rest. He turns away, telling her that if she has so many apologies to make, she can tell him when they're safely home, and he'll listen to them all. Callie is taken by surprise, feeling incredibly warm. She recalled her past thoughts. It's okay. Just return to your father. But if I go back to him, it would truly be the height of contradiction. You abandoned the child you once cherished most, and now you cling to a child who doesn't even know who you are. Return? Is it really okay to go back? Snapping back to reality, she wipes away her tears and cheerfully replies, yes. Lion steps before this high priest, apologizing for the wait. You are the chief god of abundance, correct? You've caused enough chaos, now you'll pay the price. He crossed his arms, looking at him like an idiot. I wasn't waiting, just digging through memories because something feels off. Are you really the fourth disaster? The saint? The calamity I know isn't you. There was a time when we main gods attacked humanity together, 20 or 30 years ago, when we invaded the city called Sun, right? We remember it well because we not only sent troops, but we also went down there ourselves. Lion sighs. What the hell are you talking about? He continued, recalling how the main gods at the time had pressured them to hunt down the god of calamity. They were certain they had encountered the 13th saint, the god of calamity. And we personally killed him. But the disaster that we killed definitely wasn't you. As if struck by a sudden realization, he continued. Now I remember. He smirks. Ah, yes. You're the one from all those years ago, aren't you? He laughs more and more maniacally, collapsing and weeping as he clutches the remains of the calamity god we killed. You clutched that arm in despair back then, and you still cling to it now? You must feel relieved. You know that feeling, right? It's infuriating when you can't remember something, the more you try. So that damned time god made such a fuss only for us to kill the wrong person? Well, it doesn't matter anymore. Killing you will end it all. He raises his fist, ready to strike Lion. Lion's face darkened, his rage reaching its peak, his muscles bulging. With a somersault and a single punch, he successfully took down the Lord. The monsters murmur in understanding as Lion clutches his head and cries out, So the gods gathered together, tore my family apart and left nothing behind? He roared, so it wasn't a coincidence. He raised his hand high, his face becoming terrifying. I will crush and devour you all. The monsters began to murmur amongst themselves. The Lord has been struck down. The Lord lies on the ground, barely breathing, as green energy is released from his body. Thousands of blue monsters appear, embodying the power of abundance and harvest, sending the other monsters into a panicked frenzy. Lord, what's happening to you? The Lord says, I was a little careless. He gives a sardonic smile. All right, I admit you live up to your name, God of Calamity. From now on, I'll fight you with everything I've got. Lion lands a punch, sending him staggering back. A heavy thud echoes as the Lord collapses, writhing in agony. You damned disaster, you son of a bitch. I swear I'll kill you. He continued to roar, the power of abundance taking root, a blue liquid enveloping Lion as he continued to summon. The power of abundance grows as he roars, tear the calamity god apart, and something hurtles towards Lion. A blinding red light emanates from Lion, startling the monster and leaving the Lord in disbelief. What is this? The monster roared, a battle about to begin. The Lord gritted his teeth in anger. Impossible. You created a beast. He couldn't believe his eyes. What the hell have you done? Impossible. Are you using the relic I lost? The fragment of abundance, a relic exclusive to the god, containing the power of abundance. He roared in anger. No, even so, it can't be used without my permission. How did you do it? Lion explained. According to the Secretary and the Celestial Zodiac, each god has a precept, like the Bible of the Saints, so I tore Bion Neon apart and deciphered all of your precepts. Now I can use all your power. A crazed monster attacks the Lord. The Lord remains stubborn, refusing to yield. How dare a beast like you defy me, knowing who I am? He raged. Get out of here! He roared. The disaster-level god, Lion Jian, stood before him, his aura overwhelming. He roared in fury. How could he be alive after I tore him to shreds? He's regenerating. Lion Jian activated super regeneration for the calamities he created from the fragments of abundance. He trembled, but remained defiant. Get out of here, so that's it. He figured that even with equal power, his beasts could regenerate endlessly, and in a battle of attrition, they would surely lose. The beast I summon will eventually be left behind, but this is my chance. He continues, for I will have a wealth of materials to harvest and regenerate the power of abundance. Harvest, he gives a sinister smile. I've been using them to nourish and restore my body. Then he suddenly froze, screaming in agony. Damn it, you wretched disaster. Don't tell me you infected the beast from the start? The curse of the affluent is corrupting. Ligen leaps into the air, crushing his neck, and he screams in agony. The monsters stir. Certain death awaits if we stay here. Run. Wait, not that way. We're doomed. They scatter and flee. Lord, Lord, stay away, Lord. Have mercy. In his heart, he's walking towards the beasts. Does he think this is his arena now? So, this is the reason? Is it because you possess such immense power that the Time Lord targeted you? Lion slowly approaches him, and yet no one mentions this monster. That damned Lord of Time. He slowly continued forward as the other man offered a placating smile. Oh, catastrophe god, I've lost. He inwardly conceded defeat, unable to believe that he, a chief god of abundance, would meet his end like this. No, it couldn't be. This made no sense. Activating the over-regeneration skill for the Lord of Affluence. He's shocked. What the hell? Lion ordered him to his feet, coldly saying, Come on, let's keep fighting. The Lord cries out, Hey, I told you, I lost. You won. Just say what you want. The souls of humanity I devoured, my territory, or to see him brought low. He grabs the Lord, slams him down, and tears his arms apart. The Lord screams in agony. Stop. I'll do anything you want, anything you say. Lion cuts him off, telling him to stop pretending, because he won't be leaving here alive. He said coldly that he wouldn't die, then growled that his only choice now was to fight. Lord Qi angrily throws a punch, but Lion counters with a fist of his own. Damn it, the Lord of Affluence's super regeneration has been activated. Enraged, he brutalizes the Lord, sending him crashing through a wall. He follows up with a kick, sending him sprawling as he cries out, Damn it, catastrophe god! If you're going to keep healing me, then I'll just keep coming at you. He lunged, but a single blow sent him flying. Ligen punched him again, and he collapsed to his knees, his body trembling as he coughed violently. Damn it, he can't even land a hit. How can a newly awakened saint do this to him? A lord? No, impossible. If he heals me one more time, what am I even waiting for? Hurry up and heal me. Don't tell me you're waiting for me to heal you? Starting to get scared? Seeing his wounds refuse to heal, even as death approaches, he must wonder why I won't heal him. But from my perspective, I've healed you dozens of times, and you still haven't landed a single decent blow. What's the point of continuing? He thinks this humiliation. He continues to provoke. Is he out of breath already? Should I lower my power level to match yours? Activate super regeneration for the Lord of Abundance. The Serpent Bearer's master has withdrawn his power and sealed all divine abilities. There, I've sealed my divinity. I won't use the Serpent Bearer's power anymore. To you, I'm now just a normal human. One hit from you, and I'm done for. How about it? Feeling confident now? Just how long does he intend to humiliate me? But even so, can I defeat him? No, he's even sealed his divinity. If I can just land one solid hit, forget the pride, just one hit and I win. He lashes out with a punch, flailing wildly, but Lion evades every blow. He casually approaches. Even without divinity, I cannot be defeated. What have you been doing all this time? Obsessed with power, lording over this land with such pathetic strength? Only knowing how to bully the weak. Where's your arrogance from before? Is that all there is to a great lord? Get up. I'll revive you as many times as it takes. Just keep coming at me. The Lord's lips began to quiver, begging for mercy. Please, have mercy. I was wrong. I've lost. I'll do anything you ask. You want me to bark like a dog? I'll bark. Crawl like a worm? I'll do it. I'll return every soul I devoured. Giving up this land will never happen again. Please, spare me. Lion's eyes began to blaze with fury. Why? Tears welled in his eyes as he begged, Save me, please. I'll do anything. His cries echoed in despair. Anything you say, I'll do. Just don't kill me. Please, give me a chance to live. The Lord's body trembles. Why do you have that face and say those words just like them? Powerful currents surge through Legion's body. His systems activate, and the Serpent Bearer's super regeneration skill begins to mend his ravaged form. But the rate of destruction outpaces the regeneration. White and black light converge, and the Lord is in immense pain. A monster. He truly is a monster. What should I do? I'll do anything to live. The situation was chaotic and brutal, as Liprick calmly observed from above. Rick, damn you, you're still watching? Pisces, save me, get me out of here. Liprick casually replies, wondering if he can help at all. How can he defeat Lion? Why don't you just keep begging like you were before? You bastard, if I get out of here alive, you're dead. Dust, bacteria, anything. Turn me into anything, as long as I can escape. All right, I'll turn you into something that can create a small opening. Elric starts snapping his fingers, and you take care of the cleanup. Blood streaks run down Lion's cheek. The system appears, granting him the Pisces skill, transforming him into the face of the woman before him. His hand clenched in fury as Lion Jian roared, How dare you wear that face? He channeled all his power into his palm, crushing the face, and in a split second, his arm reached for the top of his head. The Cursed Lord clutches his face in agony, crying out, My face! My face! Lion, consumed by rage, relentlessly attacks. The system displays a message. The Lord of Affliction's core has been extracted, and he has lost all of his power. Lion coldly states, I told you, you can neither live nor die. Thanks to your regeneration and super recovery, you're now just a lump of meat for me to tear apart again and again. The Lord's face contorted in agony, eaten until he burst. Wait, Callie, standing to the side, is stunned by the current situation. She's shocked. Lord Lion is like a completely different person. Suddenly, her eyes lock onto something in the distance, life and death unfolding before her. What is that? The power of life and death has awakened, stirred by Zafu's rage. Lion's eyes glowed with a hint of anger. What's going on? Before him, life and death materialize. We have been waiting for you, Holy One of the Serpent Bearer. We are honored to finally meet you. At long last, we have an audience with you. Lion angrily charges forward. What's this now? Are these guys enemies too? More wannabe lords, I presume? But wait, we are not your enemies. We are the two divine powers of the Serpent Bearer, life and death. He rested his chin on his hand, saying, Sounds like a pair of knockoff witches. Not exactly, Lion said gravely. I thought life and death were just attributes, not conscious entities. So why appear now? Death continued. Actually, you awakened us. Your heightened emotions overcame our slumber. Now the time has come. Choose one of us, the holy figures, and become the complete god of life or death. Lion's face remained indifferent as he replied, No way. Death says in surprise, Hey, at least pretend to think about it. You want me to choose, but you won't even tell me who you are. How about introducing yourselves? I will crush everything. I sense an overwhelming rage and a burning bloodlust from you. A fierce battle between dinosaurs and monsters. Legion continues, describing an unforgiving violence that tolerates no one, a will to erase everything before him. Death continues excitedly, stating that he is the embodiment of disaster and his power is fully realized. You must become the god of death through me. Saint, what do I gain from this? Death continues. You could wipe out this entire world. Isn't destruction what you desire? No. Lion suddenly interrupts. I know, no need to repeat it. Life speaks up. I was also very touched by you, Saint. The system announces that the super recovery skill has been granted to the Holy District, amplifying the effect of super recovery incredibly. Life continued. You refuse to kill your enemies, choosing instead to let them live and suffer eternally. System notification. You have granted super regeneration to the Lord of Abundance. The Serpent Bearer has withdrawn its power, sealing all of the Saint's abilities. I just retracted my divine power with my own hands. I will no longer use the power of the Serpent Bearer, the life entity said somberly. I acted out of reverence. Lion sighed. What is this? You don't expect me to show you mercy just because you're the god of life, do you? Life is suddenly excited. How absurd. Resurrecting them again and again to experience eternal pain. Isn't that how one truly feels alive? That's the attitude a god of life should have. You were destined to become the god of life. He coldly retorts that it's not a god of life, but a god of torture, and there's no normal choice here. What is this? It's like asking if I like mom or dad more. I wasn't planning on choosing a divine power right now. Why would I have to give up one to keep the other? So it's a complete loss then? The two of them became agitated. It's not a matter of wanting to, it's a required ritual for the Serpent Bearer's saint. Enough. I have too much to deal with to be choosing right now. I still have to heal Sangjae and Yua, save the people caught up in this, and clean up the mess of charms left by the Curse Lord. Can't these decisions wait? Death begins to whisper. Damn it, waking up at the worst possible moment. What the hell? Being forced to choose a divine power right now is too much. Lion stands calmly with his arms crossed. All right, let's do this. Since Techu, have you chosen any other saints? Why not appoint one and use them to test your power? Meanwhile, Chuha was still fighting with all her might against a monster with many glowing eyes. It suddenly stops in front of Yua, becoming ferocious and letting out a deafening roar. Death appears, saying, So this is our Yuha. You've been fighting the beast sealed in your subconscious this whole time? That was a close call, but it's certainly your style. Now that I'm here, rest easy and think about where you're going. Tron Yuha asks in shock, Who are you? Ah, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Death, one of the two great divine powers of the Serpent Bearer. By Lion's decree, Tron Yuha, executioner of the Serpent Bearer, I have come to bestow upon you a title, Saint of Death. I've been watching you fight very closely all this time. I'll definitely win. I'll become stronger so I can stand alongside Lion. I poured everything I had into that indomitable spirit and the burning rage against my enemies. I like that very much. Accept my power and become the Serpentarius Saint of Death, Tron Yuha. She will easily break the will of those beasts. I will grant her power on a completely different level. So, what's your decision? John Yuakali is now kneeling next to John Yuha's body. Lion thinks Yuha seems to be progressing well. Are you planning to let her try it out? How generous. And you, Saint, just need to appoint one saint to each of us, for a total of 2. Wait, 2? Death chuckled. What's so surprising? The Serpent Bearer's divine power far surpasses that of any other constellation. So with 2 divine powers, of course, there must be 2 saints. Lion crosses his arms, looking up. 2 people, huh? I've already got a few candidates in mind, but Tron, Sangjae, and Chuha are tied up, and those kids aren't ready yet. The sudden silence of death breaks through. Holy One, don't cling to the rules. Learn to be flexible. Yes, standards dictate qualification. But even with shortcomings, if they have the will, grant the title first, and let the responsibility guide their growth. Life continues, surprised that such reasonable words came from your mouth. Silence. I never thought I'd learn a leadership lesson here. But he's not wrong. If situations like this keep happening, where they can't solve things alone, adapting to the situation is the right thing to do. Life suddenly whispered in his ear. Sage, something's wrong. No matter how hard I look, there's no soul in this kid's body, just an empty shell. What do we do? His voice turned cold as he said, A Serpent Bearer's disciple doesn't die easily, thanks to the blessing of the stars. It seems the Lord of Calamity has harvested Sangdae's soul. Lion suddenly turns, seeing a sphere of dark energy before him. It's inside him? Chan Sangdae's hands begin to tremble. He placed a hand on his chest and sighed. So, I still have a way to manage this, right? Okay, I have to keep his soul from being absorbed by the Lord of Wealth. Everyone says with resentment, even if we hold on, it won't be the end for us, will it? Tron Zangdae is extremely excited, urging them to push a little harder. It's okay, Uncle Ligae. No, Sir Lion will come and save us soon. Suddenly a voice cuts through the air. Kid, it's useless. Don't waste your energy resisting. We can't give up. We have to do whatever we can. Tron Zangdae is shocked, his eyes widening as he looks ahead. Everyone is tightly bound, and there's Liprick, coiled in dark vitality. What is Liprick planning? He suddenly lunges forward. You're mistaken. I've been here from the start. Suddenly he stops, his eyes wide with shock. What? Liprick slowly says, what you saw outside wasn't the real Liprick. I am the real Liprick. I was abandoned by the Pisces constellation long ago and swallowed by the Master. We're being sucked in, hold on tight. Tranzangye laughs, saying it's not dangerous. That light clearly means they shouldn't resist, but go through that gap. Really? Liprich watches in surprise as they float into the air. Huh? The ram grabs her hair, understanding dawns. Huh? What? Get over here, my hair, it hurts, my hair. Suddenly, a bright light appears in the sky, and Lion says with a smile, You've worked hard, Zongd. So you've been fighting inside all this time? Suddenly, his eyes freeze as he looks ahead. What's this? A huge pot is boiling, bound tightly by chains. In Hugo's hands are bags filled with food, soon Republic of Korea, Egon holy ground of the Serpent Bearer Tower. I'm back from the market, John. I got the ingredients for that spicy stew you mentioned. Good job. So when do we eat? Tonight? It'll take a while. It needs to simmer for a long time to taste good. Hugo wondered why he was here, instead of in the restaurant's kitchen. And what's with all these chains? This is getting complicated. Hugo Utos looked down in surprise. Was it crying? A scream echoes from within the pot. Let me out. Hugo is speechless, his face pale as he pretends not to hear anything. After all, it all happened so fast. The kids were taken by the cursed lord and nearly died upon their return. Thanks to you, everything worked out, Lion sighed. But it was just luck. Even with Ophiuchus's protection, we're not immortal. We barely saved them in the nick of time. Hugo added that he felt like a failure for not realizing the kids were in danger, saying he'd normally scold him, but this time he shouldn't blame himself. Hugo's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, what? So kind all of a sudden? Those lords must be tough to deal with. Hugo sighed. Everything's difficult, so where are the kids now? Lion looked up at the sky and said softly, They're resting quietly in their rooms. I'll talk to them later. Inside the tower, in True's room, her body was covered in burns. The magic circle boomed, accept my power and become a true saintess. Then Tron Yuha, you can control these evil spirits as your own subordinates. I will grant you power on a completely different level. So what will you do? Tron Yuha's face darkens as she looks down, asking for more time to consider. Death calmly continued. Not too interested, I see? That's not it. Was I too hasty? This happens a lot. Then think carefully and call me. You can summon me through that mark. A symbol appears on Tron Yuha's hand. Until we meet again. Am I worthy of such great power? I'm stronger than before, but I still can't overcome the evil spirit sealed within me, nor defeat the cursed lord who endangered Song, the goats, and everyone else. Someone like me. Looking back, am I truly worthy of becoming a saint? So that's what's on her mind. John Yuha exclaimed in surprise. How long have you been in here? Don't you know how to knock? I knocked like 1,000,000 times. You just didn't hear it. The system window appears, activating the skills of husband dumping, clairvoyance, and, well, you know. Truha points in surprise. Did you undergo the saint empowerment ceremony? That's right. Tron Yuha worried, is that going to be okay? We're not qualified to receive that power yet. I'm surprised to hear you say that. Sis, weren't you always willing to do anything to become stronger? I hate feeling helpless when I can't save others, and I don't want anyone else to suffer like I have. With this power, I can save and help countless people. Why refuse such strength if it's offered? Tron Sangda's arm begins to tremble. And honestly, I feel even guiltier than you do for receiving that power without meeting the conditions. I used to be called a genius, but now I'm just this. A genius with potential. So from now on, I'll do my best to prove my worth, and then I'll defeat both of you. Just you wait, I'll prove beyond any doubt that I can do it. And so, Tron Sangdai's face was now full of confidence. You see it too, right? Chan Yuha slowly begins to raise her hand, saying, That's right. Her face was filled with determination. She had thought about it for too long. In that instant, death appeared before Tron Yuha, who laughed and said, I've been waiting for you. Tron Yuha, so you've made your decision? Her palms clenched tightly. Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. The mark on the back of my hand is starting to glow, and no matter what, I will do it. As the window inside glowed in the night, Lion looked up and muttered, Good, that's the spirit. Hugo, eyes wide with surprise, exclaimed, What? Yuha's room is special for a reason, he continues. Wait, why are you talking to yourself without explaining anything? Explain. Suddenly, the Kali cartel boss appeared before him. What was Kali doing here? Oh my, is it this late already? Lion said quietly. Teach Shu, watch the fire for me, okay? Where are you going? Suddenly, he turned back, smiled, and continued. I told you. Callie sat up straight, proper and poised, a private audience. Lion began, "All right, this is the archive of my research facility, so you don't have to worry about anyone eavesdropping. Back at the Rich People's Arena, you seemed to want to tell me a lot, and I have some questions for you as well." His eyes are sharp, so let's get straight to the point. Callie looks wary. "Say everything you want to say." Lion begins, "This is the archive in my workshop, so you don't have to worry about being overheard. It seems you had a lot you wanted to say to me back at the Coliseum, and I have some questions for you as well. Let's speak frankly." Callie looks hesitant, so speak your mind. Her body trembles. What should she do? Though resolved, she couldn't bring herself to speak. Lion continued, "It seems it's not easy for you to open up. If it's too difficult, allow me to start. You need only answer. I've already discovered a few things." Yunim once tried to create a copy of herself. Yaso asks if they thought combining divine power with your data could make it a reality, and if it was successful. Yaso's face darkens. "No, as far as I know, it failed. At best, it would only create the water deities we encountered before. That's all I know. But if they continue that plan in some form, we may face the consequences somewhere, based on what we've experienced and discovered in Aquarius." The monster begins to scream. "Damn it, I've been led on from the start. The law of prosperity I drew from general prosperity, my own mother, will have to face Iganim. I don't want that to happen, but I still don't want to get involved. The distance between you and Libra is too great to call it a mother-daughter bond. I've seen it with my own eyes and confirmed everything." "Callie, wait." Lion Jian clasped his fingers together. "Are you okay?" "Yes, I'm fine." "Please wait, I'll explain it myself." Callie's voice suddenly held a hint of hesitation. "Based on Ignim's data and my mother's data, I am an artificial human. After Mr. Hugo US receives this package, please sign here." "All right, all done. Please deliver it with care." Yes, rest assured. So that's how it is. It's that time of year again. They always come up with the strangest things here." Jiang Jie frantically waves his hand. "Father, thankfully it's Sang Jie and Yuha." Suddenly, Hugo Otis's eyes froze as magical formations appeared before them. Enraged, Hugo Otis pointed, "What are those things on your heads?" This kid insisted something was up, and now look what he's done, turning all our children into Ophiuchus. I had my suspicions, but this is too much. He could have at least left one for the centaur. The goat man sobbed, crying out, "Father, wake up. I understand how you feel, but face reality." Why should we follow the centaur? Abandon that foolish dream. That's why it hurts even more. Yuha holds a letter in his hand. It's that time of year again. Announcement: the 20th Constellation Assembly will be held in front of the Serpentarius Constellation's Yon Tower. Where will it be held this time? Jiang raised an eyebrow, wondering what it was. An entire constellation meeting? But isn't this supposed to go to Uncle Jian? That's right, I have to get this to Uncle Jian quickly. The two of them hurried off to find Uncle John, leaving the room in complete silence. My mother, the Libra Saintess, conspired with Aquarius and repeatedly tried to replicate Yun, using Egun's special elixir, a concoction made by fusing Ophiuchus's life force into Aquarius's holy water. Calming the mind, boosting energy, healing wounds, curing diseases, increasing stats. If they could replicate Igon and mass-produce copies as subordinates, Libra would be unstoppable, but they repeatedly failed. Of course, how could they replicate an entity beyond their capabilities? In the end, my mother accepted that creating a perfect copy of Igon was impossible and changed her strategy. Instead of creating a perfect Igon, she decided to create a completely new entity infused with Igon's data, intending to use it as a backup for herself. Perhaps she thought it better than creating a flawed copy of Igon. The odds of success were much higher, and she succeeded. And that's how I was born. Footsteps slowly advance. John Yun Ha excitedly waved and said, "Uncle Dayan, we're here." She was surprised. "Huh? He's not here? Where did he go?" Suddenly a loud laugh erupted nearby. True Ha thought, "Oh, he's in the lab. Is he in a meeting?" Callie seems to be there too. Her eyes suddenly stopped, looking behind her, as Changde wondered aloud. "Hey, what are you doing?" Lion is still talking to Callie. "Let me ask you something else. How could Jelaloran use the power of the true gods, and how was she connected to them in the first place?" Callie bowed her head, answering slowly, "Slot. That was my mother's true identity. She was one of the outer gods who crossed over into this world. The outer god of sloth, Slot, the god of oblivion, chaos, the abyss, and indolence. The god sent the weakest among them, Sloth, to scout Earth as Astral emerged and the zodiac system began to take root, observing humanity. The time god chuckled. If you find traces of the destroyer god as instructed, report it immediately. If you're ever in danger, use this. It will turn the tables immediately. This is the favor I grant you, the weakest among us. But the lazy celestial had no intention of blindly obeying, feigning compliance as she quietly waited for her chance. Then, one day, the lazy celestial encountered an unexpected event, a fateful meeting with the Libra Saintess, Jella Lauren. The monster is defeated, Gisela says. The monarch himself has appeared on Earth. She continued, saying that if she didn't use divine descent immediately, she might be in just as much danger. Gisela raised her hand and said, "Let's end this now. I have no malice, so don't resent me." The monster begged for help, then suddenly turned back, weakly saying, "I didn't want to come here either. I'm the weakest, so I was sent as a shield." It continued, "Just spare me, and I won't do anything. I'll quietly return and never come back." Gisela was stunned. Asia and Gisela Lauren were indeed powerful, but not ruthless. In that moment of hesitation, the monster roared, unleashing a power that would change everyone's fate. A power so immense she couldn't believe her eyes. No way, he was hiding this power. The monster roared suddenly, drawing closer, Jella's palm now clenched tightly around the cross. The great overlord slowly began to rise, and so, the lazy overlord, his mouth stained with the blood of Jella Lauren and Asia. Lion listened intently, arms crossed. The problem was what came next. Normally, swallowing a saint and a ruler would be the end of it, but the lazy lord was not satisfied. Seeing an opportunity to change the fate of the weakest monarch, he took a gamble, deciding to merge 3 entities. Gelia and the lazy sovereign became one, and the gamble paid off. Lygian wondered how she knew so much about something that happened before she was born. Callie scratched her head, forcing a smile, and replied, "I'm my mother's backup in case anything goes wrong. I also heard a bit from my mother, and because I share her data, I inherited some of her memories." "Then why didn't you side with Libra?" Callie angrily retorts. "I told you, I don't like how that star spirit acts at all. Haven't they done things worthy of scorn, creating enemies more than once or twice?" He continued, "So why did you leave Libra to come to me?" Callie hesitated. "Well, ever since I was little, to unlock Gun's power, I've constantly studied Lord Lion. The Libra people kept saying Legion was a waste, but I felt he was truly amazing. So, there are those who risk their lives to protect the world. Those who are so strong and wonderful. I inherited the power and blood of such a man. If he hadn't died at the Demon Tower, I would have loved to have met him. And so, I felt that everything I had done and my time in Libra was meaningless. Until one day, a loud voice shouted, 'Breaking news!' from behind Callie. The man who appeared at Aquarius's press conference today has been confirmed as Legion, proving that he destroyed the Demon Tower and returned safely." Callie excitedly recounted that the moment I saw the news, I wanted to see Legion immediately. But what would I do? I'm lucky if he doesn't despise me. What if my existence is denied by Legion? Thinking that, I couldn't bring myself to go. So I endured and restrained myself. Time passed, and after confirming Leon's actions, my mother chose a decisive battle. She would face Lion, no doubt. I didn't want to, but it was better not to interfere this time. I vaguely excused myself, claiming neutrality, and ran away. The power of the 7 stars gathered over Seun and soared into the sky. And as the battle neared its end, the suffering citizens prayed together for Seun, their city. Seeing them pray for Lion, I couldn't contain myself. Callie knelt to pray with the others, knowing she had to see him. With that thought, my body moved on its own, not my mind. That's all there is to it. I just wanted to see Lion, no other reason. Since I'm special, I probably can't stay as a stable hand, right? But just meeting you is enough for me, so it's okay. I don't plan to overstay my welcome." Lion replied with a slow, measured smile. "Is that so?" Callie, stunned, lowered her head, clutching her hands as she trembled. "No, I still want to stay. I'm sorry for coming. Sorry for being greedy. Sorry for being born. Sorry for having ulterior motives. I'm shameless, but please, let me stay." Suddenly, Lion crossed his arms, smiled gently, and called her name. Callie. Suddenly, Chan Zhongjae and John Yua burst in, yelling, "Uncle Lion!" "Don't kick Callie out, Uncle," Yua shouts. "Callie did nothing wrong," she shouted at them, surprised and angry. Callie asks shyly, "Hey, where did you suddenly come from?" Sangda replies, "Where should I even begin?" Yua added, "We can't hear everything." Callie asks if she knows that's the most worrisome answer from her position, as Yuha clenches her fist and yells, "But I don't want Callie to be driven away like this." Yuha points at Callie and says, "I will personally crush you completely and make you submit in defeat." Callie retorts, annoyed, "Who's afraid of you?" Yuha and Callie stare each other down. Yuha bit her lip, trembling with embarrassment, as Callie began to tear up as well. Yuha hugs Callie, saying, "So that's how complicated things are? I feel so bad for her." Sangdae asks, Uncle, can't Kali stay at Chitin? He replies, Sang-dae, did I ever say I was going to kick Kali out? Even before you two were eavesdropping, I didn't say that. Sang-jae replies, so you already knew. Yuha cries out. Move, he says, to which Kali replies, you're the one clinging to me. Sang-jae suddenly remembers and says, oh right, I have this for you. Lion reads it and asks, a convention of all star branches, so all the representatives are gathering for a meeting? Yuha and Kali are still bickering, as Lion says, all right everyone, stop what you're doing. Attention everyone, I have something to show you all. Our chance has arrived. Lion smiles as the reporter's voice echoes across the desolate arena, marking their debut. Good evening, viewers, the reporter continued. This is LBG Live News, and we're in the Black Zone, formerly under the control of the PHU Monarch. The host continues. Thanks to Lion's leadership, the Serpentarius constellations defeated Lord Chufu and his servants, rescuing countless hostages. Now let's hear from the survivors to better understand what happened. They say that Mr. Lion appeared and completely overwhelmed the monarch, and the Serpentarius Star Lords protected them. But thanks to him, we escaped the Black Zone without a single casualty. He's truly amazing. The reporter responded, as mentioned in a previous interview, that reclaiming the Black Zone is a great victory for humanity. Let's keep up this momentum and drive the disasters off the Earth to reclaim our lost territories. Stephen Marker stares at the screen, saying, things have completely spiraled out of control. He thinks, just recently, Legion annihilated the Monarch of Gluttony and the whole world is celebrating our reclamation of the Black Zone. In an eerie scene, shadows gather, discussing the upcoming Star Cluster meeting, perhaps about this very issue, when a figure approaches from afar, their footfalls heavy on the ground. He followed and said, Mr. Stephen Marker, the teleportation preparations are complete. Stephen Marker turned back with a cold face, his hand gently touching the magic screen. Stephen Marker initiates the teleportation, thinking that, as the reporter said, they must continue to advance and eliminate the disasters. This Chitin meeting must reinforce the solidarity of all mankind, and they've chosen DR Sky Island as the location. Sang-dae says, aren't these all cheap items? Only the price is high-end. What? Cheap? Who are you to judge these masterpieces? Sang-dae said, raising his knife. I could break all this stuff with the knife you gave me. They both shouted in unison. These masterpieces were forged by a group of genius workshop masters. Don't compare them to the garbage that Lion made. The two began to argue. What? Awakening? Awakening what? Am I wrong? Just then, Stephen Marker arrives. Sang-jae roars. You're insulting my uncle, aren't you? Stephen Marker calls out to John Sang. Sang-jae shouts even louder. What do you think you're saying? You crazy old man. Stephen Marker was silent, then spoke in a whisper. People of Earth, unite. Here on Sky Island, peace reigns. With a displeased look, Sang-jae walks and says, you heard what that guy said, right? He dares insult Lord Lion's sacred artifacts. Stephen Marker thought to himself. You really do have Lion's unpleasant attitude, Stephen Marker said. Sang-jae is obsessed with those sacred objects, which is only a concern for petty men. Sang-jae looks at Stephen Marker's hand as Stephen continues. But did you come alone? Oh, and there are others here as well. Marquis Chu-pu happily announced the grand opening of Leon's official merchandise store as Kali and the others arrived to witness the event. Sang-dae points to the crowd and says, looks like everyone's here. Stephen Marker continues, what's with that ridiculous outfit? Who would even wear that? Stephen Marker asked, surprised. Huh? A biker gang? H replies, oh, Stephen, is that you? H laughs, then asks, you're here for the quick cash too, huh? I waited in line for 2 hours to get here. Stephen Marker replied in disbelief. No way, Stephen Marker continued. Weren't you on your way to the meeting too? H chuckled, noticing her outfit. That's right, Stephen Marker continued. So that means the other Star Lords must be here too. Hallie recalls. Kevin bought a bunch of them and went to the meeting early. I can just picture it. Scorpio points and says, Hugo's over there. Stephen Marker doesn't understand and follows the centaur's gaze. Stephen Marker approached Hugo and asked, hey, what's wrong? Hallie added, they made Hugo souvenirs while making John's, but they didn't sell well. Hugo thinks even my wife and kids have gone after the charioteer, and I can't even sell the merchandise I paid for myself. Hallie advises, cheer up, Dad. Mom said you can't come home until you sell all that stuff. Stephen Marker wonders if he's about to lose his house too. Hugo happily proclaims, I am now the Star Master of the Pleiades cluster. Under the festive lights, crowds bustle with excitement as Stephen Marker observes, this feels more like a festival than a gathering of star branches. Holly replies, this is the first time we've reclaimed the Dark Zone. She adds, so much has happened in so little time lately. Truthfully, it's perhaps more than what's happened in the last 20 years. Hallie and Stephen Merer converse. Humanity has been deprived of what they deserve. I just hope, Hallie said, that those smiles can last a little longer. Stephen Merer smiles and sighs as Hallie says, Gian did it all alone this time, but we need to try harder next time. Stephen Merer gazed into the distance and said, That's right. We can't let him fight alone like he did 20 years ago. We can't repeat that mistake. Stephen Merer thought, from now on, I won't run away, but truly help John. Though honestly, not holding him back would be a victory in itself. Hallie asks, should we be going? Stephen Merer replied, okay, let's do it. H cheerfully says, you guys go in before you're late. The three respond together. Yes, H told them not to stress. Let's just do our best, that's all we can do. Stephen Merer replied smugly, you're right. Stephen Merer then asked, by the way, where's John? Why isn't he around? He said he needed to go somewhere else. Hallie replied. Hallie added, besides, this meeting is only for Star-Lords, so John doesn't really need to be here in person. Stephen Marker turned and asked, then who represents Serpentarius? The two exchange smiles and the three children mirror their expressions. Hallie says warmly, right behind me. This is Ophiuchus, where terrible demons slumber and Red-Eye dreams a distant dream. Red eyes are closed in slumber, but suddenly they grit their teeth, beginning to open their jaws. From beneath the river, a monster ascends, lost in thought. Ligion, how dare you treat me like a piece of gum? The monster roars. I will never forgive you, Lion says, his red eyes gleaming. The next morning, at the drama conference hall. In the conference hall, people have begun to gather, Kevin said calmly. Do these guys not know the meaning of early? Songjai happily says. Oh, are there people here already? Ju chimed in. Good morning, Kevin exclaimed in surprise. The Centaurus Sangday dropped the child. Hugo exclaimed in shock. What's wrong? How did he end up like this? Holly steps out from the corner saying, just leave him be. He's probably in shock. What? Kevin asked, why are you dressed like that? At Hoppy, who remained indifferent. Is there a problem? Kevin thought. I bought it, but I didn't think she'd actually wear it here. He replies, even so, this is a serious event. Go change, Scorpion. He asked, you're here early? Kevin replies, try showing up early for once. He continues, but I see some new faces. He replies, that's to be expected. When the Star-Lord disappears, the Star Spirits will send other representatives. In the conference hall, Kevin said, I've met a few people from each faction when Haji was around, but that guy in the middle chugging coffee is a complete stranger. He glanced over and replied, me too, first time I've seen him. Is everyone doing well? Gemini sips tea in the conference hall as Liprick enters asking, how is everyone? It's been a while since we've all gathered like this, hasn't it? Standing next to Kevin, he replied, not all of them are here. Black Dog, White Sheep, and Libra are missing. Liprick asked, confused. Really? Liprick asked in disbelief, his eyes widening as he looked toward someone calling out to Hugo. Hugo, what happened to him? Liprick exclaimed in shock. It's clear now. It must be Lion's doing, which isn't entirely wrong. Liprick whispered, so Lion isn't here today? He replied, no, he's not coming. Kevin continues, so the Sandman is absent today? He signaled that no one was coming. Look over there. Cut to SJ and Yuha, where many questions are now being raised. And Bach was shocked, and Joseph broke out in a cold sweat. Gemini stares coldly as a hand slams the table in the distance, declaring, this is beyond ridiculous. She shouts that even though they are in Ophiuchus, they are only unofficial Star-Lords and have no right to attend this meeting. Callie strides forward, saying, quiet, who do you think you are? Just an assistant, yet you dare raise your voice before the true Star-Lords? She suddenly turns her head and Kali shouts, Kaylee, I heard you paid bail to get released by Leo, and you dare cause trouble here instead of keeping quiet? With a look of fear, she pointed at Kali and said, what do you want? Why are you here? You left Libra to join Ophiuchus, didn't you? You're probably just a temporary Star-Lord now. Kali says, Selvia, who asked you to bring up the past? Lion, holding a paper, says, the perfect moment. The last golden opportunity has appeared. Lion announces, this is your debut stage. Sei and Yuha respond in unison. From now on, you two will lead Ophiuchus as Star-Lords. Lion chuckled. Of course, I know you're not fully prepared, but that doesn't mean you're not suitable. Since I've bestowed power upon you both, you must strive to fulfill your responsibilities. To be worthy of those positions, Sei and Yuha replied. Yes. Kali thought, so those two really became Serpentarius Star Sovereigns? That makes sense. What about Kali? Here, Elgion said to Kali, handing her something. This will be your divine artifact. Kali asks, the scales of balance? That's right. I purified and recreated it from the Key of Sloth. The power you and I took from Sloth is also within it. Lion stroked Callie's head and said, Callie, don't feel guilty or ashamed, and don't worry about being a backup or an artificial human. Lion continues, just be yourself, Callie. Lion said, I trust you with this power. Continue to be with us. Callie laughed and replied, yes. Callie smirks in the conference room. What was that? Callie is the Libra Star Master? He asks, questioning if Callie was truly appointed. Kevin replies, Lion, he really does whatever he wants. Liprick responded, no way. Do the other members of the Libra Sanctum know about this? Liprick exclaimed, don't tell me even that guy is coming. And Yuha chimed in, exactly. Liprick gritted his teeth, realizing this was a major problem. He'd expected mostly representatives, but there were far more Star-Lords present than anticipated. Anch thinks everyone's planning to claim the newly conquered Dark Territory for their own sacred society, but with so many Star-Lords present, how can the Vice Star-Lord and Captain even speak up? Joseph thinks that Pisces, Capricorn, and Taurus will leave this meeting empty-handed. Liprick wonders, but why does Gemini look like that? How much longer is he going to keep drinking that? And where is our useless Star Master anyway? From within the tower came a Rebu-Reba. From a planet beneath the ocean waves, Liprick said, the bountiful Star-Lord has been defeated. The Space Duke says, oh, by whom? That calamity god? Indeed. What's wrong? The Space Duke mused. Even if that rich fool was an idiot, he was still a monarch, meaning whoever defeated him must be a guardian deity with sufficient power. Finally, after all this time, someone worthy of my attention. Take me to him, the Duke of Void declared, for I, a monarch of the abyss, shall personally defeat him at Seun, Lion Tower of the Republic. Lion sat dejectedly, staring at the furnace. Everyone must be at the meeting by now, huh? Why is it so quiet? Hopefully, nothing unexpected will happen. He turns away, pleased to see the ingredients on the table. Never mind. I'll just focus on preparing the ingredients for the spicy fish stew. I have all the necessary tools and materials right here. At Sky Island, the Drake Mafia headquarters, Stephen announces that if all the sacred societies have arrived, they will begin. He began to speak. First, I thank you all for trusting me to preside over this meeting, though I am still lacking in many ways. As you all know, humanity has reached a major milestone. We have successfully reclaimed a dark territory from the monarchs. He presses a button on the remote. Please, look at the screen. An area is projected onto the screen. The dark territory we've just reclaimed. It was once ruled by a monarch. Stephen elaborates, explaining that they not only eliminated the monarch, but nearly annihilated his entire legion. This vast land now belongs to humanity, and our meeting today concerns its restoration. How to restore it to its former glory as human territory, and how to utilize it in the future. A man rushes in. First, let's hear from the Serpentarius Holy See representative. The Holy See has reclaimed this territory. 2 guards immediately blocked his path. Who are you? You have no right to be here. But as the man inside gasped in shock, Ivan burst through the door. Ivan Cruiser? Joseph stood up, Star-Lord, gazing arrogantly into the room. Oh dear, it seems I'm a little late, but since I'm here, I suppose I should join the meeting, shouldn't I? You should have been swallowed whole by Red Eye. He cleared his throat. Cuckoo? That's right, but you underestimated Taurus's defense. I crawled out of Red Eye's stomach just to get revenge on that lion, he said in a provocative tone. I rushed all the way from Hawaii expecting him and nearly died in the process. And what do I find? 2 little kids sitting in the Serpent Bearer's Star Master position. He continued, adding that the flat brain was no threat at all. How pathetic, Stephen says, trying to diffuse the situation. Well, whatever. The meeting hasn't been going on for long anyway. Take a seat. He scoffs. Thanks. But first, Jan asks with his hands on his hips, does anyone have clothes for that guy to wear? An article of clothing is presented. A Legion t-shirt with the Guardian Serpent Legion's face printed on it. Grumbling, he puts on the pink shirt, now visibly annoyed, and declares that he's no longer in a good mood, so let's just get on with the meeting. He gritted his teeth, unconvinced. So, you want to hear what the Serpent Bearer representatives have to say? But these Greenhorn kids, let's be honest. For all mankind, he disparages these 2 Serpentarius Star-Lords. What special abilities could they have? Have they even proven themselves worthy of the title? Tron Yuha is one of the Red Robes, but what about the kid beside him? A man sighs, admitting that aside from their titles, their strength remains unproven. He spoke with sarcasm. Honestly, it would have been much better if you had come here yourself. Iuha chimed in, I don't know where you came from, but don't worry. From now on, my brother and I will gradually prove ourselves. If we fall short, we hope the Star-Lords will guide us. Stephen looks at her in surprise. realizing we were personally appointed by Leon and don't have to listen to his uncle. I believe that's proof enough. Kevin seemed pleased as well. We're here as Ophiuchus Star-Lords, so, and H stared intently at her, meaning we have equal standing with the other Star-Lords present. While Taurus's criticism might hold some merit, she continued, unsure if the others felt the same. I trust you no longer question my brothers and my qualifications, Gemini representative above all. At such an important meeting, I think you should watch your temper, Taurus Starmaster. Yan slams his hand on the table, flying into a rage. Insolent brat, you dare insult me? A hand grips his wrist, and he glances over in shock, meeting Hugo's burning gaze. He threatens, Taurus, are you threatening my son? Seeing this only fueled his anger, that damned archer. He roared, you all look down on Taurus, don't you? Hi, protect Lick. Don't tell me you're planning to summon your guardian here. Taurus Yuha and Capricorn Sang weren't backing down either. Huh? You want to summon your guardian? Fine. Go ahead, we'll summon ours too. You have borrowed the power of the Dependent Sacred Association. Centaur, the Centaur's secret technique, the all-knowing eye, has been activated, and suddenly a ring of fire erupts, confusing Lion. Huh? What's going on? He stops chopping the radish. Hey, Chew Toy, what are you doing there? Lion and Ivan immediately vent their frustrations upon seeing him. I wondered why Red Eye's status window kept flashing. So it was because he lost his Chew Toy? Stop calling me Chew Toy over and over. He points at him. You even bought me a gift? Oh, gee, thanks. But honestly, you'd be better off supporting Red Eye from the inside. He tears his shirt open. You're giving me a headache. Shut up, he challenges. Come here, Lion. I'll repay everything you did to me last time. Stop taking your anger out on others. Can't you see I'm busy? Lion takes the ingredients to the kitchen, telling him to watch his cooking show and wait a moment, leaving the other man speechless. A cooking show? Hugo seems incredulous. Do you even know how to cook? Inside the pot, Liprick is crying, steaming. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. He calmly poured the ingredients in. What are you doing? That's Liprick. He frowned and glanced at them. What do you think I'm doing? I'm obviously making spicy fish stew. Comrade Taurus of the Dog Bank, sit tight. If you don't shut up, I'll make beef stew. Ivan was flustered. Lion, a tremor strikes, and Hugo immediately assumes it's his fault. What are you plotting this time, you bastard? He protested, saying he hadn't done anything yet, as everyone looked up at the ceiling. What's going on? Is that an earthquake? Sophie struggles to keep her balance. This can't be happening. We're on Sky Island. What in the world is happening? Suddenly she sees something. A massive monster flashes by, and their castle is under attack. What is that? A man appears, excited. Is this Sky Island? He smirks deviously. Is it just me, or is it moving slower? Everyone looks up. What's going on? Is this an earthquake? Sophie grips the table, thinking, earthquake? What earthquake? This is Sky Island. What in the world is going on? Her pupils contracted as a monster flew past, attacking their citadel. What was that? The entire island is surrounded and everyone is terrified. If that thing lands here, we're done for. It swoops in again. Sophie screams in terror, but nothing happens. Slowly, she opened her eyes. Ivan was standing before the monster, holding it back. As the giant guardian appears, Taurus's defensive skill activates. So is shocked. Ivan Cruiser, you blocked it? Haley quickly notices. No, this power doesn't belong to Yan. She hesitates. This must be the light surrounding Yan, the Taurus Saint Abbas. He grits his teeth, struggling to defend. You're right, my subordinate's defense alone almost failed. These two girls suddenly summoned me. I guess he got desperate and called me in. But what perfect timing. Those below look up in curiosity. At least the split sky stone was stopped, but the real problem is what comes next. What is that calamity? Heavens, it's enormous. Callie looks down. Damn it, it's chaos down there. Sangdi is confused. Even his all-seeing eyes have been severed. Contact with Uncle Zion must be affected by the disaster. Ivan coldly scoffed, wondering why he had to run into such a nuisance here before turning and leaving. I'll be going now. You guys have worked hard, haven't you? Kevin tries to persuade them. I know we're not exactly friends, but you're just going to leave after coming all this way? Don't you see the chaos down there? He arrogantly replied, I'm only here to save my subordinates, and you should correct your attitude towards the saint. He retorted with a frown. I don't care about anyone else when I haven't even spoken formally to my saint. Stephen pushed him away. Drama has not only Constellation members, but also civilians. I don't expect you to fight, but please, help us escape this situation. Hearing this, he frowned, realizing they'd have to improvise. That fiend is no joke. He's a deep-sea lord, one of the monster sovereigns, a scourge that wanders the cosmic ocean and spatial tides, devouring countless gods and worlds. Yan presents his evidence, pointing out that even dragma floating high in the sky can't escape him. So how can they possibly fight back? Fighting the Lord of the Deep in the open sea is suicide. He advises them to be thankful if they can even withstand the deep's tentacle attacks. If you want to live, abandon your resistance and flee. The golden bull deity Apis will return to the sacred domain with the body of the holy master. Kevin prepares his fist. Oh well, let him go. We'll manage on our own. The system alerts him that he can't return as the Taurus Saint, leaving him stunned. What? The abyss continues its assault, but there it is. I can sense the power of a holy god. He quickly assesses the situation. Not a calamity god, but definitely another holy being descending to earth at this moment. How confident. He grins. To show my respect for that courage. I'll swallow you whole. There's no escape back to the divine realm. I've blocked every path. His eyes glowed, drawing everyone's attention. I've changed my mind, he declared. I'll help you escape this situation, but I'll need a little help from you. A scolding voice rings out, calling him stingy. He looks over in surprise. If he'd acted from the start, he could have saved some face. Lion makes a grand entrance, and everyone rejoices at his sudden change of heart. Lion, Stephen, and Hailey smile brightly. They've arrived. He frowns, wondering why there's always some kind of trouble. Contrary to everyone else's attitude, Ivan is furious, but Lion remains calm in the face of his rage. He sighed. Why so tense? He questioned. You're going to deny turning my men into red-eyes snacks? That's only because your subordinates were incompetent, Lion coldly retorts. And now you have time for this? What about the deep-sea abyss lord? You only got here thanks to me. Now that you're here, can you even get back on your own? Hearing that, he calmed down a bit, and I decisively pushed him aside. Move, now that you get it, and let me see what that calamity looks like. He remarked that it was huge just from looking at the tentacles. Compared to a calamity, these tentacles are mere child's play. An earth-shattering tremor occurs. What could it be this time? The monster's tentacles continue to pierce the defenses as Sky Island crumbles, and panic erupts. That's the dragma's power source. If it breaks, we'll fall. Lion quietly observes, gazing into the distance. A swarm of monsters approaches, but he sighs in relief, dismissing them as mere myriad legs, nothing to worry about. The two others frowned, wondering what wasn't a big deal, as he confidently crossed his arms and declared that he would capture the Lord of the Abyss while they eliminated the myriad legs. I think that plan is perfect. Easier said than done, they all say in unison. He turned back, confused. What's wrong? Can I? Yan frowned. When will I finally be free of all this? At this level, I should have auto-battle mode. Be reasonable. With the Abyss Lord here, you want me to fight sea monsters? His face darkens, and with dragma on the verge of collapse, there's barely any ground left to stand on. Now that you understand, hurry up and use your spatial manipulation skills to get us out of here. He scoffed, spouting nonsense. Free skills? I'm not leaving until the Abyss is caught. Then all I have to do is make sure there's safe ground to stand on, right? Ivan declared. I told you there was no ground to stand on, yet you stomp your feet. A powerful light envelops the Sky Island, radiating outwards. The tentacles are swallowed by the light, and the abyss is thrilled. There it is. It finally appears. Light forms into hexagons as the divine serpent Ophiuchus designates the Sky Island dragma as its new sacred ground. He stares intently at the god of disaster as a colossal being appears. Sky Island dragma has become the serpent bearer's sacred domain, Serpent Light Island. Lion estimates this is good enough for now. He smirks, thinking it's time to punch that monarch in the face. The abyss is ready for the fight. A great battle erupts, and the heavenly treasure dragma has become the sacred land of the serpent bearer. Serpent Light Island. Lion warily surveys the situation. Good, the power is almost balanced. He smirks. Time to go punch that monarch in the face. Ivan seems eager. What do you think you're doing here? The Dharma is supposed to be neutral ground for all Star Lords, yet you dare turn it into the serpent bearer's sanctuary. He turned back and sighed. Good grief, you talk too much. You two want to shatter Sky Island and send it crashing down? He was stunned. What? He raises a finger. Didn't you say you needed stable ground to fight on? That's why I made this. Moreover, it helps close the power gap with that monarch. He turns to Yu Ha Sang-dae. The two of them obediently replied in unison. Yes. He elaborated. I'll take down the monarch. I'm leaving things here to you two. They responded with a clear yes, and Lion continued with his reminders. Everyone, stay alert and hold your positions. We're up against a monarch, so anything can happen out there. Stay confident. Understood. He paused, gazing at Kaylee for a moment. He cheered her on. Good luck, Kaylee. Her face lit up. Yes, sir. he replied cheerfully. All right, let's go down. Ivan's eyes widened as he looked down. Without a word, he kicked him down. Joseph was startled. What a shame. Lion jumps down as well, rushing downward, shouting that they're coming to join him. Jan is still terrified. Calamity God, you really are insane. He rushed over and put his arm around him. What the hell are you doing? The abyss awaits them, and he glances over. Your god is dead, so I'll borrow you as a shield. He cursed. This guy's completely insane. They both charge forward. Lion shoves him ahead, using the Taurus Apis as a shield, his divine power surging. He reaches out, summoning a surge of power, and quickly grabs his weapon as beams of light and tentacles intertwine. Ligen was full of murderous intent as a great light descended. He quickly grasped the situation. Its true body was at the bottom of the sea. A massive monster rises from the depths, mouth agape, and Jan is terrified. Damn it, it's surfacing. Do you have a plan? And remained calm, or so it seemed, but hearing that, he panicked even more. The monster clamps down, trapping them both inside as the abyss laughs, unsure if it's courage or foolishness. He scoffs, wondering if he's just offering himself up to be swallowed. Jan struggles to pry open the monster's jaws. What is this thing? Seeing this, he wondered why he was the only one there. Where's the god of disaster? Lion, who was somehow behind him, was looking for him. He feigns composure, shoves Apis into my mouth, and flees. So you're the calamity god, a pleasure to meet you. He raises his weapon high. So you're the Abyss Monarch, are you? Nice to meet you. Now, goodbye. He strikes a blow, but the Abyss Lord smugly dodges it. You think that axe can hurt me? It can't even pierce my outer armor? Suddenly he froze. An attack erupted, ambushing him. Our hero was thrilled, landing another blow. Light engulfs the area, and everyone curiously emerges to witness such terrifying power. The Abyss has retreated, and his body is in tatters. This is absurd. He can't believe his eyes. Who is this man with such terrifying power? What kind of axe is that? One swing shattered my armor. Lion taunts. Surprised I'm stronger than you thought? I can practically hear your brain scrambling to figure things out. He angrily grits his teeth. You bastard! How dare you? A voice echoes. It looks like you're in a bit of a bind, the Abyss Monarch chides. You're late, the figure replied. My apologies. The man smirked. Too many eyes are watching. I had to make a careful entrance, hence the delay. He orders the destruction of Dragma's Sky Island's energy core immediately. The man stares intently at the core. Yes, sir. His eyes gleam, an alarm blares, warning of malicious intent toward the holy ground, and Yuha is startled. Callie is shocked. What? What's going on? Yuhua is wary. I definitely felt something just now. She closes her eyes, listening. Tron Yuha, the god of death, can sense malice directed at their saintess. Malice, a special power born from all the hatred our sacred star has endured until now. Those words echoed. As her power grows, so will her ability to sense malice, to find and destroy all who harbor ill intentions toward our star, and return all that hatred to them. Ophiuchus is executioner. She quickly opens her eyes, and the two girls rush towards the core. The man turns to look back. I didn't expect you to figure it out so quickly. He swung his sword, but it was too late. The two were terrified. No, he slashed the core, and Sky Island immediately exploded. Sky Island explodes, and everyone struggles to keep their balance. What the hell is going on? Why would that monarch attack us? Why, Yuha explains. It's the power core. The Gemini star's representative destroyed it. Callie frowned. What did you just say? Then the island exploded even more, and the Abyss laughed triumphantly. This is getting interesting, he taunts. If you don't hurry, Sky Island will be torn in two. Lion remained unfazed. It's fine. He confidently replies, I left some kids up there. They can handle it. You don't need to worry. He falters slightly. Wasn't he supposed to be distracted by that? He raises his sword again, saying he just needs to focus on what they're doing. Sky Island is nearly shattered. Damn it, look down there. We need to help Jian, but now. Yuha makes a quick decision to restore the power lines, or the Sky Island will be torn in two. Callie assesses the situation, noting the panic on the ground, and says they must go down there, as Steven sighs in frustration. Damn it, at this rate, they'll all fall into the ocean. Sangdae silently stood amidst the chaotic crowd, not saying a word. He sat down, a light emanating from him, and the system announced the use of the divine power of life. His eyes blazed, light enveloped his hands, and that light snaked everywhere. People were astonished as they recognized it. The system updated, confirming the holy ground's stability. Haley looks at her hand, remarking that she feels strangely calm. Steven frowns, noting that he no longer feels rushed. With composure, Sangdae begins assigning tasks. Let's calmly address the situation. First, we'll split into 3 teams. He raised a finger. Dad, Uncle Kevin, and Uncle Stephen, the 3 of you, hold off the disasters targeting Sky Island. He planned meticulously. If possible, distract that monarch to help Uncle Lion. Kevin agrees, telling him to continue assigning tasks, and instructs Hallie and the others to head to the core to stop the Gemini Star representative, Dong Than. He placed his hand on his chest. Sophie and I can heal, so we'll help the civilians first. A voice then asked, shouldn't we be doing something too? Are you trying to die? Sangdae angrily asks. The monarch has appeared. Are you still trying to decide which side to choose? Looking for a death wish? Sylvia, Joseph, and that other guy go provide support or tank. That Capricorn geezer knows the island's structure. Follow them. Joseph seems a bit lost. All right. He claps his hands. We can't just stand by while Uncle Jian fights. He cracks his knuckles. Let's take care of everything here and start the counterattack. They're burning with fighting spirit. Cut to Lion John still battling on. Useless, your eyes shine bright on that massive body of yours. I can hit you anywhere I want. The water's surface trembles, and the abyss can't react in time as Ivan struggles to hold the monster's mouth shut. He curses under his breath. Damn it, every time Lion hits him, this monarch grits his teeth, and I'm the one who pays the price. He can't take it anymore. Lion, could you lighten up a little? He frowned, annoyed. What the hell are you talking about? An idea sparks in the abyss. Right, I almost forgot about that guy. He was planning. Kim Hyu-il-sung specialized in defense, and if he could devour and absorb his power, his body would be able to withstand the attacks of that calamity god. He calculated that he would devour him and absorb his power. Ivan gritted his teeth, struggling to continue. Lion Cha asks, what in the world are you doing? How dare you? He angrily charged towards Yan, who was brazenly stealing their dragon's whetstone in broad daylight. Yan, startled, cursed. You lunatic. Another explosion erupts, sending Ivan crashing down. He grabs his ankle, landing on the ground. Got you. The abyss, enraged, unleashes a barrage of tentacles, screaming, die. He drags Ivan along as they charge forward, the impact causing Ivan's halo to flicker. A system alert warns that the Golden Bull Guardian Spirit's vessel cannot withstand the shock and will shatter and explode along with its guardian. Lion pauses, confused. A bright light flashes, revealing the core of Sky Island as the man smirks. Just when I was about to get bored, while he coldly stares in one direction. Looks like I let my guard down too much. He remarked, seems I won't be leaving so easily. 3 girls stand in the exit, along with the Gemini representative, but he remains calm. Where do you think you're going? They each brandish a weapon, their eyes fixed on him. We need to have a little chat before you go. The Gemini representative smirks. Damn, I was trying to sneak away. Standing in a sea of flames, he mocked himself. Looks like I got careless. The representative spoke calmly. It seems I can't just leave. Yuha speaks, the Gemini representative. She inquired, where do you think you're running off to? The representative's eyes flashed purple as the 3 women readied themselves. Yuha added, it seems we need to have a little chat. The Gemini representative pondered. I have nothing to say to you. Standing before the 3, he proposed, can't you just let me go? You, sword pointed, firmly replied, as long as you intend to destroy this base, we cannot let you leave. Callie chimes in, you think you can take the 3 of us? Don't bother with useless tricks, just surrender. Don't play dumb and try to fool us, he sneered. This is troublesome. The agent shows no fear. The agent's eyes flashed purple as he thought to himself that this was indeed not an easy situation, just as the Libra ruler had said. He glanced at Yuha and the others standing before him, thinking that 3 against 1 and all 3 Star-Lords would normally be a hopeless situation. The representative tightened his grip on his sword, but now it might be possible. He adjusted his glasses, a glint in his eyes, and smirked. I'll break through in one fell swoop. Callie quickly summons the Libra scale and declares, you think you can get past the 3 of us? Let's see if your golden ratio Libra skill works. Immediately, a beam of light descended in front of the agent, who quickly jumped onto an iron pipe. Yuha, shocked and enraged, cried out, Hey, you think you can pull one over on Kali and me? Yuha charged toward the representative. A flash of light erupts before her, sparks flying as the 2 swords meet. From the point of impact, a surge of light forces the agent's blade away from Yuha's. He brought his sword to her shoulder, startling Yuha. The agent said, Forgive my intrusion. Kali laughs. You're not so different yourself. Yuha snaps, Quiet, you're too loud. Suddenly, Ely appeared, unleashing her thorny whip, which hurtled towards the representative. He creates a purple energy shield, deflecting the thorny whip. Callie is shocked, crying out, He's surpassed all 3 of them? The Gemini representative speaks. It was a pleasure, ladies, until we meet again. Suddenly, a rock shatters above him and a massive, fanged figure appears. The representative is shocked. Where did this snake come from? Instantly, the serpent dives down, shattering the earth. Someone questioned him, asking where he thought he was going. Sungde pinned the representative down, saying, "You won't escape now." He thought to himself. Troll Sungde, Kali seeing him, happily praised him. Well done, Sungjae. Didn't Han say he was taking care of the civilians up there? An information panel appears, instructing Sungdae to repair the Serpent's Light Island's power facility first. Sungjae replied, "I've already left that to Sai." Jian sent a message saying we should restore the power facility first. He looked up at Anbek and spoke. That's why he brought that old man along, and Beck was curious. Can we go now? Sangde points and orders. The Dragma power facility was created by the Capricorn, right? Check your status, and Bach said, quickly running off. Got it. The agent spoke with a hint of regret. After finally overcoming those 3 star spirits, a new troublemaker had appeared. It's all right. A strange eye appeared in his glasses. He still had attempts left, so he just needed to try again. As he spoke, the core pattern glowed, and a vortex formed from a spinning time machine. Ochli was shocked, wondering if this power was the black smoke permeating the air. She senses the power of reversed time, memories flooding back, time rewinding to the agent's sword gleaming, then to the clash of blades, back to the light descending from the scales. The representative thought, excellent. The interference of the Sungdae troll has been confirmed. He gripped his sword hilt, pushing up his glasses. He thought to himself, this time he could definitely escape. The Gemini representative smirked. I'll break through head-on in one strike. He thought to himself, Libra will target the legs first, using the golden ratio. Kali summons the Libra scales once more and says, you think you can get past the 3 of us? Let's see if the Libra's golden ratio skill works. The agent thought, leaping up to dodge as a blinding light descended. He leaps onto the iron pipe as Yuha angrily urges Kali to get serious. The agent considered his next move, followed by Janya's spear attack. A blinding light flashed as the agent thought to himself, using a thrust to neutralize the initial attack. His blade clashes against Yuha's, deflecting in a blinding instant. Yuha stares in horror as the sword points towards him. The agent says, excuse me. Kali laughs, you're no different. Yuha shouts, shut up, you're too loud. The agent smirked, thinking, and next came the scorpion's chain whip. Yuha and the others watched his actions, wondering, why is he standing still? What's the scheme? Debris rained down on the agent. He thought to himself, a feint. As the shadow of the snake appeared, the agent dodged back. I knew you'd come. The thorny whip then grabbed the twin agent's blade. He cried out, impossible, how is this happening? Seeing high, the agent summoned Scorpion. History repeats itself as the envoy is swallowed whole by the snake. Sangde questions where he thought he was going. Now there's no escape. The manager curses under his breath. They glance at the approaching footsteps, and Haley's kick distorts the agent's face. The glasses clatter away, and the agent's battered face glares at Haley. Picking up his glasses, she nonchalantly explains, is that a Chronos artifact? How many times have you rewound time trying to escape? The agent is shocked. How did you figure it out? Even if you did, I'm the only one who should retain memories after time is reversed. How can you possibly continue to remember? Hallie mocked him. You seem to have many questions. It took me a few time reversals to figure it out myself. She coldly added, no need to explain in detail. Just assume I have some resistance to the power of the Time Monarch. The Gemini representative threatened, it's still too early to rest easy. Have you forgotten who you're dealing with? The Abyss Sovereign? Won't you be quiet? Aisley inquired. Is that so? She questioned. Do you really think that? Behind Hully, a pillar of water erupts, and outside the castle a massive waterspout rises. Sangdi sarcastically tells Gemini's representative that he's the one who can't see the situation, as Kali and Yuha happily gaze up at the water pillar. And Bach gaped in astonishment as Ailey questioned, have you forgotten who the Abyss Monarch is fighting? The giant sea monster is lifted, and a figure shines with dark energy. It's none other than Lai Jian. Jian lifted the Abyss Master, smirking. Back when El Jian and the Abyss Master fought, the Deep frowned in anger, shouting, damn it! His tentacles relentlessly lash out at Jian, who smirks and uses Ivan's back as leverage. Ivan is used as a springboard, crashing into the ground as the Taurus mark appears on his back, and a system notification suddenly rings out. Warning. The vessel of the Taurus Star-Lord cannot withstand the impact. The vessel and Star-Lord have been destroyed, because they could not endure. Hearing this, John glanced at Jan in shock as the vessel shattered, releasing a torrent of light. John reached out, trying to grasp the scattered fragments. The system continued, announcing that the Taurus Zodiac vessel had been destroyed, and the Taurus Zodiac Core X had appeared, revealing a golden core on Ivan's chest. Gian reached for the core, but a tentacle struck, sending both him and the Taurus core flying into the water. Just as he grabbed the golden core, the system announced that he had obtained the Taurus Starlord core. John smiled with delight. Good, I got it. The abyss on the shore gapes in astonishment. He wondered aloud if the golden Taurus core and the calamity god had sunk to the bottom of the sea. Clearly, the tentacle felt the impact. The abyss looked down into the water, gritting his teeth. God of calamity, he's not one to go down that easily. His massive form with its crimson eyes thought to himself, even my vision can't find him. A large body isn't always a good thing in times like these. Where are you, calamity god? The abyss wonders what Gian is planning at the bottom of the sea, where he now emits a brilliant light. The system announces the use of Taurus S-class Star Core's power. The Taurus Zodiac skill appears beneath Gion's feet as he uses Taurus Rampage, charging forward with the bull's head. The abyss's tentacles suddenly flail in disarray, catching him by surprise as Gian appears, launching his massive form into the air. The abyss was horrified as John powerfully lifted its true form out of the water. He watched John with wide eyes, a glint in his gaze, as John grinned triumphantly, and the abyss shrieked in terror. Impossible. To lift my true form with strength alone. John rejoices, calling out in this very moment. White hair. Kevin grips the hilt of his sword. He roared, "Don't order me around. Lion, system activated. When I lift the Abyss Monarch, freeze the sea as wide and deep as possible." A fierce gale arises, and sharp ice spreads relentlessly. Soon, the first moon's frost causes icy spikes to reach the tower. Ice encases the abyss's true form as Gian lifts it high, praising his own power. Excellent. John focuses his power, roars, and hurls the abyss's true form away. The abyss within the vessel thought, "This madman froze the entire sea to prevent my return." The Taurus mark appeared, accepting power as walls of sigils descended, surrounding the vessel. The abyssal entity gritted its teeth and roared in resentment. "Calamity God, what are you planning?" Gian replied mockingly. "I'm thinking about how to cook you to make you taste good, and I just had a great idea." He recalled Elric's terrified face and said, "I just made seafood stew, so this time I'll cook something in a pot made from this shield." With that, the Taurus Iron Wall skill trapped the abyss's true form, and Gion's eyes hardened as 3 seals emitted a powerful light. That power surged towards the abyss being, who screamed in agony, thrashing and yelling, "Insects, how dare you!" Everyone present channeled their power. The staff slammed into the ground. The girl's mark glowed intensely, applying all available corn across the Serpentis sanctum. With the added effect of the Serpent-Bearer Sanctuary, the mana is amplified. The system updates constantly, and thanks to the mana, the Holy Sea's attacks become more powerful, inflicting serious damage on the Abyss Lord. The Abyss growled in pain, unwilling to accept defeat. He thought, "Damn it, I can't be beaten like this." Remembering his brethren, he gritted his teeth, resolving to call for help. The system warns that the Abyss Lord is calling for help from other dimensional counterparts, as John scoffs in response. "What's this? Calling in some friends? But what to do now?" His eyes gleam as he speaks calmly. "It won't be as easy as you think." The original form slams repeatedly against the wall. The system reports that the Abyss Monarch is trying to break through the iron-walled city skill. A light suddenly flashes, shining from the castle directly onto the Taurus ramparts. The blade pierced the entity's crown, emitting a powerful light as Sung-Di casually remarked, "Trying to crawl out of there? Young Master Zhao's massive arrow points towards the main body. Just wait to be slaughtered in there." The Radiant Lord of the Sacred Light has activated the SSS rank siege mode, Sagittarius Holy Relic. The system announces that Sagittarius's shot has severed all communication between the Abyss Lord and its avatars in other dimensions. The source of power flowing into the Abyss Lord has been severed. John looks up in awe. Is that the end? Chang-Jae destroyed it perfectly. Now he can't get help from his friends elsewhere, can he? John said with a smug grin. It's time to kill. The golden throne begins to appear. John thought to himself, the golden Taurus throne. I didn't do anything. It descended, engulfing his very being. John stared up at the throne in shock, bewildered by the seat of power before him. "What is this?" he stammered. "The throne. The system message. The Taurus constellation's seat of power has manifested." John smirked. "It's time for a massacre." Suddenly, the mark in the sky blazed as the throne appeared, and John thought, Taurus monarch, what have I done? It descended, engulfing the entity as three majestic imprints blazed in the sky. John gleefully shouts, I have crushed the abyss, as the people in the castle cry out in terror. They couldn't help but wonder about the Taurus throne. A chair? Lee introduces them, the astral throne. Other colorful chairs appear, thrones. The core of the star throne. Only a suitable star master can sit upon the zodiac throne. If they sit on the throne, they can control everything about it. But if they harm the throne or go against its will, it will reject them. A figure frantically flees the throne, seeking a new star master to merge with, a sacred object exclusively for the star master's throne. Hay pondered. The throne has its own will, choosing its master, and the sacred object appeared here. Behind Hay, a voice spoke up. The throne has appeared. Race must have suffered a loss. The Taurus representative continues, adding that this area has been cut off from the god realm due to the abyss's power. His eyes gazed thoughtfully into the distance. Its appearance here. The representative's continuation also means he's exhausted his power. John remains bewildered. What? The system says the Taurus zodiac throne has manifested. John stares at the towering throne before him. The Taurus throne system is taking an interest in the serpent-bearer Star-Lord. The throne appeared to select Lion as the Taurus Star-Lord, it revealed. The Taurus throne values Legion's abilities, and it emanates a constant stream of energy. Ivan reveals the core of the Zodiac Master, and the system announces that the Taurus Zodiac vessel has been destroyed. The Taurus Star Core X has appeared, though Leon eliminated Apis and Ivan took the Star Core. Gian grasps the Taurus Star in his hand, obtaining the Taurus Star Core. The bird's image descends to the bottom of the sea, thinking, good, it's been collected. That's because Apis and Ivy were too weak. Memories flash of them shielding Gian, Apis used as a shield. John remained still, gazing up at the throne. Legion says this happened because he was superior to both of them. He advises that he won't kill anyone who has eliminated the Taurus Starmaster and Saint, and to become the new Taurus Starmaster. Gian was furious with the system's constant nagging, as Lion insisted that becoming the Taurus Starlord was the only way to smoothly resolve the situation. Now that he possessed the Taurus Starmaster's core, Gian gritted his teeth and spoke, his eyes blazing with anger. Why don't you just disappear? Gian's blunt words shocked the system. A red haze clouded Gian's vision as he gritted his teeth. Daring to steal my kill and then act all high and mighty? What now? You want me to become the Taurus Starmaster? Are you insane? A beam of light suddenly erupts from a crack in the ground. The tentacles of the Abyss entity rise, and the submerged entity slowly emerges. The system's voice echoed, and Taurus felt a sense of bewilderment. This is a once-in-a-lifetime offer. Why not accept it? John angrily retorts, don't be so cheap. I'm already the Serpentarius Starmaster, the leader of the Zodiac. What regrets could I possibly have that would make me come to Taurus? The system speaks for Golden Taurus. The Golden Taurus said the Serpentarius Starlord position was coveted by too many, declaring it surely couldn't hold out for long, to which John smugly replied, well, I'll probably last longer than you. The Golden Taurus was a little confused. John stared at the swirling light before him and said, this is sea god soup. Since I've lost the lotus marrow, let me add you, Golden Taurus throne, and cook it all up. Looking back at the Abyss body, he continued, let's make a bowl of soup for the family soul, along with the Abyss monarch. The water surged as the system announced that the sun god's centaur loop skill was boiling the sea. Exposed to the intense heat, the Taurus throne screamed in agony, demanding that Li Jian regurgitate the core. Jian chews on the meat and says, sorry, I accidentally ate it. Tastes like jerky. Jian's terrifying face frightens the throne. The system announces that the Golden Bull throne is completely pale. It nags in Jian's ear, asking what happens now that he's swallowed it. He nonchalantly picks his ear and replies, now that it's in my hands, whether I eat it or not is my business. John blows on his fingertip. Besides, you're Taurus, so there's no need to say more. The throne sank in bewilderment as Jian's gaze turned menacing. He continued, Taurus will be completely absorbed and integrated. John glanced at the jewel on the throne. The system laments that the Taurus throne is desperately trying to return to the divine realm, adding that Apis made a grave error in choosing the wrong opponent. Suddenly, tentacles wrapped around the throne, and the Abyss spoke, asking where it was rushing off to. Waves surged, and the system reported that the tentacles were preventing its return. The Abyss reluctantly spoke, admitting escape was impossible, then greedily declared, be my companion to the underworld. A blinding light flashes as the system reports the golden ox throne struggling against the tentacles, prompting Jian to clap with amusement. He watched the scene with interest, speaking sarcastically. The ingredients were doing their best to fulfill their duties. How touching. I can feel that sincerity. To ensure there's no escape, I'll seal the lid. The golden seal is slowly retracted as the throne sinks to the bottom of the sea, ensnared by tentacles. The system blares. The Taurus throne must be endured. Damn it. Beneath the surface, a massive form with a jeweled head emerges, disrupting the system's transmission. John sighs, contemplating the scene before him, and remarks, "How ironic. A sacred object meant only for a Star-Lord stands before us, yet it's a compromised one, all because of the Star-Lord's throne behind it." John stroked his chin, a curious glint in his eyes. If the throne, a sacred artifact, determines the unification and direction of a Star-Lord, then if I modify it to my liking, anyone could sit on it. Right? John's eyes narrowed in surprise as the system revealed that the Lion Jian Serpentarius Temple had been infiltrated by the Pisces Star-Lord. At the main gate of the Lion Serpentarius Temple in Daeseun, South Korea, the tower was entwined by a reptile, the sunlight illuminating the courtyard in front of the gate. From inside the steaming pot, a cry suddenly emerges, and Lip Rick, trapped within, wails in terror. Suddenly, the pot's lid opens, leaving her stunned as a mysterious figure pushes it aside. Lip Rick speaks up, "You too, Star-Lord?" The figure says nothing, only gesturing for her to be quiet. Nye tries to calm Liv Rick. "Wait." Lick looks worried. "I'll pull you out of there." Nye's hands trembled incessantly. That's strange. She struggled but couldn't get it off. Slim saw this and leaped into action. It landed squarely on NFI's shoulder, and she froze. What are you?" Slim didn't answer, but just sighed, inhaling deeply. Slim sucked up the water, and Lip Rick, pulling her body up as she screamed in agony. The water and Lip Rick disappeared into its belly. In utter terror, NF screamed and shook Slim violently. Spit them out, you damn anchovy, I said spit them out." She sobbed uncontrollably, lamenting the Star-Lord's uselessness. Nye clutches him, crying out in despair as the ground beneath the floating island cracks and a hand closes a door. The man removed his glasses, confirming the energy reactor was stable and ready for increased output. Sangdae excitedly called, "I've fixed the energy reactor." Hugo praises him. "Well done. I didn't expect you to have the ability to restore holy objects." Sangdae. A wide smile spreads across his face. "I just followed your instructions and kept injecting super regeneration, so it started working again." Helpless, he realizes it truly is omnipotent as the two gently place their hands on the reactor, and a system suddenly appears. The Serpent-bearer Star-Lords increase the power of the Serpent Light Island's energy reactor. Sangdia nods slightly. All right, the reactor begins to emit auroral rays increasing in altitude as a white smoke spreads out from beneath the island, widening the gap between the land and the island. The boy is in utter shock as the island rises, while the girl sighs in relief, and the boy ahead is overjoyed. Thank goodness. Hugo breathed a sigh of relief, finally feeling lighter. As soon as he said that, his eyes glanced to the side, and another worry arose. "We're doomed." Kevin crossed his arms. "What's going on? Why is he like that?" Hugo didn't seem to care much. "Leave him be. Jian has merged with the Taurus Palace." Joseph was shocked and yelled at that moment. "Merged with the Taurus Palace, huh?" Lion responded nonchalantly. During the battle with the Abyss, Apis and the monster containing him exploded, and his eyes fell. Luckily, I retrieved the Taurus Saint Core, but because of that, the Taurus throne manifested and told me to become the Taurus Star Master, so I destroyed it too. "Jian, what are we going to do if you keep destroying everything?" he worried. "Then what will become of our Taurus?" Lion places his hand on Joseph's shoulder. "What do you mean, what will happen?" he smirks. "From now on, just trust in Ophiuchus." He gives him a thumbs up. "Leave the followers of Taurus to him, as he is now the temporary boss." Joseph, completely devastated, kissed him as if he were no longer in his body. Artist spoke up. "So we'll just clean up the mess, right?" he replied. "That's right," Kevin wondered. "And where did Leon go?" Hugo immediately responded. "He said something happened at the Holy Ground, so he rushed back." Meanwhile, NFT continues to shake Slim's body. "Please let go," she pleaded, twisting it around and around. "Let go, let go, let go." Liprick's head spins. I'm gonna be sick." A voice snaps Knee out of it. "Once it bites, it's hard to make it let go." "Let me help you get it out." She immediately replied, "Can you do that?" "Thank you." Nye was shocked to see Lion Jian emerge from the doorway. "What is this?" he thought, his eyes narrowing slightly. "What kind of day is it?" The spatial gate behind Lion Jian slowly disappears, Why are both the Overlord and Star-Lord showing up together? Flames suddenly erupt beneath them, and Slim, looking utterly delighted, slowly approaches her. NFT cries out, then screams. The expression on her face suddenly freezes. Huh? Neth is surprised, catching me. But Lion Jion's hand is grasping Slim. He pulls it close, saying, "Not a chance." Lion's face is expressionless. Why does your eating always get you into trouble? He just keeps rambling on and on. How did that fish manage to squeeze into that tiny opening? Is that recklessness or courage? The lava below is bubbling fiercely. She suddenly surfaces, exclaiming how hot it is. Lion looks down, wondering why this man's face is so different from the one he knows. Inside Slim, Liprick cursed incessantly. "Lion, you fool, that's not the Pisces believer you know." He glanced over indifferently. "What?" she explained. "Pisces is also known as the Pisces constellation, meaning to fish. Doesn't that tell you anything?" NFT is down below, screaming, "It's so hot, get me out of here." The one submerged in lava is the Pisces Star Master. NFT Lion is slightly taken aback. "That's a Star Master?" Liprick responded. "That's right," she urged. "At this rate, she'll melt away. Quickly pull her up." As she finished speaking, a hook descended and lifted NFI's body. He greeted her, pleased to make her acquaintance. Exhausted, she replied, "Hello?" Lion roared, "Do you think this is the time for pleasantries?" His shout startled her. "Sorry, but what about NF's wounded heart?" He continued. "Anyway, you're the Pisces Star Master? You don't seem like a Star Master at all. You seem more like a defect," she mumbled, hanging her head. "Oh, sorry about that," Lion retorted angrily. "Who needs your apology?" She's crying even louder. "So what am I supposed to do?" He questioned sternly. "What exactly happened?" Lion brought Slim out. The saint was brewing in Jufu's belly, and one of the two guardian deities of the Holy Assembly looked so miserable. Anth could only smile, unsure how to explain, his face growing more serious. "Tell me, what happened in Pisces, and where is the other Star-Lord? What is he doing?" Back at the floating tower, Joseph shouts in disbelief. "What? What exactly happened? All the functions of the Taurus sanctuary in Egypt have stopped working?" The man replied immediately. "It's true." His eyes remained vigilant, as all the sacred objects had been corroded. "Even the statue that relays the guardian deity's words has stopped working. The sanctuary's functions have ceased, and the Holy Assembly is useless." He continued, "Even the sanctuary's protective dome has vanished. What are we going to do?" Vice Master. He was at a loss. It can't be. Could the Taurus Holy Association really be finished? Suddenly, someone appeared. This is bad. The Gemini representative smiles, stating that they'll destroy the Taurus Guardian and merge the sacred societies, proving Lion's words to be true. Joseph waited for him to finish, then spoke. "Is now really the time to gloat over others' misfortunes?" He scoffed. "Weren't you also suppressed and captured?" But he remained calm. "What can I say? I was caught because I was a little dark." The Gemini proxy laughed. Even the Abyss ruler was captured by Lion. Two dark figures jumped down from the window. "Whatever, I'm getting out of here," he continued. "Even Choi, Hyo-K, and Ken, whom I brought with me, have run away, so I'm helpless." The Gemini's temporary representative burst out laughing. "Is there another way? We can only stay put." Callie glanced over helplessly. He was so easily abandoned. He asked seriously, "Aren't we both out of options?" Joseph stopped short. "What?" The Gemini's temporary representative loses his smile. "It seems you've chosen your side." He glanced down below. "I mean, as the Gemini's temporary representative predicted, you uncomplainingly put the Taurus soldiers to work, salvaging the monarch and the throne. Everyone is urging each other on, and there are even groans from over there to tie it tighter. How big is this thing?" A reminder echoes, "Careful not to get crushed." They continue to work diligently. This side, easy does it. Okay, connect them all at once now. 1, 2, 3. Stephen's hair blows in the wind. If nothing unexpected happens, it should end smoothly. He spared no praise, noting how cooperative the Taurus clan was. Hugo replied, "They hardly had a choice." He continued, "Ivan and the Taurus Guardian are both done for, and they saw the throne fall apart with their own eyes." Stephen smiled. "So they do know how to read the room." He then looked in another direction. "But what is Aquarius doing over there?" Hugo also looked over. "It's a rest stop for weary soldiers, and Leon ordered it built, for a price, of course." The collection box has a sign: cash, card, transfer, and QL payments accepted. Next to it, a price list. Recovery 10 minutes to 50,000 V. Coffee, 20,000 V. Egg, 10,000 V. Potion, 500,000 a W. Stephen is stunned by the prices. Hey, isn't that price a rip-off? He couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, Lion always comes up with groundbreaking strategies to run the Holy See. He was speechless. That kid really is crazy sometimes. He pointed, so what's that guy doing? Hugo glances over. That guy? He's constantly freezing the sea to keep it from melting. Kevin snapped irritably. Don't talk to them, you'll lose focus. She burst out laughing. Those two look like biological refrigerators. He immediately starts yelling loudly. I told you not to talk to me, Kevin says. Hey, Centaur, can I ask you something? The others all stared at him suspiciously. Didn't you say not to talk to him? Kevin wondered where the retrieval cable they were using came from. It would have to be far more durable than normal to lift both a monarch and a throne, Hugo replied casually. Of course, it's a sacred object made by Lion from our guardian spirit Centaur's shed hair. Everyone's faces froze. He added that Lion had painstakingly collected every fallen strand of hair. In reality, Hugo had frantically screamed for it back. But Lijian wouldn't let go, insisting that since it had already fallen out, he should be allowed to use it for something good. He was a changed man. Watching him get robbed like that is heartbreaking, they thought to themselves. Both the collector and the thief are amazing in their own ways. Lai suddenly shouts, but Lijian says he needs it. Shouldn't a guardian of a direct sacred society go that far? She thought to herself. It seems even he can't defend her this time. Suddenly, a system message appears, and the Sagittarius Guardian expresses his disappointment at the words of the Scorpio Saint, followed by another scream. Centaur Starmaster, now is not the time to sulk. You must show your loyalty. Following that was a slightly mocking remark. Sometimes you say things that even Lion finds shocking. And Bach looks worried. This is bad, Lion. I don't know what tricks he's using. His hands trembled, unable to believe he could create such a powerful relic. What were the ingredients? Guardian's hair. Anch recalled Leon's appearance earlier, plus he turned Dragma into his own in an instant and even restored it by bestowing some of the Holy Society's power. He's still deep in thought, and the Star-Lord who could cause an evic isn't here either. Anch pondered that if the fact that Leon could create things like this were to be revealed, the position of the Capricornus would be further diminished, and he had to do something at all costs. Selvia walks by and sees him standing motionless, calling out softly, "Hey, Ann B." When he doesn't respond, she sighs and walks away. She gritted her teeth in anger. What the hell is that Capricorn doing instead of trying to escape? Damn it! I should have escaped like Choi Song-hyuk or Ken. Svea is still haunted, so forget about escaping and lend a hand. Even more annoyed, she couldn't run now that she'd been called out by name. Suddenly, a system window appeared next to Selvia. Suddenly, words appear. Sivia, come here. She was utterly astonished. Huh? Really? The frown on Selvia's face melts away. Did this shut-in actually message me first? No, but where does he want me to go? A magic circle suddenly appears above her head, and Hugo's group is drawn to the light emanating from it. What is it? Not just them, but everyone is looking toward Sky Island. What's going on? Her expression was one of amusement as the light from the island grew ever brighter. What's happening there? Inside the island, a figure appears with a magic circle, and Yu frowns, saying, How is this possible? They all turned to the figure and questioned, How are you here? But she simply replied, Lark, what about it? This isn't a place I can't come to. Callie wondered how she could be here when she should be trapped in Lord Lion's spicy pot. Escaped already? Sangde mused, clearly remembering capturing the soul claiming to be the real Lark. But the Liprick you saw outside wasn't the real one. I'm the real Liprick here. So who was that? Liprick sat calmly, mocking them from above. How could the H-spell Time Lord, who didn't even notice the delay, be captured so easily? He forced a smile and replied, What a pity. Truly an unexpected variable. Saint Scorpio whispered behind Les. As for that, I'll ask later in private, as there's no need to explain in detail. Just add a little resistance to the Time Star Lord's power. Sangda loudly questions, Who exactly are you and what are you doing here? Oh, calm down, she replied nonchalantly. I'm not doing anything today, just taking HL Swell. Yuha and Kali frowned at the threat. Who said you could take him? Today will be different. Liprick then chuckled mockingly. Just let it go, you all survived anyway. But Sangde was furious, unleashing a vortex behind him. Enough nonsense, we almost died last time. And from that, a hand emerged. Summoning their guardian brothers, the three make a grand appearance, vowing to destroy anyone who dares stand in the way of their holy order. But Hellerswell seems delighted, leaving the three brothers stunned and bewildered. The three of them shouted in unison, Commander Ares Jotun Boso, is that really you? Sadai asked in bewilderment. What? You two know each other? Didn't we say that our Legion commander was imprisoned beneath the Gemini sanctuary? They immediately recounted the story, but unfortunately, he still hasn't escaped his confinement in the sanctuary. A fateful reunion unfolds. I'm glad you're safe, but why are you here? Because I owe a debt. What debt are you referring to? Liprick asked, adjusting his glasses. The Abyss and I freed him from the sealed room, she said calmly. The influence of Gemini's holy domain has weakened considerably. Berserker thought to himself that it was probably because the Master had severed ties with the Star-Lord and the Gemini Saint. But then Liprick jumped to the ground, approaching them. Well, now that the pleasantries are over, we're short on staff here and need another person. Libra's disappearance has really made things difficult. As she raised her arm and declared she would take HL's spell away, a voice unexpectedly echoed. No, the giant dragon outside is furiously flying this way, Liprick provoked without a hint of concern. Did you come here to stop me? Hugo threatens, aiming an arrow at her. Do my kids owe you something? I don't plan on letting you off easy. Seeing this, Liprick simply smirked and replied, How bloodthirsty. Immediately, Hugo fires a flaming arrow at her, using his ultimate skill. But Liprick simply used her shield to easily neutralize it, standing still and unmoved. Feathers appear like gates, leaving everyone bewildered. Liprick laughs mockingly. Is that all you've got? You underestimate me. Then she raised her hand towards Aless and a shadow engulfed him. The Pisces skill. Water transfer. Stephen rushes to assist, but just then, a system notification appears before everyone. Hugo read it, his brow furrowed in disbelief. Huh? What was that? Then he hurriedly intervened. Stop, both of you! Just then, Locke completed his magic. A massive explosion and blinding light engulfed the island. Sada stammers in disbelief as everyone looks around in astonishment. They're gone, the three brothers called out in confusion. Commander, what exactly happened? Callie asked anxiously. Yuha. I did as you said, but is it all right to just let them go? Stephen questioned, confused. Hugo, why did you stop me? I need a reason. But he only frowned, gazing silently at the system screen. Then, Hugo slowly explained, Those are John's orders. Let her go. Meanwhile, John receives a message from Hugo. What is it? So, Liprick just let the Gemini member go? Yes, nothing unusual about it. He calmly instructed, All right, let's put an end to this for now. Hugo hesitated. Are you sure about this? He let her go because you said to, but he's worried she's not the type to resurface until the disaster is quelled. Unexpectedly, Leon responded that if he continued to deal with things swiftly and forcefully as usual, she might escape. Unlike him, Gian was unusually cautious. John suddenly remembered that she had escaped his pot. Oh, I didn't mention that, did I? Hugo is shocked to hear this. The one who appeared on Serpent Island wasn't Lick. He was still in the pot. What? Then what did we see? Lion glanced back at the two people hanging upside down above the lava pool, then recounted. The Saintess and the Pisces Star-Lord are imprisoned here, so who is the other one? Lion replies grimly, No way. That's right, the other Pisces twin star ruler is none other than me.